Shiqing felt as though death was imminent. Her throat burned with a fiery dryness, as if a colossal hand was gripping her heart, making it nearly impossible to breathe. What on earth was happening? Struggling to open her eyes, she was met with a scene of chaos. The walls before her were stained crimson with blood, dilapidated and in disarray. Just a moment ago, she had been strolling down a bustling street, fretting over how to procure the exorbitant medical fees for her gravely ill sister. Yet now, she found herself in a long-abandoned room, slumped in a corner. Shiqing had never felt such weakness in her body, as though she could scarcely maintain her balance. Attempting to massage her temples, her hand brushed against a cold object nearby. With her still dazed eyes, she focused on a glimmer of brilliant gold peeking through the wreckage of a broken chair and debris. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Was that gold? In an instant, clarity washed over Shiqing, and she reached for the gleaming object, carefully inspecting it. It was a large gold chain, weighing at least 20 to 30 grams, carelessly discarded among the ruins, neglected by all. She tentatively bit down on it, her eyes lighting up. It was indeed genuine gold. In that moment, she comprehended her current predicament. She was no longer in the modern world, but rather in a post-apocalyptic era ravaged by a zombie virus. The owner of this body was also named Shiqing. She had been forced to leave her base in search of supplies, only to encounter a horde of zombies and seek refuge in this shop, ultimately succumbing to starvation and dehydration. Perhaps it was the lingering attachment of the original owner that allowed the modern Shiqing to inhabit this body. Instinctively, Shiqing touched the area around her neck. A gourd-shaped jade pendant hung there quietly. This pendant was identical to one she had in her modern life, which she had always regarded as a mere decorative piece. However, it turned out to be a conduit connecting the apocalypse and the modern world, serving as a lifeline for the apocalyptic Shiqing. Within it lay a space for storage. It was a fantastical notion, yet the cold sensation of the gold chain in her hand was undeniably real. As she surveyed the gold shop, her frail body swayed slightly with excitement. Clearly, in this desolate world, the shop owner had left behind these treasures in haste. In a time of extreme scarcity of food and water, these golden ornaments had lost their worth. No one willing to cast them a second glance, yet for Shiqing, they held immense value, as she could transport them back to the modern world. Roughly estimating, the worth of a gold shop could easily exceed $1 million. At that moment, everything within the shop belonged solely to Shiqing. The trope of sudden wealth that one often reads in novels had unexpectedly become her reality, leaving Shiqing in a state of disbelief. Yet, it undeniably alleviated her pressing predicament that Shiqing was in dire need of funds. Her sister, Anren, had been trapped in a peculiar coma since the age of 1, and the daily expenses for her hospital stay and specialized medications were substantial. It is often said that money cannot solve all problems, yet without it, Shiqing found herself powerless to extend her sister's life. Before her unexpected journey to the apocalypse, Shiqing had been fretting over these medical costs, fearing that if payment was not made promptly, Anren would be discharged from the hospital. As for the original owner's lingering attachment and the secret of the pendant, those matters were of little concern at present. Cough, cough. Shiqing attempted to steady herself against the wall, her body weak from prolonged starvation and dehydration, rendering her nearly immobile. To acquire food and water, she would need to return from the modern world. Time was of the essence. Her frail body felt as though it could faint at any moment. She hastily gathered the scattered jewelry and gold from the floor, stuffing them into the pendant space. A rough estimate suggested that these items held at least $1 million in value, sufficient to cover her sister's medical expenses. When Shiqing opened her eyes again, she felt somewhat disoriented. She stood on a bustling street, surrounded by the clamor of voices and the sounds of traffic. She remained in place, time having seemingly paused for that brief moment. She traversed to the apocalypse. Only upon her return did it resume its natural flow. Raising her hand, she admired her fair, delicate skin and suddenly recalled something, hastily feeling for the pendant around her neck. Her consciousness delved into the pendant space, and upon seeing the array of golden jewelry within, Shiqing realized that this was no dream. In just a few short minutes, she had transformed into a millionaire. Shiqing was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Almost bursting into a dance on the street, Anren was saved. Impatiently, she sought the nearest gold shop to convert her golden treasures into cash before rushing to the hospital. Before she could pinpoint her target, her phone buzzed ominously in her pocket. Upon recognizing the sender of the message, her expression darkened, and her grip on the phone tightened. "I advise you to hurry to the hospital and take that half-dead girl away. Mom and Dad have made it clear to cease treatment. If you delay any longer, I won't hesitate to take matters into my own hands." The message was from her brother, Shiqing, sharing the same parents. The instant she absorbed the content of the message, her pupils constricted. This was bad. Anren. Chapter 2. Shiqing in the city and Appos' finest hospital, a luxurious single-occupancy room. What was once a desolate space was now filled with several individuals. Shiqing perched at the head of the bed, one foot planted on the floor, as he took a crisp bite from an apple plucked from the nearby fruit basket. His hair was a striking shade of yellow, adorned with asymmetrical earrings, and he donned a fitted black outfit that exuded the air of a street thug. For bodyguards clad in black stood silently at the entrance, observing their young master with a sense of accustomed familiarity. As a scion of the illustrious Su family, Shiqing enjoyed the perks of wealth, bodyguards trailing him wherever he went, and a credit card that he wielded with abandon, epitomizing the quintessential rich kid. In stark contrast, Shiqing, having witnessed her parents abandon Anren's treatment, could scarcely afford a day's worth of medical expenses for her sister. "Where is that insufferable woman?" Shiqing spat, discarding the apple core onto the floor, his patience wearing thin. He had lowered himself to await Shiqing and Appos' arrival, yet her tardiness incited his ire. Of course, his desire to see Shiqing was not rooted in kindness. The mere thought of dragging her cherished sister out of the room like a stray dog brought him amusement. Despite his sister's undeniable talents, the recognition from their parents belonged solely to Shiqing. Yet now, his patience had evaporated. Gazing at the frail, pallid figure on the bed, tethered to an array of tubes, he stroked his chin and smirked mockingly. "Don't blame me for being ruthless. After 5 years of slumber, it's your own fault for being so unremarkable. Imagine if your sister returns to find the bed empty and you know where to be found. Would she go mad?" Haha. With a chuckle, he stood up and gestured to the 4 bodyguards. "You, remove the tubes from her and dispose of them in that warehouse over there. Ensure no one discovers it." "Yes, young master." 2 bodyguards approached, ready to comply under Shiqing's watchful gaze, when suddenly the door was flung open with force. Shiqing turned in surprise, and before he could register the intruder, a fist collided violently with his nose. "Damn you!" Shiqing cried out in pain. As one of the bodyguards rushed to support him, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Shiqing. Shiqing stood outside, trembling with rage, having overheard every word. Her fist throbbed with pain, yet she had no time to dwell on it. Upon seeing Anren lying unharmed on the bed, her anxiety subsided. A weight lifted from her heart. Thank goodness, she hadn't arrived too late. "You lunatic!" Shiqing clutched his nose, gritting his teeth in frustration. Their parents had never laid a hand on him. How dare this wretched girl strike him? "I'm the lunatic?" Shiqing shot back, pointing at Anren on the bed. "Do not forget that the one lying there is your sister. You would command others to cast her out like refuse. You are less than a beast." At her words, Shiqing regained his composure and narrowed his eyes, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "Ah, this is all our parents' idea. After 5 years without a cure, there is no longer a need to continue treatment for that worthless girl. Without the Su family and Appos' support, can you afford the medical expenses? Can you maintain her in this room? If you and Appos rewise, take her away promptly and do not waste the hospital's resources." He tapped the floor lightly with his shoe, the sound crisp. "Unless, of course, you are willing to bow before me 30 times. Then I might show mercy and allow your sister to remain for another day." Before he could finish, a smirk danced on his lips. Yet, even if Shiqing did prostrate herself, Shiqing had no intention of honoring his word. He was not known for his integrity. Do not feign concern over medical costs. Shiqing stood protectively in front of Anren, her gaze icy as she surveyed the bodyguards and Shiqing. "I will find a way." "A way?" Shiqing scoffed. "Wake up, Shiqing. Without the Su family, you are nothing. Do you truly expect money to fall from the sky to cover 2 million in medical fees?" Before he could continue, the doors swung open once more, this time admitting a doctor. Upon seeing the crowd, he paused in confusion. What is going on here? Shiqing's eyes glinted with mischief as he approached the doctor, feigning remorse. "I apologize, doctor. My sister cannot produce 2 million for the medical fees and refuses to leave with the patient, intent on burdening you all. However, I understand that if one cannot pay, they must vacate. Rest assured, I will have them removed shortly. His words were cut short as the doctor frowned, perplexed. What medical fees? What do you mean leaving the hospital? Miss Sue has already paid the 2 million in medical fees. Suing's voice faltered, disbelief washing over him. What? Paid in full? How could that wretched woman have such funds? Before he could process this shocking revelation, the doctor turned his attention to the gathering of bodyguards. Why are so many people here? You'll disturb the patient's rest. Su Shiqing bent down to adjust Anren's blankets, then stood politely before the doctor. Excuse me. Doctor, could you please call security? Someone attempted to remove my sister's tubes while I was away. Intending to abandon her in the hospital, to fend for herself, a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. I believe the hospital should ensure the safety of every patient. Is it not irresponsible to allow such filth to wander in? Who are you calling filth? Suing snapped, turning angrily, only to be reprimanded by the doctor. Maintain silence in the hospital. The doctor scolded, frowning. Do not disrupt the patient's rest. Are you mistaken? That she cannot possibly have that much money. Suing protested, struggling to comprehend that Su Shiqing had indeed paid the fees. The doctor regarded him as if he were a fool. Are you suggesting that Miss Su deceived the hospital's payment system and cleared the 2 million in fees? Su Shiqing smiled slightly. Wow, if I possess such skills, perhaps I should consider a career in hacking. Before arriving at the hospital, Su Shiqing had exchanged all the gold jewelry she had brought from the apocalypse for cash. The exquisite craftsmanship of the pieces fetched a price far exceeding her expectations, totaling 210,000, enough to cover her sister's medical expenses. Realizing his blunder, Suing's face shifted from pale to flushed with disbelief. Yet he still could not wrap his head around the notion that Su Shiqing, long under the thumb of the Su family, could secretly possess such wealth. Surely, their parents know it was impossible. They would want that girl, who had been in a coma for 5 years, to perish sooner rather than later. They would never part with money. Perplexed, Suing resolved to return and inform their parents of this turn of events. However, as he raised his gaze, he was met with Su Shiqing's derisive stare. You wait. Suing gritted her teeth, leaving behind a hollow threat as she swiftly exited the ward accompanied by a group of bodyguards. Chapter 3. Gathering supplies. After the doctor inspected Anren and departed, tranquility enveloped the hospital room once more. Only Su Shiqing remained, alongside her sister Anren, as if nothing had transpired. However, Su Shiqing harbored the knowledge that they had narrowly avoided a grave situation. Anren could have been expelled from the ward. Fortunately, there was the gold she had brought from the apocalypse. Seating herself on a nearby chair, Su Shiqing managed a bitter smile. Although she often believed that money could not solve every problem, such as curing her sister's illness, she now recognized that a lack of funds could indeed be life-threatening. Gazing intently at the still figure on the bed, Su Shiqing pressed her lips together, mentally strategizing her next steps. The space she had traversed from the apocalypse presented a tremendous business opportunity in her eyes as a merchant. Her foremost task was to gather supplies to take back to that world. In the realm ravaged by the zombie virus, factories lay dormant, and resources such as food and medicine dwindled, rendering gold and jewels, once considered precious, virtually worthless. Yet, these items could be exchanged for money to prolong her sister's life. Time was of the essence, for Suing would undoubtedly inform their parents of the incident at the hospital, arousing suspicion about the source of the substantial funds. Given her years of experience with her parents, Su Shiqing was acutely aware of their likely concern, and it was probable they would send someone to discreetly monitor her. The moment she was under surveillance, her efforts to gather supplies would be compromised, and the existence of the jade pendant would be at risk of exposure. Thus, she needed to leave the hospital swiftly, while the Su family remained oblivious, and prepare for her mission. This hospital was the best in the city. Even if Suing disapproved of Anren, it was improbable they would act against her here, especially since Su Shiqing had taken precautions. In this regard, Anren would remain safe for the time being. Though her funds were limited, once she acquired sufficient wealth, she would ensure Anren was guarded by not 4, but 10 bodyguards. With a deep breath, Su Shiqing cast one last lingering glance at her sister and whispered, Anren, wait for your sister to return. Donning a hat and mask to disguise herself, Su Shiqing swiftly exited the hospital, hailing a taxi to the bustling commercial district in the city center. After settling her sister's medical bills, the initial sum of 1 million had dwindled to a mere 100,000. Nevertheless, this amount would suffice for the time being. During the journey, Su Shiqing closed her eyes, delving into the memories of the body she inhabited from the apocalypse. Within those recollections, she discerned the deep-seated obsessions of her predecessor. Orphaned at a young age, Su Shiqing and her sister had relied solely on each other, residing with their aunt. At the onset of the apocalypse, Su Shiqing's aunt had coerced her sister into scavenging for supplies, while the meager resources Su Shiqing managed to procure seldom reached them. Sacrificing food and water for her younger sister ultimately led to her own demise from starvation during a desperate outing. They were a tragically entwined pair of sisters. Yet what troubled Su Shiqing was not merely this grim fate but the striking resemblance between her sister in the apocalypse and Anren, both sharing the same name, Su Anren. Whether by coincidence or fate, it seemed that, in both realities, the sisters had only each other to rely upon. As the scenery outside the taxi window blurred by, Su Shiqing instinctively glanced back toward the hospital. She did not consider herself a person of boundless compassion, but perhaps due to the similarity in appearance. She felt a pang of concern for the sister in the apocalypse. It was settled, having taken over the body of her counterpart, she ought to do something for her. Upon absorbing the memories of her predecessor, Su Shiqing came to understand the rules governing the jade pendant's traversal. Time within the space was suspended, and supplies stored therein would not deteriorate, regardless of duration. When Su Shiqing occupied one world, time in the other remained relatively static. Thus, even if she toiled for an entire year in the apocalypse, a mere moment would elapse upon her return to the modern world. This greatly facilitated her endeavors. However, it was crucial to note that death in either world was irrevocable, and each transition required a minimum interval of 3 days. The memories of the apocalypse were stained with bloodshed, cruelty, and an omnipresent sense of danger. Su Shiqing endeavored to dismiss the unsettling images, focusing instead on what supplies she should initially procure. Food, water, and medicine, these were the essential elements for human survival, and their significance translated into higher value. Su Shiqing resolved to prioritize these 3 categories. The food needed to be substantial and easily storable, such as compressed biscuits. Water only needed to be clean. For medicine, a little of everything would be ideal, especially anti-inflammatory drugs, alcohol, and bandages. In her memories, injuries were commonplace in the apocalypse, and untreated wounds could easily lead to infections and death. In the span of a mere 10 minutes, Su Shiqing had compiled a comprehensive list in her mind. Upon arrival at the commercial district, she quickly identified her target and dashed into a supermarket. With a swift motion, Su Shiqing produced a thick stack of cash from her bag, though it had been discreetly retrieved from her spatial store, and slapped it onto the counter before the cashier could react. Prepare 500 boxes of water and 500 boxes of compressed biscuits. Be quick about it. She adjusted her mask and kept her request succinct. It was not that Su Shiqing wished to avoid card payment. Rather, all her bank accounts were under Su family and Appo's control, and cash was the most reliable option. She needed to finalize her supplies before the Su family could intervene. Otherwise, matters could become complicated. At present, she lacked the means to contend with a wealthy family. Perhaps overwhelmed by the sheer volume of cash, the cashier took a moment to regain composure, glancing at the stack on the counter with uncertainty. Where should we deliver all this? At this question, Su Shiqing's brow furrowed slightly beneath her hat. It was impossible for her to store such a large quantity of supplies in plain sight, and she had no time to locate a warehouse for storage. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to the cashier. How much water and compressed biscuits do you have in your warehouse? The cashier explained that their warehouse held limited supplies, mainly household items, but fortuitously, their boss had recently acquired a substantial stock of biscuits and water stored in a warehouse located in the northern outskirts of the city. Recognizing Su Shiqing as a significant client, the cashier eagerly provided details. The northern outskirts. Su Shiqing pondered the distance and nodded. I'll take all the goods from there. Also, I need to rent that warehouse for a day. The cashier's eyes sparkled with excitement. I'll need to discuss this with my boss. Glancing at the time, Su Shiqing urged, please hurry. I'm pressed for time. The cashier nodded repeatedly and made a quick phone call. Upon returning, he held up 2 fingers. The boss said, including the warehouse rental, it will be a total of 20,000. Fine. Time was of the essence, and Su Shiqing had no inclination to haggle. She promptly retrieved another thick stack of cash from her spatial store and placed it on the counter. Send the address to me. Chapter 4. Traversing the apocalypse. Having swiftly resolved the issues of sustenance and hydration, Su Shiqing stepped out with the warehouse key in hand. Her brow slightly furrowed as she surveyed the bustling commercial street ahead. The subsequent procurement of medicine, however, would prove to be a far more formidable challenge. Firstly, the cost of medications was significantly higher than that of food and water. More importantly, pharmacies strictly prohibited the bulk purchase of all available pharmaceuticals, meaning that if Shiqing wished to acquire sufficient supplies, she would have to visit numerous establishments. How troublesome. Silently lamenting this predicament, she lowered the brim of her hat and let out a resigned sigh. Once her finances were ample, she resolved to establish a dedicated supply chain. Otherwise, each trip to replenish her provisions in the apocalypse would remain a cumbersome affair. Before entering the pharmacy, Shiqing took the opportunity to procure a Swiss Army knife with a sharpened blade. She was acutely aware that in that world, she would need to confront zombies directly. Thus, possessing a means of defense was imperative. If feasible, she would have preferred to acquire a firearm for her ventures into the apocalypse. But alas, her country maintained stringent regulations regarding firearms, and currently, she lacked the means to procure one. Acquiring medicine was indeed time-consuming, yet fortunately, this was the most prosperous commercial street in the city, with several pharmacies available. After tirelessly traversing back and forth, Shiqing worked up a sweat but successfully gathered all the supplies she desired. Noticing that time was of the essence, she hailed a vehicle to the northern suburbs, intending to store the supplies in her space before venturing into the apocalypse. The supermarket owner had not lied. As Shiqing pushed open the door to the warehouse, she was greeted by rows upon rows of neatly stacked water and biscuits, approximately several hundred boxes in total. Additionally, she spotted some powdered milk and candies in a corner of the warehouse, albeit in limited quantity, only a few dozen boxes. Rather than hastily transferring the abundant supplies into her space, she first surveyed the warehouse and located a security camera nestled in the corner. Naturally, this scene of utilizing her space could not be discovered by others. Thus, without hesitation, Shiqing destroyed the camera, planning to compensate the owner later. Once everything was prepared, Shiqing touched the jade pendant around her neck and did not leave the warehouse just yet. Instead, she initiated her traversal right there. Cough. As before, as Shiqing gradually regained consciousness, a wave of weakness washed over her body. Without a moment and hesitation, she did not even open her eyes. Instead, she retrieved water and biscuits from her space and brought them to her lips. She feared that if she delayed any longer, this body might succumb once more. After consuming an entire pack of biscuits and a bottle of water, she leaned against the wall behind her, breathing heavily, surveying her surroundings. She found herself in the same dilapidated jewelry store, though this time, the floor was significantly devoid of gold jewelry, most of it having been transported back to the modern era by Shiqing. The speed of plundering stores was far too slow. As she regained her strength, she muttered to herself, "Wherever there are people, there will be needs. By bringing supplies to satisfy their demands, they will seek out what I desire. Is this not swifter than doing it myself?" Feeling reassured by the ample resources within her jade pendant, Shiqing and Emp's heart settled, only to be abruptly interrupted by the distant growls of zombies. Her expression turned grave as she struggled to stand and peered through the shattered window of the jewelry store. Situated on the ground floor, the street outside was desolate, and Shiqing and Emp's keen eyes caught sight of a wandering zombie not far away, her expression darkening. Following the outbreak of the zombie virus, bases were typically established in desolate suburbs, while densely populated cities became perilous zones, seldom traversed by anyone other than those collecting supplies. Through memories not her own, Shiqing had learned the location of the nearest base. It was quite a distance from her current position. At this moment, the blood-red sunset was slowly descending beyond the abandoned city and Emp's skyscrapers, heralding the impending night. With visibility hindered by darkness and her body still frail, it was ill-advised for her to embark on a journey back to the base now. She would have to make do with a simple overnight stay. The jewelry store was severely damaged and unsuitable for shelter. Gazing out through the broken window, Shiqing discreetly surveyed the nearby shops and noticed that an antique store retained a relatively intact facade. Resolving to relocate, she cautiously approached the antique store while keeping a vigilant eye on the distant zombies. It appeared that someone had previously taken refuge in the antique store, as the windows had been securely boarded up. After entering and shutting the door behind her, the room was enveloped in darkness. The absence of zombie growls within the confines of the store allowed Shiqing to breathe a sigh of relief. However, before she could fully relax, a cold metallic object pressed silently against her temple. Shiqing's body froze instantly, even her breath escaping her. "Who are you?" A cold, hoarse voice inquired from behind her. The intruder, seemingly holding a gun to her temple, his tone menacing. "Don't move. I can't guarantee that I won't pull the trigger." The good news was that the intruder was human, not a zombie. The bad news was that the bullet was mere inches from her head. According to her memories, there should have been no one else in this vicinity. How could this stranger have appeared? Shiqing remained frozen, swallowing hard as her mind raced to devise a strategy. "All right, I won't move. Just drop the knife you're holding." She bit her lip, gritting her teeth as she threw the knife several meters away. The clatter of metal echoing in the darkness. Simultaneously, she detected a faint scent of blood wafting through the air. The odor seemed to emanate from behind her. Was the man injured? Cough. "Why are you here?" Seeing Shiqing comply, the gun at her temple loosened slightly, and the man coughed a few times before continuing to press for answers. I came out to gather supplies and encountered a few zombies, which delayed my return to the base. I had no choice but to find shelter nearby." The man remained silent, seemingly contemplating the veracity of her words. After a moment, Shiqing took a deep breath and boldly inquired, "You are injured?" "Don and Amp. Amp, Oppos, T ask what you shootin' and Amp. Amp, Oppos, T." The gun at her temple was withdrawn, and the man's footsteps moved to the side of the room. "You can stay, but keep your distance, or I can't promise I won't kill you." He coughed again, and Shiqing's eyes widened, unable to discern the layout of the dimly lit room. It was completely dark outside, and within this relatively intact space, the windows had been boarded up, preventing zombies from entering while also blocking out all light. Eventually, the man seemed to realize that darkness hampered movement. With a click, he switched on a flashlight. Leaning against the wall, the man illuminated Shiqing and Amp, Oppos' direction and spoke in a cold tone. "Please maintain a diagonal distance from me." Chapter 5. The abduction of a child. Having acclimated to the darkness, Shiqing was almost brought to tears by the sudden illumination from the flashlight. After a brief moment, she regained her composure. The room was largely lit by the beam of light, and when Shiqing glimpsed the man in the corner, she was momentarily taken aback. He sat against the wall, one leg bent, giving him an imposing stature. His handsome, refined features were accentuated by elongated phoenix eyes, while his thin lips were pressed into a rigid line, diminishing his cultured aura and adding an air of aloofness. A few droplets of blood marred his face, and paired with his cold gaze, he appeared even more unsympathetic. However, what truly captured her attention was the alarming penetrating wound on his shoulder, as if pierced by a sharp object. Though it had received rudimentary treatment, blood still stained much of his torso. One hand gripped the flashlight, while the other toyed with a loaded handgun. If not for the pallor of his complexion, which betrayed his significant blood loss, it would have been nearly impossible to discern his injury. Yet, none of this was the reason for Shiqing's astonishment. She suddenly recognized the man. He bore a striking resemblance to someone from the original owner and Amp, Oppos' memories. "Ning Xinyan," she hesitantly uttered. At her words, Ning Xinyan paused in his manipulation of the firearm, squinting as he looked up. "Do you know me?" It was indeed him, the highly intelligent researcher from their base and a lightning-type ability user, Ning Xinyan. "We are from the same base," Shiqing explained quickly, noticing the wariness in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Ning Xinyan lowered his gaze, acknowledging her with a soft response. He remained as indifferent and cold as her memories had depicted. Shiqing and Amp, Oppos' attention shifted to the gruesome injury on his shoulder, and an audacious thought struck her, causing her eyes to widen slightly. That, Shiqing inhaled deeply, stepping cautiously closer to Ning Xinyan. "You and Oppos, gravely injured. If you Don and Oppos, clean the wound, it may become infected." Ning Xinyan leaned against the wall, his eyelids half closed, as if resting. Yet, the moment Shiqing approached, he furrowed his brow and glanced at her. "You needn't Oppos, worry. Furthermore, keep your distance. I have alcohol and bandages. It and Oppos, better to dress the wound. ISN and Oppos, it?" She pressed on, undeterred by his brusqueness. This time, Ning Xinyan scrutinized her more closely. After confirming that her hands were empty and that she bore no backpack, he narrowed his eyes. "Space-type ability user? How come I've never heard of a new ability user in the base?" Yes. Shiqing blinked. "The jade pendant space. I suppose that counts as a spatial ability, right?" Producing the alcohol and bandages from her space, she extended them toward him, her gaze earnest. "We won't be able to return to the base until tomorrow morning. If this injury isn't dressed, there's a high likelihood of infection." Ning Xinyan fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating something. Eventually, he gave a slight nod. Fine. Su Shiqing beamed, stepping forward with the supplies, only to be halted by Ning Xinyan and Appos' sharp command. Hand it to me, and keep your distance. Su Shiqing. Ning Xinyan closed his eyes, seemingly struggling to articulate a few words. I find you unclean. Glimpsing the blood-stained garments on both of them, Su Shiqing smiled, albeit with gritted teeth. Patience, the customer is always right. I shall surely exact revenge later. She vowed silently, setting the alcohol and bandages on the ground. She discreetly pouted before turning to sit cross-legged in another corner of the antique store. Meanwhile, Ning Xinyan silently rose to retrieve the supplies after she had placed them down. Having narrowly escaped death, he still lacked strength. Su Shiqing illuminated the surroundings with the flashlight, examining the antiquities scattered on the ground, her heart aching at the sight. Such treasures represented wealth. A muffled groan drew her attention, and when she looked back, she found Ning Xinyan frowning slightly, his shirt half unbuttoned, exposing his injured shoulder as he disinfected the wound with alcohol. It was impressive how he could endure the pain, handling such a severe injury without any pain relief, only releasing muffled sounds of discomfort. After finishing with the alcohol, he began to wrap the bandage around his shoulder, and a faint smile tugged at Su Shiqing and Appos' lips. Once he completed the treatment and leaned against the wall, breathing slightly heavier, she finally spoke. Mr. Ning Xinyan. Su Shiqing smiled, her eyes glinting with cunning mischief. What do you intend to offer in exchange for these bandages and alcohol? It was evident that her question momentarily stunned Ning Xinyan. After a brief pause, he frowned slightly. These items are considered a purchase from you. Once we reach the base, you can request supplies from the management. Idon and Appos, want them. For Su Shiqing. Supplies held little value. What do you desire? Ning Xinyan asked, perplexed by her response as he scrutinized the shadowy figure in the corner. I wish for you to assist me with a task. Su Shiqing raised a finger, as if she had anticipated this moment. Ning Xinyan instinctively refused. No. He preferred solitude, shunning interactions with others and loathed incurring favors. It was all too cumbersome. However, you have utilized my supplies. Su Shiqing pointed to his shoulder, now bandaged. As a reminder, Ning Xinyan suddenly felt the bandages and alcohol in his hands growing warm. Did you do this on purpose? Waiting until I treated my wound before making a request? Indeed, Su Shiqing admitted candidly, leaving Ning Xinyan momentarily speechless, though they had never interacted closely. As fellow members of the same base, Su Shiqing had encountered him on several occasions. He was a devoted researcher, inherently indifferent, socially awkward, yet held on to a moral compass. In simpler terms, he was gullible. Such individuals were rare in the apocalypse. Had it not been for his formidable abilities, Ning Xinyan would have perished countless times. He was not one to take lives lightly, which led Su Shiqing to decide on a trade. Just a small favor, it won't be troublesome, truly. Su Shiqing clasped her hands together, her tone sincere and earnest. Ning Xinyan glanced at the supplies in his hands, pursing his lips before reluctantly nodding. All right. After all, she had essentially saved his life. The penetrating wound was prone to infection. And even Ning Xinyan couldn't and Appos guarantee his survival until they returned to the base. He rationalized it as repaying a favor. What do you need me to do? Su Shiqing and Appos' eyes sparkled, her tone light. I want you to help me steal a child. Ning Xinyan? Is it too late to back out now? Chapter 6 Departure back to base. Ning Xinyan and Appos' expression was somewhat grim. Stealing children? The base forbids human trafficking. Hey, take it easy. Su Shiqing blinked and waved her hand. It and Appos. It's not really about stealing children. I need your help to rescue my sister. As a tool to threaten Su Shiqing. And Ran had always been under the control of her aunt and Appos' family. At this moment, Su Shiqing was merely an ordinary person, one who had recently clawed her way back from the brink of death. If it came to a confrontation, she might not be able to bring and Ran back safely. However, Ning Xinyan was different. He was an electricity-type ability user, his physical prowess enhanced. With his assistance, perhaps Su Shiqing could swiftly remove and Ran from her plight. Your sister? Upon hearing it was not truly about stealing children, Ning Xinyan and Appos' brow relaxed slightly. But soon, it furrowed once more. What is your name? Su Shiqing. My sister and Appos' name is Su and Ran. Ning Xinyan and Appos' realization dawned. You are the orphan taken in by Wang Jian and Appos' family? Wang Jian was Su Shiqing and Appos' uncle and Appos' name. The tragic circumstances surrounding the sisters, who lost their parents at a young age and were forced to rely on others, were not secrets within the base. Wait. Ning Sui-Yin narrowed his eyes, his gaze now wary. Wang Jian and Appos' family has a good reputation in the base, under such dire circumstances. Why would they take in 2 orphans if they were not benevolent? Why do you say, rescue your sister? Su Shiqing chuckled softly. Benevolence? She gestured to her blood-soaked and disheveled appearance, enunciating each word. Using my sister as leverage to coerce me into scouring for supplies to sustain their family. Does that qualify as benevolence? Observing Su Shiqing, drenched in blood, Ning Sui-Yin could imagine the horrific battle she had endured. However, he did not readily agree. Then why not report this to the official base authorities instead of seeking help from a stranger like me? Su Shiqing rubbed her temples and raised one finger. Firstly, Ning Sui-Yin, I am not a powerful ability user like you. In this apocalypse, do you truly believe the base has the time to meddle in my family affairs? She raised a second finger. Secondly, as you just mentioned, Wang Jian and Appos' family is well regarded in the base. If you do not believe my words, do you think others will? Ning Sui-Yin fell silent again. He was not adept at dealing with people and found it difficult to discern the truth in Su Shiqing's words. The base's reputation was genuine, and so was Su Shiqing and Appos' pitiful state. Who was lying? Indeed, dealing with people was troublesome. You had better not be deceiving me. After a long moment, Ning Sui-Yin lifted his eyelids, gazing seriously at Su Shiqing. If what you say is true, I can assist you, but if you deceive me, will you kill me? Su Shiqing rested her chin on her hand, looking at him with a hint of curiosity. Ning Sui-Yin momentarily stiffened, his brow furrowing once more, seemingly conflicted about whether to proceed with such a threat. Observing the turmoil on his face, Su Shiqing squinted, a flicker of contemplation crossing her eyes. In this apocalypse, Ning Sui-Yin appeared so out of place. He exhibited wariness toward strangers and possessed significant strength. Yet he seemed rather gullible, with an inkling of kindness. How had he survived until now? On the other hand, Ning Sui-Yin seemed to have reached a conclusion. If you deceive me, I will hand you over to the base authorities for disturbing the order. Su Shiqing snapped back to reality, smiling slightly. All right then. The agreement was thus established. Outside, the faint sounds of zombies and Appos' roars echoed, and the two of them sat at a distance in the corner, not continuing their conversation. In truth, Su Shiqing had many questions lingering in her mind, such as why a scientifically protected talent like Ning Sui-Yin was alone in this place. What had caused the penetrating wound on his shoulder? However, it was evident that their relationship had not yet reached a level of familiarity to discuss such matters. Su Shiqing silently closed her eyes, resting but not daring to sleep too soundly, remaining vigilant to the sounds around her. The sealed doors and windows of the shop made it difficult for light to seep in. Su Shiqing only opened her eyes upon hearing footsteps. Ning Sui-Yin, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, stood at the door not far away and glanced back at her. Awake? We should leave. After a night of rest, Ning Sui-Yin's complexion had gained a touch of color, though the bloodstains on his clothes remained starkly visible. He seemed to be conscious of this detail but was in no position to change into clean attire. In contrast, Su Shiqing, who had not had a proper rest throughout the night, appeared somewhat haggard. Having just returned from the brink of death, her complexion was understandably unflattering. Yet she had regained some strength to walk. The clothes soaked in blood, though dried, remained uncomfortable as Su Shiqing leaned against the wall to stand up. She patted her face, mustering her spirits, and smiled at Ning Sui-Yin. So, can I interpret this as you waiting specifically for me to wake up? Ning Sui-Yin and Appos' gaze lingered on Su Shiqing and Appos' face for a moment before he coldly turned away. I dislike owing favors, having agreed to assist you. You cannot die before we leave together. It's safer this way. How coincidental. I also dislike owing others, Su Shiqing replied, approaching him. She retrieved 2 bottles of water and 2 packets of biscuits from her jade pendant, handing half to Ning Sui-Yin. Here, you escort me back to the base. And I and Appos' trade supplies with you. Su Shiqing intentionally sought to establish a good rapport with him, although Ning Sui-Yin did not have much presence in the base. His status was high, and befriending him could be beneficial for her future plans. Ning Sui-Yin and Appos' throat bobbed slightly as he looked at the food and water Su Shiqing offered, yet he hesitated to reach out and take them. Perhaps it was the lingering impression from the alcohol and bandages of the previous day that made him wary of accepting anything from her. Don't worry. I won't trick you this time. Su Shiqing discerned his hesitation, smiling mischievously and stepping closer to stuff the items into his arms. Upon seeing the change in Ning Suiyin and Appo's expression, Su Shiqing and Appo's grin widened, akin to a cunning little fox. Are you a germaphobe? In this apocalypse, who indulges you? Ultimately, Ning Suiyin still frowned and consumed the biscuits with the water. We're about to depart. Are you ready? Ning Suiyin and Appo's tone softened slightly as he stood before the tightly shut door, glancing back at Su Shiqing. Let us go? Su Shiqing picked up the Swiss Army knife once more and followed behind Ning Suiyin. The air of the apocalypse was always tinged with a faint odor of decay, and as they pushed the door open, both of them instinctively frowned. Su Shiqing struggled to acclimate to the modern soul within her, while Ning Suiyin and Appo's reaction stemmed purely from his aversion to filth. Peering down the street, Su Shiqing caught glimpses of zombies lurking not far away. With roads leading in both directions, she furrowed her brow slightly. Ning Suiyin and Appo's expression remained unchanged, as if he had grown accustomed to the presence of zombies obstructing their path. He did not draw his gun from his waist, but instead retrieved a short knife from his backpack. Without a suppressor, firing a gun recklessly would only attract more zombies. Stay close, Ning Suiyin instructed in a low voice, heading toward the left side of the road where zombies were fewer, with Su Shiqing following closely behind. This was Su Shiqing and Appo's first opportunity to observe zombies up close, as vivid as in her memories. Every inch of the zombie and Appo's exposed skin was a shade of dark blue-black, decayed and putrid, marked by streaks of deep crimson, dried remnants of blood. The creature's visage was nearly unrecognizable, with bulging, murky eyes and a gaping maw that displayed blood-red, rotting flesh as it howled, lunging towards Su Shiqing and her companion. The stench of decay enveloped them almost instantaneously. Despite her mental preparedness, Su Shiqing's complexion paled for a fleeting moment. Yet she instinctively tightened her grip on the hilt of her knife. It was then that she observed Ning Suiyin, who was walking ahead, springing into action. Chapter 7. Chomping base in an instant, violet blue lightning tore through the fabric of space. With a snap of his fingers, Ning Suiyin effortlessly reduced the 3 zombies before them to charred remains. Only one solitary zombie remained, which Ning Suiyin dispatched with a swift, clean strike of his short blade, penetrating its throat with precision. Su Shiqing, standing behind him, widened her eyes in astonishment. No wonder he dared to venture alone from the base. His abilities and skills were indeed formidable. Narrowing her eyes slightly, Su Shiqing glanced at the jade pendant nestled in her palm. Perhaps, when she returned to reality next time, it would be prudent for her to learn some self-defense techniques. We must leave this place quickly, Ning Suiyin said, pinching the bridge of his nose. His tone was calm. My powers have not fully recovered. If we encounter a horde of zombies, we will be doomed. Understood, Su Shiqing replied, snapping back to attention as she recalled the layout of the base from her memory. She stepped forward, while Ning Suiyin lingered behind, casting a complex glance back at the dilapidated city. He stood for a moment, lost in thought, before turning to follow Su Shiqing. The base was situated far from the city center. After approximately an hour of walking, they finally beheld the entrance of the base. A sign stood at the gate, emblazoned with the words Chongping Base in bold, black paint. A long queue had formed outside, comprised of humans returning from scavenging or seeking refuge. A checkpoint was established to inspect every individual wishing to enter, ensuring that no infected humans could infiltrate the premises. Follow me, Ning Suiyin instructed as he advanced, casually tossing out, ability users cannot be infected, so we can bypass the inspection. Su Shiqing instinctively touched the jade pendant hidden within her clothing, momentarily forgetting that she had claimed to be a spatial ability user. Upon our return to the base, do not forget our agreement, Su Shiqing reminded him. Ning Suiyin halted mid-step, a fleeting complexity crossing his face. After a long pause, he finally responded. Very well. Anren was the only person Su Shiqing needed to protect in this apocalyptic world. If Ning Suiyin could ensure her safety, many matters would become significantly simpler. For instance, Su Shiqing would no longer have to return to that so-called aunt's house. However, given the size of Chomping Base, even if Su Shiqing chose not to return, she would inevitably cross paths with her. Yet, as long as Anren was no longer a leverage point, Su Shiqing felt confident that she would not be at the mercy of others. As the unappreciated young lady of the Su family, she possessed ample cunning and resourcefulness. This is my address. Ning Suiyin suddenly handed her a note. If what you say is true, I will bring your sister out when the time comes. Use this note to find me at the address provided. Ning Snian resided in the most desirable living quarters within the inner circle of the base. A rarity among the inhabitants. Access to those residences was typically reserved for high-ranking officials or could only be obtained through substantial resources or the crystalline cores from the brains of zombies. Su Shiqing accepted the note with a smile, waving her hand at Ning Snian. I appreciate your efforts. The two parted ways upon entering the base. As Su Shiqing stood on the street, her expression contemplative. There was much to attend to, finding new accommodation, investigating the market conditions, and acquiring a new set of clothing. Glancing disdainfully at her soiled attire, which had turned a shade of indistinguishable black, Su Shiqing grimaced. The base was divided into 3 zones, the impoverished outer circle, the residential middle circle, and the protected inner circle where Ning Snian resided. Small stalls lined the streets, where those unable to venture out for supplies attempted to barter for water and food. Their primary targets were the spirited ability users returning from outside. While someone like Su Shiqing, looking so disheveled, went unnoticed, Su Shiqing did not intend to sell her supplies hastily. Instead, she wandered about the nearby stalls to gather information. Meanwhile, Ning Snian had changed into clean clothes and donned a mask, his gaze laden with complexity as he surveyed a residence in the impoverished area. It belonged to the Wang family. It was hard to fathom that he would one day resort to kidnapping a child. Standing in the alley behind the house, which saw little traffic, he faced a boarded-up window. For Ning Snian, breaching the sealed window was trivial, yet he hesitated, pondering whether Su Shiqing had spoken the truth. While few in the base had encountered Su Anren, the Wang couple claimed that the child had witnessed her parents' demise, leading to her mental instability and unwillingness to venture outside. If Su Shiqing was truthful, it implied that the Wang couple must have lied, and Su Anren was being held captive. Conversely, if Su Shiqing was deceitful, Ning Snian could not comprehend why she would fabricate such an easily debunked falsehood. All inquiries would find resolution upon encountering Su Anren. With a sigh, he adjusted his mask and murmured, having committed murder and misdeeds, what's one more act of burglary? Taking a child is of little consequence. With remarkable ease, Ning Snian dismantled the boarded-up window. The opening led into a small storage room, and even before he entered, he perceived a faint musty odor. He furrowed his brow slightly, using the light from outside to peer inside the storage space, measuring roughly 5 or 6 square meters. The room was cluttered with various items, locked tight without any illumination. If the window were sealed, it would be devoid of light. Ning Snian crouched at the window, assessing the disarray within. His gaze fell, and his pupils contracted sharply. On the floor, amidst the scattered debris, a small figure curled up, trembling like an injured rabbit. Despite the autumn chill, the child wore a filthy shirt, indistinguishable in color, with disheveled hair and an overall appearance of neglect. Ning Snian deftly leapt through the window, careful to avoid the clutter on the floor, and crouched beside the frail figure. Anren? He called gently, and as his voice faded, the child on the ground sluggishly opened her eyes. Anren and Apos' gaze was clouded, and as she parted her lips, it seemed she wished to speak, yet no sound emerged. Ning Snian then noticed the unnatural flush on her cheeks, and, disregarding the dirt on her face, pressed his hand to her forehead, confirming the heat radiating from her fevered brow. Moreover, as he moved, he caught sight of the bruises marring her arms, appearing as if they had been deliberately inflicted. Having been left to languish in the darkness of the storage room with a high fever, her body covered in contusions, Ning Snian's expression darkened. The Wang couple had indeed played their parts well, deceiving everyone. Seeing that the child was on the verge of delirium, he could not afford to delay. He carefully lifted the small figure from the ground, preparing to escape. Anren felt remarkably light, almost as if she were not a 6-year-old child. The instant Ning Snian lifted her, she instinctively began to struggle, her lips forming indistinct syllables. Not adept at comforting children, Ning Snian awkwardly patted her back. Be good. I will take you away. Struggling incessantly, Anren remained determinedly writhing in his embrace, seemingly unwilling to be taken away in such a manner. Ning Snian found himself at a loss, when suddenly the thought of Su Shiqing crossed his mind. Be obedient. It is your sister who sent me to bring you away. The moment those words fell, the child in his arms abruptly halted, as if a switch had been triggered, becoming completely still. Sister. The murmured whisper echoed like a fevered dream in Ning Snian and Apos' ears. Su Anren ceased her struggles, quietly resting against his shoulder, her eyes tightly shut and trembling slightly. Observing this, Ning Snian's gaze became somewhat intricate. However, the child's feverish body temperature reminded him that he could not afford to delay any longer. With the child still cradled in his arms, he moved with precision, swiftly climbing out of the window, steering clear of crowded areas, and hastening toward his residence. Chapter 8. Coma as a merchant, Shiqing despised suffering losses above all else. Despite possessing an abundance of resources, she had no intention of recklessly parting with them. Only after thoroughly understanding the local market could her assets be utilized to their fullest potential. While wandering aimlessly, she passed by an elderly man's stall. Just as she was about to leave after a casual glance, he called out to her, "Little girl, would you like to see if there and apples, anything you fancy?" The old man was frail, with prominent cheekbones and murky eyes that gazed at Shiqing, his face adorned with a feeble smile. Most of the items displayed were ancient artifacts and calligraphy, meticulously pressed flat with stones for presentation. It was evident that the old man cherished these artworks, as they remained pristine despite his own ragged appearance. Unfortunately, in a post-apocalyptic world, these pieces were scarcely more valuable than a scrap of cloth. Shiqing paused, squatting before the old man's stall, examining the calligraphy. Perhaps due to the cultural differences between their worlds, she could not comprehend the signatures on the artworks. Yet she could discern their distinct styles. However, she had no intention of indulging in benevolence by purchasing them. Though she possessed ample resources, she was not a savior, and it was impossible for her to extend a helping hand to every pitiful soul she encountered. Moreover, in such dire circumstances, offering the old man resources might truly do him more harm than good. A commoner is innocent, but possessing wealth can bring calamity. Seeing someone crouched at his stall, before the old man could speak, the vendors on either side suddenly sprang to life like mice spotting grain, eagerly beckoning Shiqing. "Little girl, come see my wares. These are genuine gold bracelets. They would look splendid on your wrist. Not expensive, just a bottle of water or a pack of biscuits or bread will do. Come check out my side. This is a family heirloom jade bracelet. If it weren't for this apocalypse, I wouldn't sell it for any price. But now, I'll let it go for 3 packs of biscuits." The noise escalated, and Shiqing subtly furrowed her brow, raising her hand to cough discreetly. When she glanced up, her pallid complexion, a result of blood loss and malnutrition, caught the attention of those around her. They hesitated, realizing she hardly appeared capable of offering any resources. "TCH. If you have no resources, just say so. What a waste of my breath." The vendors nearby muttered quietly, turning their backs and returning to their own stalls, seeking their next target. The commotion subsided. Shiqing aimed to accumulate wealth, yet she had no desire to engage in transactions at each stall. That would be far too slow. She rose, intending to leave and explore the vicinity before rendezvousing with Ning Xian later. However, as she took a couple of steps, someone called her back. "Little girl, wait." Shiqing paused, turned, and shook her head, saying, "Grandpa, I really have no resources." Yet, she watched as the old man, trembling, lifted the only coat from his stall and extended it to her. "Take this coat. It seems your clothes are hardly fit to wear. I have no other clothes suitable for a young girl, but this coat was left by my late wife. At least it will keep you warm. Please accept it. I have no use for it." There was no calculation in the old man's eyes. Despite his gaunt figure, his face radiated kindness. "Take care of yourself out there." As he handed the coat to Shiqing, a glimmer of nostalgia appeared in his gaze. "If my granddaughter were still here, she would be about your age." Alas, touched, Shiqing lowered her gaze to the coat in her hands, lost in thought. Ultimately, she silently embraced the coat. "Thank you," she said with a smile, bending down to neatly arrange the calligraphy for the old man. As she departed, the other vendors observed the elderly man return to his stall, quietly discussing among themselves. "I wonder what's wrong with that old man. The only valuable item at his stall is that coat. Ah, you don and apples, to understand him. That poor teacher pretends to be lofty. Just wait, he'll starve to death at home." The old man seemed oblivious to the murmurs around him, diligently organizing his stall. Suddenly, he paused, feeling a bulge beneath one of the artworks. His hand reached in, and he discovered a pack of compressed biscuits, deliberately hidden beneath the calligraphy. Shiqing walked down the street, one hand cradling the coat while the other gently caressed her jade pendant through the fabric. A pack of biscuits in exchange for a coat was the greatest gratitude she could offer the old man. "May good people live long," she whispered, gazing at the coat. After lingering on the street for a while, Shiqing traded for a set of white athletic wear, found a corner to change, washed herself with mineral water from her storage, and donned the beige coat. She felt transformed, finally shedding the lingering scent of decay. Now clad in fresh attire, she felt considerably more at ease. Looking up at the sky, She noted the absence of a clock. Thus, she relied on the sun overhead to estimate the time. The sun was nearing the horizon, and calculating the time, she realized it had been half a day since parting ways with Ning Xian. It was time to seek him out. Ning Xian resided within the inner circle of the base, where security was considerably stricter than in the outer areas, accessible only to select individuals. However, with Ning Xian's handwritten authorization in her possession, Su Shiqing effortlessly gained entry. From a distance, she spotted a white figure standing at the entrance of one of the buildings. Ning Xian, clad in a new white lab coat, wore a pair of golden-rimmed glasses that reflected a cold light, rendering him somewhat aloof. He was evidently waiting for Su Shiqing. Upon seeing her approach with her hands tucked into the coat pockets, his expression momentarily faltered. He had never truly seen her face clearly before. It had always been smudged with dirt and marred by bloodstains. Yet now, as she walked towards him, the beige coat accentuated her tall figure. Her brows and eyes alight with mirth, the corners of her eyes slightly raised, revealing a cunning charm reminiscent of a little fox. Apart from her unhealthy pallor, Su Shiqing embodied the essence of beauty, nearly rendering Ning Xian unrecognizable. Ning Xian? Ning Xian. Su Shiqing greeted him, but when he did not respond, she murmured, "Why are you in a daze?" Quickly, Ning Xian regained his composure, his expression returning to its usual cold seriousness. As he watched Su Shiqing approach, his gaze was complex. "I never expected you were truthful with me." He could not fathom that the well-regarded Wang Jian couple within the base would secretly target a 6-year-old girl. "I am no saint," Su Shiqing shrugged, the smile on her face gradually fading, her calm eyes concealing a trace of unnoticeable ruthlessness. "However, I have never lied about my sister. It was true, whether in the modern world or this apocalypse." "And where is Anren?" Su Shiqing's expression softened slightly. She yearned to meet the girl who bore a striking resemblance to her sister from the modern world. At the mention of Su Anren, Ning Xian pursed his lips, uncertain how to explain. He rubbed his forehead, contemplating his words. "Your sister and Appo's condition is rather dire. When I brought her out, she was already in a state of coma." Coma. The word struck a sensitive nerve within Su Shiqing in an instant, causing her originally gentle brows and eyes to turn cold and sharp. "Comatose." Su Shiqing gritted her teeth, her breath almost unsteady. "Why would she be in a coma? Where is my sister?" Accustomed to seeing Su Shiqing's smiling demeanor, Ning Xian felt a sense of discomfort upon witnessing the fierce glint in her eyes. "Calm down," Ning Xian urged, furrowing his brow. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped aside. "I have allowed your sister to rest in my home. I have examined her. Her prolonged state of hunger has led to malnutrition and a weakened immune system, coupled with the recent drop in temperature as autumn sets in. She has not adequately dressed and has caught a chill, resulting in a high fever from which she has yet to awaken." Ning Xian rarely spoke at such length. Taking a breath before noticing the unfavorable expression on Su Shiqing's face, he added, "The base is low on medicine. I can only provide physical cooling for her. And beyond that, I am unable to assist." Su Shiqing and Appo's expression shifted multiple times, a myriad of thoughts reflected in her complex gaze. "Thank you." After a long pause, Su Shiqing took a deep breath, her demeanor serious as she expressed her gratitude to Ning Xian. "Your sister is currently resting in the room. You may go in and see her." Ning Xian stepped aside, his tone remaining calm and composed. Chapter 9. Awakening of Abilities as a Key Talent Within the Base. Ning Xian enjoyed an exceptionally fine living environment. Outside, the night had fallen, yet the room was illuminated. Su Shiqing followed Ning Xian into a guest room, pushing open the door to behold a small lump gently rising on the bed, holding her breath unconsciously. Su Shiqing approached step by step until she reached the bedside and leaned down slightly. Ning Xian had briefly tended to the child, who lay on the bed, her pale and frail face devoid of any excess flesh, her lips a ghastly hue, and her eyes tightly shut. A damp cloth rested upon her forehead, and her brow was furrowed, betraying her disquiet. Su Anren bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Shiqing and Appo's younger sister from the modern world, with delicate features that rendered her almost doll-like in appearance. However, the stark difference lay in her emaciated form, so thin she appeared almost deformed. Just a glance brought tears to Su Shiqing and Appo's eyes. No one could fathom her feelings at that moment. Her modern sister lay in a coma, while her sister here fought a relentless fever. Leaning against the doorframe, Ning Xian spoke softly for child abuse. "You can report Wang Jian and his wife to the higher-ups of the base. With my testimony, they will believe you." And what punishment would they face? Su Shiqing inquired, her fingers gently brushing against Anren's cheek. The most severe consequence would be expulsion from the base, Ning Snian replied after a moment's contemplation. Too lenient, Su Shiqing whispered, her voice barely audible even to Ning Snian behind her. What? Ning Snian frowned. Nothing. Su Shiqing closed her eyes, rising to glance out the window at the darkening sky. Initially, she had planned to rent a room after retrieving her sister, but given Anren's condition, it was clear that traveling was ill-advised. Thus, she turned to Ning Snian. May I borrow your room for one night? Just one night. I can exchange supplies for it. Ning Snian adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and lowered his gaze. I do not lack supplies. As long as you do not disturb me, you may stay here for one night. Such kindness indeed. Once Ning Snian departed, leaving only Su Shiqing and Su Anren in the room, she retrieved the antipyretic medication she had prepared earlier. At the pharmacy, she had primarily purchased anti-inflammatory drugs, but had also stocked a variety of others. Using bottled water, she administered the medication, quietly watching Anren's sleeping face, her expression growing somber. If she refrained from reporting Wang Jian and his wife to the higher-ups, she would inevitably encounter that so-called aunt and her family. Yet, Su Shiqing felt confident in her ability to thwart them. Those who bullied her sister would not escape unscathed. Gently caressing Anren and Apos' cheek, Su Shiqing and Apos' gaze softened as she murmured, Anren, please do not come to harm. Suddenly, before she could finish her thought, a sharp pain pierced her head. What was happening? Su Shiqing leaned against the bed, raising a hand to clutch her head, feeling as though she were ablaze. The pain intensified rather than waned, threatening to split her skull in two. Panic gripped her as she struggled to call out for Ning Snian, but no sound emerged. Not even a cry of agony could escape her lips. The sensation enveloped her like flames, nearly causing her to collapse, her head feeling as if it might burst. What on earth was happening? A sudden heat coursed through her neck. The jade pendant seemed to undergo a transformation. A warm current flowing from it into Su Shiqing and Apos' body. Though bewildered by the events, she instinctively sensed a measure of comfort from the warmth. It felt as though her body was being mended, the jade pendant continuously repairing her as the pain gradually subsided until it vanished entirely. Su Shiqing lay on the bed, gasping for breath, her body trembling uncontrollably, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. In mere minutes, she felt as though she had experienced death itself. Realizing she had instinctively reached for the jade pendant around her neck, she sensed a newfound closeness to the space within. If she were to draw a comparison, previously using the space felt akin to borrowing someone else's realm, marked by an indescribable barrier. Yet now, it seemed she had become the true master of the jade pendant, wielding the space with greater ease. Why had all of this occurred so suddenly? Su Shiqing furrowed her brow, her gaze drifting to the still unconscious Anren, her attention abruptly sharpening. Just prior to this occurrence, she had uttered a phrase. Anren, please do not come to harm. Su Shiqing stroked the jade pendant, murmuring, was it you? Was that the lingering desire of Su Shiqing from the apocalypse? Did the sincerity of my wish to protect Anren grant me full control over the space? Instinctively tightening her grip on the pendant, Su Shiqing looked at Anren's flushed face, her determination solidifying. She would protect her sister, no matter the world. Su Shiqing settled beside the bed, lowering her gaze to examine her palm. Following the cessation of pain, not only had her connection to the space deepened, but she also sensed an inexplicable surge of power within her. As she contemplated this, a slender vine suddenly sprouted from her palm. What is this? Her eyes widened in astonishment as she observed the verdant vine in her hand. With a mere thought, it swayed to her will. With type abilities, this truly surpassed Su Shiqing and Apos' expectations. The original body possessed no abilities, contributing to its struggle during the apocalypse. However, now, with a wealth of supplies and the awakening of powers, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. After all, possessing abilities for self-defense in the apocalypse was indeed a boon. Yet, the power within her remained quite feeble. Su Shiqing was not well versed in matters of abilities and would need to seek guidance from others at a later time. Putting away her abilities, she leaned down to stroke Anren and Apos' head. After taking the antipyretic, Anren and Apos' temperature noticeably lowered, and her breathing steadied. Dear, please recover quickly. Su Shiqing gently ruffled Anren and Apos' hair, her smile radiating genuine warmth. Once she regained her health, her sister would treat her to the finest delights of the apocalypse. Chapter 10. Establishing authority. Perhaps due to the awakening of her supernatural abilities, Su Shiqing's physical condition had improved significantly. That night, She barely closed her eyes. Yet she felt quite refreshed as she stepped out in the morning. Early on, Ning Stein visited the guest room to check on Anrin and Apos' condition. He adjusted his glasses. Observing the child on the bed, who appeared to have recovered considerably. Curious, isn't it? The fever seems to have subsided. Beside him, Su Shiqing merely touched her nose. Remaining silent. What are your plans moving forward? Ning Stein inquired, his tone and expression remaining neutral. Are you really not considering reporting Wang Jian and his wife to the base for child abuse? Given the current situation, do you truly believe the base would intervene in such domestic matters? Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow, countering his question. Initially, her intention had been to engage in some minor business ventures at Chomping Base. If her aunt and Apos' family were to create disturbances, she would promptly leave for another base. After all, her primary goal was to earn money, showing little interest in trifles. However, circumstances had shifted. Su Shiqing now harbored a desire for vengeance against them. How could she report them to the base? Lowering her gaze, concealing the emotions swirling within, she smiled slightly. After all, they are my dear aunt and uncle. How could I bear to see them cast out from the base? The punishment of expulsion from the base was far too lenient. Su Shiqing had no intention of allowing them such an easy escape. Upon hearing this, Ning Stein glanced at the still feverish child on the bed, his brows subtly furrowing. As you wish. He shook his head, preparing to leave the guest room when he paused, seemingly recalling something. When do you plan to leave my home? This afternoon. Su Shiqing replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed about overstaying her welcome. Additionally, she hesitated for a moment, retrieving a can of milk powder from her space and placing it on the table. Could I trouble you to keep an eye on my sister? Any supplies you require can be arranged. Su Shiqing needed some time to secure a place to stay, unwilling to burden her ailing sister with unnecessary travel. I lack for nothing in terms of supplies, Ning Stein said, turning to leave, but then added, very well. After ensuring Anrin's comfort, Su Shiqing departed from Ning Stein's home, purposefully heading towards the area around the base gate, where the crowd was densest. If her initial plan had been to quietly amass wealth, her current intention was to create as much commotion as possible, preferably spreading her name throughout the base. As before, numerous vendors lined the streets, seeking to exchange goods with the supernatural beings. Su Shiqing arrived a bit late, and prime spots had already been claimed by others, but she was unfazed. Finding a place to sit on the ground, she waved her hand, and dozens of bottles of mineral water and several packs of compressed biscuits appeared before her. She did not intend to trade the milk powder or candy from her space, as she had brought only a limited amount of nutritional supplies, which she wished to reserve for Anrin. Once she had arranged her items, the bustling crowd seemed oblivious to her stall, until Su Shiqing picked up a megaphone. Biscuits and water are on sale. Don't miss out. Exchange your gold and jewels for supplies. Not for 998, just cough, cough. I misspoke. Almost inadvertently, she nearly shouted a modern advertising slogan, quickly covering her mouth with a cough to regain her composure. Her three statements reached the ears of those nearby, some of whom stood frozen in confusion. Following the sound, they spotted a young girl sitting cross-legged at a stall, beaming with a smile, surrounded by dozens of bottles of water and several packs of compressed biscuits. Exchange gold and jewels for supplies. Is anyone interested? Su Shiqing cheerfully called out again through the megaphone. The crowd erupted into excitement. Wait, what? Gold for food? Am I hearing this right? In this day and age, someone still covets gold? They must be, no, truly a bodhisattva reincarnated. Let me go first. I want to exchange. In this post-apocalyptic world, gold and jewels had become nearly worthless, far less useful than a scrap of cloth. Yet, here was an opportunity to trade them for essential supplies, leaving everyone astonished. In mere moments, the once quiet stall was surrounded by eager individuals, some even abandoning their own stalls to join in. A gaunt woman trembled as she revealed a delicate gold bracelet on her wrist. Miss, you're exchanging gold for supplies, right? Do you think this can be traded? Of course. Su Shiqing smiled sweetly, appearing harmless. However, this piece of gold is a bit scarce. Would you consider exchanging it for a pack of biscuits or a bottle of water? Biscuit. I'll take a pack of biscuits. The woman hastily removed her bracelet and offered it, desperation evident in her eyes. My child has tea eaten for 2 days. Taking the bracelet, Su Shiqing handed over a pack of compressed biscuits. The woman, scarcely believing the transaction was successful, clutched the biscuits tightly to her chest, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much. Su Shiqing shook her head. No need for thanks. I'm here to do business, not charity. Witnessing the successful exchange, those around her grew excited, no longer hesitating as they pressed closer to Shiqing. I have. Can I trade a jade bracelet? It's a family heirloom, not less valuable than gold. What about a diamond ring? Can that be traded? Let me be first. I have the gold you want. Hands reached out, almost brushing against her face, prompting Shiqing to lean back slightly. Simultaneously, she retrieved her Swiss Army knife from her space and threw it with precision, pinning the hand of a man attempting to steal amidst the chaos. Ah! The scream silenced the previously raucous crowd, all eyes turning in fear as they beheld a man crouching on the ground, howling in pain. His hand impaled by the sharp blade, blood pooling beneath him. I warned you. I am here to conduct business. Shiqing remained seated, her brows arched in amusement. Yet anyone could perceive the chilling intent in her eyes. Business comes with its rules. With a wave of her hand, the supplies vanished from sight, and she smiled sweetly at the crowd that had gathered. Surely, you don't believe that I, a mere girl, am easy to manipulate? She is a supernatural being. Someone in the crowd gasped in horror. The man, now pale and trembling, could only reflect on his folly. He had been deceived by Shiqing and Appos' innocent facade, daring to steal from her. It should have been obvious who would brazenly display their goods unless they were formidable. As Shiqing rose to her feet, the crowd instinctively parted. Watching her approach the man, she lifted the knife from his hand, causing him to wince in pain but remained silent. May I inquire, she said, looking down at him with a smile that contrasted her chilling tone. Are you here to engage in business with me? Business? Yes, yes. The man stammered, nodding vigorously, ignoring the blood flowing from his hand, his grin more akin to a grimace. I'm here to do business. Raising an eyebrow, Shiqing used the knife to tilt his chin upward. Oh, then, what do you wish to offer in exchange? Chapter 11. Struck rich, the man trembled as he removed a gold chain from around his neck and offered it to Shiqing, stammering, I'll trade this. Shiqing was taken aback by his willingness to exchange. She accepted the chain, weighing it in her hand, and let out a bemused chuckle. Under the man and Appos' fearful gaze, she benevolently returned the military knife, saying, now that's more like it. Congratulations on saving your life. Do remember to pay me a visit next time. Without sparing him a glance, she tossed him a bottle of water and resumed her previous position. The man and Appos' gold chain was considerably heavier than the bracelet of the earlier woman, and his questionable character provided Shiqing with a perfect excuse to act as a shrewd trader. Allowing him to leave alive was already an act of great mercy. Sitting cross-legged, she tilted her head back and smiled at the astonished and fearful stares of those around her. Is there anyone else who wishes to trade? Rest assured, I am a kind-hearted person. Harmony breeds prosperity. Had it not been for the blood still dripping from her knife, perhaps someone would have believed her. The intimidation tactic had proven effective. No one dared to approach her as brazenly as before. The exhibition of her extraordinary abilities, paired with her merciless methods, left the crowd hesitant to advance, yet the allure of resources kept them from dispersing. With some time remaining before noon, the more capable supernatural beings had already ventured out to scavenge for supplies, leaving behind only the less capable commoners. This notably reduced the number of troublemakers. Moreover, taking advantage of the absence of those brave enough to barter, Shiqing scanned the periphery of the base, but found no sign of management personnel. The ruckus she had just caused was not insignificant, yet no one had stepped forward to restore order. Were the authorities oblivious, or did they simply choose to ignore it? As Shiqing pondered this, one member of the crowd finally stepped forward. He was a middle-aged man, ragged and seemingly honest, limping as if he had sustained an injury. Cautiously, he approached Shiqing, nervously opening his palm to reveal a crystal she had never seen before. I don't have anything valuable, but could I trade this crystal core for some food? A crystal core? Shiqing and Appos' eyes narrowed slightly. In her recollections, such cores typically resided within the brains of zombies and appeared to enhance supernatural abilities. The original owner's memories offered little insight into crystal cores. Yet one thing was certain. This core was highly coveted among supernatural beings. As Shiqing and Appos' gaze sharpened, the man nearly fled, fearing he had offended her. Yet, the next moment, to his surprise, she smiled. Of course, she replied. With a flourish, she produced 2 packets of biscuits and a bottle of water from her spatial storage, generously offering them to the man. How does this price suit you? A small crystal core had yielded such a bounty of supplies, leaving the middle-aged man astounded. Shiqing toyed with the so-called crystal core and then looked towards the still hesitant onlookers, raising an eyebrow. Is there anyone else interested in conducting business with me? Gold, jewels, crystal cores, anything of value can be exchanged. Raising her hand, she conjured a plethora of biscuits and water, enticing the crowd. However, having learned from previous experiences, no one dared to harbor ulterior motives this time. One success often leads to another. Gazing at the beaming vendor, the crowd's yearning for supplies ultimately overcame their fear, and they began to approach her, eager to trade their worthless gold for provisions. This time, however, the transactions unfolded with much greater order than before. Hours passed without pause as Shiqing collected gold. A continuous stream of jewelry and precious metals filled her spatial storage, creating a small mountain of wealth illuminated by a gentle glow. She herself was uncertain of the worth of these treasures in the modern world. Yet she was confident that they would suffice. At the very least, her sister and Apos' medical expenses would no longer be a concern. In stark contrast, few were willing to exchange crystal cores, and after several hours, she had acquired only 3. Most crystal cores resided with supernatural beings. To amass a greater quantity, she would need to find alternative sources. Presently, those who successfully traded with her were overjoyed, spreading the word to friends and family, thus attracting more clients. Shiqing also overheard several lamenting. Having discarded their valuables during their escape, they now regretted their decisions. Nevertheless, these matters did not concern her. Her objective was clear: to amass wealth and establish her reputation. Ideally, everyone at the base would come to know of her as a trader willing to exchange resources for gold and jewels. This way, she could proceed with her subsequent plans. As the sun began its descent, Shiqing finally stood up and shook her head at the eager crowd awaiting trade. Today and Apos' transactions come to a close. A few instinctively inquired why, but quickly silenced themselves, realizing that she was not one to be trifled with. However, Shiqing merely smiled amiably. The workday is done. If anyone wishes to trade tomorrow, I shall return at this hour. Those who had not yet traded felt a twinge of disappointment. But the promise of another opportunity rekindled their hope, and they began to disperse. Shiqing sheathed her Swiss Army knife, idly playing with it in her hand as she made her way towards Ning Xian's residence. Instead of seeking out Ning Xian immediately, she approached the base's housing director, intending to use her substantial resources to rent a unit within the inner circle of the base. The inner circle boasted the best environment and security, allowing Shiqing to rest easy knowing An Ran would be safe there. As for the resources, that was of no concern. By chance, she learned that a neighboring unit to Ning Xian and Apos' was currently unoccupied, and thus she promptly secured it for immediate occupancy. Having settled these matters, Shiqing finally proceeded towards Ning Xian's home. As she approached, she noticed a crowd gathered outside his door. Frowning instinctively, she initially thought it might be her relatives. But upon closer inspection of their uniforms, she realized they were high-ranking officials from the base. This eased her mind, after all, as a valuable asset to the base. Ning Xian would undoubtedly receive periodic visits from the higher-ups. Without any intention of prying, Shiqing stood at a distance, waiting for the crowd to disperse before seeking out Ning Xian. However, the next moment, a flash of blue-violet lightning struck fiercely at the entrance of Ning Xian and Apos' home, charring the door to cinders. Shiqing? If she was mistaken, that appeared to be Ning Xian's own ability. Who would destroy their own home? The base officials seemed equally startled, quickly retreating several steps, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Shiqing and Apos' keen eyesight allowed her to spot Ning Xian, clad in a white lab coat, standing at the door with an expression that seemed somewhat aloof. Though she could not hear the words from the shape of his lips, she discerned a single word: leave. Chapter 12. The neighbors, I have expressed my disinterest in your matters. Please do not disturb my experiments. Ning Xian and Apos' face bore a hint of irritation as electricity crackled at his fingertips. If you do not leave, do not blame me for my lack of restraint. Dr. Ning, please do not be hasty. The group sent by their superiors, now drenched in sweat, reluctantly began to speak. The base commander promised he could procure all the materials you require, provided that you leave. Ning Xian was truly exasperated. Another bolt of blue-purple lightning struck fiercely beside them. Only when he watched the group scramble away did his expression soften slightly. He glanced at the charred door he had just ruined, his brow furrowing once more. What a nuisance. TSK, I have seen fierce individuals, but none who would demolish their own property. As Ning Xian pondered how to repair the door, a voice filled with mirth reached his ears. Shiqing approached after the crowd had dispersed, clucking in astonishment. You and Apos' returned? Ning Xian, unaware of what Su Shiqing had been up to for the past few hours, merely greeted him with a faint nod. I came back to fetch my sister, Su Shiqing replied, acknowledging the effort Ning Xian had put into watching over Anren. Noticing the scorched marks on the door, Su Shiqing shook his head in disbelief. If I am not mistaken, those were high-ranking officials from the base, correct? What did they do to provoke you? Perhaps driven nearly mad by the previous group, the typically taciturn Ning Xian could not help but rub his temples in frustration. The base commander wishes to invite me to join his research team. He has sent representatives multiple times regarding this matter. Su Shiqing and Appos' lips twitched as he pointed at the door, now reduced to charred remains. Every time they come, do you have to treat your door this way? No. This was an accident, Ning Xian replied, averting his gaze and shaking his head calmly. The base commander must have offered you numerous benefits. Why do you refuse to join them? At this, Ning Xian frowned slightly, displaying a hint of displeasure. Instantly, Su Shiqing backtracked. Of course. If you prefer not to discuss it, that is entirely understandable. It and Appos, too troublesome, Ning Xian interjected, his eyes closing as if he could not bear the thought. A research team implies many people. It is far too bothersome. Su Shiqing blinked in surprise. Ah. What? I dislike dealing with others. It and Appos, merely an experiment. I can manage alone. Ning Xian lamented, frustrated that the base commander persistently invited him and dangled various advantages before him. I have already contributed my experimental results. Why can't he just leave me alone? Su Shiqing was taken aback. Well, observing the evident helplessness on the usually stoic man's face, Su Shiqing finally understood how someone with such a disposition could survive in this apocalyptic world. The base commander and Appos' repeated attempts to entice Ning Xian were akin to a blind person throwing flirtations. Ning Xian simply ignored them. The best way to handle interpersonal relationships is to eliminate them altogether. According to the original owner's memories, the current power supply system of the base was entirely the result of Ning Xian's research, showcasing his undeniable genius in the field of science. The base commander sought to recruit him for his own purposes, yet Ning Xian remained impervious to both sweet talk and coercion. While Ning Xian had never shown a hint of alignment with the base commander and Appos' position, he undeniably made contributions to the base and was unlikely to abandon it for another. Eliminating Ning Xian would be detrimental to the base commander and Appos' interests, not to mention that Ning Xian and Appos' own strength was not to be underestimated. Thus, the current scenario unfolded, the base commander desperately attempting to recruit Ning Xian, while Ning Xian found it increasingly irritating. Su Shiqing could only conclude that Ning Xian and Appos' survival thus far hinged on all these elements, truly a stroke of luck. Deciding to change the subject, Su Shiqing asked, "During my absence, how is Anren?" "She is doing well." A curious expression crossed Ning Xian and Appos' face at the mention of Anren. She seemed to have recovered from her fever. Ah? Su Shiqing was momentarily taken aback. Just last night, Anren had been burning with fever, and now, within just a few hours, she had improved? Su Shiqing recalled that she had only given her some ordinary cold medicine. Even miraculous remedies wouldn't have worked this quickly. Nonetheless, it was indeed good news. I appreciate your help during this time. I have already secured accommodations. I and Appos am here to take my sister away. Su Shiqing smiled, visibly relieved upon hearing about Anren and Appos' recovery. Ning Xian stepped aside, allowing entry. Very well. In the guest room, Anren lay sleeping peacefully, her flushed cheeks now pale, revealing signs of malnutrition. Su Shiqing approached cautiously, gently lifting her. Feeling her light weight in her arms brought a pang of sorrow to Su Shiqing's heart as she carried Anren outside. She looked up and met Ning Xian and Appos' gaze, smiling and nodding in gratitude. Thank you. We and Appos, leaving now. Watching the sisters disappear through the door, Ning Xian stood silently. His gaze lowered, lost in thought. He rarely interacted with others. Su Shiqing and Appos' arrival was an unexpected occurrence. Having lost their parents, the sisters relied on each other in this merciless world. Despite possessing spatial abilities, their survival was undoubtedly challenging. Having barely escaped from a cruel aunt and Appos' grasp, it was uncertain where they would spend their next night. It was rare for Ning Xian to feel a twinge of compassion. Then, raising his head, he noticed Su Shiqing turning left, heading straight into the house next door. His fleeting sympathy vanished. Ning Xian? If he remembered correctly, This was the inner circle of the base, where a residence required at least dozens of boxes of supplies to earn a living permit. So which house had Su Shiqing just entered? Ningxian and Amp, Oppos. S expression grew increasingly wooden. Indeed, dealing with people was troublesome, a waste of his emotions. Unbeknownst to Ningxian, Su Shiqing was unperturbed by his thoughts. As neighbors, they would inevitably cross paths in the future. Thus, she did not conceal her movements, confidently carrying Anren into the house. This would be the first home for the sisters in this apocalyptic world. The layout of the house was similar to Ningxian's. It featured 2 bedrooms, a living room, and an attic. The place had not been vacant for long and was well furnished and clean. Thanks to the power supply system, there were even electric lights. Su Shiqing laid Anren gently on the bed and retrieved a set of children's clothing she had just purchased, intending to clean her up and change her outfit. After all, seeing her in tattered clothes was a constant source of heartache for Su Shiqing. She set Anren down on the bed and turned to fetch a basin of water. What Su Shiqing did not notice was that, just as she stepped out of the room in search of water, Anren and Oppos' eyelashes fluttered slightly. Chapter 13. The Awakening of Sister when Anren first opened her eyes. She did not find herself engulfed in the darkness of a cramped storage room, but rather gazing at a clean ceiling. Yet, this sight did little to soothe her troubled heart. The remnants of confusion in her eyes transformed into panic, as the unfamiliar surroundings made her feel as alert as a small creature sensing danger. Her memories lingered in that dark storage space, where her sister had yet to return, and her aunt outside was hurling insults, threatening to sell her to others within the base. Had she been sold? Recently recovering from a fever, Anren struggled to sit up in bed, her limbs weakened by prolonged hunger, nearly losing her balance. The absence of familiar faces heightened her anxiety. She bit her lip tightly, her pale cheeks betraying her fear and unease, tears welling in her eyes uncontrollably. If her sister returned and discovered her missing, she would surely be frantic. Anren did not want to be sold. She needed to find her sister. As she attempted to climb down from the bed, Anren suddenly lost her strength, her body collapsing onto the floor with a thud. The loud noise startled Su Shiqing, who was searching for a basin outside, causing her to turn abruptly with a changed expression as she hurried back to the bedroom. Anren, pushing open the partially closed door. Su Shiqing found her little sister curled up on the floor, trembling, unsure if she was hurt from the fall. Yet Anren felt as though she was experiencing auditory hallucinations. She seemed to hear her sister's voice. Before she could comprehend it, a pair of arms enveloped her, lifting her into a warm embrace. Anren, it and Amp, Oppos' sister. Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? Su Shiqing and Amp, Oppos' heart ached as she held her sister close, scrutinizing her with concern etched on her brow. The familiar scent filled her nostrils, and as Anren looked up at that familiar face, the tears that had threatened to spill finally overflowed. Sister. Anren buried her face into Su Shiqing and Amp, Oppos' embrace, softly sobbing. You were gone for so long. I was so scared. The vibrant, animated presence of her sister brought a momentary stillness to Su Shiqing and Oppos' expression, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Initially, her care for Anren in this apocalyptic world had stemmed from a sense of duty, but now, cradling the warmth of her sister and witnessing her total dependence, the feeling transformed. It was as if an invisible thread bound Su Shiqing and Anren together, filling her heart with a bittersweet ache. Don and Oppos, be afraid, Anren. Sister is here. I'm back for good. Su Shiqing tightly embraced her sister, unbothered by the dirt on her clothes. Her aunt had threatened to sell Anren for supplies. Anren, still sniffling, managed to stutter, I don't want to be sold. I want to be with you. Su Shiqing's comforting hand on Anren's back suddenly stilled, a flash of murderous intent flickering in her eyes, unseen. Yet her voice remained soothing. It's all right, Anren. No one will dare to sell you as long as I'm here. Trust me, okay? Su Shiqing gently caressed Anren and Amp, Oppos' cheek, her dark eyes shining like stars, assuring her that she would protect her. Anren and Amp, Oppos' tear-streaked face looked at Su Shiqing and Amp, Oppos' serious expression, and she blinked, feeling something had changed in her sister. I believe you, sister, she replied softly, her voice laced with a slight tremor, melting Su Shiqing and Amp, Oppos' heart. Then let Oppos' not cry anymore, all right? Are you hungry? Shall I find you something to eat? Anren was about to nod, but suddenly shook her head. I and Oppos am not hungry. You eat. You need to be full of strength before you go out. Su Shiqing took a deep breath, suppressing the ache in her heart. and smiled as she ruffled Enran's hair. Don't worry, Enran. You can have whatever you want to eat. Sister can take care of you. Look at this place. It will be our home from now on, okay? Enran and Apos' eyes widened slightly as she surveyed the bright, clean room, her mouth forming an O shape in surprise. No aunt, no one else, just her and her sister in their own home. Su Shiqing smiled, kissing Enran's little face. Does that sound good? It felt a bit like a dream. After enduring darkness and abuse, the brightness of the room and her sister and Apos' warm embrace left Enran bewildered. Am I dreaming? She murmured, pinching her cheek. Ha ha. Seeing her sister and Apos' dazed expression, Su Shiqing felt her previous weariness dissipate, unable to resist kissing Enran again. Be good and stay on the bed. I'll get you something to eat. As she gently patted Enran and Apos' head, Su Shiqing stood up, intending to fetch some hot water. Enran had clearly been hungry for quite some time. Although Su Shiqing was not well versed in medicine, she knew it was best not to give her too much food at once. A little food in smaller portions, primarily easily digestible liquids, would be ideal. Fortunately, there were several cans of milk powder in the space, and she planned to prepare a cup for Enran. The house was powered, and the furniture was quite complete, though there was no faucet. However, this did not deter Su Shiqing. She simply took out a bottle of mineral water from her space. The conditions within the inner circle of the base were relatively good, but the room itself was merely a bare shell, empty except for a few necessary pieces of furniture. As she waited for the water to boil, Su Shiqing surveyed the room. Since she had told Enran it would be their home, it certainly could not remain so barren. Although she was uncertain when she would leave the base, a good living environment was essential. Su Shiqing did not mind the trouble. After all, nothing was more important than her sister's happiness. After preparing a cup of milk powder, Su Shiqing returned to the bedroom. Upon opening the door, she found Enran sitting on the bed, her head lowered as if she were lost in thought, gazing at her palm. What's wrong, Enran? Su Shiqing's instincts kicked in. Had she just hurt her hand? No, sister. Enran waved her hand, her tone laced with curiosity as she opened her palm. Sister. My hand is glowing. How magical. Su Shiqing focused her gaze and saw a soft white light emanating from Enran and Apos' small palm, serene yet radiant. Chapter 14. Healing Powers Fortuitously. A healing ability has awakened within Ning Xuanyan. She pinched the bridge of her nose. Gazing at the two sisters she had just parted with half a day prior, her expression tinged with rare helplessness. Su Shiqing, unable to recognize the white light emanating from Enran's palm, promptly brought her sister to Ning Xuanyan's home for assurance. Though she felt somewhat guilty for imposing upon him repeatedly, Enran's well-being took precedence, and she resolved to compensate him later. At that moment, Enran had donned a newly purchased outfit, a warm and adorable white coat, rendering her akin to a glutinous rice dumpling. She sat obediently on a nearby chair, quietly sipping milk from a cup, her eyes blinking curiously as she observed Su Shiqing and Ning Xuanyan. Su Shiqing was taken aback by the revelation. Are you saying that the white light is a healing power? Indeed, Ning Xuanyan replied nonchalantly, glancing at the relatively energetic Enran. You should be grateful that your sister has awakened her powers. It has expedited her recovery. In a moment of realization, Su Shiqing recalled how swiftly Enran's high fever had subsided and initially attributed it to the efficacy of her fever medication, unaware that it was, in fact, the result of her sister and Apos' healing abilities. Yet, soon after, a furrow creased Su Shiqing and Apos' brow. Her understanding of supernatural abilities was limited. If it were merely her own wood-based powers, she would not feel pressed. However, with Enran now having awakened her own powers, any unforeseen complications could pose a significant concern. Big sister, what are supernatural abilities? Enran inquired, peering at her palm. Do I possess extraordinary powers like those impressive older siblings? As she spoke, the white glow in Enran and Apos' palms surged uncontrollably once more. Observing this, Ning Xuanyan and Apos' brow furrowed slightly. Adjusting his glasses, he turned to Su Shiqing and advised, you ought to instruct your sister on how to control her powers. If she continues to unleash them sporadically, it may strain her body. How does one control supernatural abilities? Su Shiqing mused, a peculiar expression gracing her features. Could she admit that she herself lacked control over her powers? To this day, she had yet to thoroughly explore her own wood-based abilities. Noticing Su Shiqing's silence, Ning Xuanyan's lips twitched. Please Dawn and Apos, tell me that you also lack control over your spatial abilities? Ahaha. Su Shiqing chuckled awkwardly, evading the question. admittedly struggle with it as well. It's quite baffling how things simply vanish into my space. Then, with eager anticipation, she looked at Ning Suiyin, her intentions unmistakable. Ning Suiyin remained silent. Meanwhile, Anren, still clutching her cup of milk, glanced back and forth between her sister and the pensive Ning Suiyin. After a moment and Apos, as contemplation, she hopped off her chair and approached Ning Suiyin, looking up with a sweet smile. "Handsome brother, you're the best. Please teach Anren and my sister." Su Shiqing, with her nimble and mischievous appearance, had a sister who was equally charming. Dressed in her new outfit and appearing considerably more vibrant, Anren, despite her pallor, was undeniably an adorable little girl. The innocence of childhood softened Ning Suiyin's expression. Seizing the opportunity, Su Shiqing pressed on. "If you could teach us some fundamental knowledge about supernatural abilities, I would be willing to procure any resources you require." "I have already stated that I lack any need for resources," Ning Suiyin replied, rubbing his temples in exasperation. "The items I seek are beyond your reach." This implied that there was still a glimmer of hope. "What exactly are you searching for?" Su Shiqing continued to inquire. With a stoic demeanor, Ning Suiyin replied, "I require a fully equipped laboratory." The sudden outbreak of the zombie virus had rapidly devastated the city, leaving the remaining survivors to establish a base in the suburbs, relying on their supernatural abilities to create a semblance of a living environment. Yet, to obtain precise experimental equipment, mere supernatural prowess was insufficient. If one were to construct a fully equipped laboratory, it necessitated venturing into the city to seek out the necessary tools. Not to mention the risk of encountering damaged equipment due to zombie attacks. While there were existing laboratory bases, Ning Suiyin had no intention of aligning himself with the base leaders, thus precluding access to their equipment. Consequently, he aspired to create his own laboratory. His previous expedition into the city was for this very purpose. Had he not encountered Su Shiqing, he might have succumbed to an infected wound. However, Su Shiqing and Apos' eyes began to glimmer with possibility. Just because others could not acquire something did not mean that she could not. In her modern society, procuring a set of experimental equipment was hardly a challenge. If she could establish a rapport with a brilliant researcher and a formidable lightning-based supernatural being, it would be an assured gain. Yet, the pressing question was how to discreetly present a set of experimental tools without revealing her spatial abilities. Perhaps a trip away from the base was warranted. "I will assist you in acquiring what you seek," Su Shiqing affirmed to Ning Suiyin, nodding earnestly. This elicited a momentary pause from Ning Suiyin. Soon after, he frowned. "There is no need to take risks. I can impart some knowledge about supernatural abilities. These concepts are not particularly secretive. You witnessed firsthand the dangers of the zombie-infested city during your last excursion. It was nearly catastrophic." Noticing Anren and Apos' bewilderment, Ning Suiyin tactfully omitted the latter part of his statement. Su Shiqing chuckled. "A deal is a deal. Rest assured, I am a businesswoman, and I detest being at a disadvantage." Meanwhile, Anren, still silently clutching her cup, seemed to be lost in thought, a hint of confusion reflecting in her eyes. Ning Suiyin merely pressed his lips together and shook his head slightly. Let her be. She would likely forget the matter in due time. Supernatural abilities were categorized into two types. One enhances a specific capability of the individual, such as increased strength or speed following the awakening of powers. The other type grants a specific elemental force, exemplified by Ning Suiyin and Apos' lightning abilities, Su Shiqing and Apos' spatial powers, and Anren and Apos' healing capabilities. Ning Suiyin was a commendable teacher. His tone softened considerably as he delved into the realm he was well-versed in. Supernatural beings and zombies were classified into 9 tiers based on their strength, and Anren, having recently awakened her powers, was at the lowest tier. "As for you," Ning Suiyin mused, stroking his chin as he contemplated Su Shiqing. Spatial abilities, aside from resource storage, do not possess significant offensive capabilities. Typically, one and Apos' tier is determined by the size of their space. Uncertain whether her jade pendant and Apos' space could be equated with spatial powers, Su Shiqing fabricated a rough estimate. It's likely a few square meters, not capable of holding much. Then you should also be at the first tier, Ning Suiyin concluded, a result that did not surprise him. Suddenly inspired, Su Shiqing raised her hand to reveal a small crystal in her palm. "I have heard that this item is a crystal core, beneficial to supernatural beings. How should it be utilized?" Chapter 15. Absorbing the crystal core. The crystal core, a source of energy that extraordinary beings can absorb to enhance their abilities. Ning Xian glanced down at the crystal core in Su Shiqing and Apos' hand, noting, the energy within this core is not particularly pure. It likely originated from a first-tier zombie. Beside them, and Ran and Apos' eyes began to swirl, completely lost in the conversation between the two. Her eyelids drooped as drowsiness overcame her. Su Shiqing gently embraced and ran, soothing her back while attentively listening to Ning Xian and Apos' explanation. Your sister and Apos' healing ability is rather rare. Although it lacks combat prowess, it is highly sought after by every base. A powerful healer can revive anyone as long as they still draw breath. It can even have curative effects on certain terminal illnesses. As Su Shiqing held and ran, her grip momentarily faltered, and her pupils contracted, lost in thought. A healing ability that could cure terminal illnesses. What if it could awaken her sister from her coma? If this power could remedy all ailments, could understanding its principles lead to healing her sister and Apos' unconscious state? In an instant, a multitude of thoughts flooded Su Shiqing and Apos' mind, catching Ning Xian and Apos' attention. Is something the matter? Ning Xian paused his explanation, frowning at Su Shiqing, who seemed lost in reverie. Nothing, Su Shiqing replied, lowering her gaze, somewhat ambiguously expressing her thoughts on these extraordinary powers, finding them both scientifically unfathomable and wondrous. Indeed, quite wondrous, Ning Xian concurred, raising his hand to let a flicker of blue-purple lightning dance at his fingertips. With a slight squint, he added, I have pondered this for a long time, yet I cannot comprehend the origin of these abilities. Regaining her composure, Su Shiqing smiled and raised an eyebrow at Ning Xian. Thank you for your insights. I shall take and ran home now. And rest assured, I will handle your experimental equipment. Ning Xian offered no response as he watched Su Shiqing carry and ran out the door and into the adjacent room. Suddenly, an idea struck him, prompting him to call out, by the way, how did you acquire residency qualifications in the inner circle of the base? Me? Su Shiqing tilted her head, her eyes narrowing as if deep in thought, before breaking into a smile and raising an eyebrow at Ning Xian. It and Apos' secret. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a long shadow of Su Shiqing, Ning Xian gazed after her retreating figure until she vanished from sight, lingering on the name Su Shiqing. And Ran had long succumbed to slumber in Su Shiqing and Apos' embrace. Upon returning home and settling and ran into bed, Su Shiqing stretched her somewhat weary wrists and took a seat on the chair by the bedside. This time, and Ran and Apos' sleeping visage appeared serene and tranquil, seemingly at peace. Quietly observing the figure on the bed, Su Shiqing's eyes grew contemplative, as if she were grappling with numerous thoughts. There were many matters to address, and she needed to organize her thoughts. Primarily, in this post-apocalyptic world, it was crucial to eliminate the threat posed by her aunt and her family, ensuring they would not disrupt her life within Ran. Today's market venture had already begun to establish her reputation. While she could not ascertain whether the news had reached her aunt and Apos' ears, she was certain that tomorrow and Apos' market would not unfold as smoothly as today's. It might even attract other extraordinary beings. With a furrowed brow, Su Shiqing retrieved a crystal core from her storage. Recalling Ning Xian and Apos' earlier words about how crystal cores could enhance an extraordinary being and Apos' strength, she tightened her grip on the crystalline object. The second matter at hand was indeed the crystal core. To ensure a stable life for herself and her sister in this chaotic world, mere supplies would not suffice. They needed formidable strength. Thus, Su Shiqing required an abundance of crystal cores. However, acquiring such items through trade was arduous, for they were predominantly held by extraordinary beings who understood their significance and were unlikely to part with them easily. This meant that for Su Shiqing to obtain a substantial number of crystal cores, there was only one path: to personally hunt zombies. I must find time to venture outside the base, she murmured, caressing the crystal core in her hand. I recall there are teams within the base that venture out to gather supplies. Forming a team might indeed provide greater safety, she silently noted. With her gaze returning to the crystal core, a contemplative expression crossed her face. It was time to test the extent of the enhancement the core could provide. To avoid disturbing Ran's rest, Su Shiqing retreated to another room. Seated on the bed, she followed Ning Xian and Apos' instructions, gripping the crystal core tightly as she attempted to channel her wood-type ability to draw forth the energy contained within. Soon, she felt a reaction from the core in her palm. A warm current flowed from the crystal, surging into her body. Every inch of her being felt nourished. enveloped in warmth akin to the sun and Apos' embrace on a winter afternoon, utterly delightful. Simultaneously, she sensed her wood-type ability growing slightly stronger, her perception of it sharpening. Once the energy from the crystal core was fully absorbed, Shiqing slowly opened her eyes. The sunlight streaming through the window pierced her vision, and she suddenly realized that the night had slipped away. Had an entire night passed? Surprised, she rose, yet felt invigorated, devoid of any fatigue from an all-nighter. Raising her hand, she summoned a vibrant green vine that sprang forth from her palm, swaying gently with her movements. With a flicker of thought, Shiqing attempted to manipulate the vine to grasp a nearby cup on the table, achieving surprising success. So this is what extraordinary abilities are like. It felt akin to discovering a captivating new toy, prompting her to explore further, attempting to control the vine to create various shapes. Could a sturdier vine become a weapon? The vine hardened instantly, its tip sharp enough to pierce through flesh with ease. Hiss. Perhaps I need more vines? The vine in her palm bifurcated, producing a second, curving into a heart shape. Could I weave a vine figure for my sister to play with? Shiqing struggled to manipulate the vines into a cohesive form, but ultimately exhausted her efforts and released her hands, ceasing further attempts. She had indeed gained better control over her abilities. The number and rigidity of the vines had improved, yet intricate maneuvers remained beyond her reach. Murmuring to herself, she retrieved a bottle of water from her storage to replenish her energy. As her consciousness delved into the jade pendant space, her actions suddenly halted. Wait, this is... Shiqing instinctively reached for the jade pendant at her neck. Upon entering the space, she was astonished to discover that her spatial domain had expanded with her enhanced abilities, the single storage room no longer sufficient to contain her supplies. So, the space can upgrade as well? Chapter 16. Spatial upgrade. When it comes to space, Shiqing couldn't help but meticulously observe and feel. In addition to the significant increase in the space and Apos' capacity, she sensed a peculiar connection with the jade pendant. Previously, time within the space was stagnant, and all items remained unspoiled, but this limitation only applied to inanimate objects. Now, however, Shiqing felt as though the space had acquired a certain vitality. If one were to describe it, she sensed that this space could potentially harbor living beings. For instance, chickens, ducks, and fish seemed capable of surviving within this realm, traversing between two timelines. If that were true, Anrin and Apos' quality of sleep was not particularly sound. Any rustling during the night would rouse her. Yet, whether it was due to exhaustion or the comforting presence of her sister beside her, Anrin had a dreamless night of restful slumber, groggily awakening in her room. Anrin sat on the bed, still not fully alert, when suddenly a familiar figure burst into the room. Anrin, give me your hand. Shiqing exclaimed eagerly as she rushed to the bedside, extending her hand toward her sister. If the space could indeed accommodate living beings, could Shiqing transport people from the apocalypse to the modern era? This possibility ignited a flicker of hope within her. If she could bring a healer from the end of days to the present, might she awaken her comatose sister? Anrin, somewhat bewildered, didn't Apos' comprehend why her sister was so excited but obediently extended her hand. In the next moment, Shiqing and Apos' body jolted, and she abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The crimson stain on the sheets was stark and alarming. Anrin was startled, her expression shifting to panic as she reached out to Shiqing, her palm glowing with a white light. Sister, are you hurt? Shiqing and Apos' face was pale, yet her eyes gleamed with an unsettling brightness. However, seeing Anrin nearly frantic, ready to leap from the bed to call for help, Shiqing acted swiftly, pulling her sister into an embrace. Anrin, dear, don't be afraid. I'm fine, she soothed, gently patting the trembling girl. With blood still staining her lips, Anrin couldn't bring herself to believe her sister. Sister has coughed up blood. She pointed at the spreading crimson on the bed, tears welling in her eyes at the sight. That's because sister couldn't control her abilities, Shiqing explained earnestly. Don't emulate me, or you might end up like this too. Really? Anrin and Apos' brow furrowed, her small hands wandering over Shiqing and Apos' body, seemingly confirming her sister and Apos' condition. Of course, Shiqing reassured her. The blood she had coughed up was indeed a result of overexerting her jade pendant and Apos' spatial capabilities. In that fleeting moment of contact with Anrin and Apos' hand, Shiqing felt a profound realization: the space could indeed accommodate another person. Yet, as she attempted to draw Anren into her realm, a tremendous force of resistance thwarted her, resulting in a backlash that caused her to spit blood. Shiqing recognized that her current self was incapable of sustaining the energy required for transporting another. One thing she had not misrepresented was that this space functioned similarly to supernatural abilities, reliant on the user's strength. The present Shiqing could not yet bear the toll of transporting another, but that did not preclude her future capabilities. Her eyes sparkled with hope, akin to a lost soul spotting the morning star, filled with anticipation. Shiqing was not a savior. Her space would only serve those closest to her. She could bring Anren from the apocalypse back to the modern world and care for her, perhaps even heal her sister and Apos' coma. That was sufficient. Anren was unaware of her sister's thoughts. She merely observed Shiqing's vibrant demeanor, which belied any notion of distress, allowing her brow to relax. Nestling her head against Shiqing's shoulder, she affectionately nuzzled her, speaking softly, "Sister, please be careful. You scared me just now." Shiqing and Apos' heart melted at her sister and Apos' words, and she gently patted Anren's back, saying, "All right, I understand." Having discovered the potential of her space, Shiqing felt an urgent desire to enhance her abilities for the first time. "Anren, will you stay home and behave?" she asked, ruffling the little girl's hair. Sister needs to go out for a bit. It was time for her to return to her stall. However, Anren, being clingy, immediately embraced Shiqing, her eyes blinking rapidly. Her voice tinged with panic. "Are you going outside the base again to find food?" There's still some food at home. Please don't go." "Okay." Anren doesn't eat much. Though only 6 years old, Anren had witnessed her sister return from the outside world bloodied. Struggling to smile as she presented a small piece of bread, Anren was truly frightened. Taken aback, Shiqing noticed the slight tremor in the child's body. Her heart aching with compassion, she cupped Anren and Apos' face, gazing into her tear-brimmed eyes, speaking seriously. "Anren, you must eat well to grow up healthy. I can take care of you. Don't worry, I want to leave the base today. There's no danger." Moreover, with a gentle smile, Shiqing playfully tapped Anren and Apos' nose. "Don't forget, I now possess abilities. You, on the other hand, should stay home and not open the door for anyone, understood?" Seeing the calm and tender smile on Shiqing's face somehow instilled a sense of trust in Anren. She blinked, momentarily dazed. Ever since leaving their aunt's house, Anren felt as though her sister had transformed. The once serious Shiqing now wore a smile for everyone, sincerity intertwined with a hint of ambiguity, making it hard to discern her true feelings. Only when she looked at Anren could the little girl be certain that her sister and Apos' smile was genuine. This change left Anren feeling somewhat unsettled. Noticing Anren and Apos' silence, Shiqing grew concerned. She could not possibly take Anren with her to the stall. It was far too perilous. And even she was unsure of what dangers awaited her that day. As Shiqing pondered, Anren suddenly clung to her, speaking softly. "Anren understands. Sister, be careful when you go out. I'll wait for you at home." "Good girl." Shiqing kissed Anren and Apos' cheeks and retrieved some cookies, candies, and water from her space, haphazardly piling them before her. "Eat when you're hungry, drink when you're thirsty. Sister will return soon." Watching Shiqing and Apos' departing figure, Anren glanced down at her small hands, the healing white light quietly shimmering in her palm. "Sister works so hard. If only I could help." Anren pondered, frowning. Chapter 17. Provocation. Shiqing had always believed that her family's life in the apocalypse was relatively decent. This was largely thanks to her late sister, who had left her with the easily manageable duo of Shiqing and Anren. With her younger sister under control, Shiqing was compelled to venture out repeatedly to gather supplies, only to return and surrender most of it, leaving behind merely a few moldy pieces of bread for herself and her sister's dinner. Meanwhile, Shiqing, her husband Wang Jian, and their son Wang Xiongming lived with remarkable dignity. Shiqing thought that these good days could continue indefinitely until this time, when that troublesome girl had been missing from the base for 4 days without any sign of return. Surely, that girl had Apos' run away. In a room within the impoverished district of the base, Shiqing sat on a rickety stool, murmuring to herself. Mom, Wang Xiongming, merely 5 years old and a year younger than Anren, kicked over a chair in frustration. "I and Apos am starving. Mom, what happened to the food? Are you trying to let me starve to death?" Despite the apocalypse, he had not been emaciated. Oh, my dear child, how could I bear to let you starve? Su Xiaoping cooed, her heart aching at the sight of her son. It's all that wretched girl's fault. She lamented, watching her son suffer from hunger. Mom, you must go fetch that scoundrel back. Wang Xiongming threw himself on the ground in a fit, leaving Su Xiaoping in a state of anxious agitation. I knew that wretched girl was just like her short-lived mother. No good at all, Su Xiaoping muttered, her heart heavy with unease. Surely, that girl Wen Ti truly abandoned them? Wang Jian remained silent in the corner, puffing on a cheap cigarette, the smoke swirling around him. I suggest you stop smoking that worthless cigarette. Su Xiaoping snapped, her temper flaring. Didn't you hear your son cry out about being hungry? Bring out whatever food we have left. You should check the storage room for that girl. Wang Jian finally spoke, his voice hoarse. What girl? Su Xiaoping was momentarily taken aback. Wang Jian furrowed his brows. It's been 4 days. Have you not brought that girl any food or water? If she dies, how will we threaten Shiqing? At his words, Su Xiaoping and Appo's expression darkened. She muttered, that wretched girl is tough. We barely have enough food for ourselves. How could I afford to give her any? However, Wang Jian had a point. If that girl were dead, they would lose a valuable tool for manipulation. Rising, Su Xiaoping headed towards the storage room, grumbling to herself, humph, with her sister around, how could that girl not come back? The storage room door creaked open, light cutting through the darkness inside. Su Xiaoping peeked in and froze. A gasp escaped her lips as she stared at the broken window in the empty room. Stammering, husband. The girl, she's gone. Gone. Wang Jian's brow furrowed at the sound of her words. Is there no hope left? If there's none, I'll find a time tonight to drag her out and bury her. Not gone as in dead, but gone as in missing. Su Xiaoping rushed back, gesticulating wildly. That girl has vanished. I don't know when the window was broken. What? Wang Jian's expression shifted dramatically. If Anren were dead, it wouldn't be a significant loss. In the apocalypse, few would remember a stranger. However, if she had escaped, or worse, if Su Shiqing had secretly returned to take Anren away, the situation could become dire. To maintain stability in the base, the management had set rules. While they typically turned a blind eye, if the rumor of mistreatment of an orphan girl spread, the couple would face dire consequences. What do we do now? Su Xiaoping panicked, pacing the room. If what we did to that girl gets out, can our family continue living here? Silence. Wang Jian, already on edge, could no longer tolerate Su Xiaoping's incessant rambling. The frightened Wang Xiongming began to cry loudly, his wails adding to the chaos. The fact that the management had not approached them indicated that the situation had not yet been uncovered. Wang Jian furrowed his brow, speaking in a low tone, Su Shiqing. A useless girl without abilities could not possibly escape with a 6-year-old child. This means the sisters are likely hiding somewhere within the base. With a cold snort, he stood up, donning his outer coat, his gaze dark and menacing. I want to see where, in this vast base, those 2 troublesome girls could be hiding. Unbeknownst to him, Su Shiqing was not in hiding at all. Instead, she was boldly setting up a stall along the roadside. From a distance, Su Shiqing noticed a crowd had gathered around her stall from the previous day, seemingly having waited there for quite some time. As the girl approached with a smile, the excitement was palpable among the onlookers. She's here. She's really here. Clearly, Su Shiqing's bold exchange of food for gold had caught the attention of many, and the crowd surrounding her was significantly larger than the day before. Child, will it be the same as yesterday? Croaked a trembling middle-aged woman. Seating herself at her stall, Su Shiqing surveyed the bustling crowd with a slight smile, raising her hand to display the cookies and water she had prepared. Of course, gold for food and water. Crystal cores are also acceptable. The crowd erupted in excitement. And soon, eager individuals began to approach Su Shiqing to negotiate. Yet, before anyone could reach her, a massive stone suddenly came crashing down towards her stall. Boom. The stone struck with force, creating a deep crater at the stall's location, dust billowing into the air as frightened onlookers screamed and hurriedly retreated. Thanks to her heightened abilities, Su Shiqing was quick to notice the incoming rock, swiftly retracting her goods and leaping aside to avoid the impact. A yellow-haired girl dares to conduct business here? A chilling smile flickered across Su Shiqing's face as she narrowed her eyes at the source of the voice. 3 men were striding towards her. One of them, a burly man, casually lifted another stone identical to the first, holding it effortlessly. A user of earth-based powers? Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow imperceptibly, realizing that today would not unfold as peacefully as the last. Chapter 18. The marvelous use of space. Most of the extraordinary individuals in the base consider themselves superior to ordinary people. and the three who approached to confront Su Shiqing are no exception. Upon recognizing their faces, Su Shiqing was somewhat surprised to find that they were acquaintances of the original owner. The Earth-type ability user, Liang Yuqing, had a rather refined name, yet inherently, he was a despicable bully who took pleasure in tormenting ordinary folks, making him the least intelligent among the trio. Beside Liang Yuqing stood a tall and slender man named Chang Ling, also an ability user, whose power was to enhance his physical attributes, granting him unparalleled hearing. Leading the group, and the one who had just issued a threatening remark, was Han Dingtian, a fire-type ability user. However, Su Shiqing couldn't and Oppos, help but stifle a laugh at the sight of a man barely over 4 feet tall attempting to assert dominance. He appeared more like a child when contrasted with his two towering companions. Upon spotting Su Shiqing, Han Dingtian and Oppos' small eyes narrowed, and his tone turned increasingly sinister. "Oh, isn't this the little girl who cried and begged to join us in searching for supplies? What is this? After a few days, you're setting up a stall? Don't you know this is our territory?" Su Shiqing gently rubbed her fingers together, a slight smile gracing her lips, though it never reached her eyes. The original owner had indeed known these three, when first sent out by her aunt to gather supplies. She lacked experience and had considered teaming up with others in the base. However, the claim that she had cried and begged was merely slander. Despite the trio having awakened their abilities and being a formidable team, the original owner had not joined them. Han Dingtian had made a rather distasteful proposition. "Want to attach yourself to us? Then show us your sincerity. I heard your sister isn't too bright, but she is rather pleasing to the eye." Naturally, the original owner refused, only to find that the trio later attracted zombies during her supply run, nearly leading to her demise. As Su Shiqing surveyed her surroundings, she noted the commotion caused by the boulder Liang Yuqing had thrown, sending ordinary individuals without abilities fleeing in panic. To her surprise, there was no sign of the base's management, solidifying her belief that the order within the base was not as stringent as presumed. However, this lack of oversight would facilitate her actions. Seeing that Su Shiqing seemed unfazed by his words, Han Dingtian's expression soured, and he sneered, "You little brat. Do you think just because you have some supplies you can do as you please in the base? This is the apocalypse, only the strongest prevail. Hand over your food and water, and later, bring your sister along. Perhaps we three brothers will spare you." Before he could finish, Han Dingtian suddenly felt something was past him, followed by a sharp sound. Liang Yuqing let out a cry, blood gushing from a wound on his shoulder, as if pierced by a sharp object. What was that? Han Dingtian's face shifted. Cheng Ling, too, looked astonished. His enhanced hearing informed him that the projectile originated from Su Shiqing, yet he could not discern what it was. Unbeknownst to them, a bloodstained leaf fluttered to the ground. Su Shiqing chuckled, amused at how everyone seemed intent on targeting her sister. "You have a point," she remarked, raising an eyebrow at Han Dingtian. Under his wary gaze, she smiled slightly. "In this apocalypse, only the strong survive." She lifted her hand, revealing a soft green leaf at her fingertips. In the next moment, the green vanished, and Changling's expression changed. "Han, get back." Han Dingtian, albeit a second too late, attempted to evade, but a leaf still sliced across his face, leaving a deep gash. Damn it! He wiped the blood from his face, bewildered by this bizarre trickery. Wasn't she merely a space ability user without any offensive capabilities? Where had this leaf come from? What kind of leaf could slice through flesh so effortlessly? "You're a space ability user, aren't you?" Han Dingtian squinted, scrutinizing the delicate figure of the girl not far away. "No. You possess dual abilities?" "Yes," Su Shiqing replied with a light smile, raising her hand once more, this time revealing a glimmering golden bead, no larger than a soybean. She deftly stored the bead in her space and, using her mind, propelled it at an astonishing speed toward Han Dingtian and his companions. Since the upgrade of her space ability, Su Shiqing had grown increasingly adept at controlling it. She could summon items from her space to appear within a 20-meter radius and dictate their velocity. This meant that her storage space not only served to hoard supplies but could also be utilized as a short-range projectile. The result was a spectacle. The golden bead shot toward Han Dingtian's abdomen at an imperceptible speed, delivering a force akin to a bullet, instantly piercing through his lower stomach. Han Dingtian felt a numbness in his abdomen, only realizing the severity of his injury when he looked down to see his shirt soaked in blood. First the space, then the leaves, and now gold. Surely, no one can possess 3 abilities. Cheng Ling, the only one unscathed, rushed to support Han Dingtian, his expression a mix of shock and concern. Meanwhile, Liang Yuqing, still bleeding from his shoulder, shouted in frustration, slamming his hands onto the ground. Su Shiqing sensed the earth beneath her feet becoming loose, as if something might spring forth at any moment. A surge of instinct propelled her to dodge just as a sharp stone pillar erupted from the ground, narrowly missing her previous position. Observing the 1-meter-long stone spike, Su Shiqing felt a chill run down her spine. Had she not moved, she might have met a grim fate. Gathering her focus, she remained vigilant, scanning the ground for the next onslaught. However, when she looked up, she saw Liang Yuqing's pallid face, swaying unsteadily before he finally collapsed onto the ground. I'm out of energy, so hungry," Liang Yuqing mumbled, his demeanor reflecting a lack of intelligence. Cheng Ling, supporting Han Dingtian, reprimanded Liang Yuqing. "You fool. Didn't you think to aim before unleashing your big move?" Chapter 19. Complete victory. One severely injured by hidden weapons, another exhausted of abilities, and yet another with only enhanced hearing. Su Shiqing was at a loss as to how she should lose in this situation. 1 against 3, a complete victory. Han Dingtian and Emp's abdomen continued to bleed profusely. Though the physique of an ability user was formidable, it could not withstand such relentless blood loss. Gritting his teeth, he watched as Su Shiqing approached, a flicker of fear of death creeping into his heart. "What do you want?" Cheng Ling realized he could not possibly defeat her. As he watched Su Shiqing advance, he could only threaten, "Murder is a crime in the base. You wouldn't want to be expelled from the base, would you?" Su Shiqing was not yet prepared to leave with Anren, and at the sound of his words, her steps momentarily faltered. Observing this, Han Dingtian clutched his wound, forcing out a cold laugh. "You and Emp's better back off. You wouldn't and Emp's want to be expelled from the base either." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Shiqing delivered a powerful kick to him, her toe pressing down hard on his wound. Instantly, Han Dingtian and Emp's face contorted in pain, while Cheng Ling, witnessing the scene, dared not intervene. Su Shiqing bent down, brandishing a Swiss Army knife that had materialized from who knows where, the cold blade lightly tapping Han Dingtian and Emp's face. Satisfied with the terror reflected in his eyes, she smiled. One must know how to adapt to circumstances. Moreover, with a light chuckle that bore an inexplicable sense of pressure, she continued, "You think you can remain in the base forever without facing consequences?" Han Dingtian and Emp's expression twisted in agony, yet her words sparked an unbidden fear within him. For a fleeting moment, he was bewildered. Was this truly the reticent, meek Su Shiqing he knew? "You best avoid my sister and me in the future." Su Shiqing pressed her toe down on Han Dingtian and Emp's injury, her gaze icy. "Don't think I want to act. Next time I see you, I will kill you." Standing upright, Su Shiqing retracted her foot, casting a glance at the nearly unconscious Han Dingtian on the ground before she nonchalantly averted her gaze. It was difficult to act violently within the base, yet she did not believe that the trio would remain there indefinitely. Whether Han Dingtian and his companions would harbor resentment towards her was of little concern. She would not allow such a threat to persist. Cheng Ling hurriedly rushed to assist the nearly unconscious Han Dingtian, avoiding eye contact with Su Shiqing as he swiftly exited alongside Liang Yuqing. The pit created by the massive stone remained, with droplets of blood on the ground testifying to the recent confrontation. As Han Dingtian and his companions fled in disarray, some ordinary onlookers, who had been quietly observing, cautiously peered out, anxiously eyeing Su Shiqing standing at the center of the clearing, feigning ignorance to the probing stares. Su Shiqing proceeded to the street corner and set up her stall in another location. Would trading still be possible? Although Han Dingtian and his companions were not among the most renowned ability users in the base, they were still formidable figures to the ordinary populace. The trio often exploited their powers to oppress the nearby residents, leaving them in dire straits, while the base management turned a blind eye to such matters. Witnessing Su Shiqing administer a thorough lesson to the three, many felt a sense of relief. However, with the girl's evident strength, no one dared approach her for trade for the time being. Su Shiqing remained unperturbed, quietly displaying food and water before her, awaiting the first brave soul to step forward. Perhaps emboldened by naivety, the first to approach was a thin little boy. His clothes were tattered and ill-fitting, his face dusted with grime. Yet his eyes sparkled with a nervous energy. He cautiously extended a crystal core towards Su Shiqing. "Sister, may I exchange this for 2 bottles of water and a pack of biscuits, please?" "Of course." Su Shiqing's smile radiated warmth as she accepted the boy and Emp's crystal core and handed over the items, their transaction concluding pleasantly. As before, Su Shiqing was willing to trade food and water for crystal cores and other valuable items without changing her prices. The onlookers breathed a sigh of relief, their regard for Su Shiqing growing despite their uncertainty about her intentions. In the years following the outbreak of the zombie virus, most supplies in supermarkets had been depleted, and ordinary individuals, even if daring enough to venture outside the base in search of resources, often returned empty-handed. Meanwhile, valuable items such as gold had gone unnoticed, prompting some to contemplate forming teams to venture beyond the base for treasure. All of this was within Su Shiqing and Apos' expectations. With the little boy leading the way, the crowd gradually began to gather around her. Having witnessed her formidable abilities, the order of trading improved significantly, with no one daring to overstep their bounds. Su Shiqing, much like the day before, greeted everyone with a smile as they engaged in transactions. Ningxian, could you please control your abilities next time you use them? The man adorned with ear studs was busy repairing the door that Ningxian had previously damaged with a hammer. His actions punctuated by the metallic clinks of his work as he couldn't help but complain. Ningxian adjusted his glasses, standing to the side with a faint nod. All right, I will try my best next time. Try your best? You say that every time. The man, filled with grievances, retorted, I am, after all, a notable ability user in the base, the leader of the resource collection team, Luo Qing. How have I become just a door repairman in your eyes? Luo Qing grumbled, yet his hands never slowed, efficiently mending the door. Ningxian observed the newly installed door and patted Luo Qing on the shoulder, his tone turning appreciative. Your craftsmanship is commendable. I'll be sure to call on you again. Hey, don't you dare. I swear I won't do it next time. Luo Qing feigned anger, retaliating with a playful punch to Ningxian's shoulder, though he was swiftly caught. Your door repair skills are decent, but your fighting skills need some work. Luo Qing flared up. Do you dare to compete with me? Let us see if I can't knock you down. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Ningxian's mouth. In the base, he had few whom he could converse with, and Luo Qing was one of them. Their bond was the closest of all. Hey, I heard someone else living next door to you? Luo Qing suddenly recalled and raised an eyebrow at the adjacent room. Aren't you fond of peace and quiet? Should I request a change of residence for you? Upon hearing this, Ningxian paused, the images of the Su sisters flashing through his mind. Having a pair of sisters nearby wasn't overly noisy. He shook his head. No trouble. I'll address it with the higher-ups if necessary. Ah, that makes sense. Luo Qing nodded sagely. You are a talent in the base S research sector. Your words carry more weight than I, a mere brute. More banter, Ningxian sighed, shaking his head. Just as he was about to speak, Luo Qing interrupted. Wait, you mentioned living next to a pair of sisters, but I just saw a man heading that way. What? Ningxian was momentarily taken aback, turning to glance at the neighboring door, where indeed, a man stood, unknown to him until that moment. Upon recognizing the figure, Ningxian's gaze sharpened. The maternal uncle of the Su sisters, Wang Jian. How did he come to find them? Chapter 20. The arrival of the uncle Wang Ji and Apos, and gazed at the house before him, which was infinitely superior to his own, and felt an intense frustration gnawing at him. Indeed, it was a case of a wolf raised with care turning against its benefactor. He had brought his sister here to enjoy a carefree life while leaving his family behind in a dilapidated slum. Had it not been for someone informing him that Su Shiqing had rented a place in the inner circle of the base, he would never have fathomed that this ungrateful girl had the means to come here. Even if she sought refuge in the inner circle, I have still found her. Ningxian observed Wang Jian's furious demeanor, his expression growing increasingly cold. How had he managed to enter? Ningxian pondered, unable to comprehend. For the security within the inner circle of the base was stringent, allowing no ordinary person to pass through. What is going on? Do you know him? Upon noticing Ningxian and Apos' troubled expression, Luo Qing also sensed something amiss, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to charge forward. Should I throw him out? Don and Apos, TB rash. Ningxian pulled him back, his brow slightly furrowed as he contemplated the situation. Earlier that morning, he had seen Su Shiqing leave, meaning that at this moment, only Su Amren should be home next door. Go to the outer circle of the base and look for a girl named Su Shiqing. She wears a white tracksuit and a beige coat. Tell her uncle has come to visit. Eh? Luo Qing was momentarily taken aback. But upon seeing Ningxian's serious demeanor, he asked no further questions and nodded, rushing outside. As he ran, he quietly mused to himself. It truly was a rare occurrence for the usually aloof Ningxian to involve himself in others' affairs. Meanwhile, casting a glance at Wang Jian, who was preparing to pound on the door. Ning Xinyan's expression revealed a hint of complexity as he looked toward the window of the neighboring house. The inner circle of the base saw a few passers-by, and Wang Jian no longer concealed his true nature. He banged on the door with ferocity, his voice menacing. "You little brat, open the door at once. I know you're in there. Don't pretend to be dead. You two are living it up here while my son is starving. If you don't open this door, I swear I'll break it down." Inside the house, silence prevailed. Wang Ji and Oppose, and spat angrily and rolled up his sleeves, forcefully slamming against the door. Bang, bang, bang. Each impact was more forceful than the last. Each sound more chilling. In the corner of the bedroom, Anren curled into a ball, clutching her knees and trembling slightly. Outside, the demonic whispers echoed relentlessly. And Anren bit her lip, memories of past traumas flooding back like a tidal wave. "Sister," she buried her head in her arms. Her voice soft and choked with fear. The houses in the base were not as sturdy as modern buildings, and under Wang Jian's relentless assault, the door gave way. Panting heavily, he surveyed the pristine interior and felt his frustration mount. "So, this is where you chose to hide and live comfortably? I'll put an end to this." Kicking the bedroom door open, Wang Ji and Oppose, and sneered, "You little brat dared to sneak away to enjoy a good life. Just watch what I'll do to you." But his words were abruptly halted as he stared at the empty room in bewilderment. "Where is everyone?" The bed was slightly disheveled, with some candy and biscuits lying about. The window was ajar, allowing a gentle breeze to sway the curtains, clearly indicating that someone resided here. Seeing the food on the bed, Wang Ji and Oppose, Oppose's eyes widened. He had been living on nothing but steamed buns for months. After searching the house thoroughly and finding no sign of life, anxiety began to gnaw at him. Someone had informed him they had seen Su Shiqing bring a child here. Where had those two girls vanished to? Unbeknownst to Wang Ji and Oppose, and next door, Ning Xinyan handed a cup of water to Anren. "You are safe here. You can wait for your sister to return." "Thank you, brother," Anren replied. Her small face pale as she gratefully accepted the warm water, sipping it delicately. Meanwhile, Ning Xinyan and Oppose's expression was somewhat numb. Just moments ago, he had once again entered through the window to bring the little girl out. At this rate, he would become unaccustomed to using doors. Today, far more individuals had come to the base to exchange supplies with Su Shiqing than the previous day. Even though her abilities had enhanced her physical condition, Su Shiqing felt a slight ache in her hands. However, as she gazed upon the growing array of valuable items in her space, golden and glittering, her spirits lifted considerably. Not far away, Luo Qing was diligently searching for individuals as per Ning Xinyan and Oppose's instructions. This pace was far too slow. He scratched his head, wearing a frustrated expression as he observed the bustling activity around the base. After a moment, Luo Qing sighed deeply, as if reaching a resolution. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his strength and shouted at the top of his lungs down the street of the base. "Su Shiqing. Who is Su Shiqing? Your family is in trouble." Far away, Su Shiqing, who was engaged in business, felt a shiver run through her hand as she looked up in confusion. Had someone just called her? Pausing her task, she stood up and gazed toward the center of the street. There stood a man in a military coat, nearly shouting himself hoarse, his ear studs glinting in the sunlight. Su Shiqing did not recognize him, nor did she understand why someone would be searching for her. However, after a moment of contemplation, she handed a bottle of water to a small girl nearby, who was eagerly waiting to exchange food. "Please go call that uncle over here." The little girl, upon receiving the water, quickly ran to fetch Luo Qing. "Excuse me, are you looking for me?" Su Shiqing casually placed one hand in her pocket, silently appraising the man before her, a polite smile gracing her lips. "Yes, you're Su Shiqing, right?" Luo Qing looked up, locking eyes with her, and after a thorough examination, continued, "You should head home for a bit. Your uncle has come looking for you." Crack. The packet of biscuits in Su Shiqing and Oppose's hand crumbled instantly. Her smile vanished abruptly, her expression turning astonished and cold. "Who did you say came to my house?" "Your uncle," Luo Qing replied, taken aback by the sudden shift in Su Shiqing's expression. "Ning Xinyan sent me to find you. If there's a problem, you can take it up with him. I'm not taking the blame for this." Chapter 21. The opportunity arises. How could Wang Jian come knocking at the door? What on earth is the security in the inner circle of the base doing? Are they merely idle bystanders? Anren is still at home. Su Shiqing, with a frigid expression, waved her hand, drawing all her supplies into her space. She turned to the crowd still waiting to exchange goods and stated, "Today and Oppose's As transactions will conclude here, there are matters at home that require my attention. Today's closure was significantly earlier than yesterday's, leaving many without the chance to acquire supplies. Observing Su Shiqing's cold demeanor, whispers of concern spread through the crowd. Would they still be able to barter valuable items for supplies tomorrow? Among them, some began to piece together the name Su Shiqing was familiar. Ah, wasn't Wang Jian's couple housing two girls? It was said they were the children of Su Xiaoping's sister, one of whom was indeed named Su Shiqing. How surprising that this girl had transformed into such a beauty. The last time they saw her, she was quite filthy. Yet, the man's tone suggested there was some conflict between her and her uncle. That seemed unlikely. Wang Jian was known for his honesty, and Su Shiqing's sister had reportedly been unwell since arriving at the base. The couple had taken good care of them, such a rarity in these dire times. However, Su Shiqing casually produced so many supplies. It was strange that Wang Jian's family had never mentioned it. Just yesterday, they had seen them nibbling on moldy buns. The crowd murmured in low voices, their chatter disorganized, but Su Shiqing caught snippets of their conversation. She pressed her lips together, her mind racing. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. This might be an excellent opportunity, a chance to thoroughly tarnish the reputation of Wang Jian and his wife. Luo Qing stood nearby, observing as Su Shiqing's expression shifted from a smile to cold resolve, her dark eyes deep with contemplation, as if she were plotting something. Everyone, please disperse for today. Su Shiqing gestured to the circle around her, her voice pausing momentarily before she hesitantly added, tomorrow. It might not be necessary to come here to wait. What does she mean? The latter part of her statement sent ripples of unrest through the crowd. After finally establishing a stable means of acquiring food and water, some had even prepared to venture out in search of gold and other valuables. Now, suddenly, Su Shiqing suggested she might cease her efforts. This was unacceptable. Upon seeing her uncle had arrived, a hint of helplessness crossed Su Shiqing and Apos' face, but she quickly shook her head. Never mind, everyone, please disperse. Though she appeared reluctant, her words subtly directed blame towards Wang Jian. With that, she turned and strode purposefully towards the inner circle of the base. Luo Qing hesitated to follow immediately, instead pondering the still-gathered crowd. Sure enough, a few figures soon trailed after Su Shiqing, seemingly eager to uncover the truth. Interesting, Luo Qing mused aloud, but then recalled that the inner circle would and Apos easily grant entry. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. He had almost forgotten that this girl was the tenant next door to old Ning. She could indeed have the security let them in. So, she had anticipated this? How could old Ning associate with such a person? Luo Qing raised an eyebrow, reflecting on how old Ning's character might lead him to be easily swindled by her. Su Shiqing hurried towards the inner circle, relieved to notice that someone had followed her. It seemed that when personal interests were at stake, curiosity would always prevail. Having already informed the inner circle and Apos as security, the individuals behind her would not be stopped. Yet, there remained one pressing question in Su Shiqing and Apos' mind, who had allowed Wang Jian entry. When she had initially rented the house, she had gone to great lengths to disguise her identity. Logically, the only ones who knew of her and Anren and Apos' residence here, aside from the two sisters, would be Ning Xinian. Could it be him? But why would he do such a thing? Moreover, if it were indeed him, there would be no need for him to send someone to remind her. Unable to comprehend the situation, Su Shiqing pressed on, her thoughts interrupted by the sight of her rented house in the distance. My dear uncle, if you are so eager to ruin your reputation, then I shall oblige. From afar, she saw the door to her home violently kicked open, the entrance wide ajar, clearly indicating someone had been there. Su Shiqing struggled to suppress her worry for Anren, biting her lip in a fury that seemed almost murderous. Just as she turned, she caught sight of a familiar face pressed against the window of Ning Xinian and Apos' house. Anren and Apos' face was glued to the glass, and upon seeing Su Shiqing, she gently tapped on the window, radiating joy. Su Shiqing's aggressive stride faltered momentarily. Why is Anren next door? Once she confirmed that it was indeed her sister, a wave of relief washed over her, dispelling the tension that had threatened to consume her. A faint smile graced her lips, and her expression softened as she waved at Anren from a distance. As long as Anren was safe, she could focus on dealing with Wang Jian. However, it appeared she owed Ning Xinian a favor. It seemed a trip back to the modern world would be necessary to assist him in gathering the experimental equipment he required. Making a shushing gesture to Anren, indicating her to stay put, Su Shiqing approached the door, now wide open. Inside, Wang Jian, unable to find anyone. Succumbed to the temptation of the cookies and candies strewn across the bed, indulging himself. When he heard movement at the door, he was choking on a biscuit, desperately searching for water to alleviate his discomfort. That dead girl finally returned. Huh? Wang Jian scoffed, grabbing a bottle of mineral water nearby and gulping it down. Wiping his mouth, he prepared to confront the two girls. However, upon seeing Su Shiqing standing in the doorway, her exquisite features framed by a flowing coat, his words caught in his throat. Wang Jian's eyes widened slightly, struggling to recognize the person before him. In his memory, Su Shiqing had always appeared disheveled and ragged, not the polished and radiant figure standing before him now. Noticing his stunned expression, Su Shiqing leaned against the doorframe, chuckling softly as she waved, "Dear uncle. It has been quite some time." Chapter 22. The trap. As Su Shiqing stood resolutely at the doorway, Wang Jian was oblivious to the onlookers lurking outside, curious about the unfolding drama. Although he was momentarily captivated by Su Shiqing and Apos' stunning appearance, his expression swiftly morphed into one of fierce hostility. "You wretched girl. No matter how well you hide, I always find you." Wang Ji and Apos, and scoffed, his gaze menacingly fixed on Su Shiqing, who stood merely a few paces away. "While you indulge in your comforts, my son goes hungry. I will have your life for this." To Su Shiqing, he resembled a jester, capering and shouting in a futile display. Her demeanor remained indifferent, but her eyes caught the crumbs clinging to the corner of Wang Ji and Apos' mouth, eliciting a flicker of distaste. What a waste of her food. Wang Jian, sensing his authority being openly challenged by her calmness, grew increasingly irate. He raised his hand, intending to assert his dominance as he had done before. However, before his palm could descend, an unseen force halted his movement. Startled, Wang Ji and Apos, and looked up to find his wrist ensnared by a slender vine, rendering him immobile. What? He stammered, disbelief creeping into his eyes. You've awakened your powers. How can this be?" Following the outbreak of the zombie virus, the majority of humanity had succumbed to infection, while only a select few had unexpectedly developed abilities. Those ordinary individuals who remained unchanged during the initial chaos rarely awakened their powers in subsequent days. Yet here was Su Shiqing, whom he had treated as a mere servant, genuinely manifesting extraordinary abilities. This truth filled Wang Ji and Apos, and with a mix of terror and jealousy. Why should this insolent girl be so fortunate? Surprised, Su Shiqing leaned against the doorframe, her fingers dancing lightly, causing the tendrils around Wang Ji and Apos' wrist to constrict further. The pressure threatened to fracture his wrist, veins bulging, his complexion turning ashen. "I am your uncle. I provide for you, and yet you dare to treat me this way." Wang Jian's face flushed with rage as he ground his teeth. "Aren't you afraid of being expelled from the base? Even with your powers? How do you plan to survive with that little madcap sister of yours? Who are you calling a madcap?" Su Shiqing and Apos' previously carefree smile vanished, replaced by a chilling glare. "Wang Jian, if you've played the part for so long, you mustn't believe it to be genuine." A military knife materialized in her hand as she stepped forward, seizing the collar of his shirt. Under Wang Ji and Apos' horrified gaze, she pressed the blade against his throat, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Every morsel your family consumes is sourced by me, and the roof over your heads was exchanged for my resources. You, Su Xiaoping, and your son are all sustained by my efforts. What right do you have to threaten me? Only you know the truth of my sister and Apos' sanity. I advise you to carefully consider your words." Wang Ji and Apos', bound by the vines, could not evade the knife and Apos' cool touch against his skin, fear gripping his heart. Especially when he met the depths of Su Shiqing and Apos' eyes, an inexplicable shiver coursed through him. This girl, whom he had bullied and belittled for so long, suddenly radiated an aura of power. For a fleeting moment, he genuinely feared for his life. Yet, a fleeting thought reassured him. This was the base, and Su Shiqing would be expelled if she dared to kill within its confines. Wang Ji and Apos' clung to that certainty. "Humph," he scoffed, feigning bravado despite the tremors in his legs. "If you have the courage, then kill me. I want to see how someone who has slain their kin can continue living here. Wretched girl, apologize to me and your foolish sister while there's still time. I can pretend none of this transpired." Glancing around the tidy room, Wang Ji and Apos' continued, "I saw plenty of valuable items earlier. You must have more stashed away. Bring them out to honor me and your aunt. You've starved us for days." His eyes gleamed as he eyed the master bedroom. "That room has excellent light. It would be perfect for my son." Despite the knife still at his throat, he began to assert his demands. Su Shiqing felt a laugh bubbling within her. She had never encountered such shamelessness. Neither my supplies nor this house has anything to do with you, she retorted coldly. Indeed. I possess many fine goods, food and drink, but you will not lay a finger on them. Not even if they were fed to dogs would they ever reach you. As she spoke, Su Shiqing produced an array of biscuits, candies, and powdered milk from her space, showcasing them before swiftly putting them away again. Wang Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this girl dare to hoard such treasures for herself? Not a chance. These goods belonged to him. How could those girls indulge so extravagantly? Noticing the blood vessels in Wang Ji and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos, eyes bulging with fury, Su Shiqing savored the moment, fanning the flames further. As for you and your son, you will languish in the slums for eternity. These supplies will forever remain beyond your reach. I look forward to seeing how your family survives here without me. Damn it, wretched girl, I will kill you. Su Shiqing and Oppos, taunts had successfully provoked Wang Ji and Oppos, who struggled against the vines binding him. Just wait. I will not let you escape. Neither you nor your pathetic sister. Once you are gone, all these resources will belong to me, Wang Jian. His last declaration erupted from his lips, so loud it startled even him. Looking down, he noticed a horn had suddenly materialized at his mouth. Stunned, he met Su Shiqing and Oppos' sly smile as she spoke softly. Uncle, those were your own words, you know? What? Wang Jian was caught off guard, unable to comprehend the mischief brewing in her mind, when suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside the house. All these resources will belong to me, Wang Ji and Oppos. And the horn amplified his words precisely, broadcasting them to the crowd gathered outside to observe the spectacle. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in outrage. What the hell, Wang Ji and Oppos, and how could I have not seen you for the selfish scoundrel you are? How dare you impede our efforts to trade for supplies? What difference is there between you and a murderer? You are nothing but a beast. Your niece has selflessly considered the needs of ordinary people in our base, and you want to hoard all these resources for yourself. I truly misjudged you. Chapter 23. Infamy. The cacophony outside left Wang Jian bewildered. He could hardly discern the words spoken by the crowd. However, Su Shiqing was acutely aware, timing her actions perfectly. She seized the moment when onlookers arrived just in time to overhear Wang Jian and Oppos' remark, yet they remained oblivious to the unfolding drama within. With a playful snap of her fingers, she retracted the vines ensnaring Wang Jian and smiled innocently. Uncle, one mustn't amp, Oppos, be overly greedy. What? Wang Jian was still trying to grasp the situation, an unsettling intuition prickling his conscience, stirring a sense of panic within him. Su Shiqing chuckled softly, stepping closer as if she were a dutiful granddaughter adjusting an elder and Oppos' disheveled collar after a scuffle. She then grasped his hand firmly. Wang Jian attempted to free himself, but soon realized that this girl possessed an astonishing strength. We are all unfortunate souls in the same base, uncle. It is not right for one to hoard resources alone, is it? Su Shiqing's voice, amplified by a nearby loudspeaker, resonated clearly in the ears of the gathered crowd. Through the forcibly opened door, the onlookers observed the two seemingly entangled in a dispute. At this moment, Wang Jian and Oppos' gaze finally broke free from Su Shiqing and Oppos' obstruction, revealing the sea of angry faces outside, all pointing and murmuring about him. It dawned on him that something was amiss, that his carefully constructed faade had crumbled before their eyes. When had this girl gained such a formidable influence in the base? Why were so many people following her back? Wang Jian was oblivious to Su Shiqing's entrepreneurial endeavors or her solitary defeat of the local bully, Han Dingtian. All he comprehended was that this time, he was finished. Yet, it was evident that Su Shiqing was not merely satisfied with this outcome. In this apocalyptic world, uncle, we cannot only concern ourselves with our own survival. They are our compatriots, and while I possess the means, I cannot turn a blind eye to their plight. Su Shiqing half-pulled, half-dragged Wang Jian from the house, positioning herself at the threshold, facing the scrutiny of the crowd. Wang Jian lacked the strength to resist. His face flushed crimson, and as he faced the throng's accusatory glares, he stammered, I didn't. But his words fell on deaf ears. The previous announcement had reverberated clearly in everyone and Oppos' minds, and since it touched upon their interests, nearly everyone reacted with fervor. Observing this scene, a barely perceptible smirk crept upon Su Shiqing's lips, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Nearby, and Ran perched at the window, gazing at the throng gathered at her doorstep, along with her sister and uncle, her bright eyes blinking with curiosity. Although she struggled to comprehend the multitude of voices, the sight of her sister seemingly unharmed reassured her enough to remain at the window. Ning Sinian stood quietly behind and ran, adjusting his glasses, his gaze narrowing as it fell upon Su Shiqing in the distance. He vividly recalled her cheerful words from a couple of days prior. "They are my dear aunt and uncle. I cannot bear to see them expelled from the base." Indeed, they had not been cast out, but living in disgrace within the base would surely be more arduous. Wooden and Amp, Oppos, Tiet? What a clever manipulation. Ning Sinian and Amp, Oppos. S expression remained impassive as he observed and ran, who was pressed against the window, her little face contorted adorably. He silently added to his thoughts. Well, even if Su Shiqing is no saint, her sister is undeniably charming. On the other side, Su Shiqing, ostensibly caught in the throes of emotion, clutched her heart and pointed dramatically at Wang Jian. "I never expected, uncle, that after all my efforts to gather resources for your family's sustenance, you would respond with such indifference." "What? Su Shiqing has been supporting Wang Jian's family?" The crowd was taken aback. They had wondered why Wang Jian's family never left the base while living carefree lives. They had assumed it was due to connections with those in power. But now, it was Su Shiqing and Oppos' doing. Wang Jian and his wife seemed rather shameless, exploiting an orphan. Why hadn't Amp, Oppos, the base expelled them? No wonder Su Shiqing had once appeared so disheveled and bloodied. No, that's not how it is. Wang Jian found himself overwhelmed by the tide of accusations. Even if he wished to defend himself, no one was willing to listen. "Wretched creature, get out of the base." More voices joined the chorus of condemnation, spitting vitriol at Wang Jian. After 2 days of trading, Su Shiqing's status among the residents of the base had significantly elevated. One was a benevolent figure providing a stable food supply, while the other was a selfish uncle. It was evident where the crowd's sympathies lay, as they berated Wang Jian. Many among them secretly pondered whether their actions might curry favor with Su Shiqing, hoping for better deals and future exchanges. "Sister," a bright, childlike voice pierced through the chaos, causing Su Shiqing to turn abruptly. She spotted and ran, making her way through the crowd, with Ning Sinian observing quietly from a distance. Despite her slender frame, and Ran and Oppos' complexion had improved since awakening her powers, she looked radiant in her new clothes, resembling a porcelain doll. The half-height bundle of joy approached, laughing as she ran towards Su Shiqing, who instinctively revealed a genuine smile, opening her arms wide. The crowd paused, momentarily taken aback. This was presumably another child taken in by Wang Jian and his wife. Isn't this the child rumored to be a bit eccentric? Yet, she seems perfectly normal now. What a lovely girl, some murmured, realizing they had been misled by Wang Jian's family. And Ran paid no heed to the gossip surrounding her. All she knew was that her sister was remarkable, and even the intimidating uncle seemed powerless against her, gazing at Su Shiqing as if she were a superhero. And Ran rushed into her embrace, nuzzling close and cooing, "Sister, you're amazing." Indeed, Su Shiqing chuckled, lifting and ran and playfully pinching her cheek. While the sisters basked in a warm moment, Wang Jian and Oppos' face turned a deep shade of red, teetering on the brink of madness. Everything had been going smoothly, his life, his reputation, but now, all had been ruined by this insufferable girl. He could not accept it. Go to hell. Wang Jian, in a fit of rage, drew a short dagger and lunged at Su Shiqing, who had her back turned to him. Gasps rippled through the crowd, and Ning Sinian, observing from afar, felt his expression shift as he instinctively summoned lightning at his fingertips. Chapter 24, A Bitter Severance? Yet, Su Shiqing appeared to have sensed the impending turmoil. At the moment Wang Jian's furious roar echoed, she gently pulled Anren's head into her shoulder, shielding her from any gruesome sight. In the next instant, emerald green vines surged from behind. 2 tendrils swiftly ensnared Wang Jian's movements, while a third feigned an attempt to seize his blade, inadvertently piercing through his arm. Wang Jian's agonized scream was barely uttered when another vine surged forth to muffle his cries. Blood dripped steadily from the vine, staining the ground crimson. Su Shiqing maintained a serene smile, softly patting Anren and Oppos' back, her gaze frigid. As the onlookers witnessed the blood-soaked ground, a heavy silence fell upon them. They nearly forgot that the young woman before them was not to be trifled with. She was the one who had single-handedly vanquished 3 supernatural beings. Not far away, Ning Sinian watched as the lightning dissipated from his fingertips, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Wasn't it Oppos, Su Shiqing a space-type ability wielder? Where did this wood-type power come from? Wang Jian felt as if his arm would sever, veins bulging painfully on his face. At this moment, Su Shiqing turned. Her expression feigned sorrow. I never expected my uncle to turn against me. I am truly heartbroken. She wore an incredulous and sorrowful visage that nearly drove Wang Jian to spit blood. Muffled by the vine, he could only express his fury in incoherent sounds. Who is truly injured here? Just look at this pool of blood. Whose is it? Anren, buried against Su Shiqing's shoulder, was oblivious to the chaos. But upon hearing her sister mention injury, she jolted, eager to lift her head. Sister, are you hurt? Where are you hurt? Su Shiqing, determined to shield Anren from the gruesome sight, gently patted her back and reassured. Sister is fine. Anren, shall we rid ourselves of this uncle? Along with aunt and that brother? What do you say? All right. Anren nuzzled against Su Shiqing and Appos. As shoulder, uncle is so fierce, and aunt always tries to hit me. I don't want them anymore. All I need is my sister. With the atmosphere reaching this climax, Wang Jian's reputation lay in ruins. And Su Shiqing knew that the events unfolding here would soon spread like wildfire. The reputations of Wang Jian and his wife were irrevocably tarnished, marking them as targets for scorn within the base. Yet, this punishment was still insufficient. Being expelled from the base would pale in comparison. Undoubtedly, Su Shiqing would become the sole individual willing to barter for supplies within the base, thus elevating her status among the populace. Consequently, when she expressed her disdain for Wang Jian and his wife, would others take it upon themselves to act against them in an effort to curry her favor? Su Shiqing had never regarded herself as a virtuous being. The clandestine struggles within high society had dulled most of her kindness, reserving her genuine affections solely for her sister. Trading supplies was never an act of charity. Su Shiqing merely sought to procure what she needed, unhesitatingly exploiting the common folk of the base. This is human nature and the survival principle in a post-apocalyptic world. Ladies and gentlemen, bear witness, Su Shiqing declared, cradling Anren, her voice resonant. As for Wang Jian, pierced and incapacitated, she spared him not a single glance. I, Su Shiqing, along with my sister Su Anren, hereby sever all ties with Wang Jian and his family from this day forth. Should anyone harbor grievances against them, feel free to express it. I shall not intervene. It grieves me deeply that my beloved uncle would dare to strike against me. This blade has irrevocably severed our blood ties, and in the future, I shall show no mercy. I have formed an enmity with the Wang family. Constrained by familial ties, I cannot strike directly, yet I shall take delight in their misfortunes. The implications of her words were not lost on many, and the looks directed at Wang Jian grew increasingly hostile. Indeed, such greedy individuals do not deserve your care, Shiqing. You should have severed ties with them long ago. Exactly. That Su Xiaoping is no saint either, mistreating her own sister's children. What a disgrace. Soon, voices of agreement echoed, supporting Su Shiqing and Appos' actions. With a mere thought, the vines behind her hoisted Wang Jian into the air before casting him away with force. Thank you all for your understanding and support, Su Shiqing smiled faintly. Tomorrow, I will set up my stall as usual, those wishing to trade supplies with me. You remember to come. Upon hearing this, the crowd and Appos' eyes gleamed with excitement. Splendid. Their source of supplies remained intact. Swiftly, some perceptive individuals dragged the unconscious Wang Jian away, and the crowd dispersed, murmuring to spread the word of the events that transpired. This was the inner circle of the base, where ordinary folk could not linger for long. And soon the area was deserted. Su Shiqing utilized the vines to cleanse the blood from the ground before gently placing Anren down, lifting her gaze towards Ning Xinian, who stood quietly nearby. Sister. Anren tugged at Su Shiqing and Appos' sleeve, wanting to express that it was Ning Xinian who had protected her earlier. Su Shiqing ruffled the little girl and Appos' hair and smiled, then turned her attention to Ning Xinian, drawing a deep breath. Ning Xinian, why did you disclose my address to Wang Jian and his family? The words left Anren bewildered, and a hastily returning Luo Qing was equally taken aback. Hey, you little girl, Don and Appos' make baseless accusations. Luo Qing, eager to defend his friend, forgot to catch his breath and retorted. If it weren't and Appos' for old Ning sending me to warn you, you and Appos' still be blissfully unaware that your home had been compromised. If he had and Appos' exposed my address, how would Wang Jian have found this place? Su Shiqing and Appos' voice turned icy, her gaze fixed intently on Ning Xinian. You, Luo Qing, incredulous, rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront her, but Ning Sinian restrained him with a firm grip. He remained silent, observing the cold expression on Su Shiqing and Apos' face, his own demeanor inscrutable. After a moment, he finally spoke. If this is what you believe, then so be it. Old Ning, Luo Qing exclaimed in exasperation. We can end Apos. T let you bear the blame for everything. You were clearly helping them. Anren, feeling a twinge of anxiety, was confused as to why her sister was suddenly angry at the brother who had protected her. Ning Sinian, I have misjudged you, Su Shiqing declared, disappointment lacing her tone as she turned away, taking Anren by the hand and coldly stating, from now on, we shall have no further dealings. Chapter 25. The scheme unfolds. Who cares to associate with them? Luo Qing, with his straightforward nature, would have confronted Su Shiqing long ago if not for Ning Xian's restraint beside him. Ning Xian merely squinted slightly, scanning the surroundings with an inscrutable expression. Before patting Luo Qing's shoulder and whispering, let us discuss this inside. Fuming, Luo Qing stormed into Ning Xian's home, found a chair, and sat down. He licked his tiger tooth, still harboring some resentment. Old Ning, I know you dislike mingling with others, but you can't just accept the dirt thrown at you without a fight. Ning Xian closed the door, his demeanor calm. Have you considered one question? He did not wait for a response, but shifted the topic. If it wasn't me who disclosed Su Shiqing's address, then who could it be? How would I know? Luo Qing rolled his eyes, speculating that perhaps the girl had carelessly revealed her whereabouts herself. Ning Xian sighed helplessly. Have you thought about it? This is the inner circle of the base, someone like Wang Ji and Apos, and cannot enter without permission. At this, Luo Qing paused, realizing the gravity of the situation. Being a prominent figure in the base, he was not without intellect. Ning Xian and Apos, as hints made him furrow his brow. Logically, someone like Wang Ji and Apos, and Wu Ti know the residents of the inner circle, which meant Luo Qing's expression changed. Is it the higher-ups of the base? If it were indeed the leadership, they would have the authority to grant access to the inner circle. Remembering his previous visit to find Su Shiqing, Luo Qing recalled seeing her bartering supplies, trading food and water for gold and jewels, which were utterly useless in this apocalypse, was quite a peculiar act on her part. In other words, her behavior was ostentatious, potentially attracting the attention of the base's upper echelon. A shadow of concern crossed Luo Qing's face. Recently, the leader of Chongping Base, Luo He, had been actively recruiting various ability users while neglecting the ordinary citizens. Given that Su Shiqing was currently exchanging supplies with the common folk, it was only natural that she would catch Luo He's eye. If his conjecture was correct, Luo He's plan might have been to expose the sisters' location to Wang Ji and Apos, and waiting for Su Shiqing to find herself in dire straits before extending a helping hand to win her loyalty. It seemed that both the recruitment of Ning Xian and the scheming against Su Shiqing were part of the leader and Apos' grand design. So that girl's harsh words earlier were all an act? Luo Qing suddenly realized but quickly grew puzzled. However, if they knew it was the higher-ups behind this, why still throw the dirt at you? Ning Xian, his expression unreadable, pointed towards the next room. You'd have to ask her directly. Scheming is Su Shiqing's forte. Just moments ago, when they had severed ties at the door, Ning Xian had perceived the subtle hint in Su Shiqing's eyes and decided to play along. As for the reason, Ning Xian expressed his disinterest in knowing. Luo Qing furrowed his brow in deep thought, eventually pouting. Forget it. I'm not well acquainted with that girl anyway. Lately, the zombies around the base have become increasingly active, making it harder for ordinary people without abilities to venture out in search of supplies. Only the official supply teams dare to go out. I'm the captain and may be a bit busy, so you should be cautious and refrain from leaving the base for the time being. As he spoke, Luo Qing seemed to recall something and gritted his teeth. Oh, and you'd better keep that ability of yours in check. Next time you call me to fix the door, I might not be able to help. Ning Xian chuckled softly, his brows relaxing. I'll do my best. Noticing Luo Qing preparing to leave, Ning Xian suddenly remembered something and added, the door next door was kicked in earlier. You might want to. Old Ning, I'm the captain, not a carpenter. Meanwhile, Su Shiqing checked to ensure Ran was uninjured. Seeing that the girl was perfectly fine, she sighed in relief. Ran bit her lip, nervously tugging at Su Shiqing's sleeve, hesitating before speaking. Sister, just now, that brother protected you, right? Su Shiqing gently ruffled the little girl's hair. Sister knows, that brother is a good person. Eh? Ran's eyes widened slightly, her bright gaze reflecting confusion. Then why were you and brother arguing just now? Well, Su Shiqing pondered how to explain the situation in a way a child could comprehend. Think about it. and ran. When I brought you here, I didn't tell Uncle, did I? But Uncle found us anyway. Do you know why? And Ran blinked, somewhat bewildered. Is it because someone reported us? Correct. Shiqing produced a piece of candy from her space and placed it in Ran's mouth, continuing to guide her. Everyone has their own motives, right? What sister is doing now is to draw out the person who has been hiding and reporting us. The only ones who could have allowed Wang Ji and Appos, and into the inner circle were either the residents or the leadership of the base. Wang Ji and Appos, and couldn't possibly know the residents, leaving only one answer. Shiqing surmised that the higher-ups must have taken notice of her trading food for gold and jewels, an action that surely stirred their interest. Those willing to trade supplies so liberally must possess an abundance of food and water, coupled with Shiqing's unique abilities, which combined spatial and wood elements. It was evident that the higher-ups were eager to recruit her. What better way to win hearts than to extend a hand in times of crisis? As for why Shiqing chose to feign a public falling out with Ning Xian, the reasoning was more intricate. The higher-ups were undoubtedly aware of Ning Xian and Appos' taciturn nature. Even when wronged, he would disdain defending himself, making him an ideal scapegoat. Furthermore, Shiqing boldly speculated that the higher-ups likely desired to witness a rift between her and Ning Xian. Ning Xian was a tough nut to crack. Although residing within the base, he had never shown willingness to serve it. If Shiqing were the leader, she wouldn't want such a highly intelligent researcher to be too well-liked. What if he decided to take his talents to another base? Isolate him, manipulate him, and when necessary, abandon him. That was Shiqing's philosophy on leadership. Thus, after contemplating the psychology of the higher-ups, Shiqing cleverly decided to play along, presenting the scene they wished to see while pretending to fall into their trap. In reality, it was all a performance. One had to admit, Ning Xian was rather perceptive, grasping her intentions almost instantly. Chapter 26. The material collection team and Ran, in a state of blissful ignorance, nodded slightly, unsure if she truly comprehended the situation. As she happily swung her legs while seated, a piece of candy in her mouth. Observing this scene, Shiqing felt her heart soften a fraction. Yet thoughts of her sister, who lay in a coma back in the modern world, caused her heart to ache anew. Her complexion was somewhat pallid, a testament to her overexertion of her abilities. Having recently awakened her powers and only having absorbed a single crystal core, Shiqing and Appos' abilities barely hovered around the first level. The encounters with Han Dingtian and his companions, along with her reprimanding of Wang Ji and Appos, had already drained the majority of her energy. She was still too weak. As she watched the carefree and Ran, a shadow fell across Shiqing and Appos' eyes. Despite being among the first to awaken their powers, Han Dingtian and his companions had neglected their training and thus failed to surpass the first level. It was only due to the unexpected advantage of Shiqing and Appos' spatial abilities that she triumphed 3 against 1. However, the apocalypse harbored foes far more formidable than these trifling adversaries. To safeguard her sister, it was paramount that she strengthened herself, gently, through her clothing. She touched the jade pendant around her neck, lost in contemplation. Remaining cooped up in the base was not a viable solution. She needed to seek an opportunity to venture outside and confront the zombies directly. Practical experience was the swiftest route to personal empowerment. Shiqing refrained from leaving her home that afternoon. She accompanied her sister while awaiting the arrival of significant developments. She understood that although the higher-ups of the base had yet to reveal themselves, they undoubtedly had personnel lurking in the shadows, observing her every move. Base leader, as per your instructions, we sent someone to have Wang Ji and Appos, and make contact. But before our people could intervene, Shiqing resolved the matter herself. In the most fortified building of the base, a figure clad in black stood before a desk, reporting the situation in a respectful tone. On the other side of the desk, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, indulged in a massage from a woman behind him. Even in the apocalypse, the man and Appos' physique remained somewhat rotund, indicative of his previously lavish lifestyle. He was Luo He, the leader of Chongping Base. However, as you suspected, Shiqing indeed pinpointed the individual who exposed her whereabouts, focusing her attention on Ning Xian, and the two have since had a falling out. Luo He leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing as he savored the woman's delicate hands massaging his scalp. That Ning Xian is impervious to persuasion. Even my personal invitation to join him was met with indifference. It seems he is due for a lesson. Furthermore, when Ning Xian returned to the base injured, I followed your directive to investigate the cause and discovered it was a team of ability users from Liuanian base. Yonian base? Luo He's demeanor shifted sharply. He signaled for the woman to cease her ministrations, sitting upright. That base is quite distant from us. What business would their ability user team have here? The others in the room remained silent, sensing the tension. After a moment of contemplation, Luo He returned to a reclined position. Never mind, after all. Ning Sui Nian is not under my command. His demise outside would be most fortuitous. With a disdainful grunt, he expressed his dissatisfaction with Ning Sui Nian's repeated refusals to join his ranks. The focus, however, needed to remain on Su Shiqing. Luo He contemplated. Certain she possessed a wealth of resources. By any means necessary, he must draw her to his side. It was rumored that she had a sister. Should Su Shiqing prove as obstinate as Ning Sui Nian, he could resort to threatening her sister. A ruthless glint flickered in Luo He's eyes. We are in dire need of substantial resources. Once we acquire enough, we can abandon these commoners and never look back. Su Shiqing had not anticipated that before the higher-ups of the base could make an appearance, she would instead encounter Luo Qing, standing beside the broken door. She regarded the displeased Luo Qing with mild surprise. What is going on with you? Let me tell you. Old Ning is my friend. If he chooses not to involve himself, I must seek justice on his behalf. His voice boomed, imbued with vigor. Su Shiqing was taken aback. Didn't Ning Sui Nian understand my hint? Did he not inform this fool? Suppressing her initial reaction, Su Shiqing watched as Luo Qing suddenly winked at her. Lowering his voice. Sister, do you think I'm doing a good job acting? Su Shiqing managed a polite smile. You're quite convincing. Before her words could fully escape, Luo Qing inhaled deeply and bellowed, I will reclaim justice for old Ning. What? Not only will you not apologize, you expect me to repair the door. How absurd. I refuse. What? If I refuse, you'll report me to management. How malicious. Such ingratitude. Su Shiqing remained silent, simply observing Luo Qing's impassioned performance. As he reached the climax of his act, he produced a hammer, grumbling as he went about mending the door for Su Shiqing. Wow. I, the illustrious captain of the material collection team, am being made to repair doors. How outrageous. Luo Qing's tirade continued, whether in jest or in earnest. It was unclear. Yet, upon hearing Su Shiqing's words, a spark ignited in her eyes. The material collection team? Was that the most secure way to escape the base? As the act concluded and the door was mended, Luo Qing felt a sense of satisfaction. Just as he prepared to depart, Su Shiqing seized him. Does the material team accept new members? I smiled gently. Or perhaps you could take me along next time you leave the base. I assure you, I won't be a hindrance. Luo Qing paused, a hint of confusion crossing his face, yet he replied, bringing you along as possible. However, fewer and fewer people are willing to join the material team. Why would you risk leaving the base when you don't seem to lack resources? Then it settled. Without waiting for Luo Qing's rebuttal, Su Shiqing decisively asserted her stance, her eyes glinting mischievously. One person acting lacks authenticity. Let me assist you. Taking a deep breath. Under Luo Qing's approving gaze, she bellowed, Ning Sui Nian, you bastard. I can't stand him. Her powerful voice echoed through the air. In the adjacent room, Ning Sui Nian choked on his drink, his expression a mix of shock and indignation. Chapter 27. Huang Ying and Oppos. The base exhibited a surprising degree of patience, far exceeding Su Shiqing's expectations, as an entire afternoon passed without anyone approaching. It was not until the following morning that Su Shiqing prepared to set up her stall on the outskirts of the base, observing her obedient sister Anren seated before her. Su Shiqing pondered whether to take her along. Big sister, take Anren with you. Please. Anren clung to Su Shiqing and Oppos' waist, nuzzling against her and sweetly pleading. I promise I will behave. With a resigned smile, Su Shiqing gently ruffled Anren's hair. All right, but you must stay close to me and not wander off. Given the events of the previous day, Su Shiqing was reluctant to leave Anren alone at home. It was safer to keep her by her side, especially with her spatial abilities offering a degree of protection. As the weather gradually turned cooler, Su Shiqing ensured Anren was warmly dressed before leading her to the spot where she had set up her stall the day before. Today, the number of people waiting to exchange goods had noticeably increased, as many had ventured outside the base the previous day in search of valuable items. It was Anren and Oppos' first time witnessing such a crowd, and her little mouth formed a perfect and Oppos, as she instinctively hid behind Su Shiqing. Are all these people waiting for you, sister? She whispered, tugging at Su Shiqing and Oppos' clothing. Yes, Su Shiqing replied, grasping Anren and Oppos' tiny hand and winking at her. ISN and Oppos, it impressive? Your sister is quite remarkable now, ISN and Oppos. Tishi? You're the best, big sister. Anrin enthusiastically affirmed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The events from the previous day involving Su Shiqing and Wang Jian had spread throughout the base, and nearly everyone was aware of it by now. Setting out a small stool for Anrin to sit on, Su Shiqing waved her hand, displaying food and water before her. The throng of onlookers, understanding the unspoken rules, formed an orderly queue. No one dared misbehave in front of Su Shiqing. As before, the exchange involved golden crystals and various valuable items for supplies. When Su Shiqing recognized a familiar face among those waiting, one that had insulted Wang Jian the day before, her smile deepened, prompting her to give the person an extra pack of biscuits or a bottle of water. This was her way of asserting her stance, ensuring that the lives of Wang Jian and his family would become increasingly difficult, while they could seek refuge in another base after being expelled. Living in Chongping base would allow Su Shiqing to make them experience a living hell. Anrin remained quietly seated beside Su Shiqing, behaving like a charming, serene doll. Su Shiqing adeptly collected golden jewels from the hands of the crowd and dispensed supplies in return. Suddenly, an incongruous figure stepped forward. Are you Ms. Su Shiqing? The voice was sweet and melodious. Su Shiqing looked up to see a shy, demure face. I am the deputy base leader, Huang Inger. She introduced herself, smiling bashfully. Despite the apocalypse surrounding them, she wore a long dress and appeared neat and radiant, with traces of makeup adorning her features. Her immaculate appearance sharply contrasted with the ragged, emaciated individuals around her. If Su Shiqing exuded cunning like a fox, Huang Inger resembled a pure, sensitive rabbit, impeccably clean for a world in ruin. Hello. Su Shiqing narrowed her eyes, internally acknowledging that the moment had finally arrived. Noticing Su Shiqing and Oppos' nonchalant reaction, Huang Ing and Oppos maintained her composure, albeit with a hint of anxiety. Our base leader wishes to discuss some matters with you. May I ask if it would be convenient for you to accompany me? Not convenient, Su Shiqing replied curtly. While she could be approachable when trading with ordinary folks, she knew that being overly accommodating with high-ranking officials would only signal weakness. Oh, all right then. When would it be convenient for you? Huang Inger nodded repeatedly, her demeanor reflecting nervousness. Help. Wast and Oppos. It said that the person we were trying to win over would be easy to talk to? Why is this so different from what was promised? Huang Ying and Oppos lamented internally, while Su Shiqing shared her own doubts. Was this truly the second-in-command of the base? Such a timid girl? Su Shiqing squinted her eyes and replied, After I finish my transactions today. Okay. Huang Inger exhaled in relief, eagerly stepping aside to await her turn quietly. Anrin, sitting on the stool, curiously observed the sister in the dress. The moment Huang Ying and Oppos felt her gaze, she turned and, upon meeting Anrin and Oppos' innocent, inquisitive eyes, smiled gently. Anrin blinked and whispered to Su Shiqing, Sister, is this the person who reported you? I'm not sure yet. I need to observe a bit longer. Su Shiqing patted Anrin and Oppos' head. It was hard to fathom that the deputy leader of the base could be such a seemingly timid girl. Was there a hidden agenda? Or was this merely a faiade? If it was a disguise, it was executed so well that Su Shiqing had noticed nothing amiss. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Huang Ing and Oppos stood hesitantly, a flicker of anxiety crossing her features. Asking Su Shiqing to meet the base leader was a task personally assigned by Luo He. Failure to accomplish it promptly could lead to dire consequences. As noon approached, Su Shiqing concluded her transactions and addressed the crowd. Everyone, I will be leaving the base for a while, and my return date is uncertain. If you wish to trade with me, there's no need to rush. We can continue once I return. Luo Qing had informed her that the supply team would be departing in the next few days, necessitating her departure from the base and a temporary halt on trading supplies. After organizing her belongings, Su Shiqing approached Huang Ying and Oppos, raising an eyebrow. I and Oppos, VE completed my business. Who did you say wanted to speak with me? The base leader. Huang Ying and Oppos, exclaimed, visibly relieved. May we depart now? Let us go, Su Shiqing replied, cradling Anrin in her arms, her expression growing slightly colder. She had a long memory and would not forget how her whereabouts had been carelessly exposed to Wang Jian, nearly resulting in Anrin being returned to their uncle. This debt would eventually be settled with the base leader. Su Shiqing was eager to discover who this base leader truly was. Chapter 28. The fat sheep in a spacious and bright room, and Ran curiously touched the soft and comfortable sofa she was sitting on. Su Shiqing sat with her legs crossed, propping her head up with one hand, her aura naturally emanating confidence, while her gaze softened as she observed in Ran and Appos' small movements. On the tea table before her were 2 steaming cups of tea, the faint aroma wafting through the air, creating an atmosphere of enjoyment that felt utterly incongruous with the apocalyptic setting. Huang Ying and Appos stood anxiously to one side, whispering to Su Shiqing, "Could you please wait a moment longer? The base leader should arrive soon." Su Shiqing responded lightly without turning her head. The next moment, she seemed to sense something and looked towards the entrance, faintly hearing footsteps approaching. Luo He pushed the door open, followed by a man clad in black. The first impression that Luo He left on Su Shiqing was that he was quite portly. It was hard to imagine that in this era of food scarcity, someone could become so rotund, his beer belly clearly visible. As for the man in black behind Luo He, Su Shiqing felt a hint of danger. He was quiet, yet seemed to possess formidable powers. In an instant, Su Shiqing formed a general impression of the 2 newcomers. "You must be Miss Su Shiqing," Luo He said, his face adorned with a smile that nearly squinted his eyes into slits. However, upon noticing the reserved Huang Ying beside her, his smile faded slightly. "You may leave now. I need to speak with Miss Su privately." Huang Ying and Appos showed no surprise, seemingly accustomed to being excluded from important meetings, and quickly exited the room. As Luo He took a seat across from her, Su Shiqing's lips curled into a faint smile, appearing cheerful yet inscrutable. Before he could continue with small talk, Su Shiqing decisively cut in. "The base leader wishes to see me. I presume it is regarding the supplies I possess?" Luo He hesitated. His prepared words caught in his throat and let out a dry chuckle. Yet, being a cunning fox in his own right, he quickly recovered. "It seems Miss Su is a straightforward person. In that case, I want to beat around the bush. You and Appos been trading supplies liberally in the base these past 3 days. So I assume you have an ample stock of food and water. Miss Su, I would like to propose a deal. If you are willing to surrender 90% of your supplies to the base, I can guarantee that you and your sister will enjoy permanent residency rights here. The base will provide for your daily needs and safety." Such enticing words. Su Shiqing maintained her smile, yet a cold sneer formed within her heart. Indeed, a clever calculation, a mere few words to attempt to seize 90% of her supplies, while offering such a meager condition. Not to mention the daily necessities, Su Shiqing could manage those herself, and the notion of residency rights was laughable. With so many bases established by humanity, the Chongping base was barely in the top 100. Did they truly believe others would covet it? However, it was still too early to sever ties. "I do possess a considerable amount of supplies." Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow, smiling slightly under Luo He and Appos' greedy gaze. "This transaction can also be made with the base." However, she raised a finger. "I have one more condition. To agree too readily would only breed suspicion." Su Shiqing intended to seize this opportunity to negotiate a greater benefit. "I want this number of crystal nuclei." Luo He and Appos' expression shifted slightly. 1,000 crystal nuclei. Su Shiqing paused imperceptibly, then nodded naturally. "Yes, I require 1,000 crystal nuclei." "That is unacceptable." Luo He's face darkened. 1,000 was far too many. As a powerful ability user, Miss Su should be aware of the value of crystal nuclei. Although he was in dire need of supplies, he also required a significant quantity of crystal nuclei to gather other ability users. 1,000 crystal nuclei represented half of his stock. Su Shiqing was well aware of the significance of crystal nuclei. She initially intended to ask for 100, but seeing Luo He's unexpected generosity, it was clear he had a substantial supply. How could she let such a plump sheep escape? "You are asking for 90% of my supplies." Su Shiqing's expression turned colder. "Do you know how much that amounts to?" "It's enough to sustain 100 people. At present." Su Shiqing did not possess such a vast quantity of supplies, but that did not hinder her from making bold claims. After all, she had no intention of truly relinquishing her supplies. Whoever did that would be a fool. Luo He was taken aback, clearly not anticipating that she would possess such a large stock. His breath quickened. If he could indeed acquire that much, he could leave this base without a second thought. After a moment, Luo He gritted his teeth. "Fine. 1,000 it is." How genuine. Su Shiqing marveled inwardly that he didn't even attempt to haggle. Not at all prudent. Luo He visibly grimaced. "I will send someone to retrieve the crystal nuclei, and also call upon a few spatial ability users to collect Miss Su's supplies." Su Shiqing smiled slightly. "The crystal nuclei are acceptable, but as for the ability users, let us forego that. I currently do not have any supplies." With a loud crash, Luo he abruptly stood up, his expression darkening. No supplies. Are you toying with me? Noting that Mo Bing remained unmoved, showing no intention to intervene, Su Shiqing narrowed her eyes, contemplating her next move. Despite Luo He's agitation, she remained composed, shaking her head and letting out a soft sigh. Most of my supplies are hidden outside the base, if the base leader wishes to obtain them. It may take a few days. A few days? Luo he could not afford to wait. Only once the supplies were in hand could he feel secure. This gentleman behind me is Mo Bing, one of the strongest ability users in the base. I will have him accompany you when you leave, Luo he declared, pointing at the silent man in black. Mo Bing's expression remained unchanged at the mention of his name. Very well, Su Shiqing accepted readily. An extra capable ally would only enhance her safety, as her primary objective in leaving the base was to slay zombies. Luo he turned his gaze to and ran beside Su Shiqing, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. Moreover, your sister is exceptionally obedient. Rest assured, Miss Su. I will ensure her safety while you are away from the base. Was he attempting to use Ran as leverage against her? Su Shiqing's eyes subtly grew colder as she extended her hand towards Luo he. Though my supplies will take a few days to procure, I expect the crystal nuclei promised to me in advance. A transaction should involve an exchange. This was the most fundamental principle. Luo he was no fool. What if she took the nuclei and fled? Chapter 29. Achilles' heel. What's wrong? Does the base leader not believe me? Su Shiqing spoke lightly. In my dealings, integrity is paramount. If the base leader is unwilling, then let this transaction be nullified. Luo He's expression twisted in disgust, as if he had just consumed something vile. He could not allow a golden opportunity to slip away. His face shifted from pale to flushed, and finally, he gritted his teeth and forced out a few words. First, a deposit of 300 crystal cores. 500, Su Shiqing replied with a smile, holding up 5 fingers, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Fine, Luo he conceded, his face darkening. Upon seeing Anren beside Su Shiqing, his expression softened slightly. As long as his sister remained within the base. Luo he did not believe Su Shiqing would dare to renege on the deal. Just wait. Once everything's settled, Luo he would make Su Shiqing return everything to him. Having finalized the deal, Su Shiqing felt her spirits lift considerably. When engaging in transactions, she valued honesty above all, provided the other party was a person of worth. As for Luo he was merely a beast who threatened her with his sister. Since we have reached an agreement, I will take my sister home now, Su Shiqing said, glancing at Mo Bing, who stood behind Luo he. As for the supplies, I trust the base leader's people will wait for me tomorrow morning. Luo he gulped down several mouthfuls of tea, clearly wishing to avoid further interaction with Su Shiqing, yet he was compelled to muster a smile. Miss Su, you have worked hard. Su Shiqing picked up Anren, her demeanor noticeably relaxed. Let us go home. As she pushed open the door, Huang Inga was already waiting outside with 500 crystal cores, all contained within a heavy bag. Miss Su, allow me to escort you back, Huang Inga offered, her expression somewhat anxious. Placing the bag of crystal cores into her spatial pocket, Su Shiqing turned to the demurely bowed young woman in a long dress, narrowing her eyes slightly. After a moment, she pinched Anren's cheek and replied softly, all right. Inside, Luo He's voice rang out. Ing and amp, oppos, Be more courteous when escorting Miss Su back. Do not provoke her. An inexplicable hint of warning laced his tone, which Su Shiqing detected. I understand, base leader. Huang Inga responded, her head bowed lower, signaling to Su Shiqing to lead the way. They were now at the heart of the base, not far from Su Shiqing's residence. Miss Su, Huang Inga quietly called out as they caught sight of Su Shiqing's house from a distance. Without turning back, Huang Inga's voice was soft yet clear. Miss Su, you should leave this place. Do not engage in transactions with Luo he. Su Shiqing's footsteps faltered imperceptibly but quickly regained their rhythm. She looked down at her sister in her arms, gently teasing her, as if conversing. Anren, we are going home, right? Anren had remained unusually quiet, both in front of Luo he and now on the way. She often suppressed her voice around others, as if afraid to disrupt her sister's affairs or due to the long-term effects of isolation from society. Yet, when Su Shiqing spoke, Anren softly replied, home. To be with sister. Su Shiqing could not leave just yet, as her dealings with Luo he were still unresolved. Huang Ying and oppos, sensing the unspoken tension, remained silent until they neared the entrance, finally exhaling a quiet sigh. Miss Su, remember to protect your Achilles and oppos, heel. My Achilles and oppos, heel? Su Shiqing tightened her embrace around Anren, her gaze turning cold and resolute. She would do everything in her power to safeguard her sister, no matter the world they inhabited. Uncertain of Huang Ying and Apos, her motives and wary of possible deceit, Su Shiqing chose not to respond and walked directly home with Anren. After escorting the sisters home, Huang Yinger returned to Luo He's side. Upon entering, a glass cup hurtled toward her. Huang Yinger could have dodged, but chose not to, letting the cup strike her forehead, drawing blood. She let out a muffled cry and obediently knelt down, her head bowed, avoiding Luo He's gaze. Luo He lounged on the sofa, observing the kneeling woman with a cold snort. On the way back, you didn't say anything inappropriate, did you? I wouldn't dare. Huang Ying and Apos felt the cold, sticky liquid trickling down her forehead, blood staining her long dress. I knew you wouldn't. Luo He replied ominously, devoid of the earlier mirth he displayed while conversing with Su Shiqing. You must understand, if you comply, your grandfather stands a chance of survival. A flicker of agony crossed Huang Yinger's eyes as she acknowledged. Ingo understands. Luo He let out a derisive snicker, seemingly doubting her sincerity. He picked up a stack of papers from the table and tossed them at her. The papers scattered in the air, and as Huang Yinger knelt to gather them, her body trembled upon seeing the contents. Luo He spoke leisurely. You will announce new regulations. Every individual in the base must surrender a certain amount of supplies daily, or face expulsion. He intended to extract every last vestige of value from the base's inhabitants. Long ago, the base had ceased to care for the ordinary people and Apos' welfare. Despite the supply team's efforts, no provisions reached them, leaving nearly all the non-abilities starving, especially as the weather grew colder, with many succumbing to hunger and frostbite. With the announcement of these new rules, Huang Ying and Apos understood fully that this would drive the ordinary citizens of the base to their doom, and she would be the merciless executioner of this decree. Noticing the trembling woman before him, Luo He smirked mockingly. What's wrong? Are you feeling pity? Don't play the virtuous maiden. During our time together, your hands have been stained with enough blood. Think of your grandfather. Do you wish for him to survive? With her Achilles and Apos heel in jeopardy, Huang Ying and Apos lowered her head, biting her lip until it bled, oblivious to the pain. Eventually, she rose and bowed deeply to Luo He. Rest assured, base leader, Ying and Apos, understands. That's more like it, Luo He said, his smile one of satisfaction. Then, as if struck by a thought, a malicious glint crossed his eyes. Once my plan is complete, I shall inform you of your grandfather's whereabouts. Really? Huang Ying and Apos exclaimed, her voice trembling slightly. Is my grandfather? Well? Luo He's gaze was inscrutable. He is fine for now. As long as you obey. I will keep my word. Huang Ying and Apos glanced at the notice in her hand, gritting her teeth, and took a deep breath. Very well. I shall not let the base leader down. Chapter 30. The messenger is sister leaving the base? Upon returning home, Anren anxiously grasped Su Shiqing's hand. Her lips pressed tightly together, and her eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Do not worry, Anren. Sister will be just fine, Su Shiqing reassured, crouching down to calm Anren's restless spirit. Remember, sister is exceptionally capable now. Recognizing that her words had not swayed Su Shiqing, Anren fell silent, though her pouting lips and tearful expression betrayed her feelings. Sister, may I accompany you? Anren raised her hand, revealing a faint white light in her palm. After days of intentional training, she had begun to control her abilities. I too possess powers and can be of assistance. The small figure, barely reaching Su Shiqing's waist, earnestly demonstrated her abilities, her eyes filled with a desire to help. Su Shiqing's heart softened, but she knew she could not take Anren with her this time. Su Shiqing lacked the confidence to protect Anren amidst a horde of zombies, especially with the uncertainty of any interference from Luo He. How about this? Su Shiqing proposed, retrieving a crystal core from her space, one she had recently obtained from Luo He, and placed it in Anren and Apos' palm. This can help strengthen your powers. Once you become more formidable, I will take you along. All right. Anren gazed at the quail egg-sized crystal core in her hand and nodded earnestly. All right, Anren will do her best. Such a good girl, Su Shiqing praised, affectionately ruffling Anren's hair. During the days I'm away, stay at home and do not wander off. You will be safe until I return. Yet, Su Shiqing remained uneasy. As Anren retreated to her room to absorb the crystal core, Su Shiqing took a moment to gather her thoughts. Finding paper, and pen to write something down. If she were to identify someone trustworthy within the base, it would undoubtedly be Ning Xinian. After composing her message, she awaited the arrival of nightfall, simultaneously beginning to absorb a crystal core. Ning Xinian and Apos' study was cluttered with various documents, and discarded experimental drafts lay haphazardly on the floor, neglected. Sitting quietly at his desk, he rubbed his temples, sighing softly. The lack of suitable experimental materials had stymied his research. The base and Apos' power supply system remained imperfect, relying on lightning ability users for energy, while Ning Xinian sought a self-sustaining energy conversion system. Unfortunately, Luo He was always on guard against him, unwilling to concede to experiments beneficial to the base and Apos' development. He contemplated seeking materials outside the base, but Luo Qing had repeatedly warned him not to leave during this period, placing Ning Xinian in a dilemma. Tap, tap, tap. Something gently knocked on the study window, catching Ning Xinian and Apos' attention. Curious, he creased his brow and approached the window. Finding no one outside, only a slender, curved vine. In the cover of night, the vine was cleverly concealed among the weeds by the window, nearly undetectable. With keen eyes, Ning Xinian noticed something coiled around the vine. Realizing a possibility, he hesitated for a moment before gently opening the window a crack, allowing the vine to sensibly extend a segment inside. From the vine and Apos' tip, he retrieved a rolled-up note, unfolding it to reveal elegant handwriting. I will be leaving the base for a while tomorrow. Could you help look after Anran? Rest assured, I remember your experimental equipment, and I will bring it back this time. If you need anything else, feel free to let me know, and I will try to find it. The note was signed with a single character, Shiqing, making its author immediately clear. Ning Xinian stood in a daze, absorbed in the contents of the note. He had thought Su Shiqing's previous offer to assist in finding equipment was merely casual banter, not realizing she had taken it to heart. Despite his own attempts to find the materials multiple times, alongside Luo Qing's vigilance, he had yielded nothing. Thus, he had not expected Su Shiqing would succeed in locating his requested items. Yet, the fact that someone had genuinely considered his words stirred a sense of gratitude within him. Indeed, her sister is quite adorable. It wouldn't be difficult to keep an eye on her. As for the note and Apos' inquiry about what he desired, Ning Xinian indeed had some requests. He took a pen and carefully wrote a few words before re-rolling the note and allowing the vine to coil it up once more. The other end of the vine seemed to sense something, gradually retracting. Meanwhile, Su Shiqing successfully established a connection with Ning Xinian through this method. Upon retrieving the note and noticing the new content, she exhaled in relief. It appeared Ning Xinian had agreed. That made things easier. Once the opportunity arose to return to the modern era, Su Shiqing was confident she could procure any materials Ning Xinian required. Unfolding the note, she sought to discover if he had any additional needs: disinfectant, clean surgical gowns, as many as possible. Su Shiqing, what is this? Instead of the precious materials or experimental equipment she had envisioned, the request was for the most ordinary items: clothing and disinfectant. Her lips twitched involuntarily, and after confirming she had not misread, she couldn't help but chuckle. It was indeed characteristic of his obsessive cleanliness. These items were hardly difficult to obtain. In fact, they were readily available in the modern world. Su Shiqing silently noted this, planning to bring back boxes of supplies for Ning Xinian next time. With the most pressing matter resolved, Su Shiqing finally felt at ease to continue absorbing the crystal core. She sensed that with the absorption of several cores, her abilities were noticeably enhancing, edging closer to the second tier. However, the further she progressed, the lesser the enhancements from the crystal cores seemed to become. It appeared that relying solely on absorption would not suffice to break through to the second tier. She would need to engage in continuous practical combat to elevate herself. Having awakened her powers merely 2 or 3 days ago, she was already showing signs of a breakthrough. Su Shiqing was uncertain if this pace was normal, but she understood the urgency of fortifying herself. Unbeknownst to her, while she closed her eyes to absorb the crystal core, the jade pendant around her neck also emitted a soft glow. It absorbed the energy contained within the crystal core, transforming impurities into an expansion of her spatial capacity, returning only the purest essence to Su Shiqing. This was the reason behind her remarkably swift enhancement. Chapter 31. The Supply Team. According to the agreement with Luo Qing, Su Shiqing was set to depart the following day with the base and Apos' supply search team. Due to Luo He's unease, the man in black, Missouri Bing, had been stationed at Su Shiqing's doorstep since dawn. Once she had settled herself, Shiqing stepped outside and immediately spotted the shadowy figure almost concealed within the darkness. Bing stood with his arms crossed, as partially closed as if in repose, but he became alert the moment he heard the door creak open. Squinting, Shiqing glanced at the dim sky, realizing it was still early morning, and that he was truly concerned about the supplies in her possession. "We can set off now," Bing stated, stepping forward to position himself at a moderate distance from her, his tone unhurried. "Not yet," Shiqing replied, a slight smirk playing on her lips as her coat fluttered in the breeze. "I made an agreement to leave with the supply team." Unexpectedly, Bing's expression shifted slightly. "That's not permissible." "Excuse me?" With one hand tucked into her coat pocket, Shiqing's tone was laced with curiosity, though she sensed the underlying reason. "The dealings with the base must remain confidential," Bing asserted coldly. "The members of the supply team must not be aware of the supplies you possess. It suffices for me to accompany you." "Ah, so that is the case." Shiqing lowered her gaze, her thoughts drifting. Since yesterday, she had been pondering a particular question. Why, with so many capable individuals under He's command, had they not simply taken her supplies by force? Instead, they chose to negotiate with her. Shiqing could hardly believe that he was a reasonable individual, unless the matters at hand were such that they could not alert the others within the base. Her brief time at the base had left a significant impression regarding the sale of supplies. Should anything happen to her, it would undoubtedly attract attention. In he seemed intent on concealing whatever he was orchestrating. The notion of hoarding supplies while neglecting the welfare of the ordinary populace suggested a troubling intention. Did he plan to abandon the vast base? This thought flickered through her mind as Bing continued to scrutinize her, forcing her to refocus. Nonetheless, Shiqing was resolute about departing alongside Qing. "That is out of the question," she declared earnestly, her brows knitting together in frustration. "That Captain Qing was the one whose friend exposed my address. And he constantly demands I clear his friend's name. If he is leading a team out of the base, I must follow. I shall teach him a lesson. Just wait until he finds himself overwhelmed by zombies." Bing remained expressionless. "You cannot defeat him. Qing is a third-tier fire ability user, one of the strong in the base." Shiqing retorted defiantly, "But you are here, aren't you? Bing? Don't tell me you, as a capable aide to the base leader, cannot best a mere squad captain?" She scoffed. Bing inhaled deeply, his expression cracking slightly. "I follow the orders of the base leader. I have no interest in your personal grievances." "Oh, well, I intend to accompany the team regardless." Shiqing shrugged, her tone slightly petulant. "You can choose to come or not." Bing. He had instructed him to follow Shiqing to locate the supplies, and then eliminate the opposition. Until that time, no unforeseen incidents could occur, even if the other party foolishly provoked a third-tier ability user. Bing was obliged to safeguard her. Strangely, Bing felt a sense of frustration. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke with a cold demeanor. "Fine. We will join the team, but regarding the supplies, rest assured, we can discreetly slip away from the group at an opportune moment." Shiqing waved her hand dismissively, her tone light. "Having received so many benefits from the base leader, I assure you I will manage this matter well." How absurd. At her words, Bing's expression softened somewhat. The initial purpose of establishing the supply team was to enable capable individuals to venture forth and gather resources, distributing them based on each person's contributions, thereby allowing ordinary people a chance to secure sustenance. However, as time passed, the surrounding area had been nearly stripped bare, and the items returned by the supply team diminished with each expedition. The team members worked tirelessly, yet the dwindling resources were insufficient to sustain them, prompting an increasing number to leave the supply team in favor of forming their own groups. At present, Qing's supply retrieval team had dwindled to just 5 members. When Shiqing and Bing arrived, Qing appeared momentarily taken aback, instinctively exclaiming, "Hey, you really came, big sister." Before he could finish, Shiqing interjected, "What of it? If you can't stand my capabilities, why not just expel me?" As she spoke, out of Bing's sight, Shiqing winked at Qing. After all, Bing was aligned with the base leader, and she needed to maintain appearances before they departed. Qing paused, quickly regaining his composure, raising an eyebrow as he gritted his teeth. "Humph, if the supply team weren't so short-staffed, I wouldn't even consider letting you join." Their encounter sparked a palpable tension, and Bing observed quietly, contemplating. He had heard of Qing. He had once considered bringing this third-tier powerhouse along to escape the base, but had tested him several times, only to find that he stubbornly wished to remain. With proclamations of "with great power comes great responsibility," he endeavored to offer a glimmer of hope to the ordinary inhabitants of the base. Such a person, upon learning of Luo's intent to flee with an abundance of supplies, would undoubtedly intervene, creating significant complications. Mo Bing stroked his chin, pondering. If he could eliminate Luo outside the base, it would simplify matters considerably. Unaware of the peril looming over him, Luo began to argue with Shiqing, following her subtle hints until other team members rushed in to mediate. "Captain, please, calm down." A petite girl hurriedly positioned herself between Luo and Shiqing, her voice trembling with anxiety. "We've finally got someone to join our team. Let us discuss this civilly." Xiaoyan, step aside. This is my affair. Luo's expression darkened. Xiaoyan appeared to be the shy type, her face flushed with tension as she still stood firm between the two. "Xiaoyan, come here." A cool voice rang out, and a tall, well-built woman clad in black sportswear approached. Sister Lu." Upon seeing the woman, Xiaoyan visibly relaxed. "You must persuade the captain." Lu Qifeng did not even glance at Luo as she strode over and pulled Xiaoyan aside, rolling her eyes dismissively. "Let us not get embroiled in the affairs of that oaf. Let him sort it out himself." Luo truly erupted with rage. "Lu Qifeng, who are you calling an oaf?" Chapter 32. Who is the prey? Shiqing exerted great effort to suppress the urge to smirk as she observed Luo, who was entirely preoccupied with confronting the woman named Lu Qifeng, who argued with someone before leaving the base. "I'm referring to you," Lu Qifeng declared with an air of confidence, her demeanor exuding a commanding presence, even rolling her eyes at Luo's antics. "She's not wrong," remarked a nearby youth, appearing to be around 18 or 19, whose clothes were unkempt and dusty from neglect, yet his smile radiated a refreshing cleanliness. "Captain, we should set off soon. Let us not dwell on past grievances right now." The boy, shaking his head, approached Shiqing with a bright smile, extending his hand. "Sister, I'm Xiaoqi. But you can call me Xiaoqi. The world outside the base is perilous. Regardless of your past conflicts with the captain, it's best to set them aside for now." His intervention effectively eased the tension, allowing Shiqing to refrain from further arguing with Luo. Exchanging glances with Luo, both of them emitted a collective huff. "I'm Shiqing," she introduced herself succinctly while grasping Xiaoqi and Appo's extended hand. She then gestured towards the silent figure beside her, Mo Bing. "This is Mo Bing, my bodyguard." Mo Bing, now labeled as a bodyguard, looked perplexed. "What do you want about at a time like this?" Luo, reveling in his role-playing, seized the opportunity to jab at Shiqing. "Captain," Xiaoqi elongated the title, his voice carrying a hint of laziness. Luo turned his head, letting out a disdainful snort. Since they were about to leave the base, it was crucial to have a general understanding of one another. As no one else volunteered to introduce themselves, Xiaoyan mustered her courage and stepped forward, her voice trembling. "Why you? Hello, I'm Xiaoyan, a water-type ability user." Shiqing fell silent, then sincerely inquired, "Am I truly that frightening?" It was evident that Xiaoyan was so intimidated that her words stumbled. "Don't mind her. She is a bit socially anxious," Lu Qifeng interjected, pulling Xiaoyan behind her. She nodded at Shiqing. "Hello, I'm Lu Qifeng, a wood-type ability user." She then pointed to the smiling Xiaoqi. "This is Xiaoqi, a sight-enhancing ability user. And this is our captain, Luo, a fire-type ability user." Lu Qifeng then scanned the surroundings, finally lifting a boy of about 8 or 9 years from behind Xiaoyan. The boy, having just woken from a slumber, appeared somewhat dazed. "And this is Xiao Luo, a space-type ability user, an 8 or 9-year-old child." This small group was indeed diverse in abilities, even including a child, which took Shiqing by surprise. Cough, cough. "Our objective this time is a small town located to the northeast of the base. Previously, reports indicated that there might still be food and water in the supermarket there, though the number of zombies is substantial." Hearing this, Mo Bing furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Shiqing, seemingly seeking confirmation about the supplies she possessed being in the same direction. Once she subtly nodded, he relaxed. Luo briefly outlined their destination before turning to Shiqing and Mo Bing. "Since you'll be accompanying the supply team, you must adhere to its regulations. Most of the collected supplies will need to be surrendered for distribution among the ordinary people at the base, leaving only enough for your sustenance." This stipulation was inconsequential for both Shiqing and Mo Bing, who naturally nodded in agreement. Luo's expression turned serious as he drew a gun from his waist, inquiring somberly, "Are you all prepared?" If so, we shall set forth and aim to return before nightfall. Yes, Captain. Su Shiqing licked her parched lips, her heart racing uncontrollably. In a sense, this was her first venture beyond the base, facing the zombies that awaited outside. Despite her boldness, a tinge of anxiety lingered. As dawn broke, the first rays of light illuminated the horizon, and the gates of the base slowly opened. The 7 of them stepped out in an orderly fashion, with Luo Qing leading the way and Lu Qifeng bringing up the rear, ensuring that the less combat-capable He Xiaoyan and Yang Xiao Luo were safeguarded in the center of the group. Su Shiqing followed Luo Qing through the gates, taking in the desolate and barren expanse surrounding the base while casting a glance at the distant silhouette of buildings, momentarily lost in thought. Advance at full speed, Luo Qing commanded. The area around the base was relatively secure, as there were frequent outings that dealt with the wandering zombies nearby. However, as they drew closer to the urban center, the number of zombies would inevitably increase. Stealing a glance at Mo Bing beside her, Su Shiqing noted that despite his familiarity with battling zombies, he remained vigilant, his attention focused ahead, scanning for any approaching threats. In response, she turned her gaze to Luo Qing ahead of her. Seemingly sensing her scrutiny, Luo Qing tilted his head slightly, catching her subtle gesture of her hand across her neck. That was the gesture for a throat-slitting kill. Luo Qing narrowed his eyes, retracting his gaze, his mind swirling with thoughts. Was she planning to eliminate Mo Bing? Indeed, Su Shiqing had never intended to allow Mo Bing to return to the base alive. The supply she possessed would certainly not be handed over willingly to Luo Qing. If Mo Bing was not dealt with, he might report back first, putting Anren, who remained at the base, in jeopardy. Moreover, Su Shiqing suspected that Luo Qing had no intention of allowing her to return alive either. Su Shiqing was aware of too much. Although Luo Qing had not divulged the entire plan, the mere act of collecting supplies indicated much. The safest course of action was to eliminate her outside the base. The reason Su Shiqing insisted on joining Luo Qing and Appo's team was that she understood she could not contend with Mo Bing alone. Uncertain of Mo Bing and Appo's strength, she knew Luo Qing was among the top ability users in the base. With him present, along with the others in the team, she doubted Mo Bing would escape. Xiao Qi, do you see anything ahead? Luo Qing, having grasped Su Shiqing and Appo's intent, contemplated for a moment before glancing at Xiao Qi. Up ahead, Xiao Qi, whose ability was enhanced vision, could see objects 1,000 meters away. He surveyed the path ahead and detected no signs of zombies. Just as he was about to announce that all was clear, he caught Luo Qing's meaningful gaze. Xiao Qi hesitated for a moment but quickly complied, stating, "Captain, there are zombies congregating ahead, approximately 800 meters from us, numbering in the dozens." Upon hearing this, Mo Bing squinted, attempting to discern any abnormalities in the distance. Yet he could not detect anything unusual. Chapter 33. If you have the ability, kill me prior to reaching the supermarket. We endeavored to evade any confrontation with the zombies as much as possible. Luo Qing smirked slightly, suggesting an alternate route. When it comes to the environmental conditions surrounding the base, Luo Qing was undoubtedly more familiar than Mo Bing. One ventured out daily in search of supplies, while the other remained at the base, always beside Luo He. Yes, Captain. Upon leaving the base, every individual adhered to the captain's commands, a testament to their trust in Luo Qing and a safeguard for their own safety. For reasons unknown, a peculiar unease suddenly surged within Mo Bing. He could not precisely articulate the sensation, yet it left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Wait a moment. Mo Bing, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke. Grasping Su Shiqing and Appo's wrist firmly. Su Shiqing and Appo's heart tightened, her gaze meeting Mo Bing and Appo's. Had her odd behavior been discovered? Mo Bing could not pinpoint what was amiss, but he had always trusted his instincts. We need to walk separately. His expression was icy, and he regarded Su Shiqing with a threatening gaze, reiterating, leave this group, or I will send you back to the base. Sensing the tension in the air, Luo Qing furrowed his brow and glanced over. You can and Appo's just come and go as you please. What do you take this supply team for? However, Mo Bing paid him no mind, fixating solely on Su Shiqing, silently mouthing the words, don't forget about your sister. Su Shiqing's demeanor gradually turned frigid. It was evident that he was exceedingly vigilant, on high alert at the slightest disturbance, even resorting to threatening her with Anren. The two remained in silent standoff, while the other members of the team exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what to say. Ultimately, It was Su Shiqing who broke the silence with a laugh. It seems you have great confidence in your abilities. She fixed her gaze on Mo Bing, speaking each word with precision. Very well, we shall leave the group. Upon hearing this, Mo Bing and Apos' expression softened slightly, while Luo Qing and Apos' countenance shifted. Neither of them cast a glance at Luo Qing as they turned to walk in another direction, observing their retreating figures. Lu Qifeng furrowed his brow and turned to Luo Qing. You need to explain what is happening here. Luo Qing and Apos' expression grew grave. This matter cannot be clarified in a short time, but Su Shiqing walking off with that man certainly poses a danger. Old Ning advised me to keep a close eye on her. I cannot ignore her safety. Su Shiqing, the sleepy Xiao Luo, who appeared on the verge of dozing off, seemed to awaken momentarily upon hearing the name. Wasn't she the one who had recently stirred up quite a commotion at the base, trading supplies for gold? Hiss. I recall now. Xiao Qi stroked his chin, reasoning that someone willing to trade supplies for such worthless items must possess a substantial stockpile. Yet why would Su Shiqing choose to leave the base with them? We could simply capture her and ask. Lu Qifeng raised a hand, summoning a vine whip with his ability, gazing toward the two distant figures barely visible. They Haven and Apos. Gone far. Should I retrieve them? However, Luo Qing shook his head. That man named Mo Bing is likely someone from the upper echelons of the base. He glanced back toward the base and Apos' direction. We are not far from it. Creating a disturbance now would certainly draw attention from within, for reasons unknown. Luo Qing had sensed a palpable tension in the atmosphere surrounding the base, as if something significant were about to transpire. When Su Shiqing had departed earlier, she had not indicated any intention for him to take action, suggesting she had her reservations. Perhaps her sister was already in the hands of someone from the higher-ups at the base. Luo Qing, straightforward in nature, did not lack intelligence. I am willing to assist. But not at this moment. Then, Xiao Yin glanced at the two figures growing increasingly indistinct in the distance, hesitating before speaking. If we follow them now, we could be discovered, but if we don't, we risk losing them. We will not lose them. Xiaoqi raised a hand, smiling naturally. Dawn and Apos, forget what my ability is. Upon my return, I shall report you to the base leader. Su Shiqing stormed ahead, clearly indignant. Hadn't they agreed on trust? If they were so worried about potential issues, why engage in transactions with her? Mo Bing remained silent, trailing behind with an unchanging expression. Suit yourself. He quietly observed Su Shiqing, whose face was flushed with rage and whose mouth was spewing curses, and inwardly scoffed. If you can still return. A girl devoid of guile. Foolishly attempting to negotiate with an old fox like Luo He, oblivious to the potential for losing both her life and her resources, feigning annoyance at her disrupted plans. Su Shiqing claimed they were heading toward the storage area for supplies, all the while subtly leading Mo Bing further away from the base. She knew Luo Qing understood her intentions. With Xiaoqi present, they would not lose track of them. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for the right opportunity. How far is the place where you store supplies? Mo Bing glanced at the sky, coldly inquiring. Not far. Su Shiqing rolled her eyes, responding irritably. If you can end Apos, keep up, just head back. Mo Bing clenched his fists, suppressing the surge of anger within him. His frigid gaze remained fixed on Su Shiqing and Apos' back, contemplating what method he might employ to eliminate her later. Move faster, he grumbled. Su Shiqing resolutely chose a direction and continued forward, unaware of how long they had been walking. Only when her legs began to ache did Mo Bing speak again. Are we there yet? Mo Bing furrowed his brow, his expression growing increasingly frigid. Though there was no clock, the sun had ascended from its initial dim light to its zenith, signifying that considerable time had elapsed. The unsettling feeling within him resurfaced. How much longer would they have to walk? Mo Bing halted, questioning Su Shiqing. Are you hurrying me to my death? Su Shiqing assessed that they had ventured far enough and, taking advantage of the moment, plopped down on the ground, panting, I can't go any further. Let us rest for a moment. Rest assured, we are almost there. Upon witnessing her sudden cessation of movement and refusal to proceed, Mo Bing grit his teeth. Keep moving. No. Su Shiqing rolled her eyes. Do you not believe I will kill you? A glimmer of murderous intent finally flickered in Mo Bing's eyes. What surprised him, however, was that Su Shiqing did not exhibit fear at his threat, but rather a hint of derision. Kill me? Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow, seated on the ground, laughing defiantly. Without me, where will you find your supplies? Without me, how will you return to report to the base leader? You. It was undeniable that Su Shiqing had Mo Bing firmly in her grasp. Until he secured the supplies, he truly dared not take her life. Mo Bing suppressed his fury, ultimately conceding, "I will carry you," and continue walking. Su Shiqing closed her eyes, a smile playing on her lips as she slowly uttered two words, "Not a chance." Chapter 34. The Zombie Horde. I advise you not to overreach. Mo Bing and Appos' expression darkened, and an ominous premonition intensified within him. Meanwhile, Su Shiqing silently surveyed her surroundings. Although they had not yet reached the city center, scattered shops lined the streets. The doors and windows of these buildings were mostly shattered, suggesting they had been abandoned for quite some time. This place was spacious and desolate, distant from the base, making it a suitable battleground. Su Shiqing decided to wait for Luo Qing and the others to catch up here. Overreach? Su Shiqing smirked. Ironically, that was exactly her nature. Mo Bing clenched his fist tightly, the joints cracking ominously as he was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Su Shiqing and Appos' smile faded as she abruptly turned to the dilapidated shops lining the street. A faint rustling sound emerged, hinting at something lurking within the shadows. In the next moment, under the vigilant gazes of Su Shiqing and Mo Bing, a dark, gnarled arm slowly extended from the darkness, accompanied by a low, guttural moan. It was a zombie. Su Shiqing sprang to her feet, brandishing a Swiss Army knife. Her smile vanished. Humph, a single zombie trying to be ominous. The zombie staggered out from the building, prompting Mo Bing to snort coldly as an ice pillar materialized in front of him. However, before he could finish speaking, the rustling sound abruptly intensified. Countless shadows began to stir in the darkness of the buildings lining the street, revealing rotting, pale faces that emitted a putrid stench. The zombies and Appos' roars echoed through the air. In an instant, the street was besieged by countless zombies from nearly every house, surrounding the two of them upon realizing intruders were present. Mo Bing's expression froze, his pupils constricting in disbelief. How could there be so many zombies here? As he glanced around, it became evident that the street was awash with a multitude of zombies, their rancid odor permeating the air, their roars deafening. Su Shiqing felt her luck had turned for the worse. She had sought a place to buy time but had inadvertently stumbled upon a horde of zombies. Yet, something felt amiss. Although they were some distance from the base, they were not particularly deep within the city. How could they have encountered such a horde? A quick estimate revealed at least 100 zombies. Damn it. Mo Bing cursed softly, raising his hand in a swift motion. Countless ice needles shot towards the zombies, piercing their foreheads and causing a small group to collapse. He pushed off the ground, intending to seize the opportunity to escape the encirclement. As for Su Shiqing's fate, the tasks assigned by Luo he were no longer of concern. Mo Bing only desired to survive. However, before he could even flee a meter, a force abruptly seized his ankle, yanking him back. Off balance, he looked down to find a slender yet tenacious vine ensnaring him, his eyes instantly bloodshot. Want to escape? Su Shiqing coldly laughed. If I die, I will drag you down with me. You lunatic. Mo Bing cursed angrily. In mere moments, the narrow escape he had managed was once again blocked by the encroaching zombies. Faced with the rotting, blood-dripping claws, he was compelled to use his abilities again, striking down the zombies lunging at him. I never make a losing deal. If I die, I'll take someone with me. Su Shiqing's complexion paled slightly as her wood-based abilities, combined with her spatial manipulation, dispatched the zombies before her. Yet, new ones soon emerged to attack. This was her first time engaging zombies so closely. Vines ensnared their limbs as she struck with her knife, blood splattering everywhere, nearly inducing her to vomit. She fought to suppress the urge, her gaze turning icy and ruthless. She yearned to live more than anyone else. Su Shiqing was uncertain when Luo Qing and the others would arrive, nor could she predict how long she, a first-tier ability user, could endure. All she could see were the masses of zombies surging towards her. If it became too dire, she would have to retreat to her stillness in the modern era and contemplate her next strategy. Meanwhile, Mo Bing struggled against the zombies while attempting to sever the vine around his ankle. He had no intention of being someone else's casualty. Yet, despite his higher ability level compared to Su Shiqing, the ice powers were no match for the fire abilities, and for the moment, he found himself unable to break free from the slender vine. In that case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Mo Bing's face was filled with malice as his eyes, brimming with murderous intent, locked onto the pale-faced Su Shiqing. If he killed her, the vine would undoubtedly vanish. Su Shiqing sensed the intense killing intent beside her and turned just in time to see an ice needle hurtling towards her. With their movements restricted within the encirclement of zombies, she had little room to evade. Watching the crystalline needle rush toward her with lethal intent, her pupils dilated in shock. Her mind nearly blank. Die for me. Mo Bing, blinded by rage, fixed his gaze on the ice needle under his control, aiming for Su Shiqing's forehead, then vanished. It did not pierce Su Shiqing and Apos' brow. Instead, at the moment of impact, it simply disappeared. Even Mo Bing could not sense the presence of the ice needle anymore. How could this be? At that moment, Su Shiqing froze imperceptibly, her complexion paling further as a faint metallic taste filled her mouth. Mo Bing was unaware that the ice needle now lay quietly within Su Shiqing and Apos' jade pendant space. The act of transferring items into her space placed a considerable strain on her body, especially since it was someone else and Apos' ability. Pain throbbed at her temples. Fortunately, the ice needle and Apos' size was manageable. Otherwise, it would have been more than just a simple headache. Yet, facing Mo Bing, Su Shiqing raised her lips in a mocking smile. Taunting him, is that all? Truly a waste of space. Mo Bing could hardly believe that as a third-tier ability user, he could not even kill a first-tier user during a surprise attack. The humiliation was unbearable. Infuriated, Mo Bing became momentarily distracted, allowing a zombie to pounce and claw at his arm. Ugh, he grunted, gritting his teeth as he retaliated, severing the zombie's head with an ice blade. The blackened blood of the zombie mingled with Mo Bing's crimson blood, staining a small patch of the ground. Ability users are immune to zombie infections, but injuries inflicted by zombies are difficult to heal in a post-apocalyptic world lacking medical resources. Mo Bing's expression darkened to the point of resembling a storm cloud. He pressed a hand against his wound and glanced at Su Shiqing with a cold smile. I will see how long you can endure under the onslaught of zombies. He was correct. As a first-tier user, Su Shiqing and Apos' endurance could not compare to that of a third-tier user, and at present, her abilities were nearly depleted. However, before Mo Bing's cold smile could linger for long, a loud, boisterous laugh echoed from a distance. Ha, Su Shiqing, hold on. I've brought people to rescue you. Chapter 35, The Spinning Gyroscope. It was the voice of Luo Qing. Su Shiqing's eyes instantly brightened, while beside her, Mo Bing's expression resembled a palette tipped over. A riot of colors. Luo Qing? How did he manage to follow? Mo Bing found it hard to believe, but soon it dawned on him, and he gazed at Su Shiqing in disbelief. No. Did you leave a trail of clues to lead them here? Was the quarrel with Luo Qing merely a performance for his benefit? But why would she do such a thing? Did Su Shiqing anticipate that he would ultimately kill her, thus taking precautions? Yet, neither Luo he nor he had revealed even a whisper of their plans. The more Mo Bing pondered, the more incredulous he felt, until he saw Su Shiqing raise an eyebrow, pointing at her own head. A brain is a wonderful thing, but unfortunately, not everyone possesses it. Mo Bing and Apos' clothes were already drenched in blood. He could not tell if it was his own or that of the zombies. Even through the throng of the undead, he could still sense the warmth of Luo Qing's fire-based abilities. Luo Qing's team had dealt with zombies for years, their experience allowing them to handle the horde with ease. It would not be long before they rushed over. And then what? What fate awaited him? Just moments ago, he had attempted to kill Su Shiqing. Would she spare him now? The battle with the zombies had drained most of his powers, and he could not guarantee that he would survive against Luo Qing's team. As a formidable ability user within the base, and a trusted subordinate of base leader Luo He, it had been a long time since Mo Bing had been outmaneuvered so thoroughly. Even knowing he would kill her, she did not immediately flee, but instead put on a show for him. His eyes gradually turned manic, and suddenly he burst into laughter. Abandoning his defense against the zombies that lunged at him, instead directing his rage towards Su Shiqing. You are right. You are absolutely right. It's too much of a loss for one person to die. Will you accompany me? Will you die with me? He realized that today it was highly likely he would not escape disaster, so instead of waiting for Luo Qing and the others to arrive, he decided to eliminate this woman who toyed with him. Ignoring the zombies that were tearing and gnawing at him, his face pale, but his eyes red with fury, he conjured an ice spear as thick as a power pole, channeling nearly all his remaining powers into it. The tip was sharp enough to easily pierce flesh. Once struck, there would be no escape. With a hoarse laugh, he swung his hand, sending the ice spear hurtling towards Su Shiqing. Join me in this burial. Vines as thick as arms suddenly sprouted from the ground, ensnaring Su Shiqing's waist and hurling her into the air. The ice spear crashed down where Su Shiqing had just stood, creating a deafening explosion and a cloud of dust. The vines tossed her high above the dense horde of zombies, where Lu Qingfeng leapt up to catch her safely. Big sister, are you alright? Seeing Su Shiqing caught by Lu Qingfeng, Luo Qing hurriedly approached, stealing a glance at the bloodstains on her clothing, feeling a pang of fear. Earlier, Su Shiqing had seemed fine, but now she looked far from it. I feel so dizzy. Su Shiqing felt as though countless stars were spinning around her. The urge to vomit resurfacing. I think I saw my great-grandmother. The earlier toss by Lu Qifeng felt more thrilling than any roller coaster ride. Su Shiqing had no idea how many times she spun in the air. She felt akin to a gyroscope. Ahem, my apologies for the suddenness. Lu Qingfeng coughed awkwardly upon noticing her dazed state, carefully helping her to stand. No, I'm fine. Su Shiqing's gaze was blank, her mind still somewhat foggy. Having successfully escaped the encirclement of zombies, the rest would be much easier to handle. He Xiaoyan and Xiao Luo were tasked with tending to Su Shiqing from behind, while the remaining three charged forward to confront the zombies directly. Burn them to ashes. Luo Qing, devoid of restraint, unleashed his powers, causing the temperature in the vicinity to rise significantly. Once a zombie's body was touched by even a spark, flames would engulf it in an instant. The zombies, devoid of reasoning, could only let out futile screams as they turned to char. The zombies at the front transformed into a wall of fire, unable to extinguish themselves while spreading the flames to their companions behind. I will burn you all. I will burn you all. Luo Qing rubbed his hands together, effectively blocking the horde single-handedly. Luo Qing. Lu Qifeng's voice, filled with exasperation, came from another direction. Can you please control your abilities a little? My abilities are wood-based. You've burned them all. This was not the first time. Lu Qifeng watched as the vines he summoned were reduced to ash in the flames, causing his temper to flare. Oh dear. Luo Qing slapped his forehead, grinning sheepishly. My apologies, I forgot again. Beside him, Xiao yawned lazily. His abilities were not particularly lethal. He fiddled with a gun, exuding an air of nonchalance. Lu, why don't we just leave it all to the captain? He can handle it alone. While the three battled the flaming zombies, He Xiaoyan cautiously attended to the pale Su Shiqing. Here, let me wipe your face. Do you feel any better? He Xiaoyan used her water-based abilities to cleanse Su Shiqing gently, her voice soft. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo had closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. In the next moment, he produced a bottle of water from his space. Would you like some water? Thank you, but no, I'm fine. Su Shiqing leaned against a tree, finally regaining some clarity. She politely expressed her gratitude to the concern flanking her on both sides. He Xiaoyan appeared to be no older than 15 or 16, while Xiao Luo was merely an 8-year-old child. Observing the two youngsters' concern for her, Su Shiqing smiled faintly, reassuring them that she was all right. She was uninjured. The worst was merely exhaustion from her abilities and the strain from overexerting her space powers, compounded by the dizzying spin earlier. A little rest was all she needed. That and Oppos. That's good to hear. He Xiaoyan sighed in relief, glancing at Luo Qing and the others in the distance who were holding back the zombies. The captain and the others should be able to handle those zombies quickly. Su Shiqing followed her gaze and saw the flames leaping into the sky, the roars of the undead echoing in the air, drowning out Mo Bing and Oppos' voice. It seemed he had either been torn apart by the zombies or reduced to ash by the raging flames. Chapter 36. The mutated zombie, all settled. And the work is done. With the extraordinary abilities concealed, not a single intact corpse remained on the street, only ashes and charred remnants, alongside the glimmering crystal cores. Luo Qing patted Xiao Qi on the shoulder with a serious tone. Xiao Qi, your keen eyes make you the perfect candidate to collect the crystal cores. Captain, why don't you lend a hand instead? Xiao Qi sighed in resignation. Luo Qing, however, pretended not to hear, bypassing him to check on Su Shiqing's condition. Hey, big sister. Are you feeling any better? Luo Qing observed Su Shiqing, who sat on the ground, her face pale. He shook his head in concern. Are you injured? In this apocalypse, being hurt is no small matter. Don't hold back. It and Oppos. Nothing serious, Su Shiqing replied, still feeling a bit dizzy but much improved. Relieved that they had arrived in time. If you had come any later, I would have had to flee back to the modern era. Well, you and Oppos. Someone old Ning specifically asked me to look after. This is no trouble at all. Luo Qing waved his hand dismissively. Lu Qifeng approached Su Shiqing, surprise evident in his eyes. You possess wood-based abilities as well. It seems you've slain quite a few zombies just now. Yes, by mere chance. Su Shiqing recalled how he had flung her into the air with vines, feeling somewhat awkward as she touched her nose. Later, I'll have Xiaoqi save your share of the crystal cores for you. Luo Qing would never engage in taking advantage of others, A small portion of the zombies had perished before their arrival, and thus the cores rightfully belonged to Shiqing. Speaking of which, big sister, can you explain what exactly is happening? Remembering Mo Bing, Luo Qing could not help but inquire about the man's background. Upon hearing this, Shiqing pressed her lips together, a contemplative look gracing her face as she pondered how to articulate her explanation. Yet, before she could speak, Xiaoqi seemed to have noticed something. Holding a bag, he was picking up the crystal cores when he suddenly felt a shadow flash past in his peripheral vision. He abruptly halted, rubbed his eyes, and scanned the surroundings. The shops lining the streets appeared dim and deserted, offering no signs of anomaly. But Xiaoqi trusted his abilities. Something had certainly darted by moments ago. His previously languid demeanor vanished, replaced by vigilance as he turned towards Shiqing and the others. About to warn them to stay alert when his pupils constricted to pinpoints, a zombie, resembling a phantom, was darting through the shadows, having appeared behind Xiaoyan without warning. Xiaoyan, watch out. At the same time, Shiqing, seated on the ground, also reacted. Thanks to the existence of the jade pendant space, she sensed a slight disturbance the moment the zombie appeared. Raising her gaze, she met the blood-red eyes of the zombie looming behind Xiaoyan. For reasons unknown, Shiqing felt a cunning glint in the zombie's gaze. Both she and Xiaoqi shouted warnings, but the zombie's speed was alarmingly swift. In the instant others noticed, its claws were mere inches from Xiaoyan's neck. Xiaoyan, Sister Xiaoyan. Luo Qing and Xiao Luo were too late to pull Xiaoyan away or to allow anyone to unleash their abilities. The next second, a piercing sound echoed as a blade penetrated flesh, blood gushing forth, stinging everyone's eyes. Yet, the zombie did not strike Xiaoyan and Apos' neck. At the last moment, only Lu Qingfeng, who had been standing next to Xiaoyan, managed to react in time to shield her from the fatal blow. The zombie's sharp, foul claws pierced Lu Qingfeng and Apos' shoulder, causing her to stifle a groan. She swiftly embraced Xiaoyan, rolling them both aside to create distance. Ugh! Sister Lu. The sudden turn of events left Xiaoyan cold and paralyzed, though she could distinctly feel Lu Qingfeng trembling slightly behind her. I'm fine, Lu Qingfeng whispered, pulling Xiaoyan out of the zombie and Apos' reach and quickly lifting her from the ground, offering low, comforting words. If not for the blood draining from her shoulder, perhaps someone might have believed her. Damn zombie. Luo Qing's expression hardened as he hurled a fireball toward the zombie and Apos' location. Yet, the shadow vanished in an instant as the fireball struck the ground. Captain, that's a mutated zombie with enhanced speed. Xiaoqi shouted from a distance. With his enhanced vision, Xiaoqi struggled to fully track the zombie and Apos' movements, causing a cold sweat to break out on his back. As a second-tier ability user, he surmised that the zombie's rank was likely above his, possibly a third-tier mutated zombie. Although Luo Qing was also a third tier, the creature's abilities evidently countered theirs. Its astonishing speed rendering Luo Qing unable to retaliate, leaving them vulnerable to ambush. Deep in thought, Xiaoqi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. As he lifted his gaze, a nearly decomposed, dark green face loomed frighteningly close to him. In those blood-red eyes, he perceived a semblance of human cunning. Oh no! Xiaoqi could not afford to hesitate. He activated his abilities to the fullest, barely evading the zombie's claw aimed at his face. As he sidestepped, he swiftly turned his finger pistol and fired frantically at the zombie and Apos' position. Naturally, he missed entirely. Blood continued to gush from Lu Qingfeng and Apos' wound. Her face pale as she gritted her teeth and slammed her hand against the ground. Countless vines surged upward, interweaving into a protective cage, shielding the defenseless Xiaoluo and Xiaoyan. This would at least delay the zombie's attack on them. However, Lu Qingfeng's abilities were nearly depleted, and with excessive blood loss, her legs buckled beneath her. Shiqing, quick to react, caught her just in time. Thank you. Lu Qingfeng coughed weakly, her breath faint and her complexion as pale as parchment. Shiqing frowned, supporting her as they stood, surveying their surroundings. The once desolate street fell silent again. Yet this time, both Luo Qing and Xiaoqi remained on high alert, fearing the zombie might emerge from any corner. Prolonging the situation was not an option. Not only would their energies be drained, but Lu Qingfeng's injuries would inevitably cost her life if not addressed promptly. Damn, Luo Qing muttered under his breath. He was aware of the recent surge in zombie activity near the base, but had not anticipated encountering a mutated one here. The location was not far from the base. After all, Even more troubling was the fact that they were effectively trapped. The mutated zombie seemed to possess a semblance of intellect, lurking in the shadows like a predator, poised to deliver a lethal strike. What to do? Lu Qingfeng's injuries could not be postponed. They needed swift treatment. Luo Qing's anxiety was palpable, almost manifesting as a tangible force. And just then, Su Shiqing spoke up from a distance. Luo Qing, do you trust me? Chapter 37. The bait what? Luo Qing was taken aback, turning to Su Shiqing, who was supporting Lu Qifeng. Sister, do you have a plan? Indeed, Su Shiqing had a strategy. The jade pendant in her hand had a spatial range of approximately 20 meters. Within this distance, she was acutely aware of the fluctuations in space, barely able to perceive the movements of the mutated zombie. Taking a deep breath, Su Shiqing instructed, "You two, come stand beside me." On the desolate street, apart from the sound of their breaths, an eerie silence enveloped them. Vigilant against unseen attacks, Luo Qing and Shaoqi cautiously edged closer to Su Shiqing. Coughing softly, Lu Qingfeng, who was leaning on Su Shiqing, rasped, "Do you have a plan?" Su Shiqing remained silent, her lips pressed tightly together, their color slightly pale. She was striving to sense the surrounding spatial disturbances, but the exertion drained her abilities, causing her head to throb painfully, as if she were nearing her limit. Luo Qing stood beside Su Shiqing, lowering his voice. "Sister, what should we do?" "Follow my lead," was all Su Shiqing replied. The mutated zombie seemed different from the ordinary ones. It possessed a semblance of intelligence. Su Shiqing was uncertain whether her words would be comprehended, so she chose silence to avoid any missteps. Shaoqi subtly furrowed his brow, glancing at Luo Qing with uncertainty, as if questioning Su Shiqing's reliability. Luo Qing, feeling the gravity of the situation, pondered whether Su Shiqing could indeed navigate them out of this predicament. Recalling the cunning nature of their adversary and Ning Xinyan's instructions, Luo Qing and Appo's gaze darkened. "All right, sister, the command is yours." Flame surged in his palm, ready to strike at a moment, and Appo's notice. Shaoqi, observing this, naturally trusted the captain's judgment, chambering around in his pistol, vigilant of their surroundings. At that moment, beads of cold sweat began to dot Su Shiqing's forehead. The zombie was beyond the 20-meter range, appearing alert and refraining from acting impulsively, as if it had completely vanished from sight. "It intends to outlast us," Su Shiqing realized instantly, her eyes growing colder. With the enemy concealed, remaining passive would only place them at a disadvantage. With this thought, she gradually released her hold on Lu Qifeng and took deliberate steps forward. "Sister, what are you doing?" Luo Qing was taken aback, frowning as he watched Su Shiqing advance alone. Turning her head slightly, Su Shiqing maintained her expression and raised a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. "Follow my lead." Since the zombie was unwilling to reveal itself, Su Shiqing would draw it out. As bait, she believed that a seemingly weak human, drained of abilities, would provoke the zombie and Appo's predatory instincts. Even if it remained cautious, the width of the street would eventually allow her to sense its location. Is she really that bold? Lu Qingfeng covered her shoulder wound with one hand, yet blood continued to seep through her fingers. Observing Su Shiqing's actions, it was apparent to all that she was tempting the zombie into action. Luo Qing and Shaoqi remained silent, holding their breath, alert to their surroundings while monitoring Su Shiqing and Appo's vicinity, ready to act. Su Shiqing walked down the center of the street, the 20-meter range nearly encompassing both sides. "Still unwilling to show yourself? If you don't and Appo's I will find you." A faint stench wafted through the air, and Su Shiqing hesitated for a moment, her expression suddenly sharpening. "Luo Qing, my 2 o'clock direction." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, fireballs rained down in clusters towards her right front. The proximity of the flames allowed Su Shiqing to feel their searing heat, raising the temperature around her significantly. At the same time, Shaoqi squinted, guided by Su Shiqing and Appo's warning and his own abilities. He finally discerned the shadowy figure. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets struck the ground, sending sparks flying, accompanied by the zombies' enraged howls. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Under the barrage of fireballs and Shaoqi's precise shooting, the mutated zombie was injured. Its once greenish skin darkened to a charred black from the flames, while a bullet from Shaoqi pierced its throat, black blood oozing forth. The zombie's vitality was tenacious. As long as its head remained intact, it would continue to move, albeit at a significantly reduced speed, so much so that even Luo Qing could now discern its movements. "Finally got a glimpse of you." Seeing the zombie slow down, Luo Qing smirked, the fireball in his hands growing larger. You dare to harm my teammate? Die, die, just die. As the zombie finally revealed itself, Su Shiqing exhaled in relief, the exhaustion from her depleted abilities crashing over her. Instinctively, she took a step back, wishing to distance herself from the zombie. But upon looking up, she met its fiery red gaze amidst the flames. Her breath caught momentarily. Before she could react, the foul stench assaulted her senses. And in the blink of an eye, the zombie lunged toward her. Shit. Luo Qing and Appos' expression changed drastically as he abruptly halted. The proximity between Su Shiqing and the zombie was too close for him to unleash his devastating abilities. Yet, the distance between them was still considerable, leaving him helpless as he watched the zombie charge at her. In the next instant, a flash of green and a bullet simultaneously pierced the zombie's skull. The immense force of the bullet caused the zombie and Appos' head to explode like a ripe watermelon, an indescribably vile and sticky fluid splattering all over Su Shiqing. Her face turned progressively greener. Who fired that shot? Xiaoqi rubbed his nose, glancing at Su Shiqing and Appos' complexion shifting from green to pale, then white. Silently holstering his pistol. Sister, are you all right? I and Appos am fine. Aside from feeling nauseated, Su Shiqing sustained no injuries. However, her well-being did not extend to Lu Qifeng. Lu Jie. Xiaoqi swiftly supported Lu Qifeng, who was on the verge of fainting, his expression grave. As the immediate threat dissipated, the vine traps also unraveled, and Yi Xiaoyan and Xiao Luo hurried over. Blood poured from her untreated wounds, thoroughly staining Lu Qingfeng's clothing crimson. Her complexion was ashen, her breath weak, and her consciousness was gradually fading. Chapter 38. The Humanoid Warehouse in a World Ravaged by the Apocalypse. While individuals with abilities are immune to the zombie virus, the injuries inflicted by the undead can easily lead to infections in the absence of medical care. Xiao Luo. How much alcohol and bandages do we have left? Luo Qing gritted his teeth, his previously jovial expression now marred by a serious countenance. Xiao Luo, with reddened eyes, shook her head. Captain, we exhausted our medical supplies on our last outing, and we haven't resupplied since. Xiaoqi cautiously helped Lu Qingfeng to sit on the ground. His gaze fixated on the grievous wound piercing her shoulder, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The blackened wound on Lu Qingfeng's shoulder was a dire threat. If left untreated, it would soon claim her life. Lu Jie. Yi Xiaoyan choked on her words, her hands weaving her water-based abilities carefully around Lu Qifeng and Appos' injury. The once clear water was quickly tainted by dark blood, causing Yi Xiaoyan and Appos' complexion to pale momentarily. Please, Lu Jie. Yi Xiaoyan couldn't and Appos' hold back her tears. She understood that Lu Qingfeng had sustained such severe injuries while protecting her. Why was it not herself who was injured? She, after all, was the weakest in the group. Aside from Xiao Luo, and felt she only brought trouble to others. Cough, cough. Lu Qifeng struggled to open her eyes. Dawn and Appos' cry, Xiaoyan. I and Appos am fine. Luo Qing felt as though his heart was being crushed, witnessing his comrade on the brink of death. Though Lu Qifeng often bickered with him, and they frequently quarreled over their abilities, they were each other's most vital companions in this chaotic world. Even the usually light-hearted Luo Qing found his eyes misty at this moment. However, in the next instant, a bundle of alcohol and bandages was tossed into Luo Qing and Appos' arms. Huh? Luo Qing, momentarily taken aback, halted in his emotional turmoil. Su Shiqing delivered a firm pat to the back of his head. Stop dawdling. I'm not an expert in treating wounds, so hurry up. If she bleeds out too much, we truly won't be able to save her. After a moment of contemplation regarding the supplies at hand, Su Shiqing added, do you need anything else? Water? Anti-inflammatory medicine? No, that and Appos' enough. Luo Qing, regaining his composure, rushed to Lu Qingfeng's side, exclaiming, Xiaoyan, come help. Okay. Yi Xiaoyan, disregarding the tears on her face, hurried over to assist. At this moment, none of them felt the need to be polite to Su Shiqing, as those two items were lifelines for Lu Qifeng. Su Shiqing was not a person driven by pity for the world, but Lu Qifeng had saved her life in a rather unconventional manner. Now, with Lu Qingfeng's life hanging by a thread, the only thing she could offer was the supplies she had in abundance. The street was now free of zombies, providing a brief moment of safety for the group to regroup. Lacking spare clothing, Su Shiqing attempted to wipe off the viscous liquid that had splattered over her from the zombies with some water, though the stench of decay still lingered. She was not one to be overly sensitive and endured the discomfort. Meanwhile, Lu Qingfeng's injuries were swiftly attended to. Individuals with abilities generally possessed stronger physiques. And although Lu Qifeng had fallen unconscious, as long as the wound did not become infected, she would likely recover in a few days. Seeing Lu Qingfeng's breathing stabilize, the group collectively sighed in relief. He Xiaoyan, gazing at the bandages wrapped around Lu Qingfeng and Apos' shoulder, approached Su Shiqing with reddened eyes. Thank you, thank you. Su Shiqing was taken aback as the petite girl bowed deeply, prompting her to instinctively step aside. No need for thanks, Lu Qifeng saved me once. And now I and Apos, provided supplies to save her. It and Apos, that's only fair. Su Shiqing waved her hand dismissively, her tone casual. He Xiaoyan glanced at Su Shiqing's disheveled clothing and murmured, I have a few spare clothes. Do you need any? Su Shiqing contemplated changing into a clean outfit, but, assessing Yi Xiaoyan and Apos' stature, raised her hand to gesture. I doubt your clothes would fit me. Then, do you need water? Yi Xiaoyan eagerly raised her hand. I have water abilities, and although I and Apos am not very skilled yet, I can get you a few bottles. Su Shiqing smiled, patting the girl and Apos' shoulder. No need. I have plenty of supplies. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyan and Apos' expression dimmed. It seemed she still felt useless. Xiao Qi and Xiao Luo were tending to the unconscious Lu Qingfeng, while Luo Qing approached the two conversing individuals. Excuse me, can I ask you something? Su Shiqing turned to Luo Qing, noting the conflicted expression on his face, and surmised, you wish to barter for supplies? Having his thoughts uncovered, Luo Qing sheepishly scratched his nose. He was acutely aware that medical supplies were exceedingly precious in this world, and Su Shiqing likely did not possess much. Nonetheless, he was determined to see if he could acquire some from her. The nearby pharmacies had been stripped bare, and their small team had run out of alcohol and bandages long ago, with no chance of resupplying. Luo Qing was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. If you decline, that's fine. I understand how valuable those supplies are in this apocalypse. However, Su Shiqing merely smiled. As it happens, I am a merchant. It would be illogical to turn away business. She held up 2 fingers. Crystal cores or anything of value can be exchanged for supplies. Any supplies will do. Food, water, alcohol, bandages, and medicine. I have them all. Her words left the others momentarily speechless. So many supplies. Are you a humanoid warehouse? Luo Qing murmured in disbelief, but quickly became excited. Crystal cores were not a scarce commodity for those frequently scavenging for supplies. And if they could be exchanged for medical supplies, it was an extraordinary deal. Xiao Luo. Luo Qing called out to the nearby Xiao Luo, quick. Bring all our crystal cores. Several bags filled with crystal cores left Su Shiqing momentarily stunned. There was far more than what Luo he had promised her. She had and Apos. He expected to uncover such a hidden treasure. Chapter 39. Everyone feels they and Apos. Struck gold having traded all the crystal cores. Do you not require enhancements to your abilities? Observing Luo Qing's determined demeanor, as if she were emptying her family's coffers, Su Shiqing could not restrain her curiosity. Ah, dear sister, you seem to misunderstand, Luo Qing replied, raising a finger with an air of seriousness. These abilities cannot be solidly enhanced through mere practical experience. While crystal cores are indeed beneficial, they harbor impurities that, if overused, may jeopardize your foundational strength, potentially stalling your advancement at the 3rd or 4th tier. Impurities? Weak foundations? Su Shiqing pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. Having practiced with crystal cores for some time, she had never experienced any such sensation. Quite the contrary, each time she absorbed the core, she felt invigorated, as if her body had expelled impurities. What materials do you wish to exchange with me? Su Shiqing waved her hand, conjuring an assortment of biscuits, water, alcohol, and various medicines before her. The astonishment on the faces of those around her was palpable. Luo Qing swallowed hard, hesitating. Sister, do you have an abundance of supplies? If we were to exchange all the alcohol and medicines, would you? Should you manage to acquire everything, it would reflect your prowess. Su Shiqing replied with a playful glint in her eyes. Behind her lay an entire modern civilization, providing a continuous supply of items like alcohol and medicines. Even an entire base would struggle to deplete her resources. That is indeed what you said, dear sister. With that, Luo Qing ceased her politeness, tossing several bags filled with crystal cores at Su Shiqing's feet. Pointing towards the heap of medicines, she declared, I wish to exchange all these crystal cores for medical supplies. Food and water are within my reach, but alcohol and bandages are genuinely scarce. recalling a previous incident when Xiao Luo had suffered a high fever for days, and another where Xiao Qi had nearly perished from a deep wound inflicted by a zombie. Luo Qing was undeniably anxious about their current predicament. After a cursory count, Su Shiqing estimated that the cores amounted to several thousand. She dismissed the need for precision, waved her hand to gather the food and water, and then conjured several large boxes. We shall not demand much. A bit more alcohol and bandages will suffice. Luo Qing's voice trailed off, her eyes widening at the sight of the numerous boxes that had appeared before her. These boxes contain alcohol, these hold bandages, and here are medicines, cough syrup, fever reducers, anti-inflammatories. Everything you might need is here. Look, this box even contains vitamins, all for you. After introducing the items, Su Shiqing turned to Luo Qing, inquiring, "What did you just say?" "I was merely extolling your virtues, dear sister," Luo Qing quickly amended, her joy evident. This flattery sent shivers down Su Shiqing's spine, prompting her to raise her hand in protest. "Let us not overdo it. I am merely conducting a transaction." Yet, it was clear that Luo Qing and the others had not heeded her words. The bounty of supplies, each box measuring a cubic meter, was more than sufficient for their party for an extended period. Luo Qing felt increasingly convinced that this transaction was exceedingly advantageous, and she promptly called Xiao Luo over to assist in collecting the goods. Meanwhile, Su Shiqing reveled in the several bags of crystal cores she had acquired. Both parties felt they had emerged from the exchange as winners. "Captain, it seems we will not make it back to the base tonight," Xiao Qi, who was tending to the unconscious Lu Qifeng, remarked while glancing at the sky. After 2 fierce battles, the sun was dipping toward the horizon, and they were still far from their destination. Given Lu Qifeng's incapacitated state, it was impossible to return before nightfall. Luo Qing contemplated their original purpose for venturing out, a nearby supermarket in the northeast. After assessing Lu Qifeng's condition, she resolved, "Let us find a place to rest for the night, and we shall set off at dawn. We can decide then whether to head to the supermarket or return to the base." Su Shiqing, unceremoniously, declared, "Then I shall accompany you." Before Luo Qing could respond, Xiao Luo eagerly chimed in, "Of course, the fairy sister will join us. Let us go." Su Shiqing covered her face, exclaiming, "Help. Perhaps we could forego the title of Amp, Oppos, fairy sister, and Amp, Oppos." The street was devoid of zombies, making it easy to locate a suitable resting place. Xiao Qi hoisted Lu Qifeng onto his back, and they found a relatively intact shop to spend the night. Coincidentally, it was a jewelry store. Su Shiqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. The shop's doors and windows were largely intact, making it an excellent place to rest for the night. Luo Qing surveyed the area and inquired of the others, "What do you think?" "The shop is splendid," Su Shiqing exclaimed, smashing the display case with a resounding crash, demonstrating what one might call a brazen looting. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling jewelry store had been stripped bare by Su Shiqing. "Luo Qing? Xiao Qi, fairy sister is amazing." "Xiao Luo, well done, fairy sister." "Yi Xiaoyan, how impressive." Clearing her throat, Su Shiqing felt flustered by the praise from her companions. She turned back, politely inquiring, "You certainly do not require the gold from the shop?" Luo Qing and the others indeed had no use for such items and could not fathom why Su Shiqing desired what seemed to be useless gold. However, they respected her actions, praising her and attempting to understand her intentions. "If you do not want it, I shall take it all," Su Shiqing declared, justifying her acquisition of the entire store's gold. She beamed at the sight of the glistening treasures in her space. After securing the store's doors and windows, Luo Qing removed her coat to create a makeshift resting place for the unconscious Lu Qifeng, while the others settled down around them. "By the way, dear sister, you have yet to explain the identity of that fellow named Mo Bing," Luo Qing recalled, having previously been interrupted by a mutated zombie when Su Shiqing was about to elaborate. "Oh, well?" Su Shiqing stroked her chin, her expression turning serious. "It is a long story. However, I am now gravely suspicious that the base leader, Luo, may be planning to abscond with supplies." "What?" The moment her words fell, everyone stood in shock. Chapter 40. The plan: the base leader intends to flee with supplies. Observing the 4 individuals before her, who stood up in shock, Su Shiqing waved her hand dismissively. "It is merely speculation, albeit one that appears to possess a considerable degree of truth." She did not conceal her dealings with Luo He. "You are likely already aware that I have garnered quite a reputation within the base. Luo He sent emissaries to me, seeking to exchange substantial supplies. The crux of the matter is that he wishes to keep this under wraps from everyone in the base. Collecting vast amounts of resources while neglecting the needs of the ordinary people who are starving and cold is indeed rather dubious behavior for a base leader. As she spoke, Xiaoqi furrowed her brow thoughtfully. Captain, it seems that the supply team has indeed dwindled significantly of late. An increasing number of ability users are opting to remain within the base rather than venture outside in search of supplies, exacerbating the already precarious situation for the base and its ordinary inhabitants. Aside from Luo Qing and Appo's small team, the supply team is virtually non-existent now. Xiaoqi bit her finger, lost in thought, before slowly continuing. Moreover, do you remember that not long ago, Luo he extended an invitation to us to serve as his protective detail? Indeed. Luo Qing was taken aback momentarily, quickly grasping her implication. Are you suggesting that Luo he is attempting to recruit the ability users within the base? Xiaoqi did not nod, but her expression grew increasingly grave. The signs point to Luo he preparing to abandon the base and escape. Without supplies and the protection of ability users, how long can this base endure in this apocalyptic world? Su Shiqing felt a headache coming on. She had initially planned to stay at this base for a while longer before considering taking and ran elsewhere. However, given Luo he and Appo's recent actions, it was evident that staying at Chongping base was no longer viable. Yet, when she looked up, she saw Luo Qing's eyes blazing with fury. How dare Luo he? Luo Qing ground his teeth, his expression a mixture of disbelief and anger. There are tens of thousands of ordinary lives in that base. What does he intend to accomplish? To escape with supplies and ability users? Is he willing to abandon those countless lives? Luo he and Appo's scheme could very well lead the base and its remaining inhabitants to their doom. Su Shiqing was taken aback by Luo Qing and Appo's intense reaction. Momentarily at a loss for words. Captain, please remain calm. Xiaoyan urged softly, perhaps things are not as we perceive them? Xiaoqi and Appo's expression was frosty. Her eyes filled with derision. Xiaoyan, do not underestimate the darkness of human nature. Do you recall the time when the supply team tirelessly gathered resources only to have to surrender them all, while sustaining injuries without any means to tend to them? Despite the abundance of supplies that could have alleviated the hunger of many, every ordinary person we encountered was still reduced to gnawing on tree bark and consuming roots. With each word Xiaoqi uttered, Luo Qing's fists clenched tighter. So, all of our arduous efforts in searching for supplies were merely to benefit Luo he? Tomorrow, we will return to the base. Luo Qing's fist slammed into the wall with a resounding thud. I need to confront Luo he and demand answers. Hearing this, Su Shiqing subtly furrowed her brow. From a certain perspective, she did not advocate for Luo Qing to confront Luo he. Firstly, Luo he has many ability users on his side, while Luo Qing's group consists of only 5 individuals, placing them at a numerical disadvantage. Secondly, even if they were to question him, what could they truly change? Could they hope for Luo he to relinquish the supplies? Or to forcibly retain people within the base? Luo he has been the base leader for a considerable time and has meticulously planned his escape. It is unlikely that such a scheme could be easily thwarted. In light of this, Su Shiqing would prefer that Luo Qing and his team leave the base. After all, is there not a nearby supermarket replete with supplies? With the strength of Luo Qing and Appo's 5 members, they could thrive anywhere, without the need to confront Luo he head-on. Just as Su Shiqing had made her own plans to depart at any moment, aware that Luo he would eventually discover her involvement in Mo Bing's demise. She intended to take and ran away before he could react. However, seeing the determination etched on the faces of the 4 individuals before her, it seemed they were resolute in their desire to return and settle accounts with Luo he. The room was illuminated by a fire conjured by Luo Qing and Appo's abilities. Flickering light dancing in everyone's eyes. Must we truly return? Su Shiqing rested her head on her hand, gazing at the 4 with shifting emotions, and uttered a blunt truth. Even if you return to the base, nothing will change. Luo Qing stared at the fire before him, his earlier fury slowly subsiding, the flames reflecting in his earrings with a brilliant glimmer. His voice was calm yet resolute. I must return, even if I cannot thwart Luo he and Appo's plans. I still need to go back. I am an orphan. My parents abandoned me at a young age, and I was raised by the kindness of many. A significant portion of the people in the base are familiar to me. They nurtured me. My desire to return is not motivated by a wish to play the hero. Nor do I believe I can make a difference, but at the very least, should the zombies breach the base, I want to be at the forefront. Su Shiqing was momentarily taken aback, a ripple of emotion crossing her otherwise inscrutable gaze. Luo Qing rubbed his eyes, turning to his teammates beside him. Feigning a light-hearted tone, "Of course, this is my own decision. If you do not wish to return, there is no obligation to do so." "Are you suggesting you would abandon us?" Xiaoqi interjected without hesitation, raising an eyebrow. "When Lu Jie awakens, I shall inform her that the captain intends to leave us behind." Beside her, Xiao Luo and He Xiaoyan silently raised their hands. "We will also inform Lu Jie that the captain is being ungrateful." "You." Luo Qing was momentarily stunned, then took a deep breath, a smile breaking across his face. "Whining like children at our age? And besides, you can tell Lu Qifeng all you want. I'm not afraid of her." Su Shiqing leaned quietly against the wall, observing the camaraderie of the small team, a smile unconsciously tugging at her lips. "Very well. If I persist in dissuading them, it will only breed resentment. If they wish to return, so be it. Even if the majority of supplies and ability users have been taken from the base, perhaps if they avoid a large-scale zombie tide at this critical moment, there might still be a glimmer of hope for the base." At present, Su Shiqing had more pressing matters to attend to. She had amassed a significant collection of gold, jewelry, and other valuables, and her space was becoming insufficient. It was time to return to the modern world to resolve certain affairs. Chapter 41. Return to modern times this time. Upon returning to the modern era, Su Shiqing had a clear objective. Her first task was to procure a set of experimental apparatus for Ning Xian, along with ample disinfectant and surgical attire. Furthermore, the replenishment of supplies was equally crucial. Previously, due to time constraints, Su Shiqing had only managed to acquire some rudimentary biscuits and water. However, this time, with the enhancement of her jade pendant, she had the opportunity to gather a more comprehensive array of resources. Lastly, Su Shiqing had not forgotten that the formidable Suing family still posed a challenge in the modern world. When Su Shiqing opened her eyes once more, she found herself standing in the desolate warehouse, as if time had stood still, accustomed to the acrid air of the apocalypse. Returning to the modern world made her feel refreshingly light, as if her movements had become considerably more graceful. "Wait, Su Shiqing sensed something amiss. Raising her hand, she watched in astonishment as a vibrant green vine slowly sprouted from her palm. "Oh my," she gasped, quickly covering her mouth in disbelief. Could her powers from the apocalypse carry over into the modern world? Instinctively, she glanced around, and upon spotting the surveillance camera she had previously destroyed, she sighed in relief. This secret could not be discovered by just anyone, lest she be subjected to research. However, the emergence of her abilities was undoubtedly a fortuitous surprise, significantly enhancing her sense of security. Pushing open the warehouse door, she gazed at the vehicles passing by on the street, feeling a sense of disorientation, as if she had traversed through time. The warehouse was situated in the outskirts. Just as Su Shiqing took out her phone to hail a cab back to the city center to check on Anren, a sleek black vehicle came to a halt before her. The window gradually rolled down, and upon seeing the driver's face, Su Shiqing instinctively tightened her grip on her phone. "Miss, the master and madam request your presence. Please get in the car." So that incompetent Suing had indeed informed her parents. Their arrival was surprisingly swift. A cold smile curled on Su Shiqing's lips, yet this time she felt no fear as she entered the vehicle. Perhaps it was the confidence gained from her newfound strength, but she found herself somewhat looking forward to this meeting with her parents. Su family mansion, Su-ing lounged on the sofa, her legs crossed and her demeanor far from dignified, as she fiddled with her earrings, venting her frustrations. "Mom, you have no idea how outrageous that wretched girl is. She undermined me right in front of my face and spoke to me with such sarcasm. I could just scream." Beside her sat the ever-compassionate Madame Su, Qin Ruping, who looked at her son with concern. "My dear son, don't let it get to you. What if you harm your health in your anger? That wretched girl won't be able to bounce back for long, rest assured. Our company has been looking to collaborate with the Zhang family, and they have expressed interest in a union to solidify our ties." Suing and Amp, Oppos, S eyes lit up. ISN and Amp, Oppos, T Zhang and Amp, Oppos, S on that fool? What are you talking about? Qin Ruping replied with a smirk. "Fools have their own blessings, which you fail to comprehend. If Su Shiqing were to marry into their family, she would be the one truly benefiting from it." Ha. At this, Suing burst into laughter, slapping her thigh. "Mom, you couldn't be more right. Su Shiqing ought to be grateful to us." However, Suing paused. "But what if that wretched girl refuses to marry? Then we shall simply bind her and deliver her to his bed," interjected Su Mingda, her father, with a cold snort. He adjusted his glasses, his face stern and devoid of humor, exuding an air of authority and shrewdness, though his high cheekbones bore a hint of disdain. What has been decided by the Su family must be adhered to. As the eldest daughter, she will comply, whether she likes it or not. With that reassurance, Shiqing finally felt at ease, a malicious grin spreading across her face as she envisioned her beloved sister weeping and pleading. Yet the pressing question remained. Shiqing adjusted his glasses. Where did Shiqing obtain the funds to cover the medical expenses? Being her father, he understood all too well that Shiqing was likely without means. The sudden ability to front $2 million for medical fees raised suspicions. I will inquire personally, and the truth will be revealed. Shiqing had never shown much concern for Shiqing. Although she was her firstborn, being a girl, she could never inherit the vast family fortune. After all, relatives from Shiqing and Apos' side were ever watchful. And Shiqing had faced her fair share of criticism for bearing a daughter first. Fortunately, her subsequent pregnancy had yielded Shiqing. Now, with plans for Shiqing to enter into a marriage alliance, Shiqing felt no sympathy. This was merely paving the way for her cherished son. As the trio conversed, the distant sound of an approaching car echoed outside. Shiqing and Shiqing looked up just in time to see the front door kicked open with a resounding bang. Bang! Oh dear! Shiqing gasped, quickly patting her chest, only to find a tall figure silhouetted against the light, standing at the threshold. Shiqing entered with her hands in her pockets, her trench coat billowing elegantly in the breeze, accentuating her slender waist and long legs. Her eyes, seemingly bright with mirth, concealed a chilling coldness as she surveyed the three seated on the sofa, tilting her head slightly. Dearest parents, it has been quite some time. Are you trying to provoke me? Shiqing was taken aback by the sudden entrance and was seething with anger. What kind of upbringing led to such a disgraceful child? Shiqing blinked innocently, a smile gracing her lips. It appears age has dulled your faculties, for I was raised by you, was I not? With that, she disregarded the changing expressions on Shiqing's face and settled herself on the opposite sofa, leisurely pouring herself a cup of tea. The tea was exquisite. And after days of subsisting on mere biscuits in the apocalypse, Shiqing and Apos' tea helped but marvel at its quality. Shiqing was infuriated to the point of physical discomfort. Meanwhile, Shiqing glared at her composed sister, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. In just a few short hours, Shiqing seemed to have transformed into an even more enigmatic presence, as if she exuded a unique aura that was dangerous, mysterious, and unapproachable. Humph. Just wait until you're bound and tossed onto that fool's bed. I shall see how you maintain that arrogance, Shiqing thought maliciously. Is this how you converse with your mother? Shiqing and Apos' sharp voice cut through the tension, scolding Shiqing. Looking down at the tea in her cup, Shiqing replied nonchalantly, I neither struck her nor raised my voice. What offense lies in my words? With a slight smile, she added, if such trivialities cause distress, I would suggest Madame Su seek psychological counseling to examine whether she possesses a fragile heart. Chapter 42. The Union. I am your mother. Shiqing gritted her teeth. Who are you putting on a show for? Whoever is affected by it, I suppose, Shiqing replied, lowering her gaze to sip her tea, effortlessly continuing the conversation. Perhaps in the past, Shiqing would have spared her parents some dignity, but now, even a cup of water poured upon them would be considered a gesture of respect. Observing Shiqing and Apos' impenetrable demeanor, Shiqing and Apos' expression darkened as he questioned, I heard you covered the $2 million medical expenses at the hospital? Yes, indeed. Shiqing leaned back on the sofa, smilingly nodding. After all, it was my sister in the hospital, and unlike her heartless parents, I did not abandon treatment despite having the means. Shiqing and Shiqing and Apos' faces soured at the veiled insult. When did this girl become so sharp-tongued? Shiqing inquired, his tone heavy with accusation. We had no choice but to halt treatment. Shiqing feigned concern for her reputation, but was unceremoniously interrupted by Shiqing. No need to explain, Mrs. Su. I am not one to fall for such tricks. Who would expect to maintain a good name while neglecting to pay medical bills? Humph. Shiqing glared at Shiqing, his gaze not resembling that of a father, but rather that of an adversary. Where did you acquire such a sum? You cannot possibly have that much money. How I obtained the funds is of no concern to you, Shiqing replied, her hand resting on the armrest of the sofa, her fingertips tapping lightly. Be honest. Did you steal something from the house to exchange for money? Shiqing's chest heaved with indignation, his voice rising as he accused her. At his words, Shiqing paused briefly. Steal from the house. She couldn't help but laugh. Sitting up straight, she pointed upstairs. Your belongings are upstairs. Since I can remember, I have lived on the first floor with the servants, while I was forbidden from ever stepping upstairs. Moreover, Mr. Su, would you like to review the surveillance footage installed to prevent me from stealing? Is there a single frame that captures me committing such an act? Before you accuse, please provide evidence. You ought to know that a brain resides between your ears, not a ball. Despite having anticipated this confrontation, Su Shiqing felt as though her opponents were devoid of reason. The thought of the numerous cameras in the house caused Su Mingda and Appo's expression to shift subtly, revealing a hint of discomfort. Qin Rupiying was too enraged to speak coherently. Meanwhile, Suing scoffed softly, muttering, "Who knows if this money is clean? Perhaps she has been entertaining some old man for it, bringing shame to the Su family." Crash! The cup filled with scalding tea was hurled at Su Ying and Appo's feet, shards of glass scattering and splattering her exposed skin. "You little..." Suing sprang from the sofa, furious. "Are you out of your mind, Su Shiqing? Are you all right, dear son?" Qin Rupiying exclaimed, startled, rushing to comfort Su Ying while turning to berate Su Shiqing. "You wretched girl, that is your brother. Apparently, I am still his sister." "What a misfortune," Su Shiqing sneered. "For a brother to spread slander about his sister is truly a disgrace. You can challenge me in any manner, and I shall remain unfazed. Except when it comes to slander, that is base and shameless." Su Shiqing cast a dismissive glance at Su Ying, scoffing, "Su Ying, you are hardly a man." "You." Enraged, Su Ying lunged to slap Su Shiqing. However, awakened to her latent abilities, Su Shiqing and Appo's reflexes far surpassed Su Ying and Appo's. As the slap approached, Su Shiqing effortlessly caught Su Ying and Appo's wrist, twisting it sharply to the side. Su Ying let out a blood-curdling scream, her face draining of color as she realized she couldn't and Appo's pull her hand away. "What have you done to my son?" Qin Rupiying and Appo's face paled, rushing forward to push Su Shiqing away. Yet, Su Shiqing merely stepped aside, causing Qin Rupiying to stumble and fall heavily to the ground. Witnessing his son in agony and his wife on the floor, while the perpetrator stood calmly smiling, Su Mingda and Appo's temples throbbed with fury, his face turning a sickly shade of green. "Enough. This is enough." Su Mingda slammed his hand on the table, trembling with rage as he pointed a finger at Su Shiqing. "You, release him." Su Shiqing blinked innocently, obediently letting go of Su Ying and Appo's wrist. The next moment, without support, Su Ying crashed to the floor. Qin Rupiying seemed to have twisted her ankle, while Su Ying's wrist was dislocated, both crying out in distress. Su Shiqing turned to Su Mingda, whose face resembled a colorful palette of emotions, and politely inquired, "If there is nothing else, Mr. Su, I shall take my leave." Su Mingda gasped for breath, his gaze suddenly turning ominous as he addressed Su Shiqing. "The Zhang family is willing to establish a union with our family to solidify our commercial standing. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, you ought to contribute to this, do you not?" Su Shiqing's movements froze momentarily. "The Zhang family? The family with the imbecile who cannot even care for himself? You wish for me to marry a fool?" Though she was aware of her parents' lack of affection, hearing those words pierced her heart. To marry an imbecile would be equivalent to condemning her future. All for what? To ensure Su Ying inherited a more prosperous Su family? It was utterly inconceivable for her to sacrifice her own life for Su Ying's benefit. Su Shiqing closed her eyes briefly, occasionally questioning her very identity as a daughter of the Su family. Why was there such a stark contrast in treatment between herself and Su Ying, both being children of the same family? Was it solely because she was a girl? With a soft laugh, she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Locking eyes with Su Mingda, "I will not marry." "Humph, whether you marry or not is not for you to decide." Su Mingda scoffed, and in the next moment, a dozen black-clad bodyguards stormed into the room, blocking Su Shiqing's escape route. Su Shiqing felt a chill run down her spine. Was Su Mingda truly so calculating? "As a daughter of the Su family, I have been raised with care, and now you expect me to contribute to the family?" Su Mingda gazed at her with a detached expression, akin to that of a predator watching its prey, confident that she had nowhere to flee. Chapter 43. The Old Fox. Suddenly, a profound sense of sadness enveloped her. Su Shiqing stood quietly in the center of the Su residence and Appo's grand hall, her gaze dimmed. Once, she believed her parents' indifference towards her stemmed from her own inadequacies, but with the birth of Su Ying, she realized that love is unconditional. Regrettably, this love was not meant for her. Casting her eyes around at the black-clad bodyguards obstructing the entrance, Su Shiqing and Appos' expression sharpened. She glanced down from her elevated position at Su Mingda, who sat on the sofa, and provocatively smiled. If the gentle approach fails, do you intend to resort to force? Mr. Su, you underestimate me. With an air of confidence, Su Shiqing laughed, while Su Mingda and Appos' face darkened, a foreboding feeling gnawing at him, as though events were slipping beyond his grasp. Nevertheless, he coldly commanded the dozen bodyguards, take action. The bodyguards responded promptly, forming a tightening encirclement around Su Shiqing. In the past, she might have felt powerless against such a display, but now, the awakening of her abilities had significantly enhanced her speed, strength, and reflexes. Even if she couldn't overpower them all, she was wholly capable of escaping. With a swift motion, Su Shiqing seized the wrist of a bodyguard attempting to grab her, exerting her strength to lift a man weighing 70 to 80 kilograms effortlessly off the ground. Suing and Qin Ruping, who had been wailing in pain, were left astounded, momentarily forgetting their discomfort. One-handedly lifting a man of such weight? Is this girl even human? As several bodyguards surged forward, employing their own skills, they found Su Shiqing's movements to be ghostly and fluid, her attire flowing as she remained unscathed. Decorative antique vases in the hall shattered, much to Su Mingda's dismay, his lips twitching in anguish. Su Shiqing kicked a burly bodyguard aside, her previously tied hair now cascading free in the fray, her demeanor calm and composed, devoid of any signs of struggle. Is this all? The remaining bodyguards, witnessing their companions being dispatched, hesitated, swallowing hard, none daring to charge forward. Su Mingda and Appos' expression shifted from calm to profoundly grim. Unfilial child, he seethed, trembling with rage as he surveyed the chaos in the hall and Su Shiqing and Appos' indifferent demeanor, nearly choking on his fury. He could never have anticipated that a group of bodyguards could not subdue a seemingly frail girl. I am your father. As the ancients said, a parent in Appos' command and a matchmaker in Appos' words are to be obeyed. You will marry whom I choose. Su Shiqing toyed with her cascading locks, a glimmer of derision in her dark eyes as they fell upon Su Mingda. How long has it been since the Qing dynasty fell? And yet you cling to outdated notions? With a swift kick, she overturned a chair beside her, her eyes gleaming with a mocking light. You had best not let me leave this place today. Otherwise, the next time we meet, I will ensure the Su family is entirely erased from the list of elite families. At that moment, she fully comprehended the true nature of her parents. In their eyes, only their son mattered. Both she and Anren were merely pawns for their benefit, to forge a stable life for herself and Anren. Su Shiqing could no longer afford to be lenient. With no desire to further entangle herself with the Su family, she adjusted her collar and, under the gaze of onlookers, turned towards the entrance. No one dared to obstruct her. Get out of here, you filthy wretch. As Su Shiqing prepared to leave unscathed, Suing could hardly contain his fury, dragging his dislocated arm and gritting his teeth in a barrage of insults. His words, laced with vulgarity, resembled those of a street thug rather than an heir of a prestigious family. Su Shiqing dismissed his taunts, merely glancing at the dazzling earrings adorning Su Ying and Appos' ears, narrowing her eyes. It was hard not to draw parallels to Luo Qing from the apocalyptic world, who also flaunted earrings, though their temperaments were worlds apart. With a sidelong glance at Su Ying, she scoffed, those earrings are quite lovely. It and Appos' pity the wearer is a mere loser. Watching Su Shiqing's figure vanish through the doorway, Su Ying was incredulous. Dad, Mom, you just let that wretched girl escape. Did you not see how outrageous she was just now? Su Mingda maintained a stoic silence, while Qin Ruping's expression reflected her displeasure. Her earlier fall had not been trivial. I don't care. I want that wretched girl to pay. Su Ying could not swallow his indignation, gritting his teeth as he shouted. Silence. Su Mingda snapped, his patience fraying under Su Ying's incessant complaints. In response, Qin Ruping protested. Why are you scolding our son, Su Mingda? If you have the ability, go and have that wretched girl apprehended. Shut your mouth. Su Mingda slammed his hand on the table, his expression fierce. Do you want to make this situation even more chaotic? Should I send someone to drag Su Shiqing back from the street, ruining our reputation? And then you'll be pleased when our stocks plummet tomorrow? Su Mingda was truly enraged, sending shivers through both Su Ying and Qin Ruping. Does that mean we simply ignore that wretched girl? Qin Ruping bit her lip, her chest heaving with frustration. After suffering such a loss, we can just let her slip away. This loss cannot go unpunished. Su Mingda scoffed, a glint of malice in his eyes. Since Su Shiqing is impervious to soft or hard tactics, we shall approach this from another angle. Upon hearing this, Su Ying and Qin Ruping exchanged knowing glances, a calculating glimmer illuminating their eyes. Having successfully departed the Su family and Appos' grand estate, Su Shiqing hurriedly hailed a cab back to the hospital ward. Upon opening the door to the room, she found Anren peacefully resting, her eyes closed in serene slumber, vital signs stable. Su Shiqing and Appos' anxious heart finally settled. Taking a seat beside the bed, she gently clasped the little girl's hand, her gaze softening. Anren, sister is back. Unlike the vibrant Anren of the apocalyptic realm, the girl on the hospital bed resembled a delicate porcelain doll, lying still and unresponsive. Yet, simply returning to her side brought a sense of tranquility to Su Shiqing's heart, dispelling her earlier anxieties. The perils of the apocalypse and the machinations of the Su family faded from her mind, the weariness gradually dissipating. However, it was evident that Su Shiqing had little time to rest. Having severed ties with the Su family, she felt secure in her abilities. Yet she understood that the cunning old fox Su Mingda would undoubtedly shift his focus to Anren, using her to coerce Su Shiqing into submission. Chapter 44 Lin Jianhong. Su Shiqing's solution was unequivocal: to establish her own influence in the modern world, a power capable of rivaling the Su family. Presently, Su Shiqing had formulated a plan. Despite her parents' lack of affection, she had previously worked at the Su group for a time. Although she wielded no real authority, she had gleaned insights into the distribution of the organization. After catching her breath, Su Shiqing once again retrieved her phone, becoming busily engaged. She dialed a number. Young Master Lin, would you be interested in discussing a business proposition? In a CAF near the hospital. Su Shiqing chose a seat that afforded a clear view of the hospital entrance, attentively scanning for any suspicious individuals entering, while awaiting the arrival of her contact. As her coffee was served, a young man took a seat across from her. He appeared to be of a similar age, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an air of maturity and composure. Yet, he seemed troubled, weariness etched upon his features, though it did little to diminish his striking appearance. Su Shiqing, the man stated slowly, articulating her name with a hint of skepticism in his deep-set gaze. Is it truly you? Taking a sip of her coffee, Su Shiqing rested her chin on her hand, a smile dancing on her lips, yet her tone was unyielding. The Lin family is on the brink of bankruptcy, and everyone is keeping their distance. Aside from me, who would dare to reach out to you? Lin Jianhong. At her words, Lin Jianhong and Appos' expression gradually grew colder. If you are here to mock me, I must decline your invitation. How could that be? Su Shiqing waved her hand dismissively, meeting his gaze directly. I have stated my purpose. I am here to conduct business with you. I can help you mend the broken financial chain of your company. Presently, Su Shiqing had no shortage of funds. However, converting her substantial gold reserves into cash on the market proved challenging. Yet, entrusting Lin Jianhong, the head of the Lin Group, would facilitate matters considerably. Fill in the financial gaps? Lin Jianhong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Su Shiqing. Just you? He scoffed lightly. Do not think I am unaware of your circumstances. Although you are the eldest daughter of the Su family, you are hardly regarded with favor. I have heard that you cannot even afford your sister's medical expenses. It seems young Master Lin's information is somewhat outdated, Su Shiqing replied calmly, stirring her coffee. I have already settled my sister and Appos' 2 million in medical fees. Besides, why would I fabricate such a tale to deceive you? I am not so idle. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianhong paused, a contemplative expression crossing his face as Su Shiqing silently sipped her coffee, awaiting his response. Time was of the essence for her. If she wished to establish her own influence from scratch, she could not afford to dawdle. Lin Jianhong represented her best opportunity. The Lin family and Appos' financial troubles reportedly stemmed from personal matters within Lin Jianhong and Appos' household. While Su Shiqing was unaware of the specifics, she was certain of one thing: he was in dire need of funds. Coincidentally, she possessed ample resources. The Lin family was a prestigious lineage, one that could contend with the Su family prior to these developments. More importantly, the Lin family and Appos' enterprises encompassed the medical sector. Considering Anren and Appos' situation, forging a partnership with Lin Jianhong would simplify many challenges. At that moment, Lin Jianhong was engaged in his own deliberations. The issue of the financial chain was indeed a formidable predicament, yet he was reluctant to see the family legacy tarnished under his watch, surrendering it to the Su family. However, Su Shiqing shook her head. Lin Jianhong, I am here to negotiate with you, not the Lin family. Your company remains yours. It will not be renamed Su. And I will not interfere in your decisions. Her words were interrupted by laughter as Lin Jianhong, exasperated, shook his head. Su Shiqing, you must realize that your proposition seems almost ludicrous. Filling in the financial gaps is no trivial matter, yet you seek neither company control nor any other benefits. This is more absurd than any dream I could conceive. Nonetheless, Su Shiqing maintained an earnest expression. I am not jesting. Managing a company is far too cumbersome. I have no interest in it. I have but a few requests. Seeing her seriousness, Lin Jianhong and Appos' smile faded, his demeanor turning grave. You are not joking? Su Shiqing shook her head. State your requests. Su Shiqing raised a finger. Firstly, I require you to provide my sister with the finest private room in one of your hospitals, equipped with the best security, medication, and medical equipment. Secondly, I desire you to eliminate the Su family. Upon hearing the latter, Lin Jianhong and Appos' brow furrowed immediately. Confronting a company of similar stature head-on? Such an endeavor is fraught with difficulty and risk. What if I told you I could supply advanced technology? Su Shiqing remained unfazed. Currently, Su Shiqing did not possess any cutting-edge technology, but the absence of it now did not preclude its existence in the apocalyptic future. Indeed, her thoughts drifted to Ning Xinian, a brilliant researcher capable of developing a power supply system even amidst dire scarcity. That world, having regressed significantly due to the apocalypse, had once been far more advanced than Su Shiqing and Appos' present reality, as revealed through the memories of the original owner. Technology, after all, holds far greater value than mere gold or silver. Furthermore, with Ning Xinian's talent at her disposal, if Su Shiqing could cultivate a relationship with him, she could naturally access technologies absent in the modern era. Lin Jianhong, however, found himself increasingly perplexed. He could not help but inquire, Su Shiqing, if you possess wealth and technology, why not establish your own company? Why invest in mine? The reason was simple. Su Shiqing was fatigued. She had been traversing between the apocalyptic realm and the modern world daily, and managing a company was the last thing she wished to add to her already burdensome schedule. Yet, she could not articulate that sentiment directly. With sincere eyes, she gazed earnestly at Lin Jianhong. Your abilities are exceptional, and it would be a pity for your family legacy to be handed over due to financial troubles. One truth Su Shiqing did not exaggerate. Lin Jianhong was far more competent than the frivolous Su Ying. The issues plaguing the Lin family had persisted for some time. Yet under Lin Jianhong's stewardship, the company had not yet declared bankruptcy, a testament to his capabilities. A pearl covered in dust is too unfortunate. Therefore, I wish to be your patron, Su Shiqing declared with a smile, winking at Lin Jianhong. With me by your side, you may make any decision you wish. I will be your unwavering support. Chapter 45, The Gold in the Warehouse. I shall be your confidence. Perhaps it was the brilliance of the sun today that reflected in Su Shiqing and Appos' eyes, rendering the light within them so dazzling that one could scarcely gaze upon it. Lin Jianhong momentarily lost his focus, only to be jolted back to reality by the inquisitive glance of Su Shiqing. He opened his mouth, but his voice came out hoarse. If you can indeed provide the promised funds and technology, I shall acquiesce to your demands. Should advanced technology truly become available, Lin Jianhong felt assured that he could decisively eliminate the opposition with the strength of the Su family. Noticing the flicker of interest in Lin Jianhong's eyes, Su Shiqing was hardly surprised. She raised two fingers. My request is not yet complete. I also require a warehouse, the larger, the better. You will need to assist me in procuring certain items to store within it. Lin Jianhong was momentarily taken aback. Why? Lastly, do not inquire about my reasons for undertaking these tasks, Su Shiqing interrupted, shaking her head slightly. You need only to carry out your duties with the funds and technology one provide. I shall not interfere with your decisions, nor should you be curious about my intentions. The question why was abruptly silenced, and Lin Jianhong's expression shifted through a myriad of emotions, leaving him in contemplation before he eventually nodded slowly. All right. At this moment, a genuine smile finally graced Su Shiqing and Appos' lips. She extended a hand, tilting her head towards Lin Jianhong with a playful glint in her eyes. Then, let us enjoy our cooperation. I can provide the funds to you immediately. Su Shiqing calculated the timing for her next return to the apocalyptic realm, noting that the agreement regarding technology would require an additional 3 days. Very well, Lin Jianhong replied with a slight nod. For him, the foremost priority was to address the financial shortfall. Other matters were not yet pressing. I will arrange for a private hospital room for your sister. if convenient. She can be transferred today, Lin Jianhong offered voluntarily. Regarding the transfer, keep it discreet from the Su family. Su Shiqing and Appos' demeanor grew colder as she added. I must make one thing clear. If anything were to happen to Anren in your hospital, our collaboration would come to an immediate end. Su Shiqing meticulously planned all this to ensure Anren and Appos' safety. Should anything befall her sister, all prior arrangements would be rendered meaningless. Having heard of the deep bond between the Su sisters, Lin Jianhong intoned slowly, "But are you not afraid that I might use your sister as leverage against you?" Lin Jianhong, such a jest could prove fatal, Su Shiqing replied coolly, a smile playing on her lips as she looked up at him. What? Lin Jianhong furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling a chilling sensation run down his spine. He glanced down and found a gleaming Swiss Army knife silently pressed against his abdomen from beneath the table. The hand wielding the knife was delicate and pale, appearing as harmless as its owner. I would not hesitate to tell you, Lin Jianhong, that my sister is my bottom line. She is the sole entity I care for in this world. Su Shiqing maintained her smile, yet to Lin Jianhong, it felt laced with an icy undertone. I fear not death. Should you dare entertain any ill thoughts towards Anren, no one will be able to protect you. You will surely meet your end at my hands. Su Shiqing's voice was soft, so much so that only Lin Jianhong could hear her words. Her expression remained serene yet menacing, and the murderous intent and madness in her tone were unmistakable. Unbeknownst to him, beads of cold sweat began to form on Lin Jianhong and Appos' forehead. You win, he sighed softly, leaning back in resignation. I am not so desperate. Kindly sheath the knife. Without a change in expression, Su Shiqing withdrew her hand from beneath the table, rising to leave. Then, I kindly ask Master Lin to arrive at this address later to collect your funds. She handed Lin Jianhong the address of the warehouse she had previously rented. She needed to retrieve the gold in advance, otherwise the existence of her spatial abilities would be difficult to explain. Collect funds? Lin Jianhong frowned. ISN and Appos. It's simpler to have the bank transfer the money? Su Shiqing paused for a moment. Master Lin may have forgotten that I am merely an unappreciated young lady of the Su family, and my bank account is naturally under their control. Lin Jianhong understood now. He had initially assumed that Su Shiqing only possessed cash. Although he remained puzzled as to how she had concealed billions without detection, he dutifully proceeded to the designated warehouse. What he beheld was an entire warehouse brimming with gold. With a thud, the secretary accompanying Lin Jianhong dropped the documents in shock, momentarily rendered incapable of thought as he gazed upon the glimmering gold. Among the gold lay an array of exquisite and valuable jewelry, including diamond rings and gemstones, the quantity beyond enumeration. Even Lin Jianhong, accustomed to grandeur, was momentarily taken aback. So, this is what you meant by collecting funds? Lin Jianhong and Appos' expression was a mix of astonishment and incredulity, caught between the urge to critique and the uncertainty of where to begin. Indeed, Su Shiqing replied unflinchingly. As for the value of these items, I shall trouble Master Lin to assess them himself. If they do not suffice, I shall provide additional resources in the future. Su Shiqing could not directly exchange such a substantial amount of gold for cash on the market without facing inquiries regarding its origin. Thus, she deftly passed this dilemma on to Lin Jianhong. As the chairman of a conglomerate, he would surely find a way. Wooden and Appos. Teehee? Lin Jianhong opened his mouth, then closed it, seemingly on the verge of asking something, but recalling Su Shiqing's prior conditions, he swallowed his words. Finally, he managed to utter, "Are these items legitimate in origin?" Of course, Su Shiqing nodded earnestly. Each item was obtained through legitimate means. Their origins are undoubtedly sound. Even if they were not, that would pertain to the matters of the apocalypse. Well, very well. Lin Jianhong accepted this reality and turned to instruct his secretary to manage the items. Given his connections, he believed he would have no trouble finding buyers for such valuables. Remember the items I requested? Su Shiqing reminded him. The finest experimental equipment. Price is of no concern, but the configuration must be optimal. Also, I need alcohol, gauze, masks, disinfectants, and a variety of medications. More is better. Lin Jianhong's expression grew increasingly complex. He genuinely wished to inquire about Su Shiqing's intentions for these items. However, he ultimately refrained from voicing his curiosity. Silently handing her a card, "This is a card under my name. Acquiring medications and experimental equipment is challenging. I will help you find the channels. For the remaining items that are easier to procure, use this card to purchase them." Realizing he would likely be busy in the coming days and lacking the time to remember Su Shiqing and Appos' requests, he opted to simply hand her the card. Su Shiqing's eyes gleamed, and she felt this arrangement satisfactory. Then I shall accept it. Without hesitation, she snatched the card from Lin Jianhong's hand, leaving him with a twitching smile. Chapter 46. The Agricultural Trade Market. Although Lin Jianhong sensed an inexplicable air of mystery surrounding Su Shiqing, he felt no inclination to delve into the underlying narrative as long as the tangible benefits were within his grasp. He gazed upon the countless jewels and ornaments within the warehouse, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. Those who betrayed him would not escape unscathed. After leaving Lin Jianhong in the warehouse, Su Shiqing chose not to concern herself with his actions, merely providing him with a means of contact and instructing him to inform her when the items were prepared. She then hurried off to facilitate Ran and Appos' transfer to another hospital. Remaining in the current ward was untenable, as the Su family was aware of this location, and Su Shiqing firmly believed that the old fox, Su Mingda, would strike it and Ran at any moment. Thus, time was of the essence. Lin Jianhong had dispatched someone to assist with the transfer, and shortly after Su Shiqing left the hospital with Ran, the door to the former ward was violently kicked open. Suing and Qin Rupiying, accompanied by a dozen formidable bodyguards, strode into the room. Having witnessed Su Shiqing and Appos' capabilities, each bodyguard was robust and well-trained. However, upon encountering the empty ward, Su Ying and her companion were momentarily taken aback. Surely we Haven and Appos' mistaken the room? Su Ying stepped outside to check the room number, her expression shifting dramatically. Goodness, that wretched girl must have anticipated our intentions and fled. Without the Su family, where could that girl possibly escape to? Though Qin Rupiying's countenance mirrored Su Ying's discontent, she remained convinced that Su Shiqing, accompanied by a comatose person, could not elude capture. It wasn't Appos' until they inquired about the hospital and Appos' discharge and transfer records that they realized Su Shiqing had seemingly vanished without a trace. Where are the surveillance cameras? What has become of your hospital and Appos' monitoring system? Su Ying harshly interrogated a nearby nurse, her demeanor menacing and her attitude abrasive. She could not fathom how a girl so reliant on the Su family could possess the ability to disappear. Yet, the truth was undeniable. The hospital and Appos' surveillance system had conveniently malfunctioned. And notably, the camera facing Ran and Appos' ward was among the broken ones. If this were merely a coincidence, Su Ying and Qin Rupiying would have found it hard to believe. However, their continued investigation yielded no clues. They interrogated the young nurse at the front desk, oblivious to the figure in the corner, masked and discreetly recording the entire scene. Every facet of Su Ying's hostile demeanor and fierce expressions was captured with clarity. Having completed this task, the masked individual made a phone call. Mr. Lin, as per your instructions, I have recorded the video of Su Ying causing a scene at the hospital. Shall I release it tomorrow? After a moment of silence on the other end, Lin Jianhong seemed to ponder before responding with a faint smile. Yes, release it. I want to see the headline young master Su bullying at the hospital tomorrow. Having established a collaborative relationship with Su Shiqing, Lin Jianhong felt compelled to demonstrate his sincerity. Once this news broke, the Su family and Appos' stocks would undoubtedly plummet. Adding to the vexation of the crafty Su Mingda, it was a gesture of goodwill that Su Shiqing would surely appreciate. Unbeknownst to Su Shiqing, after ensuring Ran was settled, she ventured to the bustling commercial district at the city and Appos' heart. During her previous excursion to the apocalyptic realm, her preparations had been hasty, leaving much to be desired. Now, having spent several days navigating that world, Su Shiqing had a clearer understanding of her needs. The prolonged absence of vegetables and fruits would lead to a deficiency of vitamins and dietary fiber, significantly impairing bodily functions. This was why ordinary individuals in the apocalypse appeared pallid and unhealthy. For those with abilities, while their condition was relatively better, the continual consumption of bread and biscuits would eventually result in a lack of essential nutrients. Moreover, with Ran and Appos' presence, even if these items weren't Appos' traded, they would serve as beneficial nourishment. Though vegetables and fruits are prone to spoilage, Su Shiqing possessed a spatial storage that kept time suspended, alleviating such concerns. With her spatial capabilities recently upgraded, she planned to allocate some space for purchasing vegetables and fruits. However, a thought struck her. Why had no one in the apocalypse considered cultivating vegetables and fruits? This solution would not only address nutritional needs, but could also lead to self-sufficiency within the base while providing labor opportunities for ordinary people, an advantageous scenario all around. Yet reflecting on the actions of Luohe from the chomping base, Su Shiqing scoffed, shaking her head. She almost forgot that a base leader solely focused on self-preservation would hardly consider the welfare of the lower classes. Upon entering the largest agricultural trade market, she paused at a stall. "Hey, young lady, take a look at our fresh vegetables and fruits. They're absolutely clean and healthy." The vendor, a middle-aged couple exuding sincerity, approached her with enthusiasm, the man speaking in somewhat unrefined Mandarin. Su Shiqing picked up a tomato, its hue uniform and its leaves pristine, emanating a subtle fragrance. "Boss," she declared, gesturing grandly, "I want 50 pounds of each vegetable and fruit you have." Since it was not her own money, Su Shiqing felt no pinch as she used Lin Jianhong's card to settle the bill without hesitation. The vendor, caught off guard by such a significant sale on opening day, beamed with delight. "Please deliver the items to this address." Su Shiqing handed over the warehouse location provided by Lin Jianhong. Having received specific instructions, the warehouse was spacious, located in a sparsely populated area without surveillance cameras. For Su Shiqing, it served as an excellent transit point. "Absolutely. Encountering a big customer has made my day." The vendor eagerly agreed, patting his chest in assurance. After payment and address exchange, just as Su Shiqing was about to leave, she noticed a few neglected seed packets in the corner of the stall and her thoughts sparked. "Do you sell seeds as well?" "Indeed, young lady. Our seeds are of excellent quality. Vegetables and fruits grown from them will be plump and delicious." "Then I'll take those seeds as well." While it was uncertain whether anyone in the apocalypse would want these seeds, their small size made them easy to carry, and more importantly, since it wasn't her own money, Su Shiqing found herself tempted by everything she encountered. Meanwhile, Lin Jianhong observed the expenditures on his card, noting that they all originated from the agricultural market, leading him into contemplation. Is Su Shiqing attempting to purchase an entire lifetime and apples' worth of vegetables and fruits? Chapter 47. Do I appear easily deceived? Wearing a mask to avoid recognition, Su Shiqing navigated through the bustling farmer's market. Spotting uncollected fruits and vegetables, she purchased them eagerly. When she came across essential nutrients such as sugar and salt, she bought those too. Upon encountering poultry such as chickens, ducks, and geese, she hesitated for a moment before swiping her card to make the purchase. Her spatial abilities allowed her to carry living beings, though the exact capacity remained to be tested. Nevertheless, this did not deter Su Shiqing from indulging in her shopping spree. She decided to buy 2 young chicks as a trial. If they couldn't fit into her space, she would simply leave them for Lin Jianhong to handle. After gathering an ample supply of fruits and vegetables, Su Shiqing turned and stepped into a nearby large supermarket. Basic necessities such as instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and bottled water were acquired in bulk. She also procured baby formula and candy, not in excess, but just enough for her sister Anrin to enjoy as treats in the apocalypse. Furthermore, she stocked up on essential living items like blankets and tents, as the weather in the end times had begun to cool, making these supplies indispensable. Next came clothing. Su Shiqing and Appo's current outfit had become nearly unwearable after several days of use, relying solely on her endurance to keep it on. In addition to her own garments, she selected several sets of simple yet charming children's clothing. After a moment's hesitation, she also bought a few sets of men's clothing. Since she intended to cultivate a good relationship with Ning Xian, she felt it prudent to prepare some gifts for him. Even amidst the apocalypse, Su Shiqing did not believe she had to endure hardship unnecessarily. With her spatial abilities and supernatural powers, she could undoubtedly enhance her quality of life. Why should she have to subsist like ordinary people, gnawing on tree bark and eating grass roots? Setting aside her own acceptance, she could not bear the thought of her dear sister living in hardship. By the end of the day, Su Shiqing understood why some people revel in shopping. Consumption indeed brings joy. The mere thought of soon filling her space to the brim uplifted her spirits, and despite a full day of errands, she felt little fatigue. In the evening, instead of seeking out a place to rest, Su Shiqing returned to her sister and Appo's hospital room. Lin Jianhong had arranged for a private room with excellent privacy, and Su Shiqing instinctively checked for surveillance devices. The presence of her spatial abilities heightened her awareness within a 20-meter radius. Once she confirmed the absence of any cameras or listening devices, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Though she knew her sister might not hear her words, Su Shiqing began to chatter on, recounting her recent experiences. "Sister, I recently visited a fascinating place that resembles our own. yet it is filled with perilous monsters. Oh, and there was a little girl there who looks just like you. Her name is also Anrin. You both are such good and obedient babies, should the opportunity arise. You would surely become friends. Do you know, Anrin? I have become quite powerful now. I possess superpowers. Just like the fairies in animated films, I can control plants. Remarkable. ISN and Oppos. Tiet? Though that world is fraught with danger, I believe I have found a way to heal you. If I can become a bit stronger and try a little harder, this habit of sharing her daily life with her sister in solitude had been ingrained in Su Shiqing for a long time. Although her sister did not react in any way, it was enough for her. With no one else to confide in, Su Shiqing had always felt isolated. Her parents and friends never truly belonged to her. Only her sister, Su Anrin, had steadfastly stood by her side since childhood. Since awakening her supernatural abilities, Su Shiqing had not slept a single night, spending each evening absorbing energy from crystal cores, a practice she continued into the modern era. Recalling what Luo Qing had mentioned about the impurities absorbed along with the energy, she remained vigilant this time. In the darkness of the hospital room, she noticed the jade pendant around her neck emanating a soft, luminous glow. Unsure, she paused to observe. As she attuned herself to the fluctuations of the crystal energy, she realized that the energy was first absorbed by the pendant, which then refined and returned pure energy back to her. This discovery meant that she need not worry about the instability of her foundation from absorbing crystal cores, as long as she had ample cores. Her cultivation speed would surpass that of other ability users by more than double. Space plus energy purifier? Su Shiqing mused, stroking the jade pendant around her neck, astonished. What a treasure this is! Clearly, this was a fortuitous development. The sooner Su Shiqing grew stronger, the sooner she could bring healing abilities back to the modern world and save her sister. After absorbing energy from the crystal cores throughout the night, Su Shiqing awoke to a piece of good news the following morning. The first notification that popped up on her phone read, "Shock. The heir of the Su family brazenly bullies others in broad daylight. Hospital nurses coerced. Where's the justice?" With a raised eyebrow, she recognized the handiwork of Lin Jianhong without hesitation. Just then, his call came through. "Did you see the headline?" His steady voice sounded slightly weary, indicating he had likely been overwhelmed with matters that prevented him from resting. "Consider this my sincerity towards our collaboration. What do you think?" "Quite impressive," Su Shiqing replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she opened the article to read. The news featured images and video clips that vividly captured Su Ying's menacing expression, clearly orchestrated for effect. This incident would undoubtedly cause Su Mingda a significant headache. Su Shiqing was no saint. She relished the thought of her adversaries stumbling and would gladly revel in their misfortunes. "Glad you're satisfied," Lin Jianhong chuckled, then paused as if recalling something. "By the way, did you go to the farmer's market yesterday?" Knowing she had used Lin Jianhong's card, Su Shiqing understood he was well aware of her activities and chose not to conceal anything. After a moment of deliberation, he cautiously inquired, "You didn't get deceived?" "Did you?" Su Shiqing responded, perplexed. "I noticed you spent quite a bit at the market. It doesn't seem like you were lured by some advertisement," he continued. After a brief silence, Su Shiqing took a deep breath and earnestly asked, "Lin Jianhong, do I seem like a naive girl who is easily deceived? After all, I am the nominal young lady of the Su family. Am I really someone who could be swindled by marketing gimmicks?" Lin Jianhong pondered for a moment, recalling Su Shiqing's innocent smile, and replied earnestly, "You do indeed appear quite easily deceived." Su Shiqing. Chapter 48. Spatial Cargo. Su Shiqing silently recorded this grudge in her notebook when she heard Lin Jianhong's calm voice on the other end of the line. "All right. I've gathered all the items you requested last time, and they're stored in that warehouse in the suburbs." The mention of the warehouse brought a peculiar expression to Lin Jianhong and Oppos' face. The items had been delivered that morning and on a whim. He had personally gone to take a look. As the warehouse door swung open, he was momentarily taken aback. Hundreds of pounds of fruits and vegetables, countless boxes of biscuits and instant noodles, and even tents, blankets, and water were all arranged in a haphazard array. In an era of peace, anyone glancing at the supplies might think the apocalypse was imminent. Even as Lin Jianhong stepped inside, two tiny chicks, still featherless, dashed towards him. Only he knew the vivid expression that crossed his face at that moment. "Everything is ready? So soon?" Su Shiqing was somewhat astonished, genuinely appreciating his efforts. With all the supplies prepared for the impending return to the apocalypse, she realized she still had to wait 2 days for the cool-down period of her spatial traversal. Lin Jianhong was eager to inquire about the purpose of these items, but as a partner, he prudently swallowed the question that lingered on his lips. The funds and promised technology from Su Shiqing were precisely what he needed at this moment, so he refrained from jeopardizing their collaboration. After hanging up, Su Shiqing turned to glance at Ran, who remained in a deep slumber on the hospital bed. She approached, gently kissing her sister's forehead and adjusting the blanket around her. Sister has to step out for a bit. Be a good girl and wait for me to return. As the door to the hospital room quietly closed, tranquility enveloped the space, leaving only the soft beeping of medical equipment and Ran and Appos as shallow breaths. The items purchased yesterday had swiftly arrived at the warehouse, and as Su Shiqing pushed open the large door, she immediately spotted a massive experimental table carefully placed in the open area, adorned with intricate instruments. Although she lacked expertise in this domain, the external appearance alone indicated that this equipment was undoubtedly expensive. Some of it required electricity to operate. As she circled the table, she murmured to herself. Recalling that Ning Xinian seemed to possess lightning abilities, perhaps he could handle this. Ensuring the warehouse door was securely closed, Su Shiqing waved her hand, drawing the experimental equipment into her spatial realm. Nearby, she noticed hundreds of boxes, also prepared by Lin Jianhong, crammed with various medications. It was impressive how Lin Jianhong's connections surpassed her own as the often overlooked daughter of the Su family within a mere day. He had not only arranged the experimental apparatus but also procured the necessary pharmaceuticals. If it had been Su Shiqing herself attempting to gather such supplies, she would have exhausted herself in the process. In addition to the medications, there was an abundance of alcohol, gauze, disinfectants, and pristine surgical attire. Including the white coats worn by doctors, all items Su Shiqing had requested Lin Jianhong to procure, allocating a specific area within her spatial realm. She stored these supplies meant for Ning Xinian, then shifted her gaze toward the vast array of additional materials occupying most of the warehouse. Collecting so many items in one go would have been exceedingly taxing for Su Shiqing in the past. However, after absorbing dozens of crystal cores, she found utilizing her spatial capabilities much easier. Nonetheless, it took her nearly half an hour to clear the warehouse, leaving only the two little chicks behind. The fluffy yellow chicks, with their tiny, beady eyes, were easily captured by Su Shiqing. Attempting to send one of the chicks into her spatial realm, she concentrated. And in the next moment, one chick vanished from her palm, leaving her visibly paler, yet her expression radiated joy. Success. As her consciousness delved into the space, Su Shiqing observed the yellow chick lying motionless, as if frozen in time. After successfully transporting the first chick, she seemed to grasp the technique, effortlessly sending the second chick into her spatial realm as well. It appeared that smaller creatures with less developed cognitive abilities were easier to transport. Gazing at her palm, Su Shiqing began to comprehend the principles of spatial cargo. To transfer a larger living being between the two worlds, she would need to become even more powerful. With the supplies secured and Ran settled, the remaining time felt considerably lighter for Su Shiqing. All she had to do was wait for the cool-down period of her spatial traversal to conclude before she could once again venture into the apocalypse. During these 2 days, Su Shiqing remained almost constantly in the hospital room, personally tending to Ran, unable to trust anyone else. What troubled her was the sudden change in the Su family and Appos' demeanor following the uproar caused by Suing. They seemed to have calmed down, suppressing the scandal, and had not taken any further action. Su Shiqing found it hard to believe that Su Mingda would simply let the two sisters off the hook. The marriage alliance with the Zhang family offered them only benefits, and it made no sense for them to suddenly abandon it. She suspected that the old fox, Su Mingda, was plotting something in the shadows, but Su Shiqing was not overly concerned. The confidence derived from her strength reassured her that she could handle any unforeseen circumstances. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, block them. When water comes, dam it. Sooner or later, Su Mingda would act. For now, Su Shiqing decided to return to the apocalypse. The 2-day period had lapsed, and as previously agreed with Lin Jianhong, she needed to return to offer her technological assistance. The flickering flames and the acrid stench brought Su Shiqing back to the apocalypse. Rubbing her temples, she surveyed her surroundings. Lu Qifeng was still unconscious, while He Xiaoyan and Xiao Luo, being younger, had fallen asleep without the need for a night watch. Luo Qing and Xiao Qi were sitting by the door, ready to keep watch. Big sister, why don't you rest for a while too? Luo Qing suggested in a hushed tone, gesturing toward the vacant space in the room, indicating that Su Shiqing should take a break. However, Su Shiqing shook her head. I'm not tired. In the 3 days spent in the modern world, she had rested well, and the fatigue from battling zombies had vanished completely. At this moment, Shiqing felt she was in the best condition among them. Chapter 49. New opportunities. Upon witnessing the situation, Luoqing did not insist further and beckoned Shiqing to join him. Sitting beside Xiaoqi, Shiqing observed the expressions of the two. Aren't and Oppos. You planning to take a break? Luoqing shook his head. Zombies are more active at night. Someone needs to keep watch to prevent any unexpected events. Originally, the captain was supposed to guard the latter half of the night while I took the first half. Xiaoqi scoffed, but the captain said he couldn't and Oppos. Sleep and intends to stay up all night. Both Shiqing and Luoqing understood the reason behind the captain and Oppos. Insomnia. Dawn and Oppos. Worry. Shiqing reassured, patting Luoqing and Oppos' shoulder. There will always be a way out, even if Luo truly flees. This base is not beyond salvation, is it? The most crucial factor is the people. As long as they remain, there will still be hope. However, Luoqing sighed heavily. That's easy to say, but for some reason, my heart races at the mere thought of the base. He placed a hand over his heart. I can't shake the feeling that something terrible is about to happen. In response, Xiaoqi suggested with mock seriousness, Captain, you and Oppos, simply exhausted. How about this? I give you a slap to knock you out, and you can just sleep through it. Get lost, Luoqing retorted, shoving Xiaoqi away with annoyance. What a ridiculous idea. Luoqing sighed again. If Luo truly takes all the supplies, what will happen to the livelihoods of tens of thousands at the base? Nearly all the nearby supermarkets have been raided. If we want to find more supplies, we must venture farther. But going further means encountering greater dangers. It is unrealistic to expect our 5-person team to sustain the entire base. Propping her chin on her hand, Shiqing casually remarked, You needn't Oppos. Fret over that for now. I'm here, aren't I? As long as there are valuable items or crystal cores, I can provide the entire base with supplies. Her words, delivered with a calm assurance, left Luoqing and Xiaoqi momentarily speechless. Young lady, Luoqing replied dryly. Please refrain from speaking so openly about this in front of outsiders. In this apocalypse, one must understand the wisdom of keeping wealth hidden. Shiqing blinked innocently. Haven and Oppos, gained enough notoriety at the base these past few days? Exchanging glances, Luoqing and Xiaoqi simultaneously recalled the recent rumors circulating about her exchanging supplies for gold, falling silent. It is true. Those who need to know are already aware of her resources. Hiding will only make her appear more vulnerable. Suddenly, Shiqing's eyes sparkled as she remembered something. In this world where resources are scarce, why don't we try growing our own vegetables? With so little left around here, surely we can still find seeds? Haven't you ever thought about self-sufficiency? This thought had occurred to her in modern times, and naturally, she couldn't help but voice it now. Even if Luo is an incompetent leader, there should be others in the base who have considered this. Why has no one ever mentioned it? However, upon hearing her words, both Luoqing and Xiaoqi looked astonished. Luoqing was more direct. Young lady, are you unaware? When the zombie virus first broke out, not only did most humans instantly turn into zombies, but all plant seeds were affected as well. The base once tried to collect seeds for planting, but not a single seed sprouted. One even mutated into a dangerous plant, nearly harming many. Shiqing was indeed unaware. The original owner and Oppos' memories held no information regarding this matter. Yet, as she listened to Luoqing, a glimmer of intrigue crossed her eyes. Not a single seed sprouted? Is that a problem with the seeds or the soil? It must be the seeds, Xiaoqi suggested as he glanced at the tightly shut door, seemingly trying to see beyond it. In this apocalypse, wild grasses and trees thrive. If it were a soil issue, these plants would have withered or mutated. Mentioning seeds, both Luoqing and Xiaoqi expressed disappointment, while Shiqing and Oppos' eyes gleamed with excitement. If it is indeed the seeds that are the problem, she possesses a batch of excellent seeds. If no seeds have survived in this world, then Shiqing's seeds become the only source. Biscuits and bread will eventually run out, but if the base can cultivate its own vegetables and fruits, there will no longer be a food shortage. This means that the seeds in her possession are incredibly valuable. Any base with a semblance of intelligence would scramble to acquire them. Perhaps in the future, she could change her strategy to directly negotiate with the higher-ups of the base. Not only would this save time and effort, but it would also be a highly profitable venture. This is a tremendous opportunity. In an instant, Shiqing's mind raced with countless ideas, and she quickly composed herself, ensuring Luoqing and Xiaoqi did not notice any change in her demeanor. She had yet to decide whether to engage in this business with the chomping base, as she was uncertain if the base could sustain itself after Luo he absconded with the supplies. If the people at the base have not given up, perhaps Shiqing could continue trading with them. However, if even the inhabitants had ceased to struggle, then she bore no obligation to concern herself. As she pondered, Shiqing suddenly furrowed her brows, her ears perking up slightly. "Do you hear something?" Luo Qing spoke softly, his brow furrowed tightly. For some reason, Shiqing felt her heart skip a beat, a chill creeping up her spine. I do hear something." The sound was coming from outside. The doors and windows were tightly shut, rendering the noise faint and indistinct. Hearing the sound, Shaoqi froze momentarily, then focused intently. He immediately stood up, hand on the doorknob, and whispered to Luo Qing, "Captain, I'm going out to check." Shaoqi and Appo's eyesight, even at night, allowed him to see far into the distance, making him the most suitable for investigating. Luo Qing nodded slightly, watching as Shaoqi slipped through the door. Shiqing turned to glance at the three individuals in the room, either unconscious or fast asleep, and felt her heart inexplicably race. Before she could understand why, the door swung open again. Shaoqi trembled, his face devoid of color under the flickering light. It appeared he had witnessed something utterly horrifying. His pupils constricted, and his voice faltered. "Captain, it's zombies. A horde of zombies is coming this way. So many, I can't even count." Chapter 50. New regulations of the base. As the morning dawned, the moment Shiqing departed from the base, Ning Xian became acutely aware of it. Contemplating his promise from the previous night to look after Anren, Ning Xian lingered briefly in his study before resigning himself to the necessity of relocating to a position from which he could observe the neighboring unit through the window. The two residences were in close proximity, and from his window, Ning Xian could clearly see Anren's bedroom. The curtains were drawn halfway, allowing him to faintly discern the small figure sitting upright on the bed, seemingly engaged in some activity. Taking up a book, he sipped some water, scanned a couple of lines, and then glanced back at the child next door. Despite the apocalypse, there was a discernible air of calmness and leisure about Ning Xian, until the sound of a knock echoed at the door. His movements hesitated slightly, and a subtle furrow appeared between his brows. Who could possibly be seeking him at this hour? Was the base still attempting to recruit him? To his partial correct assumption, the visitors were indeed from the base. However, this time, they were not there to solicit his involvement. Dr. Huang Inger stood at the door accompanied by two personnel from the base. As Ning Xian opened the door, she pressed her lips together and introduced herself. "I am Huang Inger, the deputy chief of the base, here to inform you of the new regulations." Huang Inger? Ning Xian maintained an impassive expression, mentally recalling information about her. He remembered Luo Qing mentioning her. She was a wind element ability user and one of the few third-tier abilities in the base, possessing considerable strength. Yet, for reasons unknown, she willingly took orders from Luo He. "Miss Huang," Ning Xian acknowledged with a slight nod, his demeanor cool and detached, serving as a mere formality. Huang Ing and Appo's inhaled deeply, suppressing the complex emotions stirring within her, and proceeded to state the regulations. All residents of the base are required to submit a certain amount of supplies each day, a pack of biscuits or a bottle of water. Those lacking sufficient supplies may substitute with an equivalent amount of crystal cores. Before she could finish, Ning Xian's expression shifted. Was this regulation directed at the inner circle of the base, or at all its inhabitants? His eyes narrowed slightly behind his glasses, their lenses glinting coldly. "This new regulation is naturally applicable to everyone in the base," Huang Ing and Appo's replied, closing her eyes momentarily, her tone steady and deliberate. Ning Xian stepped forward, fixating his cold gaze upon Huang Ing and Appo's. "Are you aware that the daily supplies required are equivalent to the rations of an ordinary person in the base?" "A rule is a rule," she asserted, unflinching as she met his gaze. In this instance, Luo He had purposefully assigned Huang Inger to confront Ning Xian. Knowing that both were third-tier abilities, and should a confrontation arise, she would be capable of holding her ground. Perhaps if Huang Inger performed admirably, she might even turn the tables on Ning Xian. After all, Luo He had forsaken the base, rendering the notion of high IQ talents moot. Unbeknownst to anyone, in a concealed corner, Huang Ing and Appo's had punctured her palm, forcing herself not to falter in their intense eye contact. The two remained at an impasse at the door, the air thick with tension, as Ning Xian struggled to comprehend why Luo He would choose such a self-destructive path, clearly pushing the base toward ruin. Though unclear about the broader implications, Ning Snian sensed that something significant was about to transpire. His expression turned frigid as he prepared to step outside. Yet Huang Ingo obstructed his path. "Dr. Ning, please submit your supplies," she insisted, despite her lack of experience in such confrontations. Ning Snian halted, scrutinizing Huang Inger. His expression indifferent, leaving her uncertain of his thoughts. "You must realize the consequences that will arise from this regulation." "I do not," she replied without hesitation, summoning her wind abilities, causing her hair and clothing to sway in the breeze. "What I know is that if you fail to submit your supplies, I will have you expelled from the base." As Luo Qing had indicated, Huang Inger displayed her third-tier strength, yet despite this, Ning Snian merely cast a fleeting glance her way before averting his eyes. "You cannot stop me," he asserted, his voice devoid of emotion but imbued with an undeniable certainty. And he proceeded to leave. Huang Ying and Oppos, her control over her abilities wavering, felt compelled to act upon the promise Luo he had made her. Gritting her teeth, she summoned a powerful gust of wind aimed at Ning Snian. However, Ning Snian did not glance back. Instead, he casually pointed, summoning a bolt of blue-purple lightning from thin air. In an instant, the amassed wind was dispersed. Huang Inga stumbled backward, a sound of disbelief escaping her lips. Fourth tier. When Ning Snian paid her no heed, bypassing the three of them as he continued on his way. Halfway through, he paused, casting a complicated glance at the tightly shut door next door. Anren sat quietly on her bed, a crystal core cradled in her hands, eyes closed as she mimicked her sister's actions, absorbing the energy within. The next moment, a series of knocks resounded on the window, prompting Anren to open her eyes and discover the handsome older brother had somehow positioned himself against the window. "Hey, why does this brother never use the door?" She wondered, whether it was the last time her uncle had come to visit or the previous occasion when he had brought her out. Ning Snian had never once entered through the front door. Her sister had told her before leaving that this brother could be trusted. Thus, Anren hopped off her bed, scampering to the window, where she pushed it open. "Come with me," Ning Snian said succinctly, extending his hand toward Anren. Sensing that something significant was about to unfold at the base, he intended to keep the little one close for safety. Anren tilted her head, her small eyes brimming with confusion, yet recalling her sister's words, she obediently reached out, allowing Ning Snian to lift her. She refrained from asking many questions. After all, aside from her sister, most adults found incessant inquiries from children bothersome, and Anren had no desire to be an irksome child. Thus, she nestled against Ning Snian's shoulder, drawing his gaze unexpectedly a few more times. "Are you not going to ask where we are going?" Ning Snian furrowed his brow, pondering whether Su Shiqing had been overly protective of the child, resulting in Anren and Oppos' utter lack of vigilance. Had they only met a few times? And yet she trusted him so thoroughly? "My sister said I could trust my brother." Anren blinked, her reasoning simple and clear. "I believe my sister, so I believe my brother too." It was a perfectly reasonable and coherent line of thought, yet Ning Snian found himself momentarily speechless at her sparkling eyes. After a brief silence, he awkwardly ruffled Anren and Oppos' hair. "Well done. It's your sister whose vigilance is too low." Without a hint of hesitation, he readily shifted the blame onto Su Shiqing. Chapter 51. All are dead. Ning Xinyan found himself at an impasse. Huang Inger had no choice but to return and report to Luohe. Initially, she anticipated that Luohe, with his character, would certainly make things difficult for her if the task was not accomplished satisfactorily. However, to her surprise, Luohe let her off quite easily this time. "Humph. I knew that Ning Xinyan must be a man of profound thoughts," quietly advancing to the fourth tier without a word. Luohe mused as he settled comfortably into his sofa, letting out a cold snort. Seeing Huang Inger kneeling obediently before him, Luohe's mood improved considerably. He relished the feeling of being served and exalted by others. "Rise. I never expected you to handle this matter well," Luohe chuckled lightly. "Aside from Ning Xinyan, have all the other supplies been collected?" Huang Inger slowly stood up, maintaining a slight bow. Having spent considerable time with Luohe and knowing well how to curry favor with him, "All supplies have been collected. Those who failed to deliver were expelled from the base as per your instructions." Recalling the emaciated figures of ordinary people she had seen, kneeling and weeping, pleading not to be cast out, Huang Inger's pupils trembled slightly, and her gaze lowered. "For those who stubbornly refused to leave, I instructed my subordinates to show no mercy, making an example of them for others." "Excellent," Luohe responded with satisfaction, his gaze toward Huang Inger taking on a more meaningful tone. Huang Inger parted her lips, her voice quivering slightly. "Base leader, I have executed your orders. But my grandfather, rest assured, once I have everything prepared, I will inform you of your grandfather and Apos' whereabouts before we leave the base, Luohi said, narrowing his eyes with a chuckle. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a man unknown to Huang Ying'er. All right, Ying'er. It is time for you to leave, Luohi said, his expression tightening as he gestured for Huang Ying'er to exit quickly, not daring to provoke Luohi. Huang Ying'er bit her lip and left the room. Mo Han, have you discovered anything? Luohi inquired, furrowing his brow as he regarded the man before him. Base leader, time is of the essence, Mo Han replied, his expression tense. I detected that a horde of zombies is rapidly approaching the base. They could reach us as early as tomorrow morning. We must depart immediately. So soon? Luohi's expression shifted, and a sense of unease clouded his features as he thought of Mo Bing, whose supplies had yet to be acquired. I trust in my brother's abilities. I will leave markers along the way, and Mo Bing will surely catch up with us later, Mo Han assured him, his demeanor composed. Base leader, the most crucial matter right now is that we must leave swiftly. If we encounter the zombie horde, escaping will be troublesome. Upon hearing this, Luohi's expression changed repeatedly. The supplies exchanged with Shiqing had cost him dearly, and he felt reluctant to leave without them. Yet, when weighed against his own life, he recognized the gravity of the situation. All right, inform the others without alarming the ordinary people in the base. We are leaving at once. Understood. Mo Han nodded, ready to turn towards the exit when he hesitated, glancing back at Luohi. Base leader, are you truly not taking Huang Ying'er with us? Her potential is significant. She could undoubtedly assist us. Humph. Luohi scoffed. Though she may appear undeterred, she undoubtedly harbors resentment towards me. I cannot risk traveling with a ticking time bomb. By the way, Luohi recalled something and tossed a note, inscribed with an address, to Mo Han. Make sure this address reaches Huang Ying'er before we depart. Inform her that it is her grandfather's residence. Today marked a rare, fine day in the apocalypse. With sunlight gracing the earth, yet failing to sow hope. The ordinary people within the base were compelled to relinquish their last morsels of food in the desperate hope of continuing their existence. Meanwhile, those unable to provide supplies were forcibly ejected by the base leader's subordinates. For those who resisted leaving, the abilities of the enforcers showed no mercy, swiftly ending their lives as a warning to others. Fortunately, due to Shiqing's recent market venture, many ordinary people managed to procure some supplies. Without Shiqing's intervention, the number of individuals expelled from the base would have reached a terrifying level. In a moment, the atmosphere within the base turned tense. Everyone feared their fate for the morrow, some secretly cursing the rules that treated them as less than human. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the chaos, the base leader Luohi had long since abandoned the base with his subordinates. In the midst of the pale-faced crowd, a figure in a long dress appeared distinctly out of place. Huang Ying'er had never run so swiftly, empowered by her wind abilities. Her movements were nearly imperceptible to others. Clutching a note in her damp palms, she raced toward the address written upon it. No wonder she had scoured the heart of the base, unable to find any trace of her grandfather. It turned out that he had been placed by Luohi in the impoverished district of the base, mingling with the ordinary folk from the start. At this moment, Huang Ying'er cared little for cursing Luohi's cunning. All she wanted was to arrive sooner and reunite with her grandfather. Upon reaching the address on the note, she gradually halted, staring at the closed door before her, her pupils trembling slightly. She felt a surge of anxiety, glancing down at her attire, neat and clean, save for a small bloodstain on the hem from her earlier tasks. Hastily, she concealed that corner, summoning her courage to knock on the door before her. Knock, knock, knock. No response. Is grandfather out? For reasons unbeknownst to her, an inexplicable dread enveloped Huang Ying'er's heart. She swallowed hard and knocked once more. This time, the door opened, but it was merely the neighbor from next door. Huang Ying'er looked over to see a child peering through the gap, fear and nervousness evident in their eyes. Forcing a smile, Huang Ying'er endeavored to make her voice sound steady. Excuse me, little one. Do you know where the person living next door is gone? Are you looking for grandfather Huang? The child's voice was barely audible, so soft that Huang Ying'er nearly missed it. However, upon hearing the title grandfather Huang, joy flickered in her eyes. She hadn't made a mistake. The child's voice trembled, laced with fear. He is dead. They're all dead. Grandfather Huang is also dead. Chapter 52. The zombie-tied Huang Ying and Apos felt as though she had misheard, her lips curling upwards in disbelief. Dead, she softly echoed, standing frozen like a wooden statue, momentarily paralyzed. Oh dear, what are you doing? The neighbor and Apos' aunt, seeing her child peeking outside, hurriedly pulled the little one back, casting a fleeting glance at Huang Ying and Appos, as if she were a ravenous wolf lurking beyond the door before slamming it shut. Left alone, Huang Ying and Appos stood there, her soul seemingly lost. It took a moment for her to comprehend the child and Appos' words, her pupils gradually constricting as a deafening ringing filled her ears, nearly causing her to falter. No, no. If her grandfather were truly dead, what did all her efforts amount to? She had diligently played the role of the most effective weapon in Luo He and Appos' arsenal. What did it all mean? He was her only family in this world. Huang Ying and Appos, her teeth chattered. Whether from the chill in the air or her spiraling emotions, she could not tell. Suddenly, she raised her hand, a gust of wind flinging the door open before her. This was the most commonplace dilapidated house in the slums, a mere few square meters of space that felt hauntingly empty. Her grandfather and Appos' cherished paintings lay scattered on the floor as if someone had violently ransacked the room. Yet, what struck Huang Ying and Appos' most painfully was the dark, dried pool of blood in the center of the room. There was no body, but she knew all too well that such a volume of blood would spell doom even for a healthy adult male, let alone her elderly grandfather. Unable to maintain her composure, her legs weakened, and she collapsed to her knees at the threshold. She noticed the bark on the ground bore evident signs of gnawing. In an instant, the grim reality dawned upon her. Luo He had not provided her grandfather with supplies. After the new regulations at the base were enacted, her grandfather had been among the first to be expelled, to deter the common folk from causing a ruckus. The supernatural beings under Luo He would make an example of others, and her grandfather had tragically become that example. Huang Ying and Appos had no desire to delve into whether this was an accident or a deliberate act by Luo He. She only knew that the new regulations at the base were initiated by her, and she had propelled this tragic series of events. It was she who had, with her own hands, ushered her grandfather to his demise. Kneeling on the ground, Huang Ying curled up, her shoulders trembling slightly. Her eyes reddened to the point of near bleeding. The depths of her sorrow and regret rendered the young girl nearly voiceless, while a burgeoning hatred began to consume her entirely. Luo He. She pierced her palm with her fingers, oblivious to the blood that flowed, whispering fiercely, "I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." Meanwhile, Ningxin held Anren gently as they walked along the outskirts of the base. Surrounded by the sight of ordinary people who had perished from hunger, their bodies strewn across the streets as a testament to the dire circumstances. Patches of dark red blood marked the ground, remnants of those whose lives had been discarded outside the base, leaving only stains to signify the horrors that had transpired. "Is there any water? Just a sip. My wife is on the verge of dying of thirst. I beg for a kind soul. Help, cough, cough. Baby, please wake up and look at your mother. Just one glance." The scene was a veritable hell on earth. A landscape of devastation and despair. Anren, nestled against Ningxin's shoulder, remained silent, yet her eyes reflected a glimmer of fear as she instinctively clutched his neck tighter. This sight, though not uncommon in the apocalypse, was a first for Anren, who had mostly been confined to storage rooms prior. Ningxin surveyed the chaos enveloping the base, his gaze sharpening as he sought a quieter corner to shield Anren from the pandemonium. He absorbed the scene before him, his expression a mix of complexity. Originally, this base might have sustained itself for a few more years, yet the abrupt implementation of new regulations had extinguished its vitality. Ningxin could not comprehend the rationale behind the leader and Appos' actions, but it was evident that he must prepare to depart once more. In the distance, the sun descended, casting a blood-red glow over the land, seemingly heralding the demise of a once thriving base. The inhabitants remained oblivious to the greater peril that would soon descend upon them under the cover of night. "Shaoqi, you must be mistaken?" Though aware of Shaoqi's powers, Luo Qing could not suppress his troubled expression upon hearing of the countless zombies advancing toward their direction. Shaoqi appeared momentarily stunned by the sheer number of zombies, his complexion paling slightly, yet he resolutely shook his head, his voice a hoarse whisper, "Captain, we must leave at once." At that moment, Su Shiqing felt an unusual sensation welling up within her, if the horde of zombies was indeed moving toward them. Then further afield lay the chomping base. The zombies were headed for the base. Su Shiqing and Appos' expression darkened, her heart sinking. Surely it could not be that they were so unfortunate as to encounter a horde at such a critical juncture. Luo Qing had already darted off to rouse He Xiaoyan and Xiao Luo, hoisting the still unconscious Lu Qingfeng onto his back. "The zombie tide is approaching. We must return to the base immediately." His words jolted the still-dazed He Xiaoyan and Xiao Luo into alertness. A zombie tide. To describe it as such means there must be an unfathomable number of them. The gravity of the situation was unmistakable, and without further elaboration, the group quietly departed from their temporary refuge, hastening toward the base. Upon reaching higher ground, using the moonlight to her advantage, Shiqing glanced back at the direction of the approaching horde. Just one look sent chills racing down her spine. In the inky darkness, countless crimson eyes flickered ominously, reflecting a chilling glimmer in the moonlight. As Xiaoqi had stated, the sheer number of zombies was beyond comprehension. Trailing behind Luoqing, Shiqing hesitated for a moment. Her lips pressed tightly together, a flicker of conflict crossing her mind. Should she take Anren and flee directly, or remain with Luoqing and the others to confront the impending horde? If Luohe had already absconded with supplies and people, would Luoqing and the others be able to withstand the onslaught of the approaching tide? If she chose to remain, would she inadvertently place herself and Anren in peril? Shiqing knew one thing. If she did not leave, the base, devoid of supplies, would have less than a 10% chance of survival amidst the zombie tide. Yet, what reason did she have to stay behind? Chapter 53. Do you have no shame? The speed of the advancing zombies was not slow, and Shiqing and her companions hurriedly returned to the base. The first ray of morning sunlight pierced the horizon, revealing the figures at the base's entrance, who stood frozen in shock. Outside the base, numerous shapes lay curled on the ground, trembling as if starved of strength, their faces devoid of life. Many corpses were carelessly discarded outside the base, seeping dark red blood that exuded a faint, acrid smell. Among the crowd, Luoqing recognized many familiar faces. These were ordinary people without supernatural abilities. In just a day, the base had transformed drastically, countless individuals expelled, left to wander on the periphery, too fearful to venture far. Enduring hunger. As Shiqing gazed at the pile of corpses outside the base, her pupils constricted slightly. The injuries on the bodies were unmistakably inflicted by supernatural beings, rather than zombies. Who could command the supernatural beings within the base? Luoqing and Appos. S expression had never been so grim. If he weren't carrying the unconscious Luqing foam, he would have charged into the base without a second thought. Xiaoqi's smile faded, while Xiaoyan and Xiao Luo pressed their lips tightly together, observing the emaciated ordinary people sitting helplessly on the ground. They gritted their teeth, realizing that they had no time to settle scores with Luohe. The horde of zombies was right behind them. If they allowed so many innocent lives to linger outside, the consequences would be a river of blood when the zombies caught up. Shiqing raised her hand and retrieved a loudspeaker from her space, placing it to her lips and calling out, "Everyone, return to the base immediately. As long as you have breath left, crawl back if you must. Rest assured, no one will dare to stop you this time." Among those now recognizable within the base, aside from Luoqing who had ventured out for supplies, was Shiqing, trading resources for gold. Together, they appeared as a beacon of hope amidst despair. The base's gates were tightly shut. Shiqing raised her hand, and vines erupted from the cracks, forcefully prying the doors open. Cough, cough. It's Luoqing. Xiao Luo and the others are back. Wonderful, wonderful. With Xiao Luo here, they will definitely not be indifferent. Is that Shiqing? Is she still trading supplies? I have money. I have things to exchange with her. Can I get some food? My child is starving. Back to the base, quickly. We all need to return. In this protracted apocalypse, everyone was acutely aware of the dangers lurking outside. No one wished to leave the safety of the base unless absolutely necessary. Witnessing Luoqing and Appos' return, the crowd outside, despite their exhaustion and hunger, instinctively moved toward the base, driven by survival instincts. The entrance was soon blocked by the throng, everyone clamoring to get inside. Make way. Let us in first. Hey, who just stepped on my foot? Get out of the way. Do you know who I am? I'm Shiqing's aunt. If you know what's good for you, let us in first, or you will regret it. Despite the cacophony, Shiqing quickly identified the sharp, biting voice amidst the crowd. Raising an eyebrow, she narrowed her eyes to see the disheveled Su Xiaoping, who was being obstructed by the crowd. Struggling to push her way forward, her features twisted from exertion. Clutched in her arms was her son, Wang Xiongming, a boy who had evidently suffered in recent days. Now gaunt and tugging at his mother's ear, shouting, "Get in, let us through. Anyone blocking our way can just die." Perhaps hearing Su Xiaoping mention Shiqing, those in front hesitated and retreated a step, eyes filled with trepidation. Who among them did not know that Shiqing possessed resources for trade? No one wished to offend her. Seeing this, Su Xiaoping pressed forward a couple of steps, her expression smug, continuing her tirade. Humph. At least some of you have some sense. I'm not someone you can afford to offend. Before she could finish, Su Xiaoping suddenly felt a constricting force around her waist, and in an instant, she was hurled into the air. Ah, Mom. Two piercing screams echoed over the base as vines ensnared both Su Xiaoping and Wang Xiongming, dragging them out from the entrance. Spinning uncontrollably, Su Xiaoping crashed to the ground, retching violently, feeling as if her entire body had shattered. That damn bastard! Do you know who I am? While she continued to heave, a kick sent her sprawling back to the ground, silencing her. Su Shiqing stepped on Su Xiaoping and Appo's abdomen, leaning down with a chilling smile. Who were you invoking just now? As she spoke, she ground her heel into Su Xiaoping's belly, drawing a pained expression from her. Su Shiqing showed no mercy, while Luo Qing and the others exchanged glances, silently averting their eyes. They hadn't seen anything. Upon recognizing Su Shiqing's face, a flicker of hatred crossed Su Xiaoping and Appo's eyes. It was all because of this wretched girl that she could no longer enjoy her leisurely days within the base. When Wang Jian returned last time, Su Xiaoping had expected him to reveal the whereabouts of two troublesome girls, only to be slapped in the face and told everything was over. Before she could grasp what had happened, Wang Jian vanished, leaving her and her son behind. As if that weren't enough, Su Xiaoping soon understood why everything was ruined. Each time she ventured out, she was accosted by a group of unknown assailants who would drag her into a corner and beat her, leaving her spat upon as they departed. Even when she stayed indoors, her meager dwelling was targeted, the roof smashed, and with the weather turning colder, she and her son suffered immensely. All of this was because of Su Shiqing. Hatred flickered in Su Xiaoping's eyes, but she quickly forced a smile more grotesque than tears. Oh, isn't this my dear niece? Don't go claiming kinship recklessly. Su Shiqing pressed harder with her foot, looking down at Su Xiaoping's contorted face. You dared to flaunt my name. Su Xiaoping, do you have no shame? Su Xiaoping was well aware of how she had treated the original sisters. Now that they had risen, she wished to cling to their success? Such fortunate circumstances do not exist in this world. Chapter 54. The Damned and the Undeserving. You wicked girl. You vile wretch. Su Shiqing's attention was fixated on Su Xiaoping, unaware of when Wang Xiongming staggered to his feet, his youthful visage betraying a ferocity beyond his years. Uttering coarse and vulgar curses, Wang lunged forward, attempting to bite Su Shiqing's thigh. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Su Shiqing cast a dispassionate glance at the diminutive child before her, and with a flick of her vine, sent him sprawling. Wang Xiongming crashed heavily to the ground, rolling twice before lying still, unconscious or perhaps worse. Beneath her foot, Su Xiaoping and Appo's rage was palpable. You wretched girl. He is your brother. I have no such mindless sibling, Su Shiqing replied, unfazed. I have only a sister, far more adorable, obedient, and sensible than your son. It was evident that Su Xiaoping and Wang Xiongming had endured great hardship since parting ways with her. Their clothes were tattered and soiled, exuding a foul stench of rotten eggs and decay, and their bodies bore numerous wounds of varying severity. Wang's once round face had visibly withered, revealing prominent cheekbones, while Su Xiaoping's eyes were sunken and weary, a picture of despair. Seeing them in such dire straits brought Su Shiqing a sense of satisfaction. Observe. The agony of death is but a fleeting moment. Cast into the abyss of desolation and torment, they struggle without a glimmer of hope. Does that not evoke greater suffering? Su Shiqing felt a twinge of something unsettling within her. Do you understand what awaits you if you do not return to the base? Su Shiqing leaned in, whispering devilishly into Su Xiaoping's ear. The horde of zombies is approaching. You will be engulfed by their endless tide, witnessing as they gnaw at your flesh, piece by piece. You will not perish swiftly. The excruciating pain of your flesh being torn away will render you a living corpse, leaving you to behold your own stark white bones. Of course, your son shall not escape this fate either. He will cry out for his mother, but that will change nothing. Both of you will become fodder for the undead, helplessly watching as your bodies become increasingly mutilated, bleeding out slowly. Su Xiaoping trembled uncontrollably, her pupils constricting as her breath grew labored, as if she could already envision her wretched demise. No, she stammered in terror, shaking her head frantically. You cannot do this to me. I am your aunt, your elder. How dare you treat me this way? Su Shiqing utilized her vines to ensnare Su Xiaoping, binding her tightly and lifting her chin, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. Do you know what I despise most? When someone attempts to wield their seniority over me. An elder? What claim do you have? When you forced me to abandon the base to support your family, did you consider your status as an elder? When my sister nearly starved to death in the storage room, did that thought cross your mind? Whether in the modern world or this post-apocalyptic realm, there are always those who seek to leverage familial ties against her. How laughable. I have spared you for this long out of mercy. Su Shiqing bound both Su Zhaoping and Wang Xiongming with her vines, silencing them and casting them among the corpses. Now, it is your time to perish. Her hands were meant to cradle her sweet, soft sister. Su Shiqing had no desire to dirty them with the filth of these individuals. When the zombie horde arrived, there would be no escape for them. As Su Shiqing had foretold, they would witness their own flesh being devoured in despair, dying in agony. Clapping her hands, Su Shiqing did not glance back at their expressions. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the entrance of the base, where, under Luo Qing's command, most had returned inside. Is everything settled? Luo Qing approached, his expression grave. Lu Qifeng had entrusted He Xiaoyan with returning to the base, leaving only him and Xiaoqi outside. Luo Qing noticed the two bound figures among the corpses, raising an eyebrow and giving Su Shiqing a thumbs up. Decisive and efficient. Well done. The actions of Su Zhaoping's family had already spread through the base, and even Luo Qing had heard of them. A family akin to vampires. Had it been in an era governed by law and morality, he might have advised Su Shiqing to remain calm, but in this world, he appreciated her ruthless demeanor. Why spare those who nearly caused one's demise? To allow them to gather strength and seek revenge? Foolishness. Thank you for the praise. Su Shiqing brushed a wayward strand of hair behind her ear, a faint smile gracing her lips. This feeling was undeniably exhilarating. Yet she lamented that she could not treat her modern parents in such a manner. The situation is dire. Luo Qing's face tightened. The commotion at the entrance was significant. Yet there has been no response from Luo He. They may have already fled the base. The worst-case scenario had materialized. Luo He had likely absconded with the base's supplies and most of the ability users, leaving behind primarily ordinary individuals. Moreover, an even graver threat loomed. The zombie horde was close behind, poised to reach the base within the next hour or two at most. Little sister. I must head to the center of the base to assess the situation. Luo Qing rubbed his temples, urging her to take care. Watching Luo Qing and Xiaoqi hasten into the base, Su Shiqing observed their retreating forms in the dwindling crowd at the entrance, letting out a soft sigh. If she intended to leave, it must be soon. Should the horde encircle the base, extracting Anren would become exceedingly troublesome. Rising to return to the base in search of Anren, Su Shiqing and Apos' gaze caught sight of the pile of corpses nearby. Her steps faltering slightly as she noticed something. A skeletal, emaciated corpse lay quietly on the ground, its tattered clothing stained with blood, a gaping wound at its chest. Su Shiqing recognized this body. It belonged to the elderly man who had gifted her a coat on her first day at the base. She had secretly left him some food, wishing for good people to live long. Yet, it seemed that good deeds did not guarantee longevity. Su Shiqing gazed silently at the corpse, her expression inscrutable, lost in thought. This was the first kindness she had encountered in this desolate world. And now the old man lay among the dead, forgotten and unremarked upon. In this broken world, Su Shiqing murmured, closing her eyes. She removed her blood-stained coat and stepped forward to wrap the old man's body, lifting him gently. The corpse was astonishingly light, hardly heavier than Anren, making it difficult to fathom that this was the weight of an elderly person. Left outside the base, the body would surely be mangled by the approaching horde. Though there was little she could do, Su Shiqing wished to preserve a semblance of dignity for the old man. Chapter 55 Several bad news. As Su Shiqing returned to the inner circle of the base with the corpse, Ning Xian was already waiting at the entrance with Anren. Sister. Anren and Apos' eyes lit up upon seeing Su Shiqing, and without waiting for Ning Xian to hold her hand, she swiftly broke free and scampered towards her sister. As she approached, Anren noticed the dark red stains of blood on Su Shiqing's clothes, and her small hands froze in midair, her expression shifting from joy to concern. Having encountered zombies, Su Shiqing was acutely aware of her disheveled state. To prevent Anren from overthinking, she quickly reassured her. Anren, I and Apos, am fine. The blood on my clothes is from someone else. I'm not hurt. Really? Anren, seeing the long, wrapped object in Su Shiqing's arms, prudently refrained from rushing in for a hug, and instead cautiously tugged at her sister's hem, following closely beside her. Of course, my sister is very capable. Su Shiqing, aware of the dirt on her hands and body, resisted the urge to touch her pristine little sister. Ning Xian stood a short distance away, taller than Anren, and thus was able to discern that the bundled object in Su Shiqing's arms was indeed a corpse. Instinctively, he took a step back. Why did you bring that in? Ning Xian asked, his brow furrowing slightly, unable to suppress his curiosity. Seeing Su Shiqing holding a corpse with such calmness made Ning Snine's eyelids twitch involuntarily. Anren, curious, tiptoed in an attempt to see what her sister was holding, but due to her height, she could see nothing. What is in your arms, sister? With a gentle smile. Su Shiqing replied, it's a sleeping old grandpa. He once gave me a coat when he saw me dirty. At this, Ning Snine hesitated, and his gaze towards the corpse grew complex. Meanwhile, Anren's thoughts were simpler. She vaguely realized something and said earnestly, that's a good grandpa. Sister, should we invite grandpa to sleep in the yard? Yes, Su Shiqing nodded. Let's find a place for grandpa to rest. Carefully placing the wrapped corpse in the empty space in front of the house, she did not rush to dig, but instead turned to Ning Snine. I and Appos, am not sure if you are aware, but there are several pieces of bad news and one piece of good news. Which would you like to hear first? Several bad news, Ning Snine replied, pinching the bridge of his nose, clearly feeling a headache coming on. Let us start with the bad news. First, Su Shiqing said expressionlessly. Raising one finger, the base leader, Luo He, has escaped. Ning Snine, I sense something. Secondly, Su Shiqing raised a second finger. Luo He took all the resources and most of the ability users from the base. Ning Snine, that's within his capabilities. Lastly, Su Shiqing raised a third finger. A horde of zombies will reach the base in about an hour. Ning Snine, he opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something but was at a loss for words. Finally, he managed to squeeze out, what kind of luck is this? Bad news really does come in pairs. How can so many things collide at once? Such bad luck after a century of absence, Su Shiqing replied, somewhat speechless. But still cautioned, I don't know what your plans are, but if you intend to leave, it's best to do so now. Ning Snine and Appos' abilities were undoubtedly powerful. And if you wish to leave, he could go anywhere. Let me guess, he paused for a moment before sighing. Is Luo Qing planning to share the fate of the base? You guessed it, but there is no reward. Ning Snine showed no surprise, his expression calm, and finally turned his gaze to Su Shiqing. So, what is the one good piece of news? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed. And suddenly, dozens, if not hundreds, of boxes appeared out of thin air between Su Shiqing and Ning Snine. Ning Snine was taken aback. But that was not all. Su Shiqing snapped her fingers, and a complete set of brand new experimental equipment materialized before them. This is Ning Snine and Appos' pupils contracted slightly, already forming a guess in his mind. I promised to find you what you needed, Su Shiqing replied without batting an eyelid. Though these items appeared far too pristine for a post-apocalyptic world, and Ning Snine could easily inquire with Luo Qing to discover their dubious origins. Su Shiqing casually tossed them in front of Ning Snine. Where did you find these? Ning Snine instinctively asked, having searched for months without success for such a complete set of experimental equipment, while Su Shiqing had acquired it in just one day. I picked them up along the way. The simplicity of her answer left Ning Snine speechless. Beside them, Anren blinked and tugged at Su Shiqing's sleeve, speaking in a voice she thought was small but was audible to all. Sister, I don't believe that reason. Su Shiqing replied in the same tone, it's okay. That brother is silly, he will believe it. Ning the silly, could you whisper a little quieter next time? With her objective in mind. Su Shiqing cleared her throat, arched an eyebrow at Ning Snine, and smiled mischievously. By the way, I've brought you what you asked for. See, I keep my promises. Right? Ning Snine surveyed the array of boxes and, after a moment of silence, nodded. Then, Su Shiqing blinked. Would you like to make another deal with me? Empty, empty, still empty. Luo Qing rummaged through the center of the base, only to find no one and not a crumb of bread or biscuit. Damn it, Luo Qing cursed fiercely. They ran away too damn fast. Shaoqi followed closely beside Luo Qing, his expression grave. Without supplies, we cannot withstand the zombie horde. Captain, should we spread the word and let everyone flee? Luo Qing shook his head. Run? Where to? Look at how starved the people in the base are. Do you really think they can outrun the zombies? That was the truth, under Luo He's exploitation. The ordinary people in the base had not had a full meal in days. To race against a horde of zombies in such a state would be tantamount to courting death, although staying in the base was no different from inviting death. Then, Captain, should we continue searching? Shaoqi looked at Luo Qing, uncertain. Given the situation, the center of the base had indeed been emptied. Was there still a need to waste time here? However, before Luo Qing could respond, a hoarse and weak female voice suddenly came from behind them. Dawn and Appos, bother looking. That scoundrel would never leave any supplies behind. Chapter 56, In Search of Supplies, Who? Luo Qing and Shaoqi abruptly turned around. only to find a woman in a long gown quietly standing at the end of the corridor, leaning against the wall. The sight of her red-rimmed eyes stirred a flicker of familiarity within Luo-Qing. Suddenly, he recalled, Huang Ying and Appos. What are you doing here? Although he recognized her, he still felt a hint of uncertainty. In his memory, Huang Inger was timid and perpetually appeared anxious, yet the woman before him resembled a stagnant pool. Her eyes filled with despair and an unbridled hatred that was impossible to conceal. Even Luo-Qing found himself taken aback by the intensity of her resentment. More importantly, why was Huang Inger, the deputy base leader, here at such a moment? Hadn't she left with Luo-He? Why am I here? Huang Inger murmured, echoing Luo-Qing's words. Her already pale complexion growing even more as she added, because I have been deceived. That person painted a sweet dream for me, and it was only when he departed that I reached out to grasp it, only to discover it was all a fabrication. Upon hearing this, Luo-Qing and Shaoqi exchanged glances, communicating silently. Luo-Qing remarked, such poetic words. Do you comprehend what she is saying? Shaoqi replied. It seems she has been tricked. I'm a bit simple-minded. I can't grasp the metaphors she uses. At that moment, Huang Ingo paid no heed to their thoughts. She lifted her eyelids, revealing bloodshot eyes, and said, The zombie tide should be approaching soon. Shouldn't you flee? You know the zombie tide is coming this way? Luo-Qing asked sharply, fixing his gaze on her. Huang Ingo did not respond, but instead averted her gaze. Run. This base is beyond saving. They should not die. But Huang Ing and Appos knew that she was the one condemned. She had assisted Luo-He in handling too many dark affairs, her hands stained with too much blood. She bore guilt. Yet, Huang Ing and Appos was not prepared to perish here. She was determined to drag Luo-He down to hell with her. I will not run. Luo-Qing resolutely shook his head. I have vowed that if the zombies truly breach the base, I shall die in front of everyone. I know each person here. I have awakened my abilities, and I possess the capacity to protect them. It is inconceivable for me to flee. Upon hearing this, Huang Ingo paused, as if a thought had struck her. To preserve oneself in poverty, and to benefit the world in prosperity? She murmured, reminiscent of words her grandfather often spoke. After a moment of silence, she sighed. Not all the ability users in the base were taken away by Luo-He. If you have the power to rally them together, perhaps you could indeed survive the zombie tide. Huang Ing and Appos was acutely aware of the ability users within the base. Yet mere numbers were insufficient. More crucially, resources were vital. She gazed at Luo-Qing, imparting everything she knew. Luo-He had taken all the supplies from the base, and battling the zombie tide would undoubtedly be a protracted struggle. Without food and water, we would all perish. Resources? A name surfaced in Luo-Qing's mind. He focused intently and spoke solemnly. Perhaps I know where ample supplies can be found. Upon hearing the proposal from Su Shiqing, Ning Xinian fell into contemplation. An experiment? Technology? Ning Xinian stroked his chin, pondering the multitude of manuscripts he possessed. What do you need these for? Do not inquire about the purpose. Simply tell me if you wish to proceed with this trade, Su Shiqing enticingly urged. You provide me with technology, and I can procure any supplies you desire. Ning Xinian did not rush to answer but quietly observed Su Shiqing's animated features, despite her form being smeared with blood. The mere shifts in her expression exuded a cunning vibrancy, each movement shrouded in mystery, compelling one to delve deeper, perhaps driven by curiosity or a desire to continue exploring. Ning Xinian nodded in agreement. I shall do it. Su Shiqing blinked in surprise, not expecting the agreement to come so easily. She was acutely aware of how bewildering her actions appeared. She cherished technology that was virtually worthless in the apocalypse, while the most scarce food and water she offered so casually in trade. Initially, she had braced herself for Ning Xinian and Appos' skepticism and rejection, yet the situation unfolded surprisingly smoothly. Is there an issue? Ning Xinian raised an eyebrow. No, certainly not. Su Shiqing quickly regained her composure, winking at Ning Xinian. Then shall we continue our pleasant collaboration? Noticing the delay in Ning Xinian's handshake, Su Shiqing paused, glancing down at her own blood-stained hands, and suddenly realized, oh, I apologize. I forgot you were averse to dirt. Just as she was about to retract her hand, she felt her fingertips gently clasped. Pleasant collaboration, Ning Xinian replied, retracting his hand. Lips pressed together, as if unaccustomed to the brief contact. While the two conversed, Enrin remained quietly by the side, obediently refraining from interrupting Su Shiqing's business. Earlier, upon hearing Su Shiqing mention the zombie tide, Enrin, though lacking a precise sense of its magnitude, could not help but ask, "Sister, is this place no longer safe? Should we leave?" According to Su Shiqing's plan, that was indeed the case, but observing Ning Xinian, she subtly furrowed her brow, uncertain of Ning Xinian and Apos' intentions. She pondered how future transactions would proceed now that a zombie tide was splitting their paths. As she contemplated, a sudden commotion echoed from a distance. "Big, sister," Luo Qing's distinctive voice boomed from afar, and in no time, he appeared before them. "Oh, Lao Ning, you are here too?" Ning Xinian maintained her characteristic aloofness. Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow at the approaching trio, Luo Qing, Xiao Qi, and Huang Ying and Apos. The woman in the long gown appeared haggard, her eyes bloodshot, seemingly suppressing profound pain and hatred, yet Su Shiqing immediately recognized her as Huang Ying and Apos. However, Huang Ying and Apos did not react at that moment. Her crimson eyes were fixed intently on the body wrapped in a coat on the ground, her pupils trembling in disbelief. With a rigid body, Huang Ying and Apos staggered closer to the corpse, her legs giving way as she suddenly knelt before it, trembling hands reaching to unveil the coat and behold the visage of the deceased. Su Shiqing and Apos' heart jolted. She frowned and instinctively reached out to stop Huang Ying and Apos, but was rendered motionless by the anguished cry that escaped her lips. Tears streamed down Huang Ying's cheeks like pearls from a broken string, her voice quivering as she exerted every ounce of strength to utter the words, "Grandfather." Chapter 57. The great deal. In a single poignant moment, everyone stood frozen in place. At that instant, Huang Ying, disregarding the presence of others, knelt on the ground, cradling her grandfather's lifeless body in her arms, weeping inconsolably. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Grandpa. It's my fault that you suffered. Grandpa, I miss you so dearly, truly, I miss you so much. I was too foolish. It's my mistake. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I'm sorry." Huang Ying's cries were so intense that she could scarcely catch her breath. The grief she had managed to suppress was unleashed the moment she beheld her grandfather's remains. He had been her sole family in this world, and she had indirectly caused his demise. How could Huang Ying ever reconcile with that? "Is he your grandfather?" Su Shiqing observed the distraught Huang Ying and Apos on the ground, astonished. She recalled a previous encounter on the road when Huang Ying and Apos had whispered to her, "Miss Su, remember to protect your vulnerabilities." Thus, this elderly man was indeed Huang Ying's Achilles heel, held hostage by Luo He. As Huang Ying's emotions spiraled out of control, the onlookers instinctively stepped back a couple of paces to afford her some space, and Ran watched her sister weep with profound sorrow and, after a moment of contemplation, cautiously approached with a packet of tissues, placing it gently beside Huang Ying. Su Shiqing's expression was complex. Sometimes, fate unfolds in the most extraordinary ways. The first act of kindness she received in this apocalyptic world came from Huang Ying's grandfather. She composed herself and turned to Luo Qing. "Are you seeking me for a particular purpose?" Su Shiqing recalled that Luo Qing was supposed to be at the central base. His arrival at this time indicated a pressing matter. Without delay, Luo Qing spoke earnestly, "Sister, I wish to propose a trade with you." Su Shiqing blinked. The phrase strikingly familiar. In the future, it would be she who initiated trade offers, so it was rare for someone to approach her with such a proposition. Before Luo Qing could finish his thought, Su Shiqing anticipated his intentions. "You wish to trade for supplies?" "Indeed," Luo Qing nodded, speaking rapidly. "The base is on the brink of a zombie tide. Without adequate supplies, we cannot sustain ourselves. Sister, you must still possess substantial resources. I recall that gold and crystal cores are negotiable, correct? I can promise you 70% of the crystal cores obtained during this upcoming tide, and once it passes, I can help you gather gold. Would you accept this trade?" He concluded, casting a nervous glance at Su Shiqing. For the hopes of the entire base rested upon her decision, which was of utmost significance. Su Shiqing refrained from responding hastily, instead probing. "Even if I provide you with supplies, do you have confidence that you can weather this zombie tide?" "I do." A hoarse voice chimed in from the side. Huang Ying and Apos, still kneeling and clutching the body, spoke with a hint of sobbing. "There are still thousands of first and second tier abilities in the base. If we ensure the ordinary people are well fed, they can contribute to our fighting strength. As for the high tier abilities, Luo Qing is one, Lu Qifeng is another, and I count myself among them. I also qualify." Ning Xinian added in a calm tone. "Good brother." Luo Qing patted Ning Xinian's shoulder, choosing not to elaborate further. That makes precisely 4 of us, stationed at the northeast and southwest of the base, which gives us a fighting chance. Huanging and Appos, aware of Ning Xinyan's prowess, slightly nodded in agreement. Wait a moment, wasn't Lu Qifeng unconscious? A realization dawned upon Su Shiqing, and she turned her gaze to Huanging and Appos. Or with surprise, you are also a high-tier ability user? Huanging and Appos, pressed her lips together, forcing a smile. I'm a 3rd-tier wind ability user. I hadn't mentioned it before. This was her strength, yet also the source of her tragedy. Luo Qing took the opportunity to continue. Lu Qifeng has just regained consciousness. Though still somewhat weak, the physical constitution of ability users is generally robust. With Yi Xiaoyan and Shaoqi assisting her, there should be no issues. With arrangements in place, the only question remaining was whether Su Shiqing would be willing to provide the supplies. Su Shiqing hesitated, glancing at and ran beside her. Observing her sister's innocent and bewildered expression, she murmured, to be frank, the risks of this trade are considerable. I may end up with nothing and lose my life in the process. However, it also presents an opportunity for immense wealth overnight. I can absorb crystal cores without limit, which means that with sufficient cores, I could easily break through. Opportunities like this during a zombie tide are rare. One must seek fortune amidst danger. I am inclined to take the chance. I have one request, if I agree. I want you to ensure that you will escort and Ran and me away if I discover that you cannot withstand the zombie tide, Su Shiqing stated resolutely, leaving no room for dissent. Their lives would always take precedence. For a moment, no one spoke. Not from reluctance, but from the realization that even someone as capable as Luo Qing could hardly guarantee escape amid a zombie onslaught. I agree, Ning Xinyan suddenly spoke. His tone as calm as ever, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of assurance. Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow. Are you confident? Ning Xinyan raised his hand. Blue-purple lightning crackling in his palm, more solid than before. I fortuitously broke through to the 4th tier a few days ago. I am confident. The 4th tier. Surprise flickered in the eyes of the others present, aside from Huanging and Appos. He was the only 4th tier ability user in the base. Then, in that case, Su Shiqing waved her hand, and a mountain of biscuits and water materialized before her. I will proceed with this deal. While it was evident that Su Shiqing possessed substantial resources, Luo Qing had not expected her to single-handedly bear the entire financial burden of the base until he witnessed the supplies multiplying before him, nearly filling the available space. My goodness. Luo Qing swallowed hard, noticing Su Shiqing had yet to cease her conjuration. Wait. Stop. There is no more room. Upon hearing his plea, Su Shiqing paused, pondering for a moment before a smile broke across her face. I believe, aside from biscuits, bread, and water, you might require a few additional items. As her words fell, potatoes, vegetables, tomatoes, and various other produce appeared out of thin air, leaving those around her utterly astonished. Chapter 58. Supermarket abilities. No one could recall the last time they had seen fresh vegetables. At this moment, as they watched the potatoes and tomatoes roll on the ground, everyone was left speechless in astonishment. Little sister. Luo Qing opened his mouth, took a while to gather his thoughts, and finally spoke in a dazed tone. You truly must be a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, right? How else could one explain this miraculous scene? Ning Xinyan, usually composed, also revealed a hint of surprise in his gaze, looking at Su Shiqing with curiosity and inquiry. He realized that the more he interacted with her, the more mysterious her abilities appeared, stirring an itch of intrigue within him. Su Shiqing collected some of the items in front of her. After all, it was not practical to leave them scattered in the street. Then turned to Luo Qing and said, I want to concern myself with other matters. You can always come to me for food, water, and alcohol wipes. Her tone was calm and collected, as if managing the expenses of a base was no daunting task for her. Upon hearing this, Luo Qing managed to pull himself together from his shock and nodded seriously. He had numerous tasks at hand, such as organizing the remaining abilities users in the base and rallying ordinary people to join the battlefield without causing panic. Time was of the essence, so he did not linger, swiftly departing with Shaoqi. Huanging Air followed behind, carrying the corpse without any objection from Su Shiqing, as it was her grandfather. Soon, only Su Shiqing and Ran and Ning Xinyan remained in the open space. And Ran, clutching a tomato she had picked up from the ground, had her mouth slightly agape, clearly tempted. Observing this, Su Shiqing approached and retrieved a washed tomato from her space, placing it in Ran's arms. Here, and Ran, eat this, it's clean. The tomato was vibrant and plump, requiring both of Ran and Appos, hands to hold it securely. She tiptoed and extended her hand towards Shiqing. You take the first bite, sister. Unable to suppress a smile, Shiqing squatted down, gently caressing Ran's small face, and took a tiny bite from the tomato. Ran cares the most for her sister. Seeing Shiqing eat, Ran beamed and retracted her hand to take small bites. The sweet and tangy juice burst in her mouth, accompanied by the fresh aroma of the vegetable, far surpassing the dry taste of biscuits and bread, and it was more nutritious. Watching Ran savor the tomato with her eyes squinting in delight brought Shiqing much joy. However, when she looked up, she met Ning Si Nian's probing gaze. Where did you acquire these vegetables? Ning Si Nian, straightforward as always, asked directly. At times, one couldn't help but marvel at how some individuals might be intellectually gifted yet emotionally unaware. I want to hide it from you, Shiqing replied earnestly. These items were produced through my abilities. Abilities? Ning Si Nian furrowed his brow. After researching abilities for so long, he had never heard of one that could conjure such an abundance of vegetables. Indeed, Shiqing affirmed with a serious nod, inventively fabricating nonsense. I do not possess spatial abilities. Rather, I have a mutated ability that is unique to me, which I call the supermarket ability. Ning Si Nian. Supermarket ability, as the name suggests, connects to a supermarket, allowing me to freely procure supplies from within. Ning Si Nian's expression shifted from confusion to bewilderment. What kind of ability was this? Why had he never heard of it before? Was Shiqing attempting to deceive him? Yet when he looked up, he saw her earnest and sincere expression, as if she were genuinely introducing him to this extraordinary ability, alleviating much of his initial doubt. However, he still found it rather absurd. Ning Si Nian had encountered numerous abilities, ranging from the fundamental elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, to those enhancing specific physical traits, and even many mutated abilities, particularly those related to the mental realm. But the supermarket ability? Did such an ability truly exist? Shiqing, however, did not afford him the opportunity to ponder further. Noticing his hesitance, she swiftly changed the subject. By the way, aren't you responsible for security at one section of the base? Considering the time, the zombie tide is approaching. Shouldn't you be leaving? This remark jolted Ning Si Nian back to reality. He glanced at the two sisters before nodding slightly. You both should come with me. If the situation turns dire, I can evacuate you at once. Upon reflection, Shiqing agreed without reservation. The trio headed towards the base's perimeter, where they observed a bustling crowd in the outer area. The fireball conjured by Luoqing's fire abilities served as the most prominent marker, suspended in midair. The cacophony of voices filled the air, yet Luoqing's voice, amplified through a loudspeaker, firmly suppressed all others. From a distance, Shiqing observed this scene, pondering, can this fellow really rally the people within the base? Ning Si Nian merely cast a glance in that direction before withdrawing his gaze. You can trust him. Luoqing is one of the most influential ability users in the base. Partly due to Luoqing and Appos' cheerful demeanor and partly because he genuinely considered the welfare of the base and Appos' inhabitants, he was among the few who truly cared. Each time Luoqing's team ventured out for supplies, a significant portion was allocated to the ordinary people in the base. If anyone faced difficulties, he would do his utmost to assist. Is that so? Shiqing narrowed her eyes, recalling how he had promptly helped her deal with Mo Bing, nodding in contemplation. If she were in Luoqing's position, navigating life in the apocalypse, she would not have been as generous, she would only consider her own survival. Nonetheless, this did not diminish her admiration for such individuals. Lost in thought, Shiqing suddenly felt a gentle tug at her clothing. Looking down, she met Ran's hesitant gaze. Sensing that Ran had something to express, Shiqing grasped her small hand and inquired, what is it? Sister Ran raised her other hand, palm glowing with a soft, gentle light. I want to help. Her simple declaration drew Ning Si Nian's attention, causing him to glance sideways. Gently tightening her grip on Ran's hand, Shiqing frowned slightly and crouched down, speaking softly. Why, Ran? You are still young. You don't need to be involved in such dangerous matters. But I want to share the burden with my sister. Ran looked down at the luminous glow in her palm. Fighting zombies can be dangerous, but I can help heal the injured uncles and aunts. I want to be in danger, sister. Chapter 59. The fairy sister. The healing abilities do not necessitate direct confrontation with zombies. In a sense, there is indeed minimal danger. However, Ning Si Nian sensed that Shiqing would not acquiesce. He understood clearly how significant Ran was to Shiqing. She would never allow her sister to encounter any potential peril. remaining in the base, facing the zombie tide, was already Su Shiqing and Apos' final line of defense. Would she really permit her sister to join the fight against the undead? Although the base was currently in dire need of ability users, particularly healers, as far as Ningxian knew, only one second-tier healer remained within the base. Nevertheless, he believed that persuading Anren to join was utterly futile. However, Su Shiqing fell silent for a moment before gently ruffling Anren's hair. "Do you genuinely wish to help?" Anren nodded vigorously. She was diligently enhancing her abilities and yearned to contribute rather than remain a burden under her sister and Apos' protection. In this apocalyptic world, relying solely on her sister and Apos' safeguarding would only tire her out. Su Shiqing and Apos' gaze was unfathomable, momentarily shrouded in mystery. Yet her eyes remained as tender as ever when they fell upon Anren. "If you wish to go, then go." Her voice was soft yet resolute. Ningxian misjudged the situation. He failed to comprehend. Instinctively, he glanced at Su Shiqing, only to find her smiling gently, her expression composed. However, Anren must promise not to overexert herself. "If you feel fatigued, take a rest," Su Shiqing earnestly cautioned. "Do not push yourself too hard, or else next time, I might not allow you to assist." "Yea, you and Apos, re the best, sister," Anren exclaimed, throwing her arms around Su Shiqing, her sweet smile illuminating her youthful charm. She then skipped ahead. While Su Shiqing intended to inform Luo Qing, suddenly, Ningxian spoke up. Why agree to let Anren go? His eyes, obscured behind glasses, reflected a complex array of emotions, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. "I thought you would hesitate." "What a question." Su Shiqing chuckled, shaking her head as her gaze fixed upon the exuberant figure of Anren ahead. "If Anren wishes to go, then she can certainly do so. Anren is my sister. She holds immense importance to me. Out of selfishness, I prefer she avoids any danger, but that is my desire, not hers. Just as a pair of devoted parents hopes for their child's safety and happiness, the path is ultimately theirs to tread. And all parents can do is provide support from behind. Though I am her sister, the principle remains the same. If Anren desires to go, then she shall go. And whatever remains, I shall manage. I shall be her source of strength." Su Shiqing gestured as if framing Anren and Apos' figure with her hands, her lips curving into a soft smile. "My sister only needs to grow up happily." Following Anren, she remained oblivious to Ningxian, who stood rooted in place after hearing her words. A source of strength for a child? Ningxian lowered his gaze, staring at his own palm, lost in silence. Do such parents truly exist in this world? At least he had never encountered one, yet he had witnessed such a sister. It must be said that Luo Qing possessed formidable charisma. By the time Su Shiqing and the others approached, the surrounding crowd had fallen almost entirely silent. The 5 members of Luo Qing's team stood in unison atop a platform constructed of vines, their heads illuminated by a blazing fireball, casting the only light to pierce the darkness. "The zombie tide is upon us. There is no escape. We must confront it." Some expressed concern, lamenting the base's lack of provisions. "What do we have to fight the zombies with? There is plenty, I can assure you. We may perish at the hands of the undead, but we will never starve." Standing at the edge of the crowd, Su Shiqing felt a sense of foreboding as Luo Qing's gaze swept over the assembly, landing squarely on her. "Indeed. In the next moment, the fairy sister shall bring us boundless supplies. We shall not suffer from hunger. We will have ample food and water." Hearing the title fairy sister once more, Su Shiqing could hardly suppress her impulse to roll her eyes. Just then, a familiar force tugged at her waist. A vine lifted her effortlessly, placing her precisely atop the platform. Su Shiqing. "Luo Qing, our fairy will lead us to victory." Su Shiqing closed her eyes, resigning herself to the chaos. "This is hopeless. Let it be destroyed." Who had initiated such an embarrassing title? With a blank expression, Su Shiqing suddenly felt a nudge on her arm. Turning her head, she saw Luo Qing winking at her. "Hey, little sister, give us a hand and show everyone the supplies." With a resigned sigh, she gazed at the emaciated faces below. Raising her hand, she snapped her fingers. An avalanche of biscuits, bread, and bottled water cascaded down like rain, accumulating into a small mountain atop the platform. The crowd below, witnessing this spectacle, erupted into joyous exclamations after a moment of stunned silence. "Food. Water. We are saved. My goodness, so much. This could sustain 4 or 5 bases. A miracle. This is truly a miracle. She must be a reincarnated fairy. Long live the fairy." In the apocalypse, food and water symbolized life, embodying hope for survival. The previously stagnant crowd, upon witnessing the abundance of supplies, ignited a fervent desire for life within countless eyes. Luo Qing achieved his desired effect. Yet Su Shiqing felt utterly mortified. Yet, inexplicably, as she observed the tearful eyes of the crowd, her heart stirred. Perhaps for her, these provisions were merely trifles easily obtained in modern times, but for those in this desolate world, they represented hope for survival. Su Shiqing had brought hope to them. Perhaps in their eyes, she truly resembled a benevolent fairy. Of course, it would be preferable if that title ceased to exist. She was on the verge of social death. The crowd below was ecstatic, but how to calm their emotions and direct their actions was no longer Su Shiqing and Appos' concern. She turned to Luo Qing directly. Are you in need of healing ability users? Huh? Luo Qing was momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded vigorously. Yes, we are desperately short. There is only one second-tier healer in the base. When we confront the zombie tide, we are sure to have many injured. I can provide you one. Luo Qing regarded Su Shiqing, hesitating. But, little sister, you aren't an Appos' healer, are you? I am not, Su Shiqing replied calmly, shaking her head. But my sister is. Chapter 60, a foreboding sense clang. The loudspeaker in Luo Qing's hand fell to the ground, causing Su Shiqing to furrow her brows. Swallowing hard, Luo Qing felt as though he had misheard. What? You want to bring whom? My sister, Anren, Su Shiqing reiterated. My goodness. Luo Qing was acutely aware of Anren and Appos' significance in Su Shiqing and Appos' heart. He had heard whispers of Wang Jian and Appos' fate. Su Shiqing's intervention had rendered him utterly untraceable within the base. Was it true that such a precious gem was coming to assist? What are you so anxious about? Seeing Luo Qing remain silent for too long, Su Shiqing frowned. My sister is coming to help. I'm not worried at all. I merely wanted to inform you that I will personally ensure Anren and Appos' safety, Su Shiqing added with a hint of amusement, shaking her head in exasperation. What a reaction. It made her seem like a sister complex. Although, perhaps she indeed was. Well, thank you then, big sister. Luo Qing chuckled awkwardly. Don't thank me. Thank Anren. It and Appos' her wish to come help. Su Shiqing was not one to overshadow her sister and Appos' contributions. After pondering for a moment, Luo Qing finally managed to stammer. Then, should I conjure a fireball for the child to play with? Whose child plays with fireballs? Su Shiqing was left speechless. She had no desire to remain on stage. Being called a fairy sister, and quickly found an opportunity to descend, seeking out Ning Xinian and Anren at the edge of the crowd. Sister, the little girl's face was clearly stifling laughter, her cheeks flushed, seemingly on the verge of bursting into giggles. Go ahead and laugh, Su Shiqing said with resignation, pinching the little girl's cheek. If you hold it in too long, your sister will be concerned. Fairy sister, Ning Xinian couldn't help but chuckle from the side, wondering who had come up with such a title. All right, enough of that. Let Appos' go, and please, let Appos' not dwell on this. Su Shiqing covered her face, urging them to leave. The base and Appos' walls had been constructed by Earth-type ability users. The trio approached the northern wall. This was the area Ning Xinian would oversee, and also the direction from which the zombie horde would arrive. In the distance, a writhing black line could be seen approaching, and with sharper eyesight, one might even discern flecks of crimson. Ning Xinian carefully removed his gold-rimmed glasses, tucking them away, then gazed at the approaching line, speaking softly, we are fortunate. I do not sense any high-level zombies. That was one of the few pieces of good news. Standing nearby, Su Shiqing felt the wind rustling her coat. One hand tucked in her pocket while the other held Anren and Appos'. She stared at the impending zombie tide, lost in thought. During those modern days, she had not been idle. She sensed her abilities had seemingly broken through a barrier, reaching a second-tier level. Su Shiqing yearned to test the extent of her growth in this impending confrontation with the zombies. As for Anren, she had already coordinated with Luo Qing to primarily tend to the injured in the northern region, conveniently allowing Su Shiqing to ensure her sister and Appos' safety. This was Anren's first time witnessing such a vast number of zombies, thick and uncountable, advancing towards the base like a relentless tide, making the base appear so diminutive in comparison. Her face paled slightly, but upon glancing at Su Shiqing beside her, Anren felt reassured. With her sister present, there was nothing to fear. Gradually, a few figures ascended the northern wall, nervously positioning themselves behind Ning Xinian. Dr. Ning, we are here to assist you, sent by Captain Luo Qing. Given that Ning Xinian was the strongest among them, Luo Qing had not dispatched many ability users. Ning Xinian merely nodded, his gaze sweeping over their faces. Your primary objective is to ensure your own safety. Understood. Each individual held the recently distributed supplies, their pallor still ashen, yet their spirits visibly lifted. Among the supplies, they were pleasantly surprised to find fresh tomatoes and potatoes. It was known that since the apocalypse, fresh vegetables had been a rare sight. And today they had unexpectedly encountered and even tasted them. Luo Qing had not concealed this at all, attributing all the credit to Su Shiqing. Consequently, Su Shiqing's reputation within the base reached unprecedented heights. For instance, at this moment, look, it's Fairy Su. Fairy Su is here too. Some sharp-eyed individuals spotted Su Shiqing holding Anren and could not help but exclaim in surprise. Upon hearing this title, Su Shiqing involuntarily stiffened. With a resigned sigh, she turned and greeted them with a smile. You may call me Su Shiqing. Having tidied herself earlier, her smile was enchanting, her eyes sparkling with mischief, making her appear even more fairy-like, captivating those around her. Due to good nutrition, Su Shiqing and Anren appeared healthier than many others in the base, one exuding sweetness, the other an air of mystery and cunning. Ning Xinian's gaze lingered on Su Shiqing's face for a moment, slightly dazed, but he quickly averted his eyes, reminding everyone. Stay vigilant. The zombie tide is approaching. Just as Su Shiqing was about to say something, she suddenly halted. Furrowing her brows, she scanned the surroundings. An unsettling feeling rising within her, as if something were lurking in the shadows, observing her. That sensation of being watched flickered and vanished swiftly. So quick that Su Shiqing almost dismissed it as a figment of her imagination. Yet, she remained on high alert. Her sensitivity, enhanced by her spatial abilities, was far superior to others, and she trusted her instincts would not betray her. However, there were indeed no suspicious individuals around, with Ning Xinian, a fourth-tier ability user present. Who would dare to cause trouble? Sister? Noticing Su Shiqing and Appo's troubled expression, Anren tugged at her sleeve with concern. Taking a deep breath, Su Shiqing retrieved a candy from her spatial pocket and popped it into Anren and Appo's mouth. It and Appo's fine. Remember what I told you. Don't overexert yourself, don't hide anything, and prioritize your safety. Anren solemnly raised 3 fingers, grinning as she affirmed, I and Appo's, got it. Looking at her sister and Appo's beaming smile, Su Shiqing felt an inexplicable sense of unease grow rather than diminish, her brows knitting together unconsciously. She cast a distant glance at the approaching horde of zombies. Trepidation filled her dark eyes, causing her heart to race involuntarily. It felt as though something dreadful was about to transpire. Chapter 61. Acquaintances. This was the first time Su Shiqing truly recognized the formidable lethality of lightning abilities. As the horde of zombies approached the base, still a few hundred meters away, Ning Xinian made the first move. Brilliant blue-purple lightning illuminated the sky, striking down relentlessly upon the densely packed undead below. The low-level zombies, mere first and second tiers, could not withstand such overwhelming power, disintegrating into ash almost instantaneously. However, the sheer number of zombies was not to be underestimated. Even with such a devastating ability, their relentless advance could not be halted. Other ability users joined the fray, unleashing an array of skills that dazzled the onlookers. Some enhanced individuals even leaped down from the walls, relying on their immunity to the zombie virus to engage in close combat. Ordinary people were not idle either. Upon witnessing the horde, they realized they were fighting for their lives. If they could not withstand the onslaught, they would perish here. Su Shiqing, however, remained calm. Sensing a subtle feeling of being watched that she knew was no mere illusion, she extended her hand, manipulating the tendrils of her powers to rescue injured ability users from their skirmishes with the zombies, pulling them back to safety atop the walls. Anren stood beside her, gently stroking the wounds of those who were brought back. It doesn't hurt, she murmured softly, her eyes wide with trepidation as she looked at a man whose abdomen had been nearly pierced by a zombie and Appo's claws. Yet, she reached out, her palms glowing with a gentle light that caressed the horrifying wound, forming a delicate layer of dried blood. Such a brave little girl, the man thought, feeling his heart soften as he observed Anren and Appo's earnestness in treating his injury. Despite his pallid complexion, he ruffled her hair affectionately. Su Shiqing, noticing the treatment of the grievous wound, furrowed her brow slightly and offered Anren a few crystal cores. Anren, absorb these, they will replenish your abilities. As they spoke, the corner of Su Shiqing and Appo's eye caught sight of 3 furtive figures making their way toward the base. Her eyes narrowed as she glanced at Ning Xinian. who was fully engrossed in combating the ceaseless horde. After contemplating for a moment, she stood up and followed the three shadowy figures. Han, brother Han. Is it really all right for us to sneak away like this? One of them whispered, apprehensive. Of course. Do you really want to face the zombie horde head-on? While everyone is distracted, we should make our escape. The supplies we just received will sustain us for a while, and with our abilities, we can thrive anywhere. Only a fool would think of confronting the zombies directly. As the trio crept deeper into the base, they exchanged hushed words. Their voices low enough for Shiqing to overhear. Oh, familiar faces. From her concealed position in the shadows, Shiqing observed Han Dingtian and his two companions attempting to distance themselves from the battlefield, her eyes narrowing with intrigue. Planning to abscond with my supplies? Such a fortunate endeavor is unlikely to succeed. As Han Dingtian grumbled to himself, the ground beneath him suddenly shifted, causing him to pause momentarily. In the next instant, emerald tendrils erupted from the earth. Shit. Han Dingtian's pupils dilated as he instinctively retreated a few steps. Had he hesitated any longer, the sturdy tendrils would have speared him through. Who was there? Chang Ling exclaimed, quickly scanning the area. He froze upon seeing a figure emerge from the shadows. Surprise. Shiqing stepped into view. A slight smile playing on her lips as she regarded the trio, her eyes glinting with coldness. Where are you three headed? The moment they realized it was Shiqing, the expressions of the three shifted dramatically. The memory of their previous encounter was vivid in their minds. Han Dingtian instinctively stepped back, only to remember that their escape route was now blocked by the tendrils. Shiqing, what do you want? Han Dingtian stammered, swallowing hard. I have no particular intentions. Shiqing replied, a Swiss Army knife appearing in her hand as her fingers deftly toyed with it. I warned you before. It would be wise to keep your distance from me and my sister. Should we meet again, I will not hesitate to end your lives. Upon hearing this, the faces of the three contorted with fear. They had indeed been avoiding Shiqing, yet now she had come to confront them. Han Dingtian felt a wave of panic wash over him. He was acutely aware of the cold steel at his throat and dared not move. They hadn't even unleashed their abilities yet, and they were already at her mercy. Please, don't kill us, he pleaded, gritting his teeth. You know we're all ability users. The base needs people right now with the zombie horde attacking. Oh, so you do have some wit. Using the scarcity of manpower to threaten me, Shiqing remarked coolly. However, she remained unmoved, her tone frosty. Three of you cannot even match one of me. The base would suffer no loss if you were gone. Han Dingtian and Appo's movements froze at her words. This doesn't make sense. The base is in dire need of personnel. Shouldn't she let us go for the greater good? His desperation surged. He did not wish to die. As the pressure of the knife against his neck intensified, Han Dingtian was completely unnerved. No, please. We are of use. We truly are. Even if we are not the strongest, we are still ability users. Keeping us around must have its benefits. Is that so? Shiqing hummed noncommittally, seemingly weighing their worth. The base indeed needed manpower, and she had never intended to eliminate them entirely. However, she knew they were not trustworthy, without instilling a sense of fear in them. It would be impossible to ensure the safety of the base. I will be watching you three closely. Do not entertain any treacherous thoughts, for I will not hesitate to execute you on the spot if you do. Chapter 62. Be cautious, and ran. Yes. Having narrowly escaped danger, Han Dingtian wore a grim expression, hardly daring to voice any dissent. He had come to realize that the woman before him was not one to show mercy. She truly seemed indifferent to the opinions of others and would not hesitate to take a life on the spot. Observing Han Dingtian and his two subordinates scurrying towards the base's wall, Shiqing finally withdrew her gaze. She was not one to meddle in others' affairs, but the survival of this base directly affected her significant business transaction, and she wished to avoid any major blunders. After all, Shiqing was someone who would consume anything, except for losses. Having dealt with the three minor henchmen, Shiqing intended to return to the wall to assess the current situation. Upon climbing onto the wall, her instinct led her to seek in Rand's figure. There she found the young girl in a brown coat, diligently tending to the injuries of the wounded nearby. Her complexion not looking too pale, indicating that her energy had not been greatly depleted. All right, it won't end Appo's hurt anymore, and Rand said, retracting her hand and smiling at the injured girl. Do take care of your wound. The girl, her head bowed, concealed her expression. Thank you. The girl spoke softly, but as her voice rose suddenly, she lunged towards and ran in a moment of unanticipated aggression, her hands raised, aiming to viciously twist in Rand's neck. And ran. Before Shiqing could fully form a smile, Her pupils constricted at the sight, and she raised her hand to use vines to bridge the gap between them. But clearly, time was not on her side, and Ran and Appos' face drained of color as she stared at the approaching hands, unable to react in time. Be careful. The man whose abdomen had been pierced earlier emerged from somewhere, shoving and Ran aside and swiftly subduing the assailant girl. The force of his action caused the scab on his wound to burst open, pain contorting his features, blood spraying forth, yet he did not relent, firmly pinning the girl to the ground. And Ran, having been pushed away, rolled twice before being embraced by the rushing Su Shiqing. Ran, are you all right? Ran? Su Shiqing and Appos' grip on her sister trembled slightly, her complexion nearly dripping with distress, the murderous intent in her eyes barely concealed. I and Appos, am fine, and Ran is fine. Though Ran's face had paled slightly from the shock of the moment, she still clung to Su Shiqing. Sister, I am okay. The commotion attracted Ning Snian's attention, who hurled another thunderbolt towards the encroaching zombies and hurried over. Goodness, how could someone be so heartless as to attack such a young girl? The man restraining the female assailant grimaced in pain, disbelief etched on his face. The girl he held down seemed to awaken from a daze, her body trembling as she gasped for breath. Her expression shifted from confusion to terror, as if she suddenly recalled her earlier actions, her face paling. No, it wasn't me. She fervently shook her head, unable to move under the man's hold. I didn't mean to harm the little sister. It wasn't me, I swear. As one of the only two healers in the base, and Ran tirelessly treated the wounded, earning a significant amount of affection from those around her. Now, witnessing someone attacking Ran, the onlookers regarded the girl with a glint of hostility. Ning Snian quickly grasped the situation, observing the distressed Su Shiqing embracing Ran. His gaze sharpening, he understood how much Su Shiqing cherished her sister. Seeing someone harm Ran would undoubtedly ignite her desire for vengeance. What do you intend to do? Ning Snian inquired, skilled in combat but finding it challenging to navigate interpersonal conflicts. He opted for a direct question to Su Shiqing. Sister. And Ran looked up, her eyes wide with apprehension, clearly perceiving the chilling resolve in her sister and Appos' gaze. Taking a deep breath, Su Shiqing disregarded the girl entirely and stated coldly, it was not her. Her words momentarily stunned everyone, including Ning Snian. Su Shiqing then turned her attention to the horde of zombies gathering not far from the wall. Despite having slain countless, the tide showed no signs of abating. Not only did it not diminish, but it appeared that the number of zombies never wavered. As if no matter how many they killed, fresh hordes continuously emerged. Recalling the earlier sensation of being watched, Su Shiqing pressed her lips together. I suspect that there exists a higher-level zombie within this horde. Ning Snian paused, and before he could retort, Su Shiqing continued. A high-level psychic zombie. Psychic? This was a notably rare type of ability, yet Ning Snian had encountered it before. He had once witnessed an illusion created by a psychic and was aware of its intricacies. If a psychic zombie existed, it might indeed conceal its advanced aura. But how do you deduce that? Ning Snian gestured to the subdued girl. Is it solely because of what she said, as if under mental control? What if she is merely pretending? Because this zombie tide is peculiar. Su Shiqing shook her head slightly. Low-level zombies possess no intellect. They wander aimlessly in search of food. However, observing the current horde, regardless of how many we slay, the number seems unchanging, with more zombies continuously converging from afar. This indicates the presence of a being capable of summoning low-level zombies. It can call its companions. Upon hearing this, others on the wall turned their gazes toward the horde below. The bodies of the zombies had already piled high, and the offensive of the horde showed no signs of waning. As Su Shiqing had stated, the number of zombies appeared to remain constant. Ning Snian regarded Su Shiqing with surprise, astonished by her keen observation. Even in the face of danger to her sister, Su Shiqing maintained her cold, analytical mindset. Ning Snian did not doubt Ran's importance to Su Shiqing, but silently marveled at her temperament, which was chillingly composed. However, Su Shiqing was not as calm as she appeared, perhaps because Ran was the sole healer in the northern part of the base. She had been marked as a prime target by the high-level zombies. Yet, Su Shiqing was not inclined to ponder the reasons. Her heart screamed, eliminated. Destroy the zombie that dared to threaten her sister. Su Shiqing's gaze turned icy, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. One could almost perceive the chilling intent for murder in her eyes. Chapter 63. Truly insane as Su Shiqing observed the unsettling expression on her face. Ning Snian furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of concern in his eyes. Calm down, he urged. I am calm, Su Shiqing replied, her smile devoid of warmth as she clutched Anrin tightly in her arms. Her gaze was fixed coldly on the horde of zombies below the surrounding walls. I will personally slay that zombie. The psychic type is not so easily dealt with. Ning Xinyan shook his head. It lurks among the horde, and we cannot pinpoint its location for now. We must remain composed. The hidden enemy was undoubtedly a formidable presence, and it was evident that Su Shiqing was visibly enraged. Anger can cloud one's judgment. I have said, I am calm. Su Shiqing stood tall, though one hand remained firmly grasping Anrin, as if fearing that something might happen if her sister slipped from her sight. At that moment, Anrin sensed her sister and Apos' unusual emotions and obediently stood aside, her gaze occasionally drifting to the side. The man with the gaping wound had released the girl, yet blood continued to pour from him. His expression remained unchanged. And when he caught Anrin and Apos' glance, he even grinned foolishly. Ning Xinyan hesitated for a moment, studying Su Shiqing. What do you intend to do? Assist me. Su Shiqing replied without hesitation, her tone markedly altered as she gestured with her chin toward him. Wherever my vines emerge, throw the thunderball in that direction. Upon hearing this, Ning Xinyan frowned, somewhat perplexed by her reasoning. Why? Just listen to me. Su Shiqing's face was cold, indicating her desire not to engage in further discussion. Anrin, feeling anxious, tugged at her sister and Apos' hand. Sister, I truly am fine. Su Shiqing gently caressed Anrin and Apos' small face, her expression softening slightly. This is a different matter. Your well-being is merely due to luck, but that zombie deserves to die. Daring to harm her sister, Su Shiqing was determined to ensure that the perpetrator paid the price, regardless of the cost. Ning Xinyan did not comprehend Su Shiqing and Apos' thoughts, yet he pursed his lips, nodding without hesitation. Very well, I shall follow your lead. He trusted Su Shiqing and Apos' judgment, and even if she erred, he was confident in his ability to handle the situation. Everyone else, continue with your tasks. Ning Xinyan instructed the others around them in a calm voice, before moving beside Su Shiqing. He raised his hand, the energy of thunder crackling within his palm. Let us begin. Su Shiqing approached the wall and Apos' edge, casting her gaze down upon the horde of zombies. She extended her palm downward, grasping the air above her thick vines. As robust as several men combined, erupted from the ground. Even amidst the encircling horde, they were strikingly conspicuous. Ning Xinyan's expression shifted. Such vines will greatly deplete your abilities. With your current second-tier level, you will exhaust your powers in no time. Turning his head, he noticed that Su Shiqing had somehow grasped a crystal core with her other hand, consuming her energy while simultaneously drawing power from the core placed an immense burden on her body. Seeing Su Shiqing's complexion slightly pale, Ning Xinyan opened his mouth but ultimately fell silent, tossing a thunderball at the base of the vines. Instantly, the zombies near the vines were reduced to ashes. Su Shiqing did not pause for a moment. Upon witnessing this, she retracted the vine and summoned another robust one in a different direction. Ning Xinyan's thunderball followed closely behind. As yet another wave of zombies was incinerated, Ning Xinyan regarded Su Shiqing thoughtfully. He seemed to grasp her intentions. The most apparent distinction between lower-tier and higher-tier zombies lies in their cognitive abilities. Lower-tier zombies charge forward blindly, showing no reaction even when vines rise beside them. In contrast, higher-tier zombies, upon witnessing the previous two waves, instinctively recognize that where the vines ascend, deadly lightning shall soon follow, a lethal threat beyond their capacity to withstand. Thus, they instinctively evade. Su Shiqing's gaze remained fixed on the horde, her focus unwavering as she monitored each zombie near the vines, assessing whether they would dodge. Simultaneously, observing the movements of the entire horde proved exceedingly difficult. Therefore, Su Shiqing used the vines as markers, narrowing her focus to systematically eliminate them. It would not be long before the higher-tier zombie revealed a flaw. However, for a second-tier ability user like Su Shiqing, this exertion was tremendous. As she depleted her energy while absorbing the crystal core's power and simultaneously tracking the zombie's movements, she felt a throbbing pain in her temples. Yet, her face remained expressionless, undeterred by the vines, as she exerted every effort to uncover the zombie and Apos' whereabouts. After an indeterminate number of thunderballs had fallen, at last, the higher-tier zombie exposed a vulnerability. I found you, they both exclaimed in unison, fixating on the figure that moved with remarkable agility among the horde, evading the onslaught. However, as Su Shiqing gazed at the distant figure of the zombie, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. Wan. Ji. In. The zombie's silhouette gradually merged with the image of her uncle in her memory, and Su Shiqing felt as if she might shatter her teeth, each word erupting from her lips with force. When she had seen Su Xiaoping and Wang Xiaoming at the base and Appos, in trance, she had wondered where her beloved uncle had gone. She had entertained the thought that he might have abandoned his wife and children to flee alone, yet she had never envisioned encountering him again in such a dire context. Transformed into a zombie, he had somehow awakened psychic powers and even evolved into a higher-tier zombie. Su Shiqing could not fathom what he had endured in just a few short days. At this moment, both old grievances and new animosities surged within her heart. And the murderous intent on Su Shiqing's face was almost impossible to conceal. No wonder he targeted Anren first. Su Shiqing had believed it to be a scheme. But it turned out she had overestimated him. Wang Jian? Upon hearing Su Shiqing's voice, Ning Xinyan paused, recognizing the zombie as well. Though its skin was a sickly blue-black and a significant portion of its body was decayed, it was undeniably Wang Jian's form. Before Ning Xinyan could utter a word, Su Shiqing suddenly leaped down from the wall. "Sister!" Anren cried out in alarm. Su Shiqing. Ning Xinyan was equally startled. He had not anticipated her daring such a move and quickly looked down. There she was, with a clear target, heading straight for the heart of the zombie horde, where Wang Ji and Appos resided. Truly insane. Ning Xinyan clenched his teeth, a storm of conflict surging within him. Ultimately, he resigned himself, closing his eyes and leaping down after her. Chapter 64. Cooperation. Ning Xinyan was acutely aware that as long as the high-level psychic zombie remained, the tide of the undead would never cease. Thus, the moment Su Shiqing leaped down, he followed suit, landing firmly on the ground. Once on the same level as the horde, the boundary became indistinguishable. The zombies surrounded them, creating an impenetrable wall. Ning Xinyan raised his hand and swiftly dispatched several zombies lunging towards him, scanning the area for Su Shiqing and Appos' figure. The verdant vines stood out starkly against the dark mass of zombies, rising like countless tendrils to ensnare Su Shiqing's waist, directing her toward the high-level zombie. To command fellow zombies, one must be at least a third-tier entity. Although psychic zombies may lack in offensive power, their control capabilities are formidable. Was Su Shiqing truly intending to confront the horde single-handedly? Was this a reckless gamble with her life? Su Shiqing, Ning Xinyan called out, attempting to draw her attention while fending off the low-level zombies attacking him. His lightning abilities were devastating. Yet they would not allow him to reach the heart of the zombie tide swiftly. He could only hope to negotiate with Su Shiqing, urging her to refrain from acting until he arrived. In the next moment, a vine shot up and ensnared Ning Xinyan's waist. Before he could react, it hurled him into the air, and just as a zombie was about to sever the vine, he was flung towards Su Shiqing. The world spun around him. He felt the rush of wind, disoriented as if caught in a washing machine. Yet, at the last moment before he plunged into the horde below, Su Shiqing skillfully caught his hand. Realizing the urgency of the situation, she glanced at his grim expression, feeling a twinge of guilt. She understood how disorienting that maneuver was for him. Ning Xinyan closed his eyes, seemingly too exhausted to complain, finally managing to utter, "Where did you learn such chaotic uses of your abilities?" However, the results were immediate. The vine supporting both Su Shiqing and Ning Xinyan was thick enough to withstand the zombies and Appos' onslaught for a while, and they had just reached the center of the tide, where the psychic zombie lurked nearby. Focusing his mind, Ning Xinyan squinted at the zombie that was deftly maneuvering through the horde, calculating the probability of hitting it with his abilities. Psychic zombies are remarkably sensitive to danger. Standing afar would render him ineffective. Yet now, he felt a flicker of confidence. Suddenly, Su Shiqing spoke. "Leave this zombie to me. I shall kill it myself." Ning Xinyan was taken aback. So what was the purpose of my long journey here? It was far too perilous. Suspended in midair, with only Su Shiqing and Appos' grip as his anchor, he had no choice but to look up at her. "I have confidence," she stated, her tone resolute. Ning Xinyan and Appos' abilities were indeed potent, but the wind-up was lengthy. The time it took for the lightning ball to descend was ample for a psychic zombie to evade. Su Shiqing was not one to boast unnecessarily when she claimed confidence. It meant she had nearly a 90% chance of success. The combat effectiveness of psychic abilities is inherently weak. They rely on creating illusions to confuse enemies, allowing for stealthy eliminations. However, Su Shiqing was an exception. Illusions held no power over her. With the presence of the jade pendant's spatial capabilities, even with her eyes closed, she could distinctly perceive any movement within a 20-meter radius. It could be said that she was the nemesis of psychic abilities. even a fourth-tier psychic zombie, when stripped of its illusions, would merely be more alert than a lower-tier zombie. This time, Shiqing was determined to personally slay that zombie, to end Wang Jian. Upon hearing her words, Ning fell silent for a moment, observing the horde below, which had become unusually agitated upon sensing their presence. Although he deemed Shiqing's intention to challenge a higher-tier zombie absurd, he found himself inexplicably convinced by her every word. When she promised to procure experimental equipment, she did so. When she vowed to provide resources for the entire base, she delivered. Thus, when she asserted her confidence in killing the high-level psychic zombie, he believed her. Very well, Ning replied, looking up at Shiqing. Is there anything you need me to do? He doubted that Shiqing would throw him into the fray without requiring his assistance. Help me clear the low-level zombies nearby. Shiqing wasted no time, swiftly instructing him. After I kill that zombie, bring me back. To eliminate the psychic zombie, she must confront it directly. And she was uncertain if she would have the strength to return to the base afterward, thus entrusting that responsibility to Ning. Understood. The vine tightened around Ning's waist, suspending him in midair, allowing him to observe the movements of the horde. Meanwhile, Shiqing released her grip without hesitation, plunging into the sea of zombies below. With a cacophony of rustling leaves, countless sharp blades descended as Shiqing landed, piercing the zombies' foreheads and claiming a multitude of lives. Dark crimson blood erupted, carrying the distinct stench of decay, splattering her clothing and staining her fair visage with droplets of gore, lending her an air of ruthless determination. The crackle of thunder resonated around her as blue-purple lightning struck the zombies nearby, alleviating some pressure. Without delay, Shiqing surged forward, propelled by Ning and Empties' assistance, charging toward the location of the psychic zombie with unwavering focus. Once the high-level zombie revealed its vulnerability, it could not escape the watchful eyes of Shiqing and Ning, even as it darted through the horde, attempting to conceal its presence behind its fellow undead. It was futile. Shiqing crushed another absorbed crystal core, the zombies before her collapsing one after another, their bodies littering the ground as she caught sight of the familiar hem of Wang Jian and Apos' clothing in the distance, her gaze icy. You cannot escape. Ning and Apos' coordination was impeccable. The lightning obstructed the retreat of the high-level zombie, forcing it to backtrack, where Shiqing awaited. Gazing into those blood-red eyes, she discerned a flicker of hatred. Indeed, a high-level zombie with retained intellect. Psychic zombie, or perhaps I should address you as. Shiqing fixed her stare on those eyes, slowly uttering, "Dear uncle." The only response was the guttural roar of the zombie, yet it was clear that Wang Jian, now a zombie, retained his consciousness, even remembering Shiqing, his eyes brimming with insatiable malice. Chapter 65, Illusion at the Heart of the Zombie Tide. It appeared as though a section had been excavated, with a barrier of blue-purple lightning preventing lower-tier zombies from encroaching. In the small clearing, Shiqing and the crimson-eyed psychic zombie gazed at each other from a distance. I underestimated you. I never anticipated that you would be fortunate enough to awaken your abilities after becoming a zombie, Shiqing thought coldly, slender vines sprouting at her feet. This time will be different. I will surely end your life. The zombie's nearly decayed visage twisted momentarily, revealing a semblance of mockery, as if ridiculing Shiqing's audacity. A silent wave of energy emanated from the high-tier zombie, expanding quietly in all directions. Ning, suspended in midair, sensed the presence of a fourth-tier zombie almost instantly. His expression shifting slightly. So it truly is a fourth-tier zombie. Is it about to unleash its powers? He quickly glanced towards Shiqing to assess her situation, ready to provide support at a moment and Apos' notice. Maintaining a considerable distance from the zombie, he remained unaffected by its abilities. Meanwhile, Shiqing, closest to the creature, suddenly felt lightheaded as her surroundings transformed. The foul stench vanished, replaced by a faintly sweet aroma wafting through her senses. Before her stood not the zombie, but a young girl clad in a hospital gown. Shiqing and Apos' eyes widened momentarily. Anren, not the Anren of the apocalypse, but her sister from the present, who lay unconscious, now vividly alive before her. Sister. The child and Apos' face broke into a smile, her voice carrying an odd tone. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a slight stiffness in her expression. Yet, under the influence of the sweet scent, these details faded away. Shiqing stood frozen, gazing at her sister, momentarily paralyzed. To Ning and Wang Jian, Shiqing appeared as though her soul had been lost, standing motionless with a vacant stare, her expression increasingly dazed. Ning and Apos' heart sank. Has she truly fallen prey to an illusion? He felt the lightning in his palm flicker, ready to strike at any moment. Yet doubts lingered in his mind. Shiqing understood that psychic abilities excel in creating illusions. If she was confident, surely she had a means to counter it. Would his rash intervention disrupt her plan? If the high-tier zombie managed to escape, locating it again would prove arduous. It would become a latent threat, and the base could scarcely endure further turmoil. As Ningxin hesitated, the clear-minded Shiqing shared his concern. She gazed at the illusion of her sister, her heart devoid of turmoil, feigning a dazed demeanor, pretending to be ensnared. In reality, through her spatial perception, she observed every subtle movement around her, awaiting the moment the zombie would strike. Wangji and Amp, Oppos, and, you understand me, Don and Amp, Oppos, to you? Please, do not act rashly. The lightning in her palm remained. While Ningxin watched the oblivious Shiqing, his thoughts inscrutable. His gaze fell upon the vines entwined around his waist. He refrained from retracting his powers. Yet he had no intention of attacking. He trusted her judgment and believed that Shiqing would not allow him to suffer losses. Conversely, Wang Jian evidently held no faith in anyone evading the allure of his illusions. His crimson eyes cautiously glanced upward, wary of Ningxin hovering above. Yet he soon began to approach Shiqing. Go ahead, unleash your lightning ball, and obliterate both Shiqing and the remnants of her existence. Despite his face being largely decayed, a hint of arrogance still emanated from the zombie. Ah, Shiqing, you have finally met your demise. Observing the vacant expression of the woman just a few steps away, the zombie emitted a low growl, as if mocking her. With sharp claws raised high, it aimed for Shiqing's head, ready to strike down with ferocity. Before the claws could reach Shiqing, a soft sigh resonated. At last, a flaw has revealed itself. Before the words had fully escaped, an intense sense of danger surged within Wang Ji and Oppos, and it was the unmistakable warning of peril that followed his awakening. A sensation stronger than ever before. It felt as if he were facing a lethal threat. Wang Jian attempted to evade, but he was far too close to Shiqing. No matter how keen his senses, he could not react in time. With a piercing sound, countless razor-sharp leaves penetrated the zombie and Oppos' body, transforming it into a sieve as dark crimson blood erupted forth. Though the zombie's sensitivity to pain was significantly dulled, Wang Jian felt an immediate threat to his life. His crimson eyes reflected disbelief. He could not fathom how Shiqing maintained her clarity within the illusion. Shiqing, however, had no intention of granting him respite. As anticipated, without the assistance of the illusion, the lower-tier psychic zombie had lost all strength and means. Vines surged forth, ensnaring Wang Jian's hands and feet, while more vines pierced through his body, their razor-sharp tips glistening with blood, a shocking sight. The zombie struggled desperately, yet only exacerbated its injuries. Shiqing, expressionless, controlled the vines to wrap around the zombie and Oppos' neck, tightening her grip until it snapped. The sharp crack of breaking bones echoed, and the zombie and Oppos' head fell, lifeless. Shiqing and Oppos' powers were nearly exhausted, and just as she released a sigh of relief, her gaze met the eyes of the severed zombie head, crimson eyes ablaze with unrestrained hatred. In the next instant, a sensation akin to a thick needle plunged into Shiqing and Oppos' mind, a tearing pain enveloping her. Her complexion drained of color. She stifled a groan as darkness engulfed her, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 66. Severe injury and coma. The final strike from a fourth-tier mental zombie rendered Shiqing powerless, collapsing her to the ground and plunging her into unconsciousness. In midair, Ningxin observed that Shiqing had not succumbed to an illusion, and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, his pupils dilated in shock. Shiqing. Without a moment's hesitation, Ningxin severed the vines around his waist and leaped down, swiftly cradling the unconscious Shiqing in his arms. Noticing her pale complexion and faint breathing, he felt an urgent need to act, quickly heading towards the base while avoiding the approaching low-tier zombies. The events beyond the base and Oppos' walls remained obscured. Only flashes of lightning and wildly growing vines were visible before Ningxin returned, carrying someone. Anren and Oppos' heart raced with unease upon seeing her sister leap down from the wall, and she bit her lip hard enough to nearly draw blood. When she finally saw her sister, unconscious and bloodied in Ningxin's embrace, Anren was utterly distraught. Sister, what happened to you? Ignoring the blood from the zombies staining Shiqing's body, Anren rushed forward, her eyes filled with tears as she gazed at her sister in Ningxin's arms. At just 6 years old, Witnessing her only sister in such a dire state overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Carefully, Anren grasped Su Shiqing's cold, limp hand. Her tear-filled eyes pleading with Ning Xinian, "Big brother, what's wrong with my sister?" Ning Xinian gently laid Su Shiqing on the ground. Taken aback by the tear stains on Anren and Appo's small face, he opened his mouth, unsure of how to comfort her, ultimately settling on, "Do not cry. Your sister will be fine." Yet, even he felt uncertain about his own words. This was the backlash from a dying fourth-tier zombie, and he, too, had no assurance of emerging unscathed from such an attack. Su Shiqing lay on the ground, her lips tightly pressed together, devoid of color, her face ghostly pale, and her breath barely perceptible as though it could cease at any moment. Anren clutched her sister's hand, sobbing as she attempted to channel her healing abilities into Su Shiqing. "Anren, don't cry. Anren can save her sister." Her small face was a mess of tears, her lips quivering as fear threatened to overwhelm her. Yet she stubbornly continued to infuse Su Shiqing with her powers. Ning Xinian tried to dissuade the determined little girl, but she remained resolute. Mental injuries are not easily remedied by ordinary healing abilities. Even if Anren exhausted her powers, it might have little effect. The good news was that the mental zombie had been dealt with, and the relentless tide of zombies would cease, ensuring the base's survival. However, gazing at the unconscious and fading Su Shiqing, Ning Xinian felt as though a massive stone lodged in his heart, rendering his brow furrowed with worry. He had interacted with few others, and Su Shiqing had been the most frequent, and seeing her in such a state tightened his grip at his side. "Sister." Anren finally broke down, embracing Su Shiqing and burying her head in her sister and Appo's shoulder, her voice a choked whisper. "Sister, please wake up." Anren was terrified. The thought of life without her sister was unbearable. At that moment, Su Shiqing's consciousness was forcibly drawn into the jade pendant space. What on earth was happening? Rubbing her temples, Su Shiqing sighed softly. She had been careless. Who could have anticipated that her head would be severed, and that Wang Jian would have schemed against her? It was clear that without the existence of this space, she would have either died or become a fool. This space absorbed nearly half of the mental damage, allowing her to survive. Yet, she soon realized that she could not escape. Was my consciousness trapped in this space? Su Shiqing felt a sense of frustration. What was the purpose of this? Unable to leave the space, she knew her physical self was likely in a comatose state outside. This would not do. Anren would certainly be worried. Su Shiqing could not bear to let her sister worry for too long. "I must exit swiftly," she murmured to herself, surveying the space that was both familiar and intimately known. The stacked supplies, scattered crystal cores, and bits of gold were all items she had personally placed, every location etched in her memory. However, Su Shiqing suddenly noticed that her space might have expanded slightly. Besides the initial enhancement from absorbing crystal cores, this space had shown no signs of change, even after she advanced to the second tier. Yet now, it appeared to have grown without her awareness. Had the space leveled up again? Su Shiqing's consciousness hovered in the center of the space, contemplating this development yet unable to discern the pattern of the upgrade. If there was anything peculiar to note, could it be that the space absorbed energy contained within the mental attacks? Was the upgrade of the space unrelated to her own ability level? Su Shiqing pondered, speculating that perhaps the space required additional energy for its upgrades. Yet, how could she explain the initial upgrade after the first absorption of crystal cores? Suddenly, a thought struck her. The space absorbs impurities from the crystal cores. Could those impurities also transform into energy for the space? If so, this would make sense. The first upgrade required minimal resources, thus the impurities sufficed. However, subsequent upgrades demanded more, and the impurities alone could no longer sustain it. Coincidentally, Wang Jian had delivered a substantial influx of energy, successfully elevating the space once more. Su Shiqing and Appo's gaze fell upon several sacks of crystal cores within the space, deep in thought. To verify her hypothesis, it was simple. She just needed to try it out. As Su Shiqing's thoughts shifted, the space began to emit a soft, shimmering light as the crystal cores before her gradually transformed into dust, with energy flowing into the ground of the space. It truly works? Su Shiqing was pleasantly surprised. The space lacked an instruction manual, leaving many aspects for her to explore independently. Remembering how the space had previously struggled to collect even a few crystal core impurities for enhancement, she couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. What a treasure this was! How had it fared so poorly in her possession? Chapter 67. Oh, how poor I am! The first upgrade allowed the space to accommodate living beings. uncertain of the enhancements this latest upgrade might have conferred upon her space. Shiqing found her consciousness confined within, unable to discern any tangible changes. The pressing question remained: how could she escape from this place? Surveying the softly glowing space, Shiqing thoughtfully stroked her chin. Upon closer inspection, one might notice that the radiance of the space appeared to have dimmed slightly. Was this due to it bearing half of her mental burdens, resulting in some depletion? Her gaze fell upon several sacks filled with crystal cores, and an idea sparked. If the space was indeed suffering from exhaustion, replenishing it with crystal cores should suffice. Moreover, it presented a chance to see if the space could ascend yet another level. With this thought, Shiqing focused her mind, and immediately, the crystal cores before her began to transform, as if drawn by an unseen force, gradually dissipating into stardust that merged with the space. The sight was mesmerizing. A celestial display of sparkling particles. However, Shiqing's attention was not on the beauty of the spectacle. As one sack of crystal cores was entirely consumed without any noticeable change in the space, her lips twitched in frustration. It was akin to an insatiable abyss. Countless crystal cores had transformed into stardust, yet the faint glow emanating from the space showed no signs of enhancement. This must be what it feels like to be devoured by a gluttonous beast. Shiqing pressed her hand against her chest as she watched yet another sack of crystal cores being absorbed, a pang of anguish coursing through her. She could barely afford the cost of this insatiable appetite. At this rate, she would have to sell herself to sustain it. The cores from Luo He and several sacks traded with Luo Qing had been nearly exhausted, leaving only a handful lying in the now empty sacks before the absorption ceased. This scene evoked a sense of impending financial ruin within her. Taking a deep breath, Shiqing patted her chest in self-reassurance. It's all right. It's all right. Crystal cores can be earned again. Elevating the space is of utmost importance. Moreover, the base had just survived a zombie tide, and she recalled the conditions Luo Qing had promised her. A full 70% of the crystal cores would be sufficient for her to recoup her losses. After consuming so many crystal cores, there must be some change, right? Muttering to herself, Shiqing looked around her space. The most immediate sensation was that the space had expanded significantly. What once resembled 3 storage units had now increased to 6 or 7, allowing for more than double the capacity. The next time she returned to the modern world to replenish supplies, it would require considerable effort. However, with Lin Jianhong as a reliable trading partner, it was not an insurmountable task. What intrigued Shiqing more was the overall transformation of the space. Previously, the area had been bathed in a soft glow, but now that luminosity seemed more concentrated, faintly taking on a tangible form. It felt as though a protective shield had emerged around the outer layer, not to safeguard the supplies within, but to protect Shiqing herself. Being directly connected to the space, she sensed this protective barrier immediately. It would manifest the moment she faced danger, absorbing substantial damage at the cost of consuming the space's energy, necessitating a continual supply of crystal cores from her. Realizing the implications of this upgrade, a flicker of joy crossed Shiqing's face. This function was incredibly useful, especially in a world fraught with peril, where no one could guarantee they wouldn't find themselves in harm's way. However, it was evident that the protective shield would require a substantial number of crystal cores. Contemplating this, she glanced at the few remaining crystal cores in her space, her expression contorting into one of despair. I'm so poor, utterly destitute. Elevating myself requires crystal cores. The space can accommodate living beings. But what kind of beings would depend on Shiqing's own abilities? If she wished to bring someone from the apocalypse to the modern world to heal her sister, her elevation was paramount. The space's enhancement demanded crystal cores. Shiqing was now certain that this jade pendant space harbored undiscovered functions, potentially of great significance, which she could not afford to neglect. Furthermore, utilizing the protective shield also necessitated crystal cores. There simply weren't enough. With a heavy sigh, Shiqing quickly rallied her spirits. It's fine. I can earn crystal cores. With so many resources at my disposal, how could I not manage to acquire more? After consuming so many crystal cores, surely I should be able to leave this place now? Refocusing her thoughts, Shiqing returned to the initial dilemma. Being trapped in this space was far from ideal, especially with the ongoing zombie tide and Anren waiting outside. She could not shake her concern. Fortunately, when she attempted to extricate her consciousness from the space this time, she encountered no resistance. The entirety of the space faded from view, and her sensory perceptions gradually returned to her. Before she could open her eyes, she heard a familiar voice. Anren, go take a rest. Your brother will watch over your sister and call for you the moment she wakes. No, Anren wants to stay with sister. If you don't rest for 2 days, your body won't be able to take it. When your sister wakes up and sees you like this, she will be heartbroken. No. Anren will wait for sister to wake up. Ning Stein gazed at the small girl before him, who had visibly lost weight yet remained stubbornly stationed by the window. He sighed softly. How had he not noticed this child's tenacity before? Despite the fact that Su Shiqing's words had deeply resonated with her, how could she change so dramatically just because her sister had fallen into a coma? After resolving the issue with the psychic zombie, the continuous influx of zombies had ceased. And after 2 days of intense struggle, the crisis had finally receded. However, since that day, Su Shiqing had remained in a deep slumber, unresponsive. Meanwhile, Anren had vigilantly kept her watch, having gone 2 days without sleep, and the few pounds she had managed to gain had disappeared once more. If this continued, the little girl's health would surely falter. Ning Stein contemplated whether to resort to more forceful measures, perhaps knocking the little girl unconscious to allow her some rest. Lost in thought, Anren suddenly spoke, her voice tinged with disbelief and a hint of sobbing. Sister? Startled, Ning Stein quickly turned his attention to the source of the voice, only to see the person who had been unconscious for 2 days fluttering her eyelashes and slowly opening her eyes. As Su Shiqing awakened, her head spun slightly, and it took a moment for her vision to focus. Before she could fully comprehend her surroundings, Anren could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears, rushing forward to embrace her. Woo-woo, sister, you're finally awake, woo-woo. Sister, you scared Anren to death. Chapter 68. The crisis subsides. Though still slightly dazed, Su Shiqing instinctively embraced Anren in her arms, reflexively soothing her with tender words. Do not cry, Anren, please do not cry. Your sister is fine, truly. The anxieties and fears that had accumulated over the past 2 days erupted at that moment, and regardless of anything else, Anren clung tightly to her sister, burying her head in Su Shiqing's shoulder as she wept softly. After 2 days of unconsciousness, it was clear that Su Shiqing was not unscathed. Ning Stein, observing the situation, approached and leaned down to scrutinize Su Shiqing's complexion, checking for any signs of discomfort. Uncharacteristically, Ning Stein was not wearing his gold-rimmed glasses, allowing Su Shiqing to see her own reflection in his pupils, which glimmered with evident concern, a rare sight on his usually impassive face. Noticing Su Shiqing's prolonged silence, Ning Stein's brows furrowed once more. No response? Has there been nerve damage? Anren suddenly lifted her small head, hurriedly extending her hand to utilize her abilities. Where? Sister? Where do you feel unwell? Let me blow it away. I'm fine. Su Shiqing quickly shook her head, her gaze falling upon Anren and Appos' noticeably thinner face, which prompted her to frown in concern. Oh dear, how have you lost so much weight? And why do you look so pale? The bloodshot veins in Anren's eyes were starkly visible, with heavy dark circles adorning her cheeks, which appeared sunken and hollow. Tears still lingered in her eyes, creating a heart-wrenching sight. Su Shiqing and Appos' heart ached with compassion. You have been awake for 2 days, Anren, while I was in a coma. You sat by the window, waiting for me. Ning Stein, recalling Anren's stubborn demeanor, let out a barely perceptible sigh. 2 days? Su Shiqing was taken aback to discover that her brief time in the space had stretched into 2 full days. Seeing Anren's anxious expression, it was clear that the girl had been too worried to rest. Su Shiqing tightened her embrace around the small child. I'm sorry for making you worry, she said, pressing a gentle kiss to Anren's forehead and patting her back softly. You can rest now. Your sister is all right, and I will stay with you. Snuggled in Su Shiqing and Appos' arms, Anren and Appos' eyes, still glistening with unshed tears, obediently responded, okay, her earlier stubbornness vanishing like mist. Ning Stein observed them with a hint of fondness. Anren was such a well-behaved girl, albeit only in her sister and Appos' presence. Yet, reassured by Su Shiqing and Appos' demeanor, he felt a sense of relief. Little did he reveal, he too had kept vigil by her side without rest for the past 2 days. Please take care of yourselves, Ning Stein said as he rose to leave, softly informing Su Shiqing the horde of zombies has mostly receded. Once you're rested, you may wish to seek out Luo Qing. It was Ning Stein who had led Su Shiqing through the throngs of zombies to safety after she had been struck by Wang Jian's fatal blow. Despite his aversion to physical contact due to his obsessive cleanliness, he had taken both Su Shiqing and Anren into his home to care for them, knowing Anren could not manage alone. Looking down at Anren, who had already fallen asleep, Su Shiqing nodded gently, whispering, "Thank you," just as Ning Xinian was about to exit the room. The day was splendid, with bright sunshine illuminating every corner of the base. The lingering stench from the zombie horde had finally dissipated, replaced by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. As Ning Xinian stepped outside, he noticed the central square of the base bustling with activity. It was a rare sight, the weary faces of the residents now adorned with long-awaited smiles. As if the joy of surviving the zombie onslaught had rekindled a glimmer of hope. In the square, several large pots had been set up, salvaged from various places. Their edges worn and frayed, now resting over open flames. The contents were simple, a few vegetables boiled with a touch of salt, a humble yet nourishing meal. These ingredients had been traded from Shiqing by Luo Qing, who, seizing the opportunity as the zombie threat diminished, generously shared this meal with everyone at the base. Despite its simplicity, the food was regarded as a precious rarity by the residents. The tantalizing scent pervaded the air, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of festive celebrations. "Do not rush. Everyone will have a portion." Xiaoyan wiped the sweat from her brow, stirring the contents of the massive pot with great effort, the size of which was quite disproportionate to her petite frame. "I and Appos. LL take over." Ning Xinian approached unexpectedly, reaching out for the ladle in her hand. "Ning, doctor," Xiaoyan exclaimed, surprised by his sudden presence. Realizing the reason for his arrival, her eyes brightened. "Dr. Ning, has Sister Su awakened?" "Indeed," Ning Xinian nodded slightly, his expression as composed as ever. "She has just regained consciousness, and I have encouraged her to rest a bit longer." Upon hearing this, relief washed over Xiaoyan's face. Although she and her companions had not been present during the incident, they were well aware that the recent retreat of the zombie horde was due to Shiqing and Appos' discovery of a high-level zombie hidden among them. She had eliminated the threat but had sustained serious injuries, leaving her in a state of unconsciousness, a fact that had quickly spread throughout the base. "You need not trouble yourself further, doctor," Xiaoyan gestured towards a nearby group. "The captain likely requires your assistance." "Is it Luo Qing?" Ning Xinian glanced over, spotting a cluster of individuals deep in discussion, with Luo Qing among them. As he approached, the group paused their conversation, surprised by his arrival. "Old Ning, what brings you here?" Luo Qing began, only to halt abruptly, slapping his thigh in excitement. "Has that young lady awakened?" Seeing Ning Xinian nod, Luo Qing beamed with joy. "I knew that good people would be rewarded. With such a kind-hearted and beautiful girl, how could anything serious happen to her?" "Who was it that was already planning her funeral?" remarked Lu Qifeng, rolling his eyes and unrelentingly teasing Luo Qing. Chapter 69. Keeping Promises on that day. Upon witnessing the feeble breaths of Shiqing, Luo Qing did not observe closely, mistakenly believing that she had already passed away. In a moment of distress, he reddened eyes and began to arrange for her funeral, frightening and ran beside him, who nearly thought someone intended to bury her sister alive. Hey. Luo Qing hastily interrupted Lu Qingfeng and Appos' words, his tone tinged with anxiety. "We mustn't and Appos. Discuss this in front of the young lady. It's quite embarrassing." Meanwhile, Shaoqi and Lu Qifeng exchanged amused glances, while Huang Ingo appeared somewhat haggard, her eyes reflecting weariness. "What were you just discussing?" Ning Xinian interjected to change the subject. "Oh right, old Ning, your timing is impeccable," Luo Qing exclaimed, as if recalling something important. "We were just deliberating on how to rebuild the base." "Isn't that old Luo he gone off to flee?" He continued. "The base currently lacks leadership, and I intend to take charge of the matter." "You wish to become the base leader?" Ning Xinian raised an eyebrow, teasingly. "How come I was unaware of such ambition in you? We're brothers." "Do you still not know me?" Luo Qing retorted, somewhat exasperated. "I harbor no grand ambitions. It is simply unfeasible for the base to remain leaderless. Moreover, through Luo He's incident, I have realized that one must seize the initiative in their own hands for true stability. Logically speaking, with Luo Qing and Appos' capabilities, he could thrive in any base he chose. There was no need for him to falter here. Yet, he was unwilling to part with Chongping base, and even less so with the people here. Having endured the zombie tide together, he found even less reason to leave now. However, the base was currently riddled with challenges. Ning Xinian began to enumerate. The most pressing issue is the scarcity of supplies. Aside from what Shiqing has provided, this vicinity has been thoroughly scavenged. Next is the personnel dilemma. Most in the base are ordinary people, with supernatural beings accounting for less than 1/10. After experiencing a zombie siege, the base cannot withstand for long. And will the people of the base truly accept you as their leader? Human hearts are inscrutable. Even if Luo Qing led them to fend off this zombie tide, following Luo He's incident, can they genuinely place their trust in a new leader? In response, Luo Qing simply scratched his head and sighed. Old Ning, I am well aware of the numerous issues facing the base. However, is there not a saying, and oppose, when the cart reaches the mountain, a path will emerge and oppose. If I do not try, how will I know if it will succeed? After all, paths are forged by those who walk them. Luo Qing flashed a grin, his ear stud glimmering in the sunlight, radiating a carefree resolve. Ning Snine shrugged, understanding his friend's character, and did not attempt to dissuade him. If that is the case, let me know if there is anything I can assist with. Truly a good brother, Luo Qing exclaimed, as if he had anticipated Ning Snine's response, playfully tapping his shoulder. He then turned to Huang Inger. Do you truly not intend to remain at the base? Huang Ing and oppose. Her voice was soft yet resolute, her eyes harboring an unyielding hatred. I must seek vengeance. I must personally kill that scoundrel Luo He. Once, her obsession had been her grandfather. Now, the death of Luo He had become her new fixation, no matter the distance. Huang Inga would relentlessly pursue her goal until the day she could exact her revenge. Very well, Luo Qing acknowledged her determination, opting not to press her to stay. However, the doors of Chomping Base will always welcome you back. Huang Ying and oppose, did not respond but instead glanced at Ning Snine, whispering, Miss Su, she has awakened, right? Would it be possible for me to see her? She is resting. I will inquire later if she wishes to meet you, Ning Snine replied, his tone neutral. Beside them, Luo Qing was quite eager. When the young lady is rested, you must let me know. She will surely be delighted to hear about the abundant crystal cores we've gathered from this zombie tide. Su Shiqing had enjoyed a restful slumber, undisturbed throughout. Upon awakening, her first sight was that of her sister and oppose, sparkling eyes fixed upon her intently, uncertain when Ran had roused. Su Shiqing was oblivious to how long her sister had silently observed her. Ran, you're awake? Su Shiqing gently pressed her soft cheek against her sister's. Her voice was still a bit hoarse from sleep. Why didn't you call for me? Big sister needs to rest, Ran replied with utmost seriousness. Despite her tender age, Ran is most concerned for her sister. Hearing this, Su Shiqing's heart melted, and she planted kisses on the little girl's cheeks before rising from the bed. Throughout the moment, Ran and oppose's gaze had never strayed from Su Shiqing, as if fearing that a mere blink would cause her sister to slip back into her previous state of weakness and unconsciousness. Noting Ran's lips unintentionally pouting, and her watery eyes following every movement, Su Shiqing felt her heart soften into a puddle, prompting her to embrace her sister tightly. I heard you haven't eaten or slept well for 2 days. Big sister would feel heartbroken. Su Shiqing affectionately rubbed her sister's face, gently admonishing, that simply won't do. Regardless of whether I am present, Ran must prioritize taking care of herself. Upon hearing this, Ran obediently nodded, Ran understands. Her quick agreement did not escape Su Shiqing's notice. However, she was fully aware that the next time such a situation arose, her little sister would inevitably forget this promise. With a resigned sigh, Su Shiqing ruffled Ran's hair. What could she do? Her sister was her treasure, after all. Silently reminding herself to be more cautious in the future and not to let her sister worry, she posed a new question. So, are you hungry? Is there something you wish to eat? Holding Ran closely, she understood that while her sister appeared calm, her inner sense of security was severely lacking. Thus, she sought to divert the topic. Cuddled in Su Shiqing and oppose's embrace, Ran touched her belly and shook her head. Ran is not hungry. That is a lie. Su Shiqing playfully pinched her sister's nose, her expression serious. I heard your tummy rumbling. You cannot claim you are not hungry, despite being caught. Ran paid no mind and nestled deeper into her sister's arms, insisting, not hungry. Ran is simply not hungry. Sister, don't leave. Stay with Ran. All right. You are now employing this tactic to charm me, Su Shiqing chuckled, unable to resist her sister and oppose's pleas. Okay. Su Shiqing relented, lifting Ran off the bed. You must eat something, I promise you. Next time, I will be more careful, and there will be no more situations to worry you. Really? Ran raised her little head, tilting it with curiosity. Biting her finger with a serious expression, she declared, Sister must keep her word, or else Ran will not eat or sleep properly, making sister worry. Chapter 70, The Plan to Depart. When Su Shiqing regained consciousness, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, and night enveloped the world. She prepared a cup of milk for Anren while she herself nibbled on a packet of biscuits. A quick and convenient choice. At that moment, Ning Xinian returned home, pushing the door open. Noticing the two sisters indulging in their snacks, he raised an eyebrow. Awake? His gaze fell on the biscuits in Su Shiqing and Appo's hand, and he subtly frowned. Is that all you and Appo's re-eating? After just waking from a coma. Is a packet of dry biscuits sufficient? Besides, given the ample supplies Su Shiqing possessed, why was she so frugal with herself? Glancing at the biscuits, Su Shiqing chuckled softly. Well, they are convenient to eat, and besides, she touched her nose, I can't cook. In her previous life, she was a disaster in the kitchen. Once, when her parents took her brother out for the day, no one prepared dinner for her, and she nearly caused an explosion trying to cook alone. If it hadn't been for the neighbor noticing something amiss, her house would have burned down. Even as she grew older, the situation did not improve. Lacking her parents' affection, she rarely stayed at the Su family mansion, instead living in a modest rental where her attempts at cooking nearly sent her to the hospital. Since then, she either ordered takeout or relied on instant noodles for her meals. Ironically, the original owner of this body also couldn't and Appo's tea cook, leaving Su Shiqing with no means to learn culinary skills from her memories. Upon hearing Su Shiqing and Appo's admission, Ning Xinian pursed his lips, realizing he should have brought back some boiled vegetables from the open square. You should nourish your body after such a serious injury. After a moment and Appo's contemplation, his gaze drifted to the kitchen in his home. Give me your supplies. I will prepare some food. Though he referred to it as a kitchen, it only contained a single pot and lacked a stove. Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow in surprise, appraising Ning Xinian, unable to suppress her admiration. You can cook? How impressive. Ning Xinian exuded an air of genteel sophistication, his hands seemingly crafted for conducting experiments rather than for culinary endeavors. Hearing her praise, he felt his ears warm. Yet his expression remained unchanged. I can manage a little. Wait here. I'll call Luoqing. Huh? Su Shiqing questioned, puzzled as to why he needed to summon Luoqing. As he exited, Ning Xinian succinctly replied, to borrow fire. Summoning a third-tier ability user in the dead of night just to cook. Su Shiqing silently raised her thumb in approval. Ning Xinian, you were something else. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed outside, accompanied by Luoqing's irate shouts. Ning Xinian, I am a third-tier ability user. You call me to fix the door and to light the fire. Can you not handle something yourself? His voice was loud enough to be heard through the door, startling Anren, who nearly dropped her milk. Upon opening the door, Luoqing's voice abruptly ceased as he spotted Su Shiqing. Ning Xinian coolly added, just borrowing fire. I want to prepare something nutritious for her. Seeing Luoqing frozen at the entrance and recalling his earlier outburst, Su Shiqing awkwardly cleared her throat and waved hesitantly. Hi. In the next moment, Luoqing slapped Ning Xinian on the back, exclaiming, Why didn't Appo's you say so earlier? It's for the young lady's nourishment. Come. My abilities are at your service. Ning Xinian? His expression was one of disbelief at Luoqing's sudden change in demeanor. Before he could voice his thoughts, Luoqing had already dashed into the yard, contemplating where to set up a bonfire. Taking a deep breath, Ning Xinian reluctantly followed suit. Su Shiqing retrieved some rice, vegetables, and eggs from her storage space and presented them to Ning Xinian. Chef, please. The four of them, Su Shiqing, Anren, Ning Xinian, and Luoqing, sat in a circle around the bonfire in the yard. As Ning Xinian pondered what to prepare, Su Shiqing rested her chin on her hand, her gaze landing on Luoqing. I heard the zombie tide has receded? Indeed, Luoqing scratched his head, reflecting. Thanks to the supplies from the young lady and the discovery of that high-tier zombie. Otherwise, the base might not have weathered this storm. Oh right. Luoqing clapped his thigh. I promised to give you 70% of the crystal cores. He nearly collected enough outside the base. I'll have Xiao Luo bring them over tomorrow. Thinking of those crystal cores, Su Shiqing hesitated momentarily before asking, Are there many cores? Young lady. That was a zombie tide. Luoqing squinted, gesturing expansively. There are heaps of them. A mountain of cores. That is good, very good. Su Shiqing breathed a sigh of relief. Her storage space resembled a bottomless pit. It had barely leveled up after collecting several sacks of crystal cores. And she shuddered to think how many more were required for the next level. As if pondering something, Luoqing's expression darkened as he turned to Su Shiqing. Young lady, what are your plans moving forward? Plans? Su Shiqing lowered her eyes, her resolve unwavering, as if she had made this decision long ago. I intend to leave here for another base. Ning Xinian paused, his hand holding the vegetables faltering as he subconsciously glanced at Su Shiqing beside him, his gaze momentarily stunned. Anren, however, showed no reaction. For her, as long as her sister was present, that was enough. Luo Qing fell silent for a moment before hesitantly asking, "May I inquire why you wish to leave?" "I am searching for someone," Su Shiqing replied firmly, "the most powerful healer in the apocalypse." She had encountered another healer in the base and learned a bit about their abilities. Most healers could only mend physical wounds, and regarding mental healing, at least low-tier healers were incapable. Given her sister's comatose state, it was evident that the issue was mental, thus, as she sought to enhance her own abilities. She also needed to find a high-tier healer and cultivate a good relationship with them. Moreover, another objective of Su Shiqing in this post-apocalyptic world was to amass wealth. Only by traversing various bases could she hope to gather sufficient resources. Searching for someone? This rationale surprised everyone present, including Anren. However, seeing Su Shiqing and Appos' expression, they refrained from probing further into her motives. It was then that Ning Xinian unexpectedly spoke. "If you are seeking the strongest healer, perhaps I might know someone." Chapter 71. Seeds, do you know her? This time, it was Su Shiqing who was taken aback. She squinted her eyes, her tone slightly urgent. "Who is it? Do you know where she is now?" "My senior sister, Yin." Ning Xinian's gaze lingered on the flickering campfire in front of them, as if peering through the flames at something beyond. Her expression softened slightly. She was among the earliest to awaken her abilities in this apocalyptic world. By the time I left, she had already reached the 3rd tier. Given her aptitude, she might have ascended to the 5th or 6th tier by now. Such levels are unattainable for most ability users in this era. As for her current whereabouts, Ning Xinian hesitated for a moment, shaking her head slightly. "Before I left, she was still at the Liunian base, but as for now, I am not quite sure." Nevertheless, Ning Xinian had provided a lead. "All right." Su Shiqing fixed her gaze on the dancing flames, a contemplative look in her eyes. "I will head towards the Liunian base first to see if I can gather any news about Yin, and then decide on my next course of action." Upon hearing this, Ning Xinian lowered her eyes to the vegetables in her hands, concealing her emotions. Luo Qing glanced at Ning Xinian, then at Su Shiqing, and finally chuckled. "Well, since Big Sister has made up her mind to leave, I want and Appos to keep you. But before you go, Big Sister, you must make another deal with me." Luo Qing raised an eyebrow at Su Shiqing, stating seriously, "I have a whole base of people to support, and I am in dire need of supplies." "A deal?" Su Shiqing returned from her thoughts, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "Of course, but I happen to possess some exceptionally good items." Luo Qing leaned in, lowering his voice. "Oh, Big Sister, what treasures do you have?" With a finger to her lips, Su Shiqing opened her other hand to reveal what lay within her palm clean. Uncontaminated seeds capable of normal growth. In her fair palm, several small seeds rested quietly, glimmering in the firelight. Crash! Luo Qing lost his balance on the bench and fell to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Big Sister, can you say that again?" Having made several trades, Luo Qing was well aware that Su Shiqing was not one to make frivolous claims. Yet, when she uttered those words, he could not suppress his astonishment. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, not only had many turned into zombies, but all plant seeds had also been contaminated, rendering them incapable of normal growth. And now, someone suddenly appeared, claiming to possess clean, viable seeds. It is no exaggeration to say that if anyone else had made such a claim, Luo Qing would not have given them a second glance. But now, it was Su Shiqing, the one capable of producing countless medical supplies, the one who could sustain an entire base on her own. Even Ning Xinian paused her actions, gazing in astonishment at the seeds in Su Shiqing's palm. "Could you spare me a seed for examination?" Ning Xinian extended her hand towards Su Shiqing. "Of course." Su Shiqing generously placed all the seeds into Ning Xinian's hands. Without a hint of hesitation, Ning Xinian produced a sharp scalpel from somewhere and carefully made an incision on the seed and Appos' outer shell, meticulously peeling it away. It was evident that the seed and Appos' interior was intact, clean, and without a trace of viral contamination, as if it were not a product of the apocalypse. "It's real," Ning Xinian murmured, her disbelief palpable. Her voice was soft, yet Luo Qing caught every word. He sprang to his feet, excitement causing his body to tremble slightly as he repeatedly sought confirmation from Ning Xinian. "Old Ning, these seeds, are they truly clean?" Ning Xinian inspected another seed, nodding after a moment. "Indeed, they are seeds that can germinate and grow normally." She regarded Su Shiqing with the awe one might reserve for an extraterrestrial being. "How did you manage this?" Su Shiqing smiled enigmatically, then turned to Luo Qing. So, what do you say? Shall we make this deal? Absolutely. I would sell myself to make this deal, Luo Qing declared without hesitation. He had been troubled over the base's supplies. He knew the nearby supermarkets were almost stripped bare. The seeds Su Shiqing presented instantly resolved this dilemma. Once they sprouted and grew, the base could achieve self-sufficiency without needing to venture outside. My heavens, big sister. You are simply divine. I'm going to organize a team right away. Luo Qing was too excited to wait even a moment. I'll head out now to scavenge for gold. And the crystal cores, big sister. I'll give you 90%. 90% of all the crystal cores from this zombie wave will be yours. Before the echoes of his words faded, Luo Qing had already vanished out the door, leaving only the thrill of his excitement behind. That guy is certainly in a hurry. Su Shiqing propped her chin on her hand, watching the direction in which Luo Qing disappeared, marveling at the urgency of it all. Any base leader would be eager to hear that you possess clean seeds. Ning Xinian, as if foreseeing this, leisurely continued adding ingredients to the pot. Due to limited conditions, she had decided to prepare a pot of porridge, adding vegetables and mushrooms, with just a pinch of salt, light yet enticing. The aroma wafted through the air, instantly capturing Su Shiqing and Appos' attention. You and Appos, quite skilled, Su Shiqing remarked, licking her lips as she gazed at the thick, fragrant porridge. It's just porridge, nothing technical about it, Ning Xinian replied, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. This pot is inadequate. Otherwise, I could make something more elaborate. Then next time, I shall bring you an entire set of cooking utensils. Su Shiqing chuckled playfully. Ning Xinian did not respond, her gaze deepening. Next time? Next time, you may not be here at the base. Oblivious to the change in her companion's demeanor, Su Shiqing gathered her sister Anren close, both sisters gazing longingly at the pot of porridge. By the way. Suppressing her hunger, Su Shiqing turned to Ning Xinian, blinking playfully. Didn't you promise me last time that we would make a trade? I need the skills you possess. Is there anything you require? I can fetch it for you later. Ning Xinian opened her mouth, her expression slightly dazed. I haven't thought it through yet. Oh. Su Shiqing elongated her tone, her eyes returning to the pot of porridge. Then let me know when you think of something. I can postpone everything else. In my eyes, you will always be my top priority. Chapter 72. Walking together for Su Shiqing, the post-apocalyptic technology in Ning Xinian's hands was of paramount importance. After all, she had promised Lin Jianhong in the modern world to provide him with advanced technology. It could be said that her return to the modern era hinged on the acquisition of this technology. Other matters could be postponed indefinitely. However, this statement struck a different chord in Ning Xinian and Appos' ears. A flicker of astonishment crossed his serene visage as he lowered his gaze, lost in thought while staring at the palm of his hand. Did Su Shiqing truly prioritize his affairs above all else? Anren, having not rested well in the past couple of days, soon dozed off beside Su Shiqing. Concerned that the chill of the night might cause her sister to catch a cold, Su Shiqing carefully lifted Anren into her arms, intending to return to her own home next door. Let's go. You should rest early, she whispered to Ning Xinian before making her way next door with the little girl, leaving Ning Xinian alone, gazing absently at the bonfire in the courtyard. Upon her return from the modern world, Su Shiqing had brought numerous items, aside from basic necessities, to adorn this post-apocalyptic home. Yet, she had not anticipated how swiftly events would unfold. It seemed that within a few days, she and her sister would embark on a journey away from this place, rendering any decoration efforts meaningless. After ensuring her sister was comfortably settled in bed, Su Shiqing proceeded to the adjacent room, retrieving the last remaining crystal core from her storage space, beginning to absorb its energy to enhance herself. Leaving the basement encountering greater unknown dangers, only by growing stronger could Su Shiqing safeguard her sister. These past few days, the base had been bustling with activity. Luo Qing busily led a team to scour for gold and other valuables, while carefully arranging for the planting of seeds acquired from Su Shiqing. Under the cautious guidance of a wood-type ability user, tender green sprouts emerged from the soil, symbolizing hope taking root in this desolate world. The excitement among the people was palpable, with many even shedding tears of joy, and simultaneously, Su Shiqing's name became well known throughout the base. At last, finding a moment of respite, Luo Qing eagerly rushed to Ning Xinian's home, kicking open the door and unceremoniously taking a seat on a chair, without pausing to drink water. Luo Qing and Appos' eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Old Ning, have you heard? The seeds have sprouted. I and Oppos, V never seen such tender shoots in my life. That girl is truly remarkable. I was skeptical at first, but now I am completely convinced. Luo Qing animatedly chattered on, but upon turning, he noticed Ning Xianian holding a cup, staring blankly into the tea. Old Ning, are you even listening to me? Luo Qing approached and waved his hand in front of Ning Xianian and Oppos' face. Huh? As if suddenly roused, Ning Xianian and Oppos' gaze was momentarily vacant. What did you say? Seriously, you didn't and Oppos. Hear that? Luo Qing and Oppos' lips twitched, unable to suppress his sarcasm. What and Oppos' up with you these days? You and Oppos' been zoning out. Over the past few days, Ning Xianian had often been lost in thought, gazing in one direction. Although Luo Qing had been busy and had not visited frequently, he had noticed this peculiar behavior each time he came. This was not characteristic of Ning Xianian. Ning Xianian murmured, his eyes fixed on the rippling surface of the tea in his cup. I and Oppos, am fine, given the state he was in. Luo Qing found it hard to believe that he was indeed fine. He promptly pulled a chair beside Ning Xianian and stroked his chin, pondering. It seems like this started a few days ago. Was it when Shiqing mentioned leaving the base? Could it be that you're reluctant to see her go? Luo Qing furrowed his brow, clicking his tongue in sympathy. I understand, brother. I too am reluctant to part with her. But everyone has their own aspirations. She has her own path to follow, and we cannot force her to stay, can we? Reluctant? Ning Xianian himself was unsure of the cause of his unease these past few days, yet upon hearing Luo Qing's words and imagining the scene of Shiqing's departure, a wave of indescribable discomfort surged within him. Perhaps it was reluctance after all? Few could remember and fulfill even a casual promise, but Shiqing was one of them. In my eyes, you will always be my top priority. Her words echoed in Ning Xianian and Oppos' mind once more, stirring a bittersweet sensation within him, evoking a profound emotional response. In his recollection, no one had ever expressed such sentiments to him, nor had anyone deemed his matters worthy of precedence. Shiqing was the first. You are right. Ning Xianian nodded slightly, murmuring, everyone has their own aspirations. It is not right to force them to stay. Exactly, Luo Qing chuckled lightly, reaching out to pat Ning Xianian and Oppos' shoulder, relieved that he could find clarity. So I intend to leave with her. Luo Qing and Oppos' voice abruptly halted, his hand poised midair as he processed the unexpected revelation. Had he just heard something extraordinary? Old Ning, what did you just say? Luo Qing blinked, taking a moment to regain his voice. Ning Xianian turned his head slightly, his pupils reflecting a soft brown under the sunlight, creating an illusion of warmth. If one cannot be compelled to stay, then I shall accompany her. Luo Qing? You mean that after losing a stable source of resources, I will also lose a brilliant scientist? Wait. That is not the main point. Luo Qing's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Old Ning, you've known her for barely half a month. Why do you want to follow her? Upon hearing this, Ning Xianian furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating the origins of his impulse. Luo Qing's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Old Ning, tell me the truth. Do you have feelings for her? Feelings? What did it mean to like someone? Ning Xianian stared into his teacup once more, lost in thought. From their very first meeting, Shiqing had exuded a playful and lively aura, making it clear that her thoughts ran deep, yet she was not off-putting. Yet, as he got to know her better, he uncovered layer upon layer of mystery surrounding her, drawing him in to explore further. Ning Xianian was not fond of socializing, yet his interactions with Shiqing felt refreshingly comfortable. There was no need for excessive words. She understood his thoughts and remembered every word he had spoken. Ultimately, he could not decipher his own feelings, but he knew one thing. He would miss her if she left. Thus, he resolved to pursue her, to embark on this journey together. Chapter 73. The visitor. Though it is evident that such an extraordinary young lady as Shiqing would attract many admirers, I find myself perplexed. Old Ning, when did you fall for her? I was entirely unaware. With her dual abilities, ample resources, prowess in combat against zombies, exceptional business acumen, high intelligence, and striking beauty, it is no wonder she captivates so many. Yet, as I ponder this further, a troubling thought arises. How could my brother possibly be worthy of her? Ning Xian raised a hand to massage his temples, his gaze steady. I do not harbor feelings for her. It and Oppos, simply that. The transaction we engaged in remains unresolved. A transaction unresolved? Luo Qing was taken aback. Sensing a semblance of reason, albeit somewhat tenuous. Why must I be left here alone to guard the base while everyone else departs? He lamented. With only the two of us at the base, the thought of embarking on a journey alone was disheartening. Yet, as he acknowledged, everyone has their own aspirations, and he would not impede anyone and Apos' desire to leave the base. This applied to Su Shiqing as well as to Ning Xian. Since you wish to accompany her, Shun and Apos, do you inquire about her intentions? Luo Qing sighed, rising to his feet. As it happens, I have nearly gathered enough crystal cores and gold. I should also seek out Su Shiqing. Let us depart together. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Su Shiqing was receiving a visitor. Huang Ying and Apos. Su Shiqing was taken aback upon opening the door, greeted by an unexpected face. Since the zombie tide, Huang Ying and Apos had not donned a long dress. Instead, draping herself in a beige coat, the very coat gifted to Su Shiqing by an elder upon her arrival at the base, which Su Shiqing had passed on to Huang Ying upon learning of their familial connection. Huang Ying's complexion was pale and weary, though she appeared somewhat improved since their last encounter. May we converse, Miss Su? She asked, her lips pressed together as she forced a smile. I wish to learn more about my grandfather. How absurd it is that as a granddaughter, she must rely on an outsider to uncover the mysteries of her grandfather's life. Su Shiqing hesitated before responding. I had limited interaction with that elder, having only met him twice. During our last meeting, he had already become a cold corpse. That is of no consequence, Huang Ying replied, shaking her head slightly. Miss Su, please share whatever you can. Although she was already aware that her grandfather had likely endured hardships, Huang Ying and Apos yearned for more concrete details. Inviting her inside, Su Shiqing recounted her dealings with the elder in meticulous detail. Huang Ying remained silent, seemingly trying to reconstruct the scene in her mind from Su Shiqing's words. Despite the dire circumstances, the elder had cherished his possessions. He was willing to assist Su Shiqing solely because she was of a similar age to his granddaughter. Indeed, such behaviors were characteristic of her grandfather. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to stream down Huang Ying's cheeks, and a small hand unexpectedly reached out to offer her a tissue. Noticing the round, concerned eyes of Ran, Huang Ying pressed her lips together and managed a faint smile. Miss Su, you are unlike me. Your vulnerabilities are well protected. Su Shiqing's expression softened slightly. Your abilities surpass mine. As a third-tier wind ability user, you should be able to safeguard your grandfather effectively. At this, Huang Ying and Apos bitterly shook her head. I am the one who is weak. Ultimately, this is all my fault. I believed that by diligently aiding Luo He, everything would resolve itself, yet I did not foresee. Not only did I cause my grandfather and Apos' demise, but I also led to the suffering of many innocents. In this apocalyptic world, weakness is a grave sin, the very reason others feel emboldened to bully you. What are your plans moving forward? Su Shiqing inquired softly, observing the girl before her, whose demeanor seemed entirely transformed. Huang Ying smiled, though a fierce hatred flickered in her eyes. Revenge. Luo He seeks to live a carefree life with resources and ability users. I shall not allow him to realize that ambition. I will pursue him to the ends of the earth until he meets his demise at my hands. At that point, I may return to Chomping Base, using my abilities to protect this place as a means of atoning for my past misdeeds. When one errs, one must rectify it. This is the lesson my grandfather imparted to me. Su Shiqing remained silent, but the door was knocked upon once more. Su Shiqing paused, then rose to answer the door, muttering, what an auspicious day it is. So many visitors seek me out. Outside stood Luo Qing and Ning Xian. Great news. Have you heard? Luo Qing exclaimed, entering with a grin. Upon noticing Huang Ying in the room, he paused. Oh, how fortuitous. Huang Ying hastily turned away, hastily wiping her tears with the tissue Ran had handed her. And Ran, having received attentive care from Su Shiqing, had regained her health, her complexion rosy and adorable. Luo Qing was utterly smitten, approaching to pinch Ran's cheeks. What splendid genes your family possesses. Everyone is so charming. All thanks to my sister's care. Ran's voice was slightly unclear, yet earnest. Indeed, I care for her well, Su Shiqing replied, a hint of pride illuminating her face. See how obedient and lovely my sister is. Isn't there good news to share? Sitting beside Ran, Su Shiqing propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Luo Qing expectantly. Pray, do tell. Rubbing his hands together, Luo Qing spoke mysteriously, Sister, the crystal cores and gold are ready. When do you plan to inspect them? At the mention of this, Su Shiqing and Apos' interest was piqued. One could only imagine how impoverished she had been lately. The few remaining crystal cores in her possession were utterly insufficient, and she had no cores to spare, anxiously awaiting Luo Qing and Apos as assistants. Let us go now. We must inspect them at once, Su Shiqing declared, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, unable to wait even a moment longer. All right, let us depart. Luo Qing stood, but suddenly recalled something and turned to Ning Xian, who had remained silent since entering. Oh, by the way, sister, old Ning mentioned he wishes to. Before he could finish, Ning Xian kicked Luo Qing's calf, silencing him instantly. Ouch. Luo Qing stared incredulously at Ning Xian, his eyes filled with accusation. Su Shiqing turned back, puzzled. What is the matter? Nothing, Ning Xian replied, averting his gaze with an impassive expression. Luo Qing has been quite fatigued these past few days. He nearly stumbled just now. Luo Qing, feeling unjustly accused of weakness, could only blink in disbelief. Su Shiqing, taking Ning Xian's words at face value, expressed concern for Luo Qing. Your health is paramount. Do not overexert yourself. I have some nutritional supplements. Would you like to replenish your strength? Replenish? I am in peak condition, Luo Qing retorted, indignant. Chapter 74, The Route of Departure. Meanwhile, Huang Ying and Ran observed the subtle interactions between Ning Xian and his companion with keen clarity. Huang Ying gazed thoughtfully at Ning Xian's silhouette, lost in contemplation, while Ran appeared bewildered, unable to decipher the actions of the two older boys. It was all so intricate and perplexing that she decided to dismiss it from her mind. In truth, Ran was not alone in her confusion. Even Luo Qing could not fathom why Ning Xian refrained from voicing his thoughts. However, considering the bond of brotherhood, Luo Qing chose not to press the matter. Silently enduring the weight of his own discomfort, his smile strained yet resolute. Ning Xian remained impassive, yet unbeknownst to those around him. His hand had clenched into a fist, his palm slick with perspiration. He was anxious, though he could not readily comprehend the source of his unease. As he perceived Luo Qing's intention to reveal his plans, Ning Xian instinctively interrupted him. He owned a journey alongside Su Shiqing. Yet he hesitated to articulate this desire. Was he afraid of rejection? Such trepidation was uncharacteristic of him. Ultimately, the words remained unspoken as they exited Su Shiqing's residence. Su Shiqing clasped Ran's hand, following Luo Qing towards the warehouse at the base. Initially, Luo Qing had intended for Xiao Luo to utilize her spatial abilities to transport their belongings directly to Su Shiqing's home. However, he swiftly realized the sheer volume of gold was far too great for Xiao Luo to manage alone. Thus, he decided to deposit the crystals and golden treasures in the warehouse for Su Shiqing to retrieve herself. As the warehouse doors swung open, Ran, nestled in Su Shiqing's arms, could not suppress a soft gasp of awe. Wow, so much, so shiny. At the center of the warehouse lay a small mountain of gold, interspersed with various gemstones. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a dazzling glow upon the golden heap. Ran, having never encountered such a sight in her life, stood with her mouth agape, nearly large enough to hold an egg. Isn't it beautiful? Luo Qing chuckled with pride, gesturing towards the golden mound. This nearly encompasses all the gold and jewels within the vicinity. In just a few days, my team scoured the area thoroughly. Not a single piece was overlooked. The quantity of gold here far surpassed what Su Shiqing had brought back to the modern world, and the exquisite craftsmanship of the gemstones hinted at their immense value. Despite her worldly experience, Su Shiqing's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight before her. She gently placed Ran on the ground and took a few steps towards the golden mound, quickly noticing several large burlap sacks nearby. Her curiosity piqued, she wondered. Are these the crystals? The sight of the numerous sacks brought an uncontrollable smile to her face. It was evident to all that she was elated. We've struck gold. Haven't we? While she was aware that her earnings would be substantial, the reality of a warehouse brimming with treasures felt surreal. What do you think, little sister? Are you satisfied? Luo Qing inquired, hands on his hips, grinning widely. Absolutely. Su Shiqing squinted her eyes, her smile akin to that of a cunning fox that had just pilfered a delicacy. Ran dashed towards the golden mountain, picking up a gold bracelet from the ground and holding it aloft, exclaiming, so pretty. Sister should wear it. She then spotted a sapphire necklace and exclaimed, this one's lovely too. Sister should wear this. Su Shiqing approached with a chuckle, wrapping her arm around Ran's shoulders. Wearing too many jewels can be rather garish, she cautioned. It gives off an impression of ostentation, which I prefer to avoid. This sentiment held true in both her modern life and the apocalypse. Excessive adornment could hinder her agility in combat. However, if it were a carefully chosen gift from her sister, That could be an exception. She accepted the jewelry from and ran, discreetly purifying it in her spatial realm before presenting it anew. The jewelry from this world was undoubtedly filthy. It was only acceptable to handle after cleansing. Pleasant dealings. Base leader, Su Shiqing winked at Luo Qing, her smile radiant. After several transactions, it seemed that Su Shiqing had nearly drained the resources of this base. Fortunately, everything she exchanged was essential for the community, and no one felt shortchanged. The art of commerce lies in ensuring both parties feel they have gained. Ning Xinyan, unusually silent, observed Su Shiqing's evident joy as she stood before the golden mound, his gaze deepening. Did she truly have such an affinity for gold and jewels? Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality when Luo Qing nudged his arm, whispering, "Old Ning, didn't you say you wanted to leave with the little sister? Why are you still silent? Are you hesitating?" Taking a deep breath, Ning Xinyan shook his head slightly. "You needn't worry. I have my own plans." His intention was to wait until Su Shiqing had collected all the treasures from the warehouse, and when they returned to her home, he still remained reticent, causing Luo Qing considerable agitation. Su Shiqing unfolded a map of this world upon the living room table, pointing to the location of Chongping Base. From here, which route should we take to reach Liunyuan Base? She knew that Ning Xinyan possessed the clearest understanding of this matter. Head north. Then Ning Xinyan traced a line on the map, ultimately settling on a province in the north. 6-year-old Ran could not read the map, but she recognized some of the images. Leaning over the table, she pointed to a blue line that Ning Xinyan had just marked. "Sister, is this a river?" "Yes. More precisely, it is a river," Ning Xinyan confirmed with a slight nod. The bridge over the river had been deliberately destroyed shortly after the outbreak of the zombie virus, necessitating a detour to reach Liunyuan Base. He then sketched an alternative route, which was considerably longer than the initial one. Deliberately destroyed the bridge? Su Shiqing's brow furrowed in surprise. But why would they do such a thing? Ning Xinyan fell silent for a moment, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. Eventually, he scoffed. Who knows? Perhaps they were simply unhinged. The rare profanity escaped Ning Xinyan's lips, leaving Su Shiqing, Huang Ying'er, and Luo Qing momentarily stunned. Even Ran gaped in astonishment. Su Shiqing's first thought was, wow, Ning is cursed. Chapter 75. The end. The group tactfully avoided the topic. And after discussing the route to the Liunyuan Base, the sky had darkened. Huang Ying'er was the first to rise, declaring her intention to leave. As the gathering began to disperse, Ning Xian showed no inclination to speak, leaving Luo Qing to wonder if he had changed his mind. Taking advantage of Su Shiqing's departure to escort Huang Ying'er, Luo Qing quietly urged Ning Xian, "Old Ning, the day is nearly over. Aren't you going to say anything? Or have you decided not to go after all?" At that moment, Ran approached, her head tilting in confusion as she heard Luo Qing's last remark. "Going? Where is brother going?" Her soft voice startled Luo Qing, who quickly laughed it off. "Oh, just going home, of course." Are you two also going back?" Just then, Su Shiqing returned and looked over. Luo Qing hesitated, but Ning Xian stood up and nodded slightly. "Yes, it's getting late. I'll be heading back." His expression remained unchanged as he turned and walked towards the door. Luo Qing exclaimed, "Wait, are you really leaving? What are you hesitating for, old Ning? Are you still a man?" "All right." Luo Qing gritted his teeth, forcing a smile at Su Shiqing. "Big sister, we're off now." "All right, take care." Su Shiqing waved, sensing something odd about Luo Qing's demeanor, yet she dismissed it with a smile. Once everyone had departed, Ran rushed over and hugged Su Shiqing's leg. Su Shiqing lifted the little girl, asking, "Ran, do you have something to tell your sister?" Ran bit her lip, hesitating. "Sister." Today that brother Ning seemed a bit strange, and so did the other brother. They both seemed odd. Ning Xian? Su Shiqing noted that although he was usually not very talkative, today he appeared particularly pensive and quiet. Not to mention Luo Qing, who seemed to be hiding something. Does sister also find those two brothers peculiar? Su Shiqing gently pinched Ran and Appo's cheek. But that's all right, as long as Ran is still well behaved. Ran is the best. Ran giggled, snuggling against her sister and Appo's neck. Luo Qing, who had clearly followed Ning Xian out, found himself unable to see him anymore once outside. Glancing next door, he scratched his head, feeling a bit of a headache. What a chaotic situation. I've never seen old Ning this indecisive before. It was only after Luo Qing left that Ning Xian stepped out from the shadows. He gazed at Luo Qing's retreating figure and then at the brightly lit house before him, his expression profound. A rare sense of tension surfaced within him. causing him to hesitate at Su Shiqing's doorstep, reluctant to approach. What if he was rejected if he suggested leaving together? How would he respond if Su Shiqing asked why? What if he annoyed her and was disliked? Moreover, why was his heart racing so rapidly? Perhaps due to his emotional dullness, Ningxian belatedly realized his heart was pounding as if it might leap from his throat. It had been years since he felt such a sensation. His throat tightened slightly as he stared at the illuminated windows of the house, feeling parched and lost in thought. It was only when the lights went out that he snapped back to reality. They must be asleep, his feet feeling somewhat numb. Ningxian was unaware of how long he had stood there. It was clear that tonight was not the right opportunity. With a barely perceptible sigh, he turned to leave. Did no one tell you that standing at a girl's door late at night like this looks rather creepy? A teasing voice came from behind, causing Ningxian to freeze, his previously steady heartbeat quickening once more. Su Shiqing, draped in a fitted brown trench coat, appeared relaxed as she quietly stood behind him. Her dark eyes filled with curiosity. Her hair, slightly disheveled, fluttered in the breeze, and the moonlight cast a gentle glow over her features, creating an impression of innocence and gentleness. Speak up. What is it you wish to say? Without giving Ningxian a chance to escape, Su Shiqing moved her fingers, and delicate vines encircled his wrist, turning him to face her. She had long sensed his troubled mind, and considering he was her most vital partner, she decided to pursue the matter further. From Ningxian's perspective, the girl before him was like a painting, the moonlight reflecting fragmented glimmers in her eyes. Her demeanor calm yet concerned. In the stillness of the night, the base was deserted, leaving only Su Shiqing and Ningxian locked in a gaze. The silence was profound, allowing him to hear his own heartbeat. Never had it raced so. Hey, don't tell me you have nothing to say. Seeing him silent, Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow and stepped closer. You clearly seem troubled. I've told you, you will always be my priority. Is there anything you cannot share with me? She leaned in, unwittingly closing the distance between them, while Ningxian barely held his breath. It felt as though Su Shiqing could see right through him, suggesting that she was always attentive to him. The night breeze carried a hint of coolness, and Ningxian could even catch a whiff of her familiar, delicate fragrance. Lowering his gaze to meet her clear eyes, he caught a glimpse of his own reflection, creating an illusion that the entire world revolved around him. For a fleeting moment, his heart skipped a beat. Old Ning, tell me the truth. Do you like the big sister? Luo Qing's question from earlier resurfaced in Ningxian's mind, causing his throat to dry. Oh no, Luo Qing had hit the nail on the head. He was doomed. Chapter 76. The transaction. When are you leaving the base? Ningxian's voice, slightly hoarse, broke the stillness, his heart racing. Su Shiqing, with a languid yawn and a quirked eyebrow, appeared somewhat taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that Ningxian would stand at her doorstep for so long only to pose such a trivial question. Well, she mused, her fingers idly rubbing against each other, and shook her head with a smile. There and damp. Oppos, no rush. After all, we haven and damp. Oppos, completed our transaction yet, have we? It was essential for Su Shiqing to obtain the documents in Ningxian and Oppos' possession before she could consider leaving. With a habitual smile gracing her lips, she blinked at Ningxian, who stood a few steps away. You can't possibly tell me you waited out there just to ask me this, can you? I refuse to believe that. Ningxian slightly parted his lips, the moonlight casting a soft glow on his face, concealing the complex emotions swirling in his gaze behind his glasses. What if our transaction can't be concluded in the short term? Would you remain here indefinitely? His voice was soft, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing narrowed her eyes slightly. What do you mean? Do you no longer wish to proceed with this transaction? Not at all. I simply wish for our transaction to last a little longer. A subtle smile graced Ningxian's lips, a rare expression of warmth breaking through his typically indifferent demeanor, though his flickering gaze betrayed his inner anxiety. I want to leave with you. Is that permissible? The moment was charged with the tension of a long-anticipated experiment nearing its conclusion. Ningxian felt a mix of hope and fear, dreading the possibility of rejection from her lips. Meanwhile, Su Shiqing found herself momentarily taken aback. Did he just express a desire to leave the base with them? Her expression turned peculiar. Not out of reluctance, but because the development had exceeded her expectations. For someone like Ningxian, who preferred solitude, seeking a stable and quiet place to reside without disturbance was ideal. With Chopping Base now under Luo Qing and Oppos' management, it seemed a perfect long-term sanctuary for him. Why then? The sudden desire to depart with her? Rarely, Su Shiqing found herself unable to decipher his intentions. Yet, one thing was certain, Ningxian was trustworthy. and his willingness to leave with her was undoubtedly advantageous. Not to mention, his fourth-tier lightning abilities could resolve many potential troubles. Have you made your decision? You wish to leave Chomping Base with us? Su Shiqing reconfirmed. Yes, Ningxin replied without hesitation. Aware that Su Shiqing's destination was Lionian Base, and that accompanying her might lead to encounters he preferred to avoid. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his desire to follow her. In a world ravaged by calamity, reunions were left to chance, often taking lifetimes. Experiencing a profound sense of yearning for the first time, Ningxin was unwilling to gamble on it, nor could he afford to. Very well, Su Shiqing smiled, her eyes sparkling with mischief, as if she had just struck a favorable deal. Then let us depart together. The progression of events unfolded smoothly, and Ningxin's anxious heart finally settled. As long as he faced no rejection, everything else could wait for another day. At that moment, Su Shiqing recalled that she had prepared some items for him in her space. If we and Oppos, relieving the base, those lab coats would get dirty far too easily. She raised her hand and produced several sets of men and Oppos, as clothing, stepping forward to offer them to Ningxin. Wear these. They are clean and should fit reasonably well. Ningxin accepted the garments, a wave of emotion surging within him. This was a unique supply, perhaps signifying that he held a special place in Su Shiqing and Oppos' heart. However, before he could fully process this sentiment, Su Shiqing suddenly cleared her throat, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Well, since we are to leave together, our transactional relationship has strengthened, Oppos, it? Given that it is now so solid, could you perhaps provide me with some technical data in advance? That wouldn't Oppos, be too much to ask, would it? The clothes had been intended to bridge the gap between them, making it easier for Su Shiqing to request something in return. She felt that the timing was just right. In the tranquil night, only she and Ningxin occupied the space outside, the atmosphere perfectly conducive to their conversation. Her eyes, glimmering with laughter, met his, which were brimming with unspoken emotions. Ningxin tightened his grip on the clothes, caught off guard by her subsequent remarks, momentarily frozen. He should have anticipated this. Su Shiqing approached transactions with a financial fervor, her mind ever calculating. Yet, strangely, he found it impossible to resent her. After a brief silence, Ningxin let out a soft sigh, tinged with resignation. Very well. I will organize it tonight and deliver it to you tomorrow. What specific area of technology do you require? This aspect was a blind spot for Su Shiqing, and she blinked in contemplation. What are you proficient in? Somewhat familiar with various fields, Ningxin replied, maintaining his composure. Su Shiqing frowned slightly, revealing her dilemma. I'm at a loss. I do not even know the level of technological advancement in either of our worlds. How am I supposed to articulate this? Something moderately advanced, but not overly so. Any area will do, she said, her gaze hopeful as she looked at Ningxin. You understand, right? Understand? Ningxin nearly faltered in maintaining his composure, yet seeing the anticipation in her eyes, the words of refusal caught in his throat. Understand. Instantly. Su Shiqing and Oppos' face lit up, her eyes reflecting a tapestry of scattered light. Thank you for your help. Her typical business smile lacked sincerity, though warm. It bore little emotional depth. However, when she truly smiled, she resembled a languid kitten, her upturned lips reminiscent of a playful paw, igniting a yearning within him. Ningxin silently etched her smile into his memory, his expression softening imperceptibly. It and Oppos' getting late. You should rest, he suggested, noting her relaxed demeanor. With their transactional bond fortified and valuable information secured ahead of time, Su Shiqing felt they had gained a new ally for their impending journey. It was indeed a perfect evening. All right, rest well, Ningxin replied, watching her retreat into her room before he turned his gaze to the moonlit sky. Having clarified his feelings and received no rejection, he deemed it a fulfilling night. Good night, he whispered softly to the night, his words dissipating into the stillness of the streets. His gaze lingered a moment longer on the darkened windows before he left with a light-hearted chuckle. For him, tonight would be a sleepless one. Yet someone else would enjoy sweet dreams. Chapter 77. Deafening silence early the next morning. The door of Su Shiqing and Oppos' home was knocked upon, and Anren opened it. Upon opening the door, Anren was startled by the figure outside. Wow, a panda. Of course, it wasn't Oppos', a real panda, but Ningxin, who had stayed up all night and now bore dark circles under his eyes resembling a panda. Indeed, Ningxin had not slept at all the previous night. To compile the somewhat advanced yet not overly sophisticated technology that Su Shiqing requested, he had spent the entire night in his study. being an ability user. His mental state was still relatively stable, though the dark circles were quite pronounced. Upon hearing Anrin and Appos, S exclamation, Ning Sinian and Appos, S lips twitched. Panda? Who is it outside? Anrin. Su Shiqing and Appos, S voice came from within, tinged with curiosity. Anrin, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched her head, smiled shyly at Ning Sinian, and replied, not a panda, sister. It's brother Ning. Children speak innocently, and Ning Sinian had no intention of reprimanding a child. He gently pinched Anrin's cheek before stepping inside. Although he had a slight obsession with cleanliness and preferred to avoid physical contact, he found himself unable to resist the urge to pinch the soft, tender face of the little one standing before him. The sensation was delightful. Upon realizing it was Ning Sinian who had arrived, Su Shiqing was somewhat surprised. I didn't, and Appos, expect you to come so early. She stepped out holding a cup of milk she had prepared for Anrin. And upon seeing the two large dark circles under Ning Sinian's eyes, she couldn't help but exclaim, wow, a panda. Ning Sinian. Su Shiqing chuckled. Ning Sinian. Did you go out thieving last night? Why are your eyes so heavy? No, Ning Sinian replied coolly, raising the documents in his hand. I spent the whole night searching for information for someone. Su Shiqing and Appos, S smile froze. Ah, I see. Was it because of me? Instantly retracting her smile, she pretended nothing had happened and waved to Anrin. Come here, Anrin, drink your milk. A low chuckle came from the side as Ning Sinian stifled a laugh. It must be said that his looks were indeed striking. Despite the dark circles being quite distracting, his charm remained unaffected. He resembled a composed and serene panda. Apologies, but those dark circles were truly out of place. Handing over the documents, Ning Sinian slightly raised the corners of his mouth and softly spoke to Su Shiqing. Take a look. Are these what you need? If not, I can go back and organize more. Seated with a milk bottle in hand, Anrin blinked her large eyes, scanning back and forth between Ning Sinian and Su Shiqing. How strange. The big brother yesterday didn't speak, but today he is so gentle. Anrin tilted her little head and chose to continue quietly drinking her milk. Meanwhile, Su Shiqing had taken the documents from Ning Sinian and began to flip through them. The two worlds shared many similarities. The only difference being that in this apocalyptic world, the technological level had far surpassed that of Su Shiqing's world prior to the outbreak of the zombie virus. Some of the advanced scientific terminology was beyond Su Shiqing's comprehension, but Ning Sinian had written explanations in less technical language. After a brief glance and confirming their usefulness, Su Shiqing tossed them all into her storage space. As a merchant, she understood that matters of research and technology were best left to professionals. Is this enough? Ning Sinian quietly observed the profile of Su Shiqing, watching her every move with utmost patience. Su Shiqing rolled her eyes. This is sufficient for now. In the future, it may not be. Ning Sinian nodded indulgently. Whenever you need something, you can find me at any time. A shiver ran through Su Shiqing at his words, leaving her feeling somewhat uneasy, her expression turning peculiar. What's wrong? Ning Sinian's thoughts stirred, his eyes behind the lenses betraying a subtle hint of anticipation. Ning Sinian, the way you say that makes me feel. Su Shiqing bit her lower lip, frowning slightly. You're too easy to deceive. Ning Sinian. His smile faltered, nearly taking his breath away. Me? Easy to deceive? Indeed, Su Shiqing replied, oblivious to the tension, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. What we are engaged in is a transaction. I haven't and Appos, done anything yet. And you almost revealed all your secrets. Isn't that considered easy to deceive? Ning Sinian. Anrin, that makes a lot of sense. One was utterly silent, while the other unconditionally agreed with her sister, creating an eerily strange atmosphere. Observing Ning Sinian and Appos' apparent disappointment, Su Shiqing thought her words had been too blunt and decided to reassure him, but it's okay to be easy to deceive. I'll keep an eye on you. And ordinary people won't be able to trick you. This could be seen as VIP treatment for her trading partner. Taking a deep breath, Ning Sinian lowered his gaze, concealing the helplessness and disappointment in his eyes, and quietly asked Su Shiqing, would you deceive me? At his question, Su Shiqing paused, then shook her head earnestly. I wanted Appos to deceive you, but I might take advantage of you. Ning Sinian. Even Anrin beside them slightly parted her lips in surprise. While there must have been a reason behind what her sister said, could such words truly be spoken in front of the person concerned? However, Su Shiqing did not lie. She was a principled merchant and remembered all the help Ning Sinian had provided her. Naturally, the nature of a merchant is to avoid loss, and in any transaction, one party would inevitably suffer. If it wasn't Su Shiqing, then it was Ning Xinian. Ning Xinian's silence was deafening. Well, if she wanted to deceive him, so be it. He had been tricked by many throughout his life, and he was willing to be manipulated by Su Shiqing. With that thought, Ning Xinian began to contemplate what else he possessed that might pique Su Shiqing and Appos' interest. The crystal core of a level 7 zombie? Or perhaps the ancestral emerald bracelet? Or maybe his research findings on abilities? Su Shiqing was unaware that Ning Xinian had already successfully convinced himself. She merely intended to remind him that if they were to collaborate, she was no benevolent saint. Lowering her gaze, her eyes reflected a contemplative expression. With technology and gold in hand, should she not return to the modern world to prepare for their departure from the base? For instance, a sufficiently sturdy mode of transportation? The distance between Chopping Base and Lionian Base was considerable. Su Shiqing couldn't possibly rely solely on her own legs to traverse it. Even if she could, Amren could not. They needed a robust vehicle as well as means of self-defense. Chapter 78. The Mark and Engagement after Ning Sire departed. Su Shiqing returned to her room alone, intending to transport herself back to the modern era. Habitually, she reached to touch the jade pendant at her neck, only to find her fingers grasping nothing but air. A cold sweat enveloped her back as her breath hitched, and her pupils constricted. Where is my jade pendant? She quickly assessed her surroundings and realized she could still connect with the space. The space remained intact, yet the pendant was inexplicably gone, leaving only a red string around her neck. How peculiar. How could this be? Furrowing her brow, Su Shiqing concentrated on the connection with the space, which showed no signs of alteration. She was unaware of when the pendant had vanished. However, as she unfastened the collar of her garment to examine the red string that had once held the pendant, she noticed what seemed to be a splash of red between her collarbones. Due to her angle, she could not see it clearly, so she hurriedly sought a mirror to scrutinize the area. Her skin was fair and smooth, with pronounced collarbones that glimmered like fine mutton fat jade. Yet, what captured her attention was a vivid scarlet mark situated at the center of her collarbone. The moment she beheld that mark, her breath stuttered, and she instinctively raised her hand to explore it. The texture was cool and smooth, showing no hint of abnormality. Nevertheless, Su Shiqing distinctly remembered that she had never borne such a mark before. The mark resembled a blood-red plum blossom, no larger than a fingernail, quietly embedded between her collarbones. From a distance, it appeared as if she adorned a unique necklace, radiant and eye-catching. Is this my space? As she delicately traced the plum blossom mark at her collarbone, disbelief washed over her. The pendant has transformed into this mark? When did this occur? Su Shiqing pondered deeply, recalling the last moment she had felt the presence of the pendant, before the outbreak of the zombie tide. It seemed she had lost connection after awakening from her stupor. A thought struck her: the second upgrade of the space. Thus far, the space had undergone 3 upgrades. The first granted the ability to contain living beings. The third conferred a protective shield, yet the details of the second upgrade had eluded her comprehension. Aside from the expansion of the space itself, now it appeared that the second upgrade had transformed the pendant into the plum blossom mark embedded within her collarbone. Strangely enough, this ability proved quite advantageous for Su Shiqing. The pendant could be lost, coveted by others, or stolen. However, if it had transformed into a mark upon her neck, it would attract far less attention and be far less likely to be taken. Removing the red string from around her neck, Su Shiqing gazed at her elegant, slender neck, her eyes resting upon the plum blossom, a smile gradually gracing her lips. Each upgrade of the space has indeed proven remarkably useful. Had the timing been more appropriate, she might have considered allowing the space to absorb the newly acquired crystal cores, pondering if it could ascend to the next level. Calm down. The pace of the space and Appos' upgrades has outstripped her own growth and strength. After admiring the mark on her collarbone for a moment, Su Shiqing finally satisfied her curiosity, pulled up her collar, and redirected her focus to her plans. It was time to return to the modern era. With a thought, darkness enveloped her vision, and the pungent scent of disinfectant flooded her mind. However, truth be told, it was far more pleasant than the acrid stench of the apocalypse. Upon awakening, she found herself in a hospital room. A slight turn of her head revealed her sister, Su Anren, unconscious on the hospital bed. The life sign monitoring device showed no fluctuations, indicating that Su Anren's condition remained stable. Without urgency for her next plan, Su Shiqing sat quietly beside the bed for a long while. Her gaze fixed tenderly on her sister and Appos' unconscious face, radiating serenity. It felt as though simply watching her would cleanse the soul. Yet, before Su Shiqing could seek out Lin Jianhong, news regarding the Su family reached her ears first. Opening the headlines, she found the top story boldly proclaiming a powerful alliance. News of the engagement between the young lady of the Su family and the heir of the Zhang family surfaces. Below, a photograph captured her father, Su Mingde, and the elder of the Zhang family, both smiling broadly and shaking hands. As the nominal eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Shiqing was taken aback. The accompanying image featured her mother, Su Mu, and Su Ying, alongside several familiar faces, yet conspicuously absent were the two individuals at the center of this engagement announcement. One had severed ties with the Su family, while the other, lacking in wits, was deemed unfit to present herself publicly. Su Shiqing never anticipated that. Without even making an appearance, news of the engagement would circulate. Were they attempting to coerce her into compliance through public opinion? Gripping her phone tighter, Su Shiqing's gaze turned frigid as she let out a cold laugh. How naive. Under Lin Jianhong's protection, as long as she wished, no one would be able to find her. And as long as she remained hidden, this absurd engagement rumor would collapse under its own weight. However, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Mu in the photograph, where she noticed something on her wrist. Her pupils constricted. It was grandmother and Appo's bracelet. The woman in the picture smiled with serene grace, draped in an expensive mink coat. The exquisite jade bracelet adorning her wrist further enhancing her air of nobility. That bracelet was all too familiar to Su Shiqing. It was her grandmother's heirloom. To be more precise, it was a legacy left for the two sisters. In the Su family, it was true that everyone looked down upon Su Shiqing and Anren. But only during their grandmother's lifetime did she tenderly care for them. Aware of their father's and mother's favoritism towards Su Ying, their grandmother had promised to bequeath all her possessions to the sisters, including but not limited to that jade bracelet. Yet after her passing, Su Mingde had taken the heirlooms. And despite her best efforts, Su Shiqing had been unable to locate them. Until today, gazing at the familiar bracelet on Su Mu and Appo's wrist, Su Shiqing and Appo's expression darkened. Did they truly think she was oblivious? This was her so-called caring father and mother, using the relics of someone Su Shiqing cherished to force her return. Although they could not ascertain her whereabouts, it was clear that Su Mingde believed this disobedient daughter would certainly monitor the Su family's every move and would inevitably discover her grandmother's heirloom. The phone emitted a cracking sound, seemingly on the verge of shattering under Su Shiqing and Appo's grip. She closed her eyes, a mocking smile curling her lips. Since you wish so fervently for me to return and make an appearance at the engagement banquet, very well, I'll grant your wish. Chapter 79. Do you not understand human speech? Were it anything else, Su Shiqing would remain indifferent. However, that was her grandmother's keepsake, and she must retrieve it. The kind-hearted old lady had likely been the only source of warmth in Su Shiqing's childhood. Just then, her phone rang, the name Lin Jianhong flashing on the screen. Have you observed the recent movements of the Su family? The man's voice was as steady as ever. Su Shiqing did not respond directly, merely letting out a cold snort. Do you need me to help suppress the public outcry? Or rather, sensing Su Shiqing's displeasure, Lin Jianhong paused before continuing. No need. This isn't a matter of public sentiment. Standing by the hospital window, Su Shiqing gazed at the tree shadows outside. Since they are so eager for my return, I shall oblige. On the other end, silence reigned. Unseen by Su Shiqing, Lin Jianhong's brow furrowed slightly. Return? Just like that? After finally escaping the Su family? Are you truly going back due to a mere public outcry? Clearly, Lin Jianhong found it perplexing. Before he could speak again, Su Shiqing interjected. I and Appo's prepared the technology one promised you last time. If possible, I would like your assistance. To be honest. Su Shiqing now regarded the Su family as a blind little insect. The insect posed no threat to her, yet it incessantly hopped around her, becoming a source of annoyance. With her extraordinary abilities returned to the modern world, the bodyguards of the Su family could not lay a finger on her. The previous unpleasant encounter seemed to have made Su Mingde realize this, prompting him to use the belongings of those Su Shiqing cared about to coerce her return. Wearing a mask, Su Shiqing raised her gaze toward the grand Su family residence, a cold smile gracing her lips as she stepped inside. What are you doing? The security guard at the entrance contemplated stopping her, but froze in place under the intensity of Su Shiqing and Appo's glance. Having survived a zombie apocalypse stained with countless bloodshed, Su Shiqing's aura had transformed. Her eyes held an implicit threat, akin to that of a notorious fugitive, sending chills down one's spine. Of course, The glimmer of menace vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving the guard questioning his own perceptions. Su Shiqing lowered her black mask, revealing a delicate, icy visage. "ISN and Oppos, see that old man Su Mingda eager to see me? Step aside." Her demeanor suggested she was not there to visit, but rather to seek vengeance. The guard, fully aware of this infamous young lady of the Su family, had witnessed her elegantly escape even when surrounded by a dozen security personnel. He knew he was no match for her. Before Su Shiqing finished her sentence, the guards hurriedly cleared the way. "Please, after you." Upon hearing something laughable, Su Shiqing Kuden and Oppos, T helped but smirk, a hint of mockery in her smile. She had never heard such respectful titles during her years living in the Su family, yet now, following a fallout, they were suddenly bestowed upon her. Ridiculous. Shaking her head, she muttered 2 words to no one in particular and strode purposefully into the Su residence. It seemed she had anticipated Su Shiqing and Oppos' return. As she stepped into the hall, a circle of people was already seated. A cursory glance revealed almost entirely familiar faces, relatives of the Su family, all staring at her with the gaze one might reserve for a criminal. The Su family consisted of 3 brothers, with Su Mingda as the eldest, fathering 2 daughters and 1 son. The second uncle had only 1 son, while the third uncle initially had a pair of twins, yet only the elder members of the Su family were present now. "Well, look who has arrived. ISN and Oppos, T this our family and Oppos' most accomplished girl?" Aunt Su, with a handkerchief to her mouth, let out a light laugh, her narrow eyes squinting at Su Shiqing. The sarcasm in her tone unmistakable. "Aunt, you flatter me. How could my achievements compare to your son's?" He discarded a multi-million project without a second thought. Su Shiqing replied with a smile, but her words darkened the expressions of Aunt Su and Uncle Tu. The previous day, Uncle Tu's son had mishandled a project worth millions that Su Shiqing had been managing, leading to its disastrous failure. "Su Shiqing, is this how you speak to your elders?" Su Mingda barked from the head of the table, trying to assert his authority as a father. However, Su Shiqing had long ceased to be swayed by such tactics. Previously, she had feigned a dutiful daughter out of gratitude for having her medical expenses covered. But now, who cares? Certainly not an attitude befitting of a daughter. Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow, surveying the assembled crowd, spreading her hands innocently. "But there are no elders of mine here. Impudent. You are my daughter. Everyone here is your elder." Su Mingda's expression darkened ominously. "Or do you truly not consider yourself a member of the Su family?" By her side, Su Mother Qin Ruping appeared worried, genuinely concerned for Su Shiqing. "Dear child, do not quarrel with your father. You are my flesh and blood. Can you truly deny your ties to the Su family?" The couple's bickering continued, while Su Shiqing maintained her calm demeanor, smiling faintly, appearing utterly detached. "Please refrain from such nauseating remarks." Her gaze fell upon Qin Ruping's wrist, empty, devoid of the jade bracelet that had been highlighted in the headlines. It was to be expected. Grandma and Su Mingda had never had a good relationship, and with Qin Ruping's temperament, she would surely deem the possessions of the deceased as ominous. If not for the intent to ensnare her, she would never have brought them. "Where's Grandma's belonging?" Su Shiqing had no interest in prolonging the conversation and cut straight to the point. Yet, no one acknowledged her inquiry. "If I may say, brother, your daughter's demeanor is far too reckless," the third uncle scoffed, addressing Su Mingda. "At this rate, she will not make a suitable daughter-in-law for the Zhang family. You ought to discipline her. She lacks the demeanor of a proper young lady. Marrying into the Zhang family later will be a laughingstock." Aunt Su could hardly contain her disdain for Su Shiqing, lifting her chin and rolling her eyes. "Very well, a gathering of ignorant fools." A flicker of weariness crossed Su Shiqing's eyes. She found herself reminiscing about the apocalypse. At least in those dire times, when confronted with such loathsome relatives, she could resolve matters with her fists. Though lacking in reason, the results were remarkably effective. Chapter 80. Utter Madness. Listening to the words of his third uncle and second aunt, Su Mingda sat silently in the main seat, sipping his tea with an air of indifference. Meanwhile, Qin Ruping showed no intention of coming to Su Shiqing's aid, quietly averting her gaze as if tacitly endorsing the remarks of their relatives. Su Shiqing, with her arms crossed before her, observed her relatives assessing her and glanced at her silent parents, suddenly breaking into laughter. What is the intention behind this? To force her back yet remain mute? To manipulate her with public opinion and invoke guilt through familial ties? As she watched the Su family gathered around the long table, their scrutinizing gazes incessantly sweeping over her. Su Shiqing and Empties' patience ran thin. In a moment of unanticipated defiance, she strode forward and kicked the long table over. Bang! Crash! The enhancement bestowed by her abilities enabled Su Shiqing to send the table hurtling against the wall of the hall, creating a substantial dent. With dust swirling in the air as the crystal chandelier above swayed slightly from the impact, the cups and dishes on the table shattered, hot tea splattering across the sitting members of the Su family. Ah, Su Shiqing, have you lost your mind? You wretched girl, what have you done? No one anticipated that Su Shiqing would actually flip the table, nor did they foresee that this girl possessed such strength. The second aunt, dressed in an unusually alluring manner for her visit to the Su family estate, had hot tea poured directly onto her legs. The scream reverberated through the halls as she leapt from her chair, hastily attempting to rush towards the restroom. However, the floor was littered with broken ceramic pieces, and in her high heels, she lost her balance and fell hard onto the ground. In an instant, her features contorted in pain. My backside. The sharp shards of ceramic pierced through her flimsy clothing, embedding themselves in her flesh, drawing streams of blood. Chaos ensued in the hall. Outrageous. Utterly outrageous. Su Mingda's face turned a shade of green with fury, his trembling finger pointed at Su Shiqing. You rebellious daughter. Do you wish to destroy this family? Huh. Su Shiqing laughed mercilessly, clapping her hands as she summoned a chair to sit in the midst of the chaos. Crossing her legs, she rested her chin on one hand, casting a sidelong glance at her second aunt, who was howling in agony, before finally addressing Su Mingda. Now, shall we engage in a proper conversation? I have nothing to discuss with a rebellious daughter like you. Get out. The latter part of his sentence faltered as Su Mingda suddenly realized something. Forcing himself to swallow the last two words, his complexion a shade of iron gray. Indeed, Su Shiqing had been coerced back. He could not allow her to leave so easily. Seated confidently, Su Shiqing smiled with an air of defiance, as though she had grasped this realization as well. Think carefully. Is there truly nothing to discuss? She rose and took a step towards the gathered Su family, her eyes gleaming with audacity. The family members instinctively recoiled, as if confronted with something vile. Only the second aunt, seated on the ground, dared not move. Her backside was riddled with shards, and any motion brought her excruciating pain. Yet, this did not hinder her from hurling insults. Wretched girl! You lowly creature! I always knew you were no good. Marrying you off early would have spared the family from this chaos. Clearly, girls like you are just here to collect debts. Just like that half-dead girl in the hospital. The Su family must have run out of good fortune. The second aunt glared at her husband, who sat frozen in his chair, and spat. Your wife is being bullied like this, and you don't even lift a finger to help? No sooner had she spoken than a shadow loomed over her. Did you just mention Anren? Su Shiqing had somehow positioned herself directly in front of the second aunt, looking down at her with icy disdain. Did you refer to that half-dead girl? The second aunt trembled under Su Shiqing's piercing gaze, but stubbornly retorted. What of it? Did I say something wrong? After lying in the hospital for so many years, that wretched girl should have died long ago before she could finish. Her voice abruptly ceased. Su Shiqing and Empties' grip tightened around her throat, her face flushing a deep red, her body nearly lifted off the ground. The second aunt and Empties' eyes widened in terror as she struggled to free herself from Su Shiqing and Empties' grasp. Yet, despite her slender frame, the girl and Empties' strength was akin to iron, rendering the second aunt's efforts futile as she writhed helplessly. Su Shiqing, the second uncle, sprang to his feet, his face a mask of horror. That is your second aunt. Do you intend to kill her? No answer came, only a frigid glare in response. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the second uncle felt his resolve wane in the presence of Su Shiqing's murderous intent, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear, an unsettling notion that she might indeed follow through on her threat. Meanwhile, Su Mingda was rendered speechless, his face a canvas of shifting colors, yet he remained silent, acutely aware that yielding now would cede control of the situation to Su Shiqing. However, the second uncle, witnessing his brother and Empties' reticence, grew anxious. Brother, speak up. If you don't, your wife may truly be in danger. Despite the law prevailing in society, Su Shiqing and Empties' unwavering gaze suggested that she would not hesitate to commit an act of violence. The second uncle, unwilling to wager his family's safety, had come merely to observe his brother's predicament, not to entangle himself in such madness. It became evident to him that Su Shiqing was, without doubt, a lunatic. Who could possibly reason with a madwoman? Chapter 81. The Transaction of the Engagement Banquet. Let's talk. Su Mingde gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words. Put her down. We can discuss this properly. In front of his brothers, Su Mingde could not afford to disregard his sister-in-law, so he reluctantly agreed, though his expression was as grim as if he had ingested something foul. After not seeing her for a few days, he found that his daughter had grown increasingly ruthless in her methods. Upon hearing Su Mingde's words, Su Shiqing let out a light laugh. As soon as she released her grip, the second aunt began to cough violently, collapsing onto the ground. The second uncle hurriedly rushed to support her. The second aunt had nearly been suffocated. Once released, she disregarded the shards of ceramics littering the floor and began to cough. Her face contorted in pain as if she might perish at any moment. The fear in her gaze when she looked at Su Shiqing was palpable. Why couldn't we have done this sooner? Su Shiqing smiled innocently, adopting the tone one might use to scold a wayward child. Must I be forced to act before you are willing to engage in a reasonable conversation? How tiresome. She settled back into her chair amidst the chaos of broken ceramics and her aunt's blood. Let me ask you once more, where are grandmother's belongings? Before Su Mingde could respond, Su Shiqing, as if reading his thoughts, added with a light chuckle, do not feign ignorance about the relics. It is not as if you are unaware of my reasons for returning. With his thoughts laid bare, Su Mingde's expression darkened again. It must be said that his daughter was indeed astute. If she were a man, he might have truly admired her. Alas, the girl would never amount to much. Observing the unfolding situation, the second and third uncles, sensing the tension, chose to discreetly leave the Su family residence with their wives. No longer wishing to be part of the unfolding drama, they had come to witness their brother's embarrassment, never anticipating they would become the spectacle instead. Su Shiqing had little interest in their departure. In a moment, the hall was left with only her parents and herself. I do not wish to ask a third time, she said, her gaze growing colder, her demeanor increasingly unfriendly. Ching. Qin Ruping seemed poised to speak, but upon meeting her daughter's icy stare, she swallowed her words, irritation flickering in her eyes. This stubborn girl was truly a headache. At least my son is obedient. He never causes me distress. You should know that your grandmother's belongings are in my possession, and I am certainly willing to part with them, Su Mingde finally conceded, recognizing that his daughter had become quite assertive. However, you must agree to the marriage with the Zhang family. Su Shiqing found his proposition unsurprising. She had long since discerned the nature of her parents and no longer harbored any hope to trade my daughter for the stability of the family business. Su Mingde, you truly are a wonderful father. She smiled. Very well, I accept. Her agreement was so swift that Su Mingde began to question whether she had some ulterior motive. You want the relics and wish for me to arrange a marriage with the Zhang family, correct? Su Shiqing and Apos' smile was laden with meaning. That is perfectly acceptable, provided you are willing. Now it was Su Mingde and Qin Ruping and Apos' turn to exchange glances of confusion. You agree? Su Mingde scrutinized Su Shiqing, bewildered by her readiness to consent to such a life-altering arrangement. Indeed, Su Shiqing replied, maintaining her smile as she raised her hands in a gesture of openness. The relics are of great significance to me, as for with whom I spend my life. She paused, a serene smile gracing her lips. That is of no consequence. Naturally, her words did little to quell Su Mingde's suspicions. Her prompt agreement set off alarm bells in his mind. He sensed that she must have nefarious intentions. Yet, what could she possibly do? Would she pretend to comply, only to seize the relics at an opportune moment and vanish? Su Mingde scrutinized her expression, attempting to discern any hint of her true thoughts. Once you marry the Zhang family's young master, and the dust settles, I will naturally return your grandmother and Apos' belongings to you. That is unacceptable. Su Shiqing firmly shook her head. Su Mingde and Apos' expression darkened. So, is this how it is? You feign agreement to pacify me? But Su Shiqing continued, I do not trust you, old man. What if you break your promise after I am married? Su Mingde's expression soured. I am your father. Would I truly deceive you? Su Shiqing nodded earnestly. Exactly. And that is why I cannot trust you. Unless you give me the relics at the engagement banquet. At the engagement banquet? Su Mingde narrowed his eyes, contemplating the scenario. An engagement banquet lacks the permanence of a wedding banquet, and he was still wary that Su Shiqing might disappear after obtaining the relics. However, what if? What if on the day of the engagement banquet, he arranged for Su Shiqing to be sent to the young master of the Zhang family's bed? By consummating the union, even if Su Shiqing were to flee, the deed would already be done, and no one would desire her thereafter. It would be ideal if she were to conceive, with a child as a bond. Surely she would not vanish. Su Mingde's expression remained unchanged, but he exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Ruping. Su Shiqing noted these subtle gestures. She was well aware that her father was concocting schemes against her. Yet she remained unperturbed. As long as she secured the relics during the engagement banquet, she would find a way to extricate herself from any predicament. No matter what troublesome plans Su Mingda devised, Su Shiqing was determined to ensure they would not ensnare her. Su Shiqing valued honesty in her dealings. Yet it was crucial that her counterpart possessed integrity. It was evident that her parents did not fit that criterion. Su Shiqing would indeed attend the engagement banquet, but she would not be the center of attention. Soon, Su Mingda reached a resolution. Very well, on the day of the engagement banquet, if you dutifully complete the ceremony, I will grant you the relics. The instant Su Mingda acquiesced, a subtle smile graced Su Shiqing and Appos' lips. She had taken the bait. Chapter 82. Feudal pursuit in this modern society governed by the rule of law, no matter how much Su Shiqing yearns for it. She cannot resort to the apocalyptic tactics against the Su family. Since they wish to scheme against me, let them come. Let us see who the ultimate victor will be. As the engagement approaches, you are to move back in these days. Su Mingda and Appos' expression remained grim as he surveyed the disarray of the hall, a hint of annoyance flickering in his eyes. It is time to learn some etiquette and temper your disposition. Do not disgrace me when you arrive at the Zhang family. Very well. Su Shiqing shrugged indifferently. With her abilities in hand, it mattered little where she resided. Was there anyone who could prevent her from leaving? Qing, be obedient. This is actually a rather advantageous marriage. With the situation resolved, Qin Ruping donned a feigned smile and reassured her, saying that the Zhang family was on par with the Su family in strength and that she would be going to enjoy a life of comfort. Marrying a fool. And they call that comfort. Su Shiqing couldn't help but laugh, raising an eyebrow as she looked at Madame Su. Would you care to share in this so-called fortune, madam? Qin Ruping and Appos' expression froze, evidently taken aback by Su Shiqing and Appos' blunt retort. After all, the previous Su Shiqing, while obstinate, had always been respectful towards her parents and would never confront them directly. It was perplexing how, in just a few days, she seemed transformed, no longer holding her elders in high regard. Su Mingda and Appos' demeanor darkened as he prepared to scold her. How dare you speak to your mother like that? Enough. Su Shiqing's gaze swept past the two before her, and she said coolly, spare me the moral lectures. My temper is rather short. If I become annoyed, consequences may ensue. Perhaps your lives. After all, Su Shiqing produced a Swiss Army knife from seemingly nowhere, twirling it between her fingers with a light laugh. I am not afraid of death, if I can take you both with me before I go. That would be a profitable bargain. Her eyes lowered, her voice soft yet resonant in the chaotic hall. Su Mingda and Qin Ruping sat frozen, cold sweat secretly trickling down their backs. For reasons unknown, they gazed at the girl merely a few meters away, sensing that her words bore a chilling truth. Who would not fear death? Once dead, nothing remains. Su Mingda involuntarily swallowed hard, realizing belatedly that he had been intimidated by a junior, igniting a rush of humiliation and anger. Humph, such arrogance. Su Mingda scoffed, but he should find someone to properly teach you etiquette and temper your pride. Before he could finish, he watched as Su Shiqing rose lazily, stretching before turning to leave. Su Mingda's expression shifted. Stop. You are not allowed to leave the Su family before the engagement banquet. Huh, you cannot stop me. Su Shiqing tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, casting a glance over her shoulder without truly looking at the two behind her. Rest assured, you will see me on the day of the engagement banquet. What Su Shiqing said was true. Last time, even a dozen bodyguards could not prevent her, and this time would be no different. Su Mingda could only watch, his face a mask of fury, as she walked out the door, disappearing from view. Beside him, Qin Ruping hesitated before speaking. Should we send someone to follow her? That girl is likely going to find her sister. Perhaps we can trace her steps. Humph. A smirk crept onto Su Mingda and Appos' lips, revealing a hint of mockery. Did you think I hadn't anticipated that? From the moment that insufferable girl entered, a locator was discreetly attached to her. Just to be safe, I even sent someone to follow her. Competing with me? Humph. She will likely remain oblivious to the tracker on her the entire time. TSK. I thought it was a more sophisticated scheme, but it turns out to be just a locator. Having left the Su family estate, Su Shiqing strolled along the street, one hand in her pocket and the other holding a grain-sized locator, chuckling softly. With her spatial abilities, she was acutely aware of every movement within a 20-meter radius, let alone the clumsy method employed by the security guard to plant the tracker. They sent someone to follow me? Without turning back, Su Shiqing could sense several blatant gazes fixated on her, and she shook her head in amusement. All in vain. The few individuals dispatched by Su Mingda believed they were cleverly concealed within the crowd, trailing the unsuspecting Su Shiqing as she walked ahead. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. The leaves fell perfectly, obscuring the faces of those following her. Vision instantly impaired. Oh no. The followers hastily brushed the leaves from their faces, but when they resumed their search for Su Shiqing, the street ahead was eerily empty, having successfully evaded her pursuers. Su Shiqing dusted off non-existent dirt from her clothes and casually tossed the locator into a passing garbage truck. You wanted a location? Have at it. After resolving this series of nuisances, Su Shiqing felt at ease to move forward, though not back to the hospital. Regardless of how flawlessly she executed her plans, she remained wary of exposing Rant's whereabouts. Thus, during these turbulent days, she had no intention of returning to the hospital. She called Lin Jianhong. I've taken care of my end. Where are you? Would you mind sending someone to pick me up? There was a brief silence on the other end before a hint of confusion emerged. Will that old fox Su Mingda let you go? I doubt it. Su Shiqing pouted. But thanks to my bloody escape from the bodyguards, I managed to break free. Right now, I can hardly move. Hurry up and come get me. Uncertain if Lin Jianhong believed her, his tone grew more serious. Where are you? I'll send someone right away. With Su Shiqing's financial support, Lin Jianhong's enterprises had begun to stabilize, and this time, their meeting place was set in his office. Upon seeing Su Shiqing casually clad in a well-fitted trench coat, Lin Jianhong pressed his lips together. Bloody escape? Su Shiqing blinked innocently. Just a bit of exaggeration. Do you believe me? Rubbing his temples, Lin Jianhong sighed in resignation. Speak your mind. What do you seek this time? I require an off-road vehicle, the best one available, preferably bulletproof. Su Shiqing made her request without hesitation, grinning mischievously. Can you manage that? At her words, Lin Jianhong's expression grew increasingly peculiar. A bulletproof vehicle? What do you intend to do? Before he could finish, he suddenly recalled the agreement he had made with Su Shiqing, forcing him to swallow his words. He was on the verge of asking, unable to contain his curiosity. Chapter 83. Mercenaries. Very well. The matter of the vehicle is quite manageable. I can assist you in acquiring one. Taking a deep breath to suppress the urge to delve deeper, Lin Jianhong nodded slightly. I also require gasoline. The more, the better. Su Shiqing contemplated the journey from the Chomping base to the Yonyan base. Knowing it would be a considerable distance and uncertain how much gasoline would be necessary for her to reach her destination. Of course, I will compensate you according to the market price. Consider it a purchase from you. Suddenly recalling something, Su Shiqing added, was the funding I provided last time sufficient? After all, I currently have an abundance of money. My recent return has nearly depleted the resources of the Chongping base, and the treasures in my space have piled up like a mountain. It occupies too much space there. Better to take them out as an investment. Give me a few days, and I can procure the vehicle and gasoline for you. Lin Jianhong agreed with a slight nod, not at all hesitant. Money is always welcome. Is it not? Regarding the warehouse, the same gold remains. You may go retrieve it if you require it. Since they were partners, neither felt the need for formalities. Both had their own objectives to achieve, and their collaborative relationship remained stable for the time being. I also need a mentor, Su Shiqing gestured. Someone who can teach me self-defense. Although she possessed abilities and decent physical attributes, they proved insufficient in the apocalyptic world. Should she encounter a seasoned fighter, she feared she might not even comprehend how she met her end. Thus, during her return to the modern world, Su Shiqing sought a true mentor to enhance her skills during this period. Self-defense? Lin Jianhong furrowed his brow, suppressing his curiosity for what seemed like the umpteenth time. Are you concerned about the Su family turning against you? If you wish to learn, you must be meticulous in selecting a teacher. To acquire genuine skills, a good mentor is indispensable. However, it must be noted that Lin Jianhong, despite his youth and the heavy responsibilities of leading a corporation, possessed a vast network. Have you heard of foreign mercenaries? I know a veteran who has retired from there. If you wish to learn skills, he might be a commendable choice. Mercenaries? Su Shiqing and Appos' expression shifted slightly, a spark of interest igniting as she raised an eyebrow. You may refer to him as Appos, Q. And Appos, however. I must forewarn you, his standards for accepting students are exceedingly high, and even I cannot guarantee that he will take you on. He continued, his temperament is rather eccentric, devoid of distinct preferences. Lin Jianhong took a pen and paper, jotting down an address. You can find him here. Mention my name, and perhaps he will grant you an opportunity. Of course, should he decline, I will assist you in finding another. I had no idea you had dealings with mercenaries, Su Shiqing remarked, somewhat surprised as she accepted the address. Lin Jianhong chuckled lightly, the sound tinged with self-deprecation or perhaps something else. You should understand, within the elite circles, there is little true kinship. It has always been a ruthless world. Ah, there are stories indeed. While aware that the Lin Group's bankruptcy seemed tied to internal discord, Su Shiqing remained oblivious to the full extent of the underlying issues. Nevertheless, she lacked interest in delving deeper. Time was of the essence for Su Shiqing. She needed to replenish her supplies and locate the mercenary veteran at the address in her possession, leaving no room for idle conversation about Lin Jianhong's past. However, Lin Jianhong appeared disinterested in continuing down that path. I shall take my leave, Su Shiqing declared, preparing to depart. Wait. After much hesitation, Lin Jianhong could not restrain himself from calling out to her. As Su Shiqing turned back, he bit his lip in confusion and inquired. Last time you asked me for a favor, were you serious? Promoting your marriage to a fool at the engagement banquet, what benefit could that possibly hold for you? Announcing your union with an imbecile to the world, what peculiar reasoning is that? Absolutely serious, Su Shiqing replied with a mysterious smile, not elaborating further, only stating with conviction. Just do as I say, and seize the opportunity. The engagement banquet will undoubtedly be a significant blow to the Su family. Still puzzled about what would transpire, Lin Jianhong raised an eyebrow at Su Shiqing's composed demeanor, ultimately deciding to acquiesce, regardless of her intentions. All he needed to do was have a few of his reporters infiltrate the event. Even if nothing came of it, Lin Jianhong would face no losses. It was a pity Su Shiqing was acutely aware yet still chose to leap into the fire, in her quest to solidify her position and ally with the Zhang family. She was prepared to marry her eldest daughter to a fool. Take care of yourself, was the greatest kindness Lin Jianhong could extend to his partner. Rest assured. No one has yet been born who can make me suffer, Su Shiqing replied, a carefree smile gracing her lips. As she exited the office, Lin Jianhong rubbed his temples, intending to resume his work. After narrowly averting the brink of bankruptcy, he had a plethora of matters to address. At that moment, a file suddenly appeared on his computer screen. Lin Jianhong clicked to open it, discovering it was a report from the technical department. Previously, Su Shiqing had provided him with advanced technology, which he had subsequently forwarded to the technical team for analysis. It appeared they had achieved some promising results. Yet, as Lin Jianhong examined the technical department and Oppo's analysis, his pupils contracted slightly. This is. The prominent title on the document read, How to Transfer Human Consciousness into a Virtual World. Su Shiqing remained oblivious to the shock that document imparted on Lin Jianhong. At that moment, she was en route to the address in her hand. It seemed the residence of the mercenary veteran was also arranged by Lin Jianhong. Located within the same city, not far from the Lin Group. While supplies could wait, Su Shiqing prioritized her quest for a mentor. Eccentric temperament, unclear preferences. Recollecting Lin Jianhong and Oppo's earlier assessment, she pondered, envisioning a fierce-looking old man. This could prove to be a challenge, given that Lin Jianhong had proactively suggested the veteran. The old soldier surely possessed remarkable skills, yet persuading him to accept her as a disciple presented itself as a significant hurdle. She would have to adapt and be resourceful. Lost in thought, Su Shiqing arrived at the address inscribed on her note. The location was a tranquil villa district, situated near the outskirts of the city, where the frequency of passing vehicles had noticeably diminished. It was apparent that the residents were few, with several villas remaining unoccupied. The house she sought was encircled by a grove of bamboo. The swaying bamboo shadows enveloped the villa's courtyard, obscuring its interior from view. The entrance stood firmly shut, leaving no crack for entry. Su Shiqing stood at the threshold, brow furrowed, pondering how to convince the occupant to take her on as a student. She truly needed to acquire some skills. Relying solely on her abilities left too many vulnerabilities exposed. Both her skirmish with Mo Bing and her encounter with the psychic zombies had made her acutely aware of this fact. While Su Shiqing hesitated, footsteps suddenly approached from behind. A stranger. Has someone new moved into this villa district? Chapter 84. The manipulator will ultimately be manipulated upon turning her head. Su Shiqing unexpectedly spotted a tall, slender woman standing behind her. Not having discerned the woman's features, Su Shiqing and Oppo's attention was initially captivated by the large bag of items the woman held, from which wafted the tantalizing aroma of fried chicken. Dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and denim jeans, the woman appeared to have casually slipped on a pair of flip-flops before stepping out, seemingly indifferent to her appearance. Her golden, Voluminous curls cascaded dramatically, echoing her bold and poised demeanor. With high cheekbones and striking blue eyes that glimmered with a hint of mischief, she embodied the quintessential mixed-race beauty. Wait a moment, mischief? What an adorable little girl. Come let your sister give you a hug. Before Su Shiqing could process this thought, the woman suddenly beamed and stepped forward to embrace her. Instinctively, Su Shiqing recoiled, retreating slightly, only to have her shoulder seized by the woman. Simultaneously, the woman's other hand lifted Su Shiqing's chin, her azure eyes sparkling with playful teasing. Quick reflexes, aren't you? Unfortunately, dear sister is still more skilled. Su Shiqing. After a brief moment of astonishment, Su Shiqing snapped back to reality, forcefully swatting away the hand that had been holding her chin. We should and empties know each other. Should we? She inquired, her expression peculiar as she regarded the stranger with caution. Well, now we do, the woman retorted unabashedly, arching an eyebrow as she provocatively slid her finger down from Su Shiqing's chin, ultimately resting it upon her chest. Look around, there's no one here. Why not let loose a little? Su Shiqing. A disconcerting sensation akin to encountering a pervert in a desolate wilderness washed over her. With a solemn expression, Su Shiqing prepared to push the woman aside, but she suddenly smiled. I know who you and looking for. The woman tilted her chin towards the villa encircled by bamboo. Stifling a giggle. You and researching for someone inside, Arn and to you? We and all from the same neighborhood, and I happen to know them, little sister. Why not try to win me over? I can introduce you, upon hearing that the woman was acquainted with the seasoned mercenary residing within. Su Shiqing's expression shifted slightly. She was indeed in need of someone familiar with the old soldier's preferences. However, the latter part of the woman's statement darkened her countenance again. Was this person truly reliable? You claim to know someone living here. What proof do you have? Although the woman's words sent shivers down her spine, Su Shiqing gritted her teeth and inquired. Well, the woman's eyes darted playfully. The person living here is quite remarkable. A mercenary who once danced on the edge of death abroad, merciless in his actions. He and a rather peculiar old fellow, with a long scar across his face that can be quite intimidating, and his temper quite volatile. Why on earth would you seek out such a cantankerous old man? Am I not alluring enough for you? Come, join me with that. The woman winked at Su Shiqing, her smile laced with mischief. Su Shiqing. Enough. This person is unreliable. It would be better to rely on my own luck. Su Shiqing and expression remained impassive as she resolved to disregard the woman before her. Oh dear. What a pity, the woman lamented, shaking her head. Little sister, by ignoring me, you and VE shattered my heart into countless pieces. Alas, I shall have to return home and devour this fried chicken to mend my wounded spirit. It appeared that the woman was about to relent in her pursuit, prompting Su Shiqing to exhale discreetly in relief. However, just then, the woman pushed open the gate to the bamboo-enclosed yard and stepped inside. Su Shiqing barely managed to catch her breath before she felt it forcibly drawn back, almost causing internal injury. At that moment, the woman turned back with a triumphant smile. Little sister, it was you who chose not to accompany me. Su Shiqing. Was she being played? You are. Su Shiqing and expression was a complex blend of incredulity, akin to having swallowed a fly. Not at all. The woman laughed heartily from within the gate. Not Q. My code name during my mercenary days was Q, but now I go by Zora, or my Chinese name, Rua La Su Shiqing. Is this amusing to you? Rua La's demeanor suggested this was indeed quite entertaining. Su Shiqing began to comprehend the source of Lin Jianhong's peculiar evaluation. The character of the person before her was truly indescribable. She had never anticipated that the retired mercenary was not an old curmudgeon, but rather a striking mixed-race beauty who appeared to be no more than 30. Ha ha, little sister. Do you realize that your dazed expression only whets my appetite? Rua La chuckled, her gaze upon Su Shiqing laced with a hint of desire. Instinctively, Su Shiqing tightened her grip around herself, her eyes wide with both alertness and shock as she regarded this woman. She was adept at handling those with ulterior motives. Yet faced with Rua La and overt teasing, Su Shiqing found herself utterly at a loss. Help. Surely, she could not genuinely intend to devour her. What kind of individuals was Lin Jianhong recommending? Rua La seemed thoroughly satisfied with Su Shiqing and reaction, tossing her golden waves of hair as she beckoned with her finger. Come in, little sister. What's the point of lingering outside? Could Su Shiqing express her reluctance to enter? Yet it was evident that Ruola offered no opportunity for refusal, as she swiftly pulled Su Shiqing into the courtyard and shut the gate behind them. This left Su Shiqing with a profound sense of absurdity, as if she had called out to the heavens and received no response. Stepping into the yard, Ruola kicked off her flip-flops, walking barefoot with her bag of goodies in hand. The courtyard was as vibrant and chaotic as Ruola herself, adorned with a profusion of vividly colored flowers, unkempt and wild, leading to an entanglement of branches and vines that left little room to navigate. Cautiously trailing behind, Su Shiqing surveyed the seemingly disordered courtyard. In the center stood a stone table and chairs where Ruola set down her fried chicken, miraculously producing 2 bottles of cola from somewhere. She sat down and waved at Su Shiqing. "Come, little sister, why not share a meal with me?" If one could overlook her dubious identity, Ruola appeared to embody the quintessential homebody, reveling in fried delicacies. Chapter 85. No apprenticeship. Su Shiqing hesitated, while Ruola had already seized a fried chicken leg and began to indulge herself. "Rest assured, dear sister, I do not consume humans." Ruola seemed to sense Su Shiqing's uncertainty and glanced back at her with a playful wink. Having come this far, it was unreasonable to flee without clarity. With that thought, Su Shiqing approached the stone table and sat opposite Ruola. "That and apples, that's more like it." Ruola effortlessly popped open a can, offering a bottle of cola to Su Shiqing with a sigh. "It's been ages since anyone has shared a meal with me. Little sister, don't be shy." Each of her words concluded with a slight rise in tone, akin to a teasing hook that stirred one and apples as curiosity. The aroma of fried chicken wafted through the courtyard. And after days of consuming merely boiled cabbage in this post-apocalyptic world, Su Shiqing found herself unable to resist the temptation. She accepted the cola and began to partake in the fried chicken as well. Although Ruola continued her playful banter, there was an underlying lack of malice in her gestures, reminiscent of someone toying with a small pet. Reluctantly, Su Shiqing acknowledged that Ruola's demeanor towards her mirrored that sentiment. "It must be Hong Hong who gave you the address." Su Shiqing, still chewing her food, paused. "Hong Hong? Who is that?" After a moment's realization, she understood that Ruola referred to Lin Jianhong. The image of the composed and calm man paired with such an endearing nickname made it difficult for Su Shiqing to suppress a smile. She nodded at Ruola. "Yes. That's him. I knew it. That dog of a man," Ruola muttered, taking a bite of the fried chicken. "He only thinks of me when there's something he needs. Since he sent you personally, it seems you are quite important to him. So let us be frank." Under Su Shiqing and Appo's watchful gaze, Ruola tilted her head back and took a large sip of cola, then elegantly wiped her mouth with a tissue. "Speak up. Who do you want me to eliminate?" Su Shiqing found herself at a loss for words yet again. Her astonishment nearly etched onto her face. This is a lawful society, is it not? Why does it seem as if one can speak of murder as casually as dining or drinking? Furthermore, Su Shiqing keenly sensed an unsettling implication. This woman appeared to be a killer specifically dispatched by Lin Jianhong. "Little sister, do lower your chin," Ruola chuckled softly, lifting Su Shiqing and Appo's chin with a teasing gesture, her tone inexplicably laced with flirtation. "As I said, I am quite formidable. Is anyone bullying you? Let me handle them." "Wait. Hold on." Su Shiqing recoiled slightly at the feather-light touch on her chin, and with a timid voice, she clarified, "Ruola, you may have misunderstood. Lin Jianhong sent me to seek you, not to kill." "Seek me for an apprenticeship?" Ruola withdrew her hand, her lips parting slightly as she whispered the words. Her expression abruptly turned cold. "Then you may leave." Like a switch had been flipped, Ruola's tone and demeanor plummeted, devoid of the earlier mirth and teasing, leaving Su Shiqing momentarily stunned. Truly an unpredictable character. "But I cannot simply walk away." Su Shiqing set down her cola, her expression earnest as she regarded the woman before her. "Lin Jianhong recommended me, which indicates you would make an excellent mentor. Can you provide me with a compelling reason not to accept me?" Ruola's demeanor appeared lackluster, her vibrant beauty now clouded by despondency. "I do not take apprentices." She did not even lift her eyelids, her voice flat. "If I do not wish to, then I do not wish to. There is no need for explanations. Tell Lin Jianhong I lack self-defense skills. I only possess the means to kill. If you wish to learn self-defense, seek another instructor. Do not come to me." "And what if I say I only wish to learn the art of killing?" Su Shiqing suddenly rose, her hands planted firmly on the stone table, unwavering as she met Ruola's gaze. "Ha!" Ruola let out a laugh, arching an eyebrow as she scrutinized Su Shiqing's slender frame. "Kill? Little sister. Have you ever taken a life? Or even killed a chicken? Have you felt warm blood splatter over you? Have you experienced the life force within your grasp gradually fading into silence? You have felt nothing, yet you claim you wish to learn how to kill? Ruola stood, gently ruffling Su Shiqing and Apos' hair. Take my advice, this path is not suited for you. Yet, undeterred by Ruola and Apos' dismissive response, Su Shiqing's voice resonated with conviction. I have felt it. Su Shiqing had experienced being drenched in blood, having slain countless zombies, and even taken human lives, albeit indirectly. She needed to acquire more skills to eliminate every threat to her and her sister's existence in this desolate world. Upon hearing her words, Ruola fell silent for a moment before suddenly cursing under her breath, Fuck. Stubborn as you are, let me witness your capabilities. Ruola cleaned her hands and stood tall, her gaze towards Su Shiqing growing increasingly frigid. Tell me, do you have something you cherish? Yes. Su Shiqing closed her eyes, nodding firmly. My sister. Everything I learn is to protect her. Very well. Ruola and Apos' tone turned icy, starkly contrasting her earlier playful demeanor. Imagine this. I am before you, personally choking the life out of your sister. A mere child, devoid of breath, no longer able to call you sister. I would slice open her abdomen, trample her intestines underfoot, extract her heart, and feed it to the dogs, while you witness it all. Do you wish to kill me? Do you seek vengeance for your sister? Ruola extended her hand towards Su Shiqing, a mocking tone in her voice. Come then. Her words dripped with seduction as she spoke. The horrifying scene seemed to materialize vividly before Su Shiqing and Apos' eyes. Su Shiqing and Apos' gaze grew resolute and icy, now directed at Ruola, as if she were a true enemy. She drew the military knife concealed at her waist, rising slowly with intent gleaming in her eyes. I will ensure you accompany my sister in death, Su Shiqing whispered fiercely, the blade glinting ominously as it pointed towards Ruola and Apos' heart. This gaze, Ruola and Apos' brow furrowed slightly, and she murmured to herself, inaudible to others. This little sister has truly taken a life. This revelation exceeded Ruola's expectations. However, it was beginning to pique her interest. Ruola's eyes sparkled faintly, as if she had discovered something intriguing. At that moment, Su Shiqing charged forward with the military knife. Wasn't she eager to witness her determination for apprenticeship? So let it be. Chapter 86, Has Persistence Paid Off? Su Shiqing held a sharpened blade in her hand, while Ruola, in contrast, possessed nothing. This encounter was undeniably skewed in favor of Ruola. Nevertheless, she remained silent, her deep blue eyes reflecting calmness and poise. Little sister, your movements are rather sluggish, Ruola remarked, slightly sidestepping in the sparsely populated courtyard, the edge of the blade grazing her cheek without leaving a trace of blood. She deftly seized Su Shiqing and Apos' wrist, and with a gentle yet firm motion, Su Shiqing found herself unexpectedly enveloped in Ruola's embrace. See, your stance is unsteady, Ruola whispered teasingly into Su Shiqing's ear, a soft laugh escaping her lips. Su Shiqing, however, was silent, having tumbled into Ruola's arms, her actions momentarily faltering before she swiftly adjusted, positioning the blade against Ruola's neck. The modern combat skills felt foreign to Su Shiqing, and the only thing she could muster to contend with Ruola was her extraordinary reflexes augmented by spatial assistance. Interesting. Ruola mused as she observed Su Shiqing and Apos' quick adaptation, a flicker of intrigue igniting in her gaze. What captivated her further was the determination evident in Su Shiqing and Apos' eyes. Despite the delicate and unblemished appearance of her hands, devoid of any calluses, Ruola sensed a hint of ruthlessness in her every move. Lowering her eyelids to conceal her striking blue irises, Ruola allowed a subtle smile to curve her lips, unperturbed by the blade resting against her neck. Instead, she executed a swift kick to Su Shiqing's knee. As Su Shiqing flinched from the sudden pain, Ruola seized the moment, efficiently grasping Su Shiqing and Apos' wrist and disarming her with ease. In mere seconds, Ruola had successfully neutralized Su Shiqing and Apos' weapon and restrained her. In essence, had this been a real battlefield, Su Shiqing would have met her demise at Ruola's hands. The ache in her knee was sharp, and as Su Shiqing inhaled sharply, she felt her own blade pressed against Ruola and Apos' neck. Gasping for breath, her pupils dilated, she met Ruola and Apos' ambiguous gaze. Look, you and Apos, V lost, Ruola teased, lifting Su Shiqing and Oppos, Eschin with the blade and imp, Oppos, S-tip, leaning in closely as warm breaths mingled in the air, her smile playful. Quite formidable. No wonder you tread the fine line of a mercenary. Su Shiqing swallowed hard, still savoring the brief skirmish. While this body lacked the desired strength and speed, the spatial advantage allowed her physical prowess to surpass that of an ordinary individual. Even a dozen bodyguards would struggle to inflict harm upon her. Yet, before Rolla, her combat skills seemed utterly inadequate. This, however, underscored Rolla and Amp, Oppos' exceptional abilities. Should Su Shiqing successfully become her disciple, it would present a remarkable opportunity. Little sister. With such a beautiful elder sister before you, why are you still distracted? Rolla resumed her playful demeanor, teasingly tilting Su Shiqing and Oppos' chin, feigning heartbreak. Do you not fancy your sister? Snapped back to reality, Su Shiqing realized no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Her ears flushing with warmth as she cast her gaze downward at the blade poised against her neck, letting out a soft sigh. Indeed. Compared to those who dance upon the edge of a blade, I remain too inexperienced. In response, Rolla chuckled lightly, withholding her judgment. She returned the blade to the stone table, stretched lazily, and took a generous swig of cola, resting her head on one hand as she raised an eyebrow at Su Shiqing. Earlier, you mentioned wanting to become my disciple. What if I continue to refuse? What will you do then? Rolla tilted her head, seemingly awaiting an answer. Su Shiqing furrowed her brow, pausing momentarily before meeting Rolla's enticing gaze. I will persist relentlessly. Rolla sat up slightly, a hint of surprise dancing in her expression at this response. One must fight for what they desire, she thought. The same applied to becoming a disciple. Su Shiqing raised her hand, inspecting her palm before clenching it tightly. Whether you accept me or not is your decision. However, whether I choose to persuade you further is mine. Rolla and Oppos' skills were rare, honed through years of experience as a mercenary accustomed to life and death situations. Su Shiqing was determined not to let this potential mentor slip away. Relentless persistence, you say? Rolla chuckled softly, eyes closed, finding amusement in the reply. Yet, I must reiterate, I do not take on disciples. Unfazed by Rolla and Oppos' response, Su Shiqing remained resolute, nodding earnestly. No problem, but I will not concede. I shall return tomorrow to visit you. My esteemed elder. Esteemed elder? You make me sound old, Rolla protested, covering her face in jest. She then beckoned Su Shiqing, who was preparing to leave, with a playful gesture. Do not be hasty, little sister. My refusal to take on a disciple does not mean you cannot learn from me. Surprised, Su Shiqing halted abruptly, glancing back only to discover Rolla had somehow repositioned herself on the stone bench behind her. Rolla pinched Su Shiqing's cheek, exclaiming, It has been ages since I encountered such an adorable little sister. Come visit often, and whatever you wish to learn, I shall teach you. Disregarding the pinch on her cheek, Su Shiqing and Oppos' eyes widened in delight. Does this mean you are willing to teach me combat skills? Amused by Su Shiqing and Oppos' exuberance, Rolla laughed heartily, her golden hair shimmering. Here, I have few acquaintances. If you come to keep me company, I may just teach you everything if the mood strikes me. Be good. Call me sister, Rolla insisted. Understanding the importance of seizing the moment, Su Shiqing, though puzzled by Rolla's sudden change of heart, eagerly complied. Sister Rolla, you are the best. Rolla smirked in satisfaction, turning back to the stone table. I am somewhat lazy. You may visit me daily, but only in the afternoons. Oh. Of course, if you are rebellious enough to come in the morning, that is permissible. Just a friendly warning. I am not pleasant when awakened abruptly. If you cannot resist the urge to provoke me, well, do not say I did not warn you. Su Shiqing silently committed this to memory, realizing that Rolla was not quite as unapproachable as Lin Jianhong had described. After all, she was merely a girl who enjoyed sleeping in and indulging in fried chicken. Despite her earlier abruptness, Rolla appeared quite amiable at other times, or at least, that was Su Shiqing and Oppos' impression. Chapter 87. Returning home with frustration as Su Shiqing emerged from Rolla and Oppos' residence, the sun had already begun its descent, casting a warm glow across the horizon. She gently placed her hand on her slightly distended stomach and let out a barely audible sigh. After spending half a day together, Su Shiqing had gleaned little about Rolla's other attributes, yet she recognized that Rolla was indeed a person of great appetites, particularly for fried delicacies. Throughout the day, Rolla had insisted that one should not rush through meals, and together they had annihilated an entire bag of fried chicken. Despite not being overweight, Ruola possessed a remarkable appetite, even ordering 2 additional takeout meals after finishing the initial feast. Consequently, as Su Shiqing stepped out of the courtyard, she found herself nearly unable to walk. In matters of gastronomy, Ruola's prowess was indeed astonishing. Su Shiqing rubbed her somewhat overindulged belly and shook her head in resignation. At the very least, there was a positive outcome to the day, was there? The issue of apprenticeship had been resolved, and the upcoming days had become considerably more structured, preparing supplies, absorbing crystal cores, reporting to Ruola each afternoon, and then making an appearance at the engagement banquet, perhaps due to a fear of long nights leading to unforeseen complications. The date for the engagement banquet was set for merely 5 days hence. For a union between 2 major families, such timing felt exceedingly rushed, with many details likely to be hastily arranged. However, Su Shiqing remained indifferent to these matters. For her, the engagement banquet was merely a formality, a means to reclaim what was rightfully hers. As for the true protagonist of the engagement, Su Shiqing had previously stated, it was someone else entirely. It appeared that she would be spending a considerable amount of time in the modern world. Gazing at the sun dipping low in the sky, she raised her hand, allowing the fading sunlight to cascade through her fingers, silently contemplating her circumstances. Su Shiqing pondered where she would spend the night. Returning to the hospital was out of the question. Until matters were settled, she wished to avoid placing any risk upon Anren. Lacking alternative accommodations, she ultimately decided to return to the Su family home. Indeed, it was the same Su family where she had caused a ruckus that very morning. After all, with her abilities, she could escape at any moment. And seizing a small advantage was not to be overlooked, especially since her return at this juncture would likely serve to irk the Su family. As she had surmised, Su Mingda was not in the best of spirits at that moment. In his study, he stared at the location displayed on his computer with an expression of intense frustration. Standing before him were the individuals he had dispatched to track Su Shiqing. You mean to say, less than 5 minutes after leaving the Su residence, you lost her? Su Mingda and Appos' face darkened, his plans unraveling before him, igniting his fury. Grabbing a teacup from the table, he hurled it at the group, exclaiming, "You are utterly useless." The cup shattered upon hitting the floor, startling Qin Rupiang, who had just entered the room. What is with the rage? Noticing the tense atmosphere, Qin Rupiang cautiously closed the door and approached Su Mingda. Humph. His face remained stern, his features twisted in irritation. A bunch of worthless fools, completely incapable of any usefulness. The chastised individuals lowered their heads in silence, feeling both humiliated and voiceless. They had not anticipated that a sudden gust of wind would disorient them, causing them to lose sight of Su Shiqing in mere seconds, as if fate itself were assisting her in evading capture. Qin Rupiang moved behind Su Mingda, gently massaging his temples as she attempted to gauge his mood. Calm down, your subordinates are not entirely without merit. At least the locator did register that wretched girl. Did it not? If we lost sight of her, we can follow the locator's signal. Qin Rupiang believed her words would serve as a comfort, but to her shock, Su Mingda brusquely swatted her hand away. Look for yourself, he snapped, his expression dark enough to cast shadows. He pushed the computer screen towards her, revealing a city map with a blinking red indicating the locator and Appos' current position, situated at the outskirts of the city and no longer in motion. Qin Rupiang squinted at the map, her eyes widening in disbelief. Hey, a landfill. That girl is living in a landfill. Before she could finish, she realized the absurdity of her statement. Fool. Clearly, that girl has discovered the locator affixed to her. Su Mingda and Appos' voice dripped with irritation, his mood decidedly sour. This meant they had completely lost track of Su Shiqing. Earlier that morning, Su Mingda had been resolute, convinced that Su Shiqing would remain within his grasp. Yet, in less than a day, reality had delivered a stinging rebuke. The locator has been discovered? What are we to do? She wouldn't dare to reconsider, would she? Though chastised by Su Mingda, Qin Rupiang dared not voice her grievances, instead cautiously probing. Her influence within the Su family was always minimal. And if not for her son Su Ying, she would likely have been entirely overlooked. This was why she cherished her son so dearly. She dares. Let us not forget that what she desires remains in our possession. Su Mingda's tone was harsh, yet a hint of uncertainty lingered within. He was unsure whether Su Shiqing truly cared about the so-called inheritance he held. His relationship with his mother was fraught with tension, and he seldom grasped the dynamics between her and Su Shiqing. He had only heard whispers that his mother had left behind some relics for the two sisters. Among the Su family, Su Shiqing had only ever been close to her grandmother, and after the latter's passing, Su Shiqing had moved out of the Su residence. What of suing? The more he pondered, the more his head throbbed. Rubbing his temples, he dismissed the individuals before him and turned to Qin Rupying. Our son is out with friends, she replied with a smile, glancing at the clock. He should be returning soon. That brat. Can and amp, oppose, he spare me some peace of mind? Su Ming sighed, yet his tone and demeanor conveyed a sense of indulgence towards Su Ying, who frequently roamed freely, leaving the burden of the family business squarely on his shoulders. These past few days had been exhausting for Su Mingda. He was wary of his siblings and reluctant to delegate responsibilities to them, while his son was still far from being ready to shoulder the weight of the family. This left him with the majority of the burdens resting solely on his shoulders. Once, Su Shiqing had been willing to assist him, but now, well, I suppose this old body can endure a few more days. Let him have his fun. Just as Qin Rupying was about to speak, a knock echoed at the study door. The anxious voice of the old butler came from outside. Sir, the young master has returned, and the young lady has also come back. They are fighting outside. Chapter 88. Kneel before me. At the entrance of the grand residence, Su Ying stood defiantly in front of Su Shiqing, blocking her path. I was wondering who it was. Turns out to be my self-important sister, he scoffed. One hand shoved into his pocket while the other leaned against the iron gate's frame, reeking of alcohol. What's the matter? Couldn't he survive out there and returned with your tail between your legs? The air around him was thick with the scent of liquor, indicating he had indulged considerably. His demeanor exuberantly erratic. Surprised by this unexpected encounter, Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow, folding her arms with an amused expression. Are you really going to stop me? It appeared Su Ying was oblivious to the events that transpired earlier that morning. He lifted his chin arrogantly, embodying a sense of superiority. This is the Su family. I decide who enters here, and you do not have the privilege. Unfazed, Su Shiqing discreetly tucked away her recording device and arched an eyebrow at him. Have you made up your mind? If you think you can stop me now, just wait. Soon you'll be begging me to enter. Preposterous. I have never begged anyone in my life. The alcohol clouding his senses made him somewhat sluggish, yet it also fueled his impulsivity. He staggered forward a couple of steps, standing directly in front of Su Shiqing, mockingly shaking a finger at her. Su Shiqing, if you can't make it out there, you think you can just come back? Life doesn't work that way. Here's the deal. Kneel before me, and perhaps I'll show mercy and let you stay for a night under this roof. The overwhelming stench of alcohol made Su Shiqing recoil in disgust, and she chuckled lightly. You really think I would kneel to you? In the very next moment, with a swift kick, she struck his knee. Su Ying was caught off guard, and the sudden pain jolted him sober for an instant, causing him to stumble and collapse to his knees before her. How dare you? You little brat! His face drained of color as the pain shot through him, dispelling his inebriation in an instant, and he erupted into a tirade of curses. He could hardly believe that Su Shiqing would dare to lay a hand on him at the entrance of the Su residence. Was she not afraid of their parents' wrath? Oh dear, the esteemed young master of the Su family cannot stand? Su Shiqing regarded the kneeling figure before her with a mocking smile. What is this? I merely gave you a light kick, and you react as if I've broken you? Why don't you get up? Can't you manage? It's been just a few days since I last saw you, and you seem quite weakened. As Su Shiqing's taunting laughter echoed in his ears, Su Ying's face flushed with anger, his chest heaving with indignation. Yet the greater humiliation lay in the fact that, as she pointed out, he was indeed struggling to rise. The slightest movement sent sharp, piercing pain through his knee, rendering him unable to stand. In a moment of panic, he wondered if his leg might actually be broken. Forced to remain in a kneeling position at Su Shiqing's feet, his fragile pride was trampled upon. He gritted his teeth. You'll regret this when Mom and Dad find out how you treated me. Is that so? Su Shiqing leaned down, her smile radiating confidence. As I said, in the end, you will be the one begging me to enter the Su family home. Not just you, but them as well. The precious young master of the Su family, clashing with the formidable young lady, left the nearby servants paralyzed with fear. They could only watch as the once untouchable master found himself brought low. Soon, Su Mingda and Qin Rupying arrived, having been alerted by the commotion. As they stepped into the courtyard, they were met with the sight of one standing and one kneeling. Qin Rupying immediately recognized her beloved son on the ground, her expression shifting to one of horror. Oh dear, why are you kneeling? Get up quickly. Rushing to assist Su Ying, she glared at Su Shiqing. Did you force him to kneel? Su Shiqing, he is your brother. Mom, seizing the moment as his support arrived, Su Ying rubbed his knee while pointing an accusatory finger at Su Shiqing. It's all her fault. This wretched girl kicked my leg. Horrified, Qin Ruping looked at her son with concern. A broken leg? Where? Let me see. Oh no, we must get you to the hospital. As she turned to summon help, she caught sight of Su Mingda and Appos' darkened expression and fell silent. Su Mingda was furious, a sense of absurdity washing over him as he beheld Su Shiqing, who had re-entered his line of sight. One moment he had been anxious about her whereabouts, and the next, she boldly appeared before him, rendering his earlier worries laughable. Oblivious to his father and Appos' mood and his mother and Appos' sudden silence, Su Ying continued, "Look, Mom and Dad. This girl has no regard for the Su family and has kicked my leg. You must teach her a lesson. Such a fool." Su Shiqing looked down at the kneeling Su Ying with disdain. "Stop whining. Do you truly think you could speak so freely if your leg were genuinely broken? You." Seething with rage, Su Ying opened his mouth to retort but was silenced by Su Mingda and Appos' sharp command. "Enough. Is this not enough of a spectacle?" With a stern expression, Su Mingda stepped closer, casting a glance at Su Ying, his gaze unreadable. Ultimately, there was a lingering fear in Su Ying towards his father. Noticing Su Mingda's displeased demeanor, he huffed heavily but forced himself to remain silent, much to Qin Ruping and Appos' distress. At that moment, Su Mingda, dismissing the servants, ensured that only the four of them remained in the courtyard. Fixing his gaze on Su Shiqing, who wore a faint smile, his temples throbbed with irritation. "Su Shiqing, are you intent on causing chaos within the Su family?" He reprimanded in a low voice, attempting to assert a semblance of paternal authority to suppress her. Yet, it was evident that Su Shiqing remained unperturbed. With a faint sigh, she replied, after much contemplation, "I realize that if I am to represent the Su family in a marriage alliance and remain out overnight, I might attract unwelcome attention." She spread her hands innocently before Su Mingda. "Thus, I believe it best to return to the Su household for a few days." At her words, a glimmer of cunning crossed Su Mingda and Appos' eyes. He had initially intended for Su Shiqing to reside in the family home, keeping a watchful eye on her. Yet he had failed to locate her. Now, with her offering herself up willingly, it was an opportunity he could not overlook. Chapter 89, Come. Beg me before Su Mingda had any reaction. The smile on Su Shiqing and Appos' face suddenly vanished. "However, I have changed my mind now." Su Shiqing's gaze intentionally drifted to Su Ying beside her. Supported by Qin Ruping, Su Ying struggled to rise from the ground, her legs trembling. Whether from pain or some other reason remained unclear. Upon noticing Su Shiqing's gaze, Su Ying's expression darkened, glaring fiercely. "Look at that expression." Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Su Shiqing drew Su Mingda and Appos' attention, making Su Ying and Appos' menacing look fully apparent. Su Shiqing shrugged. "How boring. I consider the Su family and Appos' interests. Yet someone always comes to disturb my enjoyment." Su Mingda's inscrutable gaze fell upon Su Ying, narrowing slightly. "What did you just do?" Before Su Ying could respond, Qin Ruping interjected anxiously. "You know our son and Appos' temperament. If it weren't and Appos' for that wretched girl, if Su Shiqing hadn't provoked him first, he surely wouldn't have acted out." Silence. Su Mingda, pained by the noise, could not help but scold. "I know he is my son. Therefore, I understand his nature even more." Given Su Ying and Appos' disposition, she might indeed be the source of the trouble. "Dad, I didn't." Realizing the situation was unfavorable, Su Ying hurriedly distanced herself from the incident. "That wretched girl Su Shiqing is framing me." "I didn't do anything yet." Before Su Ying could finish her words, Su Shiqing played the earlier recording. "This is the Su family, my family. I decide who may enter, and you are unworthy." Su Shiqing, "If you can't survive outside and want to come back, what a naive notion. If you bow to me, perhaps I might show mercy and let you stay under my roof for a night." In an instant, silence enveloped the courtyard. Only the sound of Su Ying's arrogant voice echoed from Su Shiqing and Appos' phone. Su Ying panicked. Her face turned pale, glancing nervously at the grim-faced Su Mingda, afraid to speak. Although she did not understand why her father suddenly cared so much about Su Shiqing, she keenly sensed that she had possibly ruined things. "No matter. Since the Su family does not welcome me, I shall leave." Su Shiqing feigned a smile, her peripheral vision keenly observing Su Mingda and Appos' changing expressions. She understood well the nature of her blood-related father. Although he appeared to favor this son, ultimately, he cherished the Su family's reputation and the foundation of the group more. The union with the Zhang family could not afford any mistakes. Similarly, her status as the unfavored daughter had slightly shifted in Su Mingde and Apos' heart. At least until the engagement was successfully concluded, Su Mingde would not permit any misstep from Su Shiqing. Indeed, just as Su Shiqing pretended to turn and leave, Su Mingde spoke. Wait. Su Shiqing turned her head, casting a sidelong glance at him, feeling no surprise internally, yet feigning a look of confusion. She observed Su Mingde take a few deep breaths, seemingly suppressing his inner turmoil, and forced a smile towards Su Shiqing. It is only natural for a Su family child to return home. Your brother is foolish. Must you also act foolishly? Listen. Come home to stay. Seeing Su Mingde speak thus, Qin Ruping could not help but widen her eyes. This wretched girl has injured Su Ying and Apos' leg. Yet he wants to coax her sweetly to return? A pin of frustration surged within her, and she snapped. No, absolutely not. Yet before she could finish her sentence, Su Mingde slapped her face, his gaze nearly murderous. What are you babbling about? It is only right for a daughter to return home. Despite Su Mingde and Apos' inner desire to expel Su Shiqing, the engagement banquet was merely 5 days away. What if they angered her, and she backed out? The news of the engagement had already spread. If, at this critical moment, Su Shiqing left, not only would the alliance with the Zhang family be ruined, but the entire Su family would become a laughingstock. Watching Qin Ruping and Apos' head turn from the force of the slap, looking quite disheveled, Su Shiqing and Apos' expression remained utterly unmoved. A barely noticeable smirk played on her lips, with a hint of derision in her eyes. I have no desire to return to this family. I can only imagine how stifling it would be. It is far better to live independently outside. Seeing himself speaking so amicably only to be rejected, Su Mingde nearly lost control of his facial expression. However, Su Shiqing chuckled lightly, her gaze laden with meaning as it swept over Su Ying. Oh, of course. If you truly wish for me to move back, it is not impossible. She extended a slender, fair finger, lightly tapping the air towards Su Ying, raising an eyebrow. But I must ensure that you genuinely desire my return. Beg me. Su Shiqing smiled sweetly, her red lips parting to slowly utter a few words. Beg me, and I shall return. As she had stated, since they initially refused her entry, she would later compel them to plead for her return. Su Shiqing was always true to her word. Yet, upon hearing this, Su Mingde's expression finally turned icy. What a farce! As the chairman of the Su group and Su Shiqing and Apos' father, how could he stoop so low as to plead with a junior? Anticipating his reaction, Su Shiqing indifferently chuckled, raising her gaze to Su Mingde, kindly reminding him, do not forget, you still need me to make an appearance at the engagement banquet. This news has spread far and wide, and you have invited many influential guests to witness this engagement, correct? If I were to leave, the main character of the banquet would be gone. Do you think the Su family would not become a complete joke? Today's positioning device and tracking results are evident. They are of no use against me. Do not think to threaten me with grandmother and Apos' relics. Objects are lifeless, yet I am alive. If I am displeased, I shall simply relinquish them. With just a few words, Su Shiqing had effectively blocked all of Su Mingde and Apos' escape routes. The implicit threat in her tone caused his expression to shift repeatedly. Su Mingde could never have anticipated that matters would evolve in such a way, with the initiative completely falling into Su Shiqing's hands. And he could only passively choose. Either they plead for Su Shiqing to return to the Su family, completing their transaction securely, and the banquet proceeds as planned, or Su Shiqing could turn and leave at this moment, making it exceedingly difficult for them to find her again. And with the absence of the main character, the engagement would become a farce, leading to a plummet in the group's stock. Su Mingde and Apos' chest heaved violently, his face nearly turning blue with rage, fist clenched tightly, fingernails digging into his flesh. So, how shall it be? Have you made your choice? Su Shiqing was in no hurry at all, casting a seemingly amused glance over the three before her, already aware of the answer without needing to witness Su Mingde's reaction. Su Shiqing gently tapped her crimson lips with her fingertips, laughing softly. Come, beg me. Chapter 90. Just ask me in his lifetime. Su Mingde had never begged anyone. Yet at this moment, he found himself compelled to utter such words to his own daughter. His lips parted, but no sound emerged. Not just you, Su Shiqing interjected, casting a pointed glance at Qin Ruping and Su Ying behind Su Mingde, her tone brooking no dissent. All three of you must participate. There was a hint of audacity in her demeanor, yet Su Shiqing remained unfazed. You. Qin Ruping clutched her chest, visibly enraged. her face marred by a glaring red slap mark, rendering her outrage almost ludicrous. We are your parents. How dare you ask us to beg you? What use is face? Can it be exchanged for money? Can it cover my medical expenses? Su Shiqing's tone sharpened, her derision evident as she dismissed Qin Rupiying's attempts to wield parental authority over her. The mention of Anren's silenced Qin Rupiying, her expression darkening. Likewise, Su Shiqing's interest waned, and she had no desire to continue this conversation. So, Su Mingda, have you prepared yourself? Su Shiqing's gaze turned icy as she regarded him, her words unyielding. If you find it too difficult to speak, I can take my leave. After a few moments of silence, with no reply forthcoming, Su Shiqing began to turn away. Seeing her genuine intent to depart, Su Mingda could no longer contain himself. Wait. Su Mingda gritted his teeth, his expression contorted with a mix of emotions. I beg you. Return to the Su family. Upon hearing the words she longed for, Su Shiqing paused, her demeanor still frosty. She glanced at Qin Rupiying and Su Ying, raising a brow. What about them? In response, Su Mingda turned sharply, barking, Cat got your tongue? Speak. Father. Su Ying and Appo's eyes brimmed with disbelief. He had not anticipated that his father would capitulate to Su Shiqing, that insufferable girl. Why should he? Similarly, Qin Rupiying and Appo's face flushed crimson. The words to beg lodged in her throat. Yet, she understood the necessity of softening her stance to placate Su Shiqing. Once that insufferable girl found herself ensnared in the clutches of the Zhang family's young master, Qin Rupiying would relish the sight of her hubris crumbling, suppressing her resentment. Qin Rupiying softened her tone. Shiqing, I implore you, please come home. Su Shiqing's expression remained unchanged. Her gaze lingered on Su Ying, the implications clear. Witnessing his parents one by one yielding, Su Ying felt as if the world had turned surreal. Accustomed to having his way, he found it unbearable to bow to anyone, especially to his most troublesome sister, which left him feeling profoundly stifled. It appears my dear brother is not particularly eager for my return. Su Shiqing remarked with a cryptic smile, her footsteps shifting slightly. Before she could finish, Su Mingda interrupted, his voice sharp as he rebuked Su Ying. Su Ying, that is your sister. Hurry and invite her home. Su Ying clenched his teeth, flinching under his father's penetrating glare. He tightened his fists, nearly drawing blood. Looking towards Su Shiqing, he caught a glimmer of mockery in her eyes, which nearly sent him into a rage. Dear sister, I beg you, please come home. With a forced tone, Su Ying repeated, I beg you to return home, sister. Do not call me sister, Su Shiqing retorted, her lips curling in disdain. Since my beloved parents yearn for my return, as a dutiful daughter, I must oblige, she declared, relishing the discomfort she had induced in the trio. Indeed, Shiqing is the most obedient. Qin Rupiying managed a strained smile, stepping forward as if to grasp Su Shiqing's hand. Come, let us go home and rest well. Su Shiqing evaded the outstretched hand, nodding in agreement. You are right. It is time to return home and rest. I wonder if my room is still intact after my prolonged absence. I recall that the maid's quarters on the first floor were designated as my room, correct? You haven't allowed any other servants to occupy it, have you? Qin Rupiying and Su Mingda exchanged awkward chuckles, both visibly uneasy. Su Shiqing and Appo's room? It had long been converted into a storage space. How could they possibly allow Shiqing to reside in the maid's quarters? Qin Rupiying, quick on her feet, replied. You and Appo's stay in the master bedroom next door, right beside your father and me. How does that sound? Yes, Su Mingda nodded slightly. It is safer to be closer to your parents, is it not? Safer for you to spy on me, perhaps? Su Shiqing smiled subtly, seeing through their intentions but choosing to remain silent. Unable to endure any longer, Su Ying stormed off to his room, seething with anger yet limping away. An absurdity in his departure. Concerned for her precious son, Qin Rupiying hesitated before abandoning Su Shiqing to follow Su Ying. Shiqing, I will check on your brother. That left Su Mingda and Su Shiqing standing together. He summoned a servant to escort her to the room next to the master bedroom before hastily retreating to his study. At that moment, Su Mingda had no desire to face Su Shiqing. He needed time to gather his thoughts. Meanwhile, Qin Rupiying followed Su Ying back to his room. Once the door was shut, he could no longer contain his frustration. Mother, what on earth are you doing? You just watch as that insufferable girl bullies me. And now you want me to beg her? Do you even consider me your son? Darling, do not be upset, for your health is paramount. I cannot bear to see you in such distress, Qin Rupiying consoled, her heart aching for her son, whom she had doted on since childhood. Of course, you are my son. Rest assured, I promise you, that insufferable girl will not remain arrogant for long. Upon hearing this, Su Ying and Appo's expression shifted. as he sensed an underlying implication. "Mother, what do you mean?" With a mocking smile, Qin Ruping and Amp, Oppos, eyes glinted with scheming intent. That insufferable girl is about to become engaged to that fool from the Zhang family. At the engagement banquet, we will orchestrate a little scheme to ensure she finds herself in a compromising situation with that fool. Just imagine how difficult her life will become thereafter. Chapter 91. The weariness of endless purchasing. Rest assured, Mother has already discreetly arranged for the media. That wretched girl will surely be disgraced. Qin Ruping gently stroked Su Ying's back, whispering. Su Ying's eyes visibly brightened, but soon he hesitated, pondering aloud. But won't father be angry about this? Won't it make the Su family a laughingstock? Foolish child. Qin Ruping chuckled mysteriously, placing a finger to her lips in a gesture of silence. We simply won't inform your father. In the end, the Su family will undoubtedly belong solely to you. As for that wretched girl, we shall publicly announce her expulsion from the family, which will have little impact on the corporation. Upon hearing this, Su Ying and Amp, Oppos' anxious heart gradually settled, and a smile mirrored Qin Ruping and Amp, Oppos' on his lips. Mother, you truly dote on me the most. Just the thought of Su Shiqing and Oppos' impending disgrace filled Su Ying with a sense of exhilaration, allowing him to cast aside his earlier frustrations. Who else would I dote on if not you? You are my only son. Qin Ruping affectionately ruffled Su Ying's hair. From now on, I shall rely on you. The mother and son conspired together, while at that moment, Su Mingda remained oblivious to their plans. His entire focus was directed towards Su Shiqing. After a failed attempt at tracking her during the day, losing her whereabouts, he now believed that with her return, he would not repeat his previous mistakes. Vigilantly monitoring the surveillance footage in the Su residence throughout the night, he observed that Su Shiqing had indeed settled down for the night in the room adjacent to the master bedroom, not stirring throughout the night. After enduring a sleepless night, bloodshot eyes appeared in Su Mingda and Oppos' gaze, and it was not until the sun had risen high that he sensed something was amiss. Why hadn't Oppos' she emerged from her room yet? A sudden wave of foreboding washed over him. Ignoring everything else, he hastily rose from his study and rushed towards Su Shiqing and Amp, Oppos' room. Upon reaching the door, he encountered Qin Ruping exiting the master bedroom. Noticing Su Mingda's grim expression, she inquired with surprise, "What has happened?" Su Mingda did not respond, his frustration propelling him to roughly fling open the door. The window stood wide open, and a gentle breeze swayed the curtains, yet the bed in the center remained empty. Once more, under Su Mingda and Oppos' relentless surveillance, Su Shiqing had effortlessly slipped away. It was as if she treated the Su residence as a free inn, pausing only briefly during the night, leaving no trace of her whereabouts. Having endured a sleepless night, Su Mingda, of advancing age, stared at the vacant room, darkness clouding his vision as he nearly fainted. Qin Ruping hurried to support him, only to be roughly pushed aside. Useless. That girl was staying right next door. How could you not notice a thing when she left? Su Mingda pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Ruping, his anger boiling over. Now look, she has escaped again. We are nothing but a laughingstock. Impossible. Qin Ruping gazed anxiously at the empty room, disbelief etched in her features. She murmured, "Even if that wretched girl jumped from the second floor, I should have heard something." In truth, Qin Ruping had not heard any unusual sounds throughout the night. Su Shiqing had remained eerily quiet next door. Fool, what use are you to me? A feeling of humiliation washed over Su Mingda. His face paling in anger as he clutched his chest, his expression contorted as if he were ready to kill. For the first time in many years, Su Mingda felt thoroughly outwitted. He had employed schemes, spoken sweetly, and even personally begged for assistance, yet in the end, Su Shiqing had still managed to escape. As Su Mingda seethed with rage, nearly fainting, Su Shiqing, on the other hand, leisurely enjoyed her breakfast, strolling confidently down the street. Although the wood-type abilities lacked the destructive power of lightning or fire, they proved immensely useful under certain circumstances. The second floor of the Su residence stood a full 5 to 6 meters above the ground, yet when Su Shiqing leapt from the window that morning, she made not a sound. In a blind spot of the surveillance, the grass in the courtyard seemed to come alive, cushioning her landing like a soft blanket. Calculating the time, she figured that the occupants of the Su residence should have sensed something amiss by now. Su Mingda would once again find himself at a loss, and she relished the thought. As Su Shiqing savored her warm rice ball, her spirits soared. It was still early, and there was no rush to head over to Ruola's place. Instead, she decided to use the card Lin Jianhong had given her to procure some necessary supplies for the impending apocalypse. The weather was gradually turning colder in the post-apocalyptic world, and it was time to prepare some warm clothing, especially for Anren, who was still young and had a weak constitution. Even with her healing abilities, Shiqing remained concerned. Moreover, she did not intend to purchase only what she needed for herself. In the cold winter, warm clothing was essential for many, holding equal importance to food. Of course, the quality of the clothes for herself and Anren would be the finest. As Shiqing selected garments, a fleeting image of Ning Xinyan's calm face crossed her mind. Oh. She recalled that Ning Xinyan had mentioned wanting to leave the base with them, and Apos. Tishi? After a moment and Apos' hesitation, Shiqing ventured into the men and Apos' clothing section. Since she was already there, she might as well procure some warm clothing for him as well, for after leaving the base, it would only be the three of them caring for one another. The mall boasted a plethora of stylish garments, yet after spending time in the apocalypse, Shiqing paid them no heed. Such clothing was utterly unsuitable for the harsh realities of the post-apocalyptic world. A mere swipe from a zombie would shred them, and certain tight designs could hinder combat. In the apocalypse, aesthetics were of little consequence. Practicality reigned supreme. Naturally, that did not apply to Anren. The little one should be dressed beautifully and adorably, evoking a sense of tenderness. It would not do for a 6-year-old girl to face zombies alone. Shiqing and Ning Xinyan would suffice. Thus, the garments in Shiqing and Apos' hands began to diverge. Children and Apos' clothing in vibrant hues of red, pink, green, and blue, complemented by charming hats and mittens, while the adult attire for herself and Ning Xinyan remained in monochrome shades of black, gray, and white. Sweaters and vests for layering by. Thick cotton coats and outerwear by. Oh, and lead and amp. Apos'. Not forget thermal underwear. How could one not wear thermal layers in the dead of winter? From the original owner's memories, she vaguely recalled that the winter following the apocalypse would be exceptionally cold, with snow falling across both the north and south, capable of accumulating to a meter thick. Hence, Shiqing took the matter of warmth very seriously, alongside the thick clothing. She also ordered several thousand boxes of self-heating warm packs, instructing that they be sent directly to the previous warehouse. As for how Lin Jianhong would react upon receiving the bill, that was beyond Shiqing and Apos' concern. Chapter 92. Patricide food and water need not be elaborated upon. Regarding medicinal supplies, Shiqing had limited channels, thus she entrusted this matter to Lin Jianhong. Upon discovering that all plant seeds had been contaminated in the apocalypse, various seeds were added to her shopping list. Food and water are essential for the majority of ordinary people and abilities during the apocalypse. For them, survival is paramount. Conversely, Shiqing intended these seeds for the management of the bases. Not all base leaders, like Luohe, were solely concerned with their own survival. Many genuinely cared for their bases, recognizing the undeniable value of seeds that could ensure self-sufficiency. Following several upgrades, the space had expanded to an unimaginable degree, sufficiently accommodating Shiqing and Apos' extensive purchases. After securing food, water, clothing, and seeds, there remained ample room in her space. Thus, her gaze fell upon the bookstore next door. She contemplated that 6-year-old Anren was due for enlightenment. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, schools had long ceased to exist. Nevertheless, Shiqing believed that mental nourishment should also be prioritized, at the very least, teaching her the basics of literacy and morality. It would be unwise to allow the little girl to remain illiterate, as she might unwittingly fall victim to deception, handing over her money to others. With this thought in mind, Shiqing purchased numerous children and Apos' books and picture books, planning to educate Anren while on the journey. What else needed preparation? Contemplating the card in her hand, she pondered what materials were still lacking in her space. The aroma of food wafted faintly through the air, causing Shiqing and Apos' nose to twitch, leading her gaze to a nearby restaurant. Suddenly recalling that during this period of the apocalypse, her meals with Anren consisted primarily of bread and milk, occasionally supplemented with fruit for vitamins. While this was already a luxury compared to the vast majority of survivors, nothing could compare to the allure of hot, fragrant dishes. Regrettably, although her space contained ingredients, she truly did not know how to cook. Time within her space was frozen. Food placed inside would neither cool nor spoil. However, conjuring steaming dishes out of thin air presented a challenge in terms of explanation, since Ningxin intended to accompany them. If Shiqing were to produce such items, it would undoubtedly attract his attention. While she could easily pass off bread and milk as scavenged goods or products of her supermarket abilities, presenting freshly prepared meals would be excessive. Surely, abilities could not function like Doraemon's pocket. Abandoning the thought of packing meals, Su Shiqing turned her focus to purchasing various condiments. She had not forgotten Ningxian and Apos' claim that he could cook. Since she could not pack ready-made meals, it would be more practical to bring the necessary ingredients for the chef to utilize. With all the ingredients provided by her, it seemed reasonable to involve Ningxian in the cooking process. Without a hint of guilt, she procured an entire set of cookware and numerous spices. For an entire morning, she busied herself traversing various shops, with her orders continually arriving at the warehouse. By the afternoon, Su Shiqing arrived punctually at the door of Ruola and Apos' residence. No one is here? After knocking several times without a response, she furrowed her brow in confusion. Was it too early for her arrival? Had Ruola not yet risen? The sun blazed at 1 in the afternoon, and after glancing up at the sky and checking the time on her phone, she deemed it late enough. Just as she contemplated whether to linger at the door or to depart, a faint scent of blood wafted through the air. Having spent considerable time in the apocalypse, Su Shiqing was particularly sensitive to this odor. She abruptly turned to investigate. 20 meters away, a figure slowly approached. Upon noticing Su Shiqing, the person broke into a broad smile. "Ah, little sister, such enthusiasm in your visit. It seems you truly care for your sister." Ruola flipped her voluminous hair and winked at Su Shiqing, advancing with a playful gesture that lifted her chin. Today, Ruola donned a casual outfit, a crop top, jeans, and pink slippers, yet her vibrant beauty remained undeniable. Although she appeared nonchalant, Su Shiqing keenly detected a trace of blood on Ruola. Considering Ruola's identity and her recent return from outside, Su Shiqing's brow subtly furrowed. It seemed Ruola sensed her unease and, with a smile, opened the courtyard gate, asking, "So, what do you think is different about me today?" Following Ruola into the courtyard, Su Shiqing inhaled the faint fragrance of blooming flowers that partially masked the blood scent. After closing the gate, she regarded Ruola and bit her lip. "Did you kill someone?" In a modern world where surveillance is ubiquitous, it was difficult to fathom how Ruola managed to return unscathed, yet this was the only possibility Su Shiqing could conceive. "Very perceptive," Ruola replied, seemingly unfazed by the accusation. "What made you think I killed someone? You have the scent of blood." Su Shiqing closed her eyes and inhaled gently, under the cover of floral fragrance. The metallic scent was less pronounced, yet she could still detect it. Ruola raised an eyebrow and lightly tapped Su Shiqing and Apos' nose with her fingertip. A keen sense of smell is indeed a virtue, allowing you to detect danger more swiftly. Nevertheless, Su Shiqing's brow remained furrowed, showing no signs of relaxation. "May I ask you a question?" "Just call me sister," Ruola chuckled lightly. "Sister, who did you kill?" Su Shiqing met Ruola's gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. Aware of Ruola's mercenary background, she could not dismiss the possibility of innocent bloodshed within the country. Yet, Ruola offered an unexpected response. "Who did I kill?" "Nothing to hide. It was Lin Jianhong's father." Su Shiqing's eyes widened in shock, her mind momentarily blank. "Who? Lin Jianhong's father? Does he know?" Observing Su Shiqing's astonishment, Ruola laughed, teasingly poking her finger at Su Shiqing and Apos' chest. "No need to be alarmed. I was merely doing a job for money." "Doing a job for money?" A thought began to crystallize in Su Shiqing and Apos' mind, and she hesitantly asked, "Did Lin Jianhong ask you to do this?" Ruola snapped her fingers and nodded slightly. "Bingo. You got it right." Chapter 93, Fundamental Skills. Did he truly spend money to hire mercenaries to kill his own father? Although aware of Lin Jianhong and Apos' formidable methods, Su Shiqing was taken aback by the sheer ruthlessness of his actions. What enmity could exist between Lin Jianhong and his father that would drive him to such extremes? These brief thoughts set Su Shiqing's mind racing, taking her a moment to digest this unsettling reality. Meanwhile, Ruola, reveling in the drama, remarked, "Little sister, did you ever expect this? That scoundrel of a man is not worth your trust. Some men present one facade while hiding another, much like that Lin Jianhong. Just the other day, he gifted his father an antique valued at 10 million, and today he is instructing me to eliminate him." Ruola scoffed. "Humph, what a rogue." At her words, Su Shiqing furrowed her brow, contemplating the implications. It is illegal to commit murder within the country. Do mercenaries truly disregard their lives for money? Certainly not. Ruola shrugged, explaining that while most mercenaries typically avoid domestic assassination tasks, she was an exception. Furthermore, given that the target was Lin Jianhong and Apos, as father. He would undoubtedly provide cover for her. Su Shiqing was unaware of the specifics behind the animosity between Lin Jianhong and his father, but had heard whispers regarding the bankruptcy of the Lin family conglomerate, which seemed to stem from internal conflicts, with Lin Jianhong and Apos, as father at the center of the issues. Lost in thought, Su Shiqing was abruptly jolted back to reality when someone flicked her forehead. Stop dwelling on that scoundrel. Here I am, a stunning beauty before you. Shouldn't you be thinking of me? As she spoke, Ruola settled onto a stone bench in the courtyard, crossing her legs and resting her chin on one hand while casting a flirtatious glance at Su Shiqing. Didn't we agree that you would learn some skills? Come on. Let me teach you. Hearing this, Su Shiqing immediately redirected her focus. The matters concerning Lin Jianhong were of little relevance to her. Acquiring combat skills from Ruola was of utmost importance. With your slender limbs, engaging in direct combat would surely put you at a disadvantage. Ruola scrutinized Su Shiqing, her deep blue eyes shimmering like sapphires under the sun. I observe that you possess decent reflexes. With swifter movements and greater explosive power, you might achieve remarkable results. After their brief encounter, Ruola had already discerned Su Shiqing's strengths and weaknesses. Of course, the most crucial factor is stamina. In a contest of equals, the victor will be the one who can endure the longest. If your opponent is stronger, leveraging your reflexes and sufficient stamina might allow you to outlast them. Ruola glanced at the blazing sun overhead and smiled at Su Shiqing. So, I suggest you start with the basics. Assume a horse stance. Let me see how long you can maintain it. Though it was not summer, the sun shone brightly, and in the flower-adorned courtyard, Ruola pulled a lounge chair outside, reclining comfortably while sipping on cola. In contrast, Su Shiqing squatted slightly, arms outstretched, maintaining her stance under the scorching sun. Beads of sweat streamed down her cheeks, and her breaths gradually grew heavier as her legs felt increasingly weak. Despite her enhanced physical capabilities, after a mere 15 minutes, Su Shiqing found herself struggling. Ultimately, her modern body was still too frail. Were she in a post-apocalyptic world facing zombies, perhaps she could endure longer. As she sensed her body nearing its limits, Su Shiqing closed her eyes, focusing her mind and attempting to persist a little longer. Even in modern times, with her abilities, such weakness was unacceptable. How could she protect her sister? True strength lay in self-improvement, and she yearned to transcend her physical boundaries, yet she had overestimated her own resilience. Her body began to sway, threatening to collapse. Just then, a hand reached out, pulling her back up. Why push yourself so hard? I merely wanted to gauge your physical capabilities. There is no need to overexert yourself, Ruola said, her brow furrowed as she observed Su Shiqing's flushed face. Feeling a pang of concern. Having held on for so long is commendable, especially under this blazing sun. If you continue to strain yourself, you might faint. Ruola intended to test Su Shiqing and Apos' physicality lightly, but her relentless determination surprised her. Su Shiqing remained silent, her face still flushed, appearing somewhat dazed. I truly have no words left, Ruola sighed, leading her into the cool confines of her home. Ruola resided in a modest two-story villa, and for reasons unknown, she kept the curtains tightly drawn, casting a dim light within despite the bright sun outside. She settled Su Shiqing onto the sofa, the cool environment reviving her slightly. Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed Ruola approaching with a glass of honey water. Blinking, Su Shiqing gradually regained her composure. A mere half hour of maintaining the horse stance had left her muscles aching, as if her body belonged to someone else. Being overly eager is not wise. Ruola sat beside her, playfully poking her forehead. No one is chasing you. Why the desperate effort? At this, Su Shiqing remained silent, offering a weak smile as she accepted the honey water from Ruola. As she drank to replenish her energy, she surveyed her surroundings. Ruola's home mirrored her personality. Items appeared haphazardly arranged on tables and shelves, yet it was not dirty. The living room was reasonably spacious, furnished with a sofa, television, and coffee table. And Su Shiqing noted a bar area near the back room. The bar was tidier than the rest of the house, stocked with a few cans of cola and a small photo frame. Due to the distance, Su Shiqing could not discern the contents of the frame, but could vaguely make out 4 figures. Indeed, mastering the fundamentals of combat is essential. Your physical condition is commendable, so let us focus on the horse stance for now to stabilize your lower body. Once you establish a solid foundation, I will impart some combat techniques to you. However, such skills are best acquired through practical experience. Moreover, As Ruola stated, she did not take on apprentices nor had she ever taught anyone combat techniques. So she needed to consider her words carefully. After expounding on various points, she glanced up to find Su Shiqing, still clutching her honey water, appearing somewhat dazed, rendering her words moot. Chapter 94. The eve of the engagement banquet. With only 4 days remaining until the engagement banquet, Su Shiqing made her daily visits to Ruola's home every afternoon, returning to the Su residence leisurely in the evening. Observing the constipated expressions of Su Mingda and the others, who pretended to be concerned as they welcomed her, Su Shiqing felt little pleasure in it. In truth, she had begun to disregard her so-called parents. Her days were filled with purpose, as she juggled the need for supplies in a post-apocalyptic world while honing her combat skills, leaving her no time to pay attention to Su Mingda and his ilk. On the eve of the engagement banquet, standing in Ruola and Appo's courtyard, Su Shiqing paused her sparring, breathing heavily while wiping the sweat from her brow. Her loose training attire was drenched. In contrast, Ruola stood a short distance away, her expression relaxed as if their recent practice had been a mere trifle. "You've made remarkable progress," Ruola exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her voice. "In just a few days, you and Appo's managed to withstand 8 of my strikes." Panting with her hands on her knees, Su Shiqing closed her eyes and smiled at the compliment. "How could I not? I haven't slept in the past 4 or 5 days. At night, I absorb crystal cores to enhance my physical abilities, and in the mornings, I start with a run, spending my afternoons immersed in training at your home." She had scarcely allowed herself any time to rest. Though her modern body was not the same as her post-apocalyptic self, and absorbing crystal cores offered little improvement, who was to say that modernity did not require vigilance? "By the way," Su Shiqing said, gradually calming her breath as she looked up at Ruola, "I might not be able to come tomorrow." Ruola tilted her head in curiosity. "Why not?" Noticing Ruola and Appo's puzzled expression, Su Shiqing hesitated, feeling somewhat bewildered. Did Ruola not keep up with entertainment news? The recent announcement of the union between the Su and Zhang families had been all over the headlines. "Tomorrow is my engagement banquet," she finally stated, though she merely smiled and shook her head, withholding further details. Engagement banquet? The news seemed utterly unexpected to Ruola, whose face displayed skepticism. "Little sister, do you have someone you fancy?" "Not at all," Su Shiqing shook her head again, casually dismissing it. "It's merely a transaction, a union between 2 conglomerates." Upon hearing this, Ruola and Appo's expression darkened instantly. It seemed she had come to a realization as she picked up her phone and perused it for a moment before opening a specific interface. "Su Shiqing, you are the eldest daughter of the Su family?" Her gaze fell upon the headline on her phone, and her previously bright demeanor shifted to one of discontent. "You're engaged to a fool?" A glimmer of coldness flickered in Ruola's deep blue eyes as she raised an eyebrow at Su Shiqing, incredulous. "Are you truly going to entrust your life to a fool?" "Little sister, what do you hope to gain from this?" Perhaps due to their few days of acquaintance, Ruola had developed a degree of fondness for Su Shiqing. Suddenly, she rose, exclaiming, "If it comes to that, I'll take matters into my own hands and eliminate that fool. Let this engagement banquet go to hell." "Calm down." Su Shiqing hastily stood and grasped Ruola and Appo's arm. For reasons unknown, Ruola seemed particularly impassioned when it came to matters of marriage. Yet, Su Shiqing had no time to ponder, fearing that Ruola might dash off at any moment. That person cannot be harmed. The last time Ruola killed Lin Jianhong and Appo's father, it drew significant attention. Had it not been for Lin Jianhong and Appo's status, who knows how dire the situation might have become? Even if the other party was a fool, he was still the young master of the Zhang family. Should he die under obscure circumstances, it could potentially expose Ruola's identity. Though they had only spent a brief time together, Ruola's penchant for teasing resonated with Su Shiqing's character, and Ruola had indeed imparted some useful techniques to her. Su Shiqing did not wish to involve her further. "Sister Ruola, you should consider my character," she said, exasperated as she held onto Ruola's arm. "This is merely a transaction. The Su family possesses something I need, and once I obtain it, I will leave. I have never enjoyed the privileges of being the Su family's eldest daughter. Why should I sacrifice for the conglomerate? Am I the type to let myself suffer losses?" "To be honest, it certainly seems that way," Ruola mused, scrutinizing Su Shiqing and Appo's beguiling face, delicate and obedient, with a hint of cunning in her smile that resembled a little fox. Appearing harmless, the murderous intent that had briefly surged within her was somewhat pacified. Ruola pouted, returning to her stone bench and propping her chin with one hand. "You better not be at a loss. Ruola poked Su Shiqing's chest playfully, her gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. You must promise not to skip out tomorrow. Ruola huffed softly, twirling a strand of golden hair around her finger. If I don and amp, Oppos, TC the day after tomorrow. I won't be reasonable. When I kill, I don't keep count. After delivering her fierce warning, Su Shiqing detected a trace of concern in Ruola's tone. Her heart softened slightly, and she smiled, nodding. Dawn and amp, Oppos, worry. I possess a certain degree of capability. If the situation turns unfavorable, I will certainly be the first to flee. That would be for the best, Ruola replied with a touch of pride in her tone. Since you have matters to attend to tomorrow, you should head back early today. Certainly. Su Shiqing cheerfully donned a jacket, winking at Ruola. See you the day after tomorrow. Will you even be able to see me the day after tomorrow? Ruola watched Su Shiqing's figure fade beyond the courtyard gate, her fingertips lightly tapping against the stone table, the rhythm quickening as her unease surfaced. Finally, Ruola picked up her phone and scrolled through her few contacts until she found Lin Jianhong's name. Xiaohonghong. I hear tomorrow marks the engagement banquet between the two major conglomerates. Arrange for me to enter under an identity. Ruola's voice was languid, yet it carried an unmistakable tone of command. Lin Jianhong, surprised to receive the call, hesitated momentarily. Engagement banquet? Are you worried about Su Shiqing? Less chit-chat. Just tell me if you can manage it. I can, but only if my father and Oppos, accidental death and Oppos, is kept under wraps. I cannot guarantee your absolute safety. Humph. Ruola couldn't and Oppos, help but let out a derisive laugh. When have I ever needed anyone to protect my safety? Closing her eyes, Ruola and Oppos' voice turned a shade colder. As long as you can manage it, just get me into the engagement banquet. The rest is none of your concern. Rest assured, even if I were to be captured, I would not betray you, considering your kindness. Chapter 95. The show is about to begin even though the protagonists of the engagement banquet were the unappreciated young lady of the Su family and the reclusive heir of the Zhang family. The event was nonetheless of considerable grandeur. The finest hotel in the city had been reserved, and invitations were sent out to various dignitaries. Under the vigilant gaze of Su Mingde and Qin Rupiying, Su Shiqing strolled leisurely out of her room today, showing no inclination to flee as she had in previous days. Upon seeing Su Mingde and Qin Rupiying stationed at the door, Su Shiqing's lips curled slightly upward. What is the matter? Are you worried I might escape? Su Mingde and Qin Rupiying's expressions stiffened momentarily as they forced out a smile. Of course not. Qin Rupiying feigned concern, attempting to grasp Su Shiqing's hand. The stylist has arrived downstairs. We merely came to fetch you so you can prepare. The hotel is already booked, and as the star of the engagement banquet, you cannot afford to be late. Su Shiqing took a small step back, evading Qin Rupiying's outstretched hand, unperturbed by the other's frozen demeanor. As agreed, the engagement banquet should return my grandmother's belongings to me. I am here now. Where are they? Leaning against the door frame, her indifferent gaze swept between the two before her, exuding an unmistakable air of determination that she would not depart without her possessions. At her words, Qin Rupiying cast a nervous glance at Su Mingde, who coughed discreetly and after a moment of silence replied, Once we arrive at the hotel and confirm you are obediently at the engagement venue, I will naturally hand over the items. It was evident that Su Mingde was wary of Su Shiqing's capabilities. For several consecutive days leading up to this moment, Su Shiqing had returned home boldly, disappearing by the next morning despite Su Mingde's attempts to keep her under surveillance. Even the cameras had failed to capture her whereabouts. Thus, Su Mingde was cautious this time, fearing that once the items were entrusted to Su Shiqing, she would vanish without a trace. You had better keep your word. After a moment of contemplation, Su Shiqing acquiesced. The stylist downstairs had been waiting for quite some time, accompanied by the feigned concern of her parents, who were actually monitoring her. Su Shiqing slowly descended the stairs. Her gaze scanned the lobby, but she did not spot Su Ying. It seemed that Su Ying had been so incensed by Su Shiqing's return that she had chosen not to return home for several days, thus enjoying a measure of peace. The engagement dress prepared for her was a wine-red strapless gown. When Su Shiqing emerged after changing, even Su Mingde and Qin Rupiying paused in astonishment. They had never truly appreciated their eldest daughter until she donned the gown and styled her hair, realizing that she had blossomed into a striking beauty. Her raven locks were elegantly arranged atop her head, with a delicate strand cascading beside her ear, suggestively alluring. The wine-red gown accentuated her porcelain skin, perfectly outlining her graceful neck. Merely a hint of rouge would be enough to captivate hearts. When her expression was cold, Su Shiqing radiated an air of aloofness that discouraged approach. Yet, with the slightest arch of her brows, she became animated and enchanting. However, Su Shiqing herself felt somewhat unaccustomed to this appearance. She lifted her skirt and glanced around. Feeling that this attire was ill-suited for movement, especially with high heels adorning her feet, Su Mingda appeared to be verifying details with the hotel. While Qin Rupiying was engaged in a phone call, the purpose of which was unclear, out of the corner of her eye. Noticing that no one was paying her any mind, Su Shiqing lowered her eyelids and retrieved her phone, which displayed several messages from Lin Jianhong. As per your instructions, I have arranged for reporters from my newspaper to be on site, ready to follow orders. However, I have sensed something amiss. Your mother and brother seem to be plotting something, secretly bribing journalists attending the engagement banquet. Be cautious. They are targeting you, intending to ruin you at the banquet. Ruin me? With a flick of her thumb. She turned off her phone and her gaze landed on Qin Rupiying, who stood in a corner, engaged in a phone call and seemingly reluctant to be discovered. How intriguing. Su Shiqing murmured softly, a cool smile gracing her lips. It seemed they intended to use her as a mere pawn in their game of marriage while simultaneously plotting her downfall. At times, it was difficult to fathom that such actions could come from a mother towards her own flesh and blood. Yet, it mattered little. She had long since ceased to care. Su Shiqing and Apos' resolve hardened. She no longer wished to partake in the Su family and Apos' charade. Once she reclaimed her grandmother and Apos' belongings, she would take her leave. Her stay in this modern world had been ample. It was time to return to the apocalypse. Just then, Su Mingda returned, seemingly having confirmed the situation at the hotel. It's time to depart. His gaze remained fixed on Su Shiqing, as if fearing that a mere blink would cause her to vanish again. In just a few days, he appeared to be on the brink of mental exhaustion, dark circles forming beneath his eyes, prompting a wry smile from Su Shiqing. Qin Rupiying hurriedly ended her call and approached. Qing, let us go. Everything is ready at the hotel. However, Su Shiqing did not rush to leave. Instead, she turned to Qin Rupiying with a semblance of a smile. Who were you just speaking with on the phone? The momentary stiffness in Qin Rupiying and Apos' demeanor suggested her discomfort was palpable, even drawing a sidelong glance from Su Mingda. I was speaking with your brother, Qin Rupiying replied awkwardly. Suing has already arrived at the hotel and is just waiting for us. Oh, and Qing. You shouldn't refer to me as Mrs. Su. You should call me Mom. She hastily attempted to redirect the conversation, casting an admonishing glance at Su Shiqing. Su Mingda, maintaining a stern expression, furrowed his brow at Su Shiqing. Your mother is correct. Addressing her in such a manner invites ridicule upon our family. In the face of her parents and Apos' displeasure, Su Shiqing shrugged nonchalantly, offering a vague smile as she replied, All right, I understand. As for whether she would modify her address, her answer was a firm no. From the moment they decided to marry her off to a fool for the sake of their corporate interests, Su Shiqing had ceased to recognize them as her parents. Henceforth, her only family would be her sister, the sister from two worlds. With that thought, Su Shiqing stepped forward toward the exit of the Su residence, casting a casual remark over her shoulder. Let us go. The engagement banquet is about to commence. The show must begin. Chapter 96, captivating the crowd for reasons unknown. When confronted with Su Shiqing and Apos' enigmatic smile, Qin Rupiying felt an inexplicable sense of vulnerability, as though her schemes had been completely laid bare before the other party. Yet, upon further reflection, she deemed this notion absurd. Administering poison to Su Shiqing, abducting her to the bed of the Zhang family and Apos' foolish young master, and summoning reporters to document the scene, this elaborate plan was known only to herself and Su Ying, leaving even Su Mingda in the dark. How could Su Shiqing, a girl without connections or power, who squandered her days idly, possibly be aware of such machinations? With this thought, Qin Rupiying and Apos' heart settled once more. Observing Su Shiqing and Su Mingda departing, she stealthily trailed behind, sending a message to Su Ying at the hotel. Son, is everything in order? Rest assured, Mother, I have everything arranged with the items and the reporters. This engagement banquet will surely tarnish that girl's reputation, reducing her to a subject of ridicule. The grandest hotel had been reserved, its entrance adorned with a lengthy red carpet. Even before 10:00 and Apos' clock in the morning, the vicinity was teeming with onlookers. Thanks to the intentional promotion by both the Su and Zhang families, coupled with Su Shiqing's discreet orchestration by Lin Jianhong, the engagement banquet had garnered unprecedented attention. Various media outlets were eager not to miss this momentous union, their cameras poised at the hotel entrance. As the Su family and Appos' luxury vehicle came to a halt, the surrounding noise escalated. Flashbulbs illuminated the two modestly luxurious black cars, capturing every moment. Yet the doors remained resolutely closed. Inside, Su Shiqing extended her hand towards Su Mingde. The items. Now that she had arrived at the engagement banquet, her grandmother's legacy ought to be returned to her. After a brief silence, Su Mingde seemed to recognize that unless he surrendered the items, Su Shiqing would not exit the vehicle. Regardless, they were already at the hotel, no matter how capable Su Shiqing might be. Under the gaze of so many cameras and flashes, escape was impossible. Thus, he produced a prepared suitcase and handed it to her. After all, as the head of the Su family, Su Mingde knew that the items left by their grandmother were scarce, barely enough to cover a day's medical expenses for Anren. However, Su Shiqing had never valued the possessions for their worth but for their sentimental significance. They were heirlooms bequeathed to her and her sister, and she was determined to reclaim what rightfully belonged to her. Yet, Su Mingde had miscalculated. Once she confirmed the items were intact, Su Shiqing grasped the suitcase and, lifting her gown, resolutely opened the car door. She had never intended to flee from the engagement banquet. What she sought was the utter disgrace of the Su family. The moment Su Shiqing made her appearance, the gathered reporters erupted in astonished gasps. Holding the suitcase with one hand, she gracefully glided down the red carpet towards the hotel. In her high heels, she required no assistance, exuding an air of calm confidence with every step, her aura fully unleashed. Is this really the eldest daughter of the Su family? She is stunning. Why haven't I seen her in the news more often? Are you foolish? She is a scion of a wealthy family, not a celebrity. Such appearances aren't made on a whim. Who says the affluent Don and Appos make public appearances? The young master of the Su family is in the headlines daily, always with new romantic entanglements. Keep your voice down. Today is the stage for the Su and Zhang families. Discussing such matters carelessly might get you ejected. The surrounding chatter was chaotic, causing Su Mingde's brow to furrow slightly upon disembarking. He had hoped to solidify the Su family and Appos' standing through this marriage announcement, hence the publicity. Yet, the crowd seemed excessively large today. Inside the hotel, representatives from companies allied with the Su and Zhang families had also arrived, their curiosity piqued by the commotion outside. Lin Jianhong, casually dressed in a tailored suit with one hand in his pocket and a glass of red wine in the other, observed the scene. Under his management, the Lin family had recovered from the brink of bankruptcy, regaining former partners and receiving invitations to this engagement banquet. Hearing the noise, his gaze shifted to the hotel entrance. And upon spotting the figure in the wine-red gown at the forefront, his pupils contracted slightly. Su Shiqing, typically clad in casual attire or formal suits during business discussions, had never before worn a gown in Lin Jianhong's presence. The strapless burgundy dress accentuated her figure beautifully, featuring understated elegant patterns, her long black hair elegantly pinned back, with a whisk cascading down, lending her an air of cool detachment. Though she smiled with a fox-like cunning, her demeanor now was one of serene allure. Momentarily tightening his grip on the wine glass, Lin Jianhong's deep-set eyes narrowed before he regained his composure. With an air of regal poise, Su Shiqing traversed the lengthy red carpet as if she were being crowned. Behind her, Su Mingde and Qin Rupiying wore expressions of discontent. Yet they were compelled to maintain smiles for the media, hastening to catch up with Su Shiqing. Slow down, Shiqing. Walk with your father and mother, Su Mingde urged softly, suppressing his urge to reprimand her. In front of the media, he wished to avoid headlines suggesting discord within the Su family. The Zhang family had already arrived, with the welcoming committee comprising Zhang Xingjing, the chairman of Zhang Group, and his wife, Jiang Ming. Naturally, the foolish young master of the Zhang family was absent, as he would only appear during the formal announcement of a union to prevent any untoward incidents. Ah, old Su. Zhang Xingjing bellowed jovially, clapping Su Mingde on the shoulder. Spotting Su Shiqing nearby, a glimmer of surprise crossed his eyes. Old Su, you never mentioned your daughter was so charming. Not at all, Su Mingde replied, smiling politely. The two men exchanged hearty laughter, but Su Shiqing suddenly sensed a malevolent gaze fixed upon her. Raising an eyebrow, she followed the line of sight to meet Jiang Ming and Appos' eyes. Oh my, such a lovely girl. Chairman Su, how could you bear to let her out? My son is truly fortunate, Jiang Ming remarked with a faint smile, her tone lighthearted, yet Su Shiqing discerned the underlying malice. Chapter 97. Cliché Tactics. Jiang Ming and Zhang Xingjing had but one son, Zhang Mingxing, who, unfortunately, had been diagnosed with intellectual challenges since birth. With the Zhang family and Appos' extensive business empire lacking a successor, the marital discord between the couple grew increasingly pronounced, though they maintained a facade of harmony in front of the media. This was Su Shiqing's first encounter with Madame Zhang, and she could not fathom the source of the woman and Appos' apparent animosity towards her. Jiang Ming cast a glance at Su Shiqing and Appos' strapless gown. Tugging at the corner of his mouth, "Your Su family girl is indeed charming, but I believe a young lady should dress more conservatively." Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing's gaze fell upon Jiang Ming's off-the-shoulder dress, which extended to her thighs, matching the exposure of her own strapless gown. Jiang Ming continued, "After all, my son requires care, and since Miss Su is to become my daughter-in-law, she ought to learn to tend to her husband herself. Wearing such a dress is not practical." Beside them, Qin Rupiying chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, rest assured, my daughter is quite adept at caring for others." The two ladies exchanged pleasantries while Su Mingda and Zhang Xingjing observed, neither showing any inclination to defend Su Shiqing. At that moment, Su Shiqing suddenly laughed, raising her hand to touch her face and casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Ming. Who would have thought that the esteemed Zhang family cannot even afford a caretaker for their son and expects an unwed daughter-in-law to fulfill such a role? However, I must concede that you are right. This dress does not suit me. After all, no matter how splendidly I adorn myself, it seems a fool would be incapable of appreciating it. Their conversation transpired at the entrance of the hotel, not at the center of the crowd. Yet guests invited to the event were present behind them, and Su Shiqing and Appos' voice was loud enough for many to overhear. Jiang Ming's son's condition had long been a source of distress for her, and few dared to mention it in her presence. Standing at a distance, Lin Jianhong and Appos' lips curled slightly as his gaze lingered on the wine-red figure, taking a sip of red wine. Indeed, as Su Shiqing had asserted, she would not allow herself to be wronged. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Ming erupted at Su Shiqing and Appos' words. Her expression darkened as she glared at her, hands clenched at her sides, nails digging into her palms, ready to explode. At that moment, Zhang Xingjing intervened, pulling Jiang Ming back. "Enough, do not cause a scene now." He shot his wife a warning glance, reminding her not to disrupt the proceedings. His disappointment in his son was profound. Had it not been for this marriage alliance, he would have long cast his son aside to fend for himself. The union with the Su family was of great benefit to them, and Zhang Xingjing did not wish for it to falter due to Jiang Ming and Appos' actions. With her chest heaving, Jiang Ming scoffed, flinging her arm in frustration before striding away, seemingly heading to a room upstairs, likely to find her son, Zhang Mingxing. Zhang Xingjing then cast a significant glance at Su Shiqing, smirking ambiguously. Miss Su has quite the personality. It was evident to all that he was displeased, and if Su Shiqing were to marry into the Zhang family, she would likely face endless tribulations. Yet Su Shiqing remained unfazed, raising an eyebrow, grasping her suitcase, and gracefully walking into the hotel, leaving the three behind. "Forgive me." Su Ming sighed, shaking his head, patting Zhang Xingjing on the shoulder. "This girl has quite the temper. If she marries into your family, you must discipline her well." He emphasized the word discipline, implying something more. Zhang Xingjing looked at Su Mingda in surprise, but upon seeing the disdain in his eyes, he broke into hearty laughter. Of course, the banquet had yet to commence, and the hotel was filled with small clusters of guests discussing potential business collaborations. As the protagonists of the engagement, Su Shiqing and the ever-absent Zhang Mingxing seemed to exist without a trace, unnoticed by the crowd. Clad in a wine-red strapless gown, Su Shiqing stood quietly in a corner of the hall, holding a glass of red wine, resembling a beautiful vase, serving merely as ornamentation, with no one sparing her a second glance. However, Su Shiqing was unbothered. She relished the solitude. Tilting her head back, she took a sip of her wine, her eyes scanning the room, awaiting the moment when Su Ying and Qin Rupiying would strike. Having learned from Lin Jianhong that the mother and son duo aimed to ruin her reputation, her vigilance remained unyielding. Suddenly, her gaze met Lin Jianhong's from afar. They exchanged glances, and she slightly raised an eyebrow, noticing him lift his glass towards her as if signaling something. In the next instant, a server bumped into her shoulder, causing her to lose grip of her wine glass, spilling some onto her gown. "Oh." The server appeared flustered, bowing repeatedly. "I'm so sorry, miss. Please forgive me." Watching the scene unfold, Su Shiqing narrowed her eyes slightly. "Ah, such a cliché tactic. I suppose the next moment will be a proposal to take me upstairs for a cleanup?" Miss, let me take you upstairs to clean your dress, the server stammered. Head bowed, his voice trembling. How utterly predictable. A gentle smile spread across Su Shiqing's face as she approached the frightened server, reassuringly saying, "It's all right, really. Let us go upstairs to clean it up." In stark contrast to the lively first floor, the second-floor lounge was markedly quiet. The server led Su Shiqing to an empty lounge, gently pushing the door open and murmuring, "Miss, please come in." As the door swung open, Su Shiqing keenly detected a syrupy fragrance in the air, sensing something was amiss. The room contained something peculiar. In the long corridor, whether by coincidence or design, only Su Shiqing and the server remained. She paused at the threshold, deliberating her next move. Entering directly was out of the question. She was uncertain of what unknown substance lingered inside, yet the server's gaze was fixed on her. And failing to enter might draw unwanted attention from Qin Ruping and Suing. Noticing Su Shiqing's hesitation, the server appeared anxious, attempting to speak, "Miss, you." But before he could finish, his body suddenly stiffened. Into Su Shiqing and Apos' astonishment, he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Chapter 98. I will bring shame to the Su family. The server was struck violently on the back of his neck, instantly losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground, revealing the true culprit behind him. Ruajia. Su Shiqing's pupils contracted in shock as she recognized the woman in the server's uniform. "What are you doing here?" "Of course, I came because I was worried about you," Ruo teased, twirling a strand of her golden hair and casting a flirtatious glance at Su Shiqing. With practiced ease, she kicked the unconscious server into the break room. "Dawn and Apos, go in there. The air inside can make one weak and drained of strength." After pushing the server into the room, Ruo stepped forward to close the door and grasped Su Shiqing's hand, whispering a warning. "That person, Suing, is indeed your brother, right? He plans to drug you and send you to that fool and Apos' bed. We must leave quickly." "Sister, I just took a stroll around the hotel and used a little trick. Now everyone in the surveillance room is unconscious, and the cameras have been disabled." Ruo blinked her sapphire-like eyes, seemingly seeking praise. Su Shiqing opened her mouth, at a loss for words. She had no idea Ruo would infiltrate the hotel at this moment, or that she had accomplished so much in silence. However, as thoughts of Suing crossed her mind, her gaze grew steadily colder. So, this was their scheme to ruin her reputation. The esteemed eldest daughter of the Su family, caught in the act of entangling with the foolish young master at her engagement banquet. It would certainly make for sensational headlines. Observing Ruo's seemingly nonchalant yet genuinely concerned expression, Su Shiqing grasped her hand firmly. "I will not leave." Su Shiqing and Apos' demeanor remained calm, yet a hint of determination flickered in her eyes. Now that she was aware of the plot against her, how could she not retaliate? "I want the Su family to suffer disgrace." Upon hearing this, Ruo paused, studying Su Shiqing and Apos' expression for a long moment before suddenly breaking into laughter. "Tit for tat, you do possess a certain fierceness befitting a mercenary." Ruo playfully pinched Su Shiqing and Apos' cheek, her deep blue eyes reflecting a trace of melancholy. "Sister Ruo, do you know which room belongs to Zhang Shiming?" Su Shiqing was unfamiliar with the hotel layout, and searching room by room would take too long, so she turned to Ruo for guidance. Ruo did not disappoint. She almost immediately pointed toward the end of the corridor. The last one, room number 2011. Quietly committing the location to memory, Su Shiqing smiled at Ruo, her gaze gentle and sincere. "Thank you, Sister Ruo." Ruo's unexpected arrival indicated her willingness to come, driven by concern for Su Shiqing, perhaps accustomed to mutual scheming. Su Shiqing found Ruo and Apos' kindness somewhat disconcerting. "I will be in the venue. If you need to leave, I can assist you at any moment." Ruo winked at Su Shiqing, donned a mask to conceal her striking features, and began to walk away down the corridor. As she brushed past, Su Shiqing heard Ruo and Apos' low voice. "Footsteps are approaching. Your brother is coming." In the next moment, Su Shiqing saw a figure hastily emerge from the end of the corridor. Su Ying's expression was one of impatience. But upon seeing Su Shiqing by the door, his demeanor stiffened, quickly adjusting to force a smile. "Su, sister, what are you doing here?" Remarkably, Su Ying called her sister, though his tone betrayed reluctance. He carried 2 glasses of wine, striding towards Su Shiqing as if fearful she might escape. As Su Ying approached, Su Shiqing's expression grew increasingly frosty, her gaze fixating on the glasses in his hands. Remembering Ruo's warning, she had no doubt they were laced with something. "Why Haven and Apos, you tidied your dress?" Noticing the wine stains on Su Shiqing and Oppos, S-gown, Shiqing halted, scanning the surroundings for the absent server. Seeing his suspicious expression, Shiqing pressed her lips together, then pretended to lean weakly against the doorframe, feigning dizziness. The server said the dress was difficult to clean and that I should wait in the break room while he sought Mrs. Su for assistance. She raised a hand to her forehead, her eyes half closed to appear faint, all the while discreetly observing the shifts in Su Ying's expression. I waited in the room for quite a while, but the server has and Oppos, tea returned, so I came out to check. Shiqing spoke in a flat tone, her disdain for suing evident. She sighed softly, feigning a lack of energy. It feels rather stifling in there. I'm a bit lightheaded now. Upon hearing lightheaded, Su Ying's eyes brightened, but he quickly recalled that he must not reveal any signs of suspicion, forcing himself to regain composure. It's just a minor issue. Su Ying grinned, stepping closer. If the room is too stuffy, sister, you should take a few steps outside. Later, I can take you to another room to change your dress. Whether it was Shiqing's acting prowess or Su Ying's lack of intelligence, this fool, after a brief moment of doubt, blissfully convinced himself that the drugs were taking effect. What do you want with me? Shiqing leaned against the doorframe, appearing as if she might slide to the floor at any moment, yet her gaze towards Su Ying remained dismissive. Su Ying and Oppos' smile was cunning as he lifted one of the glasses, offering it to Shiqing. Today is your engagement banquet, and I've reflected on my past actions, realizing I was too excessive. This glass of wine is my toast to you, wishing you a smooth marriage into the Zhang family. Surely, sister, you won't refuse to drink it? For reasons she could not fathom, every time her younger siblings called her sister sweetly, Shiqing's heart melted. Yet, looking at Su Ying and Oppos' sincere address, she felt only disgust. Why do you think I would drink this wine? Shiqing scoffed. Recognizing your mistakes is your matter. Refusing your apology is mine. As her words fell, Shiqing was satisfied to see Su Ying's expression darken instantly. With a light sigh, under Su Ying's horrified gaze, she suddenly seized his wrist tightly, gripping the glass of wine firmly. Su Ying struggled, but found that the seemingly weak Shiqing had a grip he could not budge. In his frantic attempts, the other glass he held shattered on the floor, producing a crisp sound. Shiqing, what do you want? A sense of foreboding unexpectedly arose within Su Ying. What do I want? Shiqing tightened her hold, forcing Su Ying to meet her gaze. She chuckled softly, her other hand gently tilting his chin, her dark eyes glinting ominously. Naturally, I intend to return to you what you wish to do to me. Chapter 99. The eye for an eye. Su Ying, are you aware of the saying, to offer kindness without cause is either deceitful or thieving? Shiqing, though adorned in high heels, moved with remarkable steadiness. She lifted Su Ying's chin, mockingly snatching the tainted glass of red wine from his grasp. Su Ying's heart sank. It was apparent that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the opportunity when Shiqing loosened her grip, turning to flee down the stairs. The second floor was deserted. All had been orchestrated by Qin Rupiying's plans to facilitate their scheme against Shiqing, inadvertently leading to Su Ying and Oppos' dire predicament. How could a young man accustomed to indulgence possibly outrun Shiqing, whose physical prowess had significantly heightened? Despite her heels and fitted gown, Shiqing effortlessly intercepted him, not a drop of liquid spilled from her glass. The demeanor of Shiqing suggested an eerie awareness of their intentions. Su Ying was oblivious to how she had gleaned this information, yet a foreboding instinct whispered that matters had taken a turn for the worse. Damn! Help! In a frantic attempt to unlock his phone and summon Qin Rupiying, he was thwarted as Shiqing sent the device flying with a swift kick. Grasping Su Ying's chin, Shiqing coldly forced the wine into his mouth. Su Ying resisted. Desperate to expel the concoction, he knew all too well what it contained. The effects of the drug, regardless of one's willpower, would soon render him feverish and increasingly irrational. However, Shiqing possessed an astonishing strength. Not only did Su Ying fail to escape, but he also choked on several gulps. In the desolate corridor, despair finally flickered in his eyes. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Shiqing smiled, deftly unbuttoning his suit collar, her lips parting. I presume the young master of the Zhang family is nestled in the lounge at the end of this corridor? Su Ying's eyes widened in terror as the implications of her words sank in. Just as she had declared, she intended to reciprocate his plans in kind. Shiqing, cough. You will regret this, he gasped, retreating in fear. Yet, Shiqing seized his hair, compelling him to kneel and drag him forward. She picked up Su Ying's phone. effortlessly unlocking it with his own visage. The screen revealed a chat with Qin Rupiying, concluding with her message, "Son, message me when you're ready." The reporters downstairs are all set. Upon reading this, Su Shiqing chuckled softly. "How delightful. Your mother is indeed involved in this affair, thus I shall show no mercy." She typed, "Mother, I am ready." After sending the message, Su Shiqing tossed the phone aside, her gaze falling upon the writhing man on the floor. The drug's effects began to manifest. Su Ying's face flushed an unnatural hue, his breath labored, and his eyes glazed over. His rationality eroded. He could barely recognize Su Shiqing or even himself, instinctively yearning to shed his garments. In mere minutes, the potency of the drug had escalated. Su Shiqing and Emp's lips curled into a cold smile as she dragged him, akin to a lifeless creature, toward the lounge at the corridor and Emp's end, to ensure their actions went unnoticed. Jiang Ming had been engaged in conversation with Qin Rupiying downstairs, allowing Su Shiqing to kick open the door to find only the young master Zhang inside. Zhang Shiming, caught off guard by the arrival of a strange woman dragging in a flushed man, tilted his head and gaped, drool escaping the corner of his mouth. An adult man, behaving like an infant with a compromised intellect, created an unsettling dissonance. Recognizing Zhang Shiming and Emp's vacant stare, Su Shiqing and Emp's expression darkened as she tossed him onto the lounge and Emp's large bed. With a flick of her fingers, slender vines ensnared Su Ying and Emp's limbs, binding him securely. At her command, the vines obeyed, while Su Ying, now bereft of his faculties, posed a risk of harming the dazed young master before the reporters arrived. An array of nonsensical sounds escaped Zhang Shiming and Emp's lips, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Casting one last glance at her nominal fiancé and the slightly ajar window, Su Shiqing lifted her skirt and leapt down. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming, engaged in inconsequential conversation with Qin Rupiying, felt an inexplicable anxiety, as if something significant was about to transpire. Concerned for his son alone in the lounge, he resolved to excuse himself and check on Zhang Shengming. Suddenly, the reporters, who had been gathered outside the hotel, surged in en masse. Guests within the hotel rose in astonishment, bewildered by the commotion. "What is happening?" Su Mingda's expression soured as he observed the influx of reporters, his brow furrowing. Where was the hotel security? How could they allow such an intrusion? In that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. 2011. "Brothers, we have explosive news." The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. The Su family's young lady is insatiable, while downstairs the guests revel, upstairs passion ignites. The gravity of the situation darkened not only Su Mingda's countenance but also altered Qin Rupiying's demeanor drastically. Who had uttered those words? She had orchestrated no such announcement. The instigator, of course, was one of Lin Jianhong's associates, acting on Su Shiqing's instructions, thrusting the Su family into the spotlight. Jiang Ming's fist clenched as he rose abruptly. 2011? ISNT that my son's lounge? What on earth is that wretched girl doing in there? At last, the hotel security sprang into action. Attempting to usher the reporters out, yet many pressed on, determined to ascend the staircase. Curiosity piqued among the guests. What could possibly be transpiring upstairs to incite such fervor among the press? Meanwhile, Qin Rupiying sensed a growing unease. The sheer number of reporters seemed excessive, far beyond her arrangements. Chapter 100, Is Someone Looking for Me? A vague sense of unease lingered, as if events were spiraling out of control. However, upon glancing at her phone, Qin Rupiying's gaze hardened with resolve. The poison had been administered, and the individual was bound to the bed. To abandon this plan now would render the scheming of her and her son over the past several days utterly futile. As she observed several reporters being ushered out by the hotel security, Qin Rupiying seized the arm of Jiang Ming, whose complexion had begun to sour. In a voice loud enough for those nearby to hear, she feigned sorrow, proclaiming, "You are spreading rumors. My Qingqing is so well-behaved and charming. How could she possibly engage in such disgraceful behavior at her own engagement party? Mrs. Zhang, please do not believe any of this," Qin Rupiying implored. Grasping Jiang Ming's hand with sincerity, "Your son must be unharmed." Upon hearing this, Su Mingda, standing a short distance away, paled slightly, a flicker of realization crossing his face as he glared at Qin Rupiying with incredulity and barely contained fury. Yet, she did not dare to meet his gaze. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming, now consumed with worry for her son, shook off Qin Rupiying's grip and retorted through gritted teeth, "If there's nothing wrong, we'll find out by checking on him. I warn you, if your daughter has harmed my son in any way, I will haunt you as a vengeful spirit." Jiang Ming declared, her high heels clicking rapidly as she ascended the staircase, while guests and security alike parted to allow her passage, with numerous reporters seizing the opportunity to follow her. Lin Jianhong stood at the periphery of the gathering, observing the chaotic scene with a calm demeanor as he sipped from his glass, his eyes discreetly scanning the crowd for several inconspicuous small-time business owners. Suddenly, individuals began to infiltrate the crowd, trailing behind Jiang Ming as she made her way upstairs. Despite Su Mingda and Zhang Xinjing's attempts to intervene, they found themselves pushed to the back of the throng. At the end of the second-floor corridor lay the Zhang family's lounge, where an eager crowd surged, following Jiang Ming with the intent to uncover the truth. Jiang Ming did not wish for her son to be exposed to the blinding flashes of the cameras. Yet in her current state, she could not afford to be concerned about such things. Perhaps it was a mother-esque instinct, but an overwhelming sense of dread surged within her, as if something catastrophic was imminent. Qin Rupian closely trailed behind Jiang Ming, her excitement mounting at the thought of what awaited behind the lounge door. Once the scandal was revealed, Su Shiqing's reputation would be irreparably tarnished, and everything belonging to the Su family would ultimately fall into her son's hands. As for the collaboration with the Zhang family, if it fell apart, so be it. Qin Rupian was confident that with the strength of the Su family, they would manage just fine without this partnership. The only concern was how to explain the situation to Su Mingda, but she believed that as long as she approached him gently, he would not take it too seriously. Arriving at the closed door of the lounge, Jiang Ming's hand trembled slightly. Behind her, an array of journalists had already set up their cameras, ready to capture the unfolding scene. Satisfied with her own arrangements, Qin Rupian observed Jiang Ming's hesitation before stepping forward to push open the door. Open your eyes wide and behold. My Qingqing is not the ill-mannered person you allege, Qin Rupian declared loudly, stepping aside to allow the cameras to capture the situation inside. However, as the door swung open, heavy panting sounds emerged from within, the hurried breaths of a man intertwined with indistinguishable moans, leaving no doubt as to the nature of the events transpiring inside. Peering into the lounge, one could discern beneath the covers on the large bed 2 figures entwined, writhing together. The simultaneous screams echoed, as Qin Rupian feigned disbelief, covering her mouth upon witnessing the entangled figures in the room. Jiang Ming, genuinely shocked, almost lost her composure, nearly stumbling to the floor. Instinctively, she moved to push aside the covers to ascertain who dared to seduce her son, but was firmly restrained by Qin Rupian. Flashes erupted behind them, and Qin Rupian clutched Jiang Ming and Appos' hand tightly. I never imagined it would truly be Qingqing. She is so well behaved. Why would she engage in such actions? Mrs. Zhang, I am deeply sorry. Our Su family has wronged you. While speaking, Qin Rupian subtly adjusted her position, ensuring she did not obstruct the media's view of the room's interior. Let go. Jiang Ming exclaimed in exasperation, desperately attempting to break free from Qin Rupian's grasp. Yet, the latter and Appos' hold felt as if it were welded to her wrist. Unyielding. Do not agitate your health, Mrs. Zhang. Qin Rupian and Appos' face was a mask of feigned disappointment and sorrow. Rest assured, we will ensure Qingqing provides an explanation to your family. Is someone looking for me? Before Qin Rupian could finish her sentence, a clear voice rang out from the crowd. The hallway fell silent, and both Qin Rupian and Jiang Ming paused, astonished, as they turned to see Su Shiqing emerging from the throng. Still clad in her wine-red gown, she had somehow procured a snow-white mink coat to drape over herself, concealing the stains from the spilled wine. A slight smile graced her lips as she advanced, the sharp sound of her high heels striking the ground resonating in the air. What were you just discussing, requiring an explanation from me? Qin Rupian's expression resembled that of someone who had seen a ghost, staring at Su Shiqing, who should not have been present at this moment, almost convinced she was hallucinating. Didn't Tisuing say everything was arranged? Jiang Ming, meanwhile, was consumed by simpler thoughts. Now that Su Shiqing stood before her, who exactly was the person entwined with her son on the bed? Seizing the moment while Qin Rupian was momentarily distracted, Jiang Ming yanked her hand away and strode into the lounge. Despite the throngs of onlookers surrounding the door, the 2 figures on the bed showed no signs of parting. Jiang Ming's chest heaved in fury as she approached and flung back the covers, shouting, "What shameless wretch dares to climb into my son's bed? Does the Zhang family not deserve your respect?" Her words trailed off abruptly as she beheld the scene before her, her son pinned beneath someone, his collar undone, flushed and struggling, emitting faint moans. And atop him was none other than Suing. Chapter 101. Public opinion at that moment. Shiqing and Apos. S face was perfectly aligned with the entrance, allowing anyone to clearly see the bewildered flush upon it. Qin Rupiying felt as if all the blood in her body had rushed back to her head, her ears buzzed, rendering her unable to discern the commotion around her. Just then, Su Shiqing adjusted her mink coat, gently covering her lips, seemingly surprised. "Oh, is that not my dear brother? What are you all doing?" Before her words could fully escape, Jiang Ming, who stood by the bed observing the scene, rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground, fainting. Meanwhile, Shiqing appeared utterly oblivious to the chaos, his mind completely dulled by the effects of the drug, as he violently attempted to tear off Zhang Shengming's clothing. Beneath him, Zhang Shengming, whose intellect had regressed to that of a child, could offer no resistance and could only cry out in panic. At this moment, it seemed that Qin Rupiying suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Her face turned a ghastly white, gazing at the unconscious Jiang Ming and the intertwined forms of Shiqing and Zhang Shengming on the bed. She nearly stumbled to the ground. Behind her, various reporters and media personnel briefly paused, then without hesitation, continued to snap photos, their flashes illuminating the unfolding drama. "Wait, this isn't right. Stop taking pictures," Qin Rupiying exclaimed, desperately attempting to halt the reporters, but the situation on the bed was equally dire, leaving her utterly overwhelmed. "Stop. I said stop. Are you all deaf?" As her anxiety deepened upon seeing the reporters show no sign of retreating, Qin Rupiying felt completely out of control. She had presumed that all these people were orchestrated by her, unaware that many had infiltrated at the behest of Lin Jianhong and Su Shiqing. Standing nearby, Su Shiqing quietly observed Qin Rupiying's escalating panic, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. She approached, placing a hand on Qin Rupiying's shoulder, and whispered in her ear, "Madam Su, do you enjoy the performance I've prepared for you?" The moment those words registered, Qin Rupiying and Apos' pupils constricted sharply, and she whirled around, fixing Su Shiqing with a fierce glare, her fingers trembling as she pointed at her. "It's you. You did this. Su Shiqing, you beast. That is your own brother." Su Shiqing stepped back, gently covering her heart with one hand, feigning a look of hurt and restraint. "Mother, how could it possibly be me? I just want to deal with my soiled gown. I wasn't even here. I know it and Apos. It's hard for you to accept your brother and Apos' orientation, but, you wretched girl, what nonsense are you spouting?" Qin Rupiying interrupted angrily. The cameras continued to dutifully record, and Su Shiqing's insinuations about Su Ying's orientation only served to solidify his disgrace. Qin Rupiying's frantic demeanor, under the lens, appeared as though she were merely reacting out of embarrassment. The rumors had long circulated about the Su family and Apos' young master and his multitude of women. Yet none had truly captured his attention. It turned out the issue lay with the gender. Alas, while one must respect individual orientations, to engage in such acts on the eve of one and Apos' sister and Apos' engagement with her fiancé, how shameless. The gathering consisted not only of the journalists but also various small business owners drawn by the spectacle, who began to murmur amongst themselves at the unfolding drama. Su Shiqing gently caressed her mink coat, casting a provocative glance at Qin Rupiying from an angle the cameras could not capture. "Do you intend to use public opinion to ruin my reputation? Apologies, but I too possess a knack for stirring controversy." Initially, Su Shiqing had no intention of escalating the situation to such extremes. It was meant to be a fair exchange. She would take what was owed and depart. Yet, in an unexpected turn, her own mother and brother refused to let her be, determined to see her humiliated at her own engagement party. Su Shiqing could not fathom why they, being of the same blood, would derive joy from her misfortune. Thus, she resolved to continue her course, relishing in their disarray. "Should you fail to intervene swiftly, your dear son may very well lose control," Su Shiqing suggested politely, gesturing toward the lounge. On the large bed in the lounge, Zhang Shengming was struggling, his face flushed and breathless, while Su Ying had nearly disrobed, revealing a frail frame. Qin Rupiying could not genuinely wish for her son to harm the young master of the Zhang family. If that were to happen, the situation would spiral beyond redemption. Almost grinding her teeth in fury, Qin Rupiying shot Su Shiqing a lethal glare and rushed into the room, intent on separating Su Ying from Zhang Shengming. "Son, my dear son, it's mother, let go." She disregarded all semblance of elegance, hastily maneuvering around the unconscious Jiang Ming in her frantic bid to pull Su Ying away. However, in his drug-induced stupor, Su Ying was beyond recognition, even to Qin Rupiying. The drug he had procured was the strongest and most enduring, and he was now suffering the consequences of his own choices. The corridor was tightly packed with journalists and onlookers. Neither the Su nor Zhang families could force their way through to assist, leaving Qin to confront the chaos alone. Her hair was disheveled, her heels discarded, as she grappled with Suing like a wild beast, exerting every ounce of her strength to restrain him. Meanwhile, Su Shiqing glanced back toward the far end of the corridor, calculating the time, and sensed that Su Mingde and Zhang Xinjing, who had been trapped at the back, were now on their way. She had no desire for the focus to shift back onto her. The scene had been set, the drama had unfolded, and she was content to remain an observer. With Qin being distracted, Su Shiqing discreetly slipped away from the crowd. If she could dismantle all the hotel's surveillance, there would be no worries of anyone tracking her down. Retreating into the restroom, when Su Shiqing emerged, the wine-red gown had vanished, replaced by a black coat. She retrieved the suitcase she had earlier stashed away for ease of movement. Thus, she navigated through the crowd and descended the stairs on the opposite side of the hotel, where Ruola awaited her by the side door. "Darling, is everything resolved?" Ruola leaned against the car door, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. Upon seeing Su Shiqing exit discreetly, she flamboyantly snapped her fingers. "It is resolved," Su Shiqing replied, shaking the suitcase in her hand, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "And I have even delivered a grand gift to the Su family." Chapter 102. Paternity test report. It was only after settling into Hoya and Apos' car that Su Shiqing finally let her guard down and let out a long sigh of relief. The vehicle was infused with a specially crafted fragrance, reminiscent of a subtle tea aroma mingled with the freshness of morning dew, which brought a sense of tranquility to one's spirit. Hoya pressed down on the accelerator, cheerfully whistling, and glanced at Su Shiqing beside her. "After all that effort, what have you brought back?" Su Shiqing gently caressed the patterns on the suitcase and Apos' surface, a rare hint of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. "It and Apos' my grandmother and Apos' belongings." "Grandmother?" Hoya raised an eyebrow, incredulously. "Are you serious? Given how your parents treat you, do you really think your grandmother would have liked you?" "Silly girl, don't be naive." Shaking her head slightly, Su Shiqing chuckled softly, her gaze dimming. "I don't know why. It might be a matter of perspective, but when I was young, my grandmother truly cared for me. I didn't have my own room, and when she was alive, I shared the same space with her. She was the only one in the Su family who treated me well. She promised to leave her belongings to my sister and me before she passed away. Bringing them back is a way to put my mind at ease." Su Shiqing turned her gaze to the fleeting scenery outside the window, as if searching for something beyond the glass. After a long moment, she shrugged lightly. "And even if my grandmother didn't truly love me, at least she sheltered my childhood. That and Apos' enough. There and Apos' no need to dwell on the authenticity of feelings." Su Shiqing possessed a profound understanding of the complexities of human emotions. Sentiments are ever-changing, and who can truly claim to comprehend them? She adhered to her personal philosophy. What is hers will always remain hers. She reciprocates kindness with kindness, and revenge is a necessity. "You and Apos' quite perceptive for someone your age," Hoya murmured, followed by an ambiguous chuckle. "So, where are you headed next?" As they halted at a traffic light, Hoya tilted her head inquiringly. "I can give you a ride." "Where to?" Su Shiqing reflected. The surveillance had been compromised, so it was unlikely that Su Mingde would track her down. Moreover, with the matter resolved, there was no need to return to the Su residence. Her expression softened as a thought crossed her mind. "Let and Apos' go to the hospital, the one under the Lin family, and Apos' enterprise." "The hospital?" Hoya blinked in confusion. She was not well acquainted with Su Shiqing's circumstances and had only learned of her identity as the Su family's eldest daughter yesterday, let alone the existence of the rather inconspicuous Anren. "Yes, my sister is hospitalized." Su Shiqing spoke without hesitation, nodding slightly. "Now that everything has concluded, I wish to see her." With a father who values profit above all else, a mother who loves only her son, a sister in the hospital, and a shattered self, Hoya pursed her lips, her brow furrowed slightly. What a pitiable situation. Not wishing to pry further, Hoya changed direction and headed towards the hospital. As they traveled, Su Shiqing opened the modest suitcase. Since Su Mingde was in charge of the family affairs, her grandmother had left behind very few belongings. The suitcase was covered in a layer of dust, as if it had not been opened in ages. It was no surprise. The few items her grandmother possessed were likely deemed insignificant by Su Mingde and may even have been considered unlucky due to their association with the deceased. After all, Her grandmother had never shared a warm relationship with them, and their encounters were often marked by cold indifference. However, the precise nature of their estrangement was beyond Su Shiqing's understanding, as the disputes between elders were not something she could grasp. As she placed the suitcase on her lap and slowly opened it, she discovered its contents were scant: a few pieces of jewelry, several documents, and a notebook. The jewelry occupied most of the suitcase and Apos' space, primarily items her grandmother had favored during her lifetime. The documents were property deeds, all under her grandmother and Apos' name. The locations were not particularly prime, but sufficient for an ordinary person to live off rent for a lifetime. However, the notebook within the suitcase was entirely unfamiliar to Su Shiqing. Just as she reached out to examine what was written inside, her movements suddenly halted as her fingertips brushed against an irregularity at the bottom of the suitcase. Something was concealed there. Noticing Su Shiqing and Apos' momentary distraction, Hoya, with one hand on the steering wheel, turned her head. "What's wrong?" "It seems like something is hidden at the bottom of the suitcase," Su Shiqing replied, feeling what appeared to be several sheets of paper tucked away in a compartment, inaccessible for retrieval. While contemplating how to access the concealed layer, Hoya had already produced a small knife from her driver's seat. "Here, use this." "Thank you." Impressed by her resourcefulness, Su Shiqing accepted the knife without concern for using it in the car and deftly cut a slit into the suitcase's base. Several yellowed sheets of paper cascaded out, seemingly aged with time. She carefully collected the papers and, before she could examine them in detail, was drawn to the title on the top sheet. "Paternity Test Report?" As she read the words aloud, her breath caught slightly, and her heart raced. Why had her grandmother hidden such a document? Could it be? Su Shiqing's pupils constricted as a chilling hypothesis flashed through her mind, causing her breathing to quicken. A brief glance revealed 6 sheets of paper detailing the paternity tests among herself, Anren, and her parents. According to the analysis, there is a biological relationship between Su Shiqing and Su Mingde. According to the analysis, there is a biological relationship between Su Shiqing and Qin Ruping. According to the analysis, there is a biological relationship between Su Anren and Su Mingde. According to the analysis, there is a biological relationship between Su Anren and Qin Ruping. According to the analysis, there is a biological relationship between Su Ying and Su Mingde. According to the analysis, there is no biological relationship between Su Ying and Qin Ruping. As she read the small print aloud, Su Shiqing fell into a profound silence. Su Ying was not Qin Ruping and Apos' child? Confusion washed over her features as she pondered the implications. Her full-blooded brother had suddenly transformed into a half-brother. Who, then, was Su Ying's mother? If Qin Ruping's second child was not Su Ying, then who could it be? Furthermore, after all these years, with Qin Ruping showering affection on Su Ying while treating her and Anren harshly, what did all of this mean? Chapter 103. Old Tales. Su Shiqing clutched the document, her hand trembling slightly, and in her usually clear eyes, a rare flicker of confusion and helplessness appeared. Why had this paternity test surfaced among her grandmother's belongings? Did this imply that her grandmother had known all along that Su Ying was not the child of Qin Ruping? If so, why had she never spoken of it before her death? Furthermore, were Su Mingde and Qin Ruping aware of this matter? If they were, why did they continue to show such concern for Su Ying? "Darling, what in Apos' wrong?" Rolla, having not caught Su Shiqing and Apos' murmured words, noticed her unusual reaction and furrowed her brows in concern. Meanwhile, Su Shiqing's brow furrowed deeply, unconsciously tightening her grip, crumpling the paper in her hands. "Sister." Su Shiqing's gaze fell upon the paternity test document, and she could not help but rub her temples. "Su Ying and I were not born of the same mother." Rolla raised an eyebrow. "Su Ying? Your brother?" "Yes." Su Shiqing bit her lower lip, perusing the papers in her hands, confirming she had not misread, yet she was bewildered. If grandmother had known this all along, why had she never mentioned it? Despite her and Anren's lack of favor, Su Ying had grown up under immense affection, and grandmother had never brought up the issue of their blood ties. The car fell into a silence. Su Shiqing was deep in thought, while Rolla exhaled deeply. "Sister, I may sound harsh, but if I were to say, your grandmother was not a good person." Rolla, one hand on the steering wheel, hummed softly. "Darling, have you considered that the problem lies with your father? She was your grandmother, yet she was also your father's mother. If she was aware of the entire situation but chose to remain silent, could it be that she was concealing the truth for someone else and Apos' sake?" At Rolla and Apos' words, Su Shiqing and Appos' pupils constricted slightly, her keen mind quickly grasping Rolla and Appos' implication. Suing was the child of Su Mingda and another woman, yet she had been brought into the Su family, raised as if she were Qin Rupiying's own. And this entire situation was likely orchestrated by Su Mingda. As his mother, grandmother may have felt shame towards her son's actions but chose to protect him out of maternal affection, remaining silent to shield him. Had her care for Su Shiqing been a means to alleviate her own guilt? Su Shiqing opened her mouth, her voice unexpectedly hoarse. If she has concealed this for a lifetime, why did she leave the paternity test among her belongings for me to find? Elders often hold superstitions. Perhaps your grandmother feared that her actions might lead her to damnation after death. Rolla, glancing at Su Shiqing's dazed expression, sighed inwardly. Of course, these are merely my speculations. They may not be accurate. Not inaccurate. With her thoughts sparked, a multitude of past details flooded Su Shiqing's mind. She recalled when the rift between grandmother and father had begun, seemingly shortly after Su Ying and Appos' birth. At that time, Su Shiqing was still young, her memories blurred. She only remembered that Qin Rupiying had spent a long time in the hospital during her pregnancy, followed by bringing Su Ying back to the Su family. During Qin Rupiying's hospitalization, it was Su Mingda who took care of everything, and even Su Shiqing was not allowed to visit. It was likely during that time that Su Mingda had devised the plan to switch the children, with both Qin Rupiying and Su Shiqing kept in the dark. No wonder both Su Shiqing and Ran were fair and beautiful, while Su Ying stood out with her rough demeanor and unremarkable looks. It was all a matter of genetics. Darling, are you all right? Rolla, concerned about Su Shiqing and Appos' emotions, frequently glanced back at her. Blinking slowly, Su Shiqing pressed her lips together and shook her head gently. I and Appos, am fine. She calmly placed the paternity test back in the suitcase along with her grandmother and Appos' belongings. The revelation that Su Ying was not of the same mother left Su Shiqing and Appos' heart in disarray, yet fundamentally, nothing had changed. The events had already transpired, and the bond between her and Qin Rupiying had dwindled to nothing. Even if she presented the paternity test to confront her, what would it achieve? What reaction would Qin Rupiying have? Would she question? Regret? Be devastated? Yet what worth did these pale emotions hold for Su Shiqing? The harms, the alliances, the betrayals, everything had already unfolded. Could it be that with a few casual words, Qin Rupiying could erase the gravity of the past? It was too degrading. In an instant, Su Shiqing's mind raced with thoughts, but she ultimately settled back into a calm demeanor, placing the suitcase at her feet. To Rolla's eyes, her calmness seemed tinged with uncertainty. After a moment of silence, Rolla suddenly slammed the steering wheel, producing a sharp honk that startled Su Shiqing. Darling, if you cannot swallow this anger, I'll take you back right now. Rolla raised an eyebrow, her sapphire-like eyes sparkling with determination. Sister, we are driving. Please, remain composed. Su Shiqing smiled helplessly, waving her hand gently. I truly am fine. Today's matters are no longer of my concern. Su Shiqing smiled, a hint of sentiment in her gaze. I do not wish to contest a meaningless right or wrong. The title of the Su family's eldest daughter holds no significance for me. I will not change due to a shift in identity. Thus, the disputes of bloodlines seem frivolous. Lowering the car window, the wind tousled Su Shiqing and Appos' hair as she squinted at the bright, sunny sky, letting out a soft sigh. Rolla and Appos' gaze rested on Su Shiqing, and after a moment, she raised an approving eyebrow, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Some individuals are born with a clear understanding of their place in the world, knowing precisely what they seek, requiring no consolation or guidance from others. With a press of the accelerator, Rolla drove Su Shiqing to the hospital, stepping out alongside her. Speaking of which, I have yet to meet your sister. Rolla twirled the car keys between her fingers and blew a kiss to Su Shiqing. Would you mind if I joined you? Pausing slightly, Su Shiqing's gaze dimmed momentarily before she chuckled and shook her head. Of course not. After all, she had matters to discuss with her as well. Chapter 104. Visiting the ward. Anren resided in a private room on the highest floor of the hospital, where, due to Su Shiqing's particular instructions, the vicinity was nearly devoid of foot traffic. Rolla followed closely behind Su Shiqing, venturing deeper into the corridor, her eyes narrowing slightly as she surveyed the unusually quiet surroundings that hardly resembled a hospital. The pair halted in front of a ward, and Rolla expressed her doubts. Darling, is my sister really here? There's not a soul around. Won't she feel lonely? Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Shiqing gently pushed open the door to the room. Upon witnessing the scene inside, Rola's voice fell silent. The curtains were drawn halfway, allowing bright sunlight to pour in, illuminating the room and revealing the small figure lying on the bed. Anren's eyes were tightly shut, her face appearing somewhat gaunt, and her tiny body was entangled with numerous tubes, while a nearby life-monitoring device hummed softly. Indeed, Anren was all alone. A flicker of tenderness appeared in Shiqing's gaze as she quietly approached the bedside and pressed a gentle kiss to the little girl's forehead. I am usually the only one who can keep her company. I wonder if Anren can hear me. Shiqing murmured softly, unsure whether she was speaking to Rolla or herself. Anren, your sister is back. Have you missed me these past few days? Rolla stood silently at the door, observing the expression on Shiqing's face. A faint smile adorned her features, subtle yet genuine, emanating warmth from the heart. Rolla had always perceived Shiqing as someone with heavy thoughts, but in front of her sister, she seemed capable of shedding all defenses, displaying a natural sense of ease. Please don't take it to heart. My sister has always been this way, Shiqing said, glancing back at Rolla with a smile. She has been in a coma for several years now, with no signs of waking. Is there truly no way to treat her? Rolla cautiously stepped into the room, her gaze falling upon the small, vulnerable figure lying in bed. Not at present. Shiqing instinctively touched her collarbone, her eyes lowering slightly, her tone imbued with an inexplicable determination. But there will be a way, without a doubt. Once she had resolved matters in the present, Shiqing intended to embark on a journey to the end of the world, enhancing her abilities while seeking out the so-called strongest healer, Yin. She firmly believed that she would discover a method to cure her sister. Yet, before venturing into that chaotic realm, there remained a matter to attend to. Shiqing turned to Rolla. Sister Rolla, do you have connections with mercenaries abroad? I wish to hire a few. Despite Anren residing in the most private and secure hospital, Shiqing still felt an uneasy knot in her heart. She had definitively severed ties with the Su family, and the Zhang family would undoubtedly not relent. If they pushed Su Mingda too far, Shiqing could only dread what measures he might resort to, especially after learning of Lin Jianhong's direct involvement in the heinous act of patricide, which had caused her to harbor a sense of caution, compelling her to seek additional protection for her sister. The mercenaries operated under a simple principle: money is God. Fortunately, Shiqing possessed an abundance of wealth, and she aimed to hire a few mercenaries to ensure round-the-clock protection for her sister. After all, she would inevitably have matters to attend to and could not remain in the ward indefinitely. Mercenaries? Rolla mused, glancing thoughtfully at the comatose child. You wish to find someone to safeguard your sister? You do not trust Lin Jianhong? With just a glance, Rolla seemed to penetrate Shiqing's thoughts, raising an eyebrow in a manner that suggested deeper meaning. It's merely a transactional relationship. Trust is not at play, Shiqing replied with a subtle smile, avoiding a direct answer. I do have connections with mercenaries. Rolla chuckled softly, stepping closer and tilting Shiqing's chin, her eyes sparkling with mischief. However, darling, there's a notable mercenary standing right in front of you. Do you not wish to engage her services? Shiqing met Rolla's sapphire eyes and realized, Sister Rolla, you mean yourself? But you are not one of Lin Jianhong's subordinates. Rolla interrupted, frowning with displeasure. When did I ever claim to be under his command? Something seemed to darken in Rolla's expression, and she coldly remarked, were it not for the wishes of a departed friend, I wouldn't even cast a glance at such a scoundrel. Departed friend, wishes? There seemed to be a story there. However, noting Rolla and Appo's slightly grim demeanor, Shiqing wisely refrained from probing further. She was well aware of Rolla's prowess. If Rolla were to guard Anren, it would indeed offer a sense of security. However, having been cautious for so long, Shiqing instinctively felt a twinge of suspicion towards Rolla's goodwill. Rolla had trained her in martial arts, infiltrated today's engagement banquet to assist her, and now voluntarily offered to protect her sister. Most crucially, they had known each other for less than a week. Why was Rolla being so benevolent? A multitude of thoughts raced through Shiqing's mind until Rolla leaned in curiously. Darling, what have you been pondering for so long? Nothing, Shiqing smiled, her eyes sparkling with warmth. If it's Sister Rolla helping, I can indeed breathe easier. After all, Rolla had yet to demonstrate any ill intent and had been quite helpful. It was hardly the moment to turn against her. Rolla, observing Shiqing's expression, seemed momentarily taken aback before haughtily declaring, Sister, my capabilities are certainly worthy of your trust. Oh, remember to have that fellow Lin Jianhong arrange a separate room for me next door. I prefer to indulge in stronger flavors to avoid disturbing my sister. Not a problem. This minor request was one that neither Rolla nor Su Shiqing could foresee Lin Jianhong refusing. After all, he depended on their martial prowess and financial resources. With arrangements for her sister and Appos' protection secured, Su Shiqing found herself devoid of other pressing matters. Once she obtained fuel for the vehicles from Lin Jianhong, she would be ready to return to the end of the world. As Su Shiqing's affairs settled, the Su family remained abuzz with activity. Su Mingda, having finally squeezed through the crowd with Zhang Xinjing, spotted 3 figures entangled in a struggle at the end of the corridor. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a figure sprawled on the ground. Upon seeing the dazed and flushed Su Ying, alongside the disheveled Zhang Shiming, the expressions of both family heads darkened. Such a scene unfolding at an engagement banquet was a disgrace to both families. Chapter 105. The public opinion that fermented online. The engagement banquet could certainly not continue. Zhang Xingming was in a state of shock, while the other protagonist, Su Shiqing, had mysteriously vanished into the crowd. Despite Su Mingda and Appos' grim expression, he could only reluctantly maintain his composure and cancel the engagement celebration. However, that was not the source of his greatest distress. It was Zhang's family's dissatisfaction and the rapid eruption of public opinion online that truly vexed him. In the brief distance from the hotel to the Su residence, the events of the engagement banquet had already spread like wildfire across the internet. Each netizen seemed eager to feast upon the juicy gossip, particularly when it involved the intrigues of affluent families. Wow, have you heard? The highly publicized union of 2 major families exploded at today and Appos' engagement banquet. I know. Apparently, the fiancé's brother got involved with the fiancée directly. There are even pictures online. Is it really that scandalous? Isn't that his sister's engagement? How could he betray her like that? And that's not all. You might not know this, but the male lead of the engagement banquet is a fool with an incomplete understanding. Doesn't that count as attempted rape? Preying on someone with a diminished intellect? Is the young master of the Su family that depraved? How disgusting. Am I the only one who feels sorry for the Su family and Appos' young lady? No sane person would want to marry a stranger who's a fool. And now her own brother has ruined the engagement. Exactly. I say the chairman of the Su family is a cold-hearted beast. How can he treat his daughter this way and raise such a son? What could come of it? Crash. A glass was violently smashed to the floor, shattering into countless pieces. Su Mingda, furious as he read the comments online, felt his face pale and his hands tremble uncontrollably. Even if he wished to suppress the negative discourse, new posts continued to emerge, as if someone were deliberately challenging the Su family. After much turmoil, the online discussions not only failed to subside, but escalated further. Photos of Su Ying and Zhang Shiming entwined in bed circulated widely, presenting irrefutable evidence. Su Mingda was on the verge of fainting from rage, unable to fathom how low the Su family and Appos' stock would plummet under such scrutiny. Meanwhile, Su Ying, having been forcibly sedated, was asleep in her room, blissfully unaware of her transgressions. Qin Rupiying trembled in fear, standing silently beside her, not daring to utter a word. Slap. The sharp sound of a hand striking echoed through the hall as Su Mingda, with all his might, delivered a resounding slap to Qin Rupiying, causing her face to turn and blood to seep from her mouth. Her cheek swelled instantly, painful to the touch, yet she dared not provoke the enraged Su Mingda further. Clenching her teeth in silence. Wretched woman. Malevolent harpy. What on earth do you intend to do? Su Mingda had sensed something amiss at the hotel. The security was tight. Journalists could not enter without permission. Today's events were clearly orchestrated from behind the scenes. Given Qin Rupiying's previous reactions, Su Mingda needed no further proof to conclude that she had been the architect of this chaos. Some minor mischief could be tolerated, but today's debacle was a monumental crisis that needed resolution. The online slander against the Su family was uncontrollable, and Zhang Xingming's family awaited an explanation. Speak. What scheme do you have in mind, you wretched woman? Su Mingda and Appos' voice dripped with fury as he pointed at Qin Rupiying. How do you propose I resolve this? How will I explain this to the Zhang family? In an instant, Qin Rupiying's legs buckled, and she fell to her knees, forcing a shaky smile as she addressed Su Mingda. Husband, please, let me explain. I only wanted to teach that wretched girl a lesson. I had everything planned. The one who was drugged was supposed to be that girl, but for some reason, it ended up being our son. I have just realized. This was all that girl's scheme. She is the one who has harmed our son. Kneeling, she grasped Su Mingda and Appos' leg with urgency. We must find that wretched girl. If she admits to this, our family and Appos' reputation can be salvaged. In response, Su Mingda delivered a second slap, sending Qin Rupiying sprawling to the ground, unable to rise for a long while. How could I have wed such an imbecile? His frustration nearly caused him to lose consciousness. If only he could locate Su Shiqing, he wouldn't be reduced to this impotent rage. The hotel was rife with cameras and reporters, yet none had been effective. Some fool had destroyed every camera, leaving no trace and robbing Su Mingda of any leads on Su Shiqing and Apos' whereabouts. Now, everything was lost, both the item and the person. Alongside the group and Apos' reputation, Qin Rupiying, oblivious to the depth of Su Mingda and Apos' despair, hastily approached him despite her swollen cheek. Old Su, Don and Apos, do you trust me? How can you doubt me? I never meant for any of this. It was all that wretched Su Shiqing. She ruined our perfect plan. If we can just bring her back, everything will be resolved. People can be foolish, but those who are foolish and unaware of it are the most troublesome. The lines on Su Mingda and Apos' face deepened within mere hours, aging him years, revealing a sense of numbness and despair. What was he to do? How could he restore the Su family and Apos' reputation? How could he salvage the cooperation with the Zhang family? His gaze turned cold. A singular thought aligning with Qin Rupiying and Apos' Su Shiqing was the root of all their troubles. Neither considered that if Qin Rupiying and Suing had not initiated the drugging, Su Shiqing would never have acted so drastically. Su Mingda and Apos' chest heaved with agitation, and suddenly a figure flashed through his mind, bringing clarity to his tumultuous thoughts. If he wished to discover Su Shiqing and Apos' current whereabouts, it seemed there was but one way left to pursue. Chapter 106, Prepared the vehicle you requested. Along with the fuel, has been arranged and is stored in the warehouse. On the other end of the line, Lin Jianhong and Apos' voice remained as steady as ever. I have also ensured that the pile of gold and jewelry in the warehouse has been taken care of. In the hospital room, Su Shiqing placed her phone on the table while slowly peeling an apple with a fruit knife. Upon hearing his words, she replied, "All right, I understand." Moreover, Lin Jianhong seemed to hesitate slightly before speaking, finally sighing. "Well, you will see it soon enough anyway." Noticing the other party and Apos' reluctance to elaborate, Su Shiqing felt a twinge of curiosity, wondering what it pertained to. "It concerns the technical materials you provided earlier," Lin Jianhong added. "There are no concrete results yet, but in due time, you will likely be informed." Trusting the information sourced from the apocalypse, Su Shiqing felt assured it would not disappoint. Seeing Lin Jianhong had no intention of divulging further details, she didn't and Apos' pressed the matter. After hanging up, she finished peeling the apple and handed it to Jola, who was seated nearby. Jola, propping her head on one hand, received the apple with a playful smile, casting a flirtatious glance. "Thank you, darling." Having spent time together, Su Shiqing had grown accustomed to Jola and Apos' playful nature and regarded it with indifference. Glancing at the unconscious and ran on the hospital bed, Su Shiqing stood up and approached, tucking the blankets around her. "Jola, I need to step out for a while. Could you keep an eye on Ran?" Su Shiqing smiled at Jola, clasping her hands in supplication. "Not a problem," Jola replied, taking a bite of the apple and raising an eyebrow. "You can trust me to watch over her." Once Su Shiqing pushed open the hospital door and stepped outside, Jola gradually withdrew her smile. With a blank expression, she took another bite of the apple and approached Ran and Apos' bedside, gazing intently at her. How uncanny. How could she resemble her so much? Jola's brow furrowed slightly as she leaned down, her fingertips brushing gently across Ran's cheek, whispering, "She looks just like little Guai when she was young." With her eyes tightly closed, Ran was oblivious to her surroundings. Reflecting on the paternity test from the Su family, Jola and Apos' frown deepened, uncertainty flickering in her deep blue eyes. "Little Guai, could you be a child of the Su family?" When Su Shiqing swung open the door to the warehouse, her gaze immediately fell upon the imposing modified off-road vehicle parked in the center. The sleek black body exuded power, and even the headlights were crafted to be bulletproof. The four wheels were robust, almost wider than Su Shiqing herself, exuding an air of sturdiness. Su Shiqing approached and tapped on the car window, then drew a small knife to scratch the surface, leaving no trace behind, clearly indicating its durability. The vehicle comfortably seated 5, and with the front seats reclined. It could accommodate 3 or 4 individuals for rest, albeit somewhat cramped. The chassis hovered half a meter above the ground, and had Su Shiqing been any shorter, climbing aboard would require considerable effort. The moment she laid eyes on the vehicle, Shiqing was enamored. It was undoubtedly an essential companion for their journey. Driving this car, she felt she could effortlessly plow through hordes of zombies. Beside the off-road vehicle, Lin Jianong had prepared several hundred barrels of gasoline, tightly secured. Shiqing promptly stored them in her space. With everything in place, her modern affairs were concluded, and it was time to embark on her journey back to the apocalypse. With a slight shift in her thoughts, the plum blossom mark on her collarbone warmed slightly, and the next instant, the teleportation was initiated. During her last teleportation, Shiqing had arrived in her room in the apocalypse, so this time she found herself in the same spot again. Before Shiqing could make a move, a gentle knock sounded at the closed door, accompanied by a soft voice from outside. "Sister? Are you there, sister? Can Ran come in?" "Of course." Shiqing replied as she rose to open the door, revealing the little girl outside, holding an empty milk bottle and looking up obediently. What does Ran need from her sister? With utmost seriousness, Ran spread her hands, a soft glow emanating from her palms. "Sister, sister. The shiny thing you gave me last time, I and Appos, V absorbed it all, now I feel so powerful." Hearing the little girl, Shiqing recalled having previously given Ran a crystal core to enhance her abilities. Although the core contained impurities that could pose risks if absorbed directly, the ones retrieved from her space were purified. After all, prior to Shiqing's discovery, the space had barely advanced by absorbing impurities from the cores. The purified cores could be consumed without concern. And Ran is so wonderful, so impressive. Shiqing affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair, blushing slightly at the compliment. And Ran smiled, looking somewhat bashful. With Ran being so amazing, I feel much more at ease, Shiqing remarked, lifting the lightweight girl effortlessly. With her other hand, she pinched Ran and Appos' cheek. "We are about to leave the base soon, and you will be good, right?" "Yes." Ran nodded, her chubby face serious as she clenched her little fist. Now that everything was nearly prepared and their transactions with the base completed, Shiqing planned to set off the next day. "Ran, please go next door to ask your brother if you would like to set off together tomorrow," Shiqing said, placing Ran down. "And also inquire if he needs anything from my space to take along." After all, Ning Xinian did not possess any spatial abilities. And having resided in Chongping base for quite some time, he likely had accumulated quite a few items. Not to mention, the experimental equipment Shiqing had previously procured for him was too much for one person to carry. Having upgraded her space several times, there was ample room remaining. And Shiqing was more than willing to assist Ning Xinian in transporting some items, provided he was agreeable. "I understand. I promise to complete the task." And Ran declared earnestly, shaking her little fist before dashing off like a joyful rabbit to the next room. Shiqing watched the little figure disappear through the doorway, a smile gracing her lips as she sighed contentedly. She then began to survey her surroundings in the apocalypse, realizing there was little to pack. Most of her supplies had already been stored in her space, leaving only a few changes of clothing to gather. She was nearly ready to depart at any moment. Chapter 107. The Gift. When Anren dashed next door, Ning Xian was in the midst of packing his belongings. Despite having resided in this base for quite some time, he found that he did not possess an abundance of items. A few changes of clothes, stacks of thick manuscripts, some well-preserved documents, and a handful of cherished personal belongings could all fit into a single box. The only items presenting a challenge were the experimental equipment previously brought to him by Shiqing, along with several boxes of disinfectant and surgical gowns. As Ning Xian hesitated over whether to take these items, he turned to see a neatly dressed little girl bounding in. Anren. Upon seeing the energetic child enter his home, Ning Xian paused, placing his belongings down. "What brings you here?" "I'm here to relay a message from my sister." Anren and Appos' fondness for this brother was evident, as he had saved her on 2 separate occasions. "A message?" Ning Xian crouched down to meet Anren at eye level, preventing her from straining her neck. "My sister wants to ask if you can leave tomorrow." Anren counted on her fingers, recalling what Shiqing had just told her, her small lips slightly pouting. "And does brother need any space to help take some things?" As Anren spoke in fragments, Ning Xian's gaze softened, and he could almost envision the expression on Shiqing's face as she had expressed those words. He did not feel that leaving the next day was too hasty. After all, he had intended to accompany the sisters, and the timing was ultimately at their discretion. However, he indeed required assistance in transporting some items. "Thank you, little Anren, for delivering the message," Ning Xian replied gently. "Please inform your sister that I would appreciate her help." Anren beamed with joy as a messenger, perhaps because life had improved, her complexion brightening and her spirits lifting higher than those of most at the base. After hearing Ning Xian's words, she happily skipped back, unbeknownst to her. As Su Shiqing prepared to assist Ning Xian with his packing, Luo Qing had caught wind of the news and hurried over. Standing at Ning Xian and Apos' doorstep, he wiped non-existent tears from his eyes, lamenting, "Sister, old Ning, how can you be so ungrateful? You and Apos, re-leaving without calling me. If you and Apos, re-leaving tomorrow. Isn't that a bit rushed?" "Not at all," Su Shiqing replied, raising her hands in a gesture of calmness. "Consider what I am capable of. The timing is inconsequential to me." "Indeed, not rushed." Ning Xian nodded slightly in agreement, casting not a glance toward Luo Qing, his attention fixed on Su Shiqing and Apos' retreating figure. Seeing this, Luo Qing and Apos' heart ached further. These two were invaluable assets to the base, and now they were both set to depart. "Well, old Ning, have you considered staying at the base?" Luo Qing was unaware of the events that transpired that evening or of Ning Xian and Apos' clarified intentions. Yet he pressed on with his inquiry. "Hey." Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow. "Don't try to poach my people. Xian has already promised to leave with us." Their agreement was yet to be fulfilled, and if Ning Xian were to remain at the base now, what would Su Shiqing do? As Su Shiqing swiftly countered, Ning Xian and Apos' lips subtly curled upwards in affirmation, echoing, "Yes, we agreed. No one is staying behind. When did you two come to such an agreement?" Luo Qing felt as if he had missed something significant, casting suspicious glances between the two before finally resting them on Ning Xian. Perhaps due to the inconvenience of packing, Ning Xian removed his golden-rimmed glasses, revealing his eyes, which glimmered a soft brown under the sunlight, exuding an indescribable gentleness. Typically, Ning Xian and Apos' emotions remained subdued, with that gentleness concealed deep within his gaze. Nevertheless, Luo Qing, familiar with him, sensed something amiss. While Luo Qing observed, Su Shiqing hesitated. Within her space lay two small chicks, brought in during her previous attempt to store living creatures. The seeds of the apocalypse had been tainted by the virus, and the fate of poultry was even more dire. Either they perished on the spot or transformed into mutated beasts, exhibiting terrifying aggression, making them unfit for consumption. Initially, she had intended to trade these two chicks with the base, but the seeds alone had nearly depleted the base and Apos' resources. Moreover, to present untainted seeds followed by two lively chicks would be exceedingly difficult to justify. While she could attribute the seeds to her wood-based abilities, the poultry was an entirely different matter. Thus, Su Shiqing remained undecided, pondering whether to present the two chicks to Luo Qing. He was a decent person, righteous and considerate of the common folk, and during the apocalypse, Su Shiqing had received considerable support from him. She was always clear about her debts and, while a shrewd businesswoman, she was not devoid of compassion. Those who treated her well would be met with her gratitude. "Alas, it seems I cannot retain you," Luo Qing remarked meaningfully at Ning Xian before pretending to sigh. "Sister, when do you plan to leave tomorrow? I can arrange for someone to send you off." "No need for all that trouble," Su Shiqing declined, wishing to depart without fanfare. "Oh, it's no trouble at all," Luo Qing exclaimed, patting his chest. "Just a few familiar faces to see you off. After all, you have contributed greatly to the base. Without your supplies, we likely would not have withstood the recent zombie tide." Luo Qing turned to Anren, who obediently hid behind Su Shiqing. "And our little Anren has saved countless lives. Everyone at the base adores her." At this, Ning Xian cast a cold glance. "What about me? Did I not contribute?" "You?" Luo Qing smirked, unabashed. "Praising the sister is one thing. As for you, old Ning, I cannot bring myself to extol your virtues." "Ning Xian." Su Shiqing chuckled softly, waving her hand at Luo Qing. "Seeing you off is fine. Just a few of us will suffice. We don't need to make a spectacle of it. Low key. Consider it done. Leave it to me. You can trust me, sister," Luo Qing proclaimed proudly, hands on his hips. Observing the lively banter between Luo Qing and Su Shiqing made her acutely aware of the vibrancy of life during the apocalypse. There were those who would stand shoulder to shoulder with you in battle and those who would share light-hearted moments. This sensation was wonderful. It was certainly an improvement over her experiences in the modern world. With her fingers gently stroking at her side, Su Shiqing closed her eyes, letting out a soft sigh, a faint smile gracing her lips. "In that case, I shall bestow this gift upon you." Chapter 108. Farewell on the following morning. As the sun timidly peeked over the horizon, Su Shiqing and her companions stood at the entrance of the base. The recent zombie tide had left a lingering stench in the air, despite Luo Qing organizing a team to clear the remnants. Su Shiqing gently placed a white mask adorned with a charming strawberry pattern over Ran's face, making the little girl appear exceptionally endearing. As Luo Qing had remarked, this farewell was rather subdued, attended by familiar faces. Among them were Lu Qifeng, He Xiaoyan, and Huang Ying'er, who sported a black ribbon tied around her arm. "Take care, Demei and Lao Ning," Luo Qing said, giving Ning Xinian's shoulder a reassuring pat. He inhaled deeply, feigning nonchalance. "You must all remain safe." In this post-apocalyptic world, communication was fraught with difficulties, and the uncertainty of the next moment loomed over them. The departure of Su Shiqing and Ning Xinian could very well mean they would never see each other again in this lifetime. Ning Xinian, however, merely glanced at the base behind Luo Qing and quietly stated, "I have perfected the power supply system of the base and created a paper backup of its operational principles. It should function without major issues for decades. Am I being sentimental and you counter with technicalities?" Luo Qing chuckled, though he understood this was the result of Ning Xinian's late-night efforts. Meanwhile, Su Shiqing held Ran's hand and waved to the few people at the gate. "If all goes well, we will return to see you." Luo Qing dismissed this as mere pleasantries. The collapse of transportation in this new world made finding a functioning vehicle nearly impossible. The journey from Chomping Base to Liuanian Base would take at least 20 days on foot. Not to mention the numerous impassable routes and the potential dangers of encountering zombies or natural disasters. If fortune did not favor them, the trek could exceed 100 days, especially with a 6-year-old child in tow, further complicating their journey. Yet, unbeknownst to Luo Qing, Su Shiqing's space already housed a high-end modified off-road vehicle. "It is time for us to depart," Su Shiqing said, casting her gaze toward the rising sun in the east, signaling that the moment had arrived. She waved to the group at the gate. The pang of parting was indeed bittersweet. However, both Su Shiqing and Ning Xinian were not inclined to express their innermost feelings. But others were not so reserved. "Demei, Lao Ning, and little Ran, you must stay safe," Luo Qing exclaimed, his eyes glistening with emotion. The sight of a grown man displaying such sentimentality was almost comical. Had it not been for Lu Qifeng and Empos' intervention, Luo Qing might have thrown himself onto Ning Xinian, though he would ultimately be pushed away in disdain. "Rest assured, we will be fine," Su Shiqing said, her sadness somewhat alleviated by the scene before her. She shook her head with a smile. "You all take care too." Ning Xinian observed Luo Qing's melancholy countenance, and, after a moment of silence, sighed softly, "Just don't die." And Ran blinked her large, sparkling eyes and waved to the older siblings, "Goodbye, big brothers and sisters. Be sure to stay safe, eat well, sleep well, and keep your health strong." Her innocence shielded her from the sorrow of the moment. To her, wherever her sister was home, and that was all that mattered. With Su Shiqing holding Ran's hand, the trio walked away, side by side. Once their figures faded from view, Huang Ying'er cautiously stepped forward and bowed deeply to Luo Qing and the others. "I must take my leave as well," she said, touching the black ribbon on her arm with a steely gaze. "I am going to seek vengeance against Luo He. I know which direction they will head. Once I settle this matter, I will return to this base to atone for my past." Luo Qing offered no further words, merely patting Huang Ying'er on the shoulder with a solemn tone. "Stay alive. There is nothing that cannot be resolved by living." At this, Huang Ying'er managed a faint smile, shouldering a small backpack as she walked off into the distance. Luo Qing remained contemplative, watching as people departed one after another from the base. Suddenly, he noticed 2 little chicks wandering lazily through the grass by the gate. "Luo Qing! Luo Qing! Luo Qing!" In the next moment, a loud cry pierced the air above the base. "Catch the chickens." "Let me see the map," Su Shiqing said, pulling out a map from her space and unfolding it to ascertain their current location. "We should head north." The 2 bases were separated by a wide river, with the bridge destroyed, forcing them to take a longer route. Ning Xinian, carrying a shoulder bag filled with personal items, quietly observed Su Shiqing as she studied the map. He hesitated, wanting to find a topic to discuss, but being naturally reticent, he struggled to find the right words. After a long pause, he waited until Su Shiqing confirmed their direction, yet he still could not think of anything to say. Of course, Su Shiqing was accustomed to Ning Xinian's silence and remained unaware of any unusual demeanor from him. "That looks quite far," she remarked, tucking the map away and affectionately ruffling Ran's hair. "I wonder if there are other bases along the way where we could rest." I need to conduct some business. It would be quite the predicament if we encounter no bases at all. There should be. Ning Xinian finally found an opportunity to interject. Before I arrived at Chomping Base, I encountered a few other bases. Is that so? Su Shiqing clapped her hands, her spirits lifting. That makes things easier. Ning Xinian's gaze fell on Ran, who was obediently walking beside Su Shiqing. After a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand toward the little girl. The journey is too long for a child. Would you like me to carry her? Ning Xinian wished to alleviate Su Shiqing's burden. But before he could finish his sentence, a shadow suddenly flashed before him, revealing a grand and powerful modified off-road vehicle. Ning Xinian and Appos' voice faltered, caught off guard. Su Shiqing beamed, lifting Ran and planting a kiss on her cheek. She raised an eyebrow at Ning Xinian. How could I let my sister suffer? I have been prepared for this all along. A sister must cherish her own. Ning Xinian was momentarily speechless, while Ran joyfully returned Su Shiqing and Appos' kiss, exclaiming, Sister is amazing. Sister is so powerful. Chapter 109. A day in the life of a driver. Su Shiqing never ceases to surprise people, as is evident now. Ning Xinian gazed at the imposing and robust modified off-road vehicle, his eyes darkening as he turned to Su Shiqing. Is this something your mutated ability conjured? No. Su Shiqing replied, cradling Anren as he approached the car door. I found it on the road. A fleeting look of helplessness crossed Ning Xinian's face as he pinched the bridge of his nose and chuckled softly, following closely behind. Such good luck. Next time, take me along to pick something up too. Clearly, Su Shiqing harbored secrets, but he was reluctant to divulge them, and Ning Xinian chose not to press further. After all, who does not harbor a secret of their own? Do you need me to drive? Ning Xinian inquired, glancing at the two large off-road vehicles before them. Let us switch, Su Shiqing suggested. Driving alone for too long can be exhausting. After placing Anren in the back seat, he continued, if you get tired, let me take over. With that agreement, they each settled into their respective seats and began their journey down the road. However, with the vehicle, their route would inevitably change slightly. The city center has become a disaster zone since the outbreak of the zombie virus. The roads are severely congested, making it difficult for large vehicles like ours to navigate. Ning Xinian explained patiently as he grasped the steering wheel with one hand. We shouldn't go through the city center then. Su Shiqing spread out a map in the passenger seat, stroking his chin as he frowned in contemplation. That means we'll have to take a detour. Well, if we don't mind taking a detour, that's fine, Ning Xinian replied nonchalantly. I could blow up the cars blocking the road, but it might draw the attention of zombies. Imagining the devastating power of Ning Xinian's lightning ability, Su Shiqing quickly shook his head. This ability shouldn't be used that way, he chuckled, stretching comfortably and leaning back in his seat. If we have to take a detour, so be it. Safety comes first. In the back seat, Anren peeked her little head forward, curiously observing the road ahead. This was her first time leaving the base since the outbreak, and she was eager to witness the outside world. Along the outskirts, they occasionally spotted a lone zombie aimlessly wandering by the roadside. While aside from Su Shiqing and the others, hardly any other figures could be seen. Anren, remember, safety first, Su Shiqing admonished gently, pinching the little girl and Appos' cheek as he elongated his tone. I understand. Anren clapped her small hands, glancing at the shimmering white light in her palm. Brother and sister should also be careful. If you get hurt, Anren will blow on it. Ah, so obedient, Su Shiqing said, retrieving a piece of fruit candy from his supplies and popping it into Anren and Appos' mouth. He then turned to Ning Xinian in the driver and Appos' seat. Would you like a piece of candy? Ning Xinian turned his head slightly, hesitating for a moment. Do you have any mint candy? Of course. Su Shiqing eagerly produced a handful from his supplies and pressed it into Ning Xinian and Appos' hands, as their fingers accidentally brushed against each other during the exchange. Ning Xinian felt the coolness of Su Shiqing and Appos' fingertips glide across his palm, igniting a tingling sensation reminiscent of a kitten and Appos' paw. He found himself utterly defenseless against it. In a corner where Su Shiqing couldn't see, Ning Xinian's ears flushed slightly, lost in a moment of distraction. Brother's ears are as red as shrimp. Anren, sitting in the back, could clearly see Ning Xinian's change and mumbled while sucking on her candy. Huh? Su Shiqing looked over in surprise, only to find that under her scrutiny, Ning Xinian and Appos' ears were indeed flushed, resembling a ripe tomato. Yet, his expression remained as indifferent as ever, leaving one perplexed about his thoughts. Ning Xinian, are you? Feeling hot? Su Shiqing hesitated before asking. Before Ning Xinian could respond, Su Shiqing quickly added, "If you and Oppos, re-hot, you and Oppos, I'll have to endure it. The weather is cooling down, and I worry that Anren might catch a cold if we open the windows." Although he couldn't fathom why Ning Xinian felt hot when winter was approaching, opening the windows was out of the question. "I'm fine." Ning Xinian exhaled deeply, avoiding Su Shiqing's gaze. "Just a bit stuffy. It will pass." He unwrapped a mint candy and popped it into his mouth, the refreshing flavor finally calming him down. "That and Oppos. That's good to hear." Su Shiqing nodded reassuringly. The day and Oppos' journey progressed remarkably smoothly. Aside from a few stray zombies by the roadside, they encountered no further mishaps. The solitary zombies posed no threat, and Ning Xinian merely pressed the accelerator, driving over them without a second thought, concerned that Ning Xinian might grow fatigued from driving. Su Shiqing offered to switch places, but was met with refusal. Ning Xinian resolutely drove the entire day without complaint. As the sun began to set, casting the surroundings into darkness, they finally found a sheltered spot to stop the off-road vehicle. When Su Shiqing stepped out of the car, his body felt almost stiff from the long ride. He turned to see Ning Xinian, seemingly unfazed, quietly starting a campfire. "Hey, Arn and Oppos, you tired?" Su Shiqing marveled, as he led Anren out of the car towards Ning Xinian, picking up some dry twigs. Ning Xinian attempted to spark a flame using his lightning ability when he heard Su Shiqing's voice, causing him to pause momentarily. Subtly rubbing his numb legs to stave off weakness, Ning Xinian maintained his composure. "I'm fine, not too tired." Standing beside Su Shiqing, Anren bit her finger, noticing Ning Xinian's legs were trembling slightly due to their height difference, causing her to blink in surprise. "I'll start the fire," Su Shiqing said, pulling out a lighter and easily igniting the pile of twigs, satisfied as he clapped his hands together. "See, collecting anything can prove useful." Then, under the watchful gazes of Ning Xinian and Anren, Su Shiqing produced 3 chairs, a table, a pot, a spatula, various seasonings, vegetables, eggs, cured meat, and other ingredients from his supplies. The more Ning Xinian observed, the more he sensed something was amiss. Raising his head, he met Su Shiqing and Oppos' eager gaze. "Didn't you say you could cook?" Su Shiqing pushed the ingredients towards Ning Xinian, hands clasped together. "Chef, please." With that, Su Shiqing exchanged a conspiratorial glance with Anren, signaling her to join in. "Quickly, put on your cutest face. Whether we can have a warm meal depends on this moment." Receiving the signal, Anren clasped her small hands together adorably and bowed to Ning Xinian. "Anren wants to eat warm food. Hot food, brother, is that okay?" Both Su Shiqing and Anren looked up at him expectantly, and Ning Xinian found himself utterly powerless. The sight of adorable little Anren alone was enough to soften anyone and Oppos' heart. Not to mention Su Shiqing and Oppos' hopeful eyes. Resigned, Ning Xinian picked up the spatula, transitioning from a day of driving to becoming the chef for the 2 sisters. Chapter 110. The reluctant labor due to prior scheming. Su Shiqing had meticulously prepared for this occasion, ensuring that all necessary tools were at hand, even producing a delicate apron. Holding the soft, pink fabric in her hands, she glanced towards Ning Xinian and teasingly asked, "So, do you wish to wear this?" Ning Xinian and Oppos' lips twitched slightly. His gaze cool as he replied, "I think I shall pass." Anren, however, was eager to don the apron. She raised her small hand excitedly and scampered over to Su Shiqing, longing to claim the charming garment. "Perfect. Let us have Anren wear it," Su Shiqing declared. Without a hint of hesitation, she swiftly dressed Anren in the apron, tying the strings securely at the back. Although the adult-sized apron nearly swept the ground on the petite child, Anren beamed with delight, her bright smile illuminating the dim surroundings. The area was shrouded in darkness, only the moonlight illuminating their surroundings, while the fire pit where Su Shiqing and the others rested blazed energetically. The flickering flames cast a warm glow on their faces, and Anren gleefully played with the apron's hem, while Su Shiqing sat nearby, resting her chin on her hand, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she watched her sister. Such a tender moment was a rarity in the post-apocalyptic world. And even Ning Xinian experienced a fleeting sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the days before the outbreak, when they would camp and picnic in the wild. A slight smile crept onto his face as he lowered his head, returning to the task at hand. This time, having prepared adequately. Ning Xinian did not hastily boil a pot of porridge as before. Instead, he diligently crafted several dishes: stir-fried greens with cured meat, mapo tofu, shredded potatoes, and tomato egg drop soup. The spread of 3 dishes and a soup offered a balance of flavors, savory and light, fragrant and delicious. Though these were the most commonplace of meals, in a world where resources were scarce, they appeared extraordinarily precious. Su Shiqing remained composed, but Anren, who had long been deprived of the sin of meat, rushed towards the source of the aroma as soon as it wafted through the air. "Delicious," Anren exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Observing this, Ning Sinian deftly picked a piece of cured meat with chopsticks and offered it to Anren, cautioning gently, "It and Appos, it's a bit hot. Blow on it." The eager child opened her mouth wide, but Su Shiqing's quick reflexes intercepted her, worried about the potential for burns. Amused yet concerned, she retrieved a bowl from her space to catch the meat, gently blowing on it before presenting it to Anren. "Yum. So tasty," Anren chewed happily, her words muffled as she waved her small hands in delight. Ning Sinian set down the 4 dishes on the prepared table and wiped his hands, finally pausing his efforts. Seeing Anren's eager expression, he knew she could hardly wait for the rice to cook. Thus, Su Shiqing took out a few steamed buns from her space to serve as the evening and Appos' staple. Anren was in high spirits, reveling in what was undoubtedly her best meal since the onset of the apocalypse. Free from the presence of unkind relatives and with her beloved sister and kind brother beside her, witnessing the contentment radiating from Anren's face reaffirmed Su Shiqing's resolve. If she had the means, even in this grim world, she would provide her sister with a good life. As for any envy that might arise, that was a matter for her to handle. Little Anren deserved only happiness. Ning Sinian, on the other hand, found the situation quite simple. He saw no harm in enjoying good food during the apocalypse. It was merely a reflection of one and Appos' own skill, and any jealousy could be dealt with through a little force if necessary. After tasting Ning Sinian and Appos' culinary talent, even Su Shiqing was taken aback. "Wow, you possess such remarkable cooking skills." The stir-fried greens melded beautifully with the savory cured meat, while the tofu was tender without disintegrating, and the spice was perfectly balanced for even a child's palate. The shredded potatoes glistened with oil, enhancing their appeal. Who would have thought? Su Shiqing mused, examining Ning Sinian and Appos' long, well-defined fingers with a hint of admiration. She had assumed that someone like him, an academic, would only be accustomed to lab work, perhaps capable of making a simple porridge but lacking in culinary finesse. Yet, it was evident that she had misjudged him. Ning Sinian was indeed an adept cook. "When I was young, my parents were busy with work, and no one cooked for me," he explained slowly, taking a bite of the potatoes. "After going hungry a few times, I taught myself to cook, and I and Appos' been at it for over a decade." "Over a decade? So you practically started cooking at 10? Su Shiqing recalled her own childhood, where her attempts had nearly resulted in a kitchen disaster, biting into her bun in frustration. She suddenly felt that bringing Ning Sinian along had been an incredibly wise decision. With his presence, they could enjoy hot meals at any time, though the challenge remained how to broach the subject of daily cooking with him. While Su Shiqing contemplated how to persuade him to cook regularly, Ning Sinian took the initiative to speak up. "Is it good?" he asked, observing the expressions on the sisters' faces, his eyes filled with indulgence. "If you like it, I can cook for you every day." The satisfaction on Anren's face was palpable, and Su Shiqing appeared to be deep in thought, likely agreeing that the food was indeed delicious. Ning Sinian pondered this uncertainty, unaware that Su Shiqing was already marveling internally at the strange phenomenon of having a laborer willingly providing their services. Ning Sinian was truly self-aware. "Delicious," Anren exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over as she beamed at Ning Sinian. "Brother, your cooking is so good. I want to eat it every day." This way, they could savor warm meals without burdening their sister. What a wonderful arrangement. Ning Sinian remained oblivious to the sisters and Appos' underlying thoughts, simply relieved to receive their approval. Of course, had he known that one sister viewed him as a laborer while the other wished to spare her sibling from hardship, he might have been taken aback. "Well, you're in for some hard work," Su Shiqing said cheerfully, patting her chest. "You can count on me for supplies. You just focus on the cooking." Just as Su Shiqing had previously stated, she would not deceive Ning Sinian, but she would certainly lead him down a path of delightful manipulation. Chapter 111, Nightmares That Night. They decided not to proceed any further, for it was the hour when the zombies were most active, and the dim light surrounding them could easily thrust them into a perilous situation. By reclining the front seats of the off-road vehicle, they transformed it into a makeshift bed that could accommodate 3 or 4 individuals. Observing Su Shiqing and Anren making their way towards the vehicle, Ning Snine consciously refrained from following. He covered his mouth with one hand, cleared his throat, and offered, "You all rest. I shall take the watch." After all, there existed a distinction between the sexes, and Ning Snine was keen to maintain a respectful distance, wary of becoming an annoyance. "You've driven all day, gathered materials, started a fire, and prepared a meal. Now you say you want to keep watch?" Su Shiqing raised her eyebrows in surprise, counting off on her fingers. "Buddy, are you made of iron?" Though he exhibited a commendable sense of duty, Su Shiqing couldn't and oppose to shake her concern that with a relentless 24-hour schedule, even Ning Snine, as an ability user, might one day collapse before her eyes. Retrieving a set of tents and bedding from her spatial storage, Su Shiqing tossed them to Ning Snine and winked. "You rest well. I will take the watch tonight." To some extent, Su Shiqing was capable of foregoing sleep. The energy absorbed from the crystal cores allowed her to remain in peak condition without rest, rendering her the ideal candidate for the night watch. With her spatial abilities, she also needn't worry about the impurities within the crystal cores becoming a future liability, thus bolstering her confidence further. Utilizing the bedding she had thrown, Ning Snine, observing Su Shiqing and Appo's demeanor, which was devoid of pretentiousness, silently began to erect the tent beside the vehicle. "Come here, my darling Anren," Su Shiqing exclaimed, lifting Anren into her arms and planting a kiss on her cheek before gently placing her inside the vehicle. "It's time for us to sleep." The reclined backrest of the vehicle comfortably accommodated Anren, who could even roll over 3 times without feeling cramped, although she had promised to keep watch. Su Shiqing did not remain outside in the cold wind but joined them inside the vehicle. There was a rationale behind her decision. The high roof of the off-road vehicle provided ample space for Su Shiqing to sit cross-legged. She spread her palms open, and a delicate green hue gradually emerged as slender vines began to sprout. With a mere thought, her abilities unfurled, causing the grasses surrounding the vehicle to sway gently without a breeze, as if they had acquired their own consciousness. As the source guiding them, Su Shiqing could keenly sense the subtle movements of the wind and grass. This realization had dawned on her when she leapt from the second floor of the Su family home in modern times. She discovered that she could not only grow vines at will but also exert a degree of control over the surrounding flora. Yet, this was not enough. Remember her spatial abilities? Within a radius of 20 meters, Su Shiqing could perceive any changes distinctly. The synergy between her abilities allowed her to sense even the faintest mosquito, and her range could extend outward. With her powers and spatial capabilities, Su Shiqing could remain inside the vehicle, oblivious to the happenings outside, yet still be aware of every movement in the external world. Meanwhile, Ning Snine, while constructing the tent, seemed to sense something, glancing at the disordered grass nearby. He paused for a moment, then smiled in understanding. It appeared that Su Shiqing had made considerable progress. Her abilities had advanced to the point where she could empathize with ordinary plants. Peering through the vehicle's window, Ning Snine caught a glimpse inside. Although he saw nothing specific, he couldn't help but smile slightly. To avoid drawing attention, he extinguished the nearby fire before slipping into the already erected tent. Prior to his actions, Ning Snine had taken precautions by tying a thin string to the vehicle's door, with a small bell attached to the other end, leading into the tent. This way, should any incident arise in the dead of night, he would be alerted the moment the door opened. As Ning Snine settled into the tent, the vicinity fell into a profound silence. Sitting cross-legged in the vehicle, Su Shiqing could hear Anren's breathing gradually steadying until she fell asleep. A glance out the window revealed the remnants of the recently extinguished fire, still flickering with embers, accompanied only by the soft glow of the moonlight illuminating the surroundings. Silently retrieving a crystal core from her spatial storage, Su Shiqing focused her energy, remaining vigilant to the external sounds while absorbing the core and Appo's energy. In the dim light, she failed to notice Anren's countenance growing increasingly troubled in her slumber, her brows knitting together. Anren found herself ensnared in a horrific dream, where blood, corpses, and the sounds of gunfire surrounded her. She stood amidst the chaos, anxiously scanning her surroundings for her sister and Appo's figure. The faces of those in her dream were indistinct, rendering her unable to identify anyone, yet her intuition screamed that her sister was not present. A wave of unease, fear, and confusion surged within Anren, nearly suffocating her. "Sister," she murmured, glancing down to discover a bloody dagger clutched in her trembling hand. "Ah!" As dawn began to break, a panicked, childish scream echoed from within the vehicle. Su Shiqing and Ning Snine had already awakened and were preparing breakfast outside. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Shiqing dropped the egg she was holding, which shattered upon impact with the ground. Her expression shifted dramatically as she abandoned all else and rushed towards the vehicle. Anren. Anren. What's wrong, Anren? Ning Xian furrowed his brow, initially alert to his surroundings. Once he determined there was no other threat, he hastened after her. Woo. Sister. Anren sobbed, her eyes red and tears streaming down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls. Su Shiqing, filled with concern, scooped her up from the vehicle and enveloped her in a tight embrace, burying her head in her sister's warmth. I had a nightmare. I'm so scared. Do not fear, for I am here, Su Shiqing reassured her, soothingly patting her back. The dreams are but illusions. I am here, and nothing shall harm you. Anren continued to sob, evidently shaken by the previous night's ordeal. Ning Xian, unsure how to intervene, silently offered a tissue while furrowing his brow in contemplation. Why would she have such a nightmare? They often say that what occupies the mind during the day manifests in dreams at night. Anren had visibly enjoyed herself the previous day, so why had she been haunted by nightmares come nightfall? Su Shiqing shared his confusion, but, recognizing Anren and Appos' unstable emotions, opted to comfort her and set aside her own questions for the moment. Chapter 112. Someone held Anren for quite a while, gradually calming her emotions. With reddened eyes, she nestled in Su Shiqing's embrace, softly sobbing. Anren, tell your sister, what kind of nightmare did you have? Su Shiqing gently patted the little girl's back, her voice tender and patient. Anren wiped her tears and, with a hint of confusion in her tearful eyes, buried her head in her sister and Appos' shoulder, muffled, I forgot. Anren can't remember. Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing slightly furrowed her brows, a flicker of concern crossing her gaze, yet she continued to rub Anren's head. Her tone soothing, then let us not think about it. Anren, wipe your face, shall we have breakfast? Okay. The mood of a child shifts swiftly. At her words, Anren nodded gently and obediently hopped down from Su Shiqing's arms. After preparing water for Anren to wash her face in a towel, Su Shiqing stood at a distance, her brows slightly knitted as she observed the little one washing up. Nightmares like this, seemingly without reason, might be linked to environmental or psychological factors. Ning Xian quietly approached, standing beside Su Shiqing as they both watched the little girl diligently cleaning her face, offering a reminder. Indeed. Su Shiqing lowered her gaze, unconsciously pressing her lips together. Could the deep-seated influence of living with her uncle and aunt have cast such a significant shadow over Anren? Initially believing that the little girl was becoming more lively day by day, Su Shiqing now realized she may have been too careless. It was my oversight. Su Shiqing exhaled slowly, raising a hand to pinch the bridge of her nose. I failed to notice that something was amiss with Anren. It's all right, there and Appos. Still time. Ning Xian consoled softly. By the time Anren finished washing her face, breakfast on Ning Xian's side was nearly ready. A cup of hot milk, a fried egg, half a boiled corn on the cob, and a few freshly washed blueberries. This was nearly a luxurious breakfast in the apocalypse. Anren's appetite was piqued, and upon seeing the meal, she almost instantly cast aside the morning's unpleasantness. Not in a rush. They leisurely enjoyed the meal before tidying up the table and tent and getting into the car. Ning Xian resumed driving, while Su Shiqing settled into the back seat alongside Anren. Though experiencing nightmares is quite normal for some reason, the image of Anren's frightened expression that morning weighed heavily on Su Shiqing's heart, prompting her to reflect on whether she had been neglecting Anren too much in her daily life. Was it too lonely for the little girl, without any peers to accompany her? Gently wrapping her arm around Anren and Appos' shoulders, Su Shiqing inquired softly, Anren, do you have a favorite small animal? Small animals? Anren turned her gaze from the car window, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Su Shiqing. Yes. Anren likes little pigs. Little pigs? Su Shiqing was momentarily taken aback, raising her brow to continue questioning. Why do you like little pigs? Because they are delicious. Upon mentioning food, Anren's eyes sparkled. The cured meat yesterday was so tasty. Brother said that it was pork, so Anren likes little pigs. Su Shiqing intended to find a small animal for Anren to keep her company, only to have the little girl immediately think of something to eat. Even Ning Xian, who was driving, couldn't help but smile slightly. Sister wants to find a good friend for Anren. Do you like little cats or dogs? They can play with you. With a helpless yet affectionate ruffle of Anren and Appos' hair, Su Shiqing made her intentions clearer. Little dogs. Anren nibbled on her finger, her eyes shining. Anren likes little dogs. She extended her two small hands to illustrate, her whole body animated. Anren wants a dog as big as this. So big. Sweetheart. That's not a little dog. That's a big dog. While pondering what breed of dog would be suitable, Shiqing patiently asked, "Why do you like big dogs?" "Because the outside world is dangerous. Big dogs can protect sister." Anren dove into Shiqing and Appos' arms, grinning as she nuzzled, her eyes brimming with trust. Taken aback by this reason, Shiqing was momentarily stunned, then her heart warmed, and her gaze softened. "See, my little sister is so thoughtful and adorable." Just as Shiqing was about to continue speaking, the vehicle suddenly jolted slightly. Clearly, the speed had decreased. "There are people ahead." Ning Xinian's voice carried a hint of alertness, drawing the attention of the two sisters in the back seat. People? After a day of travel yesterday without encountering a single soul, they now saw figures? According to the map, they had nearly left the area covered by the chomping base. Could these figures belong to another base? Shiqing's smile faded slightly, her grip on Anren tightening as she focused on the road ahead. She noticed 5 or 6 individuals clustered on the wide road, all clad in drab clothing, their faces appearing as if they had an Appos tended to themselves in months. At that moment, they were placing roadblocks, using large stones to completely obstruct the path. This was also why Ning Xinian had slowed the vehicle. "They are blocking us?" Shiqing narrowed her eyes, her expression growing colder. Ning Xinian maintained a slow pace, his demeanor calm, revealing no emotion as he stated, "There were already roadblocks on our way here. It seems they are not intentionally blocking us. However, the road was indeed obstructed by massive stones, and attempting to force the vehicle through would surely cause some damage." Just then, the 5 or 6 individuals seemed to notice their vehicle, pausing their actions to approach. It was unclear whether they were friend or foe. "Moving boulders with bare hands," Shiqing murmured, realizing they were likely power users with strength abilities. As the group drew nearer, Shiqing suddenly noticed something peculiar about their faces. Despite being caked in dirt, she could discern a hint of color beneath the grime, a slight flush to their cheeks, indicating a lack of malnutrition. Beyond their filthy appearance, they hardly resembled refugees of the apocalypse. But how is this possible? Seeds have been contaminated, animals have begun to mutate, and humans struggle for basic sustenance. How could they resolve issues of nutrition? What should we do? Ning Xinian halted the vehicle, observing the unfamiliar figures approaching, his tone calm, yet carrying an undercurrent of tension. Should we confront them directly? No, wait. Shiqing's brow furrowed tightly. "I need to clarify some matters." Chapter 113. Are they planning a robbery? Shiqing thrived by trading between the modern world and the apocalypse, capitalizing on the scarcity of resources and food in the latter. However, she was perplexed by the sudden appearance of individuals who looked well-fed and healthy, their rosy complexions betraying a life of comfort. Shiqing was left wondering where they sourced their supplies and whether this would impede her future plans. Consequently, she resolved to uncover the truth. Upon hearing her thoughts, Ning Xinian paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. He cast a cursory glance at the individuals before him, noting that their abilities ranged from the first to the second tier. Even if they harbored ill intentions, they posed little threat. Shiqing intended to step out of the vehicle, but turned to caution Anren. "Anren, you must stay in the car and behave." "Absolutely not. Anren wants to accompany sister." The little girl protested vehemently, shaking her head like a rattle drum, her face a picture of grievance. "Sister promised that in the future, we would always go out together." After contemplating, Shiqing realized that leaving the child alone in the vehicle, unaware of the outside happenings, would only fuel her imagination. Thus, she extended her hand to Anren. "Very well. But you must stay close to me." The 3 of them exited the car just as the group of individuals approached. Ning Xinian leaned silently against the car door, positioning himself slightly ahead of the 2 sisters, his expression unreadable as he cast a faintly oppressive gaze upon the 5 or 6 people before them. Anren tugged at Shiqing and Appos' clothing, timidly trailing behind and peeking out from her sister and Appos' side. As the most articulate among the trio, Shiqing casually placed one hand in the pocket of her black coat and stepped forward. The moment she raised her gaze to the group, she keenly detected a glimmer of greed in their eyes. Among the ragtag assembly, 3 men and 2 women appeared to be middle-aged, their eyes dull and fixated on the SUV behind Shiqing and her companions, their covetous stares betraying no pretense. Shiqing narrowed her eyes and conjured a vine whip, striking it forcefully against the ground. Bang! The sharp sound startled the 5 individuals, prompting the corner of Shiqing and Appos' mouth to curve into a cryptic smile as she slowly addressed them. "Gentlemen, it seems your stones have obstructed the road. Are you perhaps contemplating a robbery? The leader, a man of around 50 with graying temples and a ghastly scar adorning his left cheek, hurriedly forced a smile. What are you saying, young lady? We are good people, truly good people. Good people? Su Shiqing savored the words, suddenly smiling as she gestured toward the boulders blocking the road. Then I kindly ask these good people to clear the way. Ah, young lady, heed my advice. The man became serious, pointing towards the distance. This road is not safe. Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing exchanged a look with Ning Xinian, skepticism flickering in their eyes. Why not? Su Shiqing inquired, one hand in her pocket while the other casually toyed with the whip, her tone neither warm nor cold. The man rubbed his face, appearing somewhat flustered as he spoke. There's a factory over there, and for some reason, there have been an alarming number of zombies. Jiangshu, why are you telling them this? Interjected a younger woman, stamping her foot and glaring at Su Shiqing and the others. The leader, Jiangshu, shot her a severe look. Shally, in this apocalypse, the number of surviving humans is already few. How can we just watch them walk to their doom? Observing their exchange, Su Shiqing maintained her composure. This was amusing. They were clearly acting. If Shally had interrupted Jiangshu before he finished, there might have been a hint of authenticity. Out of the corner of her eye, Su Shiqing noticed a shift in Ning Xinian's expression, her heart racing with alarm. Could it be? Surely he wasn't falling for their ruse? While she understood his gullibility, she wished he would not be so naively trusting. Ning Xinian, of course, was not deceived. His change in demeanor stemmed from a realization that something was amiss. Despite their dusty appearances, the group exhibited a healthy complexion. Yet Ning Xinian discerned an abnormal crimson hue lurking beneath their eyes. The color was subtle, easily overlooked unless one observed closely, and his inclination to scrutinize further was a natural instinct. The faint red in their eyes evoked thoughts of zombies, yet the 5 individuals before them spoke coherently. Their thoughts clear, and their bodies showed no signs of decay, unmistakably indicating they were normal practitioners of supernatural abilities. Ning Xinian had never encountered such subjects before, and his curiosity was piqued. Given the chance, he would have liked to don gloves and investigate their eyes thoroughly. Sensing she was being watched, Ning Xinian turned to find Su Shiqing gazing at him incredulously. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? He wondered. Recognizing the collaboration between Jiangshu and Shally was a deliberate attempt to prevent Su Shiqing and her companions from leaving, she decided to play along. Feigning belief in their dialogue, Su Shiqing asked, "Is that so? Are there truly so many zombies on this road?" Furrowing her brow slightly, she adopted a troubled expression. "Oh dear, what should we do? We've come this far into the wilderness. Are we to turn back?" Before she could finish, Jiangshu eagerly interjected, No. While the main road is impassable, there's a small path we can take. I know of a route that circumvents the factory, though it may be a bit longer. It's getting late, and we might not reach our destination today. Our base is nearby. Why not stay here for the night? Tomorrow morning, I shall guide you on your way. Internally, Su Shiqing chuckled softly. How quickly they could not contain their eagerness to ensnare her. She was indeed curious about the source of their supplies. These individuals exuded an air of peculiarity that might affect her future dealings. To ensure her safety, Su Shiqing planned to investigate further. The individuals before her were merely at the first and second tiers, easily manageable for her alone. Even if there were stronger presences in their base, she had a ready combatant at her side. She glanced at Ning Xinian, silently inquiring if he held any objections. Ning Xinian, too, was intrigued by the oddity of this group and the resemblance of their eyes to those of zombies. Anren had no objections either, as long as her sister was present. Seeing their agreement, Su Shiqing feigned reluctance and nodded. So, there is indeed a base nearby. Very well. It seems we have little choice. Jiangshu, where is your base located? Chapter 114. All set. Uncle Zhang rubbed his hands together and pointed toward the distant woods beside the road. Look, sister, our base is hidden within the trees. If you don't look closely, you might not discover it at all. Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing turned her head and indeed, amidst the lush foliage, she could vaguely discern the outline of rooftops. There truly was a base, though it appeared to be rather modest in scale. Su Shiqing glanced at Ning Xinian beside her. They exchanged knowing looks and prepared themselves. This could be troublesome. A subtle smile graced Su Shiqing's face, her delicate features creating an illusion of innocence. Zhang Uncle's expression briefly flickered with unnoticeable delight, and even Shally, who had just attempted to intervene, seemed to shift in demeanor. Ah, our base is separated from here by a stretch of woods. It might be inconvenient for you to drive your vehicle in, Uncle Zhang said, his eyes darting toward the imposing off-road vehicle behind Su Shiqing. Why don't I help you find a place? Su Shiqing's gaze darkened. Oh, is he eyeing her vehicle? However, before she could respond, Ning Xinian, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. No need, Ning Xinian said coolly, casting a glance at Su Shiqing that hinted at understanding. He then turned to touch the off-road vehicle, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. What is this? Uncle Zhang's expression changed momentarily, a hint of reluctance crossing his face. Never seen one? Ning Xinian swept a dismissive glance over them. A trace of contempt in his eyes. Space-type ability. Su Shiqing, utilizing her spatial powers to provide cover, bit her lip to suppress a laugh. Let this fellow show off. From the moment Ning Xinian extended his hand, Su Shiqing had anticipated his intentions. Concealing part of their strength before ascertaining the true nature of their opponents was a strategy for gaining the upper hand. Among them, Ning Xinian's lightning abilities boasted the greatest lethality, so it was prudent to disguise this aspect while presenting him as possessing space abilities. Su Shiqing had already displayed her wood-type powers from the start, thus there was no need for her to conceal anything. Uncle Zhang and Apos' face darkened briefly upon realizing he hadn't achieved what he desired, and his mood shifted again as he forced a smile. Oh, that and Apos' fine then. No problem at all. Uncle Zhang chuckled, gesturing for the group. Everyone, the outside ISN and AMP, Apos, safe. Let and AMP, Apos, head back to the base. As Su Shiqing began to move, Uncle Zhang's gaze suddenly fixed with an odd expression as he noticed the timid figure of Anren hiding behind her sister. Who is this child? This is my sister, Su Shiqing replied, grasping Anren and AMP, Apos' small hand, her demeanor turning serious as she sensed Uncle Zhang and AMP, Apos' unusual interest. Is there something wrong? Oh, no, nothing at all. Uncle Zhang's eyes brightened, his demeanor becoming even more enthusiastic. Children are wonderful. They bring vitality. In this apocalypse, children are what give us hope. Anren, still holding her sister's hand, instinctively shrank back at the intensity of Uncle Zhang's gaze, which seemed to scrutinize her as if she were a delectable dish, stirring a sense of fear within her. At that moment, Su Shiqing's mood began to sour. Her sister was her bottom line, sensing Uncle Zhang's peculiar interest in Anren. She felt a pang of irritation, contemplating whether to abandon the exploration and leave with her sister. With the combined strength of the three of them, the individuals before them would certainly not be able to impede their escape. The atmosphere grew tense. Ning Xinian, aware of Su Shiqing's displeasure, leisurely retrieved a pair of gloves from his backpack and began to put them on, adopting an air that suggested he was ready to act at any moment. Just then, Anren gently tugged at Su Shiqing and Apos' hand. Sister, let and Apos' go with Uncle, she whispered, expressing her curiosity about what the base looked like. She could sense her sister and brother and Apos' shared desire to explore the unknown base, and she didn't and Apos' want to disrupt their plans by voicing her own reservations. See? I told you children have vitality. They are inherently spirited. Uncle Zhang continued, seemingly oblivious to the tension in the air. Anren, Su Shiqing looked down at her little sister, who responded with a broad smile. Yet this only deepened Su Shiqing's discomfort. Perhaps past experiences had made Anren too mature. As her sister, Su Shiqing wished for her to retain her innocence rather than bear such burdens. Ignoring Uncle Zhang and the others, Su Shiqing crouched down, gently ruffling Anren and Apos' hair. Are you really okay with this? If you don't want to go, you can tell me. It's all right. To me, Anren is more important than anything else. We can turn back right now. Upon hearing that they might leave, Uncle Zhang and his companions visibly shifted, instinctively stepping forward in an attempt to encircle Su Shiqing and her sister. Without looking back, Su Shiqing moved forward, positioning Ning Xinian in front of the two sisters. He remained silent, his eyes sweeping over the group with an air of intimidation and menace. More importantly, it was evident that a gun had somehow appeared in Ning Xinian's hand, its dark barrel aimed directly at Uncle Zhang. Ning Xinian's tone was flat as he stated, "Mind your actions. You are ungrateful." Shally stomped his foot, gritting his teeth in indignation. Uncle Zhang kindly invited you to the base to rest for the night, and you respond by pointing a gun at him. Uncle Zhang and Apos' expression soured as well. The sensation of being targeted by a firearm was unpleasant, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his back. Yet, he forced a strained smile. Brother. Please don't be agitated. We truly have no ill intentions. We will send you on your way first thing tomorrow morning. Disregarding the unfolding situation behind her, Su Shiqing remained crouched, gazing quietly into Anren's eyes. Anren, do you want to leave? No. Anren shook her head resolutely, throwing her arms around her sister's neck. Sister. It's okay. Anren isn't scared. I've grown up. The little girl, still shorter than Su Shiqing, declared her maturity softly, leaving Su Shiqing torn between laughter and concern. With a gentle sigh, Su Shiqing pondered, when will her sister realize that she is more important than anything else? Chapter 115. The aroma of meat at that moment. A man in his 30s hesitantly spoke beside Uncle Zhang. Anren, is that you, Su Anren? Su Shiqing halted her movements, grasped Anren and Apos' hand, and turned to look. She saw a raggedly dressed man and furrowed her brow slightly. There was no corresponding identity for him in the original owner and Apos' memories. The middle-aged man nervously swallowed, rubbed his hands together, and managed a somewhat awkward smile at the sisters. I'm Yin Ying, and my daughter is Yin Qingqing. Yin Qingqing? Anren's expression flickered, as if a memory had resurfaced. She tugged at Su Shiqing's sleeve and whispered, Sister, Anren seems to recognize them. Before Su Shiqing could respond, Ying excitedly slapped his thigh. Yes. Do you remember? Before the apocalypse, my daughter was in kindergarten with you. Remaining vigilant, Su Shiqing observed Anren and Apos' expression. Noticing that there was no negative emotion when the man mentioned the kindergarten classmate, she finally stood up. Well, Isn and Apos, this a coincidence? Despite being threatened by Ningxin and Apos' gun, Uncle Zhang appeared unperturbed, chuckling softly. In the apocalypse, encountering familiar faces is indeed a rare treasure. Little girl, don't you want to greet your classmate? Anren blinked, whispering, I do. Seeing this, Ningxin turned his gaze towards Su Shiqing, seeking to understand her intentions. Su Shiqing's eyes darkened as they fell on the enthusiastic Uncle Zhang. Something felt off. Even kind-hearted individuals could show fear or change their demeanor when faced with suspicion or a gun. Yet, Uncle Zhang, or rather, their entire group, displayed no signs of fear. It seemed they were determined to entice Su Shiqing and her companions into their base. As the saying goes, no act of kindness is without ulterior motives. However, glancing at Anren, who appeared somewhat expectant, a trace of indulgence flickered in Su Shiqing's eyes. In this dire world, it was rare for Anren to encounter peers with whom she could converse. Given the peculiar nature of this space, Su Shiqing felt uneasy without further clarification. Thus, she subtly shook her head at Ningxin, who complied and holstered his weapon. Oh, so it's an acquaintance. Su Shiqing smiled at Yin Ying, who had spoken earlier. We were a bit impulsive. Please forgive us. Though her words lacked sincerity, Uncle Zhang seemed unbothered, warmly inviting everyone to proceed toward the base. It's all good. In the apocalypse, a little caution is wise. Since the misunderstanding is resolved, shall we return to the base? The outside world is not safe. Noticing that Anren was the focal point of attention among the trio, Uncle Zhang cheerfully coaxed, Little girl, Qingqing is inside the base. How about Uncle takes you to play with her? Instinctively, Anren tightened her grip on Su Shiqing's hand, lightly biting her lip, and slowly nodded. Uncle Zhang led the way, flanked by Xiao Li and Yin Ying, while the other two followed closely behind, positioning Su Shiqing and her companions in the center. Ningxin and Su Shiqing each took a side, protecting Anren between them. As they approached the base, Ningxin closed his eyes briefly to sense the surroundings, then whispered to the sisters, rest assured, it's not a significant issue. The energy here is mixed, with the highest level only at the 3rd tier. We should be fine. These people give me an eerie feeling, Su Shiqing remarked, holding Anren and Apos' hand while her gaze remained fixed on Uncle Zhang ahead. Let us conduct a brief investigation, but do ensure safety. What was labeled a base turned out to be little more than a modest village. Several crude wooden huts were scattered across a clearing in the forest, with steep hills to the west and a simple 1-meter-high fence enclosing the remaining 3 sides. Is this your base? Su Shiqing questioned, skepticism evident in her tone. Your defenses are so rudimentary? What would happen if zombies attacked? Impossible. Uncle Zhang waved his hand with a smile, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes. You're new here and unaware. Our base leader possesses remarkable skills. With him around, zombies wouldn't dare approach. Upon hearing this, both Su Shiqing and Ningxin furrowed their brows slightly, to deter zombies and prevent them from encroaching. Even a 5th or 6th tier ability user would find it challenging. Su Shiqing exchanged a glance with Ningxin. Are you certain there is only 1/3 tier ability user here? Ningxin's brow remained furrowed, and he refrained from answering. As a 4th tier ability user, if someone could mask his perception, it suggested 2 possibilities. Either they were significantly stronger, or they possessed psychic abilities akin to those seen during the last zombie tide. Your base leader is that powerful? Su Shiqing inquired nonchalantly. What tier is he? He's the only third-tier ability user here. Uncle Zhang replied proudly. We all call him Brother Long. So it truly is a third tier. The doubts that lingered in their minds were not quelled before they reached the entrance of the base. What was termed A and Appos, gate and Appos, was merely a gap in the fence. There wasn't even a proper door. Yet, upon arriving at the entrance, the aroma of meat wafting through the air caused Su Shiqing and her companions to halt in their tracks. The smell of meat? Anren sniffed the air, her eyes widening slightly. It smells so good. Beside her, Yining smirked slightly and feigned nonchalance. Oh, we cook a large pot of meat in the open every afternoon. Everyone in the base gets a share. Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing stroked her chin. No wonder everyone here looks somewhat rosy. It seems they eat well. However, during this time, animals were either dying or mutating. Where were they sourcing their meat? Ningxin narrowed his eyes, suddenly stopping in his tracks, his tone turning cold. Are you eating human flesh? Ningxin had seen such things before. People could resort to anything when driven by extreme hunger. Su Shiqing and Appos' expression shifted, and Anren and Appos' face turned pale with fright. So, these people lure them in to consume them? No, big brother, what dreadful thoughts are you having? Uncle Zhang coughed twice, hurriedly waving his hands in denial. How could we possibly eat human flesh? Who could stomach that? Then where does your meat come from? Su Shiqing pressed on, determined to uncover the origins of their food. Use your brain. Shaoli, unable to tolerate the trio's ignorance any longer, interjected. Where else could the meat come from? Of course, it's from those animals. Chapter 116. Worrisome emotional intelligence. Are you consuming the flesh of mutated animals? Ning Xinyan and Appos' gaze sharpened, his tone turning grave. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had diligently researched this matter and was acutely aware of the potential repercussions of consuming mutated creatures. These animals had adapted to coexist with the zombie virus, enabling their survival and even the awakening of unique abilities akin to those of humans. However, it must be emphasized that these creatures harbored the virus within them, rather than eliminating it. Ingesting their flesh could lead an ordinary person to immediate infection, while even those endowed with special powers might experience a decline in mental clarity and uncontrollable abilities after prolonged consumption. Are you not aware that mutated animals carry the zombie virus? Ning Xinyan scrutinized the expressions of the 5 individuals present, questioning them earnestly. Come now, don't frighten us. Zhang Shu shrugged nonchalantly, dismissing the gravity of the situation. To be honest, everyone in our base has survived on the flesh of these mutated animals, and nothing has gone awry. Nothing has gone awry? Ning Xinyan and Appos' voice faltered, his eyes widening in disbelief. This contradicted his research findings entirely. Su Shiqing, equally perplexed and somewhat apprehensive, mused that if these mutated animals were indeed safe for consumption, it would be a boon for humanity struggling in the apocalypse. Yet, for her, who dealt in the trade of supplies, it would obstruct her business. They wouldn't know unless they tried, Yining interjected with a chuckle. Let them have a taste for themselves, and they and Appos' discover just how delectable the flesh of these mutated creatures can be. Little he scoffed. Why should we let them have the advantage? Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively, gesturing for Su Shiqing and the others to follow. At this hour, Brother Long should be preparing a stew in the clearing. If you and Appos are curious, I can take you to see for yourselves. Yes. Su Shiqing and Ning Xinyan responded in unison. They paused, exchanging glances filled with intrigue. Su Shiqing was determined to ascertain whether the flesh of these mutated animals was truly edible. If it were, her approach to trading would need to adapt. Ning Xinyan shared similar sentiments, eager to observe the nature of these mutated creatures that contradicted his findings. And Rand tilted her head, glancing between her sister and brother, blinking thoughtfully before lowering her gaze. Noticing the group's keen interest in the stew, Zhang Shu appeared quite pleased as he led them toward the center of the base. The closer they drew, the more the tantalizing aroma of meat filled the air, prompting the youngest, and Ran, to swallow hard in anticipation. Su Shiqing discreetly retrieved a piece of jerky from her space and offered it to the little girl, hoping to satiate her curiosity and prevent her from succumbing to the temptation of the stew. And Ran held her mouth, savoring the jerky with delight, her eyes squinting in joy. Due to her diminutive stature, few noticed her actions. As they walked further, they soon encountered a gathering of people around a large, battered iron pot in the clearing. The atmosphere was lively, with a palpable excitement in the air. In the center, the pot bubbled over a roaring fire, the contents rolling and emitting an enticing fragrance. Beside the pot, adding meat was none other than Brother Long, as described by Zhang Shu. Contrary to Su Shiqing's expectations of a burly figure, he was an exceedingly refined man. His black sweater, seemingly unwashed for quite some time, bore a hint of curling but appeared relatively clean compared to the others in the base. Brother Long held a basin filled with chunks of pale, bloody meat. And despite his bare-handed handling of the flesh, there was an air of elegance about him, reminiscent of an academic. Su Shiqing regarded Ning Xinyan, a highly intelligent researcher beside her, noting his aloof demeanor before retracting her gaze. Indeed, not all scholars conform to a single archetype. Brother Long, we have brought guests. Zhang Shu called out, waving his hand. Many turned to observe, their gazes a peculiar blend of greed and pity, causing Su Shiqing to furrow her brow in discomfort. Brother Long, upon hearing the call, poured the meat from his basin into the pot and approached, wiping his hands. Welcome to my base, he greeted with a gentle smile, creating a sense of intimacy. I am the leader here, Long Siwan. He extended his hand politely, appearing eager to shake hands with Su Shiqing and her companions. His fingers were long, but they bore a faint odor of raw meat. Su Shiqing frowned slightly, hesitating to reciprocate, but before she could act, Ning Xinyan stepped forward. Ning Xinyan, he introduced himself, unperturbed as he shook Brother Long and Appos' hand, oblivious to the fact that he had donned a pair of gloves at some point. Su Shiqing was taken aback, having assumed that Ning Xinyan and Appos' fastidious nature would prevent him from such gestures. Nevertheless, she felt relieved that he had initiated the handshake. She offered a polite smile and introduced herself. I am Su Shiqing. My apologies for the intrusion. Brother Long shook his head, about to retract his hand when Ning Xinyan swiftly withdrew his own, discarding the gloves on the ground with an expression of disdain. Brother Long. Su Shiqing. Brother, could our emotional intelligence be any lower? Ning Xinyan remained unfazed, as if nothing had occurred, leaving Su Shiqing to awkwardly clear her throat and attempt to shift the conversation. I heard from Zhang Shu that there are numerous zombies near the factory ahead. For safety and Appos' sake, we should take an alternate route. As time is of the essence today, we appreciate your base and Appos' hospitality. Brother Long and Appos' expression momentarily stiffened. Yet he maintained a pleasant demeanor, responding with a gentle smile. It is no trouble at all. Providing assistance is our base and Appos' privilege. Not at all. It is our honor if your esteemed base does not mind, Su Shiqing replied courteously, adept at navigating social nuances. Recognizing Brother Long's penchant for pleasantries, she engaged in further polite exchanges. Chapter 117 Long Siwan's gaze swept over Su Shiqing, finally settling on the quietly standing Anren, a fleeting, inscrutable emotion flickering in her eyes. At that moment, Uncle Zhang approached with a smile, introducing, Brother Long, this is someone we encountered on our way here. They seem to have never tasted the meat of mutated animals. Since guests are always welcome, why not let them try our stew? Oh. Long Siwan raised an eyebrow, a light laugh escaping her lips. Have the three of you really not tasted meat since the apocalypse? No wonder you appear somewhat gaunt. Before she could finish, Long Siwan awkwardly closed her mouth, realizing that any of the three before her seemed to possess a healthier complexion than those in the base. While the base's inhabitants had ruddy cheeks, their eyes bore a faint crimson hue, and their clothes had not been changed or washed for months, emanating an unpleasant odor. In contrast, Su Shiqing and her group looked splendid, their skin fair and radiating a healthy glow. Each was impeccably clean, handsome men and beautiful women. And that little girl even wore a fluffy coat, charming and endearing. Gaunt. That was utterly unfounded. Long Siwan's reaction seemed like a scripted phrase. Yet it unwittingly revealed an absurdity at odds with the scene, prompting Su Shiqing to silently take note of it, clearing her throat. Long Siwan coughed delicately to mask her embarrassment, but soon resumed her refined demeanor. Ladies and gentlemen, do try our stew, although the flavor may be somewhat lacking. In this apocalypse, it is a rare delicacy. Ning Xian's eyes darkened as he stepped forward, enunciating each word carefully. Mutated animals harbor zombie viruses within them. Allowing people from the base to fill their stomachs with this meat is tantamount to harming them. This was a conclusion he had painstakingly reached after extensive research. Ning Xian had experimented with various methods to eradicate the viruses within mutated creatures, all to no avail. Surprised by Ning Xian and Appos' resolute stance, both Su Shiqing and Anren paused in astonishment, while Long Siwen suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "My friend, you seem to have misunderstood a matter," she said, unruffled and smiling gently, her hands open wide. "I have never denied that mutated animals carry viruses. However, the creatures in our base cannot be classified as mutated. I have eradicated the viruses from their bodies through specialized means. These animals are our base's greatest asset and represent the hope for survival for everyone here." Ningxian and Appo's pupils contracted slightly. "What? The viruses within these animals have been completely eradicated? How is that possible? Without developing an antibody to the virus, the zombie virus cannot be completely eliminated." "Indeed, my friend," Long Siwen's smile widened further, seemingly pleased with their reactions. "Whether you believe it or not, the inhabitants of our base have consumed this meat for a long time without any incidents occurring." Yet, as Su Shiqing observed the growing smile on Long Siwen's face, an unsettling feeling crept in, as if something sinister lurked beneath her genteel exterior. This sensation was fleeting. Long Siwen extended her hand and said, "Merely speaking without evidence is insufficient to instill belief. Why not try it for yourselves?" Su Shiqing's fingers, resting by her side, gently rubbed together, revealing a hint of contemplation. Though she had never witnessed the consequences of consuming mutated animal meat, both Ning Xian and others in Chongping Base were acutely aware of the viral threats these creatures posed, knowing the consumption could lead to dire consequences. Yet, here stood an unidentified individual claiming to have eradicated the viruses, assuring that the meat was safe for consumption. Despite the incredulity of such a statement, the people in the base indeed appeared healthy, and no immediate adverse reactions followed their consumption of the meat. Except their eyes. Under the sunlight, the crimson hue in everyone and Appo's eyes became increasingly pronounced, suggesting something eerie. There was certainly something amiss with this meat. Yet the exact nature of the problem remained unclear. Just then, Yin Ying, who had departed earlier, approached with a young girl in tow. Anren, who had been quietly standing beside her sister, suddenly brightened at the sight of the little girl. It and Appo's Qingqing. Due to familial circumstances, Anren, living under someone else's roof at such a tender age, had become quite introverted, lacking friends in kindergarten and remaining unnoticed like a shadow. At that time, Yin Qingqing had stepped forward. With a decent family background, many children had wished to befriend her in kindergarten, yet for some unknown reason, she had formed a bond with Anren. Originally thinking they would never meet again after the apocalypse, Anren was astonished to find her here. However, it seemed that Yin Qingqing had not fared well during this time. Managing long hair in the apocalypse was too cumbersome, leading her to cut it short, though the haircut appeared poorly done, resulting in a somewhat disheveled look. Her pink sweater had become soiled to the point of losing its color. And while her face retained a rosy hue, there was an inexplicable sense of lethargy about her, as if her spirit were severely diminished. In contrast, Anren's hair, styled with care by Su Shiqing, was nourished and round, and her fluffy coat made her all the more adorable. Yining patted Yin Qingqing's shoulder, her expression serious as she whispered something, while the little girl lowered her head, obscuring her expression. Su Shiqing watched the scene unfold until Yining smiled and brought Yin Qingqing before them. "Qingqing, look who this is," she exclaimed, gently pushing the girl forward and pointing at Anren. Upon seeing her playmate, Anren's eyes sparkled with excitement as she waved her hand and softly called out, "Qingqing, it's me." "Anren, we went to kindergarten together." Yin Qingqing, her short hair in disarray, hastily lifted her gaze at the sound, only to lower her head again. Speaking in a barely audible voice, "Anren, long time no see." The two little girls had not seen each other in ages, so why not allow them to catch up? Yining smiled at Su Shiqing, assuring her that there was no danger in the base. Glancing at the anticipation on Anren's face, Su Shiqing smiled gently, patting her back, and softly encouraged, "Go on, Anren, have fun. I'll be right here waiting for you." A broad smile blossomed on Anren and Appo's face as she eagerly ran to Yin Qingqing, cautiously reaching out to take her hand. Yin Qingqing did not resist, obediently following Anren to a nearby spot. "It's so good that you're okay," Anren exclaimed, showing no disdain for her friend's dirty appearance as she shook Yin Qingqing's hand, her joy evident. Yin Qingqing, with a subtle glance back at the adults, shyly smiled at Anren and suddenly hugged her. Anren, taken aback by the sudden embrace, heard Yin Qingqing whisper urgently in her ear, "Hurry, Anren, we must leave. There are monsters that eat people here. We need to go." Chapter 118. Boiled meat. Look at the bond between those two little ones. Yining chuckled softly as he observed the two children embracing each other in the distance. Due to Yin Qingqing and Oppos, S deliberate concealment. No one noticed and ran and Oppos, S slightly pale complexion. They simply felt that the friendship between the two children, after such a long separation, was profound. And Ran and Yin Qingqing were playing in a nearby open space, and Su Shiqing felt a measure of relief, knowing that he could summon her back with vines if needed. He wished for her to relish this rare opportunity to play with a peer. Meanwhile, Long Siwen was enthusiastically encouraging them, asserting that the meat contained no viruses whatsoever. Just try it for yourselves, and you will see that I speak the truth. Su Shiqing's gaze drifted towards the large iron pot nearby. It seemed the meat was fully cooked, and some individuals had already begun to grasp it with their bare hands, yelping in pain, yet unwilling to let go. Observing the bubbling chunks of meat, Ning Xian furrowed his brow, tempted to approach and examine a piece. He found it hard to believe anyone could completely eradicate the zombie virus. At the onset of the apocalypse, numerous researchers had come together but found not a single solution. How could one individual claim to have resolved it? However, it was evident that if he wanted to approach the pot now, under the watchful eyes of Long Siwen and the others, he could forget about studying it. He would likely end up consuming it instead. Since the base leader has recommended it so highly, I suppose I shall give it a try, Su Shiqing suddenly spoke, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Ning Xian turned abruptly to look at her, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. But he saw Su Shiqing gently wink at him. Of course, Long Siwen replied with a faint smile, leading Su Shiqing and Ning Xian towards the pot. As they drew nearer, the enticing aroma of the meat became increasingly irresistible, yet upon closer inspection, Su Shiqing found herself lacking an appetite at the sight of the pale boiled meat within the pot. The other individuals present showed no restraint once the meat was cooked. They extinguished the fire beneath and reached in to grab it directly. Upon noticing Long Siwen approaching with others, the crowd instinctively parted to make way. Long Siwen used a stick to lift a small piece of meat from the pot and offered it to Su Shiqing with a smile. Please. I assure you the flavor will satisfy you. The unseasoned boiled meat carried a distinct fishy odor, yet Su Shiqing maintained her composure, appearing to place the meat in her mouth while, in reality, she discreetly discarded it into her storage space. She pretended to chew and then swallowed, feigning surprise. She raised an eyebrow, holding the stick aloft, and remarked, "The taste is quite decent? Haha, that is to be expected." Long Siwen seemed genuinely pleased with Su Shiqing and Oppos' reaction, laughing heartily and gesturing towards Ning Xian. "My friend, why not give it a try as well?" Su Shiqing preemptively declined on his behalf, shrugging her shoulders. "My companion might not have the palate for it. He finds meat quite revolting. So let us not put him through that." It was a jest, while she could conceal her own consumption with the help of her storage space. How could Ning Xian manage the same? Surely they could not allow him to actually ingest the suspicious meat. Ning Xian cooperatively covered his mouth and nose with his hand, casting a sidelong glance at the pot that inadvertently revealed a hint of distaste. At this, Long Siwen surveyed the two with a quiet gaze, and after a moment's pause, he suddenly smiled. What a pity indeed. His tone was inscrutable, leaving one uncertain whether he believed them or not. Meanwhile, and Ran watched as the trembling Yin Qingqing appeared increasingly distressed. "Qingqing, where are the monsters?" And Ran asked, her voice trembling with fear as she glanced at the older siblings conversing not far away. "Shall we go find my sister? She's quite capable and can solve anything." "No. No way." Yin Qingqing shuddered even more violently, unwilling to turn and face the adults. "My father will kill me. He will definitely kill me. The adults here are in league with that monster. They are all in cahoots. And Ran, you must leave this place." "Qingqing." A calm voice emanated from nearby, freezing Yin Qingqing in her tracks. Yanning seemed to sense something amiss as he approached slowly, squatting down before Yin Qingqing and gently stroking her head. "Qingqing, what are you discussing with little and Ran?" I. Under his gentle touch, Yin Qingqing dared not breathe too loudly, whispering, "I was telling An Ran that the meat here is delicious and that she should try it." "Is that so?" Yin Ying's expression remained unchanged, betraying no emotion as his crimson gaze fixated on his daughter. "Then, my dear Qingqing, why do you appear so distressed? Perhaps Qingqing is cold?" And Ran interjected, reaching out to grasp Yin Qingqing's small hand, exclaiming softly, "Qingqing's hand is so icy." And Ran's hand trembled slightly as she held on to her friend. Yet she smiled brightly at Yanning. "Uncle, Qingqing says the meat in the pot is especially tasty. Is that true?" Yanning did not respond. His gaze lingered heavily on the two children, a hint of ferocity lurking beneath the surface. And Ran, noticing that Yanning lingered near the children without returning, Su Shiqing furrowed her brow and followed after him. Sister. The moment Ran spotted Su Shiqing approaching, she visibly relaxed. What are you discussing? Su Shiqing inquired as she sidled up to Yin Ing, slightly leaning down. Mr. Yin, didn't and Oppos. You say you wanted the little ones to enjoy themselves? At the sound of her voice, Yin Ying's gloomy demeanor dissipated, and he chuckled awkwardly. It's nothing. I noticed Qingqing seemed to be trembling. So I came to check on her. The weather had turned chilly, and Ran was now clad in a fluffy coat, while Yin Qingqing wore a thin, pilled sweater. Su Shiqing chose not to respond to Yin Ying's comments, her gaze resting quietly on Ran and Oppos' petite face. The child and Oppos' bright eyes blinked anxiously, tinged with a hint of nervousness at being discovered, and Su Shiqing quickly realized that Ran had something to communicate. Ran, are you tired from playing? Would you like to take a break? Su Shiqing extended her hand gently towards the little girl. Ran nestled into her sister's embrace, whispering. Ran is a bit sleepy. Seeing this, Yin Ing and Oppos' eyes flickered with concern. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but found Su Shiqing disregarding him entirely as she turned away with Ran in her arms. Long go. My sister is a bit sleepy. Could you arrange a resting place for us? Su Shiqing sought out Long Siwen, gently patting Ran and Oppos' back. Long Siwen glanced up at the sky, where the sun had just begun to tilt westward, yet understanding how easily children could tire, he smiled knowingly. Of course. Chapter 119. Old Trade observing Ran's expression, it was evident that she had something significant to convey. To avoid the prying eyes of others, Su Shiqing resolved to find a quieter location. Long Siwen acted swiftly, promptly dispatching someone to escort Su Shiqing and her companions to an unoccupied room. The gathering outside, still engaged in a feast of stewed meat, continued as the guide led the three into the empty chamber and then departed without delay. Once the door was closed, only Su Shiqing and her companions remained. As Ran opened her mouth to speak, Su Shiqing quickly gestured for silence, closing her eyes to sense her surroundings, ensuring they were not eavesdropped upon before turning her attention to Ran. What did you wish to say? Biting her lip nervously, Ran replied, just now. Qingqing said we must leave quickly. There are monsters here. She wanted to call for help, but Qingqing warned me that the adults and monsters are in cahoots, and her father intends to harm her. Upon hearing this, both Su Shiqing and Ning Xinian furrowed their brows. It was clear that something was amiss with this base. After a moment of contemplation, Su Shiqing retrieved a piece of meat she had stored in her space and handed it to Ning Xinian. This is the meat from the pot. Can you determine what it is and whether it carries any virus? Ning Xinian took out gloves and glasses from his bag, adjusting the frames as he looked at Su Shiqing. I require my laboratory. With a wave of her hand, the experimental apparatus materialized within the room. The sparse space made the setup straightforward. As Ning Xinian began his examination, Su Shiqing affectionately ruffled Ran and Oppos' hair, deep in thought. Their purpose for visiting this base was simple. Su Shiqing sought to ascertain whether a safe and stable food source truly existed and its potential impact on her dealings. However, it was evident that complications had arisen. The girl named Yin Qingqing seemed to share a close bond with Ran and had taken the initiative to warn them to leave. Ran, did Qingqing mention what the monster looks like? Su Shiqing gently inquired as she continued to stroke the girl and Oppos' head. No. Ran shook her head, nervously nibbling on her fingers. But she said it's a man-eating monster. A thought struck Su Shiqing, and her eyes narrowed slightly. So, Uncle Zhang and the others are intent on bringing us back to the base to feed us to this so-called monster? A man-eating creature. Could it be a zombie or a mutated animal? Why would this base take the risk of harboring such a creature? Is it possible that it relates to the meat in the iron pot? As she pondered, Ning Xinian, working efficiently, soon reached a conclusion. Indeed, it is the flesh of a mutated animal. Slowly removing his gloves, he adjusted his glasses, a grave expression in his eyes. It is rabbit meat. Furthermore, the analysis indicates that the virus has not been entirely eradicated. Not entirely eradicated? Su Shiqing Kuden and Oppos' help but interject. Why have they shown no adverse reactions after consuming this meat? Although the virus hasn't been completely eliminated, it leaves behind a trace of toxicity. Eating it once or twice might not pose a significant threat. However, if the inhabitants of the base rely on it for sustenance. Ning Xinian pointed to his eyes, speaking softly, they will inevitably mutate. The crimson eyes are merely the first step. The entire population of this base is gradually inching toward death. Realizing this, Su Shiqing murmured, Does Long Siwen understand that she may be endangering so many lives? That is of little consequence. Ning Xinian shook his head, closing his eyes with a slight sigh. What perplexes me is how they managed to suppress the toxicity within the mutated animals. The room fell silent for a moment as Su Shiqing and Ning Xinian furrowed their brows in contemplation. And Ran glanced left and right before cautiously tugging at her sister's sleeve. Sister, she whispered, can we help Qingqing? She's truly frightened. Su Shiqing remained silent, affectionately tousling the little girl's hair as she turned her gaze to Ning Xinian. What are your thoughts? The fate of this base was none of their concern. They could leave at any moment if they wished. Su Shiqing had little inclination to assist others. She sensed that the inhabitants of this base harbored little goodwill toward them, their gazes filled with pity and scrutiny. From their initial encounter, Uncle Zhang and his companions had already set their sights on her vehicle. Moreover, if her suspicions were correct, Uncle Zhang had intended to bring them back to the base to satiate the monster and Appos' hunger. Even a child like Yin Qingqing was aware of the monster and Appos' existence. It was inconceivable that no one else in the base knew, and thus far, apart from Qingqing, no one had alerted Su Shiqing about it. These people were not deserving of sympathy. Given Su Shiqing's disposition, it would be generous of her not to demand anything in return, let alone offer assistance. Yet, this was one of the rare instances when Ran had approached her with a request. The little girl was quite sensible, rarely voicing her needs, but this time, she had cautiously expressed her desire to help her dear friend. Su Shiqing found it hard to refuse. Ning Xinian and Appos' gaze flicked over Ran and Appos' face before settling on Su Shiqing, as if he had grasped the sisters and Appos' intentions. He chuckled softly, removing his glasses. Without the lenses to obscure his expression, a touch of warmth graced his features. Let us stay and observe. I'm curious to discover what methods they employed to suppress the virus. Su Shiqing squatted down, pinching Ran's cheek, raising an eyebrow. Then we shall remain and see if we can assist that little girl. After all, she is Ran's good friend. You're the best, sister, Ran exclaimed, leaping forward to plant a big kiss on Su Shiqing and Appos' cheek. And what about me? Ran, am I not good? Ning Xinian teased, narrowing his eyes playfully. You're good too, Ran likes you, brother. She replied, turning with a beaming smile at Ning Xinian. Now that they had decided to stay for further observation, there were many considerations to ponder. If the man-eating monster described by Yin Qingqing truly existed, Long Siwen would undoubtedly take action. Su Shiqing gently tapped her fingers on the table, lost in thought. Suddenly inspired, she raised an eyebrow at Ning Xinian, a mischievous smile crossing her lips. Why not engage in your old trade? Just snatch the child back. Ning Xinian. Chapter 120. Inquiring for news, fearing that Ning Xian might not have comprehended, Su Shiqing glanced at Anren and elaborated. It's akin to how we previously stealthily extracted Anren. We shall directly seize Yin Qingqing. The thought of Yin Qingqing's disheveled and grimy appearance just moments ago crossed her mind. While Yining had donned a relatively warm cotton-padded coat, the young girl was clad merely in a thin sweater, clearly indicating a lack of care. If what Anren had suggested was indeed true, that Yining harbored little concern for her daughter. Even indifferent to her survival, Su Shiqing was not averse to employing a measure of coercion. Of course, this was contingent upon Yin Qingqing and Appos' willingness to accompany them. As for the future, whether they ventured forth with Yin Qingqing or transported her to a more reliable large base, it was a matter that could be deliberated gradually. To care for an additional child posed no particular hardship for Su Shiqing, provided Anren desired it. To speak more brutally, if Yin Qingqing were merely a stranger, regardless of how wretched her circumstances, Su Shiqing would remain indifferent. However, given that she was one of Anren's few cherished friends, if Yin Qingqing could bring joy to Anren, Su Shiqing might consider taking her along. Everything hinged upon Anren and Appos' affection for the girl. Su Shiqing cared not for the fairness of the situation concerning the child named Qingqing. Such was her sentiment. Indeed, she unabashedly embraced the role of a devoted sister. Upon hearing Su Shiqing's words, Anren's mouth formed an shape, eyes wide with astonishment. Wow! Can it truly be done this way? Meanwhile, Ning Xian and Appos' lips twitched, ultimately closing his eyes in resignation. He knew it. Once Su Shiqing smiled, all sorts of eccentric ideas would emerge. What did she take him for? A human trafficker? Well, it was not entirely unfeasible. After a brief silence, Ning Xian let out a deep sigh. The moment he spoke, the sisters and Appos' gazes simultaneously fell upon him, causing Ning Xian and Apos' lips to stiffen once more. Resigned. He glanced at the darkening sky outside the window. However, if we are to escort 2 children out safely, it is best not to alert the people in the base. I shall familiarize myself with the route. When night descends further, I shall see if I can bring that little girl back. The swifter, the better. Su Shiqing lowered her eyelids in contemplation. If I am not mistaken, our purpose in being brought back to the base must be to satiate that monster and Apos' hunger. The number of people in the base is limited. If that man-eating monster truly exists, the most effective strategy would be to lure individuals from outside into the base. This also elucidated why, during their encounter with Uncle Zhang's group, despite their poor attitude, Uncle Zhang insisted on escorting them back to the base. It seemed he had ceased to regard them as living beings since that moment. The longer they delayed, the more complicated matters would become. Su Shiqing raised a hand to rub her temples, directing her gaze towards Ning Xian. If we can resolve this swiftly, it would be ideal. As for what has transpired here, if you are curious, once the 2 little girls are safely settled, I can accompany you back for further investigation. Understood. Ning Xian rose and approached the door, resting his hand on the doorknob, nodding slightly at Su Shiqing. As he exited, Su Shiqing propped her chin on one hand, her gaze returning to Anren. Anren appeared somewhat anxious, the cause of which was unclear. Anren, are you tired? Would you like to rest for a while? A hint of melancholy flickered in Su Shiqing's eyes as she embraced Anren. Sister, Anren is not tired. Anren wrapped her arms around her sister's neck, burying her head in Su Shiqing's shoulder, rubbing against it as she spoke softly. Will my sister think Anren is being disobedient? Is my request causing you trouble? Not at all, Anren. Su Shiqing gently turned Anren to face her, her expression tender yet earnest. You must understand, sister loves you dearly. The requests you make me feel needed and relied upon. They never trouble me. I truly wish to assist you in alleviating your worries. So, Anren, would you please trouble me more in the future? As she spoke, Su Shiqing tenderly patted Anren and Apos' back. Anren nestled closer, not lifting her head, merely tightening her embrace. Sensing a warm, damp sensation on her shoulder, Su Shiqing chuckled, teasing. You want tea? Wipe your tears and snot all over my clothes, will you? Of course not. Anren shot her head up, puffing up with indignation, her eyes reddened. Anren is not that disobedient. Su Shiqing laughed, planting gentle kisses on the little girl's cheeks, whispering. Anren can be a little disobedient. Here, you needn't, and Apos, be too sensible. As darkness gradually enveloped the sky outside, Su Shiqing and Anren waited in their spot for Ning Xian's return. However, as evening fell, no one had yet returned, and an unsettling feeling began to creep in. Sister. Anren peered through the window at the now dim sky, unease evident in her voice. Why has brother returned yet? Given Ning Xian's character, he would typically return promptly after saying he would familiarize himself with the route, yet 3 hours had elapsed since he left. And the base was not particularly vast. How could he still not be back? Something must have gone awry. This was Su Shiqing's immediate reaction. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely that anyone in the base could pose a threat to Ning Xian. Long Siwen was the most powerful here, yet only at the 3rd tier, while Ning Xian had already attained the 4th tier. What could possibly happen to him in this place? Sister, should we go out and search for brother? Observing Su Shiqing furrowed in thought and silence, Anren cautiously suggested. Before Su Shiqing could respond, a sudden knock echoed at the door. It was not Ning Xian, but Uncle Zhang, carrying a platter of meat. Hey, young lady, it and Apos, dinner time. Fearing you had and Apos, prepared any provisions, the base leader instructed me to bring some to you. Uncle Zhang cheerfully extended the platter forward. Su Shiqing cast a discerning glance at the meat, which resembled the stew from the iron pot earlier that day. Not hurrying to accept the platter, she cautiously inquired about Ning Xian's whereabouts. Uncle Zhang, have you seen my companion around the base today? You mean that tall, thin man? Uncle Zhang paused, then peered into the room. Wasn't he with you? His expression faltered slightly. Young lady, to be frank, it seems your friend with the spatial abilities departed in a vehicle this afternoon. Chapter 121. Peering in, Uncle Zhang spoke with hesitation, his expression fraught with concern, as if he feared a rift had formed between Su Shiqing and her companions. Had Ning Xian driven away? What vehicle did he take? Whose was it? Had it not been for the off-road vehicle quietly resting in Su Shiqing's space, she might have believed it. In the eyes of Uncle Zhang and others, Ning Xian was the true space ability user, unaware that Su Shiqing and her companions had an additional secret. With this in mind, Su Shiqing raised her hand to lightly cover her mouth, her pupils constricting as she countered. How could that be possible? Uncle Zhang, you must be mistaken. Perhaps. Uncle Zhang sighed, shaking his head. Perhaps my old eyes have deceived me. But your vehicle's design is quite distinctive, and I distinctly saw it drive away down the road. I hope I was wrong. He handed a plate to Su Shiqing with a smile, saying, Sister, your friend may return soon. Here, take this food. Don't and oppose, let yourself go hungry. Accepting the plate, Su Shiqing wore a distracted expression, managing only a faint smile before hastily shutting the door. The moment the door closed, her demeanor turned icy. She wondered what Uncle Zhang and Oppo's intentions were in trying to sow discord between her and Ning Xinian. But the fact that he dared to confront her directly suggested he knew Ning Xinian would not be returning soon. In other words, Uncle Zhang and his associates were aware of Ning Xinian's whereabouts. Sister, Enrin approached slowly, tugging at Su Shiqing's garment, looking up at her. Brother. Rubbing Enrin's head, Su Shiqing placed the plate on a nearby table and whispered, Enrin, the situation may be more precarious than it appears. Whatever happens, stick close to your sister, all right? Enrin nodded vigorously, her little face taut with tension. Taking a deep breath, Su Shiqing bit her lip, contemplating the current circumstances and plotting her next move. Although she was uncertain of Ning Xinian and Oppo's location, his strength was not something she needed to worry about. Her primary concern now was the safety of herself and Enrin. As a second-tier ability user, Su Shiqing could easily handle most individuals in this area. And with the energy crystals in her space, replenishing her strength would not pose a problem. However, she could not guarantee Enrin's safety in the event of an assault. Uncle Zhang and the others had mentioned they would escort them away the following morning. Thus, if they intended to capture Su Shiqing and her companions to feed the creature, the opportune moment would likely be that very night. Lost in thought, Su Shiqing and Oppo's gaze landed on the plate of meat on the table, her eyes narrowing. Drawing closer, she scrutinized the dish. Aside from its inherent pungency, she detected an unusual, suspicious aroma. This meat had been tampered with. Rising, Su Shiqing moved to the window, discreetly surveying the outside world. The apocalyptic night was shrouded in darkness, compounded by the overcast sky that concealed the moon and stars, rendering the surroundings even dimmer. Candles flickered in her room, while other homes in the base lay enveloped in utter blackness. Yet, a sensation of being watched crept upon her, surpassing her perceptual range, as though someone in the shadows was fixated on them. Without hesitation, Su Shiqing promptly extinguished the candles, ensuring her movements remained concealed from prying eyes. Enrin, wear this. She swiftly retrieved all items in the room back into her space and produced 2 black cloaks, one large and one small, quickly draping them over herself and her sister. Then, she scooped Enrin into her arms, pushed open the window, and nimbly leapt outside. Under the cover of night, visibility and perception were hindered for all, yet Su Shiqing, with her spatial abilities, could keenly sense every subtle shift in the environment, her movements becoming utterly silent. Hidden in the shadows was where Su Shiqing thrived. Enrin clung to Su Shiqing's neck, remaining silent as she felt her sister swiftly navigate through the darkness. The initial impression of the base was one of disarray and decay. With weeds growing wildly between the houses, nearly half a person's height, the rustling of grass brushing against clothing creating faint sounds. With a thought, Su Shiqing commanded the weeds ahead to part, clearing a path. With Enrin by her side, she intended to avoid direct confrontation with the base and Oppo's inhabitants. Taking advantage of the cover of night, her plan was to lead her sister away before devising their next steps. However, after running scarcely 20 or 30 meters, Su Shiqing abruptly halted, sensing something amiss. She rolled to the side with Enrin, seeking refuge behind a massive tree. In the next moment, flames flickered to life, revealing 4 or 5 figures. Crouching behind the tree, Su Shiqing cautiously observed, recognizing the familiar silhouettes. Uncle Zhang, Yining, and Xiaoli were among them. The candles in that room suddenly went out. There hasn't been any movement. Could something have gone wrong? A somewhat unfamiliar man glanced toward the room where Su Shiqing and her sister had been, unable to contain his curiosity. Xiaoli, extinguish that fire. Uncle Zhang admonished sternly, alarmed by the flickering flame at Xiaoli and Oppo's fingertips. What if we expose ourselves? Longu instructed us to proceed with caution. In response, Xiaoli did not extinguish his ability, tilting his head in confusion. But Uncle Zhang, didn't you already lace that meat with drugs? That's the special sedative Longu developed. The 2 people in that room must have already lost consciousness. Indeed, Uncle Zhang, Yining chimed in, rubbing his hands together. the fire casting eerie shadows on his face, imparting an unsettling aura. Given the silence for so long, those two in the room have likely passed out. We should move quickly. It's rare to encounter outsiders these days. The two beasts in the base are ravenous. If we don't feed them soon, Longo may lose control over them. As they conversed, completely oblivious to the proximity of Su Shiqing and her sister, Anren trembled slightly in Su Shiqing's embrace, holding her breath to remain silent. In contrast, Su Shiqing remained increasingly composed. One hand gently rubbed Anren's back for comfort, while the other absorbed the information she had overheard. It appeared that Yin Qingqing and Appo's tales of man-eating monsters were indeed true, and there were two of them. From what she gathered, Uncle Zhang and his companions referred to these creatures as sacred beasts, luring outsiders to satiate their hunger. This aligned with their prior speculations. Chapter 122. The explosion at this moment. Uncle Zhang and his companions appeared to have completed their discussion and began to make their way towards the room where Su Shiqing and her group were resting. Observing this scene from her concealed position behind a tree, Su Shiqing's heart suddenly sank. The room was empty. If Uncle Zhang and the others discovered that they were missing, escaping undetected would be exceedingly difficult. Holding and ran close, Su Shiqing seized the opportunity as Uncle Zhang and his group moved towards the house, quickly orienting herself and dashing towards the outskirts of the base. The wild grass beneath her feet parted to create a path, and even as she sprinted at great speed, she stirred only a whisper of wind, making no sound. Just as Su Shiqing had anticipated, Uncle Zhang and his companions soon realized that something was amiss within the house. They forcefully broke down the door only to find it devoid of any presence. They've run away. Uncle Zhang's expression shifted dramatically as he surveyed the vacant room. Disbelief etched across his face. Why are you all standing there? Hurry and search. Turning around, he found the others frozen in place, prompting him to scold them fervently. The sacred beast has been hungry for far too long. If these intruders escape, we shall all become its next meal. Increase the patrols around the base. I just saw those two sisters. They can't have gone far. They must still be within the perimeter. Before long, the previously silent base erupted with the flickering light of torches as everyone mobilized to seek out Su Shiqing and Anren. Each face bore a mix of anxiety and hostility as the search for the two girls became their paramount concern. Concealed within the lush branches of a grand tree, Su Shiqing crouched with Anren, quietly observing the unfolding chaos. Sister, what should we do? Anren's expression tightened with worry as she noticed the frantic searching taking place within the base, with guards stationed every few meters along the perimeter. The prospect of leaving unnoticed seemed utterly implausible. Su Shiqing remained silent, calculating the odds of a breakout. However, her contemplation was abruptly shattered by the sound of a tremendous explosion. The shockwave caused the ground to tremble, and the tree beneath her swayed perilously, nearly unbalancing her. With wide eyes, she turned towards the source of the sound. The hillside to the west of the base had seemingly erupted. Boulders cascading down the slope and crashing into the buildings below, a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Before Su Shiqing could comprehend the situation, anguished screams erupted nearby. It's the sacred beast. The sacred beast has unleashed its wrath. Quickly, abandon the search for the girls and find a way to satiate the beast's hunger. Who will go? Will you sacrifice yourself for the sake of the others? Nonsense. I wish to live. If someone must go, let it be you. Staring blankly at the hillside, Su Shiqing was jolted from her reverie as Anren gently tugged at her sleeve, whispering, Sister, that looks like brother's lightning, to be honest. Ning Snine had no inkling that events would culminate in such a manner. Returning to the afternoon, after advising the sisters not to wander off, Ning Snine roamed the base alone, quietly memorizing the layout and seeking out Yin Qingqing's residence, initially intending to inquire about Yin Qingqing's whereabouts. He unexpectedly heard cries emanating from one of the houses he passed. No, Daddy, I didn't say anything, please don't hit me. It hurts so much, Qingqing didn't tell anyone, I truly didn't. I never spoke of the monster, please stop, Daddy. It hurts so much. The makeshift houses erected in this post-apocalyptic world offered little sound insulation. Even without eavesdropping, the child's cries pierced through to Ning Snine's ears. The little girl's sobs mingled with the sharp sound of a whip striking, and though he could not hear Yining's voice, it was evident that he was mercilessly beating his daughter. Ning Snine's expression hardened, and he followed the sound to one of the houses. The door was tightly shut, obscured by overgrown grass, and the windows were boarded up, preventing any view of the events inside. The girl's cries grew increasingly desperate, imparting the impression that she was on the brink of death. Ning Sion's brows knitted tighter with concern. Just as he was about to knock, a voice called out from behind him, breaking the tension. "Ah, Brother Ning?" Long Siwen approached, a faint smile gracing his lips as he wiped his hands clean and walked towards Ning Sion. Startled, Ning Sion paused, turning back cautiously, his eyes narrowing with suspicion as he recognized the base leader. "What brings you here, Brother Ning?" Long Siwen's smile was devoid of warmth. He glanced at the house before raising an eyebrow, seemingly having heard the anguished cries within. "Oh, I see. Brother Ning must find that little girl's crying quite pitiful." Before Ning Sion could respond, Long Siwen stepped forward and gently knocked on the door. "Yaning, you frightened our guest." The cacophony within ceased abruptly. Not only did the sound of the whip vanish, but even the girl's cries fell silent. Inside, an eerie stillness enveloped the space. Ning Sion's heart raced with a sense of foreboding. "What have you done?" "I haven't done anything," Long Siwen replied, feigning innocence as he shrugged. "Isn't it you who found the cries too lamentable? I merely sought to quiet them. It was just a small little trick." Long Siwen raised his hand, lightly rubbing his fingers together with a serene smile. "As a host, it is my duty to fulfill the wishes of my guests. Rest assured, I cherish every resident of this base. They are all safe." As if anticipating Ning Sion's thoughts, Long Siwen shook his head with a smile and preemptively explained. "You remind me of Su Shiqing. Both of you wear smiles as a facade to conceal your true feelings." Gazing into Long Siwen's gentle smile, an inexplicable chill coursed through Ning Sion's body. "You have compassion for this little girl. It is clear you are a kind-hearted person." Long Siwen stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them, his voice lowering. "I have a proposition that may pique your interest. Would you like to know how to bring an end to this apocalypse?" Chapter 123. The mutant rabbit's Ning Sion's pupils contracted slightly, yet upon noticing Long Siwen approaching, he instinctively took a step back, coldly shaking off the other's advances. If one has delved into the study of the zombie virus, the terrifying nature of its contagion becomes painfully clear, unless a corresponding antibody is developed. Ending the apocalypse is but a whimsical dream. Ning Sion crossed his arms, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Having personally participated in research on the virus, he was acutely aware of this fact, and his tone bore no semblance of courtesy. Long Siwen, however, was unperturbed, chuckling softly as she extended her hands. "What if I were to say that I possess the antibody to this virus?" Ning Sion's brow furrowed even deeper. He understood the tenacity of the virus all too well. Countless esteemed researchers had failed to devise a solution. Yet this individual claimed to have succeeded? Long Siwen wore a knowing smile. "Otherwise, where do you think the edible animal meat in our base comes from?" "To be candid, prior to the apocalypse, I was also one of the researchers, a renowned young doctor. Ning Sion, I am familiar with you. Trust me, there is much we can discuss." She reached out her hand towards Ning Sion, her smile unwavering, her voice laced with a hint of seduction. "Would you like to see?" "It one and apples, take much of your time." Gazing at the hand extended before him, Ning Sion hesitated for a brief moment before turning his head away. "Very well. Let me see the antibody you speak of." Long Siwen and apples' smile broadened as she gestured for him to follow, softly uttering, "It is my honor." Ning Sion did not anticipate that she would lead him to the steep mountainside on the western edge of the base, nor did he expect to find a passageway within the mountain. The tunnel was dimly lit, with only the faint glow emanating from the crystalline cores embedded in the walls. "Where are you taking me?" The deeper they ventured, the more perplexed Ning Sion became, and he coldly inquired as the tunnel grew darker. "Do not rush, Dr. Ning." Long Siwen replied calmly. "My laboratory is just ahead." It is common knowledge that experiments require ample lighting. Yet the encroaching darkness of the tunnel incited a sense of doubt within Ning Sion. Moreover, as they delved deeper, he could detect an unusual scent of blood, reminiscent of decaying flesh. As Ning Sion pondered, Long Siwen, who was leading the way, suddenly halted and exclaimed, "We have arrived, Dr. Ning." The tunnel ahead revealed a bright expanse, and upon stepping out, he discovered that the passage led directly to the bottom of a canyon. It resembled an inverted cup, with the blue sky visible above, surrounded by steep cliffs, the tunnel seamlessly connecting to the base of this cup. However, as Ning Sion took a step forward, his movements abruptly ceased. His eyes widened at the sight of two colossal creatures nestled within the canyon, mutant rabbits of the 4th tier. And there were two. Why had he never sensed their presence before? The mutant rabbits, towering nearly 3 stories high, lay at the canyon and apples' floor, emitting thunderous snores. Their fur was a ghastly crimson, seemingly coated in a viscous, unidentified substance that clung their pelts together. Their ears, several meters long, languished on the ground, revealing patches of skin devoid of hair, marred with veins, the flesh appearing as if it might burst at any moment. Surrounding the two giant rabbits were heaps of bones, human remains. The flesh had been gnawed away, leaving behind a chaotic pile of white bones, stained with long-dried blood. These mutant rabbits devoured humans. Rabbits are known for their exceptional reproductive capabilities, and in the apocalypse, the mutated rabbits and empties breeding prowess had reached an alarming degree. Long Siwen slowly approached, gazing at the two massive creatures with a hint of maternal pride, as though they were her accomplished offspring. I took considerable time to find these two perfect specimens. Once I resolve the viral issue within them, their remarkable fertility will become a continuous source of sustenance for the base. Ning Xian surveyed the remains that occupied nearly a quarter of the canyon, a horrifying thought gradually taking shape in his mind. You are feeding these rabbits with humans? No, not feeding. Long Siwen abruptly turned, raising a finger to her lips, her gaze fixed intently on Ning Xian, her eyes chillingly intense. It is a process of disinfection. Ning Xian was momentarily taken aback, his pupils involuntarily constricting to pinprick size. Indeed, Dr. Ning, you grasped quickly, Long Siwen applauded, her tone dripping with irony. You never considered, did you? The countless individuals who have struggled to develop the antibody, each of us endowed with abilities carries it innately. She pointed to her temple with a smile, right here. I merely need to continuously seek out those with abilities and bring them back to nourish these mutant rabbits, and the zombie virus within them will be stifled, enabling their offspring to become a viable food source. But those viruses are far from eradicated, Ning Xian exclaimed, his disbelief palpable as he gestured dismissively. Did you not notice the crimson eyes of those in the base? I did, Long Siwen replied, her demeanor disturbingly nonchalant. But so what? If it weren't for me, those people would have perished long ago. I am the reason they have survived until now. In the early stages of the experiment, instability is inevitable. Sacrifices must be made. Long Siwen turned, arms wide as if to embrace the two mutant rabbits. As long as I persist, these two rabbits will eventually rid themselves of their toxicity, becoming the sole salvation in this apocalypse. Listening to her delusional words in silence, Ning Xian remained voiceless, observing Long Siwen's silhouette, as if he could see the shadows of many others through her. This was a farce. Ning Xian shook his head, harboring no intention of persuading her, simply raising his hand as lightning crackled in his palm. Dr. Ning, will you not join me? Long Siwen turned at the sound, feigning ignorance to the electricity crackling in Ning Xian and empties' hand, her voice soft. We have no right to sacrifice others for an ephemeral hope. Ning Xian offered no response, his actions underscoring his stance. Haha, Long Siwen chuckled. Are you planning to kill me? If you do, everyone in the base will perish alongside me. Chapter 124. Another mind ability. These two mutated rabbits, in a state of satiation, were completely under my control through my unique powers. Long Siwen spread his hands, stepping closer to Ning Xian with an audacious smile. Tell me, how many individuals in this base could withstand a fourth-tier mutated creature? Abilities? Control? The opponent is a mind ability user. Ning Xian and empties' gaze darkened. No wonder he was unable to perceive the presence of these two fourth-tier mutated rabbits. It turned out that Long Siwen had concealed their aura with his abilities. However, as he mentioned, the individuals in the base were all second- or first-tier ability users. If these two rabbits went berserk and harmed others, no one but Ning Xian would be able to resist them. Dr. Ning, I hold you in high regard. You are the only one in the base capable of discussing the virus antibody with me, Long Siwen said with a slight smile, snapping his fingers lightly. So, please remain here for now. In the next moment, the ground trembled slightly, and the mutated rabbits slowly opened their eyes. Their crimson gaze was devoid of reason, savage and bloodthirsty, yet seemingly bound by some unseen shackles. My dear children, Long Siwen commanded the two rabbits, keep an eye on him, but do not kill him. With that, he turned and walked back into the tunnel from which he had come. Ning Xian's expression shifted as he realized the gravity of the situation. He wished to leave immediately, but a horde of shadows surged from the corners. Hundreds of mutated rabbits, each the size of a human, emerged, blocking Ning Xian's escape. They were the offspring of the fourth-tier rabbits, only possessing first- or second-tier strength. Ning Xian could easily defeat them with a single lightning sphere. Yet the overwhelming numbers momentarily restrained him. In those fleeting seconds, the fourth-tier mutated rabbits charged at him. The stench of blood and decay filled the air, and Ning Xian's complexion darkened. He raised his hand and unleashed a lightning bolt several meters long, striking one rabbit directly on its ear. The rabbit's ear exploded like a burst of meat, instantly turning into a gruesome mess. The pain seemed to incite the mutated rabbit into further fury, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty malice. However, those brief seconds had allowed another rabbit to block the exit of the tunnel. Truly, madness lurks everywhere. Ning Xian cursed internally, focusing on the mutated rabbit before him while worrying about Su Shiqing and Appos' situation. He might find it difficult to escape, but his life was not in peril. However, the circumstances surrounding Su Shiqing were uncertain. Yet, knowing the astuteness of their opponent, it was clear that his prolonged absence would raise suspicion. Ning Xian silently prayed, "Run. If those two rabbits go wild, there will be no escape." It was not that Su Shiqing was unwilling to flee, but the current situation was becoming increasingly dire. The sacred beast was enraged. It was about to break free. What to do? Hurry. Where are those two outsiders? Capture them and feed them to the sacred beast. Search with all your might. No one is permitted to rest. While the sacred beast has yet to fully leave the cave, find them. The mountainside to the west erupted with a deafening roar, a portion of the terrain collapsing, revealing an empty center. As the residents of the base had claimed, this was the lair of the sacred beast. The explosion of the mountain was clearly the work of Ning Xian, indicating that he was indeed in trouble. Yet, it was apparent that Su Shiqing lacked the ability to assist him at this moment, hidden safely among the trees. Anren and Su Shiqing concealed themselves with branches and shadows, quietly observing the individuals below, each wearing expressions of malice and intent to kill. If the sisters were to expose themselves to the gaze of the base and Appos' inhabitants, they would undoubtedly face a collective assault. What a predicament. During the day, the residents had greeted the three of them with relative kindness, yet now they sought to hunt them down with murderous intent. Su Shiqing mentally calculated whether a sudden ambush could carve out a path for escape. She instinctively touched the area around her collarbone. The protective shield that had appeared after her space upgrade was indeed usable. If Su Shiqing could shield Anren in her embrace and charge forth with the protective barrier, it could work. After all, the crystal core given to her by Luo Qing was substantial enough to sustain such an expenditure. Anren sensed the urgency of their situation. Although worried, she remained silent, patiently awaiting her sister and Appos' next plan. She pressed her lips together tightly, eyes lowered to observe the fierce faces of the adults below, wielding knives, sickles, and other weapons. Their expressions hostile. For some reason, as she gazed at those weapons, a strange feeling arose within Anren, prompting her to open her small hand to inspect her palm. Momentarily lost in thought, in the next instant, Su Shiqing's expression sharpened. With one hand, she swiftly scooped up Anren, using her toes to leverage herself off the branch. Propelling them into the air, bang! A massive stone, nearly the height of a person, crashed down where they had just stood. With one hand clutching Anren, Su Shiqing conjured a vine whip with the other, sweeping it across the ground. The startled individuals below hurriedly retreated, watching as the sisters descended gracefully from above. Upon landing, they found Uncle Zhang holding a large stone, standing beside Long Siwen, his gaze fixed on them with predatory intent. Long Siwen smiled gently, his refined face displaying a hint of calm, gesturing as if to fire a gun. "Found you." Su Shiqing remained silent, flicking her sleeve as countless sharp hard leaves shot toward Long Siwen and his companions with incredible speed. Just as those leaves were about to pierce their bodies, Su Shiqing and Appos' mind suddenly throbbed with pain, as if pricked by needles. In that fleeting moment of distraction, her control over her abilities faltered slightly, and the once razor-sharp leaves softened and fell harmlessly to the ground before reaching Long Siwen and the others. A second-tier wood user, quite adept at controlling abilities. Long Siwen remarked with a slight smile, snapping his fingers. "Unfortunately, I am a whole tier above you. You cannot hope to defeat me." "Sister," Anren exclaimed anxiously, her palms glowing with white light as she pressed her hands against Su Shiqing. "Oh, there is another first-tier healer." Long Siwen raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. With Anren and Appos' assistance, Su Shiqing and Appos' mind cleared momentarily, gaining a better understanding of Long Siwen and Appos' powers. A mind ability user, capable of killing without a trace. Long Siwen raised a finger, gently pressing it against his lips, arching an eyebrow at the two sisters. "If you behave and willingly become food for my two children, I can grant you a swift death." One was first tier, the other second tier. Before his third tier prowess, they were utterly insignificant, especially with so many low tier ability users in the base. The only individual with the means to counter him, Ning Xian, was already trapped. Long Siwen could not fathom who else could come to their rescue. He anticipated seeing panic in the sisters' expressions, but the next moment left him stunned. He saw Su Shiqing suddenly smile. Mind abilities? How intriguing. Su Shiqing's eyes sparkled as she whispered, I wonder if you could upgrade my space? Chapter 125, The Space Moment. If Long Siwen were another type of ability user, Su Shiqing might find it somewhat troublesome to deal with him. Yet he is a psychic. A psychic. The last time, even the fourth-tier psychic zombie, Wang Jian, could not vanquish Su Shiqing. How could this third-tier ability user be so audacious? It is said that psychics kill invisibly, for their mental prowess far surpasses that of ordinary ability users, effortlessly shattering the mental realms of others. And to shatter Su Shiqing and Appos' mental world? Apologies. But space has already intervened. Even without activating the protective barrier of space, when confronted with mental attacks, space can absorb half of the damage, converting it into energy, while the remaining portion is easily borne by Su Shiqing. She has previously endured a full-force strike from a fourth-tier psychic zombie. How could she possibly fear a mere third-tier user? Not far away, Long Siwen and Appos' gaze towards Su Shiqing grew increasingly peculiar. Was it merely his illusion? Why did he not see fear upon her face, but rather a hint of eagerness? Was this correct? Su Shiqing set aside Anrin and raised her hand as tendrils erupted from the ground, weaving into a cage to protect her sister. This was a skill she had learned from Lu Qingfeng in the Luoqing team, quite practical indeed. Unburdened by concerns, Su Shiqing flexed her limbs, arching an eyebrow at the encircling crowd, beckoning with a finger. Who will be the first to step forward? Or shall we all engage together? Her dark hair, tied in a high ponytail, danced with the evening breeze, and a smile graced Su Shiqing and Appos' delicate visage, exuding both calmness and provocation. Seemingly unfazed by the encirclement before her, this demeanor caused hesitation among the others in the base, uncertain whether to advance and capture the two sisters. They looked to Long Siwen, awaiting their leader and Appos' command. Long Siwen and Appos' expression darkened. He could not fathom the source of Su Shiqing and Appos' confidence. A second-tier ability user challenging a third-tier along with several first- and second-tier users? Such a thought seemed implausible. From the moment Su Shiqing and her companions arrived at the base, Long Siwen had resolved that the only one he could not handle was the fourth-tier Ningsinian. The two young women were easily manageable, yet Su Shiqing and Appos' composure began to instill doubt within him. However, at this moment, regardless of his insecurities, Long Siwen could not halt his plans. The two mutated rabbits within the cave had not eaten for nearly 3 days. As a third-tier ability user, controlling those two fourth-tier mutated beasts was already a stretch. If they fell into extreme hunger, he could not guarantee that his powers would remain effective. With this realization, a glimmer of ruthlessness crossed Long Siwen and Appos' eyes as he waved his hand. Capture them, regardless of life or death. In an instant, the dozen or so ability users surrounding Su Shiqing surged forward, unleashing their powers. Blue, red, green, purple, water, fire, wood, thunder, instantly illuminating the dim surroundings. Yet Su Shiqing and Appos' expression remained unchanged as she playfully snapped her fingers, and in the next moment, countless tendrils, each as thick as a human, erupted from the ground. My legs are going to be crushed. Ah, these cursed tendrils. Why won't fire burn them away? Not even knives can sever them. Help me. The tendrils coiled around the legs and bodies of those ability users, tightening gradually, rendering their frantic attempts to escape futile. Su Shiqing perched atop a vine a meter wide, slowly ascending into the air, resting her chin upon one hand, gazing down at the panicked crowd with a smile that radiated both ease and malice. The moon, having emerged from behind the clouds, hung high above her, casting silvery light as if draping her in gossamer. Below her, the wails of the crowd echoed, and she smiled innocently yet cunningly, her eyes lowered, appearing both sympathetic and coldly indifferent to their plight. This base, guarded by fourth-tier mutated beasts, deterred low-tier zombies from encroaching, resulting in the inhabitants possessing little real combat experience and nearly no tactical prowess. Moreover, their long-term consumption of mutated animal flesh and the zombie virus had, in varying degrees, affected their physiques, rendering them inferior to Su Shiqing, even at the same tier. Observing this scene, Long Siwen's expression darkened further. Why did his mental attacks have no effect? How could a second-tier ability user show no reaction to his assault? Long Siwen involuntarily took a step back, only to be grasped by Uncle Zhang beside him. Unlike the others, Uncle Zhang had not rushed forward and thus remained unbound by the tendrils. He looked at those nearly suffocating from the vine and amp, Appos, S grip and urgently shook Long Siwen and amp, Appos, S arm. Long Gu, you must think of a way. If you don and amp, Appos, T act soon. They will all perish. Silence. Long Siwen's usually composed demeanor faltered, his expression darkening to the point it could almost drip with water. Uncle Zhang, however, grew even more agitated. Long Gu, everyone has been scouring for outsiders daily for you. Now that we face danger, you would abandon us. Ha, Zhang'an, do not embellish your deeds. Long Siwen sneered, shaking off Uncle Zhang's hand, casting a sidelong glance. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Do not pretend to be noble. Originally, you were all to become sustenance for my child. It was you who begged for mercy, promising to assist me in procuring suitable food. You know well how many people you have deceived these days. Do not think to absolve yourselves at such a juncture. Long Siwen glanced at those ensnared by the tendrils, nearly immobile, and scoffed. I have never cared for your lives. Chapter 126. Out of control, Su Shiqing listened to the quarrel below with detached indifference, absent-mindedly toying with a strand of her dark hair that cascaded by her ear, her gaze drifting away. As Long Siwen had remarked, not a single soul here was innocent. They had deceived countless unsuspecting passers-by to serve as replacements for their own demise. Each individual harbored a right to pursue life, yet Su Shiqing refrained from passing judgment on such actions, deeming herself unworthy of avenging the wronged souls. However, they had unwittingly drawn her ire. She tilted her head, gazing at the crescent moon high in the night sky, and raised her hand to snap her fingers lightly. Snap. A multitude of crisp bone-cracking sounds erupted, causing Uncle Zhang to turn back in sheer terror, only to witness the bodies of dozens suspended from the vines collapsing silently. Since Long Siwen showed no concern for these lives, Su Shiqing found no reason to let them linger. Observing the two below, a third-tier psychic and a second-tier earth manipulator, she recognized neither could possibly contend with her. Perched atop the vines, Su Shiqing extended a slender finger, lightly pointing at Long Siwen and Uncle Zhang, and spoke calmly, hand over Ningxian. Since the explosion resonated from the mountainside, silence had fallen. Su Shiqing remained uncertain of Ningxian and amp, Appos, whereabouts, but if he had escaped, he would undoubtedly return to join them. His absence indicated that matters on his end remained unresolved. Long Siwen scoffed, hand him over? I fear he has long since found his way into the bellies of my two children. Do you comprehend what your companion faces? 2 fourth-tier mutated rabbits. Do you truly believe he can withstand it after all this time? Long Siwen sought to witness Su Shiqing's pain, sorrow, anger, and despair, aiming to disrupt her composure. Yet, when he looked up, he found her expression remained placid. 2 mutated beasts that even someone of your caliber cannot handle. Su Shiqing assessed Long Siwen, shrugging dismissively. They cannot be that formidable. She held no belief that Ningxian would falter. Long Siwen choked on his words, visibly distressed. For Su Shiqing and Appos, S assertion rang true. He could sense the situation with the 2 mutated rabbits. Ningxian had been holding his ground against them. Damn it. Why must every abductor be more troublesome than the last? Long Siwen had dispatched numerous ability users through such methods, each with ease. Yet he had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent this time. Forget preserving those rabbits. Even Long Siwen might not survive this. He glared malevolently at Su Shiqing above, his thoughts racing as he contemplated his escape. His gaze drifted downwards, landing on the nearby vine cage. The verdant tendrils completely enveloped Anren, leaving no openings for attack. However, this did not deter Long Siwen. His psychic assaults were intangible, rendering any barrier ineffective against his onslaught. As Long Siwen's attention shifted to Anren, Su Shiqing's demeanor turned icy. If she had merely intended to eliminate him before, the moment he set his sights on Anren, she began devising ways to inflict unimaginable suffering upon him. Su Shiqing remained vigilant of Long Siwen and Appos' movements. Before she could react, she observed his complexion drain of color, as if struck by backlash. He opened his mouth and coughed up blood, collapsing to his knees. Su Shiqing. Her eyes widened in suspicion, wary of a potential trick. Yet Uncle Zhang seemed to grasp the implications with chilling clarity. His face drained of color as he trembled, glancing towards the western mountains, nearly shaking apart. It and Appos' over. It and Appos' over. Uncle Zhang and Appos' voice quivered as he beheld the mountainside, partially collapsed. The sacred beast is uncontrollable. Perhaps due to prolonged starvation and after battling Ningxian for an extended duration, The hunger of the two mutated rabbits peaked, instantaneously breaking free from Long Siwen and Appos' grasp and reverting to their primal instincts. Simultaneously, Long Siwen suffered backlash, rendered extremely weak. From her vantage point atop the vines, Su Shiqing perceived the unfolding scene more clearly. The ground began to tremble, and she witnessed the mountainside, illuminated by moonlight, shedding massive rocks, as two immense silhouettes slowly emerged. In the dim light, details remained obscured, but the two pairs of crimson eyes stood out vividly against the darkness. Su Shiqing and Appos' breath hitched before she could act. The massive shadows suddenly erupted with lightning. Ningxian. To prevent the mutated rabbits from posing a threat to others, Ningxian had been engaged in a fierce battle within the mountains, creating chaos. Yet, for reasons unknown, at that moment, the two mutated rabbits abruptly abandoned their target, shifting towards the outside. Not only that, the aura emanating from the mutated beasts grew increasingly terrifying, as if their bloodlust had been unleashed. Unable to halt their advance, Ningxian had no choice but to retreat, dashing towards the base while the rabbits were still disoriented. He was concerned about whether Su Shiqing had managed to leave the base and feared the overwhelming numbers might lead to trouble for the sisters. However, as he looked up, he noticed the conspicuous tangle of vines nearby, each tendril ensnaring a person, or rather, a corpse, their limbs swaying eerily in the wind. Seated atop the thickest vine was none other than Su Shiqing. Spotting Ningxian approaching, Su Shiqing waved her hand nonchalantly. "Hey, over here." Ningxian beheld the dozens of corpses swaying in the breeze, while the orchestrator of this grim tableau smiled innocently, momentarily rendered speechless. They had indeed been bullied. Yet the question of who had bullied whom remained uncertain. Chapter 127. Under surveillance, however, this is not the time to ponder such matters. After a prolonged battle, Ningxian's hair was somewhat disheveled, and his once pristine white coat was now stained with dust and blood, the source of which was uncertain. He hurried towards Su Shiqing, glancing back at the distance between himself and the two mutated rabbits. Upon spotting the weakened Long Siwen, who was spitting blood on the ground not far away, Ningxian realized that the two mutated rabbits had now lost control. Uncontrolled mutated creatures were undeniably devoid of rational thought. They were driven solely by their primal instincts. And it was evident that these two rabbits had been starving for quite some time. Their extreme hunger had exponentially increased their lethality. "Run quickly," Ningxian gasped, calling out to Su Shiqing. "Those are two fourth-tier mutated rabbits, and they feast on humans." "Fourth-tier mutated rabbits?" Su Shiqing's expression hardened as she leaped down from the vines, landing steadily on the ground. At that moment, chaos erupted throughout the base. The 3-story-tall mutated rabbit stirred, causing the very earth to tremble. The ordinary people within the base, who lacked abilities, had initially sheltered themselves indoors but were now alerted to the escalating danger, screaming as they rushed outside, desperate to escape. "The holy beasts! The holy beasts have escaped! I don and Appos, do you want to die? Where and Appos, as long go? Can and Appos, do he control those two holy beasts? Hurry and have him take action. Stop looking for that nonsense long go. Run. If we don and Appos, flee now, we will perish here." Amidst the frantic crowd trying to escape this once safe haven, the cacophony of cries, screams, and curses filled Su Shiqing and Appos' ears, prompting her to furrow her brow. Run? Where to run? Before her eyes, the two mutated rabbits with their blood-red eyes moved with astonishing speed. After a brief moment of determining their direction, they charged straight toward the base. In mere seconds, the distance between them had significantly diminished. Competing in a foot race against the rabbits was futile, even with a vehicle. Navigating the densely wooded surroundings of the base would prove challenging. Ningxian quickly grasped this reality. He turned to glance back at the rabbits, only to see their crimson eyes fixated on him, as if he were their sole target. The rabbit he had initially injured with an explosion was among them, its long ears now drooping, blood congealed in clumps atop them. Ningxian's gaze darkened. Was it determined to capture him? Stopping abruptly about 20 meters from Su Shiqing, he abruptly changed direction, tossing her a handgun. "This rabbit has a vendetta against me. I'll distract them. You all run." His voice was carried away by the wind. Su Shiqing caught the handgun with steady hands, taking a step toward Ningxian with concern. At that moment, his figure faded into the encroaching darkness, leaving only the massive form of the mutated rabbit racing after him, ignoring Uncle Zhang, who had collapsed in fear, and the weakened Long Siwen, who could barely stand. Su Shiqing gathered all the vines and swiftly scooped up and ran, recently sheltered within the vines. And Ran remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, only hearing muffled sounds. Thus, when she emerged to witness dozens of corpses strewn across the ground, her eyes widened in shock. Before she could react, Su Shiqing seized her. And Ran is safe. The bad guys have all been dealt with by sister. Don't be afraid. With no time to process the gruesome scene, Su Shiqing comforted her as they ran. In truth, and Ran displayed little fear. She clung to Su Shiqing's shoulder, gazing vacantly at the pile of bodies, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Suddenly, in Ran and Emp's pupils constricted, she spotted an enormous rabbit charging toward herself and her sister. At that moment, Su Shiqing sensed something amiss. Glancing back to see her brow furrow in alarm. The good news was that not all mutated rabbits were pursuing Ning Xinyan, and he should be able to handle one. The bad news was that she and Ran appeared to have caught the attention of the other. Just as Su Shiqing feared, no one here could outrun the mutated rabbits, neither the evolved nor the ordinary. Starved and desperate, a mutated rabbit turned and seized a young man who was desperately fleeing, swallowing him whole before he could utter a single cry. After savoring this long-awaited meal, the rabbit's crimson gaze intensified, brimming with exhilaration. Its next target was Su Shiqing, who stood not far away. To the mutated rabbit, the taste of an evolved human was far more delectable and nourishing than that of an ordinary person. In an instant, it abandoned the fleeing crowd and charged directly towards Su Shiqing. Countless others perished beneath its massive feet, its fur soaked in blood, clinging to it in sticky strands. Seeing the rabbit zero in on her, Su Shiqing cursed inwardly. Yet, time did not permit her to dwell on her thoughts. Within moments, she assessed the situation. Running was futile. Her only option was to leverage her smaller size and attempt to entangle the rabbit. She set and ran down, and despite the little girl and Emp's panicked expression, Su Shiqing retrieved a backpack from her spatial storage and handed it to Ran. Ran, be a good girl and run ahead. Su Shiqing smiled, patting the girl and Emp's shoulder, speaking rapidly. Don't worry, I'll come find you soon. The backpack contained food, water, warm clothing, a small knife, and a crystal core, serving as a meager safety net. Sister. Ran felt anxious, wanting to say something, but the rabbit was already closing in. Quickly go. Su Shiqing urged the little girl while turning to confront the mutated rabbit. Whether or not she could face this beast, she at least had to buy Ran some time to flee. As the distance closed, the oppressive presence of the 3-story-tall rabbit was no joke. The mingling stench of blood and animal musk was suffocating, blurring Su Shiqing and Emp's vision. She glanced at the handgun in her hand, the very one Ning Xinyan had thrown her before leaving. But she had never handled a weapon before. Raised in a country with stringent firearm regulations, when had Su Shiqing ever encountered such a thing? Yet, at this moment, she had no choice but to take a gamble. While the mutated rabbit had yet to reach her, she aimed to see if the handgun could inflict any harm. Raising her hands, she gripped the gun tightly, squinting her eyes as she aimed at the rapidly approaching rabbit. Her finger rested on the trigger. And with a sudden surge of determination, bang. Chapter 128, a calamity lasting 1,000 years with unwavering focus, a single shot was fired. The bullet grazing the mutated rabbit and Emp's face with uncanny precision. Su Shiqing mused, ISN and Emp's. This a testament to remarkable marksmanship? Exasperated, she chuckled and, unable to contain her frustration, discarded the handgun. Embracing her innate abilities, she charged forward unarmed. Su Shiqing was acutely aware that engaging the mutated rabbit head-on would spell her doom. Thus, she resolved to leverage her slight stature to entangle the beast. As the massive creature loomed ever closer, her gaze hardened. Vines erupted from her side, and she deftly utilized them to propel herself upward, narrowly evading the crushing blow of the rabbit and Emp's paw. Simultaneously, she ascended several meters, seizing a handful of the rabbit's fur to cling to its back, a rare spot largely immune to the creature's attacks. The fur felt unnervingly slick, coated in an unidentifiable viscous substance, cold and repugnant to the touch, with an acrid odor that assaulted her senses. This, however, was not her primary concern. Su Shiqing gritted her teeth, climbing higher on the rabbit and Emp's back, finding a momentary refuge in this vulnerable nook. Yet, the mutated rabbit soon sensed the shift, its movements becoming increasingly erratic. Though it could not reach her with its paws, it was far from helpless. Just as Su Shiqing steadied herself, the ground beneath her shifted violently, and in an instant, The rabbit executed a full 360-degree roll, intent on dislodging her from its back. With no choice but to release her grip, she leapt off. Had she clung on, the rabbit and Appos' tumultuous motion would have surely reduced her to a pulp. Curse it! How clever this rabbit is, she gasped, using the vines to create distance between herself and the beast. Her brief respite in that safe haven had lasted less than 2 minutes before the rabbit devised a countermeasure. As it halted its rolling, rising slowly with its crimson eyes fixated on her, Shiqing felt a weight settle in her stomach. Now, there was no choice but to confront it directly. Vines, as thick as a person, surged from the ground, ensnaring the creature and Appos' limbs and rendering it immobile. From a distance, Shiqing and Appos' gaze was steely, as she summoned crystalline cores that shattered instantaneously, replenishing her powers. For the time being, she need not worry about exhausting her abilities. Yet her second-tier vines were still too fragile against a fourth-tier beast. The restrained rabbit emitted a sharp cry, exerting its strength, and the vines suddenly tightened. In the next heartbeat, with a resounding snap, the mutated rabbit broke free, tearing through the thick vines with brute force. Shiqing and Appos' complexion paled, a metallic taste flooding her mouth. Indeed, bridging a 2-tier gap in abilities was no trivial feat, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. She observed the enraged rabbit charging towards her. With a scoff, she thought, "You will need more than that to take my life." As the distance between them shrank to less than 10 meters, she could feel the beast and Appos' rancid breath upon her. In the next moment, Shiqing swung her arm fiercely, releasing a flurry of verdant blades that raced towards the rabbit like a tempest. The mutated creature and Appos' hide was notoriously resilient. The leaves embedded themselves, seemingly failing to inflict any significant harm. Yet, she did not expect to breach the defenses of a fourth-tier beast. With deliberate precision, she directed more blades towards the creature's vulnerable face. No matter how formidable its fur, the rabbit's mouth, nose, and eyes were unguarded. Their proximity rendered the rabbit too cumbersome to evade effectively. With a sickening pop, the rabbit's left eye exploded. Flesh and a foul yellowish fluid splattered, blinding it partially and causing it to lose its sense of direction, allowing Shiqing to evade its charge. Without intellect, driven solely by instinct, the mutated beast's lethality multiplied in its hunger. However, devoid of reason, it often fell short against cunning humans. Now, with its left eye grievously injured, the rabbit and Appos' movements were hindered. Perhaps this was her chance to escape. Glancing around, Shiqing found no sign of Anrin and deduced that the girl had fled to safety. Her hand trembled slightly, fatigue beginning to overwhelm her, yet she steeled herself. Noticing the rabbit still reeling from its injury, she resolved to take her leave. Just then, a sharp pain pierced her temple. It felt akin to a needle prick, causing her to momentarily lose her focus, nearly collapsing. This method of attack was all too familiar. With a cold expression, she turned towards a nearby tree, where Long Siwen sat upon a branch, pale and shaken. In the chaos of the rabbit's sudden emergence, Shiqing had been unable to eliminate the threat, yet she was astonished that the weakened Long Siwen had not been crushed. Truly, a calamity lasting a millennium. "Obey, my child. Listen." Long Siwen intently fixated on the mutated rabbit, murmuring as if conducting a peculiar ritual. "Help me. Kill her." Meanwhile, the rabbit gradually calmed, seemingly under Long Siwen and Appos' control. Licking her cracked lips, Shiqing took a deep breath to steady her erratic heartbeat, regarding Long Siwen with an expression akin to that reserved for the deceased. Could she not handle a third-tier mentalist when she herself could not conquer a fourth-tier mutated beast? Crushing another crystalline core, she pinched her fingers together and lifted them. Vines erupted from beneath the tree where Long Siwen perched, the sharp tips aimed directly at the creature and Appos' heart. At that moment, Shiqing sensed a shift in the air behind her, an instinctual alarm ringing in her mind. Ignoring Long Siwen, she instinctively summoned vines to encase her, hurling herself into the air, just as a rabbit paw crashed down where she had stood. "Ha ha!" Long Siwen cackled from the tree, laughter growing louder despite the blood he coughed up. What had once seemed an assured demise for him now appeared to hold a glimmer of hope, eliciting his unrestrained joy. Chapter 129. The marksman seated on a tree branch, Long Siwen let out a hearty laugh, surveying Shiqing from a lofty position. "Miss Su, did you truly believe you would escape? The one facing death now is you." Having evaded the mutated rabbit and Appos' strike, Shiqing descended slowly to the ground, her expression steely as she regarded the one-eyed creature before her. Paying no heed to Long Siwen's taunts, she raised her middle finger defiantly, retorting, "What formidable beast could be controlled by you?" Even in the face of imminent death, her spirit remained unbroken. Long Siwen's demeanor darkened momentarily, but he soon chuckled again. "I never bother with the dead. My child, eliminate her." At his command, the mutated rabbit screeched, disregarding the blood streaming from its injured eye, and lunged at Su Shiqing with its claws. Under the influence of control, the creature seemed to have dulled its perception of pain, undeterred by its grievous injury. The opportunity to flee had vanished, and now, Su Shiqing was tasked with confronting a fourth-tier mutated rabbit while enduring Long Siwen's sporadic mental assaults. Compounding her predicament, her stamina had already waned significantly from the earlier struggle. Yet, her visage betrayed no hint of panic. She still possessed a trump card. The crystal core in her possession could sustain one more use of her spatial shield, allowing her to withstand a single attack from the mutated rabbit while she launched a full-on assault against Long Siwen. If she could eliminate him, the rabbit would lose its control, and its severe injury would surely hinder its movements. However, this plan was fraught with risks. Su Shiqing was uncertain whether the rabbit would go berserk upon regaining consciousness, disregarding its wounds to kill her. If that were the case, she would be left with no means of counteraction. Faced with the specter of death, Su Shiqing contemplated retreating to the modern era, pausing time at that moment, never to return to the apocalypse. Such a trade-off would mean forfeiting her means of survival in the post-apocalyptic world, a tremendous loss for her, especially considering her younger sister remained in that realm. Unless absolutely necessary, Su Shiqing was loath to resort to such measures. With the assistance of her powers, she continued to grapple with the mutated rabbit while meticulously observing for the opportune moment to strike. Yet, Long Siwen could not afford to wait. From his vantage point, he discerned flashes of lightning amidst the nearby woods, showing no signs of abating. Ningxin appeared to be dealing effortlessly with his own mutated beast, growing increasingly ferocious. Likely to resolve that conflict soon. Should Ningxin return, it would spell doom for Long Siwen. That was simply unacceptable. Long Siwen and Apos' expression darkened as he scrutinized Su Shiqing and Apos' every move on the battlefield. Unbeknownst to him, a crossbow had materialized in his hand, a weapon chosen with care according to his abilities. Assisted by his mental powers, he could almost guarantee that every shot would find its mark. He awaited the moment Su Shiqing would reveal a vulnerability, ready to send her on her way with a single arrow. Just as Su Shiqing remained oblivious to Long Siwen's subtle maneuvering, he too failed to notice that the dark muzzle of a gun had aimed at him from an unexpected direction. Anren, hidden within the tall grass, trembled slightly, her lips pressed tightly together. Observing the battle between her sister and the towering monstrosity, she felt a mix of fear and concern. Sister Anren whispered softly, her heart resolute. This time, she would not obey. She wished to be by her sister and Apos' side, come what may. Clutched in Anren and Apos' small hands was a handgun, one that Su Shiqing had inadvertently discarded. Somehow, Anren had stealthily retrieved it. As an observer, she could clearly see Long Siwen nocking an arrow aimed at her sister. Her breath quickened, her face paling, yet there was a chilling calmness in her thoughts. Gripping the gun firmly, Anren raised it unsteadily, the dark muzzle wavering as it pointed at Long Siwen. It was a strange sensation. Despite this being her first encounter with firearms, Anren felt an uncanny familiarity with their operation. She instinctively understood where her shot would land. With a distance of nearly 40 to 50 meters separating them, a voice echoed in her ear the moment she grasped the weapon. Yes, just like that, pull the trigger, and you will hit your target. Gradually, the youthful features of her face settled into a calm demeanor, displaying a resolve that belied her tender age. I will not allow you to harm my sister. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Ah! Ugh! Simultaneously, two cries echoed through the air. The recoil of the handgun was minor, yet still beyond what Anren and Apos' young frame could withstand. Her arm tingled painfully, and the gun slipped from her grasp, falling to the ground as she tumbled. Her shoulder colliding with the earth, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. Yet, Long Siwen and Apos' fate was far worse. Just as he was focusing intently on his aim, the sound of the gunshot shattered his concentration. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, a sudden jolt coursed through his body, lowering his gaze. He saw his abdomen stained crimson, blood gushing forth and soaking his clothing. The pain surged, and Long Siwen felt a wave of madness wash over him, who dared to launch a sneak attack. The unexpected gunfire caused Su Shiqing and Apos' pupils to contract as she quickly scanned her surroundings, only to witness Long Siwen, pale and wounded, plummeting from the tree, blood pouring from his midsection. What is? Shiqing had yet to grasp who had come to her aid when the mutated rabbit reacted first. Clearly, Long Siwen could no longer exert control over it. The creature began to regain its consciousness, shrieking in anguish over its lost eye. Seeing this, Shiqing immediately set aside all other concerns, holding her breath and remaining vigilant as she observed the rabbit and Apos' movements. In the grass 100 meters away, Anren clutched her bruised arm, struggling to rise. It doesn't hurt. Anren is fine with a hasty use of her powers to heal herself. Anren wobbled as she retrieved the handgun once more. Her sister still needed her assistance. She raised her hand again, the dark muzzle steadily aiming at the frenzied mutated rabbit. Chapter 130, and ran. Gasping for breath, Shiqing and Apos' hand trembled slightly at her side. Despite the continuous replenishment of her abilities through the crystal core, her body had its limits. Engaging in combat with a mutated beast that surpassed her by 2 tiers was a feat that had already exhausted her to the utmost. As she glanced at the menacing mutated rabbit not far away, its sole crimson eye fixated on her, Shiqing bit her lip, rapidly contemplating how to extricate herself from the perilous situation. At that moment, another gunshot rang out, bang, squeak. The mutated rabbit's foreleg exploded in a spray of blood, its screams growing increasingly anguished, panting heavily as it succumbed to fury and pain. From the moment Long Siwen was shot, Shiqing became acutely aware of the presence of others around her, instinctively guarding against her surroundings, uncertain if she might be the next target. Thus, when the gunfire erupted, she swiftly pinpointed the source, focusing on a figure concealed in the grass 100 meters away. In the dim light of the night, the figure in the grass was not easily discernible, yet Shiqing recognized the small stature all too well. And ran. Even with just a vague glimpse of the diminutive silhouette, Shiqing instantly recognized her. While she had maintained her composure against the mutated rabbit, her expression shifted dramatically at this revelation, her pupils constricting in disbelief. How could it be? Why was Anran here? Had she not obediently left as instructed? And was it Anran who had fired the gun? In an instant, Shiqing and Apos' mind buzzed, struggling to comprehend the bewildering events unfolding before her. Meanwhile, Anran had stumbled to the ground for the second time due to the recoil of the gun. Ouch! The girl plopped down. Though this fall was not as severe as the last, from a distance, it seemed she had caught sight of Shiqing, as if she had realized her presence. Anran instinctively touched her nose, feeling a pang of guilt. At that moment, Shiqing could not afford to confront Anran. Having confirmed that the gunman was indeed Anran, her gaze turned lethal as she focused back on the mutated rabbit. If she had previously pondered how to escape, now, to ensure Anran and Apos' safety, she was contemplating how to utterly annihilate this mutated beast. Yes, to eradicate it completely. Despite the significant 2-tier difference, Shiqing was prepared to reveal all her hidden cards. It was worth a try. Her greatest reliance was the protective shield of space. As Shiqing contemplated how to maximize the benefits of the shield, she suddenly felt the air around her grow colder. Little girl, step back. A gentle woman's voice floated from behind her. Shiqing turned abruptly, and before she could discern the newcomer, a flurry of ice spikes whizzed past her. The ice spikes, as thick as an arm and with razor-sharp tips, hurtled fiercely toward the mutated rabbit. The mutated rabbit quickly sensed the new threat, its massive body leaping aside to evade, shaking the ground in its wake, yet it could not completely escape the onslaught. Soon, its fur was stained a deep red, its injuries worsening. But due to the beast and Apos' formidable constitution, it still clung to life. Who are you? Shiqing scrutinized the woman who had appeared unbeknownst to her. The woman, sporting a neat short haircut, appeared to be in her 30s, clad in a clean and practical sports outfit, clearly an ice elemental ability user. However, what intrigued Shiqing more was the woman and Apos' face, which seemed oddly familiar. I am Long Yin, a Tier 3 ice elemental ability user. Long Yin smiled warmly yet composedly, her gaze fixed on the mutated rabbit. A Tier 4 mutated rabbit, a formidable opponent. Shiqing maintained a cautious distance, for the sudden appearance of a stranger was undeniably suspicious. Moreover, the mutated rabbit was gravely injured, leading her to reasonably suspect that this woman intended to claim the spoils for herself. Whether zombies or mutated beasts, they all possessed crystal cores within their brains. And the higher the tier, the better the quality of the core. A Tier 4 mutated rabbit and Apos' crystal core was not something easily acquired. Lang Yin and Appos. Subsequent words only solidified Su Shiqing and Appos' suspicions. Little girl, do you need assistance? We can join forces to deal with this mutated beast. No need. Su Shiqing decisively rejected, channeling vines in her hand and forcefully slamming them to the ground, pointing directly at the mutated rabbit. This is my prey. Absurd. Su Shiqing would not allow anyone else to benefit from her hard-fought battle with the mutated rabbit. Tier 2 with elemental. Such bravado? Lang Yin narrowed her eyes, her tone laced with skepticism. Yet, she remained unperturbed, stepping forward, ice spikes materializing in her palm. But I'm afraid, little girl. This is something our base leader specifically requested. Base leader? The base leader she referred to could not possibly be Long Siwen, who was likely already incapacitated. Were there other bases nearby? But there was no time for contemplation. Su Shiqing's eyes darkened. This person intended to seize her crystal core. Before Lang Yin could launch her ice spikes, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Blue and purple lightning exploded in the air, striking towards Lang Yin and Appos' position. Her pupils dilated as she hastily dodged. Meanwhile, Su Shiqing, initially taken aback by the sudden lightning, soon broke into a relieved smile. How tardy you are! Su Shiqing beamed at the newcomer emerging from the woods, observing Ning Snyan and Appos' disheveled form. I was about to wear the rabbit down myself. You're at least 2 tiers above me. Your speed leaves much to be desired. Ning Snyan and Appos' white windbreaker was tattered, and a gaping wound marred his right arm. Flesh-torn and raw. Yet, his expression remained indifferent, as if he felt little pain. His eyes, as deep as the night, surveyed Su Shiqing from head to toe, finally settling on the blood at the corner of her mouth. I apologize for the delay. Ning Snyan's gaze darkened as he tossed the crystal core of the recently slain mutated rabbit to Su Shiqing. This is for you. Then, turning his attention to the enigmatic Lang Yin, he slowly shed his tattered windbreaker, discarding it carelessly. If you're here to steal the mutated beast and Appos' crystal core, you may leave. Blue and purple lightning crackled around him as he redirected his gaze back to Lang Yin. What Shiqing desires, no one shall take. Chapter 131. Release the young girl. Ning Snyan's voice held an undeniable certainty, as if he were confident that Lang Yin could not seize the crystal core. Yet, upon glancing at Su Shiqing, his expression softened slightly. Impressive, you've held on until now. Leave the rest to me. The moment Lang Yin saw the 4th-tier Ning Snyan, her demeanor grew somber, while Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow, casually dispersing the vines she had just gathered. She too felt a bit exhausted and, seeing Ning Snyan's return, decided to withdraw. Su Shiqing's gaze fell upon Ning Snyan's injured right arm, worry flickering in her eyes. Is your hand all right? It and Appos' just a minor injury, nothing to worry about, Ning Snyan replied, shaking his head lightly, his palm crackling with electricity as he slowly turned to glare at the mutated rabbit not far away. The neglected mutated rabbit had somehow risen on its limbs, its body smeared with a mix of ice shards and blood, its only constant being the crimson malice reflected in its eyes. Humph. The physique of a mutated beast cannot compare to that of a superpowered individual, Lang Yin scoffed, arms crossed, observing Ning Snyan and Appos' calm demeanor with disdain. Careful not to overestimate yourself. You might end up losing your life. It was evident that this man had just endured a fierce battle. Lang Yin could not believe he would be able to handle the mutated rabbit that lay before them, and soon enough, she would have to act herself. Ning Snyan paid her no heed, perhaps not even hearing her words. However, Su Shiqing, standing nearby, clearly caught what she had said. Her expression darkened slightly. Was she not cursing Ning Snyan? Lang Yin's attention was wholly fixed on Ning Snyan, oblivious to the shift in Su Shiqing's demeanor. Young man, you are still quite inexperienced. I advise you not to overexert yourself in such matters. Lang Yin began, but her voice abruptly halted as her pupils constricted. Sharp vines aimed directly at her eyes, mere inches away. Su Shiqing brushed off her clothes, a smirk gracing her lips as she raised a finger and gently shook it at Lang Yin. Auntie, your limitations do not define the capabilities of others. For instance, he can handle that mutated rabbit alone, just as I, a 2nd tier, can deal with you, a 3rd tier. Though Su Shiqing wore a smile, Lang Yin felt an inexplicable sense of threat emanating from her. Despite being a tier above, she felt no sense of security as the vine sprouted. A chill coursed down her spine, and she instinctively fell silent. When she looked up, she saw Ning Snyan, his face cold, pinning the mutated rabbit to the ground. His fist crackled with electricity as he stood over the rabbit, each strike causing the creature and Appos' fur to sizzle and emit a faint burnt odor. Ning Snyan and Apos' expression remained inscrutable. Though his eyes darkened, lips pressed tightly together, as if he were angry, the large mutated rabbit seemed to have become a mere doll in his grasp. Devoid of any resistance, Long Yin stared, entranced. She had witnessed other fourth-tier superpowered individuals in the base, but none exhibited such ferocity as Ning Snyan. As Su Shiqing observed the tide of battle turning in Ning Snyan and Apos' favor, her anxiety lessened, yet her expression grew more serious. Since the mutated rabbit no longer required her attention, it was time to consider other matters. With a stern expression, Su Shiqing extended a hand toward the thicket. Her fingertips flicking, vines surged from the ground, quickly ensnaring Enran's waist and pulling her out, as Enran was suddenly extracted from the grass. Long Yin was taken aback, warily scrutinizing the girl before her. Enran had been struggling in the thicket for some time. Her twin braids were disheveled. Her face smeared with dirt, her attire dusty and disheveled. Pouting slightly, Enran lowered her head, her hands obediently clutching a gun in front of her. Seemingly aware that her sister was upset and too timid to speak, Su Shiqing frowned slightly, observing the disheveled girl and feeling a twinge of complex emotion. In truth, she was not angry, she was merely fearful. Enran had stealthily returned to the battlefield without her knowledge, and if danger approached, Su Shiqing would be unable to protect her. The thought of failing to safeguard Enran in the apocalypse sent shivers down her spine. With a deep sigh, Su Shiqing was about to speak when Lang Yin unexpectedly interjected. Enran? Is that you? Lang Yin, gazing at the dust-covered girl, asked uncertainly. Huh? Both Enran and Su Shiqing turned, the former with confusion and the latter with suspicion. What is going on? Who is this person that knows my sister? At Long? Enran blinked in surprise, genuinely recognizing her. At her words, Lang Yin's expression shifted sharply as she noticed the vines still coiled around Enran's waist. She immediately acted. Release that girl. With a swift motion, countless ice needles formed and shot towards Su Shiqing and Apos' face. Enran. Su Shiqing? Are you telling me to release whom? My sister? Who are you, anyway? In an instant, Su Shiqing found the situation absurd, pushing Enran aside to prevent any accidental injury. Vines, agile as serpents, sprouted from her feet, blocking the ice needles while advancing toward Lang Yin. The moment the ice needles collided with the vines, a sound akin to metal clashing echoed, clear and melodious. As their powers clashed, both Su Shiqing and Lang Yin were involuntarily pushed back a step, letting out soft grunts. Lang Yin stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. How could a second-tier superpowered individual match her control over abilities, being a third-tier? Meanwhile, Ning Snyan, having subdued the mutated rabbit, sensed something amiss. He turned to see the two combatants' powers colliding, blood trickling from the corner of Su Shiqing's mouth. His pupils narrowed slightly, and he reacted faster than thought. Leaping from the defeated rabbit to appear beside Su Shiqing, he placed a hand on her shoulder, his brow furrowed. A chilling glare directed at Lang Yin. If you seek death, I can certainly oblige you. Enran, finally grasping the situation, felt a surge of panic. Everything had unfolded too rapidly. She hadn't fully understood what had happened before Su Shiqing and Lang Yin began to clash. She looked at her sister and Lang Yin, both seemingly injured, and cried out in distress. Sister, Aunt Long, please, stop fighting. She's Qingqing and Apos' mother. Chapter 132, Misunderstanding Sister? Qingqing and Apos' mother? Upon hearing these words, both Lang Yin and Su Shiqing were taken aback, while Ning Snyan, who had begun to manipulate the thunderball, momentarily halted his actions. Indeed, Anren, disregarding everything else, rushed over to grasp Su Shiqing and Apos' hand, exclaiming, This is Anren and Apos' sister, her biological sister. She then pointed towards Lang Yin. This is Qingqing and Apos' mother. I call her Aunt Long. Raising an eyebrow, Su Shiqing pressed a hand against her somewhat constricted chest, discreetly scrutinizing the woman referred to as Qingqing and Apos' mother. No wonder she found the woman's features somewhat familiar at first glance. Upon closer inspection, she indeed bore a resemblance to Yin Qingqing. However, if this woman were truly Yin Qingqing and Apos' mother, then Lang Yin and Apos' presence here was rather suspicious. Did she know her daughter was here? Although Lang Yin did not seem as well off as Su Shiqing and the others, her attire was impeccably clean. Was she aware that her daughter was living in such dire conditions? Furthermore, Lang Yin had previously mentioned that the crystal cores of the mutated beasts were specifically requested by their base leader. Did they know from the outset that Long Siwen was raising mutated beasts? Sister? Lang Yin furrowed her brow, glancing back and forth between Su Shiqing and Anren, and indeed noticed the similarities. Her expression softened slightly. I was too hasty earlier, thinking that Anren was being threatened by her. The children from both families had been good friends at the same kindergarten before the apocalypse, yet Lang Yin had never actually met Su Shiqing. Su Shiqing only had a vague impression of the original owner's memories from before the apocalypse. However, it was certain that their parents had passed away early, and their uncles and aunts were unwilling to raise 2 additional children, seizing the inheritance left by their parents to support her sister's education. The original owner had to drop out of school early to work, remaining perpetually busy with little opportunity for social interaction. Lang Yin had merely heard that Anren had an elder sister but had never actually seen her, leading to the earlier misunderstanding. With the misunderstanding now resolved, there seemed to be no further reason to escalate the situation. Ning Xinian stood silently behind Su Shiqing, retracting his abilities. Yet his gaze towards Lang Yin remained vigilant and unfriendly. He noticed a faint trace of blood at the corner of Su Shiqing's mouth and felt a desire to assist her in wiping it away. But he quickly realized that would be overly intrusive. He merely pursed his lips and softly inquired, "Did you sustain an injury just now?" Having already expended too much energy and having just withstood an attack from a 3rd-tier ability user, Su Shiqing felt a throbbing pain in her temples and a heaviness in her chest. Nevertheless, upon hearing his words, she offered Ning Xinian a reassuring smile. "Of course. I'm fine. I'm not that fragile." Observing the slight pallor of Su Shiqing's complexion, Ning Xinian's gaze darkened, uncertain whether to believe her. Yet he silently maintained his position behind her. At this distance, he could quickly notice if something was amiss with Su Shiqing, and if any unforeseen circumstances arose. He could promptly react to protect her. "Anren, why do you look so disheveled?" Lang Yan's brow furrowed again as she glanced at the dusty little girl. "Did your sister fail to protect you?" At this remark, Ning Xinian was momentarily taken aback. He knew well how much Su Shiqing cared for her sister. How could she possibly have neglected to protect her? However, upon turning his head, he too noticed Anren and Apos' unkempt hair and disordered clothing, her face smeared with dirt and grime. As the conversation shifted back to her, Anren sheepishly touched her nose, avoiding Su Shiqing and Apos' gaze. "Anren." Su Shiqing lowered her eyelids and sighed softly. "Speak up. Why didn't you obediently wait for me in a safe place as I instructed?" "I want to be with my sister," Anren replied, lowering her head but speaking with surprising conviction, her voice clear to all present. In certain matters, the little girl displayed remarkable determination, akin to an immovable force that could not be swayed. Yet, in this instance, Su Shiqing found herself at a loss. She wished for Anren and Apos' safety. But from a different perspective, how could Anren bear the thought of her sister sacrificing herself to protect her? Anren simply desired to be with her sister, and she had not hindered Su Shiqing in any way. In fact, she had been quite helpful. Su Shiqing still wanted to ask Anren about the 2 gunshots earlier and when she had learned to shoot, but with Lang Yin nearby, she chose to refrain from discussing it at that moment. Instead, she discreetly seized the gun from Anren and Apos' hands when Lang Yin was not paying attention. "Sister, please don't be angry," Anren cautiously approached, grasping Su Shiqing and Apos' hand and gently shaking it while tilting her head up. Anren acknowledged her mistake and promised to listen next time. Su Shiqing raised her hand to tousle Anren's hair, fully aware of what the girl was thinking. "You know you were wrong, yet you'll still repeat the same mistake next time. Won't you? You think I can't see through your little schemes?" With no rebuttal, Anren simply chuckled foolishly, nuzzling against Su Shiqing, seemingly aware that as long as she behaved this way, her sister would be at a loss for how to handle her. And indeed, Su Shiqing found herself unable to reprimand Anren. The little girl had remained behind out of concern for her, and though she might seem fierce, she couldn't and Apos' bring herself to scold her, let alone resort to physical punishment. Ultimately, she could only sigh heavily and ruffle Anren and Apos' hair affectionately. Throughout this exchange, Ning Xinian had been observing Lang Yin closely, sensing something was amiss. The moment Lang Yin laid eyes on Anren, she displayed concern. Yet after standing there for quite some time, Ning Xinian had not detected a trace of longing for her daughter on her face. Regardless of whether Lang Yin knew that Yin Qingqing was alive or that she was present here, how could she fail to associate the sight of the girl, who bore a striking resemblance to Yin Qingqing, with her own daughter? Ning Xinian, not one for words, remained silent despite his suspicions. Instead, He turned his gaze towards Su Shiqing, only to find her looking back at him. Her expression slightly furrowed as her eyes fell upon the gruesome wound on his right arm. The injury had bled profusely, and despite the passage of time, it showed no signs of clotting, blood continuing to drip down. Yet, Ning Xinian appeared utterly unconcerned, having not once mentioned the need to bandage it. Chapter 133, a sense of unease, however, his indifference did not imply that Su Shiqing shared the same sentiment. My friend, one need not fear the loss of blood. Su Shiqing cast her gaze down upon the wound on Ning Xinian and Apos' arm, extending a finger to gently press against his shoulder. Let us bandage it. Upon hearing the word bandage, Anren's little head instantly perked up, and she raised her small hand, exclaiming, I'll do it. I'll help my brother. Ning Xinian pursed his lips, ready to decline, but was interrupted by Su Shiqing. If you do not cherish your own body, how can you expect anyone else to? Her tone was firm as she grasped Ning Xinian and Apos' hand and raised an eyebrow at Anren. Anren, go. With a resolute grip on Ning Xinian and Apos' wrist, Su Shiqing insisted that Anren attend to his injury. It was unreasonable to allow someone to roam about with such a ghastly wound. With determination, Anren stood on her tiptoes, gently placing her hand upon Ning Xinian's arm. A radiant light emanated from her palm, and Ning Xinian felt a warm current flow from her tiny hand, soothingly gliding over his wound, and the flesh began to visibly mend. Ning Xinian allowed his eyelids to droop slightly as he observed the delicate, fair hand clasping his wrist, an unnoticed softness creeping into his eyes as he quietly acquiesced to her ministrations. Meanwhile, Su Shiqing surveyed their surroundings. The recent battle with the mutated rabbits had left the nearby structures and trees in ruin. This small base was utterly devastated. Corpses and bloodstains littered the ground, with the carcass of a mutated rabbit nearby resembling a small hill. Further away, Long Siwen lay motionless beneath a tree, surrounded by a pool of crimson, appearing to have succumbed to blood loss. Some of the individuals within the base had fled, while others met tragic fates, either becoming prey for the mutated rabbits or being trampled into mush. A remaining few huddled in the safety of their shelters, trembling with fear, lacking the courage to face the mutated rabbits. Only when the sounds outside diminished did they cautiously emerge, gazing at the nearby mound of mutated rabbit bodies. Many were left in a daze. The sacred beast is dead? We survived? No, this cannot be. Without the sacred beast, how shall we find food? What will we eat to survive? Where's Brother Long? He must have a plan. But look, Brother Long is dead. Whispers of anxiety filled the air as the survivors stepped out, their expressions a mix of terror and uncertainty about the future. Yet, these concerns were of no interest to Su Shiqing. It was laughable, given their intention to sacrifice the three of them to the mutated rabbit. She would be magnanimous not to seek retribution. Why should she spare any thought for their feelings? As the moonlight cascaded down, small flames began to flicker within the base, barely illuminating the space. Su Shiqing attempted to locate Yan Qingqing amidst the shadows, but the obstructed light thwarted her efforts. Thus, she turned her attention to Lung Yan, eschewing any preamble. Aunt Lang, do you know if your daughter is still alive? You mean Qingqing? Lung Yan and Apos' eyes flickered in disbelief as she raised a hand to cover her lips. It's been a year since the apocalypse began. I haven't seen Qingqing. I thought she was. She is here. As for whether she miraculously escaped the recent calamity, I cannot say. Su Shiqing shrugged, revealing little. As she spoke, she scrutinized Lang Yin and Apos' expression for any signs of deception. Su Shiqing felt that the circumstances were too peculiar. She could not pinpoint the source of her unease, yet everything seemed suspicious. If, as Lang Yin claimed, she had been separated from her daughter long ago, the odds of reuniting in such dire times were exceedingly slim. Could it truly be that she stumbled upon her daughter's whereabouts solely due to a command from the base leader? And if Lang Yin were lying? If she had always known where her daughter was, it would be far more chilling. Oh, Qingqing. After healing Ning Xinian, Anren retracted her hand, as if suddenly recalling something. She anxiously scanned the area. Noticing that Ning Xinian's wound had healed, Su Shiqing withdrew her hand and comfortingly patted Anren's shoulder. Ning Xinian touched his wrist, where Su Shiqing's warmth lingered, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Yan Qingqing should be safe, he remarked, gesturing toward the outskirts of the base. Her home lies in that direction, untouched by the mutated rabbits. As long as she hasn't ventured out, she will be fine. Before he could finish, a shadow darted before them, as Lang Yin bolted forward in a sudden rush. She indeed resembled a mother concerned for her daughter's safety. Su Shiqing stroked her chin thoughtfully, her gaze shifting to Ning Xinian. who was equally dubious of Long Yin and Apos' actions. Do you also sense something amiss? Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Ning Xinian replied, meeting Su Shiqing's gaze with a slight nod. Her eyes lack any emotion. What emotion? Su Shiqing questioned, perplexed. Ning Xinian glanced at Anren beside Su Shiqing, patiently explaining, when you speak of Anren, your eyes unconsciously soften, revealing your affection for her. Anren beamed at the mention of her name. Yet, Lang Yin's eyes betray none of that. There is no concern for her daughter, no hint of worry, nor overflowing love. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. Many times, a person's gaze can reveal their innermost thoughts. At this point, Ning Xinian paused, then added, of course, this is merely my impression. I could be overthinking it. Su Shiqing smiled and winked. How fortuitous, for I too share that sentiment. Meanwhile, Anren nibbled on her fingers, sensing an unspoken tension between her brother and sister. Sister, is Aunt Lung a bad person? Su Shiqing tousled the little girl's hair. Anren, the definition of a bad person is quite nebulous. It is challenging for me to reach a conclusion. You should observe for yourself, based on what you see and understand, to judge this matter. At least for now, without clarity on Lang Yan's motives, Su Shiqing genuinely felt uncertain about her intentions. After all, just moments ago, Lang Yan appeared genuinely concerned for Anren. Upon hearing this, Anren nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. As they noticed Lang Yan stop at the entrance of a building, seemingly attempting to kick the door open, the three exchanged glances before following suit. Chapter 134. No one can protect you. Cold Smoke faced the door, her back to Su Shiqing and the others, obscuring her expression. As Su Shiqing and the others approached, Cold Smoke had already knocked on the door several times and finally, unable to contain her impatience, forcefully kicked it open. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The moment the door burst open, a terrified scream echoed, revealing a trembling man behind it. Yin Ing collapsed to the ground, raising his hands in a futile attempt to shield himself, retreating in panic. Beside him, Yin Qingqing lay face down, motionless on the floor, her breath faint, her clothes tattered. Visible on her exposed skin were numerous red welts and bruises, seeping blood, a truly horrifying sight. Even Su Shiqing and Ning Xian could not help but frown, while Anren's face turned pale. Qingqing, Qingqing. Anren, her eyes filled with concern, dashed past Cold Smoke into the room, cautiously reaching out to touch her unconscious friend on the ground. Recalling her own abilities, Anren quickly extended her hand, gently brushing over Yin Qingqing's body in an attempt to heal her injuries. Yining, the aura of a third-tier ability user erupted from Cold Smoke, as she glared fiercely at the incoherent Yining on the floor, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. Is this how you take care of our daughter? Xiaoyan, you must let me explain. Yining swallowed hard, hurriedly attempting to justify himself. It was Qingqing who was disobedient. I only wanted to teach her a lesson. He too was an ability user, but merely a first-tier one, utterly insufficient in the face of Cold Smoke and Apos' power. And his face was rapidly paling. Perhaps it's a matter of regional differences. We don't consider domestic violence a lesson here, Su Shiqing remarked lightly from the doorway, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he spread his hands. When he had seen Yin Qingqing earlier that day, she had appeared somewhat disheveled but still spirited. Yet now, she lay cold on the floor, barely breathing, her body marred by the marks of whips. A sharp eye spike plunged into Yin Ying's arm, eliciting a cry of pain as he clutched the wound, blood flowing uncontrollably. Cold Smoke maintained a frosty demeanor, looking down upon Yin Ying. You may do as you please, but you should never have harmed Qingqing in such a manner. Anren, her face slightly pale, withdrew her hand, having exhausted too much of her power. Taking a step back, where Su Shiqing caught her, he handed her a crystal core, his gaze shifting to the injured Yin Qingqing on the ground. Healing abilities often worked wonders against physical injuries, and even though Anren was merely a first-tier ability user, she could still mend most of the grievous wounds afflicting Qingqing. On the ground, Yin Qingqing blinked slowly, gradually opening her eyes, awakening from her stupor. The child's gaze was filled with confusion, as if momentarily forgetting the events that had transpired, but soon the memories returned. Her expression shifted to one of terror as she surveyed her surroundings, seeming to anticipate where the next strike might fall. Qingqing, you're awake. Anren's somewhat cheerful voice pulled Yin Qingqing back to reality. Anren? Staring at Su Shiqing and Anren not far in front of her, as well as Ning Xian standing at the door, Yin Qingqing momentarily froze. Then she noticed her father, clutching his injured arm, and collapsed on the ground, while before her stood a woman who seemed vaguely familiar. Yin Qingqing's eyes widened slightly, whispering as if in a dream, "Mom." It was not that Yin Qingqing had forgotten her mother's appearance, rather. Cold Smoke and Oppos' demeanor was so transformed that she was almost unrecognizable. In the past, their mother had devoted herself to caring for them, neglecting her own appearance, tirelessly handling household chores, appearing haggard and reserved. Yet the Cold Smoke before her, though unadorned, radiated a calm confidence that had never been seen before. Yin Qingqing felt as if she were dreaming. How could she see her mother standing before her? Her soft whisper did not escape Cold Smoke and Oppos' notice. Cold Smoke tilted her head slightly, observing the dazed and incredulous expression on Yin Qingqing and Oppos' face, her own features softening as she opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Finally responding softly, "Yes, Mommy is here." Upon hearing those words, tears began to stream down Yin Qingqing and Oppos' cheeks, plopping onto the ground. "Mommy, is it really you?" Yin Qingqing's eyes reddened instantly, as if all the grievances she had borne found an outlet. The 6-year-old could not contain her emotions. She stumbled to her feet and rushed towards Cold Smoke, arms outstretched, longing to leap into her mother's embrace. And Cold Smoke indeed caught her. "Whoa, Mommy. I missed you so much. I thought I would never see you again. Daddy kept wanting to hit me. I was so scared." Children in the apocalypse are remarkably resilient. Unless those who love them remain, their tears serve no purpose. At that moment, it was clear that Yin Qingqing had found the person she could trust. "Mommy knows. Mommy will make Daddy pay the price." Cold Smoke gently patted Yin Qingqing and Oppos' back, her cold gaze fixed on Yin Ing on the floor, infused with murderous intent. "From now on, Qingqing will stay with Mommy, all right? Mommy is now living in a large base, a safe place where no one will dare to bully you." For Yin Qingqing, it mattered little where they went, as long as she was with her mother. Su Shiqing silently led and ran to the doorway, standing side by side with Ning Xian, watching the family of 3 inside, their expressions pensive, lost in thought. Seeing Yin Qingqing completely trust her mother, it was evident that their plan to take her along to a company and Ran had fallen through. Since she had reunited with her mother, Su Shiqing and the others clearly had no reason to take Yin Qingqing away. However, observing Cold Smoke's somewhat awkward attempts to comfort Yin Qingqing, Su Shiqing narrowed his eyes slightly, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Coincidentally, at that moment, Cold Smoke's gaze shifted to them. "Please watch over Qingqing for me," Cold Smoke urged, nudging Yin Qingqing towards Su Shiqing and the others. Then turning her cold gaze back to the ashen-faced Yin Ing, "I have some matters to discuss with him alone. Xiao Yin, you must let me explain." Yin Ing's injury, pierced by the ice spike, had ceased to bleed, not because the wound had healed, but because the frigid temperature had nearly frozen his arm. "I am the child's father. Xiao Yin, have our years of love gone to waste?" Yet the only response he received was the sound of the door closing. Su Shiqing led Yin Qingqing outside, leaving Cold Smoke alone with Yin Ing. In the dim light, Cold Smoke's smile was unsettling, her voice soft yet menacing. "I recall warning you that if you harmed Yin Qingqing, no one would be able to protect you." Chapter 135, Exchange Outside. Su Shiqing and Ning Xian stood guard in front of the 2 young girls, awaiting Lung Yin and Oppos' emergence from within, while watching the 2 little ones engage in animated conversation. Perhaps due to the demise of the mutated rabbit, a portion of those who had previously fled from the base cautiously returned. However, witnessing the devastation of the base, the irretrievable loss of the sacred beast, and the lifeless body of Long Siwen, which had begun to chill, left nearly everyone at the base engulfed in confusion. The base lay in ruins. Where would they go from here? With the sacred beast gone, what would become of their food supply? With Longo absent, who would lead them onward? As the night deepened, a subtle sense of panic spread throughout the base, though it did not affect Su Shiqing and her companions. With a languid yawn, Su Shiqing lifted her gaze to the sky, reflecting on the tumult of the night that was swiftly passing. "Are you weary?" Ning Xian inquired, noticing the faint fatigue on Su Shiqing's face. "Once this is all over, you and Anren should rest in the car for a while. I'm not exactly tired. Absorbing the crystal cores allows me to remain awake for 24 hours, she replied. "Yet, I am indeed fatigued. It feels as if so much has transpired in just a day, with hardly a moment for respite." "You too," Su Shiqing remarked, glancing at the now healed, once gruesome wound on Ning Xian's right arm, which had fully recovered under Anren's care. "You must stop neglecting your own health. Among the 3 of us, you bore the most severe injuries and fought the longest. You should be resting properly." "Do not worry," Ning Xian said, a fleeting smile gracing his lips before vanishing. I will be fine. As the two engaged in casual conversation, the two young girls nearby were full of excitement, chattering animatedly. Anrin, it's wonderful. I found my mother. My mother is alive. She didn't and oppose, die. Shiqing exclaimed, her face radiating a genuine smile that had not graced her features for a long time. It was perhaps the first time since the apocalypse that she smiled from the heart. Tears still stained her cheeks, and her voice quivered with exhilaration. Yes, Shiqing, that and oppose. As fantastic. Anrin nodded in agreement, genuinely delighted for her friend. Although they would soon part ways, Anrin could not help but feel joy for her companion. If she were to be separated from her sister for an extended period and then suddenly reunite, Anrin mused, she would likely struggle to contain her own emotions even more than Shiqing. At that moment, the door before them creaked open. Longyan emerged, reeking of blood. Her expression marked by a somber intensity. Mother! Shiqing exclaimed, eager to rush forward, but halted mid-step, momentarily daunted by the grave demeanor on Lang Yin and Appo's face. She had never seen her mother like this and felt an unfamiliar sense of estrangement. Yet, a faint smile soon graced Lang Yin's lips as she embraced Shiqing. Shiqing. The matter has been resolved. Let us go, shall we? On a physical level, it was resolved. Behind the half-open door, Yining lay gruesomely pinned to the floor. A pool of blood spreading beneath her, her eyes wide open, unblinking in death. Should a child witness such a sight, it would haunt their dreams for a lifetime. All right. Shiqing will go with mother. The fleeting sense of strangeness dissipated, and Shiqing quickly acquiesced. In the next moment, Lung Yan's gaze fell upon Su Shiqing. The look she cast was far from friendly. Miss Su, I reiterate my previous statement, Lung Yan said, pressing her lips together. The crystal cores from the mutated beasts are items the base leader specifically requested I return. I must ask you to relinquish them. The faint smile that had adorned Su Shiqing's face vanished in an instant. How could she still be fixated on those two mutated beast crystal cores at this juncture? Even if one were to consider it from another perspective, Lang Yin had accomplished little to warrant such a demand from them. As Su Shiqing and Appo's smile faded, a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. Ning Xinian remained silent, standing resolutely beside Su Shiqing, his posture signaling his allegiance. It seemed that should Su Shiqing speak, he would be ready to act. The second crystal core had long since been extracted by Ning Xinian and handed over to Su Shiqing. She retrieved the two cores from her space, idly toying with them in her hands, deliberately avoiding Lang Yan's scrutinizing gaze. You presume to take my belongings without considering that I might refuse? The value of the two fourth-tier mutated beast crystal cores was self-evident. Yet it seemed unlikely that they warranted such a specific demand from the base leader. While Su Shiqing felt a twinge of suspicion within, she maintained an air of nonchalance, though it conveyed an unmistakable unwillingness to comply. For her, these two crystal cores represented a significant effort to acquire, and she could not simply hand them over without due cause. While it might be common for others to express dissent, Lang Yin could not afford to act so recklessly in the face of Su Shiqing and her companions. Do you wish to resort to force? Su Shiqing thought, her vines poised to ensnare, and Ning Xinian ready to unleash a thunderball should the situation escalate. However, orders were orders, and Lung Yin understood the significance of these crystal cores to the base leader. They were items that needed to be secured at all costs. Miss Su, these crystal cores are indeed of great importance to the base leader. He would be willing to offer something in exchange, Lung Yin asserted, gesturing toward the west. Our base, Ningen Base, is not far from here. You are welcome to visit. Exchange? To be honest, Su Shiqing was unsure what could possibly entice her to consider a trade at this moment. She lacked for nothing in terms of resources, crystal cores, or even post-apocalyptic technology, thanks to Ning Xinian. Yet, it was clear that Lung Yin was unaware of Su Shiqing and Appo's circumstances, confidently asserting, if you agree to an exchange, our base is prepared to offer a substantial amount of resources. Substantial? Just how substantial? Su Shiqing queried, skeptical. Can it surpass the supplies I already possess? Chapter 136. Cast a long line to catch big fish for Su Shiqing. Resources held little allure. While in the apocalypse a bottle of water or a loaf of bread seemed precious, she did not share that sentiment. Rather than exchanging for mere supplies, she sought something far more valuable, the cores of zombies. In truth, what Su Shiqing truly required were these cores. Although her spatial reserves were plentiful, they would soon prove inadequate in practical application. Not to mention, deploying the protective barrier of her space alone could deplete all the cores she currently possessed. This consideration did not even account for the demands of upgrading her space or enhancing her own abilities. Thus, it was evident that the more cores she acquired, the better. However, after expressing her need, her voice faltered slightly as she glanced at Ning Xinian beside her and waved the 2 mutant beast cores in her hand. Do you have any need for these? One of the cores was obtained by Ning Xinian after he single-handedly defeated a mutant rabbit, prompting Su Shiqing to inquire further. Concerned that he might object, "They are a gift for you. You may handle them as you wish," Ning Xinian replied, shaking his head, unperturbed. To him, the cores of mutant beasts were inconsequential, and as long as Su Shiqing appreciated them, he was indifferent to how she chose to manage them. For he had other means to procure more high-tier cores. Zombie cores? Lang Yin paused, momentarily silent as she seemed to ponder the possibility of agreement. "We can provide you with first or second-tier zombie cores. How many do you desire?" The scale of the Ningen base was considerable, and they naturally possessed a stockpile of cores, predominantly of lower-tier zombies. Only cores of Tier 3 and above were deemed valuable. While the energy within these low-tier cores was not pure, excessive absorption could hinder an ability user and Oppo's future development. Consequently, the Ning and Oppo's and base primarily utilized these cores for research purposes. Hence, if they could indeed exchange these low-tier zombie cores for a higher-tier mutant beast core, it would be a lucrative trade. Su Shiqing, however, was not concerned about the tier. Her space possessed natural purifying capabilities. Although a first-tier core could not compare to the vast energy of a fourth-tier core, the law of quantitative change leading to qualitative change meant the impact was negligible. Well, Su Shiqing mused, contemplating the mutant beast cores in her hand, and swallowed back her initial, more ambitious proposal. A base capable of allowing a Tier 3 ability user to roam freely was undoubtedly substantial. Reflecting on the supplies she had long accumulated in her space, Su Shiqing and Oppo's mind sparked with an alternative plan. She would pay a visit to the Ning and Oppo's and base. It was time to revive her business endeavors. This time, Su Shiqing aspired not only to engage with the base's common folk, but also to establish connections with its higher echelons. Leaving a good impression would be paramount. 2,000 zombie cores for 1 mutant beast core, she decisively stated after careful consideration. This price, in her estimation, was not excessive, as low-tier cores were merely a bother in the hands of most people, of minimal use but accompanied by significant side effects. Conversely, the 4th-tier mutant beast core she held was undeniably a treasure, akin to trading trash for a gem. If she did not elevate the quantity, she would indeed be at a disadvantage. "Deal," Lang Yin exclaimed, swiftly finalizing the agreement, leaving no room for hesitation. She perceived the young girl before her as somewhat inexperienced. Astonished that she would consent to such an exchange of low-tier cores for a high-tier mutant beast core, a clear loss on her part. Yet, Su Shiqing remained unfazed by the potential loss. For her, casting a long line to catch a big fish meant merely leaving a favorable impression for now. When she personally visited the Ningen base, it would be revealed who truly stood to gain. "Then, Miss Su, shall we set off back to the base?" Lang Yin suggested, her brow relaxing slightly as she gestured for Su Shiqing and her companions to follow. She certainly did not possess a wealth of course for a successful transaction. They would need to return to the base. However, before Su Shiqing could respond, a sharp voice rang out from a distance. "Wait. You cannot just leave." The group turned their heads, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, revealing the survivors who had managed to endure. Approximately 20 to 30 individuals with faintly crimson eyes. Their expressions a mix of fear, confusion, and unease, fixated on Su Shiqing and her companions. During the earlier conversation between Su Shiqing and Lang Yin, these survivors had been lurking in the shadows, hesitant to approach. They believed their subtle movements went unnoticed, unaware that every action was perceptible to those with abilities. The survivors seemed to fear the strength of the abilities users, and only upon hearing their intent to depart did they hurriedly step forward to intervene. Perhaps due to lingering stress, Yin Qingqing shivered instinctively at the high-pitched shout, drawing closer to Lang Yin for comfort. Lang Yin and Oppo's countenance darkened slightly as she scanned the encircling crowd, disdainfully muttering, "My legs are my own. Do you truly think you can stop me?" Most of the survivors were ordinary people, and even if a few possessed abilities, they were ineffective against the pressure exerted by a Tier 3 ability user. Yet, perhaps overwhelmed by fear of the future, some still shouted defiantly, "You cannot simply walk away. You killed Long Gu. You slaughtered so many of us. You even severed our only source of food. You have destroyed our future. How can you just leave without an explanation?" Life within their original base had been so comfortable, and it was these outsiders who had led to its destruction. Oh, before the crowd could finish, Su Shiqing seemed to have already surmised their intentions. With a bemused smile, she spread her hands. Are you suggesting that we should take responsibility for all of this? The atmosphere fell silent for a brief moment before someone weakly shouted, Shuden and Appos. To you be held accountable? You killed the sacred beast long ago. And so many others in our base, Shuden and Appos. Do you take responsibility? With that, the crowd fully encircled Su Shiqing and her companions, adopting a stance that made it clear they would not let them leave without an explanation. Chapter 137. Depart. Cold Smoke's demeanor evidently shifted, revealing a hint of irritation. With a disdainful snort, she cast a sidelong glare at the surrounding crowd. Yes, shout louder. It would be splendid if your voices could attract the zombies. I am eager to observe whether, devoid of the mutated rabbit and Appos' presence to intimidate you, you can still evade the onslaught of the undead. Upon hearing her words, the crowd fell silent in an instant. Their trembling expressions betrayed their utter lack of experience in confronting zombies. Then what about the many individuals in our base? Another voice piped up, though this time it was noticeably subdued. Oh? Su Shiqing raised an intrigued eyebrow, her fingers lightly tapping against her temple. If my memory serves me correctly, you were the ones who intended to use us as bait for that mutated rabbit. What is this? A failed attempt on our lives now accompanied by moral coercion upon the victims? Her words rang true, and the crowd seemed to recall the events of the day, their faces reflecting a mixture of discomfort and guilt, leaving them with little room for rebuttal. However, there remained those unwilling to relent. Pointing towards the distant figure of Long Siwen and Appos' corpse beneath a tree. I don't care. You have destroyed our base. How are we supposed to survive in this apocalypse? You must take responsibility. If you refuse, none of you shall leave today. After much contention, even the usually cheerful Su Shiqing and Appos' expression turned icy. Having already endured a night of turmoil, she felt a surge of annoyance at this moral imposition. The vines in her palm stirred restlessly, but recalling that Anren was nearby, she refrained from unleashing a bloody spectacle. With a gentle sigh, countless vines burst forth from beneath her feet, dancing in the air as if infused with life, exuding an eerie aura. Firstly, it was that mutated rabbit, the so-called holy beast you speak of, that obliterated your base. Had my companions and I not united to slay those two mutated rabbits, you would not be standing here today. In truth, we have saved your lives. Secondly, Su Shiqing chuckled softly, gesturing towards the unprocessed corpses on the ground not far away. What gives you the notion that you can thwart us? A mere handful of ability users could not deal with me alone. Do you truly believe that you ordinary folk can stop us? The moonlight illuminated the scene, revealing the grotesque state of the corpses scattered about, faces pale and frozen in terror, deep strangulation marks around their necks, clearly dislocated from being wrenched apart. In the stillness of the night, the disarray of the bodies evoked an unsettling chill. The crowd surrounding Su Shiqing shuddered, as if finally realizing that the individuals before them were not to be trifled with. Two young girls, a mysterious woman, a taciturn intellectual, and a seemingly meek girl gave an illusion of being easily manipulated. Yet, they conveniently overlooked the fact that most of these individuals were ability users. And how many of them could truly be subdued? Understand this. It was you who sought to deceive us into becoming fodder for that mutated beast. The plight of your base bears no relation to us. Su Shiqing's smile waned, her fingers gently caressing the vines beside her, her voice growing cold. However, if you wish to hold us accountable for the death of your companion, I can be more direct. I and Appos' send you along to reunite with your fallen comrade. Su Shiqing's composure remained steady, yet this did not imply her tolerance for being manipulated. She was well aware of how to deal with such obstinate moralizers. Indulgence would only embolden them further. Anren, clutching Su Shiqing and Appos' sleeve, observed the adults around her turning pale with fear, feeling no anxiety herself, instead regarding her sister with admiration. Meanwhile, Cold Smoke, holding Shiqing, watched Su Shiqing's silhouette, lost in her thoughts. Ning Xian opened his palm, displaying the crackling lightning dancing within. He turned his head towards Su Shiqing, his voice calm, yet audible to all. Why waste breath on such people? A swift resolution would restore tranquility. Ning Xian's expression remained largely unchanged, yet this stoic demeanor made him appear all the more like a cold-blooded killer, instilling terror in the crowd, who instinctively recoiled. Observing this, Su Shiqing casually surveyed the crowd, a smile gracing her lips. Now, may I suggest you clear the way? No one dared to obstruct Su Shiqing and her companions any longer. The corpses on the ground served as a grim reminder of their predicament. These survivors clung to life, entangled with Su Shiqing and her group out of desperation. Yet, the current situation was abundantly clear. Should they persist in their foolishness, their survival would be far from assured. And the question of whether they would perish here loomed ominously. Silence descended among the throng, their unwillingness palpable as they begrudgingly parted to create a path. Their eyes reflected a mix of fear towards the ability users, uncertainty about the future, and an undercurrent of resentment directed at Su Shiqing and her companions. In their hearts, they once believed life in the base was idyllic, free from the threat of zombies and the scarcity of food. Their sole task was to venture outside and capture outsiders to satiate the holy beast and Apos' hunger. It seemed fair and quite advantageous, did it not? Trading the lives of others for their own survival, a life for a life. Regardless of the means, they thought, at least they would continue to live, wouldn't they? Yet now, all of that had been shattered. The base lay in ruins, the holy beast was dead, and no one remained to shield them. In this vast, desolate apocalypse, where could they possibly seek refuge? With no means of defense, how could they confront the relentless zombie attacks? Where could they procure the food and water essential for survival? A sense of despair enveloped each individual, and the architects of this calamity stood before them, these outsiders. Of course, no matter how the remnants of the base grappled with their inner turmoil, Su Shiqing remained indifferent. There was no need to negotiate with the gathering of the doomed. Indeed, in her heart, she regarded these survivors as already deceased. They had been coddled for far too long, lacking the capacity to endure in this harsh world. Before long, they would either starve or be devoured by the zombies. Just as Su Shiqing intended to lead Anren and Ningsian away, someone unexpectedly spoke up. If you have nowhere else to go, why not come to our base? Cold Smoke extended her hand towards the crowd before her. Chapter 138. Return to the base. As the words were spoken, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Yuan Qingqing shivered in fear. Su Shiqing and Ningsian cast perplexed glances. And Rand gazed vacantly around. The surviving individuals questioned their own hearing, utterly astonished that such words could be uttered. Su Shiqing narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Lang Yin from head to toe with a cryptic expression. So, what sort of individuals does your base accept? The survival of these people hinged entirely on the two mutated beasts, during which time they had undoubtedly caused the demise of countless innocents at the jaws of the mutated rabbits. Of course, in this apocalyptic world, the notions of law and morality had crumbled, and Su Shiqing felt unqualified to judge their actions. Yet, it was evident that the intentions of these individuals were far from pure, and bringing them back to the base would likely incite disputes. Given the current circumstances, Lang Yin's suggestion to escort so many people back to the base was undeniably a perilous proposition. Su Shiqing was unaware of the distance to the base, but it was certainly not a short journey. It was easy to imagine the difficulties of traveling with such a multitude of ordinary people. She could not fathom why Lang Yin had suddenly decided to show kindness by bringing so many back to the base. However, the surrounding crowd was displeased. What do you mean? What is wrong with us? The base is willing to take in as pitiful souls, and you, a mere girl, dare to speak so condescendingly. Hearing these words, Ningsian and Apos' expression turned cold. Pitiful? Are those who perished at the hands of the mutated rabbits not worthy of pity? His statement effectively silenced the crowd. Lang Yin stepped forward, gesturing dismissively. Regardless, the matter has been resolved, so let us not dwell on it any longer. Su Shiqing glanced at Yuan Qingqing beside her, her gaze deepening. Are you certain you wish to take these people back to the base? Yes. Lang Yin nodded, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Our base is developing quite well, and the original purpose of establishing it was to shelter those suffering in this apocalypse. I see no reason not to bring them back. In that case, Su Shiqing shrugged. I'm afraid we cannot travel together. She had no desire to embark on a journey with these individuals. It was clear that it would be a source of great annoyance. These people were accustomed to consuming the meat of mutated rabbits, and now that the rabbits were dead, they found themselves without a stable food source. While everyone else lacked provisions, Su Shiqing was well stocked, and it was inevitable that disputes would arise over food. She had no intention of compromising her own quality of life for the sake of these individuals. Moreover, should danger arise, these people would merely become a liability. From any perspective, she preferred not to travel alongside them. At her words, Lang Yin and the surrounding individuals exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. No. If you do not accompany us, who will protect us if we encounter danger on the road? Someone shouted in discontent. Yet, no sooner had his words left his mouth than emerald green vines sprouted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring his neck. What obligation do we have to protect you? Su Shiqing flicked her fingers, and the vines obeyed her command, tightening until the speaker's eyes rolled back in his head. Her demeanor was icy, evidently growing impatient with the persistent entanglements. However, Lang Yin grew more anxious. An icicle suddenly shot forth from her position, precisely severing Su Shiqing and Apos' vines. The man, released from his strangulation, collapsed heavily to the ground, propping himself up with one hand as he coughed violently, nearly gasping for breath. This was undoubtedly a public affront to Su Shiqing. Her movements halted, and she cast a cool glance at the woman beside her. What does this mean? He is already one of our base members. You cannot dispose of his life at will, Lang Yin replied, her face stern. The two women locked eyes, a faint scent of conflict wafting between them. Su Shiqing felt a surge of displeasure, beginning to regret not having demanded more during their initial negotiation. Settling for merely 2,000 crystal cores. And what do you mean by saying we cannot travel together? Lang Yin's expression darkened further. Are you intending to back out of this transaction? Su Shiqing, who had been somewhat disgruntled, suddenly paused, lost in thought. She furrowed her brow imperceptibly, her gaze flitting between the crowd and Lang Yin. The base leader had specifically requested the 2 crystal cores from the mutated rabbits, while Lang Yin exhibited an inexplicable interest in the base's inhabitants. These two seemingly unrelated matters began to intertwine, reminiscent of the oddities Su Shiqing had sensed earlier. One particular doubt surfaced. Long Siwen had clearly concealed the 2 mutated rabbits well, yet how did the Ning and base become aware of their existence? Moreover, they seemed conveniently prepared to send someone to collect the crystal cores just as the mutated rabbits escaped. Such coincidences seemed dubious at best. If the leader of Ning and base knew about the mutated rabbits, and if all other factors were dismissed, then there remained only one possibility. The base leader was aware of Long Siwen's activities. He had been monitoring the situation, cognizant of the existence of individuals raising mutated beasts and attempting to research meat unaffected by the virus. However, if this were the case, the implications grew rather sinister. The retrieval of the crystal cores and the intention to bring the survivors back to the base suggested a desire to continue research. The emergence of mutated beast meat devoid of the zombie virus would hold extraordinary significance for the entire apocalypse. Yet, it must not be forgotten that these beasts required living beings for sustenance. If the Ning and base truly intended to pursue this research, then it was impossible to predict what fate awaited these survivors once they were taken to the base. Su Shiqing silently surveyed her surroundings, noticing the faint glimmer of crimson in the eyes of the crowd, her brow furrowing ever deeper. A transaction is a transaction. I never back out. Su Shiqing spread her hands toward Lang Yin. However, I lack the means to accommodate your pace, and it seems inappropriate for me to journey back to the base with you. I shall visit the Ning and base in due time, and our transaction will continue. Rest assured. Yet, Lang Yin appeared decidedly unconvinced. Why not hand over the crystal cores of the mutated beasts first? Once you arrive at the base, I will send someone to deliver the agreed-upon cores to you. Chapter 139. Resuming the journey. If you doubt my trustworthiness, we can terminate this transaction right here. Su Shiqing shrugged, her tone laced with indifference. She had no intention of sacrificing her own interests for this deal. The ones seeking the mutated beast crystal cores were from Ning and Apos, and base, and she felt no urgency. Cold Yin and Apos' expression grew colder upon hearing this. Yet she cast a wary glance at Su Shiqing and Ning Xinyan, fully aware that confronting them head-on was futile. In a moment of inspiration, her gaze shifted to Enran, who stood nearby. Are you and Qingqing good friends? Cold Yin inquired, crouching down to grasp Yin Qingqing and Apos' hand. Her smile bright as she addressed Enran. Why not come to the base with your sister? Annie invites you as a guest. Upon hearing this, Yin Qingqing looked at Enran with eager anticipation, whispering, Enran, you will come, right? Enran and Apos' expression flickered with indecision. Yet she first glanced up at Su Shiqing. Seeing the warm smile on her sister and Apos' face, Su Shiqing gently ruffled Enran and Apos' hair, saying, Enran can decide for herself. Your sister supports you. However, as soon as Enran's gaze shifted away, the smile faded from Su Shiqing's eyes, replaced by a probing look directed at Cold Yin. Her expression inscrutable. Cold Yin, understanding that the best leverage lay with the children, sought to ensure that Su Shiqing and her companions would be compelled to head to Ning and Apos and base. Yet, Su Shiqing had never intended to flee. She had stockpiled ample supplies and was concerned about how to manage her resources if they couldn't and Apos locate a base along the way. After all, She had calculated that she was still quite short on money in her modern life. Knowing there was a well-established base nearby, she was determined to seize the opportunity for profit. Thus, despite recognizing cold yin and Appos' intentions, Su Shiqing said nothing. After all, it was rare for Ran to encounter a familiar companion in this apocalyptic world, and Su Shiqing wished for her to be happier. Then, Ching, Annie cold. And Ran will come to play with you later, Su Shiqing said. Seeing her sister's lack of concern, and Ran cheerfully nodded in agreement. All right, pinky promise, Cold Yin laughed. Pulling Ran and Appos' small hand to seal the deal. You mustn't and Appos, go back on your word. Andy and Ching will wait for you at the base. With that, the matter was settled. After marking the base's location on the map for Su Shiqing and her group, Cold Yin decided not to linger in the nearly derelict base any longer and promptly planned to lead her team away. After a sleepless night, the remaining survivors groaned in discontent at the prospect of setting off immediately, voicing their complaints. However, it was clear that Cold Yin paid little heed to their grievances. Her sole focus was to return to the base swiftly, lest they encounter unforeseen complications. Su Shiqing, cradling Ran, watched as more than 20 individuals made their way into the woods, their figures swiftly swallowed by the night. Ran yawned, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Sister, I and Appos, am a bit sleepy, gently patting her back. Su Shiqing encouraged the little girl to rest her head on her shoulder and whispered soothingly, if you're tired, sleep. Your sister is here, rest easy. Unbeknownst to them, the eastern horizon had begun to brighten, heralding the dawn after a night that had passed in a blur. Under Su Shiqing's careful guidance, Ran had maintained a regular routine, making this late wakefulness an unexpected occurrence. The little girl could hardly wait, her head drooping, eyes fluttering shut as she fell into slumber. Ning Xin surveyed the dilapidated base before him, the stench of mutated beast carcasses lingering in the air, making it difficult to find a suitable place for them to rest. Confirming that the area was deserted, he turned to Su Shiqing and said softly, let's bring out the vehicle. You and Ran should rest for a bit. With one hand cradling Ran, Su Shiqing waved her free hand dismissively before her nose. It stinks here. Let's go outside onto the road to get the car and then rest. Ning Xin glanced at the bloodstained chaos around them, nodding in silent agreement. He then reached out to Su Shiqing, asking, are you tired carrying Ran? Do you need my help? Ran is light, not heavy at all, Su Shiqing replied, effortlessly showcasing her ability to carry the child with one hand, offering Ning Xin a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Ning Xin couldn't help but sigh internally. What could he do about his crush being so capable? It seemed impossible to find an opportunity to grow closer. The situation had been the same earlier. Facing the mutated rabbit, he couldn't and Appos to shake the feeling that if he had arrived any later, Su Shiqing alone could have dealt with that fourth-tier mutated rabbit. After all, she was only at the second tier now. As the sky began to lighten in the distance, the faint glow allowed them to discern their bearings, leading them to retrace their steps from the previous day. Emerging from the woods, they were greeted by the familiar road, where even the boulders had yet to be cleared away. However, this was of little consequence. Su Shiqing deftly maneuvered around the stones, releasing the off-road vehicle further down the path. After a night of combat, none of the three were unscathed, and Ran was dusty, while the other two were covered in blood. Since the moment the battle had ended, Ning Xin had felt uncomfortable. His white coat was tattered, and the inner garment was stained with splotches of red and black, the blood-soaked parts clinging to his skin. However, given the circumstances, Ning Xin chose not to voice his discomfort. Now, staring at the vehicle, he contemplated where they might find a place to clean themselves, knowing that boarding the car in their current state would surely soil it. Lost in thought, he was suddenly approached by Su Shiqing, who came bearing buckets of water and clean men's clothing. Here, don't be shy, wash up, she said, seemingly aware of Ning Xin's discomfort. She presented the items before him, offering a gentle reminder. Understanding Ning Xin and Appos' obsession with cleanliness, Su Shiqing was mindful of his preferences, knowing that even in this apocalyptic world, such habits were hard to abandon. Since she had the means, she took the initiative to provide for him right after the ordeal concluded. After all, he was their driver, head chef, and a formidable protector. What harm was there in caring for him a little more? Having given her instructions to Ning Xin, Su Shiqing also took a small towel to gently wipe Ran's face. In her dreams, Ran seemed to sense something brushing against her skin, causing a ticklish sensation. Yet she remained undisturbed, emitting soft sounds akin to a sleepy kitten. Chapter 140. The contradictions of Lang Yin in the backseat of the off-road vehicle. A thick blanket and pillows were spread out, and Su Shiqing had tucked in two small stuffed animals, creating a cozy little bed. After ensuring that Anren, still deep in slumber, was comfortably settled, Su Shiqing tidied herself up. Turning her head, she noticed Ning Sinian had already prepared himself and was now settling into the driver and Apos' seat. At times, Su Shiqing found herself genuinely curious about the material of Ning Sinian's body. Did he ever tire? As the weather grew colder, the clothing Su Shiqing chose for him became increasingly substantial. A deep brown sweater paired with a matching coat softened the originally stark lines of his face. Seated in the driver's position, Ning Sinian carefully retrieved a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from his backpack, cleaning them before putting them on. During their time together, Su Shiqing had observed that Ning Sinian did not seem to be nearsighted. The glasses appeared more as an adornment than a necessity. Each time they ventured out, he would carefully stow the glasses away, as if he held them in high regard. As Ning Sinian was organizing the glasses case, he suddenly felt a weight beside him and turned to see Su Shiqing settling into the passenger seat. "Aren't you going to rest for a while?" he asked, slightly taken aback, glancing at the sleeping Anren in the back through the rearview mirror, his concern evident. "I'm fine. I'm not too tired," Su Shiqing replied, stretching lazily and resting her chin on her hand as she observed Ning Sinian. "I'm worried you might doze off while driving. So I thought I and Apos, keep an eye on you." Ning Sinian chuckled softly, shaking his head. How could that happen? Though their voices were hushed to avoid disturbing Anren, they could still hear each other clearly. "All right, if you say so," Su Shiqing responded, showing no intention of retreating to the back seat for rest. "But truly, I and Apos am not very tired. Why don't you rest while I take over the driving?" Ning Sinian said nothing, merely starting the engine and placing his hands on the steering wheel. "Hey, you. Why do you insist on handling everything yourself? Don't you realize that could lead to trouble?" Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow. Ning Sinian's expression softened slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. He chose not to pursue that topic further, instead redirecting the conversation. "Our next destination is the Ning base, correct?" "Yes." Mentioning the base caused Su Shiqing's smile to wane a bit as she gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery. It was a rare opportunity to visit a base, and she was eager to explore. Ning Sinian, focused on the road ahead, seemed lost in thought for a moment before he instinctively glanced at Anren in the back through the rearview mirror, his voice dropping even lower. "Do you find Lang Yin a bit off?" This was a sentiment Ning Sinian had wished to express from the very beginning. As the mother of Yin Qingqing, Lang Yin exhibited an oddly discordant demeanor when interacting with her daughter. It was an indescribable feeling, while Ning Sinian was not particularly sensitive to most emotions. He was all too familiar with the scrutinizing gaze that flickered in Lang Yin and Apos' eyes. "I do." Su Shiqing and Apos' response caused Ning Sinian to momentarily pause. She lowered her gaze to her palm, her voice subdued. "For instance, if you were to find your parents lying in a pool of blood with the murderer right before you, would you first check on your parents and Apos' condition or go after the murderer?" "The murderer," Ning Sinian replied, a shadow passing through his eyes. "I would eliminate the murderer first." Su Shiqing fell silent. Ning Sinian looked at her in confusion, only to find her wearing a resigned expression. "Well, your perspective might differ slightly," she sighed. "But if it were Anren lying there, I would immediately focus on her. My first priority would be to ensure she was all right, that she was still alive. And only afterward would I deal with the murderer." However, Lang Yin did not act similarly. When she had first entered the house to find Yin Qingqing, despite her long-lost daughter's uncertain fate, Lang Yin's immediate reaction was to question Yining. Even after Anren had treated Yin Qingqing, Lang Yin had not once looked at her daughter until Yin Qingqing had thrown herself into her arms. Su Shiqing's gaze deepened as she turned to Ning Sinian, gently shaking her head. "What you perceive as discomfort likely stems from the contradictions in Lang Yin and Apos' behavior. She claims to care deeply for her daughter, yet her actions suggest otherwise." Ning Sinian and Apos' expression grew momentarily blank, but then, as if struck by a realization, his demeanor darkened. He suddenly understood why Lang Yin's scrutinizing gaze toward Yin Qingqing felt so familiar. It was reminiscent of how his own mother regarded him. The way Lang Yin looked at Yin Qingqing was akin to appraising an object, weighing its value, deliberating whether to accept her. It was only after confirming Yin Qingqing and Apos' utility to her that Lang Yin began to assume the role of a nurturing mother, yet her performance was woefully inadequate. Noticing Ning Sinian and Apos' prolonged silence, Su Shiqing turned to him, only to find his expression had darkened. She had never seen him look this way before. His dark pupils resembled an abyss, his demeanor cold and tinged with disdain. Ning Xinian? Su Shiqing furrowed her brow slightly, gently calling his name. What are you thinking? You're still driving. His hands tightened on the steering wheel as he took a deep breath, quickly regaining his composure and shaking his head. It and Appos, that's nothing. I'm not thinking about anything. Then if you also sense that Lung Yin is amiss, why let Yin Qingqing accompany her? At this, Su Shiqing pursed her lips. Even if I wanted to take that little girl away, she would need to be willing, wouldn't she? She rubbed her forehead, letting out a sigh. You should have seen how ecstatic and excited that girl was when she saw her mother. What right do I have to usurp her child from her? The girl wouldn't even agree. Ning Xinian nodded slightly, conceding the point. So, should we keep an eye on that little girl during our trip to the Ningen base? He asked softly, adjusting his glasses. Su Shiqing sighed heavily. Glancing back at the still sleeping Anren. Let us see how it goes. We'll decide once we reach the base. However, given Lang Yin's attitude, Yin Qingqing likely won't encounter any life-threatening dangers in the near future. Chapter 141. Concern leads to chaos despite departing at nearly the same time. Su Shiqing and her companions traveled at a noticeably slower pace. Long Yin, eager to reach the base, drove ahead with urgency, while Su Shiqing and her group appeared more like tourists, leisurely enjoying the journey. Although they were the sole vehicle on the road, Ning Xian drove deliberately slowly and smoothly, ensuring that Ran in the backseat could sleep comfortably. In the brief silence, neither Su Shiqing nor Ning Xian spoke further. Through the rearview mirror, Su Shiqing and Appos' gaze fell upon the sleeping Ran, who clutched a plush toy. She bit her lip, lost in thought. Su Shiqing recalled Ran and Appos' earlier 2 shots against the mutated rabbit, both striking their mark. She had never instructed the young girl on how to shoot. Nor did Su Shiqing possess such accuracy herself. What allowed Ran to achieve such remarkable precision? Was it mere luck? Or did she possess an innate talent? Yet, these musings were not what occupied Su Shiqing and Appos' mind most urgently. She was concerned about whether Ran would be left with a psychological scar from today and Appos' events. After all, Ran had taken a life today. Long Siwen had been killed by her shot. Although Su Shiqing had tried to divert Ran and Appos' attention from the corpse, and Ran appeared unaffected, she could not shake her worry. She feared that she might be causing Ran a more profound emotional trauma, especially since the girl had only just experienced a nightmare the previous night. Amidst her concerns, Su Shiqing frequently glanced at the sleeping Ran, a habit so pronounced that even Ning Xian noticed something was amiss. What troubles you? He inquired, adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses. Casting a concerned glance toward Ran. Was he worried that Ran might continue to have nightmares? Unbeknownst to Ning Xian, who had not been present during the incident, Su Shiqing responded, I am troubled by the potential impact of violence on Ran. Ning Xian offered a gentle smile, reassuring her. You must trust that children raised in the apocalypse inherently possess greater resilience. Ran is a remarkably tenacious child. She will undoubtedly adapt to the harsh realities of this world. Engaging with the apocalypse inevitably involves confronting violence. If we overly shield Ran, it may not serve her well. Su Shiqing furrowed her brow at his words, but soon seemed to grasp something profound, exhaling a long breath. You are right. I have been overly anxious these past few days, especially after witnessing Ran and Appos' panic from her nightmare, forgetting that she has already endured significant hardship in this perilous world. The young girl is capable of acclimating to the rules of survival here. With this realization, Su Shiqing felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, visibly relaxing. The last time we encountered Uncle Zhang, didn't Appos' we hear about a factory ahead with a massive horde of zombies? I wonder if that was true. Will we encounter it on our journey? As she spoke, Su Shiqing unfolded a map, contemplating the distance between Ningen base and their current location. The factory did indeed exist, situated along their route, though she was uncertain if the number of zombies inside matched Uncle Zhang and Appos' claims. It's unlikely that there are too many zombies inside, Ning Xian replied, shaking his head gently. The factory is not far from Ningen base. If there were a genuine threat, the base would surely have sent someone to address it. That makes sense, Su Shiqing nodded thoughtfully. Then let us not alter our course. We shall proceed past the factory. During our journey, I can absorb a few more crystal cores. The battle with the mutated rabbit had seemingly awakened Su Shiqing and Appos' latent potential, and she sensed she might soon reach the threshold of the 3rd tier. Perhaps with a bit more effort, she could achieve that breakthrough before arriving at Ning and base. In this world, the elevation of one's strength was the only true source of security. The enhancement of her abilities, combined with the combat skills she had acquired in the modern world, would be sufficient for Su Shiqing to confront most dangers. Oh, and let us not rush. We hardly had a proper meal yesterday. Shun and Appos, till we find a place to stop and grab something to eat? Su Shiqing chattered on, tucking the map away and popping a piece of candy into her mouth, leaning back against the passenger seat, her voice becoming somewhat muffled. Ning Xian listened quietly, absorbing her words, waiting patiently for her to finish before nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall follow your lead. He presented a complacent demeanor, showing no sign of dissent. If Luo Qing were present, he would surely lament over Ning Xian's docility. But now, with only Su Shiqing around, she simply smiled, looking forward to Ning Xian's culinary skills. How wonderful it is to have someone who can cook. Meanwhile, Su Shiqing and Ning Xian continued their conversation, entirely unaware that Ran had begun dreaming once more. Yet this time, it was not a nightmare. In her dream, Ran held a gun, raising her hand with precision and firing decisively, causing the monstrous creatures that had inexplicably appeared before her to collapse. Impressive. A celestial voice resonated beside her, seemingly praising Ran. You truly excel at the marksmanship I taught you. Am I really that impressive? Ran wondered, gazing at the fallen creatures and feeling a sense of capability wash over her. Can I protect my sister now? Can I help alleviate her burdens? Before Ran could ponder further, the fallen monsters began to twist and transform, eventually morphing into delectable fried chicken. Yes, dozens of golden, crispy fried chickens began to dance before her, wafting an enticing aroma. Overwhelmed by the delightful vision, Ran could think of nothing else. She swallowed hard, the sound echoing in the quiet, and suddenly found herself awake. Bad news, she had Appos. Tasted the fried chicken in her dream. Good news, looking out the window, she saw her sister and brother had already started a fire outside. Chapter 142. The odor upon awakening. Su Shiqing instinctively lifted her gaze toward the car window. There, she spotted Ran, who had just pushed open the car door with determination, one hand clutching a teddy bear, her head drowsily peeking out. The day was overcast. The sun obscured, yet the hour was approaching noon. Indeed, the perfect time for lunch. Seeing Ran's sleepy demeanor, Su Shiqing paused her activities, dried her hands, and approached with a warm smile. You're awake, Ran, she said, picking up the little girl and gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Did you sleep well? Any nightmares? In response, Ran blinked, puffing her cheeks in contemplation before shaking her head and breaking into a silly grin. I had a wonderful sleep. I dreamed of beautiful things. But I can't remember the details. With relief flooding her heart upon hearing there were no nightmares, Su Shiqing settled Ran by the campfire and began to braid her hair. Ning Xian, seated nearby, leisurely prepared steak. Though he was surprised that Su Shiqing could conjure such a delicacy, he seemed to have accepted the uniqueness of her abilities. Even if she were to produce an airplane from thin air, he would likely only react with momentary astonishment before adapting seamlessly. Curious yet restrained, he chose to refrain from probing further until she was ready to divulge. This discretion spared Su Shiqing a great deal of explanation. The enticing aroma of sizzling meat wafted through the air, instantly eliciting a hungry response from the little girl. The steak sizzled and glistened, its texture beautifully defined, reflecting an alluring sheen. To balance the richness of the meat, Su Shiqing had also prepared fresh fruit, sliced peaches, peeled lychees, and glistening blueberries. Such fresh produce was nearly impossible to find in the post-apocalyptic world, yet Su Shiqing seemed to procure them effortlessly, offering a delightful variety daily. Their lifestyle appeared remarkably indulgent. One might mistakenly believe they were dining in a fine restaurant, disregarding the desolation surrounding them. With deft hands, Su Shiqing swiftly braided Ran's hair into two playful buns during Ning Xian's steak preparation. Once Ran finished freshening up, the steak was plated, and she could hardly contain her excitement, blowing on the meat as she attempted to take a bite. They were approximately a day's journey from Ning and base. Ning Xian, wiping his hands, explained to the sisters, if we push on, we should arrive by tonight. Su Shiqing tossed 2 blueberries into her mouth, the refreshing juice bursting forth as she squinted her eyes and shook her head. No need to rush, we aren't in a hurry. Ran raised her small hand in agreement, Ran isn't in a hurry either, let us drive slowly, big brother and sister. Ning Xian nodded, unfolding a map at his side. If all goes well, we should reach Ning and base by noon tomorrow. As the weather grew increasingly chilly, Even with the warmth of the campfire, the wind carried a biting chill. After finishing lunch, Shiqing adjusted her collar and glanced up at the sky. The sunless day cast a gray hue, thick clouds looming as if rain were imminent. In a post-apocalyptic world, rain was not a welcome occurrence, especially with the temperature dropping. Should they be caught in the rain, the cold wind could easily lead to illness, in a world where resources were scarce. Even a minor cold could escalate into something dire, potentially resulting in loss of life. However, such misfortune appeared unlikely for Shiqing and her companions. "Looks like it's going to rain," Ningxian murmured, noticing the ominous clouds. "Let us get in the car before it starts pouring." And Ran mimicked Shiqing and Ningxian, gazing upwards at the clouds, only to be interrupted by a sudden gust of wind that made her nose twitch, prompting an involuntary sneeze. "Huh?" Shiqing knelt before and ran, adjusting her collar. "Are you feeling cold? We don't want you to catch a cold." "It's not too cold," and Ran replied honestly. Her clothes were clean and warm, the best she had worn since the apocalypse, perfectly suited for the current season. Yet, she furrowed her little brow and rubbed her nose, muttering softly, "It smells bad." "What?" Shiqing was momentarily taken aback, confused. Taking a deep breath, and Ran covered her nose, her expression contorted in distaste. "And Ran smells something stinky." "A stinky smell?" Shiqing frowned slightly, sniffing the air, unable to detect anything unusual. Hearing and Ran and Oppos' remark, Ningxian, who had been organizing their supplies, approached, surveying the area before his gaze settled on the recently extinguished campfire. He donned gloves, picked up a charred piece of wood, and inquired, "Is it the smell of burnt wood?" And Ran wrinkled her nose and hesitantly nodded. "It kind of smells like that." "Then it's nothing to worry about," Shiqing reassured her, lifting and ran into the car. "If we leave quickly, we won't smell it anymore." The three of them climbed into the vehicle, intending to drive a short distance before the rain began, allowing them to assess its intensity and decide whether to continue their journey. Perhaps due to their chosen route through the outskirts, they encountered very few vehicles and minimal traffic. The road was flanked by dense underbrush and trees, with hardly a trace of human presence. Within half an hour of their departure, the rain began to fall, a gentle drizzle that soon intensified into a torrential downpour, large droplets hammering against the car windows with a sound reminiscent of pebbles striking glass. "What a sudden downpour," Shiqing mused softly, her gaze fixed on the blurred scenery outside. Given the unpredictable nature of rain, it would be wise to delay their departure. Ningxian nodded in agreement. "This position, isn't far from that factory ahead. Should we check if there's a place to take shelter? After all, remaining coiled within the vehicle could lead to fatigue in their limbs." Shiqing pondered briefly and then nodded. "Let us go see what's there." Chapter 143. The eerie factory. The torrential rain obscured the distant scenery, and beneath the somber sky, the silhouette of a colossal building could be faintly discerned ahead. Surely, that must be the factory. Despite the all-terrain vehicle's tires being designed for optimal grip, Ningxian's speed during this downpour remained far from brisk. They steadily approached the factory in the distance. Outside, the tempest raged, while within the vehicle, a serene atmosphere enveloped them. And Ran sat quietly in the back seat, cradling her plush toy, listening to Shiqing and Ningxian discuss their next destination. Suddenly, Ran's brow furrowed unconsciously, and she could not help but sniff the air. The foul odor she had sensed earlier assailed her once more. The smell seemed almost intangible, not emanating from within the vehicle, but rather seeping in from outside. Despite the rain, the doors and windows were tightly sealed, allowing the odor to linger without overwhelming presence. After a moment of hesitation in the backseat, Ran glanced at the oblivious Shiqing and Ningxian in front and uncertainly called out, "Sister." Shiqing responded immediately, turning to look at Ran in the back seat. "What's wrong? Are you bored?" "I and Oppos am not bored," and Ran shook her head, raising a hand to cover her nose, still feeling the unpleasant scent. The vehicle, which had been steadily progressing along the road, came to an abrupt halt as both Shiqing and Ningxian frowned in unison. They were well aware of Ran's obedient nature. She would not fabricate tales to tease them. If Ran claimed she could still detect that odor, it indicated that the foul smell was indeed real. Where could that stench possibly be coming from? Ningxian stopped the car, narrowing his eyes and holding his breath, trying to discern the odor Ran had mentioned. Yet he detected nothing. His fastidious nature made him sensitive to numerous smells, yet in this moment, he remained oblivious to the source of the odor. "Ran, can you identify what the smell is?" Shiqing, equally unaware of anything amiss, asked her sister with a grave expression. Both she and Ning Xian took Enran's words seriously, rather than dismissing them as mere folly. However, Enran furrowed her brow, taking a deep sniff, only to shake her head in the end. Enran doesn't know what it is, but it's really stinky. And it seems to be coming from outside. From outside. Su Shiqing and Ning Xian turned their gazes toward the car window, where raindrops pelted the glass, creating splashes that blurred the distant landscape. They could barely make out the shadows of grass and trees, along with the factory shrouded in gloom. As they focused on the factory, a flash of lightning split the dark sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. For an instant, the factory was illuminated by the lightning, only to quickly dissolve back into darkness. Su Shiqing squinted at the factory, her heart racing suddenly. Was something amiss? Based on their earlier analysis, the factory was in close proximity to the Ningen base. If there was indeed danger inside, the base would not remain passive and would act promptly. Yet, as the rain continued to pour, the factory sat silently, its stillness reminiscent of a monstrous creature, evoking an inexplicable sense of dread. In the midst of Su Shiqing's contemplation, Ning Xian slowly removed his glasses from the bridge of his nose, a serious expression clouding his features. There are figures inside the factory, he murmured. In that moment when the lightning flashed, I thought I saw something moving in the window. As Ning Xian's words hung in the air, silence enveloped the car. Su Shiqing pondered deeply while Enran shrank back in fear to the rear seat. On this rainy day, shrouded in darkness, who could possibly be inside that abandoned factory? Despite it being afternoon, the sky had darkened significantly, and the factory remained cloaked in pitch black, with no hint of light escaping its windows. It was perplexing why anyone might be inside, yet it inexplicably instilled a sense of eerie terror. Are you certain? Su Shiqing inquired, gazing at Ning Xian. Are there really figures inside the factory? Ning Xian closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again, peering once more towards the factory. If another flash of lightning occurs, I will see more clearly. They did not hasten to move forward. Instead, the three passengers remained silent inside the car, gazing at the rain-soaked window, their eyes fixed on the indistinct factory, awaiting the next flash of lightning. The raindrops pounded against the window like hailstones, while the wind outside was fierce, causing the grass to bend at odd angles. They did not have to wait long for the next flash of lightning. Soon, a bright light streaked across the sky. The factory, once shrouded in darkness, was suddenly half illuminated, revealing countless dark figures flitting past the windows, densely packed. This time, not only Ning Xian, but even Su Shiqing could see clearly. So many. Su Shiqing murmured, her gaze darkening. Are there really zombies in the factory? Not like zombies. Ning Xian immediately shook his head. Those figures do not seem to move. From a distance, the factory appeared utterly silent amidst the rain, as if it were devoid of any presence, failing to resemble a place where hordes of zombies might congregate. Nevertheless, something about this factory felt profoundly unsettling. It seems we have no place to rest. Su Shiqing pondered their next course of action, letting out a soft sigh. Let us not linger in the factory. Let us drive past directly. With the wind howling and the rain pouring, coupled with the ambiguous figures ahead, Su Shiqing had no desire to investigate the factory. That would only invite danger upon themselves. They would simply take a detour, avoiding confrontation where possible. All right. Ning Xian pressed down on the gas pedal again, hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, remaining vigilant toward the factory while driving the vehicle forward. Su Shiqing turned to see Enran, huddled in the back seat with her toy, and her heart ached. Are you scared, Enran? Would you like to come sit up front with your sister? Given the thunderous rain and the ominous figures in the factory, Enran indeed felt a tinge of fear. Thus, she set her toy aside and obediently moved to sit with Su Shiqing in the front. Being held by her sister brought Enran a sense of reassurance. The factory was surrounded by towering walls, though they appeared dilapidated, perhaps due to neglect, with most of the paint peeling away. Its grand entrance stood to the right of the road the all-terrain vehicle traversed. Chapter 144. The forest of hanged corpses. As they approached the factory, the expressions of Su Shiqing and Ning Xian grew increasingly grave. It seemed that Anren and Oppos, as previous words held a chilling truth. The foul stench emanating from the factory was unmistakable and permeated through the gaps of the vehicle, creating an indescribable miasma. The closer they drew to the factory, the more pronounced the odor became, nearly inducing nausea. As the vehicle passed the factory entrance, Ning Xian did not hesitate to accelerate, intent on moving past quickly. Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene within the factory. Despite the relentless downpour, Su Shiqing caught a glimpse of the interior. Countless figures dangled from the ceiling, suspended by ropes, swaying gently in the electric light. In that moment, Su Shiqing's pupils contracted sharply, her heart racing as if gripped by an unseen hand, rendering her momentarily speechless. The fleeting glimpse was etched indelibly into her mind, a haunting image that refused to fade. What were those figures? Why were so many hanging inside the factory? Were they zombies or humans? Who could have done such a thing? In that instant, Su Shiqing understood the source of the noxious odor. Those corpses had likely been hanging for an extended period, long enough for decay to set in. The sheer number of unburied bodies within the factory was likely the origin of the overwhelming stench. A myriad of questions flooded her mind, only to be interrupted by a piercing scream. "Ah!" Anren shrieked, seemingly having witnessed something terrifying, and instinctively recoiled, burying her face into Su Shiqing and Apos' shoulder. She had seen the grim reality within the factory, so many people. Anren trembled, clinging to Su Shiqing and Apos' neck, her voice quavering with a hint of tears. "Sister, why are they all hanging from the ceiling?" Among the trio, only Ning Sinian remained focused on the road, oblivious to the unsettling scene within the factory. Hearing Anren and Apos' scream, he instinctively turned to the passenger seat, only to find the sisters and Apos' faces pale with fear. "What's wrong? It's people hanging in the factory." Su Shiqing answered softly before Ning Sinian could finish his inquiry, tightening her embrace around Anren. She nodded slightly at him, urging, "Let us drive away from here. It's far too eerie." Though the exact events within the factory remained a mystery, the mere sight they had just witnessed was enough to instill a profound dread. The tempest outside raged on, with thunder and lightning creating an ominous atmosphere, making it ill-advised to investigate further. They might encounter even greater peril. Upon hearing Su Shiqing's words, Ning Sinian felt a shiver of apprehension. If all those figures were indeed corpses hanging in the factory, could it not serve as a breeding ground for a virulent outbreak? Back at the chomping base, even after enduring a zombie tide, the inhabitants had been diligent in disposing of the dead outside before allowing themselves respite. Delaying such actions until decomposition set in would surely cultivate a trove of pathogens, and a significant accumulation of bodies could precipitate an epidemic. Now, with so many unknown corpses within the factory, it was indeed a festering ground for disease. The pungent odor suggested a dire situation inside. Ning Sinian wasted no time, pressing the accelerator, eager to distance themselves from the factory and Apos' threshold. As the factory receded in the distance, Su Shiqing glanced back while soothing Anren. "It's all right, we're past it now." Yet Anren remained buried in her shoulder, unwilling to lift her head. The horror of that scene was overwhelming, though she had encountered corpses before. The sight of such a dense cluster of hanged bodies was unlike anything she had ever seen. The rain continued to pummel the windows, obscuring the factory from view. Su Shiqing and Apos' breath quickened. This was her first encounter with such a grotesque display, leaving an indelible shadow on her psyche. Though Ning Sinian had not seen the scene firsthand, the sisters and Apos' reactions conveyed the gravity of the situation. Gently covering Anren's ears, Su Shiqing turned to Ning Sinian and whispered, "There are likely no zombies inside the factory, but it is filled with corpses, all probably in a state of decay. Otherwise, the stench wouldn't be so potent, seeping directly into the vehicle. Given the circumstances, it was reasonable to assume that no living soul remained within the factory, as no one could endure such an environment." Both Ning Sinian and Su Shiqing fell into contemplative silence, lost in thought. As calmness enveloped her mind, Su Shiqing found clarity. One pressing question lingered. Was the Ningen base aware of the happenings within this factory? Given its proximity to the base, any potential threat would undoubtedly draw their attention. However, the closeness also raised an unsettling possibility. Did the Ningen base know about the corpses inside? Or, more conspiratorially, could the forest of hanged bodies have been orchestrated by individuals from the base? A sense of foreboding crept over her. Previously, the mutated beasts under Long Siwen's command had been known to the base's leader, who had swiftly responded to contain them. Now, the discovery of this factory nearby sparked troubling thoughts. Yet, to weave these threads into a coherent narrative, crucial pieces of evidence remained elusive. Su Shiqing stroked her chin. Observing the trembling girl in her embrace, she patted Anren and Apos' back gently, nodding at Ning Sinian. "It seems our visit to the Ning and Apos' base must be approached with caution. There's an unsettling feeling that this base may not harbor benevolent intentions, though concrete proof eluded them." The journey they had undertaken thus far had ignited a sense of vigilance within Su Shiqing. Ning Sinian, too, wore a grave expression, acutely aware that something was amiss, and heightened his alertness. Chapter 145. Reminiscence. Leaving the factory far behind, the all-terrain vehicle finally came to a gradual halt by the roadside. The rain continued to fall outside, accompanied by sporadic flashes of lightning and booming thunder, casting an ambiguous gloom that blurred the lines between day and night. Ningxian parked the car, his brow slightly furrowed as he turned to the two sisters in the passenger seat. "Are you certain you did not misinterpret what you saw?" One might experience a moment of confusion, but two individuals would undoubtedly not err. Shiqing, while gently patting Anren and Appos' back, nodded decisively. "There can be no mistake. The factory is likely filled with the bodies of those who have hanged themselves." She recalled his earlier words, before arriving at the Chomping base. "You mentioned having traversed numerous spaces. Have you heard of the Ning and Appos, and base?" At this, Ningxian fell into a brief silence, his expression calm. "To be honest, I remember passing through many bases, but I paid little attention to their names or affairs." "Why is that?" Shiqing inquired, her brow furrowing in suspicion. "While it and Appos, understandable to forget other details when resting at a base, one would at least remember its name." Ningxian simply shook his head. "No, at that time, I was neither inclined nor capable of focusing on such matters." He gazed out at the curtain of rain, his dark pupils clouded with inscrutable emotions. Despite his seemingly indifferent demeanor, an inexplicable aura of desolation surrounded him. "I may not have mentioned this before, but I escaped from the Liunian base." The word escape was particularly apparent. Even Anren, who had been fearfully nestled against Shiqing's shoulder, couldn't help but lift her head, a mix of curiosity and concern in her gaze. Ningxian instinctively reached to adjust his glasses, only to remember that they had been put away, and he let his hand drop silently. The situation at the Liunian base is quite intricate. Two factions vie for control. One is led by my father, while the other is my mother. Shiqing raised an eyebrow in silent contemplation. "So, Ningxian is essentially a prince of the base?" It appeared that his parents were at odds with one another. Perhaps it was due to conflicting ideologies. "I ultimately did not wish to remain in that base any longer, hence my escape." Ningxian and Appos' voice was steady and devoid of emotion, as if recounting the tale from the perspective of an onlooker. He did not specify the ideological differences that prompted his departure, yet it was evident that it must have involved a matter of principle. Shiqing and Anren remained silent, dutifully embodying attentive listeners as they observed Ningxian seemingly lost in thought. Leaning back against the driver's seat, Ningxian tilted his head slightly, raising a hand to shield his eyes, obscuring the emotions within their depths. "To be frank, I was rather distressed during that period. My mother did not permit me to leave so easily. She dispatched 17 ability users to capture me. Throughout my flight, I was preoccupied with concealing my whereabouts and had no bandwidth to learn about other bases. At that time, Ningxian was merely a third-tier ability user, facing 17 individuals of the same rank. Managing to evade capture was no small feat, leaving him with little memory of the bases he had visited. He covered the upper half of his face with his hand, his lips pressed into a straight line, revealing that this recollection was not a pleasant one for him. Shiqing silently dismissed her earlier thoughts. This was hardly the life of a base and Appos' prince. The treatment he received was akin to that of a notorious criminal. The fact that his mother could mobilize 17 ability users to pursue him illustrated her formidable nature. Anren gently bit her fingertips, her brows furrowing slightly as confusion filled her eyes. "Does brother dislike his mother? Why not have a proper conversation with her?" "Anren." Shiqing gently covered Anren and Appos' mouth, shaking her head. It was evident that Ningxian and Appos' relationship with his mother was strained, and prying into someone else's wounds was hardly a good practice. "It's all right," Ningxian said, lowering his hand as he noticed Shiqing's gesture. His previously stern expression softened slightly. He exhaled deeply, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as his gaze settled on Shiqing. "It and Appos, that's not something that cannot be discussed. My relationship with my mother is indeed poor. Perhaps now she would prefer to kill me rather than have me return." Anren and Appos' mouth formed an O, her eyes widening with bewilderment. Having lost her parents at an early age, she scarcely remembered their faces or the details of their interactions. However, during her time with her aunt, she witnessed the depths of a mother and Appos' love for her son, how he was cherished as if he were the most fragile treasure. In Anren's understanding, parents were supposed to love their children dearly, even if she had never experienced such affection herself. Yet, she had her sister, and that was enough for her. Now, however, hearing that her brother's mother wished him dead left her stunned and confused. In contrast to Anren's naive bewilderment, Shiqing grasped the situation with greater clarity. After all, her own relationship with her mother was equally fraught with discord. Following the chaos at the engagement banquet, it was likely that Qin Rupiang harbored murderous thoughts toward her daughter. Wait, that can end Oppos, TB right. A thought suddenly struck Shiqing, and she straightened, her demeanor shifting. Are you still planning to accompany us to the Lionian base? Your mother wants to kill you, and you intend to walk into her grasp willingly? She was acutely aware that their destination was indeed the Lionian base, where they sought information regarding Ning Xian and Oppos' senior sister. Now, with the revelation of Ning Xian and Oppos' troubled history with his mother, a sense of foreboding washed over her. When Ning Xian first fled, his mother had been able to dispatch 17 ability users in pursuit. Now, after so much time had passed, her forces would only have grown stronger. If she still wished to see her son dead, could Ning Xian truly evade her a second time? Shiqing involuntarily furrowed her brow, concern flickering in her eyes. Perhaps it would be best if you did not accompany us, Ning Xian. Matters of life and death are not to be trifled with. Ning Xian noticed the worry reflected in Shiqing and Oppos' gaze, his expression deepening with an unspoken warmth. Oppos' all right, while she may wish to kill me, she would never dare to do so. His voice carried a soothing assurance, seemingly unperturbed by the gravity of the situation. Moreover, the internal dynamics of the Lionian base are far more complex than you can imagine. I cannot allow you to venture there alone with Anren. Chapter 146. On the verge of breakthrough, and what else? Shiqing inquired, her gaze turning towards him. Ning Xian refrained from voicing his subsequent thoughts, noting Shiqing and Oppos' curiosity. He merely offered a faint smile and shook his head gently. It and Oppos' nothing. I and Oppos' been away from the base for quite a while. It's time I returned to take a look. His concerns were ultimately swallowed in silence. Seeing no signs of reluctance on Ning Xian's face, Shiqing chose not to press further. Upon arriving at the Lionian base, she would assess her abilities at that time and determine if she could be of assistance, especially since Ning Xian had taken good care of them throughout their journey. Shiqing and Oppos' nature was such a whoever treated her well, she would reciprocate in kind. As the conversation drifted off course, the role of the spokesperson finally alleviated the tension that had filled the car, redirecting her focus to the Ning and Oppos' and base before them. Shiqing rested her chin on her hand, pondering. In essence, we currently possess no knowledge about the Ning and Oppos' and base. Given this, it may prove difficult to ascertain what transpired within the factory. Of course, if the events did not affect Shiqing and her companions, remaining oblivious would bear no significant consequences. After all, they never intended to reside at this base for an extended period. They would soon depart after a brief respite. Adhering to the philosophy that it is better to avoid unnecessary complications, thus deeming it unnecessary to unravel these mysteries, she would merely stay vigilant, ensuring that danger would not catch her off guard. The rain outside showed no signs of abating, and with no suitable place to shelter, it appeared they would have to spend the night in the vehicle. Given the torrential downpour, it was impractical for Ning Xian to venture out to set up a tent. Instead, he settled back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest for a while. Shiqing carefully placed Anren in the rear seat and winked at Ning Xian. So, shall we make do with what we have tonight? I and Oppos am perfectly fine with it. Ning Xian nodded slightly, closing his eyes as he rubbed his aching temples, inadvertently revealing a hint of fatigue. In truth, he had likely enjoyed the least rest during their journey, having scarcely shut his eyes for a day and a night. Tonight, you need not push yourself. I will take the watch. Before Ning Xian could voice an objection, Shiqing proactively took on the responsibility. Not waiting for his response, she added, look at the rain. It and Oppos' so heavy that visibility is severely limited. My wood-based abilities allow for greater perception, making it safer for me to keep watch. Ning Xian opened his mouth, seemingly pondering for a moment, unable to formulate a counterargument. Very well, should you notice anything unusual, call for me at once. Rest assured. Shiqing snapped her fingers and raised an eyebrow. I am exceedingly reliable. Anren and Oppos' little head peeked out from the back seat, her small hand stifling a yawn as she mumbled, Anren will also keep watch. Anren will watch with sister. Before she could finish her sentence, Her head bobbed like a chick pecking at grain. Su Shiqing chuckled, ruffling Anrin and Appos' hair and gently undoing her hairstyle. All right, Anrin, how about you take the second half of the night? I'll wake you when the time comes. Okay, Anrin nodded earnestly, nestling into the plush cushions of the rear seat, quickly drifting off to sleep. As for whether Su Shiqing would actually wake her later, it was an obvious thought. I and Appos, LL take the last watch, Ning Xinian murmured softly. Absolutely, no problem, Su Shiqing waved her hand, readily agreeing. Regardless, when the time came, she had no intention of rousing him. While Su Shiqing could absorb energy from the crystal cores while resting without the need for sleep, Ning Xinian was different. Having gone so long without rest, she did not believe he could wake on time to change shifts without a reminder. Extracting a few blankets from her space, she covered Anrin in the back seat and handed one to Ning Xinian, advising, Here, the temperature will drop tonight. Don't catch a cold. Adjusting the angle of her driver's seat slightly, Ning Xinian accepted the blanket and simply laid down in his clothes, not bothering to remove his outerwear. He was indeed fatigued. Leaning against the driver and Appos' seat, it was and Appos' long before his breathing steadied. However, perhaps due to the indifferent surroundings, his slumber appeared light, his brow instinctively furrowing, seemingly poised to awaken at the slightest sound. Watching the faint shadows beneath his eyes, Su Shiqing couldn't help but mentally chide herself. Had she pushed him too hard? The dark circles were undeniable. Yet, even so, his appearance remained unaffected. Regardless of how unapproachable he seemed when awake, once he succumbed to sleep, his facial features softened, shedding some of the cold detachment for a more serene vulnerability. Ning Xinian's sleep was not wholly restful. Oddly, his lips remained tightly pressed together, resembling a straight line. Su Shiqing found herself gazing at him, her heart tugged by the sight of his furrowed brow, even in slumber, and she gently bit her lip. Turning back to glance at Anrin in the rear seat, the little girl lay flat against the cushions, clutching a plush toy, unknowingly cocooning herself in her blanket like a fuzzy caterpillar. Soft snores escaped her, indicating a sound sleep, devoid of nightmares. With a resigned shake of her head, Su Shiqing sighed inwardly. Both of them exhibited sleep quality that was concerning. Perhaps when she returned to the modern world, she should consider bringing back some soothing incense. Reflecting on this, Su Shiqing wasted no time. She retrieved a crystal core from her space and held it in her palm, gradually absorbing the energy within. The earlier battle with the mutated rabbit had ignited her latent potential. For a fleeting moment, she felt herself brushing against the threshold of the third tier. It seemed that not long from now, Su Shiqing would achieve another breakthrough. She planned to attempt reaching the third tier before arriving at the Ning and Appos' base, thereby enhancing her confidence and facing unforeseen circumstances. As she absorbed the crystal core and Appos' energy, she also extended her abilities, intertwining them with her spatial awareness to sense the outside environment. The sound of the rain significantly hampered sensory perception, yet Su Shiqing's powers remained unaffected. In the pitch-black rainy night, vines sprouted instantaneously from the ground surrounding the off-road vehicle, dispatching the scattered low-tier zombies nearby. Handling these lesser undead posed little challenge. Even while multitasking, Su Shiqing found it effortless. Chapter 147. Contemplating life. Thus, Su Shiqing absorbed the crystal cores while simultaneously dealing with the scattered zombies outside. And before she realized it, the time had slipped into the late hours of the night. Like a clock set to ring, Ning Xinian quietly opened his eyes almost on cue. His breathing remained almost imperceptibly unchanged, and without any other movements, he simply opened his eyes slowly. A momentary daze in his gaze quickly faded, and instinctively, he glanced at the passenger seat beside him, where he found Su Shiqing sitting, her eyes slightly closed, leaving him uncertain if she was asleep or simply resting. For a moment, Ning Xinian remained still, his gaze deeply fixed on her, emotion swirling within him, accompanied by an indescribable sentiment. In the tranquil night, within the confines of the small space, it was all too easy to let one's imagination wander and to stir one's emotions. Perhaps it was only at this moment that Ning Xinian dared to boldly linger his gaze upon her. Each time his eyes fell upon Su Shiqing, he felt himself liking her just a little more than before. He admired her features, cherished her personality, appreciated her approach to matters, and valued her meticulous thoughts. He adored her from head to toe. Ning Xinian's parents had never taught him what love truly was, but fortunately, he had a good teacher. The teacher once said that love is the feeling of one's heart racing at the mere thought of that person, the desire to present the best of everything to them, and the hope for their safety and happiness. Ning Xian had once believed he would never encounter someone who could move him so deeply, but perhaps heaven had pitted him, allowing him to meet Su Shiqing. He was a reserved individual, and throughout his life, no one had guided him on how to love another. Ning Xian could only clumsily explore, cautiously testing the boundaries with her. He did not even dare to maintain long eye contact, preferring instead to quietly observe her while she slept. However, Su Shiqing was not asleep at that moment. After half the night had passed, she had consumed hundreds of crystal cores and finally sensed the barrier to her breakthrough. Focused on her abilities' advancement, she was entirely oblivious to the fact that Ning Xian had awakened and was gazing at her intently. Suddenly, Ning Xian felt something amiss. He sensed Su Shiqing's aura gradually rising, her brow furrowing slightly. Instantly alert, he straightened his posture, his face displaying a hint of astonishment. Was she about to break through to the third tier? How had it come to this so soon? A mix of relief and anxiety washed over him as he pondered whether, at this rate of advancement, she would soon surpass him in strength. Would she still need him then? Would she allow him to continue accompanying her? Had he been too neglectful of his own abilities during this time? Just as these thoughts raced through his mind, Su Shiqing opened her eyes, a look of joy illuminating her features, her eyes bright and radiant. Turning her head, she noticed Ning Xian sitting upright, his brow furrowed, and she was taken aback. "You're awake?" It was around 1 or 2 in the morning, the time typically designated for the night watch shift, which only added to Su Shiqing's surprise. Was it truly possible for someone to wake up so punctually amid such fatigue, as if an alarm had gone off? Seeing the astonishment in her eyes, Ning Xian merely nodded gently, as agreed. "I'll take the second half of the night watch while you rest." Since Ran was still asleep, their conversation remained hushed. Su Shiqing had prepared herself for a long night of vigilance and had not expected either Ran or Ning Xian to awaken. Yet here was someone who had actually risen on time to take over. However, having just broken through to the third tier, Su Shiqing felt no fatigue. On the contrary, she was bursting with energy, ready to take on 10 zombies. "Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Su Shiqing suggested innocently, hands raised in a gesture of helplessness. "I'm not tired at all." Indeed, there was no hint of weariness on her face. Her vitality was akin to one who had just awakened after a 12-hour slumber. Then Ning Xian hesitated slightly. "I'll keep you company during the watch." With only 3 people in the vehicle, aside from the still snoozing Ran, the remaining 2 exchanged glances, wide-eyed. "You've broken through to the third tier?" Ning Xian initiated, breaking the silence. At the mention of this, Su Shiqing's expression brightened. "Yes. When I was battling the mutated rabbit earlier, I sensed I was nearing the threshold of the third tier. I focused my mind and, to my delight, successfully broke through." Her smile was captivating, her eyes crescent-like and vibrant, enchanting yet not overly alluring, as if illuminated by a soft veil under the dim glow of the off-road vehicle's lights. "Congratulations." As if touched by her smile, Ning Xian couldn't help but smile back, sharing in her joy. Just as Su Shiqing was about to say something more, Ning Xian suddenly leaned closer, his handsome face looming large before her. The words caught in her throat as she blinked, momentarily bewildered by the sudden proximity, unsure of what was happening. The distance between them had shrunk to mere inches, their noses nearly brushing against one another. The unexpected closeness nearly prompted Su Shiqing to react defensively. But Ning Xian spoke first. "Don't move, you have something in your hair." His hand gently brushed against her head, as if removing something. Then he straightened up, revealing a dry leaf in his palm. "You had something in your hair. I helped you take it down." Su Shiqing exhaled in relief. "You could have just told me. I thought you spotted a zombie trying to peek through the window behind me." She paused. "But how did a dry leaf end up in my hair?" At her words, Ning Xian hesitated momentarily, a smile of helplessness adorning his lips. "Su Shiqing," he called softly, and when she looked over, he nervously bit his lip. "Have you ever thought about life after the apocalypse?" "Huh?" Su Shiqing was taken aback. "What's this? Are you planning to discuss life in the middle of the night?" Ning Xian's expression appeared calm, yet unbeknownst to her, his palms were slick with perspiration. "No, I just suddenly wanted to ask, with everything settled, how do you envision continuing to live in the apocalypse?" Chapter 148. The terminally ill patient, Su Shiqing. After a prolonged downpour, the rain finally began to lessen, with gentle droplets tapping against the window, whispering that it would soon cease. Upon hearing Ning Xian's inquiry, Su Shiqing fell into a moment of silence. She had never contemplated this question before, and suddenly being asked left her at a loss for words. Perhaps I would seek out a pleasing base, construct a modest abode, and live a simple life alongside Ran. Maybe, when she fully masters her spatial abilities, Su Shiqing would take the serene and ran to the modern world. A place devoid of zombies and hunger, surely providing the young girl with better living conditions. Su Shiqing harbored no lofty ideals. She wished only to live peacefully with those she loved. However, before that, she needed to accomplish many things. For instance, she must find the strongest healing abilities in the apocalyptic world to cure modern and ran and apples' unresponsiveness. She must enhance her own strength to traverse between the two realms with the living. And she must implement all necessary precautions in the modern world to prevent any disturbances to her life. What the future holds is still uncertain for Su Shiqing. But one thing is certain, and Ran will always have a place by her side. By the way, I never understood why you seek the strongest healing abilities. Ning Stein seemed lost in thought for a moment, his gaze darkening. This question had troubled him for quite some time. He had observed Su Shiqing and Ran closely and found nothing amiss between them. Healing abilities are certainly meant for curing ailments. Su Shiqing rested her chin on her hand, her eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes as she averted her gaze. To be frank, I have suffered from a terminal illness since childhood. The reason I appear well now is due to the enhancement of my constitution through my abilities, allowing me to remain vibrant. She maintained her composure, taking the blame upon herself. After all, it was implausible to divulge that she possessed a space capable of traversing two realms, meant to rescue her sister from another world. It was simpler to attribute the reason solely to herself. The apocalypse had erupted, and with abilities manifesting, no matter how absurd her circumstances might be, they were not beyond belief. As she spoke, Su Shiqing raised her eyes to gauge Ning Stein's expression for any signs of doubt. However, upon doing so, she noticed his countenance darkened, his pupils trembling, emotion swirling within his gaze, leaving her momentarily stunned. Was she mistaken? She thought she discerned a flicker of concern in Ning Stein and apples' eyes. His voice came out hoarse as he gazed silently at Su Shiqing, speaking softly. Terminal illness? What kind of illness? Is it serious? Will it lead to death? If Su Shiqing had been observant at that moment, she would have noticed his trembling hands, betraying a hint of unease. Yet, captivated by the emotions swirling in Ning Stein and apples' eyes, she was oblivious to these details. The unwavering belief in his expression ignited a flicker of guilt within her. The good news was that Ning Stein believed her. The bad news was that he seemed to be in a rather peculiar emotional state. Yet, having spoken her piece, Su Shiqing could not retract her words, and could only shake her head awkwardly. Fortunately, it and apples' not serious at the moment. The illness is rare. Before the apocalypse struck, although her vital signs were relatively stable, it caused prolonged comas and frailty. She elaborated on modern and ran and apples' condition, weaving a convincing narrative, but if Ning Stein pressed further, he would soon uncover the inconsistencies. However, at present, Ning Stein was not inclined to probe deeper. His mind was consumed with the absurdity of finally liking someone only to discover she bore a terminal illness. And he managed to maintain a calm demeanor, which was quite impressive for him. It's all right, you will recover. Ning Stein gently patted Su Shiqing's back, his voice hoarse yet patient as he comforted her. I will accompany you to find my senior sister. She will surely be able to heal you. Su Shiqing bit her lip, hesitant to respond, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Had she gone too far with her lie? It had elicited such a significant reaction from Ning Stein. But now that the situation had unfolded, she could only muster the courage to continue. Please don't mention this in front of Ran. She is still unaware. I understand. Ning Stein took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. The thought of Su Shiqing, burdened by a terminal illness while struggling in the apocalypse with her young sister, was unbearable. He could hardly fathom the dire circumstances they would face had she not awakened her abilities. Just contemplating it made his heart ache. Observing the concern etched on Ning Stein's brow, Su Shiqing silently sighed to herself. Oh no, this fellow truly believes my words. The price of this lie was that Ning Stein became increasingly diligent in his actions, even in rants sensed something was amiss. The following day, as they journeyed to the Ningen base, it was still Ning Stein at the wheel, yet he was unusually chatty. Shiqing, are you tired from sitting? Would you like to stop and stretch your legs? If you're feeling sleepy, you need not remain in the passenger seat. Perhaps you could rest in the back. It's about time. Shiqing, are you hungry? Do you need me to pull over and prepare a meal? Shiqing, every 5 minutes, Ning Stein would express his concern, leaving Ran in the backseat bewildered by the sudden shift in their dynamic. How had their interaction transformed so drastically overnight? Had she missed something? Similarly, Su Shiqing found herself exasperated. Goodness, If she were not aware of her current identity as a terminally ill patient, she might have thought Ning Snian was pursuing her. Shiqing Ning Snian had no idea how many times he had begun to speak, but before he could finish, Su Shiqing raised her hand to interrupt. Stop. Su Shiqing smiled wryly. Ning Snian, I truly have no issues at present. There is no need for such fuss. Ning Snian paused, realization dawning upon him as he pursed his lips. Am I being too bothersome? I apologize. His gaze lowered, his eyelashes fluttering, evoking an inexplicable sense of grievance. Su Shiqing. And ran? It's all right. Su Shiqing resignedly slumped back into her seat, waving her hand dismissively. I know your intentions are good. It's fine. Ning Snian immediately perked up, eagerly asking. So are you hungry now? Haha. Su Shiqing smiled softly. Not at all, dear. Let us reach the Ning and base first, shall we? Chapter 149. Ning and Amp. Amp, Oppos, and base. Last night, the rain had just fallen, leaving the roads somewhat muddy as the off-road vehicle slowly traversed, splashing droplets here and there. Just as Ning Snian had mentioned yesterday, by noon the next day, they beheld the towering walls of the base ahead. The words Ning and base were meticulously carved into a massive stone, prominently displayed, visible from afar. From a distance, the scale of this base appeared significantly larger than that of Chongping base, with its perimeter walls visibly sturdier and more robust. A long line formed at the entrance of the base, where numerous residents were seen coming and going. Although their attire did not match the cleanliness and neatness of Su Shiqing and her companions, it was at least whole and provided some semblance of warmth. Moreover, the residents and Oppos' complexions seemed markedly better than those at Chongping base, suggesting a reasonably good quality of life. Ning and Oppos, in base. Observing this scene, Su Shiqing narrowed her eyes slightly, murmuring the name with contemplation. Indeed, it appeared quite tranquil. The vehicle came to a halt about 100 meters away from the base. Ning Snian engaged the handbrake, also surveying the base before them. After a couple of years in this apocalyptic world, the residents here seemed to be faring well, indicating that this base possessed some degree of capability. Let us go in and take a look. Without offering much commentary, Su Shiqing smiled enigmatically, preparing to disembark from the vehicle. Before she could push open the door, Ning Snian had already exited the vehicle, approaching her side to assist in opening the door, one hand steadying the roof to prevent any mishap, while the other extended towards Su Shiqing, cautioning her to be careful. Su Shiqing's movements momentarily stiffened. For some reason, Ning Snian's demeanor made her feel like a fragile porcelain doll. This was peculiar, yet the fact that she had confessed to being terminally ill was something she had voiced herself. With a resigned resolve, she took hold of Ning Snian's hand and stepped out of the vehicle, murmuring a thank you. In the back seat, Anren had already opened her door and obediently jumped out, clutching a small handbag containing her favorite plush toy and some candies prepared by Su Shiqing. She glanced between her sister and Oppos' slightly twitching mouth and her brother and Oppos' gentle expression, feeling a sense of bewilderment. The world of adults was so complex, a reality that Anren could not comprehend. Come, Anren. Su Shiqing grasped Anren's small hand, using her other hand to touch the off-road vehicle, effortlessly storing it away in her spatial pocket. We arrived, and you'll soon see Qingqing. Are you excited? Yes. At her words, Anren instantly cast aside her earlier confusion, nodding enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with joy. Ning Snian followed closely behind the two sisters, carrying his shoulder bag as they approached Ning and base. His gaze was vigilant, yet softened when it fell upon Su Shiqing and Amp, Oppos' figure, creating a stark contrast that could almost be described as dissonant to an observer. Despite having disembarked some distance from the base, their movements attracted considerable attention from the residents nearby. In this post-apocalyptic era, it was rare for anyone to approach in a large off-road vehicle. The sight of three well-dressed individuals stepping out of such a vehicle drew curious glances and murmurs of awe at the base's entrance. In these times, it was uncommon to encounter people so well attired, particularly when the trio consisting of a man, a woman, and a child each bore a healthy complexion, seemingly unscathed by the struggles of survival in the harsh world. Su Shiqing was aware of their conspicuousness but had no intention of concealing it. This was precisely her strategy. She aspired to establish her business within this base, and attracting attention would serve as an implicit advertisement for her endeavors. As the distinctively unusual trio approached, the personnel managing the gate did not dare be negligent, hastily advancing to greet them. A modestly dressed middle-aged man assessed the three with a keen eye, quickly forming a conjecture. With a hint of nervousness, he approached. inquiring if they were the guests expected by the esteemed Lung Yan. Upon hearing Lung Yan's name, Su Shiqing exchanged a glance with Ningxian, realizing that someone had indeed preemptively made arrangements, thus alleviating some of their burdens. With a warm smile, Su Shiqing nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am Su Shiqing. Since you are aware of us, you must have heard about the transaction we have with your esteemed base leader. Of course. The middle-aged man chuckled nervously, rubbing his hands together. In that case, please allow me to escort you to meet the base leader. So urgent? Ningxian's gaze sharpened slightly, his voice calm, yet probing. The base leader's eagerness to meet them suggested the importance of the mutated beast crystal core they possessed. Oh. The base leader specifically instructed me to report your arrival promptly, the man explained, careful not to show any sign of disrespect. He was acutely aware that among the three, the man was a level 4 ability user, a power ranking among the top 5 in Ningen base. The woman, too, was formidable, possessing level 2 abilities that allowed her to contend with level 4 mutated beasts. As for the young girl, she boasted the rare healing abilities coveted by any base in this harsh world. Each of them was formidable in their own right. Let us go meet her then. Though Su Shiqing and Apos' smile remained, her presence exuded confidence and composure. Very well, please follow me. Relieved by the absence of any obstacles, the middle-aged man led the trio into the heart of Ningen base. Unlike Chomping base, where ragged individuals could be seen setting up stalls in desperate exchange for food, Ning and Apos' base was organized and bustling with both ability users and ordinary citizens, each seemingly engaged in their own pursuits. The environment was calm and pleasant, indicative of a responsible leader. Your base leader is quite capable, Su Shiqing remarked, her brows arching as she surveyed the surroundings while following the middle-aged man deeper into the base. Indeed, the man replied, his pride evident as he spoke of their leader. Our base leader is empathetic towards the populace and dutifully dedicated. It is thanks to her that our base has achieved its current scale. Chapter 150. Zhuominglu, the middle-aged man, led them to the central courtyard of the base and gently knocked on one of the doors, his tone unconsciously imbued with respect. Base leader, your guests have arrived. Let them in, a woman's voice responded from within. Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow as the door swung open, revealing the modest interior. The room, no more than 20 square meters, had a window ajar, allowing a gentle breeze to sway the curtains. Inside was simply furnished with a bed and a set of table and chairs. A short-haired woman sat upright at the desk, her workspace cluttered with numerous papers filled with sketches and notes. Upon hearing the door open, she turned her gaze and, upon seeing Su Shiqing and the others, broke into a broad smile and approached them. Hello, I am Zhuominglu, the leader of Ningen base. She introduced herself, extending her hand with a confident and composed demeanor. Zhuominglu's short hair was neat, and her striking features bore a hint of authority, perhaps due to her high position. Her smile lacked softness and instead carried a sharpness. Clad in the simplest of white shirts and black trousers, she presented an image of utmost simplicity. Greetings, I am Su Shiqing, Su Shiqing replied, shaking her hand and returning the smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhuominglu turned to the middle-aged man beside her and nodded slightly. Thank you, Uncle Luo. You may return to rest now. She then smiled at Su Shiqing and the others. My humble abode is rather simple, if you do not mind. Please come in and have a seat. Her every gesture exuded grace and courtesy. Su Shiqing and Ningxian exchanged glances before stepping into the room. Despite her status as base leader, Zhuominglu and Apos' quarters were indeed quite austere, lacking even an extra chair. It was evident that she had only just realized this. As she lightly tapped her head, I apologize. I forgot that there are no extra chairs in my room. I will arrange for someone to bring some. There and Apos' no need, Su Shiqing interjected, discreetly producing 3 chairs from her spatial pocket, just enough for each of them. Let us get straight to business. As a base leader, Zhuominglu evidently excelled at avoiding extravagance. Coupled with the praise from others regarding her leadership, she appeared to be an exceptional leader. Lang Yan has already informed me. In exchange for the 2 mutated beast cores in your possession, I can offer you 4,000 ordinary zombie crystal cores. With a snap of her fingers, 4 bulging sacks materialized in the room. I have prepared the goods. The sudden appearance of the sacks prompted Su Shiqing and Ningxian to think of spatial abilities. Zhuominglu seemed unreserved about her powers, smiling as she clapped her hands. Now that my end is ready, how about you? Surprisingly straightforward. Su Shiqing contemplated for a moment before opening her palm to reveal the 2 large mutated beast cores. She did not hastily hand them over but casually inquired. If it is not too presumptuous, may I ask what purpose these mutated beast cores serve? To save lives, Zhuo Minglu replied, her smile unwavering. Her gaze unwaveringly meeting Su Shiqing's. To save lives? Su Shiqing's expression darkened at the thought of the countless lives lost due to Long Siwen's exploitation of these mutated beasts. She wondered if Zhuo Minglu was aware of this and whether her words held any truth. The two locked eyes, both wearing similar faint smiles, yet neither yielding an inch. The goods are here. Su Shiqing gently shook the two mutated beast cores in her palm, ensuring that the base leader could see them clearly. Naturally, Zhuo Minglu replied, placing one of the sacks on the ground between them and extending her hand towards Su Shiqing to receive the cores. Thank you for your cooperation. With the transaction complete, Zhuo Minglu and Apos' mood seemed to brighten. She produced a rare pack of biscuits from the apocalypse and offered it to the quietly seated Anren. Little sister, this is for you. I hope you enjoy your time at our base. Zhuo Minglu was expressing goodwill. Although Anren had a penchant for treats, Su Shiqing had raised her well, and she lacked for nothing. Faced with the pack of biscuits, Anren did not reach for them but first looked at her sister. It was only after Su Shiqing gave a gentle nod that Anren accepted, shyly smiling at Zhuo Minglu. Thank you, beautiful sister. Having resolved the matter of the mutated beast cores, it was now time for Su Shiqing to address her own concerns. Ning Xian. Su Shiqing propped her head on one hand, glancing at him. Please take Anren outside to play with Qingqing. I have some matters to discuss with the base leader. Finding discussions of business rather tedious, Su Shiqing decided not to keep the two sitting with her any longer. Hearing this, Ning Xian glanced at Zhuo Minglu, who was seated at her desk, his expression slightly cold. He then stood and responded, all right, we will wait for you outside. Once the door closed, only Su Shiqing and Zhuo Minglu remained in the room. What does Miss Su wish to discuss with me? Zhuo Minglu inquired, her interest piqued as she raised an eyebrow. Her smile tinged with playful curiosity. Please do make it quick. Your companion's gaze was rather unfriendly. Naturally, I wish to discuss a business deal. Su Shiqing spread her hands, equally composed, and nodded slightly at Zhuo Minglu. From the moment she stepped into the base, Su Shiqing had been observing her surroundings. The residents of Ning and Apos and base appeared to be in a considerably better state than those at Chongping base, where food and water were scarce. Although life here seemed tight, the inhabitants at least managed to maintain a semblance of sustenance, while Su Shiqing was uncertain of their actual reserves. The current situation suggested that her prospects for trade might not be as fruitful as at Chongping base. As for the clean, uncontaminated seeds, Su Shiqing was not in a hurry to discuss them, opting instead to observe for a while longer before deciding whether to propose a trade. I possess a substantial amount of supplies and wish to find a location within your esteemed base to trade and sell them. I wonder, what are your thoughts on this, base leader? Before Su Shiqing could finish her sentence, Zhuo Minglu sprang to her feet, her eyes seemingly sparkling with excitement. Under Su Shiqing's astonished gaze, Zhuo Minglu exclaimed, Supplies? Where are the supplies? How much do you have? What kind of supplies? I want them all.